Chapter 1. Cedric Diggory gazed out at the cerulean sky, the shimmering surface of the lake, and the lush greenery of the distant woods. With a heavy heart, he bowed his head, his hands clutching his golden locks tightly, engulfed in profound regret. He had never anticipated that the trope of transmigration, often found in novels, would manifest in such a tangible way in his own life today. Yang Yong was originally a working professional in a first-tier city of Huagua. As the Lunar New Year approached, he was eager to return home to celebrate, and thus, without hesitation, he joined the throngs of travelers during this bustling spring festival. Travel season.it was during this very moment that his unexpected journey commenced. That night, as Yang Yong lay on the hard-won sleeper berth of the train, he opened his phone and scrolled through the movie he had downloaded before setting out, intending to pass. The time.to both occupy his time and expend some calories, he chose the highly acclaimed horror film, The Conjuring. Although he was not particularly courageous, Yang Yong reasoned that with so many people on the train, he would likely not be frightened. Thus, he decided to challenge himself with this reputedly intense horror film. However, it soon became evident that he had not only overestimated his bravery, but also underestimated the wonders of the world. He recalled how, upon witnessing the exorcist's sister in the film fall from the floor of a dimly lit room into the basement, revealing the spirit of the former mistress of the house, he had instinctively covered his eyes. Yet he soon discovered that merely shielding his eyes was futile. The haunting soundtrack resonating through his earbuds served as a formidable accomplice in terror, sending chills down his spine even in the absence of visuals. Consequently, without a moment's hesitation, he removed his headphones. After taking a moment to steady his breathing, he cautiously parted his fingers to sneak a glance, only to find himself in the current bewildering scenario. The once comfortable modern train and sleeper car had vanished, replaced by an antiquated train carriage with a four-person seated compartment, where three curious children, including an 11-year-old boy, were observing him with wide eyes. What followed was a prolonged half-hour of existential contemplation for Yang Yong, accompanied by 10 minutes of gradual acceptance. "Hey, are you feeling better now? What's your name?" "I'm Patrick Doughton. It's a pleasure to meet you. Why do you always wear such a despondent expression? You haven't experienced a heartbreak, have you? Forced by your parents to attend Hogwarts, leading to an inevitable separation from your Muggle girlfriend? Am I correct in my assumptions?" The young boy seated beside Yang Yong, named Patrick, launched into a series of self-absorbed musings and inquiries, while Yang Yong, now embodied as the 11-year-old Cedric Diggory, remained silent. Indeed, it is the character from the original Harry Potter series, the charming and affluent Hufflepuff who participated in the Triwizard Tournament, alongside the protagonist Harry, only to meet an untimely demise in the graveyard. Yang Yong holds a profound impression of this character, as he realizes that, were it not for Harry Potter, Diggory could have easily emerged as the central figure of the entire series. This character's persona embodies the quintessential hero's archetype, strikingly handsome, a prodigy from a young age, exuding gentlemanly grace while adhering to his own principles. Yang Yong is thoroughly convinced that Aunt Rowling initially conceived Diggory as the protagonist. It is likely that his tragic fate was crafted to prevent him from overshadowing the main character. Now, Yang Yong finds himself transported into the 11-year-old Diggory's body. The reasons for this extraordinary occurrence remain a mystery to him, perhaps a testament to the wonders of the world. Diggory gazes at the freckled boy next to him, who bombards him with questions like a relentless barrage, and he wearily shakes his head before turning to admire the scenery. Outside the window, his thoughts revolve around the possibility of returning home. After all, he is in a magical realm connected to the vast British Empire, which exists on the same planet as his homeland. However, based on the tropes prevalent in the time travel narratives he has perused, returning seems an impossible dream. Many characters in such stories resign themselves to their fate after crossing over. Yet, Yang Yong refuses to accept this fate. As an only child, he feels a profound emotional bond to his family. His parents eagerly await his return, and he has no desire to linger in this bizarre place. If only this were merely a dream, he mused. In a moment of impulsive frustration, he pinched the thigh of the boy named Patrick beside him. "Out, what are you doing? We just broke up. Is it really such a big deal?" Patrick exclaimed, leaping up in pain. "Besides, I wasn't the one who made you suffer. Why not confront your parents about it? If you keep pinching me like that, they'll challenge you to a duel." Seeing Patrick jump up in indignation, Diggory shook his head in disappointment, realizing this is not a dream. He had been overthinking it. However, just as Diggory gazed out the window, lost in thought, Patrick suddenly excitedly patted his shoulder, disbelief etched across his face. "Hey, my friend, look, I finally got my hands on a Dumbledore card." Diggory glanced over and noticed that Patrick was indeed holding the character card featured in the original work, tucked away in snack packs to entice children. And there it was, the Dumbledore card in Patrick's grasp. Hey, did you see that? In my hands lies a card of one of the greatest wizards in history, Dumbledore. I must have consumed countless packs of snacks to finally acquire such a treasure. I am truly fortunate. Patrick exclaimed excitedly to Diggory. Dumbledore? A spark of wonder ignited in Diggory's eyes. Indeed, this was a fantastical magical realm where nothing was impossible. Besides, those novels about traversing worlds are mere fiction, penned by authors who have never ventured beyond the pages. Perhaps he could indeed return. If there was any chance of going back, then having the mightiest Dumbledore as an ally would certainly be his greatest hope. As Patrick observed Diggory's entranced gaze fixed upon the Dumbledore card, he nervously shifted away, ever wary that this peculiar individual might suddenly snatch it from him. However, just as Patrick was on high alert, he noticed that Diggory's expression had turned blank once more. Yet this sudden shift did not capture Patrick's attention after all. He regarded Diggory as anything but normal. With a flick of his hair, Patrick resolved to securely hide the card before resuming his enjoyment of the snacks he had purchased, disregarding the strange boy beside him. At that moment, Diggory, whose gaze had abruptly dulled in Patrick's view, found his consciousness slipping into another realm. Ding. Host, please pay attention. Since you have officially expressed interest in the magical world, you have met the criteria for the activation of the magic system. Thus, this system is now officially online. A voice neither cold nor harsh, but rather warm, resonated in Diggory's mind. Almost instantly, his consciousness was swept away, spinning through a vortex before finally materializing in a vast, white expanse. Standing in this blank space, Diggory surveyed his surroundings, took a deep breath, and recalled the traversing novels he had read. You must be my golden finger, correct? He inquired. System. Congratulations, host. Your deduction is entirely accurate. Upon receiving this affirmation, a thrill coursed through Diggory, prompting him to cut straight to the chase. I wish to know, do I still have a chance to return home? Truthfully, I never desired to traverse at all. Could you send me back and allow another to take my place? Diggory asked earnestly like a tea that moment. Yong, desperate to return home, posed his inquiry without any superfluous words, diving directly into the matter at hand. He truly wished to waste no further time. System, please recognize the reality, host. It is impossible to switch individuals. You shall remain as Cedric Diggory for this lifetime. The system's words struck him like a bolt from the blue. Ultimately, he was bound to be Cedric Diggory, and in disappointment, Yong sat silently on the ground. System, please do not adopt such a forlorn demeanor, host. I never stated that returning was impossible. What? You say there is still hope for a return. You are not deceiving me, are you? The system's words struck Diego like a potent elixir of life. System, host, there is no need for me to deceive you, nor do I find it worthy of my effort. Upon receiving the system's affirmative response, Diego finally relaxed as long as he could return. That was all that mattered. Reflecting upon it, it was indeed the case in the novels he had previously read about transmigration. It was almost always the case that both parties had to perish before the soul could traverse. In his instance, however, no one had died, and yet he had still transcended. It would be rather unreasonable if he were not permitted to return. Then do tell me, how do I return? Is there some requirement I must fulfill? Diego inquired directly. System, you are quite forthright, host. Shall we not engage in some pleasantries before delving into the subject? Your haste is somewhat disconcerting for me. Diego, I have no time for pleasantries. I prefer to expedite matters, considering we will be together for the foreseeable future. Please, hasten and divulge your requirements. The system expressed a sense of helplessness regarding Diego's impatient nature. After all, it was burdened with such an impetuous host. System, in truth, what you must do is quite simple. There are only two tasks. The first is to destroy at least 3 of the Horcruxes before Voldemort's resurrection in 5 years. The second is to assist Harry Potter in vanquishing Voldemort. Of course, should you fail, the outcome is quite evident. You would meet your demise at Voldemort's hands, much like Cedric Diggory in the original tale. Diego inhaled sharply, feeling the weight of his predicament. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, why must I wait for Voldemort's resurrection? What if I were to confront him and eliminate him beforehand? System, if you can accomplish that, I have no objections. That way, we can both conclude our task sooner, and you may return to your world alive. Upon hearing this, Diego immediately began to meticulously recall the locations of Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes as described in the original text. The first Horcrux, the Diary, was located within the Malfoy family home. It would only be extracted by Lucius when Ginny Weasley attended school, intending to frame the Weasley family. The second Horcrux, the Gaunt's Ring, was discovered later by Dumbledore in the Gaunt ancestral home, the last remnants of Slytherin's bloodline. It was in the attempt to destroy the ring that Dumbledore fell victim to its curse, leading to his premature exit. The third Horcrux, Ravenclaw's diadem, lay within the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts, likely the easiest to locate. Slytherin's locket and Hufflepuff's cup were found in an unnamed seaside cave in Gringotts, respectively. The locations of the other Horcruxes were relatively straightforward, but the only one that had undergone several relocations was Slytherin's locket. Initially hidden in a cave, it was stolen at the cost of life by Regulus Black and later placed within the Black family home. Only the house elf creature, who accompanied Regulus to the cave, knows the precise location of the locket. However, compared to the final Horcrux, Nagini, the locket is relatively easier to acquire. It is evident that gathering and destroying all the Horcruxes before Voldemort's resurrection is no small feat. Conversely, if one could intervene during Harry Potter's first year, specifically at the climactic duel between Harry and Quirrell in the original narrative, a decisive explosion, directed at the severely weakened Voldemort at that moment, could have resolved everything. Yet, while Diggory was lost in this idyllic reverie, the system unexpectedly interjected, stating, "Please refrain from naivety. Host, there are still numerous Horcruxes remaining, and Voldemort cannot be vanquished so easily. The current situation is that if any Death Eater manages to locate even one Horcrux before Voldemort's resurrection in the original narrative, he can be resurrected elsewhere." Diggory was taken aback by this revelation. He had overlooked this critical detail. Moreover, he discerned something more significant from the system's words. "System, are you implying that Voldemort may not necessarily resurrect in that graveyard?" Diggory inquired directly. This point was crucial. He needed to ascertain this fact. If Voldemort were still destined to resurrect in the graveyard, it would indicate that the main storyline of this world had not been altered significantly due to his arrival, at least not in any substantial way. However, if the system affirmed that Voldemort might not resurrect in that graveyard, it would suggest that his presence had indeed altered the storyline of Harry Potter to some degree. Thus, the knowledge he possessed about the Harry Potter universe would serve merely as a reference. The system responded, "Indeed, if you, the host, were to undertake an action capable of altering the original timeline, subsequent events would correspondingly change." Diggory resignedly rubbed his nose and finally asked the system, "Do you possess any features that could alert me to actions that would alter the timeline?" The system replied, "Host, you are overthinking it. There are none to that moment." Diggory realized that he had indeed underestimated the complexity of the situation. It seemed that devising a plan to eliminate Voldemort required thorough consideration. Suddenly, Diggory recalled that in the myriad of transmigration novels he had read, protagonists often possessed various abilities to aid them in achieving success. With this thought, he eagerly queried the system. "As my system, do you have any special abilities that could assist me?" The system replied, "Certainly, and you shall anticipate them." "Anticipate?" Diggory exclaimed incredulously. "What does that mean?" The system responded, "This system must input various data pertaining to this magical realm, particularly concerning magical information, racial data, and the diverse factions present. Consequently, an upgrade is necessary, and I am currently unable to provide any assistance." Diggory, what an utter disgrace. The system interjected, "Please maintain with gentlemanly composure, host." Disregarding the system's admonition, Diggory continued his tirade of exasperation. He had never encountered such a frustrating system. While others received astonishingly powerful abilities upon their arrival in this world, he was met with a system upgrade, rendering it temporarily incapable of offering any aid. This situation was hardly preferable to starting with a mere dog. Confronted by the incessant verbal onslaught from Diggory, the system did not hesitate and promptly ejected him from the space. As Diggory's consciousness returned to the external world, he gazed upon the familiar interior of the carriage, his heart racing with the tumult of a myriad of mythical beasts. At this moment, Diggory sat within the confines of the carriage, disregarding Patrick's protests as he munched on the snacks he had procured, pondering his next course of action. The system had unequivocally informed him that if he failed to vanquish Voldemort, he would meet a fate akin to that of Cedric Diggory in the original tale. It was evident that, without the aid of a miraculous boon, accomplishing the two tasks ahead was beyond his current capabilities. The recent dialogue within the system's interface had not clarified how long the process of leveling up would take. It could span a month, a year, or perhaps even longer. After contemplating these matters, Diggory realized he had only two cards left to play. The first was his innate talent. Even in the original narrative, he was a character who, aside from lacking the protagonist's halo, possessed qualities that could rival those of the main character. In fact, in terms of physical attractiveness, Diggory could easily outshine Harry Potter. The second card, of course, was none other than Albus Dumbledore, the most illustrious headmaster of Hogwarts, founder and secret keeper of the Order of the Phoenix, president of the International Confederation of Wizards, and the foremost wizard of his time. This was a figure that even Voldemort, at the zenith of his power, would hesitate to provoke. Diggory mused that had it not been for Trelawney's prophecy stating that only Harry Potter could defeat Voldemort, Dumbledore himself, wielding the Elder Wand, might not have fallen to Voldemort in a life-and-death duel. After all, Dumbledore's mental prowess was unrivaled in the world of Harry Potter. Not to mention he had the assistance of the Phoenix. With this train of thought, Diggory hastily stuffed the remaining snacks into his mouth. He had resolved to abandon any pretense of dignity as a time traveler or protagonist. Facing the specter of death, he dismissed the system's hollow promises. A time traveler destined for demise could never be the hero. He had firmly decided to cling to the mighty support of Dumbledore. As the scenery outside raced past, the sun that had once graced the sky gradually sank below the horizon, signaling their imminent arrival at Hogwarts. With the Hogwarts Express gently pulling into the station, Diggory swiftly gathered his belongings and followed the throng of passengers out of the carriage, stepping onto the platform at Hogsmeade Station. The next phase involved dragging his luggage in tow behind Hagrid, boarding a carriage that would take them to the lakeside, and finally embarking on a small boat that glided through the evening mist, drawing nearer to the castle that had stood for centuries. Throughout this journey, whether by design or mere coincidence, Patrick remained by Diggory's side, sharing the same carriage and boat. As they floated across the lake, Diggory patted Patrick on the shoulder, who was lost in contemplation of Hogwarts, and said, "I believe your name is Patrick Downton, is it not? Greetings, my name is Cedric Diggory." Patrick, seated in front, turned around and said to Diggory, "In truth, there is no need for you to introduce yourself. For within the 10 minutes after I took my seat beside you on the train, I had already discerned your identity." Diggory touched his nose, feeling a newfound curiosity towards the 11-year-old child before him, despite having momentarily forgotten that he too was still a child. "I don't recall having conversed with you before. How did you come to know me?" Diggory inquired. Patrick shrugged. "It's quite simple, really. When we were in the car, your pocket watch fell from the inner pocket of your shirt. It bore your name along with a family photograph of you three. That reminded me of the stories my father once shared about your family as history." He continued, "In that regard, our families share a similar lineage, both being pure-blood wizarding families that have only accumulated their heritage over 2 or 3 generations. By the way, I must say, your mother is truly beautiful. I can't fathom how your rather unremarkable father managed to win her heart. Do you happen to know?" Upon hearing this, Diggory observed Patrick's face, which bore a curious expression that seemed at odds with his age, and chose to ignore it. He began to regret having initiated a conversation with this boy. Patrick's face was devoid of anything but a fervent desire for gossip, leading Diggory to briefly entertain the notion that Patrick's mother might be akin to that unscrupulous reporter from the original tale. However, a sudden thought struck Diggory. Could he leverage Patrick's penchant for gossip to disseminate and gather information regarding the Death Eaters? This could save him time and potentially draw Dumbledore's attention, thereby allowing him to secure an advantageous position. With this in mind, Diggory turned to Patrick, his expression shrouded in mystery. "I can't say how my father wooed my mother, but I do know another, even more sensational secret. Would you like to hear it?" Upon hearing the word secret, Patrick's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a dog catching sight of its favorite treat, and he leaned eagerly towards Diggory, awaiting the revelation. Yet, Diggory remained unfazed by Patrick's impatience. "You must promise not to share this with anyone else, and swear on something of equal importance to you, or I shall withhold the information." Without a moment's hesitation, Patrick vowed, "I swear on my future happiness, if I fail to keep this secret, let it be that I never again behold a beautiful woman, and when I do marry, may it be to an exceedingly unattractive one." Although slightly taken aback by Patrick's youthful fixation on beauty, Diggory dismissed it as irrelevant. He then instructed Patrick to lean closer, whispering softly into his ear, "You know the potions professor at Hogwarts, Severus Snape?" Patrick nodded gently in acknowledgement. Diggory glanced around cautiously and pretended to speak to Patrick with great care, saying, "Professor Snape is a Death Eater, a spy placed beside Professor Dumbledore." Hearing this shocking revelation, Patrick gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "No way. Is that true?" His voice drew the attention of those nearby, prompting Diggory to feign annoyance. "Why did you have to shout it out? Once spoken, it ceases to be a secret. Furthermore, why would I deceive you? There is no benefit for me in that. To be frank, once we arrive at Hogwarts, I intend to seek out either Professor Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall to inform them so they can be prepared in advance. You are the only other person who knows this, aside from myself, and you must not divulge it to anyone else." Patrick nodded solemnly on the surface but turned away, contemplating how to spread this information. After all, he had no inclination to keep secrets for others, and once a secret is known by a second person, it transforms into a piece of knowledge accessible to all. Meanwhile, Diggory, seated behind Patrick, observed his silent demeanor, a smirk of triumph playing at the corners of his mouth. In Professor McGonagall's office, the professor regarded the two newly arrived students with a stern expression. "Cedric, Patrick, have you both devised an explanation for your actions?" McGonagall inquired meticulously. Patrick lowered his head, unable to meet McGonagall's gaze, regretting his prior decision to believe Diggory's words and publicly reveal the taboo secret of Voldemort's impending resurrection. Seeing Patrick's silence, McGonagall shook her head in disappointment and turned her attention to Diggory. "Cedric, do you have nothing to say?" When Patrick announced that so-called secret in the hall, he also disclosed that you were the one who informed him. Indeed, Patrick did not disappoint Diggory's expectations. Just as they were about to enter the great hall for the sorting ceremony, he boldly proclaimed the secret to Professor McGonagall, his voice resonating throughout the staircase corridor. At that moment, McGonagall's expression froze. In her extensive experience of welcoming new students, she had never encountered a child audacious enough to lie so openly in public. Moreover, Voldemort had been vanquished for many years. Who would believe that he could return in a few years? Meanwhile, Diggory glanced anxiously out of the office window into the night, feeling a surge of urgency. Initially, Patrick had indeed spoken as Diggory had anticipated, announcing in front of everyone that Voldemort was on the verge of revival. However, the subsequent course of events diverged significantly from his expectations. Following the initial surprise and turmoil brought about by the news, no one was willing to believe them. Even when he later stood up to affirm that Patrick's claims were indeed true, skepticism persisted. The faculty and students present, after their initial astonishment and fear, convinced themselves that this was merely a prank devised by two young boys. After all, Voldemort's demise had been corroborated by Dumbledore, the Order of the Phoenix, and the Ministry of Magic, among others, particularly with the internal disintegration of the Death Eaters serving as further validation. Additionally, other students attested that Patrick was an ardent admirer of Dumbledore, leading to the conclusion that he might resort to such trivial antics simply to catch a glimpse of his idol. As for Diggory, he was automatically perceived as a fellow enthusiast of Dumbledore. Consequently, both boys were promptly escorted to Professor McGonagall's office, where they were prepared for a thorough introspection. Yet, Diggory found himself bereft of time. He was fervently eager to meet Dumbledore and relay all that he knew, striving for an alliance as swiftly as possible. Thus, in response to Professor McGonagall's inquiries, Diggory implored, "Professor, please believe me. I am not deceiving you. If you have doubts, you may summon Professor Dumbledore. With his ability to read minds, he could easily discern the truth of my words." Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow, puzzled as to how Diggory had knowledge of the existence of such a spell, considering he was merely a child unacquainted with magic. However, she recalled that Diggory hailed from a pure-blood wizarding family, and it was possible that he had merely heard of the spell from his parents. Thus, she refrained from reproaching him for not answering her question and instead spoke earnestly. "Cedric, I hope you can be an honest child. While I understand your eagerness to meet Professor Dumbledore, I wish for you to pursue your goals at the appropriate time, rather than resorting to falsehoods." Diggory gazed at Professor McGonagall, whose earnest concern for his well-being was evident, and he could not help but smirk in resignation. He had initially believed that proclaiming the imminent resurrection of Voldemort in front of numerous faculty and students would garner sufficient attention, enabling him to meet Dumbledore in the shortest possible time. However, he underestimated the fact that both he and Patrick were far too young, while Dumbledore's admirers were plentiful. This unfortunate miscalculation not only hindered his chances of an expedited meeting with Dumbledore, but also threatened to squander a considerable amount of time. Although it was unlikely that he would miss the sorting ceremony, there was no guarantee that Dumbledore would remain in the hall throughout the event. Should Dumbledore depart prematurely, it would be uncertain when he might next have the opportunity to see him. After all, he was not Harry Potter. Observing Professor McGonagall's serious demeanor, it was clear that this session of admonishment would not conclude anytime soon. Thus, Diggory resolved to heed her words and conduct himself as an honest and trustworthy young man. "Professor, please believe me, I am not deceiving you. If you remain skeptical, you may summon Professor Snape and inform him that the true informant of Voldemort, the one who revealed the whereabouts of Harry and his family, was not Sirius Black, as you all presumed, but rather Peter Pettigrew, whom you all believed to be deceased. McGonagall abruptly rose, her hands pressing against the desk as she leaned forward, fixing her intense gaze upon Diggory. If the earlier revelation regarding Voldemort's impending return was merely a fabrication concocted to attract attention, how could this child possibly possess knowledge of such a clandestine matter? She did not believe that these secrets had been relayed to him by his father, for they were the sort of confidential information known only to members of the Order of the Phoenix. Secrets that had long since been buried with the dissolution of the organization. Thus, it was implausible for Diggory's father to be privy to such information. This raised a pressing question. How could this mere 11-year-old boy have come to know such things? As Diggory noticed that Professor McGonagall had finally captured his attention, he let out a sigh of relief, the anxiety on his face dissipated, and confidence returned. Professor, I suggest that before we delve into our discussions, we allow Patrick to return for the sorting ceremony. Professor McGonagall straightened her posture, nodded thoughtfully, and then addressed Diggory. Let us put this matter on hold for now. Both of you will accompany me back to the Great Hall for the sorting ceremony. This is an essential event for your entry into Hogwarts, and punctuality is paramount. With that, she led Diggory and Patrick out of her office and toward the Great Hall. As they traversed the expansive corridors of Hogwarts, Patrick, following closely behind Professor McGonagall, suddenly turned to Diggory and whispered, "Cedric, I must say, you are being rather inconsiderate. Why should your forthcoming conversation be off-limits to me? Is there some clandestine secret at play?" Diggory turned his head to glance at the young boy he had just manipulated, feeling a twinge of embarrassment within. There were indeed secrets, but until you possess sufficient strength, you lack the right to know them. Thus, avoiding you is truly for your own good, believe me. After all, from this moment forth, I shall be a child of integrity. Unbeknownst to him, Patrick's eyes sparkled with a fervent desire for gossip upon hearing Diggory's words. Grasping the hem of Diggory's academic robe, Patrick, brimming with excitement yet suppressing his voice, exclaimed, "Cedric, you can't do this. We shared snacks on the train. We are good brothers. Good brothers should share their secrets." Though taken aback by Patrick's enthusiasm for gossip, Diggory shook his head and replied, "If you wish to avoid being subjected to a memory charm by one of the professors, it would be wise to stifle your curiosity. For the weak are unworthy of such secrets." With that, Diggory hastily matched Professor McGonagall's pace, positioning himself beside her and denying Patrick any further opportunity to pester him. As for everything transpiring behind them, Professor McGonagall was fully aware. Observing Diggory at her side, a faint smile graced her lips, upon reflection. This child's character does not seem ill. Following closely behind Professor McGonagall, the two boys entered the magnificent hall of Hogwarts. At that moment, the first-year students ahead had completed the sorting ceremony and were seated at their respective tables, relishing the delightful culinary creations of Hogwarts house elves. In the bustling hall, some patrons, upon noticing Professor McGonagall and her trio, gradually set down their utensils. The commotion caused by Diggory and Patrick had not gone unnoticed. Although their earlier exchange had been dismissed by the professors as mere antics of fans eager to meet their idol, the mention of Voldemort's resurrection still resonated with a palpable tremor in their hearts. Most were astonished by Patrick and Diggory's audacity, for they themselves dared not utter Voldemort's name, referring to him instead as he who must not be named, as if merely speaking his name might invoke discomfort. As Diggory and the others approached the central position of the sorting hat, Diggory finally had the opportunity to behold the most powerful wizard in this world, Dumbledore. Though a distance separated them, and the venerable figure sat upon his chair, Diggory could still discern that this elderly gentleman indeed matched the descriptions from the original text, tall and slender. Behind his crescent-shaped glasses were a pair of bright, sparkling blue eyes, complemented by a crooked, elongated nose at the center of his face, and a mane of silver hair and beard that had faded from a deep chestnut. At that moment, Dumbledore, clad in a purple wizarding robe, regarded the trio with keen interest, with a hint of benevolence in his smile. It was evident that he was already aware of the events that had transpired earlier. However, seeing the demeanor of Dumbledore, Diggory surmised that the venerable old man was dismissing his words, perceiving the two of them as mere admirers. "Professor McGonagall, have the matters been resolved? If so, let us proceed with the sorting ceremony for these two children, otherwise they will miss their mealtime," Dumbledore proclaimed. Yet, at that moment, Professor McGonagall interjected, "Professor Dumbledore, while it may suffice to arrange matters for Patrick in such a manner, I strongly advise you to allocate some time to address Cedric Diggory's situation separately." Her voice reverberated through the hall, plunging all faculty and students into a profound silence as they grappled with the implications of her statement. Why should Dumbledore attend to Diggory's affairs in isolation? Was there something particularly noteworthy about him? After a brief silence, murmurs began to ripple through the hall. A faction of students commenced a hushed discussion regarding the reasons behind Professor McGonagall's assertion. Hey, what do you think McGonagall meant by that? Why the special arrangement for Diggory's sorting? I don't know. Perhaps he possesses some unique qualities. Unique qualities? What could possibly be so distinct? Is it conceivable that this Diggory fellow is a Death Eater? That remains a possibility, given that he spoke of the Dark Lord's impending resurrection in the corridor. Such audacity is typically reserved for Death Eaters. But that reasoning is flawed. I've heard that those Death Eaters consistently refer to him as the Dark Lord. Someone like Diggory, who directly names him, surely cannot be one of them. If he isn't a Death Eater, then why does Professor McGonagall recommend a separate sorting ceremony for him? The students' clandestine conversations grew increasingly animated. Observing the tumult in the hall, Dumbledore rubbed his temples in exasperation and resignedly raised his voice. Everyone, silence. At his command. The midday chatter gradually subsided. Dumbledore cast a discreet glance at Professor McGonagall, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. He had long aspired to groom her as a successor. Yet her propensity to speak out of turn left him feeling helpless, wondering when she might amend her ways. As he surveyed the now quiet hall, Dumbledore exhaled in relief and turned his gaze toward Professor McGonagall, silently imploring her to divulge the rationale behind the decision to conduct a separate sorting for Diggory. Regrettably, McGonagall seemed oblivious to his unspoken inquiry, instead regarding him with a perplexed expression. Dumbledore, perceiving her lack of understanding, shifted his attention back to Diggory, leading to a rather unexpected development. Diggory was gazing intently at him. After all, what Dumbledore did not know was that for Diggory, this time traveler, he was not merely a source of support but also a legendary figure whom Diggory had long wished to meet. In Diggory's eyes, within the hierarchy of wizards in the Harry Potter universe, Dumbledore stood as a paragon of legendary status, surpassed only by the ancient wizard Merlin from centuries past. In fact, in Diggory's view, even the four founders of Hogwarts might not have matched Dumbledore's prowess, primarily because they had never had the opportunity to test their strengths against one another. Thus, from this perspective, McGonagall's assessment of Diggory as Dumbledore's little admirer was not unfounded. Meanwhile, seated behind the desk, Dumbledore observed the boy scrutinizing him, and he could not help but extend his mental prowess towards him. A flicker of curiosity arose within Dumbledore regarding this youth who unabashedly appraised him. In truth, Dumbledore was not unfamiliar with Diggory, for his father, Amos Diggory, was a friend of his. Prior to Diggory's arrival at Hogwarts, Amos had even penned a letter to Dumbledore, filled with pride for his son, asserting that Diggory's mental acuity had already surpassed that of his own at the same age. Consequently, Dumbledore felt an involuntary urge to probe Diggory's mental prowess, eager to discover if he truly possessed the potential that his old friend had described. A glimmer of perplexity crossed Dumbledore's azure eyes. He had failed to gauge Diggory's mental strength moments ago, yet he could distinctly sense its presence. This intrigued Dumbledore immensely. Should he conduct a separate sorting ceremony for Diggory? Dumbledore mused, "No, I deem it unnecessary. Let them both partake here, as time is of the essence. And they still need to return to their dormitories for rest." Professor McGonagall hesitated for a moment, but soon reflected that Diggory posed no threat. He merely possessed knowledge beyond what he should know. Conducting the sorting ceremony here would be harmless. Any other matters could be addressed following the commencement ceremony. With this thought, Professor McGonagall refrained from voicing any objections. She waved her wand, and the previously relocated high stool and sorting hat returned to their central position in the hall. McGonagall glanced at Diggory and motioned for Patrick to take a seat on the stool, then placed the sorting hat upon Patrick's head. The sorting hat, a sentient magical cap, seemed somewhat reluctant to resume its duties, yet, confronted with McGonagall's serious demeanor, it dared not protest, directing its frustration instead towards the young lad beneath it. "Hey, lad. Behave yourself. Refrain from indulging in frivolous thoughts and temper your lascivious inclinations. The highly intelligent young women of Ravenclaw would hardly regard you. An immature lad yet to undergo development. Now, I must commence my duties. You, a scoundrel who is both lascivious and indolent, surely your parents harbor regrets about your existence. Surprisingly, despite your sloth and voracity, you exhibit honesty and reliability. You possess a semblance of groundedness. If that is the case, Hufflepuff, you are destined for that house." With the sorting hat's resounding proclamation, Patrick was assigned to Hufflepuff. However, The table did not erupt in applause or cheers for the new member. Unlike its previous commendations, the Sorting Hat vocalized Patrick's shortcomings, leaving the students feeling somewhat awkward, and even more so for Patrick, who remained seated on the bench. With a despondent expression, he turned to Professor McGonagall and inquired, "Professor, may I sue the Ministry of Magic for defamation against this hat?" Professor McGonagall, caught in a predicament, was interrupted by the Sorting Hat's roar. "What? You wish to accuse me of slander? If you have the audacity, go ahead. I have served at Hogwarts for many years without error. Every student beside you and behind you was placed in their respective houses by me, and none have claimed I was wrong. Do you believe you possess the right to question my judgment? Have you even matured sufficiently?" Hearing the increasingly outrageous remarks of the Sorting Hat, Professor McGonagall swiftly removed it from Patrick's head and instructed the head of Hufflepuff to escort the glum-faced Patrick away. She promptly silenced the hat. Although begrudgingly, the Sorting Hat complied, for it understood that continued tirades could lead to being cast into some forgotten corner of the headmaster's office by this formidable woman. Professor McGonagall signaled for Diggory to take a seat. Once Diggory settled in, she placed the Sorting Hat upon his head. At that moment, the hat, which had been murmuring, suddenly fell silent, as if it had encountered something profoundly alarming, sitting in stunned silence atop Diggory's head. The unusual behavior of the Sorting Hat quickly caught the attention of the onlookers, and a commotion ensued. Since the hat faced away from Dumbledore and the other teachers, they were oblivious to the unfolding events and directed their questioning glances toward Professor McGonagall, who appeared flustered, clearly unaccustomed to such an occurrence. In her bewilderment, she tentatively patted the Sorting Hat, pondering whether this ancient artifact had succumbed to senility. Yet in reality, such a feat is evidently impossible. The Sorting Hat suddenly exhaled with a sigh, followed by a series of frantic gasps, as if it had just been thrust into a vacuum by some arcane magic. Before Professor McGonagall could inquire about the cause of this unusual behavior, the Sorting Hat bellowed in disbelief, "Good heavens, Merlin's beard! How can this be? Why does this child possess such colossal and formidable mental strength? Such intensity of mental prowess is simply inconceivable for an 11-year-old. This child's talent, I dare say, rivals that of Tom Marvolo Riddle. No, that is not quite right. It is comparable to any wizard I have ever encountered." The Sorting Hat's words were akin to a fiery iron ball cast into frigid waters, immediately provoking a fierce reaction. The students seated at the table gasped in astonishment. Although they were unaware that Voldemort's true name was Tom Marvolo Riddle, they were nonetheless captivated by the Sorting Hat's assessment of Diggory, who sat in the center of the hall, adorned with the hat. These students were utterly astounded by the Sorting Hat's declaration that Diggory was on par with any wizard. It is worth noting that this very hat was passed down from one of Hogwarts' founders, Godric Gryffindor, and had been worn by many wizards, including the present-day greatest wizard, Dumbledore. The Sorting Hat's recent appraisal of Diggory implied that, at the same age, even Dumbledore did not possess the same level of talent as Diggory now exhibited. All the students turned their astonished gazes upon Diggory and the figure of Dumbledore behind him. At that moment, Dumbledore had risen entirely from his chair, his azure eyes reflecting the clear silhouette of Diggory. More precisely, all the professors had lost their composure, standing up and fixating their eyes intently on Diggory. The expressions of the teachers were marked by shock, but more so by trepidation. They cast their awestruck glances upon Diggory's back, reminiscent of how they once regarded the shadow of the Dark Lord, while the students were oblivious to the identity of the name uttered by the Sorting Hat. All the teachers present were acutely aware that the name represented the second Dark Lord, a thorough lunatic, and a harbinger of nearly a decade of darkness within the magical realm. Everyone longed to see him brought to justice, yet none had the means to defeat him. The strength of the Dark Lord was sufficient to extinguish any thoughts of resistance in their hearts. Each teacher present had lived through that era and possessed the deepest understanding of Voldemort's terror. It could be said that none were his match, save for Dumbledore. Now, the Sorting Hat has unexpectedly rendered such an assessment of this child, suggesting that he is destined to become the third Dark Lord. Consequently, the onlookers withdrew their reverent gazes from Diggory and anxiously turned their attention back to Dumbledore, who was their sole pillar of strength at that moment. Dumbledore, however, disregarded their anxious stares and calmly addressed the Sorting Hat. "Please continue, Sorting Hat. Your task is not yet complete. Which house should this child belong to?" At this moment, Professor McGonagall, seated beside Diggory, glanced at Dumbledore, eager to voice her thoughts, but was silenced by a mere look from him. It was evident that numerous other faculty members shared her sentiments. Standing next to Dumbledore, the Ravenclaw head, Phileas Flitwick, quietly remarked, "Professor Dumbledore, I now concur with Professor McGonagall's proposal to allow Cedric to undergo the sorting ceremony separately. I believe this would be beneficial for both Diggory and Hogwarts. As Flitwick concluded his statement, several teachers voiced their agreement, urging Dumbledore to halt the current sorting ceremony and instead conduct a private sorting for Diggory. Dumbledore surveyed the assembly and stated, "He is still but a child. Do you truly believe this is fair to him? Moreover, let us not forget. He is merely a child still." His last words resonated with authority, ringing like a clarion call in the minds of the gathered faculty. Indeed, he was but a child, a mere 11-year-old novice, entirely unversed in the ways of magic, about to embark on his journey at Hogwarts, regardless of his potential. To the adult wizards present, this untrained child posed no threat whatsoever. With this realization, the faculty collectively exhaled, settling back into their seats. Their demeanor calm and composed as they regarded Diggory, their earlier agitation seemingly forgotten. Noticing the silence, Professor McGonagall sighed, casting a deep glance at the earnest Diggory seated before her, before allowing the sorting hat to continue. The sorting hat, with its indistinct visage, appeared to be in deep contemplation, as if striving to discern Diggory's character. Rational, talented, and respectful towards women. It seems you are not only a gifted student, but also a gentleman of remarkable caliber. Upon the sorting hat's pronouncement, a collective sigh of relief emanated from the teachers behind Diggory. In truth, he was well aware that these attributes were inherent to his character. Furthermore, he had overheard the earlier discourse between the teachers and Dumbledore. Regarding the reason for his formidable mental fortitude, he speculated that it must be related to his 2 lives. After all, he had lived for over 20 years before his transmigration, and in this life, he was already a prodigy named Diggory. The amalgamation of his mental prowess from both lives made it quite challenging for him to be anything but resilient. Subsequently, the sorting hat continued to elaborate. He possesses a certain amiability, rarely losing his temper unless principles are at stake. However, he is also exceedingly indolent. A lazy child is hardly a commendable trait. 3 dark lines appeared on Diggory's forehead. Why is he speaking more and more? Shouldn't the sorting hat be saying just a few words before the division? Hufflepuff, I wish to join Hufflepuff. Diggory whispered to the sorting hat, believing that if possible, it would be best to adhere closely to the script. Hufflepuff? The sorting hat muttered, "Indeed, you lack the courage and vivacity of Gryffindor students, the diligence and intellect of Ravenclaw students, and the pride and nobility of Slytherin students. In this light, Hufflepuff is undoubtedly your best and only option. So it is decided." The sorting hat proclaimed, "It shall be Hufflepuff. Go forth, child." Oh. The students of Hufflepuff erupted into unparalleled cheers, shaking even the enchanted ceiling of the hall. With this announcement from the sorting hat, all the teachers couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They were all too familiar with Hufflepuff. The students' abilities varied. Yet one thing remained certain. The character of Hufflepuff students was generally commendable, as there would be no nefarious individuals among them. This alone eased the teachers' minds significantly. Just as they were about to raise their glasses in celebration, suddenly, Diggory, sitting on the bench, seized the sorting hat from his head and shoved it beneath him. As he sat down heavily, he muttered, "I lack courage and vitality. I lack diligence and intellect. I lack pride and nobility. Are you certain you know what I lack? Even if I truly do, you shouldn't voice it. I care about my dignity." A wretched howl of despair emanated from beneath Diggory's squirming form. Everyone halted their actions, astonished by Diggory's unprecedented behavior. Professor McGonagall, after a momentary pause of thought, rushed forward to pull Diggory away, rescuing the sorting hat from its predicament. Holding the crumpled sorting hat that had been mistreated by Diggory, Professor McGonagall bore a frosty expression and exclaimed angrily, "Diggory, what do you think you are doing?" "Professor McGonagall, please believe me, that hat just farted at me," Diggory protested. "And it was particularly foul. I worry it may have hemorrhoids or some intestinal ailment." Professor McGonagall scrutinized Diggory with a stern gaze, utterly unconvinced by his claims. Hogwarts had been established for many years, and the sorting hat had conducted countless sorting ceremonies without such an incident ever occurring. It seems that on your very first day at Hogwarts, I shall have to summon your parents, Professor McGonagall slowly articulated, her tone laced with anger. "When your father arrives, I will recount today's events to him in full." "Oh. By the way, the crux lies not in whether I believe you, but rather in whether your father, also a graduate of Hogwarts, would trust your words." Upon hearing Professor McGonagall mention the need to summon parents, Diggory felt an undeniable sense of awkwardness, for he had yet to fully acclimate to the demeanor expected of an 11-year-old. Consequently, he had engaged in actions that were rather unbecoming for one of his age. Moreover, having assimilated the memories and mental faculties of his predecessor, he was acutely aware that his father, was a man who took immense pride in his son. And their bond was remarkably strong. Thus, the announcement from Professor McGonagall instilled a sudden wave of anxiety within him, revealing that the essence of the former soul still exerted influence over him. This was rather disconcerting. Embarrassed, Diggory sheepishly touched his nose and sincerely apologized to the tattered sorting hat that had endured his earlier mishaps. Having his shortcomings laid bare, he found himself at a loss for composure, and he expressed his sincere regret. Dumbledore, observing Diggory in the center of the hall, revealed a cryptic smile in his eyes. He interjected to halt Professor McGonagall, who was poised to deliver a lecture to Diggory, and gently stated, "Enough. Let us conclude this matter here. The sorting ceremony for the last 2 students has been completed, and it appears that dinner has nearly come to an end. Therefore, we shall now adjourn the opening ceremony, and I encourage everyone to return to their respective common rooms." Professor McGonagall cast a glance at Dumbledore, her dissatisfaction evident at his conciliatory approach. Yet after years of working alongside him, she sensed that he had other intentions for the boy. Consequently, she refrained from further commentary, simply delegating the prefects to escort their fellow students back to their common rooms, while she herself took the sorting hat back to her office. As the students filed out of the hall, the teachers remained behind, along with Diggory. Once the last student's silhouette vanished beyond the hall's entrance, Dumbledore gestured for Snape to open a small door behind them and then addressed Diggory, saying, "Come along, my child. I perceive you have something to share with me. And fortuitously, I too wish to gain a deeper understanding of you." Diggory did not hesitate and promptly followed closely behind Dumbledore, for he had been awaiting this moment. The group exited the hall through a small door, traversing a lengthy corridor before arriving at the hallway on the first floor. Diggory walked in the midst of the small group, with Dumbledore and Snape leading the way, while trailing behind were Professor Flitwick of Ravenclaw, Professor Sprout of Hufflepuff, the divination instructor Trelawney, and finally, Hagrid bringing up the rear. Diggory followed closely behind Dumbledore in silence, taking in the magnificent sight of Hogwarts before him. Having grown up watching the Harry Potter films, he could not deny the allure he felt as a child when he first beheld the castle's grandeur on screen. Now, standing before it in reality, he experienced a profound sense of wonder and fulfillment that surged from within. At that moment, Dumbledore, walking ahead, seemed to sense something amiss. He glanced back at Diggory, who was gazing around with a satisfied expression, smiled knowingly, and continued on his way. Upon reaching the entrance of the third-floor corridor, Diggory spotted the familiar stone guardian. Dumbledore approached the creature and intoned the day's password, croissant. Unlike the portrayal in the films, the stone guardian did not merely move aside to reveal a staircase. Instead, it sprang to life, leaping aside as the wall behind it cracked open, unveiling a spiraling stone staircase that ascended endlessly. The group ascended the staircase, while Hagrid remained at the base, standing guard. Once everyone else had climbed aboard, the wall seamlessly closed behind them, swiftly rotating upward. Before long, the staircase came to a halt, revealing a time-worn oak door polished by the ages, adorned with a knocker shaped like a griffin. Just as Dumbledore was about to open the door to his office, Diggory suddenly spoke up, "Professor Dumbledore, are you certain you wish to take me directly into your office?" As soon as Diggory's words fell, all the professors, except for Dumbledore, turned to him with expressions akin to having seen a ghost. Almost simultaneously, a singular thought flickered through their minds. How could this young newcomer to Hogwarts possibly know that this was Professor Dumbledore's office? After all, throughout the journey, none of them had uttered a word to him. More accurately, no one had spoken at all. How, then, did he come by this knowledge? As they pondered this, their thoughts drifted back to the sorting hat's assessment of Diggory, a talent that surpassed that of Voldemort. Just as the other professors subtly reached for their wands, Dumbledore suddenly chuckled lightly and addressed Diggory, saying, "What is this? Do you not harbor the slightest curiosity about my office?" Diggory also laughed, saying, "No, quite the contrary. I am exceedingly intrigued by your office." Dumbledore chose to disregard the astonished expressions of the remaining professors and instead turned to open the door, revealing to Diggory the very office he had long yearned for since childhood. It was a spacious and luminous circular room, filled with an array of peculiar instruments that Diggory could scarcely name, all buzzing and emitting wisps of smoke. On a table supported by claw-like legs, he noticed a shelf that, if memory served him right, once housed the sorting hat. However, his attention was soon captivated by a glass-fronted cabinet beside the table. which contained the extraordinary sword of Godric Gryffindor, an item he both needed in the present and would require for the foreseeable future. Diego forcibly diverted his gaze from the sword of Gryffindor and turned his attention to the door behind him. To his delight, there stood a golden perch, upon which sat a magnificent golden-red phoenix, also scrutinizing Diego with keen interest. At that moment, Diego's eyes were mesmerized by the phoenix. Its lively eyes, resplendent yet regal plumage, and pure, ethereal call enchanted him utterly. Dumbledore, witnessing Diego's astonishment, couldn't help but smile with pride, although the phoenix was officially his pet. He understood that it had been his faithful companion for many years. He felt a profound joy and pride in possessing such a remarkable friend. Simultaneously, Dumbledore acknowledged a tinge of secret pleasure as he observed others gazing longingly at the phoenix, akin to the way Diego now stood, entranced and slack-jawed. Suddenly, Dumbledore sensed something amiss. He noticed Diego drooling, a most unexpected reaction. Why was this happening? The cool moonlight spilled through the window of the round office, illuminating Dumbledore's silvery beard and casting a glow on Diego's slightly embarrassed grin. Diego stood before Dumbledore's desk, while the other professors found their places. Watching Diego with the vigilance of hawks, Dumbledore, seated behind the desk, was simultaneously soothing the phoenix, Fawkes, perched on his shoulder, while casting a reproachful glance at the instigator of this incident, Diego. Initially, upon entering Dumbledore's office, Diego had been a perfectly normal visitor, displaying no inappropriate behavior. However, it soon escalated when Dumbledore caught Diego unabashedly staring at Fawkes, drooling in plain sight. The intensity of his gaze was indisputably overwhelming. Fawkes let out a melodious call, drawing Diego's attention, yet he sensed an unfriendly glint in the phoenix's eyes. As anticipated, upon hearing Fawkes' call, Dumbledore's expression darkened as he turned to Diego and demanded an explanation. "Clarify yourself, Cedric," he said sternly. "Fawkes has quite distinctly sensed your covetous gaze upon him. Should you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, you shall spend all your extracurricular hours this semester assisting Mr. Filch." Dumbledore regarded Diego with a serious demeanor as he delivered this admonition. Feeling a sense of genuine irritation emanating from Dumbledore, Diggory earnestly confessed, "I must admit, I cannot be entirely blamed for this. Due to the ancestral bloodline coursing through my veins, whenever I encounter rare and extraordinary creatures, my first thought, after admiring their splendor, invariably revolves around what their flavor might be like." Diggory raised his hands in exasperation, shrugging helplessly. "Professor Dumbledore, please believe me, though it is indeed difficult to accept. It is my lineage that has rendered me thus." Standing beside the desk, Severus Snape let out a derisive laugh. "Ah, I have never heard of the Diggory lineage causing its descendants to drool over magical creatures." Professor Pomona chimed in. "Child, you are a student of Hufflepuff. Our house does not indulge in deceit." Diggory offered a resigned smile to Professor Pomona, then turned to Dumbledore with calm assurance. "Professor, I told you. You may not believe me." Dumbledore, with his wise, azure eyes peering through half-moon spectacles, scrutinized Diggory intently. After a pause, he exhaled softly and remarked, "I can see you are not deceiving me." The other professors exchanged incredulous glances at Dumbledore, while Snape, with uncertainty in his gaze, looked at Diggory and inquired, "Professor Dumbledore, are you certain he is not lying? We all know his father, Amos Diggory, and he did not possess such issues." Dumbledore nodded slowly, stating, "Diggory is indeed not lying. I can discern no deceit in his eyes. Thus, like you, I am equally perplexed." The wisdom and kindness in Dumbledore's eyes were suddenly replaced by a hawk-like sharpness. "In the corridor, I couldn't sense your mental presence. In the Great Hall, I felt nothing of your spirit. Outside my office, although it was your first visit to Hogwarts, you seemed to know that it was my office. And now, this unfamiliar lineage." Dumbledore leaned forward, his gaze piercing as a blade. "I wish to know who you truly are. Do not tell me you are Cedric Diggory. You are aware that no one can lie before me." In the face of Dumbledore's interrogation, Diggory flashed a brilliant smile, revealing his 8 teeth. "I truly am a Diggory. I have not deceived you." The professors were left bewildered, unsure whether to be astonished by Diggory's audacity or to accept that this child was indeed a Diggory. Their eyes turned to Dumbledore, seated behind the desk, who now wore a frown filled with confusion. As a master of legilimency, his prowess in mental acuity was unquestionable. If someone were to lie before him, he would perceive it without resorting to legilimency. Yet today, Dumbledore had anticipated an ordinary first day of term, only to encounter a situation he had never faced before. A living individual stood before him, yet he could not sense the presence of their spirit, He knew the words spoken were false, yet he felt no trace of deceit. Dumbledore's expression grew solemn. Although I am uncertain how you have achieved this, I understand you are not a malicious child and likely harbor no ill intent towards Hogwarts. Therefore, could you candidly disclose to me the nature of your situation? Diggory smiled. Dumbledore's current predicament was something he had never considered concealing, merely lacking the opportunity to do so. Now, it was evident that Dumbledore had presented this opportunity directly to Diggory. Diggory glanced at Snape and the others before addressing Dumbledore, saying, "In truth, I have long wished to lay my cards on the table with you. However, I must responsibly inform you that the fewer individuals privy to my current circumstances, the better, especially regarding my forthcoming actions, which are intended to substantiate my honesty. It is certainly unwise for unnecessary parties to be aware of them." Dumbledore fixed his gaze intently upon Diggory's eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, mere seconds later, he instructed Professor Snape and the others. "I kindly ask you to return for now. The matters at hand will be resolved shortly." Though Snape and Professor Pomona felt a twinge of unease, they were reassured by Dumbledore's formidable capabilities. If he could not navigate this situation, they would be of little assistance. Consequently, one by one, they exited the headmaster's office. The last to leave, Snape gently closed the door behind him, leaving only Diggory and Dumbledore in the circular chamber. Dumbledore tapped his fingers lightly on the table and inquired, "Now it is just the two of us. Are you prepared to divulge your secret?" Diggory chuckled, "Of course." However, just as his words were halfway spoken, an all too familiar sense of disorientation suddenly enveloped him, and the scene before him began to swirl and blur. When clarity returned, Diggory found himself once again within the confines of the system space. "System, ding dong. Host, please take heed. Matters concerning your traversal have been classified as top-level privacy and must not be disclosed. Breaching this confidentiality could lead to unforeseeable and dire consequences." "Were you not in the midst of an upgrade?" Diggory exclaimed with excitement. "Has your upgrade been completed?" "System, you could say it has been accomplished." Diggory felt a sense of peculiarity, as if he had accomplished something. What could it mean? The system replied, "To be precise, 20 minutes ago. I was subjected to an extraordinarily powerful mental force that forcibly interrupted the upgrade. Fortunately, at the moment of disruption, the upgrade had already reached 95% completion, with the primary function successfully enhanced, so it can indeed be considered accomplished." A disruption from 20 minutes prior? Diggory reflected on Dumbledore's previous mention of having undergone a mental probe. A wave of heartache washed over him. "Ah, that old fool Dumbledore. From this moment forth, he shall be noted in my little ledger." With one hand clutching his chest, Diggory felt as though he had suffered a loss of a fortune. What then, he pondered, is the purpose of the remaining 5%? The system replied, "In truth, it is rather insignificant. Merely a time conversion system, a divine artifact exchange system, and a novice gift pack." Upon hearing that his novice gift pack had vanished, Diggory was immediately struck by a pain so profound it left him breathless. At that moment, the system added insult to injury. Originally, had you possessed the time conversion system, the ratio between time within the system and that of the outside world could be freely adjusted. To simplify, 1 day in the system equates to merely 1 second in the external realm. This system would have allowed you to practice various spells within its confines, thereby conserving experience points, yet that is now evidently unattainable. As for the divine artifact exchange system, it contained weapons and magical items wielded by the great sorcerers of this magical world. For instance, Merlin's enchanted sword could empower any individual, even a muggle or a mute, to unleash the sword's offensive magic simply by grasping its hilt. It is indeed an essential tool for any aspiring magician. Furthermore, Merlin's magical shield, imbued with the pinnacle of his defensive spells, could thwart all non-area magical assaults, making it a must-have for both home and travel. "Stop!" Diggory exclaimed, overwhelmed by a profound sense of anguish, a pain far greater than that of being jilted by the love of his life during his university days. The system continued, "There remains a novice gift pack. Would you like to know what it contains?" Upon hearing this, Diggory concluded that the system was not as benevolent as it might seem. To divert his sorrow, he shifted the topic. "Let us not dwell on that 5%. Instead, enlighten me about the 95%. I seek some joy." The system responded, "Very well, host. The system has now upgraded to the excellent student system. Disregarding the previous time conversion and divine artifact exchange systems, you now possess a shopping system, a lottery center, and a magical power exchange system." Diggory was taken aback. What did you just say? What is the name of your system now? And that 95%, is it really only comprised of these three utterly useless items? System, host. Please remain calm. The angry bird is small. For the sake of your well-being, please monitor your emotions. Diggory, I cannot remain calm. At this moment, I perceive you as quite the disappointment. Are you merely a product of an online marketplace, priced at a mere 9 yuan with free shipping? Among the 5% of upgrades that were previously incomplete, there existed 2 systems and a novice gift package. Now you inform me that within the 95% of completed upgrades, there are merely 3 systems. Furthermore, regarding the name of this 3 good student system, I implore you to clarify. I graduated from elementary school over a decade ago. System, host. Please take note that the incompletion of upgrades is not the fault of this system. Every grievance has its source, should you have concerns. You may seek resolution from your own resources. Moreover, the magical power exchange system is an immensely large framework, consuming 60% of the memory on its own. Please trust in the value of this system. Diggory sat on the ground, exhaling a weary sigh as he declared, "Very well, I shall acknowledge your worth. As for seeking Dumbledore, let that be. After all, he is my pillar of support. Now, please elucidate the functions of those 3 systems, so that I may delve into their usage and ultimately vanquish Voldemort." System, dear host, please do not succumb to sorrow, for such feelings bear no fruit. Moreover, you must have faith. This system shall undoubtedly exceed your expectations. Diggory, system, among the 3 systems, the first is the fundamental magic value exchange system. As the universal currency utilized within this system is magic value, it is, as the name suggests, designed for the purpose of allowing the host to exchange magic value. Diggory, how can magic points be exchanged? System, numerous items within the magical realm are available for exchange. These range from modestly crafted magical dishes and cultivated foods to enchanted objects, as well as a plethora of magical artifacts, such as the Sorting Hat, the Sword of Gryffindor, and various models of wands, all of which can be exchanged. Diggory, is this system guiding me towards becoming a chef or an alchemist? System, strictly speaking, the path of development is ultimately determined by you, the host. However, it is necessary for this system to remind you that the simpler the item, the lesser the magical value it can be exchanged for. For instance, a piece of enchanted clothing may yield only 1 or 2 points of magical value. Conversely, should you acquire a wand or a rare magical artifact, you would be able to exchange it for a significantly greater amount of magical value. Diggory pondered for a moment and suddenly remarked, "A wand is the very lifeblood of a wizard. By attempting to seize another's wand, am I not challenging them not only to a contest of superiority but also to a contest of life and death? System, that is beyond my purview. However, I must remind you of one important detail. Dark wizards, akin to those of the Death Eater ilk, possess magical artifacts that yield double the magical value upon exchange." At this moment, Diggory comprehended the underlying message. He realized that you never intended for him to develop in a discreet manner. Merely this initial system has already subtly indicated that I must carry out a scorched earth policy against the Death Eaters. Can this truly be deemed a model student system? System, even the undergarments of a dark wizard can be exchanged for at least 5 points of magical energy. Diego exclaimed, "I am not a pervert." The system responded, "With sufficient magical power, you can procure potent magical items from the shopping emporium and even draw formidable spells from the lottery center. For instance, the elusive elixir known as the Felix Felicis, which even the most adept alchemists find challenging to concoct, as well as the 3 unforgivable curses that are unattainable without special means. As long as you possess ample magical power, all these wonders can be effortlessly obtained. Moreover, the magic acquired through the lottery center grants an immediate 10% proficiency bonus, ensuring that you can wield it right after learning. Additionally, you are not without opportunities to accumulate power. Within Hogwarts, there are numerous magical artifacts available for you to exchange for magical energy." Diggory fell silent. Although the system now incessantly emitted sounds that made him feel rather uncomfortable, he had to admit that the 95% system upgrade was indeed quite impressive. Moreover, he had no alternative means at his disposal. Even if he did, he was uncertain if they too required an upgrade. Should they also necessitate an upgrade, any interference during that process would render his efforts futile. Furthermore, that uncertain alternative might not even prove as effective as the current one. Despite the peculiar name of this tool, he accepted it due to the merits of the 3 systems it encompassed. Standing before Diggory, Snape observed his vacant stare and inquired with curiosity, "Professor Dumbledore, what is the matter with this child?" "Dumbledore, seated behind his desk, slowly shook his head and replied, "If I knew, I would not have sought your counsel. Can you discern anything?" Snape shook his head, retracting his wand, and remarked, "I have already employed magic to investigate and found no significant reactions. However, I suspect that Diggory's current state resembles that of a mind-blocking spell." Flitwick exclaimed in astonishment. "That is impossible, Snape. Diggory is merely 11 years old and has yet to encounter magic, let alone master a sophisticated spell like mind-blocking, which even adult wizards struggle to grasp." Snape countered, "But Professor Flitwick, let us not forget that Diggory hails from a pureblood family. If his father, Amos, wished to introduce him to magic at an early age, it would certainly not pose a challenge." Flitwick approached Diggory, tiptoeing to examine his vacant eyes closely. "Well, it does seem that this child's condition closely resembles that of a mind-blocking spell. Yet herein lies the quandary. We have all practiced mind-blocking. But could a child of Diggory's age truly attain this level of proficiency?" Snape, with a grim expression, remarked, "This boy has always exhibited numerous peculiarities. I even suspect he may be someone with ill intentions, utilizing a polyjuice potion to infiltrate Hogwarts." Upon finishing his statement, Snape turned to Dumbledore and suggested, "Professor, I recommend the use of Veritasrum to avert any unforeseen incidents." At that moment, Pomona stood up indignantly, positioning her diminutive frame protectively in front of Diggory. With a resolute expression, she declared to Snape, "Refrain from your intentions, Snape. I cannot allow a Hufflepuff child to be subjected to Veritasrum on his very first day of school. Moreover, you all must understand that Veritasrum has severe side effects. Heaven knows what irreversible consequences may arise from its application on this child. I believe we should take Diggory to the Hogwarts infirmary and have Madame Pomfrey examine what may be troubling him." Snape regarded Pomona with a furrowed brow but chose not to voice any further objections. The gaze was directed towards Dumbledore. He shook his head and remarked, "There is no need to visit the infirmary, for one thing is certain, this child has not been subjected to any form of attack." As he suddenly transformed into this state, right before my eyes, there were no preceding signs. I did not even have time to react. Snape and Pomona exchanged incredulous glances with Dumbledore, pondering the enigma of what had transpired with the child, especially given the absence of any forewarning and the rapidity with which it occurred. Dumbledore sighed deeply and continued, "Actually, Snape's earlier speculation aligns closely with my own thoughts, though there are some distinctions. Before I summoned you all, I had employed the memory charm on Diggory, albeit with utmost caution to avoid any harm to his mind. Strangely, however, my charm bore no effect on him whatsoever." Although Dumbledore spoke with an air of calmness, akin to discussing his breakfast, the implications of his words unsettled those present once more. Flitwick exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible. An 11-year-old child cannot possess the capacity to resist your memory charm. Even with a strong mental fortitude, it cannot be achieved." Disregarding Flitwick's outburst, Dumbledore continued, "It felt as though I was attempting the charm on a thoughtless mannequin. Despite standing directly in front of him and perceiving his mental strength, when I used the charm, I felt nothing at all. Diggory's mind resembled a blank videotape, present yet devoid of content. Utterly bizarre. Coupled with Diggory's mention of Voldemort's imminent resurrection prior to the opening ceremony and the Sorting Hat's assessment of him, Dumbledore shook his head with a wry smile, pondering what manner of peculiar creature Hogwarts had inadvertently admitted this time. Dumbledore's revelations left Snape and the others utterly astounded. Even Dumbledore himself had to concede that Diggory was an enigma beyond his comprehension. Had this assessment been made public, it would undoubtedly incite a considerable stir. At that moment, Pomona suddenly had an idea. Should we not call upon Professor McGonagall? After all, she had summoned Diggory to her office prior to the sorting ceremony. Moreover, the Sorting Hat remains with her and could be brought along. Dumbledore shook his head, saying, "There is no need. I have already contacted Professor McGonagall. She has relayed all her interactions with Diggory to me, and she too is at a loss as to why he is transformed in this manner." After speaking, Dumbledore discreetly cast a glance at Snape, who remained oblivious. Professor Pomona stood resolutely before Diggory, stating, "Surely we must take some action now. Otherwise, shall we inform Amos? He ought to come and ascertain what has befallen his son." Dumbledore remained silent, instead directing his gaze towards Trelawney, who had been quietly seated in the corner since the beginning. "Trelawney, do you perceive anything?" At that moment, Trelawney, adorned with thick glasses and disheveled hair, lifted her head, her expression rife with confusion. "I apologize, Professor Dumbledore. My crystal ball reveals that this child named Cedric Diggory appears to be perfectly normal." A derisive chuckle escaped Snape's lips. If this child's condition can be deemed normal, then what else could be considered abnormal? Trelawney's face flushed crimson upon hearing Snape's remark, and she turned to explain to Dumbledore and the others. The crystal ball truly did not indicate anything unusual, except for this child's remarkable magical talent. There is nothing particularly extraordinary. Dumbledore smiled reassuringly at Trelawney. It is quite all right, we understand. In fact, it is not your fault for failing to discern anything. As we are all equally perplexed. Comforted by his words, Trelawney settled back down, contemplating that perhaps if they could utilize a part of the child for divination, they might glean some insight. Alternatively, the hair of certain magical creatures might yield better results in their fortune-telling. Dumbledore lowered his gaze and shook his head in refusal. Trelawney's suggestion had clearly turned to Fawkes, which he would never permit. Objectively speaking, Fawkes could indeed rise from the ashes, and thus Dumbledore thought that if they could procure a phoenix leg and a few feathers, he could unveil all that they sought to know. Dumbledore grew somewhat irked and rapped his fingers on the table. Let me make this abundantly clear. Whatever the matter at hand, even if Voldemort were to resurrect tomorrow, do not entertain thoughts of involving my Fawkes. Without a phoenix leg, perhaps a human nightmare would suffice. He mused, before reconsidering. No, the nightmare is too slender, lacking in substance. Perhaps a human thunderbird instead. After all, the thunderbird is ample and meaty. We could grill half and stew the other. At this juncture, Flitwick's discontent surfaced. Professor Trelawney, I must assert that every magical creature is a treasure to Hogwarts and the entire magical realm. We must never harm them for the sake of our own appetites. Trelawney, bewildered, replied, I did not speak. It was not I who just spoke. Indeed. Trelawney would never utter such words, for she was not one to indulge in gluttony. Dumbledore then realized the source of the utterance and glanced behind Pomona, discovering the cheeky boy who had left them all bewildered, grinning at him. Should all else fail, perhaps 2 owls would suffice. One for braising, the other for roasting. Paired with a delightful plate of tomato and egg noodles, an exquisite match. Dumbledore gazed at Diggory, who wore a mischievous grin, and let out an exasperated snort. However, it seems you would be more suited to the confines of the dungeon and a diet of stale bread. Shall I request Professor Pomona to confine you for a few days under the watchful eye of Filch? What do you think? Diggory gave a wry smile as he rubbed his nose, deciding it was best to let it go. At present, he found the cuisine at Hogwarts quite satisfactory. The two of them paid no heed to the astonished gazes of others in the office, engaged in conversation as if they were alone. Dumbledore let out a relaxed sigh and remarked, Do tell, for I am exceedingly curious about you. The insatiable pursuit of culinary excellence inherent in your bloodline, along with that remarkably extraordinary mental fortitude. Should you fail to provide me with a sufficiently compelling explanation, I fear you shall not remain at Hogwarts come tomorrow. As he spoke, Dumbledore's expression gradually grew serious. I can envision Azkaban, or perhaps the operating table of some unorthodox scholar, as suitable destinations for you. With that, Dumbledore fixed his gaze intently on Diggory, one hand already resting upon the elder wand concealed within his robes. Severus Snape and the others remained silent, their wand-wielding hands discreetly hidden behind their backs. Pomona turned away, no longer standing guard over Diggory. Diggory observed Dumbledore's serious demeanor and the actions of those around him, sensing that this elderly gentleman was indeed serious about their discourse. Cold sweat trickled down his temples as he swallowed hard and said, I find myself a bit hungry. Would you be so kind as to procure for me a roasted chicken leg, accompanied by a crusty baguette, and perhaps a glass of milk? Let us proceed to the room of requirement and converse as we walk. Dumbledore fixed his gaze on Diggory, seemingly attempting to discern the true intent behind his words. After a considerable pause, just as Diggory contemplated foregoing the meal altogether and heading directly to their destination, Dumbledore finally nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us dine as we discuss. On the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, opposite the tapestry depicting the giant beating the hapless Barnabas, Diggory clutched a colossal baguette filled with chicken and lettuce generously provided by the house elves in one hand, while the other held a glass of milk blended with black tea. Relishing the creamy milk in the delectable homemade sandwich, he watched as Dumbledore paced back and forth before the blank wall, making 3 circuits before a grand, smooth, and ornate door materialized upon the wall. Upon reflection, it seemed reminiscent of the latter part of the battle between Harry Potter and Voldemort during Harry's 6th year, when Draco had ingeniously utilized the room of requirement and its vanishing cabinets to orchestrate a dramatic turn of events, allowing Death Eaters and malevolent magical artifacts to infiltrate their midst. Diggory contemplated whether to disclose this information to Dumbledore. However, the more he considered the implications of his words, the more he realized that altering the narrative could lead to unforeseen consequences, thus extinguishing the thought. As Dumbledore observed the door to the room of requirement materialize completely, he refrained from entering immediately. Instead, he turned back to Diggory and inquired, "Before we proceed, I wish to understand why you appeared so dazed earlier. Why I was unable to perform the Patronus charm upon you, and why it is only you and I who may enter the room of requirement, while Snape and the others are excluded." Observing Dumbledore's demeanor, Diggory realized that failing to provide a reasonable explanation would likely prevent him from even entering the room of requirement. After some contemplation, Diggory resolved his thoughts. He pondered why he had appeared so vacant earlier, and why the professor could not employ the Cruciatus curse upon him. This, he deemed, was not information he could divulge. Dumbledore's brow furrowed, his eyes narrowing, emanating an aura of danger. Noticing the intensity in Dumbledore's gaze, Diggory hastily added, "However, I can explain why I am willing to allow only you to accompany me into the room of requirement." Dumbledore's expression remained stern, indicating that his patience with Diggory was waning. Seizing the moment of Dumbledore's silence, Diggory pressed on, "Due to certain extraordinary circumstances, I have merged with a soul from the future. This soul encompasses the trajectory of all forthcoming events." He paused, noticing that Dumbledore was not interrupting, but rather gazing at him intently, as if something within his cerulean eyes were slowly swirling. Yet, Diggory paid no heed to Dumbledore's penetrating gaze. Instead, he took a bite of his meat sandwich and continued, "The reason I insist that only you accompany me is twofold. Firstly, the more individuals privy to this knowledge, the greater my peril, for not everyone possesses the mastery of the Obliviate charm. Secondly, within the room of requirement lies a Horcrux of Voldemort." Instantly, the swirling phenomenon in Dumbledore's eyes vanished, replaced by an unprecedented glimmer of intensity. "Diggory, are you certain you are not deceiving me?" Confidently, Diggory took a sip of his homemade milk tea. The Horcrux in question was Ravenclaw's diadem, the most easily located of the 7 Horcruxes. Without a moment's hesitation, Dumbledore grasped Diggory's arm and led him into the room of requirement, driven by an intense desire to find Ravenclaw's diadem. The room manifested itself as a cluttered space reminiscent of a storeroom. Dumbledore glanced at Diggory and declared, "If what you say is true, and the diadem is indeed one of the Horcruxes, then I shall place my trust in you." With a grand gesture, Dumbledore cast a simple summoning charm. They stood in silence, awaiting the diadem's arrival. Within the room of requirement, the sounds of clattering and collisions echoed around them. Soon, a radiant object hurtled toward the pair at remarkable speed. "Hey, Professor, catch it quickly. It's coming in hot," Diggory shouted, his mouth stuffed with a meat bun. The diadem sliced through the air with such velocity that it created a deafening whoosh. Diggory, unable to swallow his mouthful, ducked behind Dumbledore, convinced that this was undoubtedly the safest place to be. With a swift swoosh, the diadem came to a steady halt before Dumbledore, who cast a quick glance at the cowering Diggory before focusing intently on the diadem before him. As Diggory stood before Dumbledore, he paused at the sight of the diadem, swallowing the morsel of food that had nearly choked him moments before. "This is it, without a doubt," he declared. "If you remain uncertain, I can summon Helena for confirmation. After all, it was she who assisted Voldemort in locating the diadem." Dumbledore, retrieving the Elder Wand, replied, "Helena could not have aided Voldemort in crafting his Horcrux, especially not with her mother's relic as the vessel." He continued, directing the wand at the diadem. "Voldemort deceived Miss Helena with vile falsehoods." After speaking, Dumbledore glanced at Diggory. "I am not mistaken, am I, Diggory?" With the last bite of his meat sandwich in hand, Diggory nodded in response to Dumbledore's inquisitive gaze. Subsequently, Dumbledore shifted his focus entirely to the diadem, disregarding Diggory. Seizing the moment when Dumbledore was no longer attentive to him, Diggory began to frantically gather the magical items scattered throughout the room of requirement. "System, is this crystal ball of any use? How much magical value does it hold?" he inquired. "Well, the worn divination crystal is worth 300 points of magical value," the system replied, before Diggory could fully process this information. The crystal ball he had been clutching vanished from his grasp, replaced by a cerulean panel that materialized in his mind. The panel now displayed his details: Cedric Diggory. Age, 11. Magical value, 300 points, alongside a vast expanse of blank space. Diggory gazed at the blank space and inquired, "System, what does this emptiness signify?" The system replied, "Once you, the subsequent host, have mastered magic and acquired some magical artifacts, the blank area will reveal the spells you have learned and the magical items you possess." Deep in contemplation, Diggory nodded thoughtfully before promptly returning to his enterprise of exchanging magical energy. Once, a discarded chair from the Hogwarts Hall was worth 10 points of magical energy. An unclaimed wand made of peach wood, with a core of unicorn hair, held a value of 500 points. A vial of outdated amortentia was worth 30 points. As he discarded a decrepit bench, Diggory unexpectedly stumbled upon a small box. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find it brimming with ancient wands. What a fortunate discovery! He excitedly counted, and there were a remarkable 20 wands. The system announced, an unclaimed wand of willow, with a core of phoenix feather, was valued at 600 points. An unclaimed wand of purple heart, with a core of dragon heartstring, was worth 550 points. An unclaimed wand of peach wood, with a core from the tail of a knight's steed, was valued at 500 points. Additionally, the recently discarded dilapidated chair was worth 30 points. Diagonally gazed at the enchanting figure of 13,000 magic points displayed on the panel, a broad grin stretching from ear to ear. With palpable excitement, he inquired, 3 good students, what can I acquire with my 13,000 magic points? How many times may I draw a prize? The 3 good students system replied, there are a multitude of items available for purchase. The specifics of acquisition rest solely with you, the host. As for the lottery system, it is categorized into 3 tiers, beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The potency and application of the magic drawn will expand in accordance with the level of the lottery. The magic points required for each tier are as follows: 500 points for a beginner draw, 5,000 points for an intermediate draw, and 10,000 points for an advanced draw. Upon hearing the system's words, Diggory's lips twitched slightly. Is this a form of extortion? A high-level lottery costs 10,000 each time. Is it so easy for me to scavenge for scraps? As your host, am I not entitled to any preferential treatment? The system replied, dear host, you are overthinking. There are no discounts available. Such things did not exist before, do not exist now, and will not exist in the future. If they were to exist, it would merely be a figment of your imagination. Diggory immediately expressed his sentiments with fervent eloquence, warmly greeting all of the system's direct female relatives. After sipping on his milk tea, he extended his greetings to the system's direct male relatives as well. What are you murmuring about, Diggory? And how did you end up over there? Nearby, Dumbledore concluded his inspection of the crown and spotted Diggory not far behind him. Diggory turned around, his face still bearing traces of lingering anger, and declared, I must study diligently and strive for improvement every day. Author's note. Greetings to all readers, I am the author. Old Blueberry. As this is my debut novel, I humbly ask for your understanding regarding any shortcomings in my writing. However, should you find my work to be enjoyable, I would seek nothing more than your cherished subscription and collection. Thank you. Dumbledore found the situation somewhat peculiar, yet nodded in agreement. Indeed, as a newly admitted student at Hogwarts, it is essential for you to dedicate yourself to your studies. Although the first year will not delve into overly complex subjects, it is imperative that you learn well. Just after speaking, Dumbledore surveyed the surroundings and suddenly felt a sense of oddity. Cedric, have you moved anything in this vicinity? I have the distinct impression that several magical items seem to be missing. Diggory pondered for a moment, absent-mindedly touching his nose. Due to the necessity of concealing the system, he could only explain bluntly, I found those items to be of use, hence I took them. Dumbledore observed Diggory's empty sleeves and hands, a look of understanding dawning in his eyes. Very well, I comprehend now. You possess your own secrets. If those items, which usually lie here gathering dust, can serve a purpose in your hands, then feel free to take them. A glimmer ignited in Diggory's eyes. Professor Dumbledore, are you certain that I may take whatever I desire? Dumbledore, somewhat taken aback, pondered why Diggory had suddenly become so exhilarated upon hearing his words. Nevertheless, he paid little heed to these musings and replied, the room of requirement has existed since the inception of Hogwarts. The items within this storeroom have been accumulating since that time, spanning many centuries. If you are resolute in your desire, feel free to take what you wish. I shall not impede you. What more could Diggory possibly express at this moment? He was rendered speechless by his excitement. In his eyes, what was once a mere storeroom had transformed into a magnificent treasure trove, having accumulated wonders for over 1,000 years. Diggory instinctively wiped his mouth, relieved that no drool had escaped. He then grasped a peculiar iron hat, which promptly vanished from his hand, followed by a system notification echoing in his mind. Before the notification could conclude, his fingers brushed against another magical item, his speed surpassing even that of when he released countless descendants in the past. Meanwhile, Dumbledore observed this scene with quiet contemplation. The disappearance of magical artifacts from Diggory's grasp elicited no surprise from him. He had long suspected that this child, whose mental state eluded his understanding, harbored something beyond his comprehension. Yet, what significance did that hold? This child was neither Voldemort nor Grindelwald. Moreover, Dumbledore had previously assessed him. During their conversation, Diggory exhibited no traces of dark magic nor deceit. The Sorting Hat was infallible, incapable of being deceived. And this child's character had already been laid bare for all to see. Thus, in Dumbledore's eyes, Diggory was merely a child with a few personal secrets. As for the integrated soul, it was evident from the clarity of Diggory's speech that it had no influence over him. Consequently, he was a child of remarkable potential. With proper guidance, Dumbledore believed he would blossom into an exceptional wizard. Dumbledore turned to Diggory, who was diligently collecting magical items, and said, "All right, my child. It is time for us to return." "What? Leaving this treasure trove feels akin to taking my very life. I do not wish to depart." Dumbledore shook his head. "When we entered, it was already curfew outside. At this hour, you should be nestled in your warm bed. Besides, you begin classes tomorrow. You wouldn't want to make a poor impression on your teachers on your very first day, would you?" Diggory pondered the prospect of sitting in a Hogwarts classroom the next day alongside a group of 11-year-olds, and he felt rather mundane. "Professor Dumbledore, could you take me on as your apprentice directly? I have no desire to attend classes." He attempted to negotiate with Dumbledore, noticing the hopeful expression on Diggory's face. Dumbledore smiled kindly yet mischievously, saying, "Unless you present me with a compelling reason." At that moment, Diggory smiled back, his innocence betraying a cunning thought. "Because I need to grow swiftly. Professor, you are acutely aware of a certain truth. Voldemort did not truly perish. To your understanding, Voldemort back then was akin to one who had suffered a grievous injury, so severe that his physical form was destroyed, leaving only his soul to linger in this realm. This is precisely why your reaction to my revelation about Voldemort's impending resurrection was so composed. Moreover, when I exhibited behaviors unlike those of other children, you displayed little astonishment. Am I correct, Professor Dumbledore?" Dumbledore gazed at the young boy before him, remaining silent yet nodding with a smile, encouraging Diggory to continue. "However, you did not place your complete trust in me. Whether in your office or before entering the room of requirement, during our discussions, you must have discreetly employed your mental faculties to gauge the fluctuations of my psyche, assessing whether I spoke the truth. Though you cannot access my memories, discerning mental waves is well within your capacity. Thus, prior to entering the room of requirement, you chose to believe my words. Furthermore, after entering, you must have again utilized your mental powers to scrutinize me." Dumbledore nodded, affirming, "You are indeed correct. My child, this is not something I need to conceal. What piques my interest most, however, is your mention of Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes. Could you elaborate on the remaining 6? Diggory declined, apologizing to the professor. "I cannot divulge this information, for the more I reveal, the greater the likelihood of alterations in the unfolding events. Furthermore, even if I remain silent, I believe you have a general understanding of the locations of the remaining Horcruxes. Do you not, Professor?" Diggory's assertion is not without foundation. For in both the cinematic adaptation and the original text, it is evident that later on, Dumbledore discovers several Horcruxes, among which is the fateful Gaunt's ring that ultimately leads to his untimely demise. Additionally, there exists the locket. And one might argue that Dumbledore did not err in his search. However, he was unprepared for the fact that Sirius's brother had already claimed the locket before him. Furthermore, Dumbledore was already cognizant that Harry Potter constituted Voldemort's final Horcrux. Yet, to Diggory's astonishment, Dumbledore slowly shook his head and remarked, "I am, in truth, unaware of the 7 Horcruxes of Voldemort. Had you not mentioned it, I would not have even known that Ravenclaw's diadem had transformed into one of his Horcruxes." Dumbledore's words left Diggory momentarily speechless, prompting him to meticulously recall his memories of both the film and the original narrative. Ultimately, he discerned that it was not until the 4th film that Dumbledore commenced his inquiry into Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes. Initially, Dumbledore did not even consider Harry Potter to be one among them. It was only as his investigation deepened that he came to this realization. Thus, it follows that the current Dumbledore, aside from suspecting that Voldemort had not truly perished, remains entirely oblivious to the other matters at hand. Diggory gathered his thoughts and ultimately realized he had made a mistake, one that required immediate rectification. "Professor, What further information do you possess regarding Voldemort? Diggory inquired. He needed to ascertain the extent of Dumbledore's knowledge about Voldemort to avoid inadvertently revealing future events while remaining unaware. After all, the more he disclosed, the greater the potential alteration of the timeline. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, raised 2 fingers, and replied, "At present, there are 2 points, though they remain mere conjectures." Diggory listened intently. Firstly, Dumbledore began, "I suspect that Voldemort is not yet deceased. This notion you previously articulated is one of the primary reasons for my belief in you. Furthermore, I conjecture that Harry may be connected to Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes. Many years ago, Trelawney foretold to me that a child born at the end of July would be the one to vanquish the Dark Lord. Subsequently, Voldemort did indeed meet his demise at Harry's hands, or more precisely, at the hands of Harry and his mother, Lily. When I delivered Harry to his aunt's home, I sensed an ethereal essence beneath the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, distinct from Harry's own soul. Although I had already discerned the truth of that fateful night, I had not pondered it deeply, merely assuming it to be an ordinary scar. After all, there are myriad ways in which one's soul can leave an imprint, including through the most mundane of contacts. Moreover, Voldemort had indeed left such a scar upon Harry's forehead. However, upon your mention of Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes, I began to wonder if Harry might be able to locate them through that very scar. Beyond this, I have nothing further to add." Diggory let out a long, relieved sigh. It seemed that apart from aiding Dumbledore in the early discovery of Ravenclaw's diadem, he had not engaged in any superfluous actions. He firmly believed that the ensuing narrative of Harry Potter would remain unchanged. As for Dumbledore's misconception that Harry could locate the 7 Horcruxes, he had no intention of rectifying it. For now, it sufficed that he was aware of the truth. With a sense of tranquility, Diggory retrieved a handkerchief and exchanged it for 20 points of magical energy to calm his nerves. Dumbledore observed yet another magical item vanish into Diggory's possession, his brow instinctively furrowing. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to put his thoughts into action. "Cedric," Dumbledore began, "I believe we must establish an oath between us. You are a gifted child, and your talent requires proper guidance. Therefore, I hope you will pledge an unbreakable vow to safeguard the safety of Hogwarts and to preserve the order of the magical world from disruption." Diggory felt no surprise upon hearing Dumbledore's words. Instead, he comprehended them deeply. After all, if he were to place himself in Dumbledore's shoes, he would undoubtedly find it inconceivable to allow someone with foreknowledge of future events to grow freely without any safeguards in place. No one could assure themselves that they might not, for some unforeseen reason, veer off course. A once righteous youth could suddenly embark on a path of wickedness. Moreover, Dumbledore was unable to probe the depths of Diggory's mind, which only underscored the necessity for precautionary measures. Ultimately, the unfolding narrative existed solely within Diggory's imagination, leaving others oblivious to it. The unknown, indeed, is the most terrifying aspect of all. Thus, if Dumbledore were to refrain from implementing any measures, it would be the source of Diggory's greatest concern. The absence of visible precautions would imply that he had been noted in Dumbledore's ledger, rendering him perpetually scrutinized and guarded against. Diggory extended his hand to Dumbledore with an air of sincerity, stating, "If this can entirely earn your trust, I harbor no objections." A glimmer of joy danced in Dumbledore's cerulean eyes as he reciprocated the gesture, grasping Diggory's hand. "Clever child, you have secured my friendship. You shall embark on an extraordinary journey at Hogwarts. Relish it, my dear." As Dumbledore's words faded, a radiant light entwined around their clasped hands, manifesting intricate and exquisite patterns, signifying the completion of the vow. Dumbledore then inquired, "What shall we do regarding the remaining Horcruxes? When shall we set forth to seek them?" As Diggory collected magical artifacts, he pondered deeply. Initially, Dumbledore was unaware of the existence of the 7 Horcruxes, but now, due to his own actions, he had inadvertently made Dumbledore cognizant of their presence. This revelation could very well alter the unfolding of future events, and should both he and Dumbledore choose to intervene at this juncture, the implications would be even more profound. With this contemplation, Diggory addressed Dumbledore, saying, "Professor, I believe it is best that I handle this matter alone. After all, the more you involve yourself now, the greater the deviation from the original timeline will be." Dumbledore nodded in agreement and replied, "Very well, I trust you. Should you require assistance at any point, do not hesitate to call upon me." Diggory nodded with a smile, recognizing that Dumbledore's decision bestowed upon him the utmost trust and latitude for action. At that moment, Diggory's gaze was drawn to a pair of tall cabinets standing not far away. Professor, are those two cabinets over there the vanishing cabinets? Dumbledore followed Diggory's line of sight and confirmed, indeed, those are the vanishing cabinets. However, they are currently damaged and tend to malfunction if used. What is it? Do you desire them? Diggory nodded happily. These two items would later serve as the principal tools for Draco's conquest of Hogwarts. If he could resolve this issue now, Hogwarts would not only be fortified but would also be devoid of any vulnerabilities. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore summoned the two vanishing cabinets before Diggory. The young boy placed his hands upon their surfaces, and in an instant, the cabinets vanished from sight. Dumbledore observed Diggory's hands, blinked, and remarked, "Well, the important matter is settled, so we can return to our slumber." Diggory, who was thoroughly enjoying his task of collecting items, immediately protested upon hearing Dumbledore's words. "No. Professor Dumbledore, you have resolved your affairs, but mine remain unresolved. Can we linger a while longer?" "Just a moment." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow at the unexpected form of address. It was the first time someone had referred to him so informally. With a mere wave of his wand, Diggory suddenly found himself immobilized, unable to move or utter a word. Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction at Diggory's stillness. At first, he had not noticed that, since their arrival, the magical objects surrounding them had diminished significantly, leaving a considerable expanse of empty space. Dumbledore felt a twinge of regret. Although he was aware that the room of requirement contained countless magical items, witnessing their disappearance before his very eyes was still disheartening. He effortlessly tucked Diggory's small frame under his arm and briskly made his way towards the exit. "You've taken quite a bit already. If you desire more, you may return another time." "I can no longer afford to linger here," Dumbledore stated. "I have an early morning ahead, as I am to attend a meeting at the Ministry of Magic to discuss the upcoming Triwizard Tournament at Hogwarts. What I need most now is a good night's sleep." "So you must not disrupt my plans," he declared matter-of-factly. Unbeknownst to him, Diggory, nestled under his arm, was wide-eyed in astonishment. "The Triwizard Tournament? This is impossible." The Triwizard Tournament. This is a traditional competition held among the three magical schools, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang, established approximately 700 years ago. It is said to foster a spirit of camaraderie among the three major magical institutions in Europe, aimed at deepening mutual understanding within the magical community. The ethos has always been friendship first, competition second, though no one has truly adhered to this principle. The competition involves each school selecting a single student, who will then compete in 3 magical tasks, with each task occurring at different times throughout the academic year. These 3 magical challenges are designed to evaluate the students from various perspectives. The challenge tests their talents in magic, advantages, courage, theory, reasoning abilities, and ultimately their capacity to triumph over peril. Due to the influence of having watched a film in a previous life, I had always assumed that the 3 contests proceeded in succession. It was only later, upon reading a book, that I learned there is a significant interval between each event. Contestants are evaluated based on the quality of their performance in each task, and the student with the highest cumulative score across the 3 challenges emerges victorious. The winner is awarded a monetary prize of 1,000 galleons, which roughly equates to around 50,000 of today as currency. While this sum may not suffice for extravagant expenditures, it is ample enough to delight the participants, particularly those on the cusp of adulthood, eager to explore the opposite sex, and brimming with youthful exuberance. This is especially true for the students of Durmstrang, who often engage in such pursuits. Initially, what astonished Diggory was the impending Triwizard Tournament, an event that occurs once every 5 years, with 3 schools alternating in hosting. However, due to the alarming number of fatalities among students during the tournament, it was ultimately suspended. Diego distinctly remembers that the Triwizard Tournament was reinstated during Harry Potter's 4th year. This decision was made by the Department of International Magical Cooperation and the Department of Magical Sports, who believed that the time was right for its revival. After an entire summer of preparations, they hosted the first tournament once again at Hogwarts. Harry Potter's 4th year spanned the years 1994 to 1995. And now, it is the year 1988. Diggory realized at once that his arrival and the actions he had taken had set off a tempest. As if the flutter of a butterfly's wings had unleashed a hurricane, the trajectory of the ensuing narrative had already begun to shift. However, the extent of these changes and the specific areas affected remained a mystery to Diggory. All he could do now was pray that, apart from Harry Potter and the crown, the other 5 Horcruxes had not transformed. If those 5 Horcruxes were to become something entirely different, he would truly be at a loss for words. Most crucially, he could not divulge this matter to Dumbledore, Doing so would be tantamount to further disrupting the narrative, leading to even greater alterations in the future. Thus, rendered speechless and immobile, Diggo found himself returned to the Hufflepuff common room by Dumbledore. Upon his return to the dormitory, he discovered that the other students were already asleep. Dumbledore gently placed Diggo on his bed, advising him to rest, for he would need to rise early for his introductory charms class. With the petrification spell set to lift in 6 hours. "Good night, Cedric," he concluded, before turning and departing. Diggory reclined upon his bed, enveloped by the tranquil night, marking the inaugural evening of his existence in this realm. Yet, this particular night was destined for sleeplessness. The narrative had undergone an unforeseen alteration, and he was compelled to fulfill the 2 tasks bestowed upon him by the enigmatic Golden Finger. Firstly, to obliterate at least 3 Horcruxes before the resurrection of Voldemort in 5 years. Secondly, to aid Harry Potter in vanquishing the Dark Lord. It was abundantly clear that even the initial task had presented immense challenges. The necessity to withhold substantial information regarding future events rendered Diggory frequently isolated in his endeavors. Any individual's prior involvement would inevitably grant them some foreknowledge of subsequent developments, or they would have already traversed through future occurrences. Such scenarios would invariably lead to further modifications of the storyline. Moreover, Diggory could not ascertain whether these alterations would affect the locations of the remaining Horcruxes. Thus, Diggory reluctantly concluded that the most prudent and direct course of action was to augment his own strength, enabling him to confront nearly all unforeseen circumstances with composure. Strength was also the fundamental assurance for his survival within this world. He required sufficient freedom and authority, so that once he had attained a certain level of power, he could leverage the influence of the Order of the Phoenix to accomplish his objectives. He could not continue to adhere to a rigid schedule of retiring to bed at a fixed hour. Ideally, it would be prudent to seize the Helga Hufflepuff's cup and the Gaunt ring under the cover of night, once he had acquired formidable abilities. Making his way to Gringotts in the Gaunt residence, this would ensure the completion of his first task with relative ease. With this thought in mind, Diggory swiftly entered the realm of the Golden Finger. His previous frenzied exploits within the Room of Requirement had amassed a considerable reserve of magical energy. Thus, neglecting to indulge in the shopping emporium now would be a disservice to himself. "Come forth, my exemplary student," Diggory summoned within the recesses of his mind. Ding! The system's voice resonated in Diggory's consciousness. "Host, for reasons unknown, upon hearing your summons, this system feels a peculiar sense of embarrassment. DG, cease your antics. You are merely a Golden Finger system, devoid of such emotions. Now, present the shopping store. I am prepared to indulge in some retail therapy." "System, understood, host." As the system's voice faded, that familiar sensation of dizziness enveloped him once more. When DG regained consciousness, he found himself within the realm of the Golden Finger space. Diggory gazed intently, and within the once blank expanse of the system's realm, a colossal shelf materialized, laden with an array of magical artifacts, each adorned with its corresponding price tag. Among them was a birchwood wand, measuring 13 1/3 inches in length, with a core crafted from the reverse scales of a dragon. Priced at an astonishing 1,000,000 units of magical energy, Diggory was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the very first magical item he encountered would command such a steep price. "This wand is excessively overpriced. It feels like highway robbery," he exclaimed in astonishment. The system interjected, "Please allow me to elucidate, esteemed host. Firstly, the wand is fashioned from birchwood, one of the most ancient trees in existence, symbolizing the expulsion of malevolent spirits and ancient souls. It also embodies an aura of sanctity and beauty. Moreover, the core of this wand is derived from the reverse scale of an Eastern divine dragon, a creature that possesses only a single such scale, endowing it with immense magical potency. This alone justifies the 1,000,000 magical energy price tag." After listening attentively, Diggory nodded in agreement, simultaneously developing an instinctive sense of affinity towards the wand, a feeling that emanated from the very essence of his lineage. Although he now inhabited the body of an Englishman, it was undeniable that the blood coursing through him bore the name Yin Wang. He gazed deeply at the wand once more and suddenly inquired, "Am I still able to wield this wand?" Prior to his arrival at Hogwarts, he had accompanied his father to Diagon Alley to procure his very own wand, a 12 1/4 inch wand crafted from yew wood, with a core of male unicorn hair, renowned for its remarkable elasticity. He was uncertain if it was possible to possess another wand while already having one. Theoretically speaking, disregarding the cost, it was indeed possible. The system responded, Of course, provided that this wand consents to it, and that your original wand does not harbor jealousy. Agreeing to share its allegiance, Diego felt somewhat overwhelmed. Theoretically speaking, I believe that Diego and I are not the same person, although we share the same body. Our souls are distinct. From this perspective, I think it should be possible. What do you think, exemplary student? System, I apologize, host. But this system cannot provide you with a definitive answer to your query. However, you may experiment on your own. Of course, this is contingent upon your possessing 1,000,000 magic points. So, come to your senses, host. You are not yet worthy of wielding this wand. Hiss. Diego inhaled sharply, exclaiming, cough, cough. Goodness gracious. Diggory, how much magical power do I possess at this moment? System, you currently have a total of 36,850 points. Diggory now finds himself somewhat stifled by his own golden finger. Why does this so-called golden finger have the uncanny ability to extinguish conversations? Diggory muses to himself. Perhaps it is the programmer from the developer's side who has inadvertently introduced a bug into the system. Yet, he is utterly powerless. For this contraption lacks any form of warranty or customer service, leaving him with no avenue for lodging a complaint. Diggo let out a long sigh, ultimately deciding to set aside his thoughts on the matter, redirecting his attention to the magical items displayed on the store shelves. The Nimbus 3000, priced at 1,500 magical points. The Comet, available for 2,500 magical points. An automatic answering quill, merely 10 magical points. A model student, and this quill costs only 10 magical points. How remarkably inexpensive. Diggory felt a twinge of surprise. Could it be that this system had finally developed a conscience? No, that was implausible. Such a concept was beyond this contraption. The system stated, the automatic answering quill can only be utilized during examinations in this magical realm, and its use during such assessments is strictly prohibited. Thus, it is quite affordable. Dior, the items that are of no use are inexpensive, while the good ones can easily reach tens of thousands, or even millions. System, not quite. There is also this women's wizard lingerie valued at 1,500. Diggo felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, questioning the purpose of such an item. What was its use on a late evening, if not for personal liberation? The system chimed in. Perhaps, dear host, you may find a girlfriend at Hogwarts someday. You could gift it to her. This notion seemed somewhat reasonable to Diggo, yet the thought of the female students at Hogwarts gave him pause. It indeed seemed plausible. He nodded earnestly, but then reconsidered, realizing that gifting lingerie might come across as rather inappropriate. Indeed, this so-called golden finger was utterly devoid of decency. He could not place his trust in it. Diggory turned to observe other magical artifacts. A green wizard's hat, valued at 10 points of magical energy. This golden finger truly is not a beneficial item. Does it believe that one would be inclined to exchange for it? How is that even conceivable? A black magic cloak, priced at 800 points of magical energy. A blue wizard's cloak, equally at 800 points of magical energy. Alas, even a single garment is so exorbitantly priced. Diggo expressed his discontent, inquiring if there were any items of excellent quality at a reasonable price. The system responded, indeed, esteemed host. Please direct your attention to the bottom shelf where premium parchment is available for a mere 100 points of magical energy. On the second shelf, to the far right, you will find a phonetic magic chart for 50 points of magical energy. Additionally, the potion ingredient, bad blood herb, is priced at 80 points of magical energy. Diggory, pray tell, what purpose do these trinkets serve? Particularly this enchanted phonetic chart and the vile herb, bad blood grass. I am already a prodigy. And with the lottery system and shopping emporium at my disposal, what use do I have for these items? System, well, the precise utility awaits your own exploration, dear host. While they may appear to be of little value at present, who knows? In the future, should you aspire to become an alchemist, these potions may prove indispensable. With an expressionless demeanor, Diego pointed at the entire row of potions occupying the fourth shelf of the long display, exclaiming, why should I go through all that trouble? Isn't it more convenient to exchange directly? Moreover, a single bottle of the potion of infatuation costs merely 1,000 points of magical energy. What a bargain. The system, detecting the frustration and impatience in Diego's voice, attempted to reason. 1,000 points of magical energy is not insignificant. With that amount, you could obtain a cloak and still have 200 points left. Isn't that enticing? Furthermore, the ingredients required to concoct the potion of infatuation only total 680 points of magical energy, allowing you to brew it yourself when needed, thus saving an additional 320 points. Diggory helplessly rubbed his forehead and sighed. When I wish to use the love potion, do you believe I possess the patience to concoct a vial myself? I hardly believe I could exhibit such remarkable patience, Diggory exclaimed. The system expressed its own sense of helplessness, replying, I apologize, dear host. But the items available in the shop are beyond my control. If there is nothing on these 4 shelves that meets your approval, we may consider a change. Diggory, why didn't you mention it earlier? Let's change it now. Suddenly, the shelves before Diggory shimmered, and when his vision cleared, the items on the shelves had already been replaced. Enchantment-resistant cloak, 2,000 points of magical energy. Enchantment-resistant hat, 1,800 points of magical energy. Demon-repelling glasses, 1,400 points of magical energy. Upon observing these items, Diggory finally nodded in satisfaction, realizing that the merchandise in the shop had improved considerably. Ultimately, Diggory procured a white wizard's cloak of protection against curses, along with 10 stink bombs, dung bombs, and a vial of love potion. Gazing at the garments and the multitude of bottles he held, Diggory inquired, May I store these items in my space and retrieve them when necessary? The system responded, Certainly. Diggory expressed that his discontent regarding the golden finger had now subsided. With a calm demeanor, he nodded gently and inquired of the system, How much magical energy do I have left? The system responded, A white anti-curse cloak costs 2,000 points of magical energy. A vial of aphrodisiac 1,000 points. Along with 10 stink bombs at 200 points and 10 dung bombs, also at 200 points, totaling an expenditure of 3,400 points of magical energy. You currently possess 450 points of magical energy. Diego hesitated for a moment and inquired, Are there any discounts? I intend to make my purchases here from now on. Surely you could offer a little something? The system responded, There are no discounts available, dear host. You are being overly optimistic. Diggory, am I not your esteemed host? Is this how you treat me? At this moment, the system appeared somewhat exasperated. After all, Diggory was indeed an exceptional host. Very well, dear host. If you desire a discount, there is a way. Kindly provide me with 100 points of magical energy as a tip, and I shall grant you a 5 discount. Diggory fully capitalized on the advantages cultivated under the previous era of examination-oriented education. After swiftly calculating in his mind, he realized he could indeed profit. However, upon examining the shelves before him, Diggory inquired, I have no issue with tipping. But how shall I compensate you for the magical value of these items along with the gratuity? As Diggory had just posed his question, 2 strands of golden and white light materialized before him, gradually descending and ultimately coalescing into a sphere at his feet. In the blink of an eye, as the radiance dissipated, a large ginger cat appeared in its place. Swift as lightning, the cat leapt up the pant leg of Diggory's consciousness. After securing its position with its claws, it swiftly ascended to Diggory's shoulder and immediately extended its paw. With a resounding slap, it struck the back of Diggory's head. Then, the feline articulated in human speech, Meow, the deduction has been completed. Thank you for your review. Diggory was momentarily taken aback for 3 seconds, then regained his senses. Without uttering a word, he disregarded the object in his hands and swiftly slapped the orange cat perched on his shoulder. A resounding crack echoed through the system space. Ouch! Diggory cried out in pain as the agile orange cat leaped away, leaving Diggory to strike his own shoulder. With a furious glare directed at the distant orange cat, who was cautiously observing him, Diggory bared his teeth and exclaimed, Come on, don't leave me. Come and bond with your host. The orange cat, however, remained unfolded, sitting at a distance and thinking, Sorry, host, but this system does not trust you one bit. Diggory, haha, you possess quite the talent. At this moment, Diggory was filled with a seething resentment. He could hardly fathom that the payment method for magical energy would be so convoluted. Was this a challenge to his very threshold of tolerance? Yet, he found himself utterly powerless against the cunning orange cat. The moment he made any slight movement, it responded with remarkable swiftness. After a prolonged pursuit within the confines of the system's space, Diggory, panting heavily, pointed an accusatory finger at the orange feline and gasped, Well, you've got some nerve, cat. Just wait until I catch you. You'll regret it. The orange cat, a manifestation of the diligent student system, leisurely groomed its paws before casting a disdainful glance at Diggory, remarking, Host, please mind your words. You will need my assistance to return home. Upon hearing this, Diggory's eyes widened in realization as he looked at the orange cat, suddenly aware of the gravity of the situation. Indeed, how could he have overlooked that? Outside, The morning sun rose, casting its gentle rays into the Hufflepuff dormitory, softly illuminating Diggory's weary face as he remained in slumber. The previous night, after completing his shopping in the System S space, Diggory had also engaged in a round of luck with the lottery system to acquire magic. He had spun the novice lottery 3 times and the intermediate one twice. To his delight, the intermediate lottery wheel did not disappoint, yielding successful results on both attempts, granting him 2 intermediate spells. One of these spells was Sandstorm, an exceptionally practical offensive incantation capable of causing explosive effects. The other was Armor of Protection, a highly useful defensive spell, arguably even more effective than standard defensive charms. Unlike typical defensive spells that merely shield against magical attacks, Armor of Protection conjured invisible walls around the caster, not only defending against incoming spells, but also providing an opportunity for counterattacks. In stark contrast to the intermediate lottery, the novice lottery left Diggory quite vexed. Of his 3 spins, 2 had yielded nothing, and the final draw awarded him a mere consolation prize, the levitation charm. The thought of the 1,500 points of magical energy he had expended on the novice lottery made Diggory wince. However, he soon recalled that this was the very spell taught in his first-year charms class, and he begrudgingly accepted the outcome. Subsequently, Diggory dedicated himself to practicing the 3 newly acquired spells within the system's space. Thanks to a complimentary 10% proficiency boost from the system, he was able to utilize the spells immediately. His practice was solely to enhance his skill, ensuring that when the time came for practical application, he would not falter due to nerves. Thus, Diggory became engrossed in his diligent practice, unable to extricate himself from the pursuit of mastery. It was only when the large ginger cat in the system space nudged him that Diggo realized the dawn was merely 2 hours away. Thus, he hastily withdrew from the system space, eager to fall asleep, hoping to regain some energy in the limited time. However, it was evident that 2 hours would hardly suffice. With the sunlight streaming in, Diggo soon awakened from his slumber, and after much effort, he finally emerged from his cocoon, beginning the routine of dressing and grooming himself before preparing for breakfast. At that moment, Patrick, who shared the dormitory with Diggo, also rose from his slumber. As he donned his clothes, he approached Diggo, ready to exchange greetings. "Hello, Cedric. Where did you go with the professors last night? I didn't see you return until I fell asleep," Patrick inquired, then pointed at the large ginger cat on Diggo's bed, asking, "And where did this feline come from? Was to your pet an owl?" Diggo, with his pronounced dark circles, abruptly turned his gaze towards his bed, where, in one corner, he beheld the familiar orange figure that Patrick had pointed out. It was surprising that, due to his still recovering state, he had momentarily overlooked the presence of this cat. Yet, Diggo felt a tinge of uncertainty, as he was unaware whether the system's orange cat could manifest in this world. After all, during his time within the system, that large orange feline had never mentioned such matters to him. Under their watchful eyes, the hefty orange cat lazily stretched, emitted a soft meow, cast a glance at Diggo, and then resumed its repose on the bed, refusing to budge. Diggory exchanged a knowing glance with the large orange cat, realizing that it was indeed the transformed embodiment of the exemplary student system, although he was slightly taken aback by the cat's presence in the real world. The breakfast before him and the upcoming charms class took precedence. Once he had dressed and groomed himself, Diggory joined Patrick in the hall, ready to partake in the meal. With the essence of a Chinese soul within him, he gazed at the table laden with fried chicken legs, vegetable salad, an array of fruits, and bread. After a moment's hesitation, and under Patrick's inquisitive stare, he ultimately chose a fresh sandwich, an apple, and a modest slice of warm apple pie as his breakfast. Thus commenced his first day at Hogwarts, and indeed in this world. Meanwhile, on the other side of the magical realm, deep beneath London, Albus Dumbledore, donned in a gray-white wizard's robe, opened the door before him, revealing a long conference table. The table was already occupied by numerous attendees. Presiding at the head was Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge, flanked on his right by empty seats, while Lucius Malfoy occupied the left. On either side were the heads of the other 2 competing schools in the Triwizard Tournament, Madame Maxime of Beauxbatons and Karkaroff of Durmstrang. Along with the Director of International Magical Cooperation, the Director of Magical Sports, and key personnel from both departments. Dumbledore, peering over his half-moon spectacles, cast a glance at Lucius beside Fudge, then removed his hat, walking in while offering an apologetic smile. "I apologize, everyone. I had an unexpected matter arise last night. A new student from Hogwarts presented me with a delightful surprise that nearly kept me awake, so I am regretfully late." Fudge promptly rose to greet Dumbledore, extending his arms wide. "We all know how busy you are, Dumbledore. It is more than sufficient for you to be here. In truth, you are not late at all. It is merely that the rest of us arrived a bit early." The others nodded in agreement. As Dumbledore took his seat, he gently kissed Madame Maxime's hand in a gesture of cordiality, before directing his gaze towards Karkaroff, who sat beside Lucius, with a mysterious smile playing at his lips. Dumbledore remarked, "It has been a while, Karkaroff. I did not expect to encounter you here." Karkaroff responded with a defiant smile, stating, "Today's discussion revolves around the reinstatement of the Triwizard Tournament, and as the headmaster of Durmstrang, one of the 3 champions, my presence is essential." Dumbledore nodded in agreement with Karkaroff's assertion. Suddenly, he turned his attention to Lucius, his enigmatic smile growing ever more pronounced. "And you, Lucius, what brings you here?" With silver hair, Lucius felt a slight tremor in his hand, hidden beneath the table, upon hearing Dumbledore's inquiry. Though subtle, the keen-eyed Dumbledore noticed it, yet chose to remain silent. Observing the ambiguous smile at the corner of Dumbledore's mouth, Lucius's lips twitched as he spoke. "I apologize, Professor, for not notifying you in advance. The revival of the Triwizard Tournament is indeed a significant initiative championed by my family, the Malfoys, and we are proud sponsors of the event." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. The sudden actions of the Malfoy family were undoubtedly not without purpose. As one of the oldest pure-blood families in the magical world, the Malfoys were among the wealthiest of their kind. Whether the members of this family possessed intelligence was debatable, but their cunning was indisputable. They excelled in strategic alliances and resource management. Otherwise, they would not have thrived under Voldemort's dark reign, clinging to his coattails, wielding power through unscrupulous means, seizing lands and properties, thus ensuring their own lives were both comfortable and fulfilling. Now, this astute family was fervently sponsoring a tournament that had long been discontinued and seemed devoid of significance to them, which undoubtedly concealed some unknown aspect that Dumbledore was unaware of. Dumbledore gazed at Lucius, attempting to subtly employ legitimacy to glean insights from his emotions. However, just as he began to exert his influence, Karkaroff, seated beside Lucius, suddenly unleashed a surge of mental energy. Karkaroff had been closely monitoring Dumbledore, and at that moment, his mental force manifested as a protective barrier, shielding Lucius from Dumbledore's probing. Although Karkaroff's power paled in comparison to Dumbledore's, intercepting such a tentative legitimacy attempt posed no challenge for him. The clash of their formidable mental energies reverberated through the air, resulting in an explosive backlash that left everyone present feeling as if their heads had been struck forcefully, rendering them dazed for a moment before they regained their senses. Karkaroff slammed his palms on the table, roaring at Dumbledore, "What are you doing, Dumbledore?" In that instant, the expressions of everyone in the meeting room turned grim. Some, like Fudge, were filled with indignation, while others were still recovering from the shock. Dumbledore, unfazed, glanced at Karkaroff, who was leaning heavily on the table, breathing heavily with fury in his eyes. He then turned to Lucius, obscured by Karkaroff's figure, and remarked, "Karkaroff, why the agitation? I am not targeting you, am I, Lucius?" Before Lucius could respond, Fudge intervened, forcibly suppressing his own ire, placing a hand on the table to address the assembly, though his true pressure was directed at Dumbledore. "Enough." Fudge's voice resonated with the gravitas befitting the Minister of Magic, as this meeting was convened to discuss the revival of the Triwizard Tournament, an event of extraordinary significance to the entire European magical community. Within this room, at this conference table, during the forthcoming negotiations, I wish to hear but one discourse: the timing of the Triwizard Tournament's return to Hogwarts. I have no desire to entertain any other matters. Dumbledore, upon hearing Fudge's pronouncement, furrowed his brow. He surveyed the assembly and noted that aside from Madame Maxime's look of confusion, the others maintained a facade of tranquility. At that moment, Dumbledore directed his gaze towards Lucius, who had been seated in Karkaroff's shadow, and inquired, "I recall receiving word regarding discussions at the Ministry about when and where the new Triwizard Tournament would take place. How has it now transformed into a certainty that it will be hosted at Hogwarts? Why was I, the headmaster, not informed of this?" Fudge remained silent, merely returning to his chair, while Karkaroff mirrored his actions, retrieving a snuff-box to indulge in a sniff. Observing their reactions, Dumbledore promptly shifted his focus back to Lucius. Indeed, Lucius emerged from Karkaroff's silhouette, a pale visage adorned with a smile that resembled a mask. "Allow me to elucidate," Lucius began. "The Triwizard Tournament serves as a vital conduit for the new generation of the European magical community. as well as a means of effective communication among the three esteemed magical institutions. The Malfoy family deems it imperative to restore this illustrious event, and thus we are willing to single-handedly initiate and sponsor the first tournament. Before Dumbledore could interject, Lucius continued, "As for the choice of Hogwarts as the venue, it is my alma mater, and I wish for this momentous tournament to unfold within its hallowed halls." Lucius cast a quick glance at Dumbledore and added, "This decision has already been ratified by the Hogwarts Board of Governors, hence, Professor, you need only to execute the Board's resolution." Dumbledore regarded Lucius with a growing sense of unease, recalling the ominous words spoken by Diggory the previous evening before the start of term ceremony. Voldemort is poised to return. A flicker of regret passed through Dumbledore's cerulean eyes. Had he anticipated such a scenario, he would have certainly brought Diggory along. However, he quickly realized that even with Diggory present, it would be futile. Setting aside the matter of Diggory's own narrative, who would believe a mere 11-year-old child? Moreover, Diggory had once confided in him that the more information was disclosed about future events, the greater the likelihood of those events being altered. Just based on this principle, Diggory would refrain from divulging such information here. Yet, Dumbledore was now bereft of both the time and opportunity to devise a strategy to thwart Lucius's plans. He had already allied himself with Karkaroff and Fudge, rallying the power of his family to discreetly ensure that the members of the Hogwarts Board of Governors were firmly on his side. Alas, Dumbledore had come to this realization far too late. Seeing Dumbledore's silence, Lucius inwardly exhaled in relief. At that moment, however, Madame Maxime suddenly interjected, inquiring whether the rules of the tournament remained unchanged. Had nothing at all transformed? It was well known that in previous tournaments, far too many students had perished due to unforeseen circumstances. It was precisely for this reason that the tournament had been cancelled. Madame Maxime rapped her broad knuckles against the table and asked, "Have you considered this matter? If not, I believe there is no justification for the revival of the Triwizard Tournament." Dumbledore cast a grateful glance at Madame Maxime. Her intervention was most opportune. Yet, to his surprise, Lucius and Karkaroff displayed no signs of astonishment, as though they had anticipated such inquiries. Lucius dusted off an imaginary speck of dust from his brooch and elegantly replied, "Rest assured, Madame Maxime, we have indeed taken this matter into account. For this tournament, we intend to redesign the three events, shifting the focus from upper-year students to those in lower years, thereby reducing the difficulty." Noticing the frowns on Dumbledore's and Madame Maxime's faces, Lucius swiftly continued, "To align with the age of the participating students, the events will, theoretically, pose no danger, so you may both rest easy on that front." Madame Maxime retorted, "Theoretically." Before Lucius could respond, Karkaroff interjected with a scoff, stating, "Regardless, the children from our three schools are destined to become the backbone of the magical world. They must learn to confront potential dangers from a young age. If they lack even this basic ability, they might as well live as muggles, free of such burdens." Fudge timely added, "That is a valid point." At this juncture, Lucius remarked, "Not only will the events be significantly safer than before, but my family will also provide rewards beyond just galleons. For instance, some of the artifacts collected by the Draco family, such as pocket watches, canes, and diaries." Before Lucius could complete his sentence, Dumbledore interjected, "Regardless of the grand prize, given that the participants have now become younger students, the competition must be entirely devoid of peril. Otherwise, I shall not consent to this contest." Dumbledore fixed his gaze upon Lucius, enunciating each word with gravity. "I will not allow children, who have just begun to witness the vibrant wonders of the magical world, to suddenly confront your hazardous competition. Even if you have persuaded all the board members, it matters not." Lucius's expression soured, and Karkaroff, catching sight of this, immediately rose from his seat, pointing at Dumbledore with a cold retort. "This is the decision of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, a decree you cannot alter. If you disagree, perhaps you should relinquish your position as headmaster." Dumbledore narrowed his azure eyes, fixing Karkaroff with an unwavering stare, his countenance devoid of expression, remaining silent. Those familiar with Dumbledore understood that he was genuinely incensed. Someone as typically restrained as he, once provoked, would likely be unstoppable by all present combined. Fudge, well aware of Dumbledore's temperament, stood up urgently, attempting to mediate between the two, while others might leverage their stature to challenge Dumbledore. To provoke him at this moment when his displeasure was apparent would indeed be courting disaster. "Karkaroff, what nonsense are you spouting?" Fudge admonished sharply, directing his ire at Karkaroff. "The previous Triwizard Tournament was halted due to excessive casualties. How can we allow ourselves to repeat such a tragic history?" Upon finishing, Fudge immediately cast a knowing glance at Lucius. Understanding the signal, albeit somewhat reluctantly, Lucius clearly recognized Dumbledore's formidable nature. He pulled Karkaroff back to his seat and smiled at Dumbledore. Rest assured, Professor, one of the purposes of our meeting today is to redefine the 3 tasks of the tournament, striving to prevent any similar tragedies from occurring. After Lucius's statement, the Director of International Magical Cooperation and the Director of Magical Sports nodded in agreement, offering reassurances to Dumbledore. At this moment, Dumbledore also realized his earlier indiscretion. He took a deep breath, casting a long glance at the smiling Karkaroff and the masked expression of Lucius, and exhaled deeply. Dumbledore then said, "Let us commence our discussion regarding the scheduling of the Triwizard Tournament and the specific tasks. We must devise a plan that garners unanimous agreement from all present." Every individual in attendance comprehended the subtext of Dumbledore's words. Yet each wizard present held their own distinct perspective. After Dumbledore's words, everyone nodded, each harboring their own thoughts. Meanwhile, on the other side of the magical realm, at Hogwarts, in a first-year charms class, the diminutive Professor Flitwick, a half-giant, stood atop his specially designed podium, greeting the students from Slytherin and Hufflepuff houses. "Good morning, everyone. I am your charms professor here at Hogwarts. You may call me Professor Flitwick." He gently tapped the desk and continued, "Now, the students in the back. Please refrain from speaking. Any disruption to the class will result in a deduction of house points for your respective houses. I trust you will not tarnish your house's reputation." Flitwick surveyed the now quiet classroom with a satisfied smile. "Let us begin our first lesson on the use of the levitation charm. As the name suggests, this charm allows objects to float in the air. You may also refer to it as the hovering charm. This spell is frequently featured in the practical examination of the charms theory section of the OWLS. It carries approximately 20 points. So I expect you to take it seriously and not let your attention wander. Those 20 points are right here. And whether you can secure them depends on your efforts today. Remember, the OWLS are of utmost importance. Your scores will directly influence your future careers. Therefore, for the sake of your future, it is imperative that you study diligently and do not adopt a nonchalant attitude towards this matter." Diggory sat below, listening to Professor Frivy speaking on stage, and he was suddenly reminded of his senior year, sitting in the classroom and listening to his subject teacher explain the topics. After expressing his reflections, Professor Frivy handed out the incantation for the levitation spell to everyone, encouraging them to attempt to make the feather in front of them float in the air using the spell. Diggory gazed at the feather before him, with the words of Professor Flivy echoing in his ears as he imparted the secrets of spellcasting to his students. His already weary mind, burdened by a lack of sleep, felt the feather grow increasingly heavy. He reminded himself to envision himself as a delicate plume. Yes, to infuse the power of imagination into his wand. Be patient. Do not rush. Take your time. The final flourish of the wand must be executed with vigor. Professor Flivy approached Patrick's side, his gaze landing on Diggory, who had succumbed to slumber with his head resting on the desk and felt a deep sense of affront. With a firm clap upon Diggory's desk, Flivy exclaimed with indignation, "Is my class truly so dull that it lulls you to sleep?" Diggory was abruptly roused by Friviv, and the moment his initially dazed eyes met Friviv's gaze, clarity washed over him, akin to being caught dozing off in class by the teacher. There was no fear, only the embarrassment of being unprepared and discovered. Diggory's sheer awkwardness, devoid of any fear or regret, only fueled Friviv's ire further. In Hufflepuff House, the consequence of Cedric's slumber in class resulted in a deduction of 30 house points. "Oh no, our house has lost points," exclaimed a Hufflepuff student. "Alas, it's over, losing points on the very first class of the term. It seems the House Cup is beyond our reach this year," lamented another Hufflepuff student. "Fear not, the House Cup is something our house has never claimed," remarked one individual. "Indeed, I have heard the same from the upperclassmen of Hufflepuff. It is a fact, thus we need not concern ourselves with point deductions." Upon hearing this, the student who had initially worried about the House Cup breathed a sigh of relief. "If that is the case, then I feel reassured." As the charms class concluded, thoughts turned to lunch. "I wonder what we shall have for our meal?" the first Hufflepuff student inquired. "Before class, I asked the house elves in the kitchen, and they mentioned roasted turkey, pizza, and chicken legs," he replied. "Indeed, I've heard from the upperclassmen that the house elves tend to stick to the same old recipes, lacking any innovation." Another Hufflepuff student chimed in. Yet, at that moment, an unpleasant voice interjected. "Ha! No wonder you lot are a bunch of Hufflepuff misfits. Lacking ability is one thing, but your utter lack of ambition is a true waste of Hogwarts resources. Diggory's gaze, having observed Professor Flitwick's peculiar hairstyle, turned towards the individual who derided the Hufflepuff student. A tall, slender figure, he bore a mole as dark as his cloak upon his cheek. In his hand, he wielded a wand of peachwood, its tip pointed menacingly at the feather resting upon his desk, adorned with the serpent emblem of Slytherin. His student cloak complemented his curly brown hair and mocha complexion. For some inexplicable reason, this Slytherin student's appearance evoked memories of the renowned coffee empress from a past life. With this thought in mind, Diggory turned to his companion Patrick, who was seething with indignation at the mockery directed at Hufflepuff by the coffee empress, and inquired with a smile, "Patrick, do you have any idea who that fellow is?" "That insufferable chap is named Severus Slinger," Patrick replied. "A man who has already sold his dignity to the Slytherin family." Diggory absent-mindedly touched his nose, feeling an inexplicable sensation at the mention of the Slytherin family by Patrick. It seemed as though the individual before him, named Savage, would somehow invoke the Slytherin legacy, shattering his own aspirations of quietly developing in the shadows. Just as Diggory's worries began to mount, Savage cast a provocative glance in his direction, dismissively proclaiming, "Even if you are a genius recognized by the Sorting Hat, what does that truly signify? Ultimately, you have been sorted into Hufflepuff." With palpable excitement, Savage continued, the large dark mole on his cheek glistening. "This merely indicates that you are a genius of Hufflepuff, and in my view, a genius among Hufflepuffs is still a mere waste. Your so-called genius status seems to be a flaw in the Sorting Hat's judgment. Otherwise, how could it declare you a genius? If you were truly a genius, you would be performing a levitation charm right now. It is time for you, the so-called genius among the useless, to showcase your talents. Make sure to seize this moment." Ha ha ha. Savage's enthusiasm grew with each word, his laughter echoing, entirely disregarding the fact that they were in a classroom. Diggory observed Savage's haughty laughter, then turned his gaze to Professor Flitwick. Indeed, at that moment, Professor Flitwick's expression was as grim as if he had inadvertently swallowed a multitude of flies. And judging by the tremors that coursed through his body, it seemed these flies had been consumed in a most unsavory location. As Diggory observed Savage's hearty laughter, he couldn't help but join in the mirth. He felt that if someone could lend him a hand, it would be most fortunate. For he harbored a foreboding sense that any further actions of his, should they capture attention, might instigate a chain reaction, ultimately altering the trajectory of the narrative to come. Thus, Diggory resolved to minimize his presence as much as possible, hoping to navigate the tumultuous waters until Voldemort's resurrection, which would be the most fortuitous outcome. Deep within his thoughts, Diggory contemplated the scene before him. Observing Professor Flitwick's speechless frustration, he seized the opportunity to stoke the flames of conflict. "You, a wretched creature the same hue as mud, what right do you have to disrupt the decorum of Professor Flitwick's classroom?" he exclaimed, his voice feigning anger yet tinged with a hint of grievance. Indeed, his words ensnared Savage. To Savage, the phrase "the same hue as mud" was a biting insinuation of his status as a mudblood, while he prided himself on being a noble pureblood wizard. Provoked beyond measure, Savage selectively disregarded Diggory's subsequent remarks about classroom decorum, angrily pointing a finger at Diggory and retorting, "You are the true mudblood. Your entire family is comprised of filthy mudbloods. I see you are merely deflecting attention because you cannot even perform the levitation charm." In the face of Savage's insults, Diggory found the exchange utterly lacking in sophistication. As a time traveler from another world, he had encountered far more creative invectives. Hearing such juvenile taunts from an 11-year-old felt like a gentle breeze, failing to stir even the slightest ripple upon the surface of his tranquil heart. In fact, he was tempted to brew himself a cup of homemade milk tea, enjoying it while relishing Savage's solitary comedic performance. However, while Diggory managed to restrain himself, others were unable to hold back. "Savage, I see you are merely envious. You envy Cedric's greater charm, you envy Cedric's superior talent, and you resent that Cedric stole your spotlight last night." Diggory looked at his side in astonishment, only to see Patrick panting heavily, his gaze filled with fury as he glared at Savage across the room. The recent retort had indeed come from his lips. "You are nothing but a self-righteous fool. You believe that being sorted into Slytherin makes you the most gifted among our cohort of first years. Yet, at the sorting ceremony, you encountered Cedric, whose talents far surpass your own, and this was declared publicly by the Sorting Hat itself. Our esteemed Cedric from Hufflepuff is, without a doubt, the most talented of this year's newcomers." At this moment, Patrick's face flushed with excitement, surpassing even Savage's earlier fervor. "Oh, I misspoke. Cedric is not merely the most gifted among our first years. He is the most talented student in the history of Hogwarts. This proclamation had been loudly announced by the Sorting Hat itself. Indeed, you are envious of Cedric, envious of his unparalleled gifts, and jealous that, despite being placed in Hufflepuff, he remains the most remarkable presence among us. Other Hufflepuff students joined in the mockery directed at Savage. Patrick's words struck Savage like thunderclaps, mercilessly laying bare his insecurities for all to see. His face gradually reddened, and the fury in his eyes threatened to erupt. Huh? You claim his talent is the greatest in Hogwarts history? Then let him show us the levitation charm right now. Savage shouted in a frenzy, if he can't perform it. It only proves he is devoid of skill, and that all Hufflepuff students are worthless. Enough, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, his lips trembling with indignation. This is a classroom, a place of learning, not your personal domain. As students of Hogwarts, you must adhere to the rules of this institution. He pointed an unyielding finger at Savage. Because of your disruption, Savage, Slytherin House will lose 50 points. In that moment, Savage finally came to his senses. Unlike Hufflepuff, Slytherin cared deeply about the allocation of house points at the end of each term. To them, the House Cup represented the honor of wizards, a testament to their superiority as pure-blood wizards from a young age. Thus, the Slytherin students had an intense possessiveness over the House Cup, something Diggo felt was of little consequence. Now, due to Savage's actions, their house had lost a significant 50 points, leaving Savage's brown complexion as pale as parchment. Yet, the ordeal was not over. Professor Flitwick turned his ire towards the Hufflepuff students, equally incensed, because Hufflepuff students also contributed to the disruption of this class. You too will lose 50 points. Patrick and a group of Hufflepuff students shrugged indifferently. In comparison to the house points, their immediate desire was to confront and deliver a thorough beating to Savage. Not only had Savage insulted Hufflepuff House, but he had also cast aspersions on Diggory. In the hearts of Patrick and his fellow Hufflepuffs, Diggory was first recognized as the most gifted student in the history of Hogwarts, subsequently sorted into their Hufflepuff house. Thus, he naturally became the epitome of pride for them, rendering the head of Hufflepuff almost inconsequential. Now, with Savage simultaneously insulting both Hufflepuff and Diggory, it was no surprise that Patrick and his companions yearned to retaliate. At that moment, Savage suddenly learned that Professor Flitwick had also deducted points from Hufflepuff. Seizing this opportunity, he gleefully exclaimed, "Ha! You are also losing points." As Diggory observed the incessant mockery directed at himself and Hufflepuff House by the insufferable Slytherin student, Savage, he furrowed his brow in discontent. This Savage had successfully evoked a plethora of unpleasant memories from Diggory's school days, reminiscent of a particularly troublesome individual known for his penchant for reporting to teachers, sabotaging Diggory's endeavors, and perpetually opposing him, stirring a deep-seated resentment within Professor Flitwick. Diggory turned to his mentor. This individual is severely disrupting the class. Ought we to take measures to manage his behavior? Professor Flitwick cast a disapproving glance at Diggory and retorted, "Manage him? I dare say Savage's behavior is a direct result of your own actions." Diggory rolled his eyes. "Professor, do you truly believe that if I weren't here, Savage would not be a disruptor of classroom decorum? The underlying reason for his disruptive behavior is not my presence, but rather his innate disposition. Savage is simply that kind of person, regardless of whether he is in the same year as I am, or whether I am present in this classroom. As long as someone possesses greater talent than him, he will succumb to jealousy. Some individuals are inherently good-natured, exhibiting kindness and charm from a young age, while others are fundamentally malevolent. Thus, this is a reflection of his own character and is entirely unrelated to me. I refuse to shoulder the blame for this miscreant." However, after Diggory finished speaking, he noticed Professor Flitwick gazing at him with a look of newfound wonderment. At that moment, Flitwick had developed an entirely fresh perspective on Diggory, completely taken aback by the profundity of his words. Although he understood that the essence of Diggory's statement was an attempt to evade responsibility, and it effectively absolved him of nearly all blame, what perplexed Flitwick was his inability to formulate a rebuttal. In fact, he found Diggory's reasoning rather compelling. Flitwick hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "The notions of inherent goodness and inherent evil, did you articulate those sentiments yourself?" His concern was not about whether to reprimand Savage, but rather about the origins of Diggory's insightful observations. He instinctively felt that such profound thoughts could not have originated from Diggory. Conversely, Savage pondered the implications. If these words genuinely emanated from Diggory, it would be utterly astonishing. Such statements could only arise from a deep understanding of human nature. If Diggory, at the tender age of 11, possessed both enviable talent and such profound contemplation, Flivy was at a loss as to whether he should celebrate the arrival of a true genius at Hogwarts or promptly inform Dumbledore, for this child was indeed an enigma. Flivy mused that no matter how he attempted to guide such a child, it would be impossible to influence his growth. As this thought crossed his mind, the Sorting Hat's earlier declaration that Diggory's talents were on par with those of the Dark Lord echoed in his mind. Memories of his speculations with colleagues about Diggory potentially being the third Dark Lord sent a shiver down Flivy's spine as he fixated intently on Diggory, eager to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, Diggory, standing opposite Flivy, felt increasingly uneasy under the professor's penetrating gaze, shivering involuntarily. "Of course, those two statements are not my own," he exclaimed, recoiling from Flivy's scrutiny and inching closer to Patrick. "Those words were imparted to me by an elderly gentleman from the East whom I once met." Flivy finally exhaled with relief. It appeared he had merely overthought the matter. "Very well then," Professor Flivy gestured towards Savage, "since you have once again disrupted the class, you shall take a seat beside my lectern." Savage's expression immediately contorted in displeasure, yet he dared not defy Professor Flivy's command. The thought of being responsible for Slytherin House losing points was far too daunting. Thus, he reluctantly trailed behind Professor Flivy, making his way to the designated spot by the lectern. However, as soon as he arrived, he caught sight of Patrick, seated next to Diggory, who was making faces at him, inciting a storm of irritation within Savage. In that moment, he resolved that if he were to suffer, he would ensure Diggory and his companions did not escape unscathed. "Professor Flivy," Savage called out as the professor returned to the lectern. "Patrick was also instigating trouble earlier. It is unreasonable to punish me alone without addressing him." At that moment, Professor Flivy felt a surge of exasperation. First, a group of students had disregarded classroom decorum, leading to a verbal altercation, further incited by Diggory, and now Savage was relentlessly pressing for attention. At this moment, Professor Flivy replied impatiently, "You are in no position to criticize others. Everyone, cease your chatter and listen to me." Contemplating the need to regain the students' focus, he continued, "From now on, Slytherin and Hufflepuff houses are not permitted to quarrel. You shall concentrate on learning the levitation charm. Those who master the charm or show significant improvement during this lesson will earn their house an additional 100 points. Now, let us begin." Upon hearing the prospect of earning 100 points, Patrick quickly dismissed any previous grievances he had with Savage, his mind now consumed solely with the allure of those coveted points. Yet, he was acutely aware that his chances of mastering the levitation charm during this class were exceedingly slim. Moreover, it must be said that Savage had a point. The students of Hufflepuff were, indeed, rather mediocre. Consequently, Patrick turned his gaze towards the prodigious Diggory seated beside him. Meanwhile, Diggory was contemplating seizing the opportunity to catch up on some much-needed sleep while Professor Flivy was distracted. Lately, he had been feeling unusually drained and lethargic, longing only for slumber. Just as he had settled into a comfortable position, ready to close his eyes, he suddenly sensed two intense gazes fixed upon him. The fervent stares sent shivers down his spine. "What do you want?" Diggory turned to see Patrick as the source of the penetrating looks, instinctively stepping back in inquiry. Simultaneously, he mused, "This country seems to produce an abundance of closeted individuals. Could it be that Patrick has taken a liking to me? Cedric, can you secure these 100 points for our Hufflepuff house?" Patrick gazed at Diggory with eager anticipation. Upon hearing Patrick's inquiry, Diggory initially felt a sense of relief, glad that he wasn't the one being scrutinized. However, a peculiar sensation washed over him, prompting him to ask, "Why do you desire these 100 points? Aren't you all indifferent to such matters?" Patrick, slightly embarrassed by Diggory's question, chuckled softly and replied, "That was in the past. Our indifference stemmed from the difficulty of achieving success despite our efforts. Though we Hufflepuffs are united and diligent, certain outcomes are not solely dependent on hard work." At this juncture, a hint of bitterness appeared at the corners of Patrick's mouth as he continued, "My seniors in Hufflepuff have conveyed that ours is an inclusive house. Any wizard who arrives at Hogwarts, provided their character is sound, is welcomed, regardless of their inherent talent. This very inclusivity, however, results in a disparity in the abilities and skills among Hufflepuff students, often leaving us at a disadvantage." Patrick pointed at Diggory and himself, stating, "Just like you and me. Your talents were acknowledged by the Sorting Hat, marking you as a prodigious genius. I, on the other hand, am merely a hindrance and can hardly compare to you. There is no basis for comparison between us. At that moment, Patrick's gaze shifted to the Slytherin students nearby as he remarked, "The relationship between Hufflepuff and Slytherin mirrors our own. The distinction lies in the fact that you do not look down upon me, whereas Slytherin holds us Hufflepuffs in disdain." Patrick recounted to Diggory the various grievances he had heard from his Hufflepuff seniors. After Slytherin triumphed over them in Quidditch, after they concocted potions ahead of them in class, and during defense against the dark arts, when they trampled upon their dignity, Slytherin seized every opportunity to ruthlessly belittle the honor of Hufflepuff students. Thus, Patrick turned to Diggory, his expression no longer embodying the usual lightheartedness, but rather a resolute seriousness. "Diggory, I implore you to assist us Hufflepuffs in decisively overcoming Slytherin this time. To quell the arrogance of their new students, I wish for you to convey to them that we Hufflepuffs can indeed surpass Slytherin." Patrick's voice rang out clearly, unhesitant in the presence of those around them. Thus, his words were not only heard by Diggory, but also by the Hufflepuff students nearby, the Slytherin students across from them, and Professor Flitwick, who was currently at the podium. The Hufflepuff students, like Patrick, gazed eagerly at Diggory, hoping he could rise to become the emblematic figure for their cohort of newcomers. Conversely, the Slytherin students regarded the scene with disdain, having concluded that Hufflepuff was merely a haven for mediocrity. Therefore, despite Diggory being acknowledged by the Sorting Hat as a remarkable talent, the Slytherins dismissed him entirely. Professor Flitwick shook his head. The 100 points he had announced were merely a tactic to regain the students' attention. He harbored no belief that anyone could master the levitation charm in a single class. However, he had previously stated that it sufficed if a student showed notable progress in the charm during the lesson, even if they could not cast it perfectly. Although Diggory was a prodigious genius, recognized even by Dumbledore, Flitwick remained skeptical that he could learn the charm so swiftly. This feat had only been accomplished by Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Even Voldemort lacked such innate talent. Flitwick, in his assessment, unconsciously compared Diggory to Voldemort, leading him to doubt Diggory's capabilities. Moreover, observing Diggory's drowsy demeanor and recalling his earlier slumber at the desk, Flitwick doubted Diggory's ability to learn the levitation charm in class. He even suspected that, at this moment, Diggory might not even know the incantation for the charm. "Cedric, did you catch the essential points I explained about casting the levitation charm?" Flitwick, leaning towards Hufflepuff, asked with concern. He was prepared to reiterate his explanation if Diggory admitted to having missed it, regardless of the Slytherin students' protest of unfairness. Indeed, Diggory shook his head. He had been asleep and was oblivious to the preceding explanations, emerging from a foggy state of slumber. Meanwhile, the Slytherin students erupted in laughter at Diggory's response, rendering Flitwick's authority ineffective. The Hufflepuff Badgers were equally despondent, realizing that without having paid attention in class, they had little hope of succeeding in the task. This was indeed a significant embarrassment. Patrick, wearing a face of disappointment, could only offer himself a forced consolation and provide others with a glimmer of hope, saying, "It's all right. I believe in you, Cedric. Even if you weren't paying attention in class, I trust you can achieve it. Because you are from our Hogwarts, we Hufflepuffs, the most gifted among the new students of this year." However, Patrick's uplifting words had no effect whatsoever, only provoking even louder laughter from the Slytherins. Professor Flitwick, exasperated, began to stamp his feet, feeling that none of these new students were particularly reassuring. Just as he was about to raise his voice to demand silence, an unexpected hush enveloped the classroom, as if a flock of ducks had suddenly had their necks grasped by their owner, leaving no room for anticipation. The atmosphere grew eerily silent. It was soon apparent to Flitwick what had caused this sudden quietude. A pristine white feather floated gently before Diggory, illuminated by sunlight streaming through the window, creating a serene and picturesque scene. A long yawn shattered this moment. Flitwick glanced at the yawning Diggory, while the Hufflepuff students turned their gaze toward him. The Slytherins, on the other hand, looked at Diggory in utter disbelief. Immediately following was Savage, whose voice was akin to that of a young duck in the throes of adolescence. "This is impossible. There must be something amiss, Professor. I am certain Cedric has employed some magical artifact. Please, do check. There is no way he could have mastered the levitation charm in such a short span." Savage, unable to accept this reality, exclaimed without regard for his appearance, though his own demeanor hardly exuded any grace. Flitwick dismissed Savage's outburst as mere bluster. "A magical artifact? I am not blind. Would I not be able to sense the essence of a magical item?" Flitwick, standing at the podium, gazed at Diggory, who stood behind his desk, murmuring to himself, "Just moments ago, he had been asleep, oblivious to my explanation, having dozed through the first half of the lesson." Flitwick inquired, "Cedric, How did you manage this? Meanwhile, Diggory, realizing his efforts had borne fruit, contemplated releasing the feather he was controlling. However, before he could lower his wand, Patrick grasped his hand, preventing him from doing so, his expression one of eager anticipation. Diego shook his head in resignation, continuing to manipulate the feather before responding to Professor Flitwick's inquiry. Self-study, you see, the admission letter explicitly instructed us to procure the standard spellbook, particularly the introductory volume. Did it not? Within its pages lies the levitation charm. I learned it through my own efforts. Diggory wore an expression of indifference, his tone nonchalant. A collective gasp arose from the gathered crowd, including Professor Flitwick. They had encountered arrogance before, but never of this magnitude. The casual remark, "I taught myself," left Flitwick feeling as though the very foundations of his understanding had been shaken. This was an accomplishment that even Dumbledore had not achieved in his time. Was this what the Sorting Hat referred to as unparalleled talent? Flitwick did not doubt that Diggory had prior exposure to magic. After all, the Ministry of Magic had clear regulations, and he trusted that Diggory's father would not contravene them. Staring at Diggory in astonishment, Flitwick, almost instinctively, posed the question, "Cedric, would you consider joining my Ravenclaw house?" Diggory, who had been grappling with drowsiness, was momentarily taken aback by Flitwick's inquiry. His spirits lifted slightly. Could one change houses after the sorting? Diggo lifted his spirits and recalled the films and original text from his past life, in which there was no mention of the possibility of changing academies. Is it truly feasible? Diggo inquired. Upon hearing this, Frive couldn't contain his excitement and eagerly replied, "As long as you express your willingness, I shall take care of everything else." As Diggory gazed upon the diminutive and aged figure of Flivvy with his peculiar hairstyle, he inwardly mused, "Expressing my willingness to you is indeed a formidable challenge." Just as Diggory was poised to declare his refusal, he suddenly overheard Patrick's voice beside him. "Professor Flivvy, do not entertain such thoughts. This is an impossible endeavor. Diggory is already one of us." Diego rolled his eyes in exasperation. "What do you mean? I am already one of you. We are all clearly innocent, for goodness sake." Nevertheless, Professor Flitwick was not ready to concede. He presented an enticing proposition. "Cedric, come to Ravenclaw. There are many intellectually gifted young ladies there." Upon hearing those words, Diggory nearly lost his composure, salivating at the prospect. However, just as he was about to acquiesce, he caught sight of Patrick and others, anxiously observing him from the corner of his eye, prompting him to feign a righteous refusal. "Professor, how can you propose such a thing? You are an educator, a beacon of knowledge. How can your heart harbor such sordid thoughts? I am a diligent student, excelling in virtue, wisdom, physical prowess, aesthetics, and labor. I aspire to be a standard-bearer for Hufflepuff, leading my fellow students to achieve greater heights. I shall never abandon Hufflepuff. I am not that sort of person." As he spoke, Diggory silently resolved to frequent the Ravenclaw common room more often, not for any ulterior motive, but to foster cultural exchange between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. The shared histories, magical practices, and camaraderie among classmates could benefit from such interactions, promoting mutual progress. Just as Patrick had suggested, Diggory believed it was essential for him, as a representative of Hufflepuff, to undertake this mission of communication, and he looked forward to engaging with the young ladies within the Ravenclaw common room for enlightening discussions. The Hufflepuff students nearby celebrated joyously at Diggory's words, while the Slytherin students across the way sank into a profound gloom, affected by Diggory's successful levitation spell. Professor Flitwick, however, was oblivious to the inner turmoil swirling within Diggory. At that moment, he felt a mix of embarrassment and admiration for Diggory, whose seemingly righteous declarations masked his own private musings. "What a splendid child! His values are so commendable. My previous concerns were indeed unwarranted." Flitwick then turned his gaze towards the Slytherin students, who had begun to shake off the impact of Diggory's spell, appearing disheartened as they sat, dejectedly watching the jubilant Hufflepuffs. Flitwick shook his head, his disappointment in them deepening. Yet, he chose not to voice further admonitions, having witnessed the Slytherin students' previous attempts to undermine their Hufflepuff peers. He believed that such comparisons could serve as motivation for their advancement, and as long as neither side crossed a line, he would refrain from interference. As for their current despondency, he deemed it a trial they must face, for it was a reality they would inevitably encounter in the future. The remainder of the charms lesson presented a stark contrast for the students. Under Professor Flitwick's guidance, the Slytherin students practiced the levitation spell with little enthusiasm, enduring jibes from the buoyant Hufflepuffs across the room. In contrast, the Hufflepuffs reveled in their spell-casting endeavors, their spirits soaring high. Although the process was fraught with challenges, Professor Flitwick was beside himself with frustration, yet the students were filled with joy. There was but one exception, the indomitable Diggory. After Flitwick proclaimed that he had secured 100 points for Hufflepuff, Diggory, disregarding the expectant gazes of Patrick and the others, abandoned the levitation charm and simply sat down, burying his head on the desk to continue his slumber. Thus, during this particular charms class, Diggory dozed off, and by the time Patrick nudged him awake, lunchtime had arrived. With bleary eyes, Diggory groggily followed Patrick out of the classroom, and amidst a throng of Hufflepuff students, he made his way to the Great Hall, ready to partake in the midday meal. Upon arriving at the dining table, Diggory finally emerged from his drowsy state. He gazed at the roasted chicken and pizza before him, hesitating for a moment before serving himself a slice of bacon pizza and a portion of vegetable salad. Alas, I must make time to visit the kitchens of Hogwarts and impart a few traditional recipes to those little house elves. The fare laid out before me is utterly unappetizing. As Diggory munched on his meal, he mumbled to himself. Patrick, overhearing Diggory's words, remarked, Cedric, I believe this lunch is quite satisfactory. Do you know that our seniors used to have the most peculiar dish for lunch, stargazing? What? Diggory exclaimed, astonished. Stargazing? Are you certain, Patrick? With a resigned nod. Patrick replied, Thus, you should count your blessings. Today's lunch is indeed quite commendable. Naturally, I am also intrigued by the national dish you mentioned. At this juncture, Patrick's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint. Once you prepare the dish, we could invite the lovely ladies from Ravenclaw for a romantic candlelit dinner under the moonlight at Hogwarts. With that, Patrick's suggestive gaze directed Diggory's attention towards the Ravenclaw table. Diggory, ever eager to comply, followed Patrick's gaze. Indeed, Professor Flitwick had not deceived him. Ravenclaw was teeming with enchanting young ladies, each radiating elegance. Patrick nudged Diggory with his elbow, lewdly pointing towards a stunning girl with flowing golden hair, fair skin, and a captivating figure, exclaiming, I want her. As Diggory followed the direction of Patrick's finger, his gaze fell upon the two towering peaks of the girl before him. A knowing smile spread across Diggory's face, acknowledging Patrick's discernment. You've got an eye for beauty, but I find myself more captivated by the one beside her. Patrick turned his attention to the girl Diggory had mentioned. She possessed a strikingly elegant profile, with a pair of silver-rimmed, frameless glasses perched upon her high, delicate nose. Her long, chestnut hair cascaded to her waist, simply tied back with a pure white ribbon, flowing naturally behind her. Her fair, rosy complexion radiated a gentle warmth, complemented by a soft, sunlit smile. From a side view, her eyes resembled tranquil pools of clear spring water, deeply ensnaring Diggory's gaze. Her exquisite and refined features exuded a subtle scholarly charm. Patrick turned to Diggory, giving him a thumbs up. Brother, you have an eye for beauty. In less than a minute, not only had they each identified their respective interests, but they had also forged a steadfast bond of camaraderie. Such is the simplicity of man. Thus, the lunch hour passed as Diggory and Patrick anxiously awaited their next opportunity. Patrick's eyes remained fixated on the two girls until they finally rose to depart, at which point he promptly patted Diggory on the shoulder. Diggory, sensing the unspoken understanding, promptly rose alongside Patrick, feigning satisfaction from their meal as they made their way outside. However, their paths subtly veered towards the two girls. Upon exiting the hall, the girls headed directly to their lounge. At this moment, the corridor was rather sparse. Most students were either still enjoying their lunch in the hall or had already retreated to their common room. Consequently, only Diggory and his companions, along with a few scattered individuals, occupied the corridor. Patrick, trailing behind, whispered quietly, Cedric, you should take the lead. I will serve as your wingman. Once you've made a favorable impression on your goddess, you can assist me, all right? Diego nodded in agreement, then curiously inquired, why is it merely about leaving an impression? Can't we delve a little deeper? Upon hearing Diego's words, Patrick realized that he was inexperienced in the realm of romance and possessed a scant understanding of the intricacies involved. Thus, he took it upon himself to elucidate. You see, when a girl first meets a boy, she is unlikely to engage in profound conversation, especially in the context of a mere chance encounter. While it may seem that you have endless topics to discuss, such an approach can easily raise a girl's wariness. Do you understand? Diego nodded with delight, finally understanding why he had always struggled to find a girlfriend prior to his journey. It turned out that his guiding principles had been flawed, with a hint of uncertainty before stepping onto the stage. He questioned whether he could truly go about it this way. Patrick exclaimed, Of course you can. Just avoid revealing any resemblance to Zhuge. and fully capitalize on your charm while exuding your gentlemanly demeanor. It would be ideal if you could casually mention your performance in today's spell class. Naturally, the task of revealing your genius will be mine to handle. In short, once you approach, choose a relatively mundane topic, and as long as you don't say anything amiss, I can help steer the conversation back on track. Encouraged by Patrick's assurances, Diego bolstered his confidence and briskly made his way toward the two girls, maintaining a deliberate distance. He displayed a warm, signature smile and addressed them. "Pardon my interruption, but could you kindly direct me to the Hogwarts library? I am a first-year student, and unfortunately, my house captain is unavailable, so I had to take the liberty of asking you." Ophelia and Eloise turned to face Diego, taking in his striking golden hair, impressive stature, and the charmingly radiant smile of a gentleman. Both girls were left with an outstanding first impression of the boy who had approached them for directions. However, the tall Ophelia shyly adjusted her glasses, feeling a bit bashful in response to Diego's inquiry, while the more voluptuous Eloise raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Diego's presence. "Sorry, handsome, but we're not sure where the Hogwarts library is either. How about we all search for it together?" Eloise suggested with a playful smile. Diggory cast a quick glance at Eloise with his peripheral vision. Although he had already admired her magnificent upper body during lunch in the hall, he was now astonished to discover that her legs were equally impressive, smooth, fair, long, and supple. How luring. This 11-year-old girl was growing up so fast. Thus, it seemed that accompanying Eloise to find the library was indeed a proposition. "No, I'm a principled and respectable man. How could I betray my good friend? Well, it's rather awkward for just the two of us," Diggory said bashfully, simultaneously gesturing urgently to Patrick behind him. "Good heavens. Your sister seems to have taken a liking to me. Hurry up and get in position." Patrick, not far away, appeared to comprehend the gesture, his expression shifting as he promptly emerged from behind a nearby pillar. "Hey, Cedric, what are you doing here? I've been looking for you everywhere," Patrick called out, waving as he approached Diggory, though his gaze remained fixated on those shapely long legs. However, before the main and supporting characters could successfully converge, Diggory felt a sudden tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he was greeted by a bushy white beard. Without any doubt, he recognized who it was. "Professor, I presume you have business with me?" Diggory looked up at Dumbledore, who stood behind him. Upon witnessing this scene, Patrick swiftly executed a 360-degree turn and discreetly departed. He certainly lacked the courage to flirt in front of the headmaster of Hogwarts. Dumbledore regarded Diggory with a smile, saying, "It is not that I have business with you. Rather, I overheard that you were seeking the way to the library, and as it happens, I know the way and have the time. So I simply wish to guide you." He then turned to Ophelia and Eloise, inquiring with a smile, "Would you two lovely young ladies care to join us?" In response to Dumbledore's invitation, Ophelia and Eloise clearly had no intention of accepting. Students of their age often maintain a natural distance from their teachers. Thus, Eloise politely declined Dumbledore's offer and attempted to pull Ophelia away, though she found it difficult to do so. "Professor Dumbledore," Ophelia, blushing and nervously adjusting her glasses, asked, "May I please have a signed photograph of you?" Diggory and Dumbledore exchanged unexpected glances at the visibly anxious Ophelia. It was evident that a mere utterance moments ago had drained her of considerable courage. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with benevolence as he said, "Of course, my little angel." With that, he retrieved a signed photograph from the pocket of his wizarding robes and handed it to Ophelia. Eloise, witnessing Dumbledore's amiable demeanor, boldly and generously requested a signed photograph for herself as well. Dumbledore deftly produced another signed photo from his pocket and placed it into Eloise's hands. Thus, the two young girls departed, beaming with joy, clutching their treasured photographs. At last, Dumbledore seized the opportunity to converse privately with Diggory. "Professor, what brings you to me?" Diggory inquired, gazing up at the ever-smiling Dumbledore, who had been observing him intently. He found it hard to believe that Dumbledore had fortuitously appeared behind him, perfectly timed to guide him. However, Dumbledore chose not to address Diggory's question, instead casting a glance at the retreating figures of Ophelia and her companion. And with a knowing smile, he asked, "Cedric, are you considering a premature romance?" In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sat behind his desk, unwaveringly fixated on Diggory. Opposite him, Diggory occupied the chair, occasionally glancing at the portraits of former headmasters adorning the walls, or whistling at the phoenix, fox, all the while avoiding eye contact with Dumbledore. In contrast, Dumbledore remained unfazed by Diggory's disregard, quietly observing him from his chair. 10 minutes elapsed. Then half an hour. After an hour and 15 minutes, Diggory, under the weight of Dumbledore's gaze, began to feel increasingly uncomfortable. He had not anticipated the headmaster's remarkable patience. Shouldn't he, the headmaster of Hogwarts, be exceedingly busy? Another 20 minutes passed, and Diggory could no longer withstand the unnerving sensation of being scrutinized. It was truly unbearable. Despite his efforts to distract himself with various objects within the office, even engaging in conversation with the portraits of former headmasters, they remained indifferent to his presence. He had forgotten the location of the pensive and could neither access nor view it. Yet, it was likely that even if he could, Dumbledore would not permit him to do so. "Professor, can you not refrain from involving me in the Triwizard Tournament? Such a competition can be deadly. Do you truly believe that I, a mere first-year student, could survive such an ordeal? I am still just a child." At last, Diggory relinquished his resistance and, in a moment of vulnerability, sought to persuade Dumbledore to abandon his intentions by invoking his youth. Indeed, upon leading Diggory into his office, Dumbledore's opening remark was a request for Diggory to represent Hogwarts in the Triwizard Tournament. However, Diggory was acutely aware of the tournament's perils. The three challenges were notorious for their lethality. The previous suspension of the event stemmed from the tragic fatalities of students. Although Dumbledore, the venerable old man, assured him that the risks had been mitigated to their lowest possible levels, and that faculty members would be present to intervene at the first sign of danger. Such reassurances only served to heighten Diggory's reluctance. What did it truly mean to minimize danger? Was it not a tacit acknowledgement that peril still lurked within those three tasks? The presence of teachers ostensibly safeguarding the students only underscored the inherent risks. If the dangers were genuinely diminished, there would be no need for their protection. Furthermore, Diggory vividly recalled that in the original narrative, Cedric, despite the oversight of teachers, had been transported to the graveyard of Little Hangleton and subsequently met his demise at the hands of an Avada Kedavra curse. Diggory would not dare to entrust his life to a group of individuals lacking in formidable strength. It is evident that, whether in the original text or the film, the educators at Hogwarts exhibit a stark dichotomy in their abilities. The formidable, such as Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Horace Slughorn, Snape, and Flitwick, possess powers that elevate them to the realm of great wizards and beyond. Dumbledore, in particular, showcases unparalleled prowess, standing as the most formidable force in the magical world at this juncture. Even during Voldemort's zenith, when he wielded the 6 Horcruxes, he dared not assault Hogwarts. Safeguarded by Dumbledore, only legendary figures like Merlin, the founder of the magical realm, or the 4 founders of Hogwarts could be deemed his equals. Conversely, there are those of lesser caliber, such as Madame Hooch, who teaches flying, and Professor Trelawney, whose later contributions render her virtually ineffectual in combat. Thus, unless Dumbledore himself were to oversee the competition, Diggory would categorically refuse to participate. However, upon reflection, if the competition's peril necessitated Dumbledore's personal involvement, Diggory concluded it was indeed best to abstain. Yet, Dumbledore shook his head and remarked, "Though you are but a child, you have previously mentioned that you have merged with a soul from the future. The knowledge possessed by that soul is beyond our discussion." Dumbledore smiled gently, asserting that this very reason signifies that you are no longer merely an ordinary first-year student. In comparison to your younger peers, you possess a greater capacity to confront these challenges. Hearing this, Diggory felt an urge to chastise himself for his earlier indiscretion. Why did he employ such an excuse? Could he not have concocted a more plausible narrative? Perhaps claiming extraordinary talent or the ability to foresee the future would have sufficed. Yet, regardless of Diggory's current reflections, he had no opportunity for a second chance. He wished to protest, asserting that one could not enter the competition without any strength. Surely, third-year students would be far more suited. To his despair, however, Dumbledore continued to shake his head. Concerning strength, "I have heard that Professor Flitwick wishes to transfer you to Ravenclaw due to your exceptional talents. It has been noted that even while dozing in class, you manage to grasp spells. With 3 months remaining until the Triwizard Tournament commences, if you were to sleep each day and learn 1 spell during your slumber, by the end of 90 days, you would have mastered 90 spells." Dumbledore's lips curled into a warm, benevolent smile. For such prowess is rarely seen even among 7th-year students on the verge of graduation. Therefore, I hold immense confidence in you. Upon finishing his words, Dumbledore, with a twinkle of mirth in his eyes, took a sip of coffee. Noticing Diggory's lingering reluctance to refuse, he preemptively stated, "By the way, I have already conferred with your father and Professor Pomona regarding this matter, and we have all reached a consensus that you shall participate in the competition. At this revelation, Diggory found himself at a loss for words, with both his rather lenient father and the head of the school in agreement. He had no support for any objections he might wish to raise. Thus, he could only nod in resignation, acknowledging the undeniable truth of the situation. May I inquire about the competition events in advance? After all, you have already discussed it beforehand, Diggory asked, hoping to prepare himself adequately. Although he had the advantage of a certain golden finger at his disposal, he understood that nothing was ever absolute, especially with the Triwizard Tournament approaching and the narrative seemingly altered. It was imperative for him to be ready. Dumbledore nodded in response, saying, "You may indeed be informed, but there is one point I must clarify. As of now, the competition events have been broadly identified as the potion-making contest, the magical dueling contest, and the three-wizard team challenge. These three remain unchanged, however. The specific details of each event have yet to be finalized and will be determined in the upcoming meetings." Diggory furrowed his brow. The inaugural match was almost akin to a mere theoretical examination, merely requiring the students to concoct their own medicines, which should pose little risk. However, the subsequent confrontational matches and team competitions. Diggory inquired, in the second confrontation, can the students from Durmstrang utilize dark magic? It was imperative for Diggory to clarify this matter, as Durmstrang was not averse to the practice of dark arts. The students there were indeed permitted to study such magic. If, during the competition, the opposing students were allowed to wield dark magic, what chance would he have? Would he find himself dueling against the Durmstrang students with dark spells? What if one of them cast the killing curse upon him? Would he retaliate in kind? It was well known that Hogwarts forbade the teaching of dark magic. If he were to use it, under the scrutiny of so many witnesses, how could he possibly explain himself? Would he claim to have learned it in a dream? Who would believe such a tale? Rest assured, I will not permit the use of dark magic in the competition. You need not worry about that, Dumbledore assured him. After all, I will be present during the event, and I shall protect you. Upon hearing this, Diggory felt a wave of relief. With such a formidable wizard watching over them, even Voldemort would not dare to cause chaos during the contest. However, a thought struck him. Wait, a team competition? Diggory suddenly turned to Dumbledore, now realizing, Professor, you just mentioned that the third round is a team event, and you referred to us? What does that mean? He gazed at Dumbledore in astonishment. He recalled that in both the original story and the film adaptation of the Triwizard Tournament, each school was allowed to submit only one champion. The sudden introduction of us and the unexpected concept of a team competition left him bewildered. Yet, it must be said that Diggory's realization came rather belatedly. Dumbledore noticed the confusion in Diggory's eyes and nodded, saying, Indeed, there is more than one participant. Furthermore, it was I who proposed this notion. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Diggory was immediately inundated with questions. Professor, are you overly confident in my abilities? Fearing that I might triumph too easily, and thus you wish to burden me with 2 additional companions? Dumbledore slowly shook his head and replied, My intention is to alleviate the pressure of potion-making during the competition by having teammates to support you, allowing you to focus your energies on enhancing your skills during the upcoming 3 months. I am concerned that someone may disrupt the competition. Surely, it suffices to select one proficient in potions to form a duo. Why introduce another? Diggory inquired. Initially, I shared your sentiment, Dumbledore admitted, his brow furrowing with uncertainty as he continued. However, Lucius promptly suggested the formation of a trio immediately after my thoughts. Diego's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Dumbledore. Lucius, how is he still involved? Shouldn't the Triwizard Tournament be organized by the Department of Magical Sports and the International Magical Cooperation Department? What gives the Malfoy family the right to meddle in this affair? The Ministry of Magic does not belong to them. Or is it possible that there is someone from the Malfoy family within the leadership of the Department of Magical Sports and the International Magical Cooperation Department? Or perhaps a liaison among the ministry's officials at the conference table who is entangled with Lucius? Diggory was exuberantly exercising his imagination, and he had discerned whom Dumbledore feared might cause disruption during the competition. Upon hearing Diggory's words, Dumbledore shook his head in exasperation and exclaimed, You are overthinking things. What are you rambling about regarding affairs of the heart? Where do you conjure such theatrics from? He continued to elucidate. The primary reason Lucius is able to attend this meeting is that his family advocated for the revival of this Triwizard Tournament and is sponsoring its organization. Dumbledore added, However, I must clarify one point. While the heads of the Department of Magical Sports and the Department of International Magical Cooperation are not members of the Malfoy family, many of their relatives hold significant positions within the Ministry of Magic. Thus, Lucius's words carry considerable weight in the ministry. With a curious look, Dumbledore inquired of Diggory, "Does the soul you have merged with not possess any memories pertaining to this matter?" At this moment, Diggory felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The Malfoy family, in all its complexity, was diverging significantly from the Harry Potter universe he once remembered. In the original narrative, there was no indication that the Malfoy family's influence could extend so deeply into the Ministry of Magic. He recalled that in the second film of the series, it was merely mentioned that the Malfoy family was one of the governors of Hogwarts, with scant information available beyond that. Yet now, Dumbledore had astonishingly revealed to him that numerous members of the Malfoy family held positions within the ministry. He finally comprehended why Voldemort placed such importance on Lucius. Despite Lucius's cowardice and tendency to create chaos, he had not been punished for his failings. The true power of the Malfoy family was not to be underestimated. Diggory, feeling utterly defeated, lamented from his chair. There was hardly any mention of such matters in his memories, and as time progressed, the fragments he could recall diminished further. Indeed, it was already remarkable that he could retain so much from the Harry Potter series, which he had watched and read as a child before his soul's transition. Who could say how much he would remember in the future? Could he possibly be excused from this competition? At this juncture, Diggory had to concede that upon learning the Malfoy family had actively restored and sponsored this Triwizard Tournament, he felt a deep sense of dismay. He was engulfed in confusion and fear, for he realized that the Harry Potter world before him was no longer the one he had known. Furthermore, the confirmation of the tournament being held ahead of schedule suggested a significant alteration to the timeline of events. Diggory found himself uncertain of his ability to confront the changes that had already arrived. In that fleeting moment, Dumbledore sensed the turmoil within Diggory's heart, though the reasons behind his sudden self-doubt eluded him. Nonetheless, Dumbledore understood that if the Malfoy family intended to exploit this Triwizard Tournament for their own ends, his most trusted student was none other than Diggory. Thus, it became imperative for him to alter Diggory's current state of mind. Only he possessed the capability to uphold Hogwarts' standing in the competition while also safeguarding his companions. Furthermore, Diggory was the sole lower-year student Dumbledore could envision capable of confronting any potential schemes orchestrated by Lucius. Apart from Diggory, no other student could inspire him with such confidence. However, just as Dumbledore prepared to offer guidance, he suddenly perceived that Diggory's mental fortitude was dissipating right before his eyes. It was reminiscent of the first time he had brought him to his office. Although Diggory was physically present, Dumbledore felt an utter absence of his spirit. In the ethereal expanse of a pure white system space, a large orange cat perched atop Diggory's head, its tail swaying rhythmically. Unfazed by Diggory's melancholy, the cat playfully pawed at him, adjusting its position until it found a comfortable spot to rest atop his head. "Come now. Is this really how you've chosen to react? This isn't like you." The golden-fingered orange cat chided Diggory. With its tail brushing against Diggory's nose, it added, "It's merely the Malfoy family. Why the lack of confidence?" Diggory anxiously brushed aside the tail of the large orange cat and explained, "What undermines my confidence is not the Malfoy family, but rather the increasingly divergent trajectory of the original storyline. My concern lies not with anything else, but with the prospect that future events may completely deviate from the original narrative or exceed my expectations. If that were the case, I am uncertain whether I would be able to confront those circumstances or individuals in the future." Sighing, Diggory lamented, "Ultimately, I still lack experience. After all, this is my first journey through time. If only." At this juncture, Diggory turned to the large orange cat, his eyes glimmering with a spark of hope, and inquired, "Is there a possibility here for me to have a space where I could experiment repeatedly, where failure would not matter, and I could restart and begin anew?" The large orange cat pondered Diggory's words and replied, "Are you suggesting a realm that grants you a space to enter, where within lies a replicated magical world, allowing you to endlessly trial and error?" Diggo nodded eagerly, affirming, "Yes, precisely that." Diggory was filled with joy, for the orange tabby cat understood this technical endeavor, implying that the golden touch was indeed attainable. The orange tabby gracefully leapt down from Diggory's head and elegantly reclined before him. Then, with a flick of its paw, pointed towards a nearby shopping store. "I would like 3 pounds of spicy beef jerky, 2 pounds of 5-spice chicken feet, and 5 pounds of cumin-flavored dried fish," it purred, narrowing its feline eyes. its fluffy face displaying an expression that conveyed, "If you comply, I shall reveal my secrets to you." Diggory stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom the audacity of the large orange cat before him. He never anticipated that this feline could be so brazen, taking advantage of the situation with such impudence. Nor did he expect that a shopping establishment could be utilized in such a manner, with this cat actually partaking in food. Most astonishing of all, he was taken aback by the remarkably human-like expressions that graced the cat's visage. However, it mattered little now. The cat held the reins of power. He was but a hapless fish at the mercy of a sharp blade. Diggory approached the shelves of the shop, casting a somewhat doubtful glance at the large orange cat. However, he suppressed his curiosity and silently wished for spicy beef jerky, 5-spice chicken feet, and cumin-flavored dried fish. Almost immediately, under the astonished gaze of Diggory, the items on the shelf transformed in a flash of bright light into an array of delectable snacks. Among them were the 3 delicacies the orange cat desired. Diggory glanced at the magical energy required for the 3 food items and felt relieved. They were quite affordable. Beef jerky required 10 points of magical energy per pound. Chicken feet 5 points per pound, and dried fish 6 points per pound. Without hesitation, Diggory waved his hand grandly in exchange for 10 pounds of each. No worries. He had money. What did it matter? Placing the snacks requested by the large orange creature in front of it, Diggory looked at it with the air of a wealthy nouveau riche gazing upon a destitute soul. "So where's that space? How does one enter? I wish to test its efficacy." The large orange creature disregarded Diggory's insufferable expression, patting its belly with a paw. In an instant, a pouch reminiscent of a kangaroo's appeared on its abdomen. However, while kangaroos use their pouches to carry their young, the large orange creature utilized this pouch to store snacks. Once all the treats were securely stowed away, the pouch on its belly showed no signs of alteration, appearing as unremarkable as it had before the snacks were added. At that moment, the large orange creature took a piece of beef jerky, chewing it as it remarked, "Host, you must be somewhat dim-witted. Have you forgotten that our golden finger has only upgraded by 95%? Surely, you must have some inkling of the remaining systems." Diggory paused for a moment, and as he absorbed the words of the large orange cat, a distant memory began to resurface within him. Indeed. It seemed that this very orange feline had mentioned that the upgrade of the golden finger had been interrupted, leaving only the shopping store, the lottery system, and the magical energy exchange system. "Return my snacks," Diggory declared, his expression devoid of emotion, his eyes glinting with a cold light. At that moment, he resembled a heartless assassin. Although the orange cat and Diggory belonged to different species, it could still sense an aura of menace emanating from him. "It is utterly impossible for me to return them to you. You shall never see your snacks again in this lifetime." Yet, the orange cat was also solitary, lacking both snacks and its life. "Humph, then I shall feast tonight on a cat meat hot pot." With that, Diggory advanced, preparing to snatch a weapon. However, after taking just a couple of steps, he realized he was merely a consciousness within the golden finger space, entirely devoid of any weaponry. He shot a resentful glare at the orange cat, muttering, "Just you wait. I shall return with a cleaver once I exchange for one." With that, Diggory dashed to the shelf, envisioning fervently, "Bring me a dozen 40-meter-long sabers." As he opened his eyes, he was immediately greeted by an array of various 40-meter-long sabers lining the shelf. Without hesitation, Diggory exchanged for the most expensive weapon, costing a staggering 200 points of magic power. "Come forth, tremble before me, and wail beneath the shadow of my 40-meter-long blade," Diggory bellowed. "I'll grant you a head start of 39 meters." Meanwhile, Big Orange lay on the ground, seemingly oblivious to Diggory's words. He simply turned over, pulled out a piece of beef jerky, and, while chewing, remarked, "This is my domain. Do feel free to see if you can strike me." Diggory was momentarily taken aback, his hand brushing against the 40-meter-long sword resting on his shoulder. The tangible sensation and the glaring cold gleam of the blade made it hard for him to believe that such a formidable weapon could fail to strike the cat. "No. Wait." Diggory suddenly recalled the previous words of the orange cat. "This is its domain." The orange cat gazed at Diggory with an expression of benevolent condescension, offering a kind-hearted explanation. "Silly child, this is indeed my realm. In this space, what possesses lethal potential and what does not is entirely at my discretion." Diego was incredulous, his palm grazing over the blade of the great sword. Diego raised his bleeding palm, gazing at the orange cat with indignation. "Is this what you call harmless?" The orange cat truly regarded Diego as a fool this time. "Oh, Navi child, I have already informed you that this is my domain. When has this 40-meter-long blade ever posed a threat? It is merely a matter of my will. Diego, may I return this? Big Orange, of course not. Diggory, but you haven't even patted my head yet, and we haven't settled the bill. I haven't left the counter, so how can I be denied a refund? The Orange Cat, already weary of engaging in further debate with Diggory, had previously asserted that this space belonged to him. Did Diggory truly believe he had any say in the matter? It dawned on Diggory that within this realm, he possessed no rights whatsoever. As he pondered the twisted narratives that had unfolded in the outside world, a sense of malevolence enveloped him. Casting aside his sword, Diggory despondently sank to the ground, contemplating his next course of action. Meanwhile, the Orange Cat, observing Diggory suffused with negative energy, curled his lip and muttered to himself. This selection process for the Chosen One is utterly flawed. I can hardly bear to watch. Why does he get so tangled up over trivial matters? Glancing at the jerky in his paws, the Orange Cat pouted and remarked, "All right, I suppose I shall offer you some guidance, considering all the treats you've given me. Listen, host. A friendly reminder, you have an ally in Dumbledore, along with a golden opportunity in the form of Harry Potter, a destined child from another realm. With such a formidable lineup, how can you afford to be timid?" The Orange Cat spoke nonchalantly, knowing that as long as Diggory reminded Dumbledore, he would be freed from the curse of the Cursed Ring. A fully capable Dumbledore, unaffected in strength, held significant implications. One needn't elaborate further. Yet, Diggory was acutely aware of the Orange Cat's words. This understanding only served to exacerbate his inner conflict. By confiding in Dumbledore, he would be actively intervening in the narrative, thereby altering the storyline prematurely. Such actions would inevitably lead the original course of events astray. Previously, Diggory had possessed two advantages. One was his inherent golden finger, and the other was his knowledge of the Harry Potter narrative arc. His reluctance to participate in the Triwizard Tournament stemmed from a fear of further disrupting the established progression of events, which could lead to the loss of one of his advantages. Sighing deeply, Diggory finally confessed to the Orange Cat his true concern. He was troubled by the prospect of how to navigate the magical world should the storyline undergo significant alterations. Diggory continued, "Am I destined to reside in a house that caters to my every whim, waking each day to scavenge for refuse, exchange it for magical energy, and then engage in a ceaseless cycle of lottery draws and spellcasting? Is this to be my existence?" Big Orange, with an envious expression, replied, "Is that not a delightful life? A daily routine of eating and sleeping, attending classes when one feels inclined, and if not, seeking out the company of charming ladies to discuss life and share aspirations. Does that not sound appealing?" Upon reflection, Diggory realized that what the Orange Cat said held considerable truth. However, the thought of potentially losing the ability to foresee the narrative's progression felt like a pang of regret. Yet, he soon pondered that if he were to remain in a state of apprehension, fearing the alteration of the storyline, and consequently chose inaction, it would render his knowledge of the plot inconsequential. Diggory has finally come to a realization, regardless of his own actions. The narrative of Harry Potter has already been irrevocably altered, and this has become an undeniable truth. Therefore, if he desires to thrive amidst this transformation, he must take the initiative while the changes are still manageable. He must actively stir the cauldron of chaos. Only by seizing control and mixing up this world can he seize the opportunity to navigate through the murky waters and ultimately vanquish Voldemort. With this thought, the gloom that had settled in Diggory's heart dissipated as he retrieved a piece of beef jerky from Big Orange's bag, unhesitatingly popping it into his mouth. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but Diggory perceived a faint, peculiar aroma emanating from the jerky. Big Orange, noticing that Diggory had not treated him as an outsider, promptly snatched away his own snack from Diggory's grasp, instantly feeling displeased. He had never encountered someone so audacious. "Get out of my space." With a swift motion, Big Orange darted behind Diggory, delivering a resounding slap to the back of his head, accounting for the snacks as well as the magical energy of the 40-meter-long sword. Following that, he delivered a kick to Diggory's backside, forcefully ejecting him from the realm of golden fingers. Big Orange licked his paw, unable to restrain his disdain for Diggory, exclaiming, "How on earth can such a ridiculous creature exist?" Wishing for Golden Finger at this moment, Diggory also caught sight of Dumbledore before him, and suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Well, it's nothing really, just a slight pang of hunger. Yes, just a bit hungry." A glimmer of skepticism flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. It was now 2 in the afternoon, and you had finished your lunch at 12:15. Diggory, well, I am currently experiencing rapid growth and absorbing food quite quickly. Yes, indeed. Dumbledore, haha, do you take me for senile? However, you must refrain from consuming cat meat. It is strictly prohibited in our magical world, Dumbledore asserted. Diggory promptly nodded, for Dumbledore was one of his staunchest supporters, and he felt compelled to present himself as a repentant child in his presence. Dumbledore, observing Diggory's demeanor, nodded in satisfaction. Yet, recalling Diggory's previous negative attitude towards the impending Triwizard Tournament, he adopted a more serious expression and remarked, "Furthermore, you must not harbor a negative attitude towards the Triwizard Tournament. As an exemplary child raised under the banner of Hogwarts, such behavior is unacceptable." I have engaged in profound reflection and have come to a clear understanding of my mistakes. I am now willing to participate in the Triwizard Tournament. Diggory nodded. Having reached a resolution and resolved to take the initiative, he readily agreed to enter the tournament, leaving Dumbledore's prepared words of persuasion unspoken. A flicker of confusion passed through Dumbledore's cerulean eyes. Profound reflection? Just moments ago? What on earth has transpired with this child's spirit? Yet, none of that mattered. All that was essential was that Diggory had consented to partake in the Triwizard Tournament. With this thought, Dumbledore felt it was time to graciously escort the young man out. Do you have any further questions? If not, you may take your leave. Diggory discerned the implication in Dumbledore's words, arching an eyebrow, and, with a touch of mischief, inquired, "Professor, may I know who my teammates will be during the competition?" Dumbledore pondered momentarily, responding, "It is not that I wish to withhold this information from you. Rather, I have yet to finalize my decision. I shall arrange for Severus to conduct an examination next month, and your teammates will be determined based on the results." Oh, I see. At that moment, a rather mischievous thought began to materialize in Diggory's mind. "Professor, I am aware of a young lady from Ravenclaw who seems quite suitable to be my teammate." Dumbledore cast a sidelong glance at Diggory, catching sight of the innocent yet somewhat dubious smile adorning his face. With a resigned sigh, he rubbed his forehead and closed his eyes, weary of Diggory's expression. "Is that girl in her third year? Excelling in potions class, I presume?" Diggory pondered for a moment, realizing that since Ophelia had been sorted into Ravenclaw, her academic prowess must be exceptional. With time, she would undoubtedly meet the expectations set before her. Diggory hesitated. "She is a first-year student. However, despite not being in her third year, I firmly believe that given the opportunity, she will be able to collaborate with me splendidly." Diggory deliberately emphasized the phrase "partnering with me," fearing that Dumbledore might not be paying close attention. Although Dumbledore discerned his intent, he still declined, stating that it was not feasible. After all, the Triwizard Tournament was of paramount importance to Hogwarts' reputation, and I could not simply act without Dumbledore's consent. Diggory, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "Oh dear, what should I do? It seems that if I do not team up with her, my abilities may not be fully realized. This truly is a dilemma." The corners of Dumbledore's eyes twitched involuntarily as he fixed a serious gaze upon Diggory. Unfazed, Diggory met his stare with her innocent and unblemished eyes. After a moment of steadfastness, Dumbledore realized that his decades of experience could not withstand her earnestness, and with a resigned sigh, he finally relented, saying, very well. First, tell me who this girl is, and then I shall confer with Professor Flitwick." Diggory initially smiled shyly, but soon felt flustered. It dawned upon him that he did not even know the girl's name. Outside Professor Flitwick's office, Diggory had already waited for 20 minutes. He had rushed from Dumbledore's office to this spot, solely to uncover the identity of that girl. As for the history of magic class scheduled for the afternoon, Diggory, being somewhat of a slacker, was utterly indifferent, showing no interest whatsoever in a class taught by a ghost. Now, after 20 minutes of waiting by Professor Flitwick's door, he recalled having asked Dumbledore beforehand and learned that Flitwick had no classes that afternoon. Yet, despite his anticipation, Diggory saw no sign of Flitwick. After another 10 minutes elapsed without any sign of the professor, Diggory leaned against the window of Flitwick's office, confirming that the professor was indeed absent. Diego felt a twinge of impatience. Where on earth had Frivy gone? Skipping classes in the middle of the afternoon, could it be that he had ventured off to indulge in frivolous pleasures? Yet, that seemed unlikely. As a professor and a paragon of virtue, he surely would not engage in such debauchery during daylight hours. After a moment of contemplation, Diggory resolved to seek out Patrick, who had expressed a penchant for gathering gossip concerning the four esteemed houses. Furthermore, he harbored an attraction for the striking girl who sat beside his goddess. Consequently, Diggory surmised that approaching Patrick would be the most expedient means of uncovering her name. With determination, he set off, his little legs, still tender at the age of 11, hastening towards the classroom of magical history. Fortunately, he had already familiarized himself with the classroom's location earlier that morning while departing the dormitory for breakfast. Otherwise, he would have been relegated to waiting in the Hufflepuff common room for Patrick's arrival. Navigating the corridors of Hogwarts with caution to avoid the watchful eye of Filch and his feline companion, Diggory stealthily reached his destination. Crouching discreetly beneath a window adjacent to the history classroom, Diego cautiously glanced around the classroom. Where on earth is everyone? Diggo glanced from the front of the classroom to the back, then from the back to the front, and everyone was present, yet Patrick's shadow was conspicuously absent. Could it be that I am mistaken? Did we not have history of magic class this afternoon? Diggo pondered within himself. However, he cast his gaze upon the other students in the classroom. Indeed, although he could not recall the names of these supporting characters, several faces were familiar. They were undoubtedly fellow first-year Hufflepuffs. This confirmed that he had not erred. The afternoon indeed held the promise of a history of magic lesson. Digger turned and crouched beneath the window, pondering the whereabouts of Patrick. After a considerable time, he still could not come up with an answer. Thus, Digger evaded Filch once more and stealthily returned to the Hufflepuff common room, only to find no sign of Patrick. He slipped quietly into the hall, yet again. Patrick was absent. In the morning's charms class, he still could not locate Patrick. After searching high and low, Digger sat in the Hufflepuff common room, munching on a tomato sauce and meat floss roll along with bacon pizza, contemplating how to find Patrick. After much deliberation, he realized that he did not truly know Patrick very well. By the timeline, they had only been acquainted for a day. Given this limited familiarity, discerning his possible whereabouts proved quite challenging. With the last piece of pizza consumed, Digger contemplated seriously. He concluded that rather than wandering aimlessly in search of Patrick, it would be more prudent to remain in the dormitory and wait patiently. After all, the afternoon classes were nearing their conclusion, and Patrick would undoubtedly return afterward, at which point he could inquire about his absence. If Patrick was also unaware, he could simply wait for that girl in the hall during dinner. Moreover, by adopting these two strategies, he could avoid any encounters with Filch in the corridors of Hogwarts, while also seizing the opportunity to delve into the Golden Finger space and practice 2 new spells. Diego suddenly felt quite clever, having devised a seemingly brilliant solution. Entirely oblivious to the fact that his decision stemmed from his own laziness and unwillingness to venture out in search of alternatives. As he approached the door of his dormitory, just about to turn the handle, he was suddenly startled by a nearly inaudible sound emanating from within. If my youth were a painting, it would undoubtedly be filled with your likeness. If my life were a book, its pages would be inscribed with your essence. If encountering you is destiny, then possessing your presence is the greatest fortune of my existence. Oh dear, how annoyingly straightforward you are. It makes one feel rather bashful. Once, I believed I would spend a lifetime searching for you, yet fortune smiled upon me, allowing our paths to cross at this very moment. Oh, you make me so shy, stirring a delightful flutter within my heart. I yearn for someone akin to you, as refreshing as a breeze in the mountains, as warm as the light of an ancient city. From dawn to dusk, from the wilds to the study, transitioning from innocent childhood companionship to the shared intimacy of adulthood. As long as the conclusion is you, that is all that matters. You rogue, how utterly vexing. Crouched outside, Diego's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart exclaiming in astonishment. I am still single, and you have audaciously betrayed the organization. Diego discerned that the male voice within was indeed Patrick's. To his astonishment, after searching for him outside for so long, he discovered that Patrick had been hiding in the dormitory, indulging in the company of a young lady. Moreover, the feminine voice was evidently not that of the alluring girl from Noon. He recognized her voice, and it was clear that this was an entirely different girl. Although it was well known that the academy served as a haven for romantic pursuits, where earnest individuals sought companionship, Diego pressed his body firmly against the door, muttering to himself, "How can I allow you to revel in your desires while disregarding the well-being of your friends? Oh dear, how could you discard my clothes? I still need to wear them. The tasteless school uniform hardly suited your beauty." Patrick's voice was imbued with a fervor. "I shall transform myself into your second skin, shielding you from the tempest and warming you in the springtime of life. Oh no, please, do not cease your ministrations. Oh, you are so wicked, I adore it." Outside the door, Diego rubbed his nose, noting the dryness of September's autumn air. After a moment of reflection, he retrieved a stack of adult literature from his pocket. A recent acquisition from the store in the Golden Finger space, for which he had spent 100 points of magical energy. Knock, knock, knock. Hello. Is anyone in there? I am the courier from Hogwarts. Might Mr. Patrick be present? I have a package for you. Diggo is now outside the door, fabricating the persona of a Hogwarts delivery person, knocking vigorously while shouting in a strained voice. There's a package for you outside. Would you like to retrieve it? Beneath him. The girl inquired of Patrick. At that moment, however, Patrick was far too preoccupied to concern himself with the delivery outside. He had never heard of such a service existing at Hogwarts. Shoo! Patrick gently placed a finger before the girl's lips. Then, like a great gray bear, he leaned over her, suppressing the fire raging within him, and whispered softly in her ear, "Let us disregard him. I have no package at all. He must be mistaken." "I am not mistaken, Mr. Patrick. Your 20 volumes of the stories My Sister, and I Must Tell, amounting to 20 silver sickles and 10 bronze nuts, are ready for your signature." The girl pressed her hand against Patrick's chest, her tone somewhat unfriendly as she demanded, "First, would you kindly explain what you mean by the stories My Sister and I Must Tell series?" Patrick felt as if he were about to explode. Which imbecile had chosen this moment to ruin his good fortune? It was evident that he had seized the opportunity to slip away with this Gryffindor girl, Carrara Minori, under the pretense of using the restroom while all the classmates were in class. To play it safe, he had been the last to emerge, and at that time, everyone, including Professor Binns the Ghost, had expressed no suspicion. Why, then, was someone now interrupting his fortunate encounter? Diggory concocted a flimsy excuse for delivering a package, one that Patrick found utterly unconvincing. Prior to attending Hogwarts, he had already acquired a comprehensive understanding of the institution. Even during his conversations with the Hufflepuff upperclassmen last night and throughout the day, he had not heard any mention of a so-called courier at Hogwarts. Thus, the individual standing outside the door was undoubtedly someone privy to his truancy. No, I must remain calm, Patrick silently admonished himself. He realized that since the person had not mentioned attending classes, it indicated they were unaware of his absence. Consequently, he hastily fabricated a reason to placate Miri. "Actually, those books are a request from my dorm mate, Cedric Diggory. He is interested in them, but is currently short on funds, so he asked me for assistance." "Really?" Miri queried, her skepticism evident. "Of course it's true. After all, with you in my life, why would I need those things?" Patrick replied, his tone both tender and playful. "Well, that makes sense. I believe you," Miri conceded, unable to resist the charm in Patrick's voice, her mind barely registering the situation before accepting it. Seeing Miri fall for his ruse, Patrick breathed a sigh of relief. "Just leave it outside the door. I'm not in a position to come out and retrieve it right now." He was acutely aware that the most pressing concern was to devise a reason for the visitor to depart. He could not allow them to jeopardize his plans. Meanwhile, Diggory, oblivious to Patrick's fabricated explanation, was astonished by Patrick's ability to maintain composure and quickly devise a strategy under such circumstances. A truly admirable opponent. Once the noise outside subsided, Patrick relaxed, confident that the person must have left after dropping off the items. He then redirected his focus to Miri. "My little treasure, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I shall make it up to you now." Miri giggled, cradling Patrick's head nestled against her chest. "You naughty boy, so impatient." Outside, Diggory felt a pang of unease. This simply could not stand. They were dorm mates, and he was still single. How could Patrick be allowed to escape the clutches of bachelorhood first? A brotherhood must remain intact. "No, Mr. Patrick, packages must be signed for in person. Without a signature, the process cannot proceed." At that moment, Patrick, perched atop second base, nearly lost his composure upon hearing that voice, almost reaching for his wand to open the door and unleash a spell on the intruder. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing he had yet to master any truly destructive incantations. Thus, Patrick was compelled to once again suppress his emotions, although he successfully regained his composure. The flower beneath him was unwilling to comply. "Oh dear, why don't you simply accept those 20 books? Otherwise, that person will not leave." Patrick was exceedingly vexed by the individual outside the door. He had encountered villains in the name of virtue before, yet he had never witnessed such a brazen instance of malevolence masquerading as good. He vigorously tapped his forehead, and suddenly, an idea struck him. "Hey, do you know a person named Patrick?" He called out towards the door. Mingrihua regarded Patrick with a puzzled expression, yet upon receiving a look of encouragement, she dutifully refrained from asking any questions. Meanwhile, the figure outside, Diggory, was equally perplexed. But he understood that he could not afford to reveal any cracks in his day at this moment, so he merely stated, "I do not know him." However, "Did you not just acknowledge that you are indeed Mr. Patrick?" Patrick then embarked on his performance. "I never claimed to be Patrick. I am Cedric, his dormitory mate. He is currently attending his magical history class. You may seek him out after the lesson." "You are Cedric?" Diggory exclaimed from outside, his expression contorted in disbelief. "If you are Cedric, then who am I?" Diggory took a deep breath, his gaze gradually turning frigid and devoid of emotion. "Since you have shown no compassion, do not blame me for my lack of righteousness." In an instant, Diggory's consciousness transcended into the realm of the Golden Finger, a shopping emporium. "I desire a voice changer, one that can transform into at least 3 distinct female voices. Is such a thing available?" The merchandise upon the shelves of the emporium shifted dramatically, and after a flash of white light, a series of elegant voice changers emerged, each intricately crafted to resemble a bow tie, meticulously arranged in order of price. At that moment, the large orange entity within the space, having established a connection with Diggory's consciousness, was already aware of the happenings outside. With agility, it perched upon Diggory's shoulder, ready to guide him through the selection of voice changers. "Greetings, host. I shall assist you in your shopping experience. First, let us examine the voice changer at the bottom of the shelf." Diggo, with a flourish of confidence, interrupted the words of the orange feline, insisting, "Spare me your chatter. What I desire now is the finest and most costly item that meets my requirements." With alacrity, the orange cat leapt to the highest tier of the shelf, deftly coiling its tail around the sole voice modulator available, before returning to stand before Diggo. "Esteemed host, this is the finest voice modulator. It can transform the voice of anyone from an octogenarian to an infant of merely 8 months. Diego's eyes sparkled with excitement. "All right, I shall take it." At that moment, the fluffy face of the orange cat was adorned with the cunning smirk of an unscrupulous merchant. "A mere 1,000 points of magical energy, my friend." Diggo's eyes twitched slightly, feeling a twinge of pain at the expense. Yet, upon realizing the value of time, he gritted his teeth and made the purchase. The moment Diggo's words left his lips, the large orange cat swiftly smacked the back of his head, fearing he might have a change of heart. Simultaneously, he showered Diggo with compliments, exclaiming, "What a magnanimous boss." As Diggory hummed his way out of the void, his consciousness barely returning, he heard the unmistakable sound of Patrick preparing to mount his horse and draw his weapon from within the door. Without the slightest hesitation, Diggory adjusted the voice modulator to 32 years old, mature woman. "Little Patrick, are you there? As per our agreement, I have come to find you." No sooner had the words left his lips than Diggory, covered in goosebumps, gazed in delight at the voice modulator in his hand. The quality was unparalleled, and the expenditure of 1,000 magic points was well worth it. This mature voice tantalized Diggory himself. At that moment, the room fell into an unexpected silence, as all previous actions within came to a sudden halt. Upon observing the scene, Diggory sensed an opportunity. He immediately adjusted his voice to mimic that of the courier from earlier, exclaiming in astonishment, "Might I inquire, the stunningly beautiful lady before me, do you happen to know Mr. Patrick?" The mature woman, aged 32, replied in a tone resonant with authority, "If you are seeking Patrick Dalton, then you are indeed correct." "Indeed, it is Patrick Dalton," Diego said in a strained voice. "Here is a parcel for him. Could you assist in signing for it?" The 32-year-old matron replied, "A parcel? I was unaware of such a profession. Furthermore, what has my dear purchased? Do show it to me at once." Diggory continued to speak in a strained voice. "Ah, yes, that night, the series of stories I had to tell with my sister-in-law, a total of 20 volumes. The 32-year-old woman's sultry voice emitted an extremely alluring hymn. To my astonishment, my little Patrick possessed such vigor. Was my presence not enough for him? Truly, I was filled with surprise and admiration. At that moment, inside the room. Oh, surprise and admiration indeed. Akira sat up, her gaze cold and menacing. "Are you not going to offer me an explanation? Or shall I simply invite your breathtaking older sister to join us, the 3 of us together?" Patrick wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his mind in disarray. "Akira, you must believe me. My heart belongs solely to you. Besides, look at me. I am still so young. How could I possibly handle someone of her age, right?" Humph. After hearing Patrick's explanation, Akira became even angrier. "Oh, so what you mean is, if you were not of this age, if you could handle her, you would be with her, correct?" Patrick was taken aback. "I did not say that. But that is what you were implying." Akira was thoroughly enraged. Her eyes wide and her features contorted into an exceedingly frightening visage, resembling a rabid tigress. Her face transformed from a rosy hue to a deep crimson, nearly bursting with fury. Seeing Akira in such a state, Patrick shrank back in fear. He scrambled to his feet, hastily gathering his discarded clothing while attempting to explain to the now pillow-throwing Akira, "I didn't mean it that way. Akira, you must trust me. Even though that woman's voice is beautiful, the only person I truly like is you." Akira let out a scream that could pierce through 10 layers of reinforced concrete. Roaring, "You dare say her voice is beautiful? You dare say her voice is beautiful? You dare say her voice is beautiful?" In the corner of the room, Patrick covered his ears, and outside the door, Diggory did the same, both thinking the same thought. This woman is terrifying. She must be on the brink of madness. However, compared to Diggory outside, it was evident that Patrick was far more anxious. He looked at Akira, now in a state of uncontrollable rage, drenched in cold sweat, desperately recalling the dating tips his father had imparted to him. But time was not on Patrick's side. In an instant, as Akira seized the short sword gifted to Patrick by his mother for self-defense from the nightstand and aimed it at him, a flash of inspiration struck Patrick's mind. He suddenly remembered a piece of advice his father had given him. "Son, if one day you find yourself in a situation while courting a girl and things go awry, and she becomes uncontrollable, remember, do not hesitate. Go in for a kiss and use your lips to silence her." At that moment, one must exude an overwhelming presence, act with swiftness, and gaze with profound affection. It is imperative to ensure that, in that fleeting instant, she can draw breath solely from your lips. This will induce a state of cerebral oxygen deprivation, rendering her incapable of processing the complexities of her thoughts, allowing her to be wholly immersed in the fervency of your kiss, ultimately unable to extricate herself. The echoes of her father's words still linger in her mind. Yet at this moment, Asuka has already lunged towards Patrick. Patrick, bereft of time for further contemplation, must adhere to his father's counsel. In that infinitesimal fraction of a second, a surge of energy radiates from him, his presence firmly established. Tears well up in his eyes, infused with emotion. His gaze is unwavering. With his left hand, he seizes Asuka's hand that clutches a weapon, while his right arm encircles her slender waist. Every action is perfectly executed. Finally, Patrick does not afford Asuka a moment to react. He delivers to her a long, lingering, and passionate kiss. After what seems an eternity, their lips part. Within that kiss lies an abundance of my affection for you. You embrace my shoulder, and from your eyes, I perceive boundless tenderness. If time permits, I wish for this moment to be frozen in eternity, so that I may possess you indefinitely. Grant me a chance, for I truly cherish you. Asuka, enchanted by Patrick's actions, finds herself utterly captivated. Being merely a girl, she has never encountered such romantic prowess. In Patrick's words and embrace, she succumbs once more. Very well. This is the last time. Through the crack of the door, Diggory absorbed the entirety of the scene before him. Upon witnessing Patrick's eloquence, he was astonished that Mirai had been so effortlessly swayed. He could not help but admire Patrick's finesse, truly a master of his craft. Diggory murmured to himself, "No, I must intensify my efforts." The transformation device, adorned with a bow, made its reappearance. The voice of the 32-year-old matron resonated, "Little Patrick, who are you conversing with inside? Who is it that you fancy?" At this moment, Diggo is immersed in his personal Oscar-winning performance, vehemently pounding on the dormitory door, his voice gradually spiraling into hysteria. "Little Patrick, with whom are you conversing? Is there someone else inside? Have you forsaken me? Did you not once declare that when the mountains crumble and the heavens converge, only then would you sever ties with me? Have you deceived me? When you pursued me, you professed your willingness to transform into the stone bridge of Hogwarts, enduring 500 years of wind and rain, solely for the day I might traverse it." The mature woman portrayed by Diggory wept inconsolably. "At that time, I urged you to abandon me, asserting that the disparity in our ages would preclude any fruitful outcome. Yet, you countered, to love a girl, rather than relinquishing her for her happiness, it is better to hold on to her and strive for her joy. Thus, you arrived at Hogwarts, proclaiming your intent to work for our future. Were those words merely deceptions? Speak, little Patrick." Inside the room, Patrick, upon witnessing the dimming gaze of Asuka in his arms, felt a sense of dread. Humph, can the mountains remain unyielding, or the heavens unite, before I dare to sever ties with you? 500 years of wind and rain endured for your sake? What then am I? Go ahead and continue your endeavors for her. With a resounding slap, Asuka finally extricated herself from his embrace, stood upright, and silently commenced dressing, her words lost in the stillness. At this moment, Diego could no longer afford to steal glances, hastily turning away to resume his previous eavesdropping. Although Patrick was momentarily stunned by the slap, he still yearned for reconciliation. "Let me explain," he implored. "I will not listen. I will not listen. I will not listen." Mirahana swiftly donned her attire, entirely disregarding him, and stormed out the door. Just before departing, she halted, not looking back, and declared, "Patrick Downton, you scoundrel, from now on, we shall remain eternal strangers." Patrick hurriedly pursued her, but all he could see was her resolute silhouette, marching away without a backward glance. He extended his hand, wishing to utter words of contrition, yet ultimately, his hand fell to his side, and his voice remained unspoken. With a sorrowful breath, he realized that the air still bore the lingering sin of Mirahana. A single tear slipped from the corner of Patrick's eye, tracing down his cheek and into his mouth, as he murmured, "Is this the taste of youth? Diggory, I am uncertain, but the scent is undoubtedly pungent. Cedric, what brings you here?" Patrick, startled by an exclamation from the side, turned abruptly to find Diggory emerging nonchalantly from behind the door. Then, as if recalling something, Patrick regarded Diggory with suspicion and tentatively inquired, "When did you arrive?" "Just a short while ago. I entered and saw a woman, approximately in her 30s, running out with her face covered, weeping." "Do you know who she is?" Diggory asked. The corner of Patrick's eye twitched as he replied, "Trust me, I am more eager to discover her identity than you. However, I must ask, why are you here? Did you not attend class?" Patrick questioned. "Professor Dumbledore summoned me for a discussion, which has now concluded, and I had no desire to attend the history of magic class, so I returned," Diggory replied. "By the way, who was that girl that just left? Why did she call you a scoundrel?" Diggory continued to probe. Upon hearing Diggory's question, Patrick's previously calm demeanor contorted. He clenched his jaw tightly and replied bitterly, "Whether I am a scoundrel or not is irrelevant. The important matter is, Cedric, did you see a man when you entered? He claimed to be a courier." "Oh, you mean that man?" Diggory feigned indifference, adopting a serious tone. "I did see him. He was in quite a hurry, but before he departed, he entrusted me with these 20 books to give to you." As he spoke, Diggory handed the bundle of books to Patrick. "When did you purchase these? Where did you acquire them?" To avoid revealing any inconsistencies, Diggory decided to maintain his fade. Patrick gazed at the thick stack of colorful books in his hands, almost wishing to hurl them into the nearby fireplace. Yet, upon realizing that these items might contain the sole clue to unmasking the mastermind behind recent events, Patrick regained his composure. "I bought these before the school year commenced, fearing that life at the academy would become too monotonous, so I acquired them to entertain myself in the evenings while nestled under the covers." Upon hearing Patrick's words, Diggory realized he had momentarily evaded scrutiny. At last, he could address the matter at hand. "Patrick, do you recall the 2 girls from Ravenclaw we spotted in the cafeteria this afternoon?" As Patrick tucked his books beneath his bed, he replied, "I remember. What about them?" Diggory exclaimed eagerly, "I wish to know the name of the girl I fancy." "Why do you ask that?" "Wait, what do you mean?" Patrick quickly concealed his books and turned back to inquire, "Have you truly developed feelings for that girl?" Diggory gazed at Patrick, who was eagerly inquiring about the latest gossip, and couldn't help but reflect on his remarkable resilience, how quickly he had bounced back. In truth, it was a mix of emotions. Diggory felt a tinge of embarrassment, for he was merely a man in his 20s who had developed an affection for an 11-year-old girl. If anyone were to discover this, he would be utterly mortified. The catalyst for these feelings was the recent reintroduction of a competition known as the Triwizard Tournament, in which Professor Dumbledore hoped I would participate alongside 2 teammates. Naturally, this led me to think of that young girl. Diggory explained that he had forcefully concocted an excuse, one that was undoubtedly official. He simply wished to seize this opportunity to engage with her more, believing that familiarity would breed closeness, thus gradually paving the way for potential opportunities. However, upon hearing Diggory mention his impending participation in the Triwizard Tournament, Patrick became alarmed. "Cedric, have you not heard of the Triwizard Tournament? It is an event notorious for its excessively high mortality rate and has been banned. Moreover, is it not restricted to upperclassmen? Why would Professor Dumbledore allow you to compete? Is this not tantamount to sending you to your demise?" Diggory was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Patrick's anxious expression. He could distinctly sense that Patrick genuinely cared for him. A warm feeling inexplicably blossomed within him, prompting Diggory to smile. He proceeded to share with Patrick the details of his conversation with Dumbledore in the office, omitting certain aspects and merely informing him about the re-establishment of the Triwizard Tournament. Upon hearing Diggory's account, Patrick finally relaxed and nodded in reassurance, exclaiming, "I knew it. Professor Dumbledore would never send you into a competition fraught with peril." Then, with a touch of maturity, Patrick patted Diagonal's shoulder and declared, "Cedric, you are the emblem of Hufflepuff, and I firmly believe you shall triumph in this competition. Furthermore, you will earn us a substantial number of house points, ultimately leading Hufflepuff to clinch this year's House Cup." Diggory merely smiled at Patrick's words and then remarked, "You have yet to disclose the name of that girl. Are you truly determined to pursue the Ravenclaw maiden?" Upon noticing Diggory's insistence on inquiring about the girl's name, Patrick could not help but interject, "I must caution you, the Ravenclaw girl is best left untouched." Patrick continued, "I have already shifted my focus to a member of Gryffindor. And as your brother, I feel it is my duty to offer you this advice." Diggo was somewhat perplexed. Why was it that the Ravenclaw girls were off limits? Was it Professor Flitwick who forbade it? Yet, I recall no such rule at Hogwarts that prohibits students from engaging in romantic pursuits. Moreover, she is undeniably beautiful. Why should I not attempt to win her affection? Patrick wore an enigmatic expression and replied thoughtfully, "It is not for any other reason, but rather because the girls of Ravenclaw are exceedingly intelligent." Exceedingly intelligent? Diggo found himself bewildered. "Indeed, it is precisely their brilliance," Patrick said, a look of trepidation crossing his face. "Had it not been for a warning from an upperclassman, I might have, like you, boldly pursued the girl I fancied." Patrick continued, "That upperclassman informed me that many of our predecessors have met their downfall at the hands of Ravenclaw girls." "What do you mean by that?" Diggo inquired. After pondering Diggo's question, Patrick decided to reveal everything that the upperclassman had disclosed to him, intending to dissuade Diggo from his aspirations. He recounted a tale of a Slytherin upperclassman who, while courting a Ravenclaw senior, attempted to engage in a clandestine affair. However, a single long hair left on his wizarding robe led his Ravenclaw girlfriend to unravel the entire truth. Diego touched his nose and remarked, "Surely, this is a case of that Slytherin bringing upon his own demise. If the roles were reversed, would you willingly accept being cuckolded by your own girlfriend?" Diego's profound inquiry momentarily left Patrick speechless. It seemed to resonate with a certain truth, he murmured. However, there was more to unfold. Unyielding, Patrick continued, "A senior from Gryffindor faced dire consequences merely for being seated beside a girl during class, resulting in the lingering scent of her perfume on him. The day following this incident, his Ravenclaw girlfriend still detected the fragrance clinging to him. Consequently, the Gryffindor lad not only endured a breakup but also received a rather unpleasant package of excremental greetings from his former girlfriend, leaving him with the unmistakable stench of a latrine for an entire month." Diego originally intended to remark that the man had brought this upon himself. But before he could articulate his thoughts, Patrick intervened, urging him to continue listening. In truth, this was not the most unfortunate circumstance. The most tragic tale involved a highly intelligent couple, both students of Ravenclaw, where the male consistently outperformed his girlfriend in every examination. Not only did he boast about his superior scores, but on one occasion, after mocking her, he had the audacity to engage in a friendly discussion about the exam questions with another woman right in front of her. Upon hearing this, Diggory realized that even a celestial being would be unable to save this man. Indeed, Patrick took a sip of water and continued, "Ultimately, it was that one occasion when he finally made his girlfriend cry, and the consequences were dire." Upon hearing this, Diggory's spirit was instantly invigorated, for he knew the climax of the tale was approaching. What transpired? What had happened to that man at the hands of his girlfriend? Patrick, equally enthralled, paid no heed to Diggory's excitement. Even if he had, it would have been inconsequential, as he too had experienced a similar thrill upon first hearing the story. What happened next? TSK, even having heard it once before, as he recounted it to Diggory, Patrick could still vividly recall the shock and dread that had surged within him upon first receiving the news. The outcome was that the girl had secretly entered into a relationship with another boy who had long harbored feelings for her, and with his assistance, her academic performance had significantly improved. Ultimately, her grades not only surpassed those of her boyfriend, but dealt him a crushing blow at his moment of pride. Moreover, when her boyfriend, in a moment of realization and desire for forgiveness, sought reconciliation, she boldly declared in front of him and the assembled crowd that she had already been dating another boy. In that moment, she firmly placed a vivid green hat upon her boyfriend's head. Hiss. Diggory gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "My goodness, how ruthless. This move is simply a strike at the very foundation, a heart-wrenching blow." Although Patrick did not comprehend the implications of Diggory's words, he could nonetheless sense the gravity of his tone. "Right? You find it terrifying as well." Patrick echoed, equally astonished, and yet, this is not the end. Upon discovering that his girlfriend had betrayed him, the man, perhaps due to his fragile emotional state, completely broke down on the spot. He immediately drew his wand, intent on dueling the boy who had usurped his place. Upon hearing that there was more to the tale, Diggory eagerly pulled Patrick to sit together on the dormitory sofa. Though they lacked snacks such as chips or seeds, it did not diminish his enthusiasm to continue listening. Patrick, without any intention of teasing Diggory, proceeded to unfold the climax of the story. The duel culminated in a rather rare outcome. Both parties were grievously injured. Each had cast their spells upon the other. And at that moment, the true victor was revealed. Wait, Diggory interjected. Did you not previously mention that their duel resulted in mutual destruction? Patrick waved his hand dismissively and replied, Do not rush me. Let me finish. Indeed, the outcome was twofold devastation, yet the crux lies in the aftermath. Particularly concerning the young woman who instigated the duel, her object of affection. Observing the widening eyes of Diggory, fueled by curiosity, Patrick chuckled with satisfaction. That woman paid no heed to the two boys fighting for her, and instead, walked away from both. Goodness! Diggory exclaimed in astonishment. Initially, he had presumed that the girl was hastening towards her current boyfriend while disregarding her ex. The reality, however, was starkly different. What a ruthless woman, exhibiting such terrifying indifference. Although Patrick did not fully grasp the meaning of Diggory's expression, he could certainly sense the tone in his voice. Thus, I advise you, should you seek a girlfriend, steer clear of Ravenclaw, Patrick reiterated, citing the examples set by several upper-class women, which had led to the current trend of Ravenclaw girls not easily relinquishing their former boyfriends. If you were to part ways with a Ravenclaw girl in the future, it would be a painful experience, to say the least. Yet, to Patrick's utter disbelief, Diggory remained undeterred by his counsel, clinging to his original thought. While I understand you mean well, I still wish to know the name of that girl. Patrick, incredulous, replied, You must be mad. True, that girl possesses an undeniable charm, yet Slytherin, Gryffindor, and even our own Hufflepuff have their fair share of attractive and poised young women. Have you lost your senses, fixating on that one flower? Diggory touched his nose, pondered deeply, and then turned to Patrick, saying, Not all girls from Ravenclaw are like that. Moreover, if she and I were to truly be together in the future, there is no guarantee that we would ultimately part ways. He continued, ultimately. Regarding the 3 examples you mentioned earlier, the reason those men faced retribution lies within their own actions. Even in the last example, the girl's predicament stemmed from us men. One was incapable of cherishing a lady, while the other, lacking in moral integrity, shamelessly pursued another's romantic interest, thus deserving to be used. Patrick regarded Diggory with a look of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend his perspective. So, you intend to steadfastly commit to that one cabbage, willing to forsake an entire vast garden for her, is that correct? Diggory sat upon the sofa, contemplating with great care. On one side lay an entire vegetable garden, while on the other stood a splendid cabbage. Did he truly have to make such a choice? Observing Diggory's hesitation, Patrick immediately donned a mischievous grin. Don't dwell on it, he urged. As spirited youths, merely 11 years of age, how can we squander our bright future? He settled beside Diggory, resting a hand on his shoulder, and added, Moreover, you are quite handsome, are you not? There is no reason to forfeit the abundance of admirers that life may bestow upon you. Diego remained silent, offering no response. Patrick, with renewed fervor, continued, Truly, trust me, given your circumstances, I wish to impart 2 pieces of advice. Firstly, do not contemplate ending it all on a single tree. And secondly, steer clear of the girls from Ravenclaw. You must understand that if you were to pursue a relationship with a Ravenclaw girl, you would forfeit any chance of gallivanting with your friends in the future. While accompanying her on outings, you must relinquish any thoughts of admiring other girls' alluring, elongated legs. Even a fleeting glance would be deemed a transgression. And do not even entertain the thought of messaging other girls. Particularly, you will likely find no opportunity for such escapades in the future. Diego suddenly lifted his head, a glimmer of brilliance illuminating his eyes. Upon witnessing Diego's response, Patrick immediately clapped his hands and exclaimed, Right. You also believe that this ancestral craft must not be forsaken. However, Diego, rubbing his nose thoughtfully, remarked, logically speaking, If I were to have a girlfriend, would I still need my hands? As soon as Patrick heard this, he discerned a deeper implication. Narrowing his eyes, he stroked his smooth chin and inquired, Cedric, are you still a novice in matters of love? Those who have experienced romance understand that even when one is in a relationship, there are moments when one must rely on oneself. Diego gazed vacantly at Patrick, his face gradually flushing with embarrassment as he stammered. Well, I must admit, I have never been in a romantic relationship. At that moment, Diego truly felt a wave of awkwardness. Regardless of his past self in his 20s or his current 11-year-old form, he had yet to encounter the notion of a girlfriend. As he pondered this, a sudden realization struck him. I am merely 11 years old. How could I possibly have experienced love at this tender age? Patrick leaned back, revealing a knowing smile, his eyes squinting into mere slits. It is precisely because you have yet to enter the realm of our Scottish gentlemen that you find the idea of romance at our age so astonishing. Would you care to join our circle? The moment you step inside, you will discover a world unlike any you have ever known. Diego regarded Patrick, who, despite being merely 11 years of age, bore a smile that seemed to belong to an 80-year-old debauchee. With a tone of righteous indignation, Diego proclaimed, What circles are we discussing? All I know is that your thoughts are quite troubling. Patrick was taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Diego's words. We are still just children. How could we possibly engage in early romance? I believe it is imperative for me to enter your circle, not for any other reason, but to guide you and your fellow rascals back onto the right path, ensuring that you all develop under the principles of socialist values. Patrick remained perplexed. Socialist values? What is that? Why should we change? Our way of life is perfectly fine. He added, if joining is what it takes, then let us do it without all this complicated talk. With that, Patrick settled beside Diego, casually draping an arm around his shoulder. Since you have now entered our Scottish gentleman's circle, I shall introduce you to our friends. Afterwards, we will also discuss the English buffoon circle, the Welsh dimwit circle, and finally the Northern Irish traitor circle. They are a group with whom we share a tumultuous relationship within the walls of Hogwarts. They can be seen as both our allies and adversaries. As he spoke, Patrick rose and retrieved a collection of stories titled The Night I Had to Speak with My Sister-in-Law, which he had previously hidden beneath his bed. I'll bring this along. I am certain they will appreciate it. Diego glanced at Patrick, who was eagerly pulling him away with a book in hand, furrowing his brow as he felt an inkling of having forgotten something significant. What had prompted him to seek out Patrick in the first place? Wait. Let us pause for a moment. Diego raised his hand and pondered. I recall there was indeed a matter I wished to discuss with you. Allow me to gather my thoughts. Patrick waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly. That can wait. The priority now is to locate our companions from the gentleman's circle. We shall converse afterwards. No. Do not divert the topic. Diego, who had initially risen to his feet under Patrick's insistence, now sank back into his seat, exclaiming, I remember it was something of great importance. Oh, it has come to me. With a spark of excitement, Diego addressed Patrick. I wish to know her name. Patrick wore an expression of exasperation, clearly reluctant to continue this line of conversation, and replied, I withhold this information for your own good. Perhaps we should discuss something else instead. Diggory spoke directly. This topic is paramount. Do not attempt to divert me. Nothing else holds such significance. Quickly tell me. Spare me your idle chatter. I shall not grant you another opportunity. For every moment you babble, the author must pen an additional 1,000 words, thus allowing another chapter to slip through your fingers. Patrick sighed in resignation. Very well, since you insist on knowing, I shall divulge it. Casting a helpless glance at Diggory, Patrick finally spoke. The girl's name is Ophelia. Ophelia. Diggory murmured the name slowly before promptly rendering his judgment, memorable and melodious. Patrick patted Diggory on the shoulder, concern etched upon his face. Cedric, my brother, has your soul been lost? It is merely an ordinary name. Observing the blissful expression on Diggory's face, Patrick felt a twinge of worry. From his experience, it was evident that Diggory's mind was now wholly consumed by thoughts of Ophelia, rendering him oblivious to anything else. Suddenly, Diggory recalled a crucial question. Seizing Patrick's hand as he inquired, Does Ophelia have a boyfriend? No, Patrick replied. Nice. Diggory exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through him. He had finally learned her name and discovered that Ophelia was unattached, thus paving the way for his pursuit. Therefore, it was imperative to locate her, begin as friends, and gradually deepen their connection. With this thought, Diggory turned to Patrick, who was an experienced ally. Noticing Diggory's gaze, Patrick grinned with satisfaction. Let us first seek out our brothers in the Scottish gentleman's circle, and together we shall devise a plan to win over Ophelia. After all, she is a member of Ravenclaw, and one cannot approach the women of that house with conventional reasoning. Diggory nodded with a smile, taking the initiative to clasp Patrick's shoulder. Thank you in advance. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate. Upon exiting the dormitory, Diggory and Patrick made their way directly to the dining hall, where they fortuitously encountered the leaders of 3 other circles in a corner of the hall. This meeting transpired half an hour prior to the evening meal. As the gentle autumn sun poured through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow upon Hogwarts Hall, Patrick, the leader of the Scottish Gentleman's Circle, warmly greeted the representatives of the English Fool's Circle, the Welsh Dimwit's Circle, and the Northern Irish Double-Crossers Circle, engaging in amiable discourse. At the outset of the meeting, Patrick extended heartfelt greetings and well wishes to the 3 leaders, who expressed their gratitude and reciprocated with their own warm sentiments towards him. Subsequently, both parties, embodying sincerity and goodwill, engaged in a friendly yet constructive dialogue. As the meeting progressed, Patrick introduced each of the 3 leaders to Cedric Diggory, the newly appointed captain of Hufflepuff House, while subtly boasting of his relationship with Diggory. He also discreetly insinuated to the 3 leaders that, regardless of their efforts, the Scottish Gentleman's Circle would remain unparalleled with Diggory's inclusion. The 3 leaders, however, vehemently refuted Patrick's assertion, asserting that personnel could freely circulate between circles. They then, in Patrick's presence, extended a warm invitation to Cedric, earnestly requesting him to join their circles. Before Cedric could respond, Patrick, filled with indignation, condemned the 3 leaders for their underhanded tactics. He made a firm declaration that Cedric would forever be a member of Hufflepuff House, always its captain, and perpetually his dear brother. He asserted that not only does Hogwarts prohibit students from transferring houses, but even if it allowed such a change, Cedric would never abandon Hufflepuff, which needed him. Furthermore, Hufflepuff would never relinquish Cedric. Patrick expressed his utmost disdain and anger towards the blatant attempts of the 3 leaders to poach Cedric. Ultimately, the meeting concluded with a significant clash of perspectives, resulting in an unceremonious departure. During dinner at the Hufflepuff table, Patrick sat on the bench, breathing heavily in fury, one hand clutching a substantial chicken leg and the other holding a cup of pumpkin juice. It was evident that even the most delectable food could not assuage his ire. Those scoundrels, how dare they attempt to recruit right under Diggory's nose? I even offered assistance to them, and now they have the audacity to behave as they do. As Diggory calmly sipped his apple juice, his gaze wandered to the Ravenclaw table, searching for that enchanting figure. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, dinner had commenced for 10 minutes, and he had yet to catch a glimpse of Ophelia at the Ravenclaw table. At that moment, he overheard Patrick's complaints. And as he swallowed the last bite of his cloudsuffle, he disdainfully remarked, "Could you please swallow what's in your mouth before speaking? Just look at the food in front of you. Is there anything left to eat?" Patrick, after swallowing his food, stared at Diggory in disbelief, and slowly, tears welled up in his eyes, transforming his initial incredulity into a palpable sense of abandonment. It was one thing for those 3 scoundrels to lack humanity, but Cedric, how could you fail to understand me? It would be one matter if you simply misunderstood me, but why on earth does this chicken leg taste so horrid? Why does it have an acrid, burnt flavor? And to top it off, there's mustard mixed in? Have Hogwarts house elves lost their sanity as well? Yet the chicken leg was not his primary concern. Trembling, he turned to Diggory and said, "You were never like this before." Diego gazed at Patrick, speechless. As he absent-mindedly touched his nose, a look of helplessness etched upon his face. Initially, he had thought that learning Ophelia's name would mark the beginning of his pursuit. Yet now it appeared that his companion had inadvertently been provoked by his own actions. Diego could only apologize. "Patrick, I am truly sorry for my previous words. I should not have spoken to you in such a manner. My impatience stemmed from not seeing Ophelia on the Ravenclaw side. How could you raise your voice at me over a woman?" Diego's explanation was hardly necessary. Once he began to elucidate, Patrick could hardly contain himself, his voice rising in volume and inevitably drawing the attention of other diners in the cafeteria. Unbeknownst to Diego, as the prominent figure of Hufflepuff, his performance in Charms class had already rendered him the focal point of attention not only among Hufflepuff students but also from those in other houses. In that moment, while Diego conversed with Patrick, the surrounding onlookers could neither discern their words nor comprehend the events that had transpired earlier. They could only observe from a distance as Diego, in evident impatience, exchanged a few words with Patrick, after which Patrick burst into tears. While tears among friends are not uncommon, and misunderstandings can happen, it seemed to them that once the matter was clarified, all would be well. However, the crux of the situation lay in the fact that, upon completing his explanation, Patrick's emotions did not settle. Rather, they appeared to spiral out of control, particularly with his exclamation, "You actually yelled at me for a woman." This revelation left ample room for speculation among the spectators. Good heavens! The most sensational news of the autumn of 1988, Cedric Diggory, the prodigious Hufflepuff student, had seemingly captured the affections of fellow Hufflepuff student Patrick, only to abandon him publicly on the very second day of term, exclaimed a Gryffindor student, their voice booming as if to ensure all could hear. As Diggory turned his gaze towards the source of the voices, he recognized the leader of the Northern Ireland underworld. "What? You say they're in a romantic relationship?" exclaimed a member of the onlooking crowd. "Goodness, do you even need to ask? Did you not see that person's gaze, filled with emotion and brimming with tears?" responded another onlooker. "But two men? Isn't that rather inappropriate?" questioned a third. "While other countries might still frown upon it, our nation surely has no qualms. Male bonding, strong men with strong men, is quite commonplace," remarked a fourth observer. "Yet, it's a pity, both are undeniably handsome," lamented another. The fifth onlooker shot a glance at the previous speaker and retorted, "So, is it not a loss for them to be with a burly fellow like you? At least being with me isn't a waste," said the stout observer, his nasal hair protruding and his physique rather unrefined. Sitting in his seat, Diggory's expression grew darker as he overheard the crowd's speculations. He cast a desperate look towards several classmates nearby, silently pleading for them to clarify the situation to the onlookers, although those classmates immediately stepped in to defend him. The crowd seemed far more inclined to embrace their own fanciful narratives rather than the truth. Moreover, those who attempted to clarify the matter for Diggory soon found themselves transformed, in the imaginations of others, into the loathsome third, fourth, and fifth parties. As Diego observed, the situation grew increasingly dire, with even those from Ravenclaw beginning to whisper and gossip about him and Patrick. Meanwhile, Patrick remained unfazed, casually savoring his chicken leg with an air of nonchalance. Diggo had no choice but to leave the cafeteria without looking back, harboring the belief that the misunderstandings would eventually unravel with the passage of time. However, this was clearly a mere wishful thinking on Diggo's part. These misunderstandings remained unresolved even many years after his graduation. Furthermore, the existence of this incident contributed to an increasing prevalence of same-sex romances among boys at Hogwarts in the years that followed, becoming ever more rampant and difficult to curb. Of course, this is a tale for another time. Alone, Diggory traversed the desolate corridor, having just emerged from the dining hall. An unsettling sensation gripped him, as if he had forgotten something significant, yet the elusive thought remained just beyond his grasp. In the depths of Malfoy Manor, a dimly lit and foreboding passage stretched ahead. A flickering amber light approached gradually from the entrance, revealing Lucius, who carried a kerosene lamp, his steps deliberate as he navigated the underground corridor constructed years prior. The emptiness of the hall echoed with the sound of Lucius's footsteps, accompanied by an unrestrained, ghostly breath and a covetous laughter that lingered in the air. As Lucius reached the end of the corridor, an iron-barred cell door emerged at the periphery of the waning light. The air was thick with an unusual scent, prompting Lucius to furrow his brow and produce a clean handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose, murmuring in a subdued tone, "Father, your son has arrived." His voice reverberated through the corridor, momentarily halting the spectral breath and greedy laughter, which soon escalated in urgency, ultimately accompanied by a sound of eerie release. A tranquil silence enveloped the space once more. "Is everything in order?" Moments later, amidst rustling sounds, the ghostly whispers returned, revealing a frail, white-haired elder, his skin covered in a dense array of warts resembling dragon scales, standing on the other side of the iron bars. He was none other than Lucius's father, Abraxas Malfoy, the former patriarch of the Malfoy family. Stooped and disheveled, Abraxas's murky eyes reflected a pallid weakness, with the scant strands of white hair barely clinging to his scalp, which was overrun with the same dragon-like growths. As he spoke, remnants of a few decayed yellow teeth were visible. Lucius instinctively took a small step back, slightly bowing his upper body in a semblance of respect, stating, "Everything has been arranged. The Triwizard Tournament has been successfully reinstated at Hogwarts." Observing Lucius's subtle retreat, Abraxas, with a cold smirk, continued to inquire, "Dumbledore hasn't he discovered anything, has he?" Lucius, bowing his head in thought, replied, "There should be nothing." A sharp, grating laughter escaped Abraxas, akin to nails on a chalkboard. "Should be. You know well that under the reign of that entity, such a response would earn you the Cruciatus curse." At the direct mention of Voldemort by his father, Lucius shuddered, acknowledging that indeed, Dumbledore had not uncovered anything. Upon uttering those words, Lucius suddenly realized that he had been intimidated by his father's single remark, losing his composure in that fleeting moment. His expression darkened as he straightened his posture, shedding the previous semblance of respect, and looked down with disdain at his father, who had become a mere shadow of himself. He arrogantly declared, 3 days prior to the meeting, I successfully garnered the support of the 2 directors from the International Magical Cooperation Department and the Department of Magical Sports with a modest sum of money. Furthermore, the day before the meeting, I exploited Fudge's jealousy and apprehension towards Dumbledore to draw him into our camp. Thus, the meeting was a resounding success. Lucius spoke with an air of pride, seeking to demonstrate that he was no less capable than his father, even in the absence of Abraxas's guidance. He believed he could still become a competent patriarch, surpassing the excellence of his progenitor. Abraxas, however, saw through Lucius's petty ambitions, yet he merely scoffed. Unperturbed by his son's bravado, he then inquired, You fool, are you suggesting that Dumbledore simply acquiesced to your proposal without any countermeasures? Upon hearing this, a flicker of malice flashed in Lucius's eyes, quickly concealed. If there were any countermeasures proposed by Dumbledore, they were limited to 2. He restricted the age of participants to 13, allowing only students from the 3rd year of schooling to compete, and mandated that the events posed no danger. Humph. Abraxas scoffed. These 2 stipulations are utterly inconsequential. As long as we manage to deliver his notebook to Hogwarts, our task will be halfway accomplished. The rest is not our concern. Pausing momentarily, Abraxas rubbed his brow before recalling something and asked, I have heard whispers of a prodigious new student at Hogwarts. Have you inquired about this? At this, surprise flickered across Lucius's face, followed by a complex smile that mingled resentment and reluctance, which he quickly masked with disdain. Oh, father, I did not expect you to possess such intelligence despite your current state. I am truly impressed. With a ghostly chuckle reminiscent of a night owl, Abraxas replied, Unless I am truly deceased, you shall never wield the full power of the Malfoy family. At that moment, despite Lucius's utmost restraint, an uncontainable hatred gleamed in his eyes. If you have already bequeathed the position of patriarch to me, why then do you clutch the reins of power so tightly? Yet, Lucius found himself powerless against his loathsome father. I have already acquired the new student's information, Abraxas stated. Lucius endeavored to suppress the tumultuous hatred within, taking a deep breath to restore his calm demeanor. He was a first-year student from Hufflepuff, named Cedric Diggory, the son of Amos Diggory. Abracadabra pondered briefly, conjuring information about the Diggory family in his mind, realizing they belonged to that lineage. I recall that not a single member of their family for 10 generations exhibited remarkable talent. How has this generation produced someone capable of bearing the banner? The old man muttered to himself. Lucius, utterly disinterested in the man who was his father, remained silent and motionless. After a moment, the old man's soliloquy abruptly ceased. And just as Lucius felt a sense of curiosity, he was startled by the old man's ghostly laughter. How intriguing! Lucius furrowed his brow, and before he could speak, Abracadabra commanded him, You must arrange for someone, a person who can undoubtedly participate in the Triwizard Tournament, and they must be capable of ultimately winning the competition. Lucius instinctively prepared to comply, but just as the words were on the verge of escaping his lips, he halted abruptly, seething, Why should I heed your commands? Abracadabra sneered, replying, Simply because you remain oblivious to my reasons for orchestrating such arrangements. Lucius's fury seemed utterly powerless against his father's words. After Abracadabra finished speaking, Lucius stood frozen for a few seconds, then turned on his heel, departing without uttering a single word. As he observed Lucius's retreating figure, a mysterious glint flickered in Abracadabra's eyes, eventually turning to ice. With a disdainful huff, Abracadabra averted his gaze, turning back to the shadowy figure lying on the ground, devoid of any garments, and with a wicked smile remarked, Though merely a hybrid of a succubus and a human, there is still a unique allure. With that, he lunged toward the figure with fervor. Last night, Diggory had a dream in which Ophelia appeared, and they engaged in a profound discussion on how to delineate aerobic from anaerobic exercise. Upon awakening this morning, Diggory found himself looking at the bedspread, which bore a map of the Atlantic tinged with a peculiar scent, feeling a wave of embarrassment as he sheepishly touched his nose. Alas, although my body is still that of a child, it does not alter the maturity of my heart. Subsequently, Diggory furtively cast a glance at Patrick, who lay asleep beside him, and quickly retrieved his wand. Fortunately, he had drawn a spell for cleansing from the space before sleeping last night. Otherwise, this situation would have been quite troublesome. With a swift wave of his wand, the Atlantic map on the bedspread vanished, and he exhaled in relief. His pure and honest persona had been successfully preserved. Cedric. Diego was suddenly taken aback. Patrick's voice, had he not fallen asleep? What should I do now? Should I immediately return to the space and draw another all-forgotten? and then present it to him? Given such limited time? Whether I can draw it is indeed a matter of concern. Behold, this is my ex-girlfriend Amelia. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? Diego gazed at Patrick with a mix of suspicion and uncertainty, only allowing himself to exhale in relief once he ascertained that Patrick was merely speaking in his sleep. However, this realization prompted him to acknowledge that the spell of forgetfulness must be prioritized. It was imperative to master it as soon as possible. At that moment, Patrick turned over in his bed, scratching his rear, and continued his slumberous murmurs. "Ah, Susan, you too have come, Cedric. Look, this is my ex-girlfriend Susan. What do you think? Her legs are long, aren't they? And her backside is quite appealing, isn't it?" Diego couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye, realizing that his roommate was indeed quite the charming rogue. However, he pondered whether Patrick had ever toyed with the affections of his ex-girlfriend. If he had, then he would not merely be a charming scoundrel but an unequivocal cad. Almost as if sensing the morning light filtering through the window, Patrick slowly awoke, rubbing his bleary eyes, and turned to find Diego already sitting up in the adjacent bed. "Goodness, Cedric, is it morning already?" Patrick yawned, inquiring. Diego glanced at the blazing red sunrise outside and remarked, "Aren't you going to get up and prepare for class? You skipped history of magic yesterday. Do you intend to do so again today?" Patrick, with a lazy smile, covered his head with a pillow and replied muffled, "Skipping class is delightful for a moment. To continue skipping brings perpetual joy." Upon hearing this, Diggory immediately broke into a knowing smile, lying back down and pulling the covers over himself once more. It was not that Diggory wished to linger in bed, but rather he had discovered that since the onset of autumn, the weather had turned decidedly cooler, and his bed had acquired a peculiar enchantment, a formidable force that rendered rising in the morning an exceedingly arduous task. Alas, recognizing the futility of resistance, he resolved to embrace the comfort of his cocoon. Just as he prepared to drift into an eternal slumber, the dormitory door was abruptly flung open, revealing an obviously upperclassman. "I knew you lot would still be in bed," bellowed the freckled, portly student. "Cedric is one thing. After all, he just earned us points for Hufflepuff. But you, Patrick, why are you still asleep?" The upperclassman strode over to Patrick's bed and yanked the warm covers away with a swift motion. "Ah, what on earth?" Patrick's shriek pierced the air, reminiscent of a maiden about to be forcibly removed from her sanctuary. "Logan, what are you doing so early in the morning? Give me back my covers. Get up, and I'll return them to you," Logan retorted. "Don't think I'm intimidated just because you're an upperclassman. I'll say it once more. Give me back my covers." Patrick fumed. "Not a chance. Yesterday, because of your truancy, Professor Binns deducted 30 points from Hufflepuff. So today, I want to allow you to skip class." Logan grasped the blanket tightly, refusing to relent. Meanwhile, Patrick strained to reclaim the blanket, which had slipped far from his grasp. Despite his face turning crimson and veins bulging from his neck, he could not wrest it from Logan's hold. "Cedric earned us 100 points yesterday. Even considering the 30 points I lost, that still leaves us with 70. Patrick argued passionately. Logan was incensed by Patrick's reasoning. "Those points were earned by Cedric, not you. He can sleep in and skip classes if he chooses, but you cannot." "Who? Who do you think you're fooling with that excuse?" Patrick retorted, continuing to struggle for the blanket. "You're just jealous that my girlfriend has more than you. Spare me your nonsense. I can't be bothered to argue with you." Logan was weary of this futile contest, as the academic demands of 7th-year Hogwarts students far surpassed those of 1st-year students. "Just get out of bed." With both hands, Logan yanked the blanket forcefully backward. Thud. Caught off guard, Patrick fell to the ground in a sudden tumble. Yet, before Logan could comprehend the situation, Patrick swiftly rose from the floor with remarkable agility. He quickly tossed aside Diego's blanket and dove in, embracing Diego's body for warmth. "I tell you, Logan, one day, I will make you pay for what you have done to me today," Patrick declared, wrapping one arm around Diego's smooth physique while raising a middle finger in Logan's direction. Then, as if he had stumbled upon a newfound treasure, a mischievous grin spread across Patrick's face. "Goodness, Cedric. I never imagined your skin would surpass that of my previous partners. How do you maintain such perfection, being a guy and all?" As he spoke, Patrick's hands roamed beneath the blanket, audaciously exploring Diego's well-defined pectorals, his chiseled abs, and other areas, unabashedly indulging in his desires. Diggory's face instantly flushed a deep crimson, akin to the sun just emerging above the horizon. "Damn it, get the hell away from me. I'm not into that, you fool." Regaining his composure, Diggory went into a frenzy, delivering a swift kick from beneath the covers that sent Patrick sprawling across the room. With a resounding thud, Patrick lay on the ground, cradling his groin and abdomen, resembling a cooked shrimp, groaning pitifully. The blow to his stomach was courtesy of Diggory's foot, while the unfortunate strike to his more sensitive area was an unintended consequence of the kick's trajectory. Well executed. Logan silently commended Diggory, dismissing the rumors he had overheard during dinner the previous night regarding the alleged romantic entanglement between Diggory and Patrick. The sheer force of that kick could only stem from a relationship fraught with love and hatred, a tumultuous bond that had escalated to such extremes. But wait, Logan realized there was something he had overlooked. What was this notion of love and hate he had previously entertained? Ultimately, Logan dragged the half-conscious, naked Patrick from the floor, ensuring to drape him with some clothing before departing. However, Diggory paid no heed to where Patrick dressed, confident that his friend's resilience would suffice. The commotion caused by Patrick had extinguished Diggory's desire for a leisurely return to slumber, compelling him to rise from his bed and prepare for breakfast. That morning, he had a transfiguration class with Professor McGonagall. As he ate, he contemplated whether to skip the lesson. After all, it was Professor McGonagall's class. She was a stern yet fair and compassionate elder, one of Diggory's favorite characters from the original story. Skipping her class seemed unnecessary. However, the more pressing concern was the formidable reputation of Minerva McGonagall as a teacher. Diggory was keen to avoid leaving a negative impression. Additionally, he harbored the desire to test the limits of his own talents in transfiguration. After all, the original owner of this body, Cedric Diggory, was a remarkably gifted student. Now, with his own soul infused into this vessel, his innate abilities had surely been enhanced. As the Sorting Hat had proclaimed during the ceremony, his potential was the highest among his peers. Thus, Diggory was eager to ascertain just how high that potential truly soared during the transfiguration lesson. After all, if some simple spells could be learned independently, there would be no need to squander magical energy on lotteries to acquire them. Meanwhile, as Diggory enjoyed his breakfast on the other side of Hogwarts, beneath a colossal willow tree by the Black Lake, a slender figure stood alone at the edge of a hollow within the tree. The girl, with her bright amber eyes framed by silver-rimmed, rimless glasses, gazed vacantly at the shimmering surface of the lake. A gentle breeze rustled the grass, causing the girl's short student skirt to dance in the wind. Unfortunately, with only a few minutes left before class, it was destined that no one would have the opportunity to admire this rare beauty. A soft sound resembling the wind weaving through the tree hollow emerged, accompanied by the sudden appearance of a black venomous snake, approximately 1 meter long and as thick as the girl's arm. The serpent slithered swiftly out of the hollow, like a dark streak of lightning, and coiled itself around the girl's leg, wrapping itself around her waist in an instant. At that moment, the girl finally snapped back to reality, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded the sinister serpent encircling her. It seemed as though she had long anticipated and grown accustomed to the presence of this black snake. "What is the task this time?" she inquired, her face betraying no hint of emotion. The black snake raised its triangular head until it reached the level of her chest, extending its forked tongue to confirm her essence. It then opened its mouth wide, revealing 2 elongated fangs glistening with a golden-red hue in the sunlight. Following this, the snake's abdomen convulsed. The girl furrowed her brow, acutely aware of a hard object swiftly moving within the serpent's belly, poised to be expelled. Without much delay, merely a few seconds passed before a small, milky white box emerged from the snake's throat, gradually revealing itself as it filled the serpent's mouth to the brim. The black snake, with its unfeeling vertical pupils fixed intently on the girl, gently shook its head, signaling her to catch the box from its maw. However, as the girl beheld the damp, sticky milky white box, a look of unabashed disgust flickered in her beautiful eyes. Her previously boyish decisiveness faltered at this moment. She was reluctant to accept the box from the mouth of the black snake, especially one that had been regurgitated from its belly. Thoughts of the snake's last meal, presumably a mouse, and the possibility that its remains had already begun to decompose within the serpent's stomach flooded her mind. The very notion that this box had emerged from such a place made Ophelia's face reflect a sentiment of utter repulsion, as if to say, "I do not want this. What are you doing? Why must this be so disgusting?" In the depths of the black serpent's vertical pupils, blood vessels gradually emerged. It was growing somewhat anxious, perpetually gaping its mouth as its jaw seemed to be struggling under the strain. With a hint of urgency, it shook its head, signaling the familiar girl before it to hasten and take the small box from its mouth. However, to the serpent's bewilderment, the normally decisive girl, who approached tasks with the efficiency of a boy, hesitated inexplicably at this moment, refusing to accept the small box. Could it be that it had delivered the item to the wrong person? The serpent pondered. Yet, the unmistakable sin of humanity confirmed it was indeed meant for her. Thus, the serpent resumed its head shaking, urging the girl to take it, but she remained unresponsive, her face adorned with an odd expression as she continued to gaze at it. The black serpent felt a sense of despair, exclaiming in its mind, "What are you doing? I cannot comprehend your human expressions. If there is an issue, you should communicate beforehand, rather than torment me, your errand runner." The blood vessels in its pupils multiplied, resembling a snake afflicted with red-eye disease from a distance. It felt its mouth could no longer endure. Saliva uncontrollably dripped down. Meanwhile, the girl, Ophelia, observed the serpent's impending drool with growing distaste. Yet, she had no choice but to obey the orders given to her. "Maintain your mouth shape and lift your head," Ophelia instructed the black serpent. Then, she retrieved her wand from behind her, 9¾ inches of mountain ash, with a core of a beautiful maiden's hair. The wand was pristine white, adorned with delicate patterns, an exquisite object in its own right. Wingardium Leviosa. Ophelia softly uttered the levitation spell, giving her wand a gentle flick and a tap. The tip of the wand hovered above the creamy box, and as it gradually ascended, the box followed suit, freeing itself from the serpent's mouth and finally landing on the ground beside them. However, Ophelia did not immediately attend to the box. Instead, she approached a nearby willow tree, plucked a slender branch, and proceeded to bind the serpent's mouth, which was now struggling to close. The black serpent, bewildered, could not fathom why Ophelia would tie its mouth shut. Once she secured the binding, Ophelia triumphantly clapped her hands and then, without hesitation, yanked the serpent from her waist and callously tossed it beside the willow tree's hollow. "I have no objections to your penchant for coiling around my waist. Though I am aware of your male identity and your intentions to take advantage, we are of different species, so I am not particularly concerned. However, you must understand, your saliva was repulsive. It was a mere fraction away from soiling my clothing. Do you comprehend? Should there be a next time?" Ophelia aimed her wand at the diminutive head of the black serpent and declared, "I shall find a way to emasculate you." Although she was uncertain of the precise location of such reproductive organs in your species, rest assured, there are always instructors at Hogwarts who would know, correct? With a demeanor of cold superiority, Ophelia gazed down upon the serpent sprawled on the ground, her eyes brimming with warning. The black serpent, daunted, averted its gaze from Ophelia's penetrating stare, its slender form trembling upon the earth. Satisfied that her warning had taken effect, Ophelia stowed her wand away. She then gently kicked the pale box beside her into the nearby lake, retrieving it after it had been cleansed. "Are you not leaving? Are you waiting to be discovered by the Hogwarts faculty so they may augment their luncheon?" Upon turning back after cleansing the box, Ophelia noticed that the black serpent had yet to depart, prompting her to urge it to leave. However, though intimidated by Ophelia's formidable presence, the serpent did not leave immediately. Instead, it raised its gaze towards the pocket of Ophelia's school skirt, where the box lay concealed. Understanding the serpent's intent from its gaze, Ophelia responded, "There is no need for your impatience. I shall undoubtedly fulfill the task." The serpent regarded Ophelia deeply, seemingly comprehending her words, before it turned and slithered into a hollow in the tree, vanishing from her sight. Ophelia exhaled in relief. Though the Black Lake was somewhat distant from the Hogwarts castle, it remained within the confines of the Hogwarts grounds. Engaging in covert communication in such a location undeniably placed considerable pressure on a child like Ophelia, despite her precocious maturity. Such matters were indeed challenging. Therefore, she had deliberately scheduled their meeting for breakfast time and chosen the secluded shores of the Black Lake to ensure the confidentiality of their rendezvous. Wiping the fine sheen of perspiration from her smooth forehead, she relaxed and remarked, "Well, the meeting has concluded. Now I merely need to find an unoccupied spot to open the box and comprehend the task at hand." As she spoke, Ophelia began to turn away. However, just as her gaze shifted with her movement, she suddenly beheld a tall figure emerging slowly from the shadows of the mountainside, with crescent-shaped spectacles, striking blue eyes, and silvery hair shimmering under the morning sun. It was none other than Professor Albus Dumbledore. Ophelia, astonished at the sight of Dumbledore observing her from a short distance, murmured incredulously, "How could I have been discovered? When was I found out?" Disregarding Ophelia, Dumbledore's gaze settled upon the dark, gnarled hollow of the willow tree, where he sensed a familiar aura of dark magic lingering. "Old friend, is that you?" Dumbledore murmured softly. Yet, no one was there to answer his query. He withdrew his gaze and turned back to Ophelia, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "I believe we need to have a serious discussion." Might I inquire if you have a moment, Miss Harris? Ophelia swallowed nervously, her heart racing. Although Dumbledore spoke with a smile, she could detect no hint of mirth in his eyes. The warmth of his usual benevolence had vanished, replaced by an unsettling chill. At that moment, a memory surfaced in Ophelia's mind, a warning her grandmother had once imparted. When a man's eyes are cold as ice, it signifies he is entirely rational and exceedingly dangerous. Ophelia managed a smile that was more akin to a grimace than a true expression of joy. Of course, I have time. Meanwhile, on the other side of Hogwarts, Diego sat in the classroom for the Transfiguration class. Having arrived 10 minutes early due to his familiarity with the original text, he first secured a seat for himself and then placed his chestnut-hued Transfiguration textbook upon the desk. At that moment, he feigned an appropriate expression of surprise at the cat perched on the podium. He had initially contemplated adopting a persona of a kind-hearted individual who adored small animals, but upon reflecting on his own tendency to merely salivate at the sight of them, Diego decided against it. For now, he resolved to embody the role of the exemplary student. It was crucial to wield the wand with firmness and decisiveness during the transfiguration. Unnecessary movements or rotations would undoubtedly lead to failure in the transformation. Diggory turned to the page of the first lesson in his book and immediately encountered the phrase, before utilizing the transfiguration spell. One must vividly envision the desired form of the object in one's mind. Upon reading this, Diggory instinctively patted his belongings, only to realize he had nothing at hand for experimentation. Thus, he turned to the Hufflepuff student seated behind him, who had arrived early to prepare. Borrowing a piece of paper before returning to his studies, while simultaneously conjuring images of what he intended to transfigure, a novice should articulate the incantation Feraverdo clearly, while advanced wizards need not vocalize the spell aloud. Incomplete transformations are challenging to rectify, yet one must persist in their attempts. To place a rabbit's head atop a footstool is both reckless and perilous. Uttering restoration should revert the creature or object to its original state. Large beings are difficult to transfigure unless executed by those adept and powerful wizards who comprehend their own limits. With mere minutes remaining before class commenced, Diggory initially managed to concentrate on the textbook before him, diligently preparing for transfiguration. However, as time elapsed, his attention gradually shifted to the entrance of Ravenclaw students into the classroom. Where was Ophelia? Why could he not spot her? Had she gone to the restroom? The straightforward-minded Diggory found himself inundated with questions. At that moment, he thought of his close friend and confidant, Patrick. Diggory felt an acute need for Patrick's insight, as his understanding of gossip and women would undoubtedly assist him in resolving his current dilemma. Just then, Patrick appeared in Diggory's line of sight, albeit in a rather ungainly manner, being dragged into the classroom by Logan, who clutched his school robe. Upon depositing Patrick in the Transfiguration classroom, Logan offered a slight bow to the cat at the podium, but the gesture was so subtle that, aside from Diggory, no one else noticed, including Patrick. Moreover, he felt an even greater indignation about his own embarrassment. Being paraded in such a manner from the dining hall to the Transfiguration classroom had left him utterly humiliated. The sight of his predicament had been clear to students from all years and houses, jeopardizing his future attempts to woo the young ladies of Hogwarts. Yet, Logan was Patrick's superior. In terms of magic, Patrick could not rival him, and in practical combat abilities, he was even less of a match. From an objective standpoint, Patrick simply could not oppose Logan, as his actions were, after all, a sacrifice of his own time to ensure Patrick's diligent study. In an effort to evade the unfriendly and derisive gazes that surrounded him, Patrick lowered his head in search of an empty seat, acutely aware of the mockery directed at him. In Patrick's view, it could be said that Logan had callously thrown his dignity to the ground, trampling upon it mercilessly before the assembled crowd. The more Patrick contemplated this, the more his anger simmered, feeling as though the onlookers were mocking him. At that moment, he sensed his fury reaching a boiling point, desperately yearning for an outlet. It was then that he noticed the cat on the podium, staring unblinkingly at him. "What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome guy before?" With 2 large strides, Patrick approached the podium and bellowed angrily at the cat. "If you don't stop staring, I'll take you with me. It's been ages since I last tasted cat meat. Do you believe I might just chop you up for lunch? 1 plate spicy, another with cumin?" Having vented his rage, Patrick still felt unsatisfied. To Diego's astonishment, he rudely seized the cat, transformed from Professor McGonagall, and used it as a rag to vigorously wipe his shoes. That despicable Logan! While furiously scrubbing his shoes with the feline, Patrick bitterly muttered, "With that little height, he has the audacity to drag me around. ruining my shoes in the process. Just because his right hand is a bit stronger, humph, a 1,000-year-old singleton. Seated at the back, Diego's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene. His mind raced, desperately seeking a way to rescue Patrick from this predicament. However, in the cat's eyes, Diego unmistakably discerned a profound, human-like anger. Alas, it was already too late, Diego lamented inwardly. This reckless youth. So young yet so foolishly intent on self-destruction. Yet, one could hardly blame him, for Professor McGonagall had a penchant for such antics. She relished this unique method of instilling a sense of respect in newcomers, teaching them the importance of attending class diligently. And now, it seemed, the tables had turned. Casting a glance at the oblivious Patrick beside the podium, Diego mused that given Professor McGonagall's notoriously stern temperament, Patrick was undoubtedly in for some severe consequences. And it would surely affect Hufflepuff's house points. Oh no, Diego feared that with Professor McGonagall's escalating wrath, mere point deductions would not suffice. As for Patrick's misfortunes, Diego felt powerless to assist. However, regarding Hufflepuff's house points, Diego resolved to learn the transformation spell in class promptly, hoping to earn some credits for himself. Enough. Indeed. The spectacle was about to begin. Diego instantly entered a state of rapt attention, as if he were clutching a bucket of popcorn. Patrick stared blankly at Professor McGonagall, bewildered by the sudden transformation of what had once been a tabby cat in his hands into the formidable figure of the professor. As if in a trance, he vacantly glanced at his empty palms. He then looked up, his mind in a daze, at the furious Professor McGonagall, her nostrils flaring, breath coming in sharp gasps. Her eyes radiating a lethal intensity, her face flushed with anger. Patrick's thoughts stumbled, and he struggled to swallow, realizing he may have committed an egregious error. Patrick, you. Very well. Professor McGonagall seethed, each word escaping her clenched teeth, forming a coherent sentence with palpable tension. In that moment, the classroom fell into a profound silence. Every student seated seemed to hold their breath, desperate to avoid drawing the ire of the enraged professor. In that instant, Professor McGonagall resembled a world-class volcano on the verge of eruption. Diego surmised that even Dumbledore would not dare to speak too candidly for Patrick at this moment. To do so would be tantamount to courting disaster. Professor McGonagall trembled with rage, her furious gaze fixated on Patrick. Her meticulously styled hair had become disheveled due to the chaos he had caused. The stern expression that once adorned her face was now replaced with an intensity that rendered all present utterly silent with fear. At that moment, the very space surrounding Professor McGonagall shimmered with subtle ripples, a telltale sign of magic spiraling out of control. Initially, Diggory harbored concerns about whether she might faint, given her advanced age. However, upon witnessing the peculiar phenomena surrounding Professor McGonagall, he felt an inexplicable surge of fear, compelling him to flee. Simultaneously, Dumbledore, who was engaged in a face-to-face conversation with Ophelia in his office, sensed an unusual surge of magical energy emanating from Hogwarts. Could it be Voldemort? Dumbledore's complexion shifted dramatically, his heart racing as the thought of the madman returning crossed his mind. Yet, this magical aura did not exude the sinister darkness characteristic of dark magic. As he probed further, he discerned that while the intensity of this magical fluctuation was formidable, it bore no resemblance to Voldemort's malevolence. In fact, the essence of this energy, though steeped in fury, was devoid of any ominous undertones and did not belong to the Death Eaters. Strangely, it bore a resemblance to Minerva McGonagall's magic. Dumbledore felt a wave of astonishment and curiosity, for he had never witnessed McGonagall in such a state of disarray. If this surge of magic truly originated from her, exhaling deeply, Dumbledore relaxed, realizing he had been overly anxious. His gaze shifted to the nearby phoenix, Fawkes, perched upon a sycamore shelf. Just as he contemplated instructing Fawkes to investigate the situation, the magical fluctuation abruptly vanished, as if it had never existed. Dumbledore, closing his eyes, resolved to let it be. McGonagall could undoubtedly handle her own affairs. Meanwhile, despite his earlier tumultuous thoughts, Dumbledore maintained an expression of serene composure. For he was still seated across from Ophelia. It would be prudent to address the matter at hand before attending to other concerns. Returning to Diggory, it became evident that his earlier apprehensions were unfounded. At the very moment when Professor McGonagall's anger peaked, she swiftly regulated her breathing, and the fiery expression that could have ignited a pan dissipated before Diggory and the others' astonished eyes with remarkable speed. Incredible! Diggory silently cheered for Professor McGonagall, firmly resolving never to underestimate women again. After all, her mastery over her emotions was sufficient to instill a profound respect within him. Her countenance restored to tranquility. Patrick Doughton. Professor McGonagall's voice, though not loud, resonated with remarkable clarity throughout the Transfiguration classroom. You are to submit a 10,000-word reflection after today's first class. The professor's proclamation struck Patrick like a bolt of lightning, unrelenting and merciless. This demand was far more devastating than forbidding him from pursuing the fairer sex. It was enough to make Patrick acutely aware of his transgressions. Yet, before the sorrow could fully manifest on Patrick's face, Professor McGonagall continued. You shall stand for the duration of this class, and I will inform your parents of your performance during a home visit. It was a double blow, a 10,000-point critical hit. Patrick stood frozen in disbelief. Diggory and the new students of Hufflepuff sat below, collectively observing a moment of silence for Patrick. It was not that they lacked sympathy for him, but rather that Professor McGonagall's subsequent words rendered them reluctant. Due to Patrick's actions, Hufflepuff had been penalized with a deduction of 50 house points, as announced by Professor McGonagall. Instantly, a multitude of disdainful glares converged upon the now unconscious Patrick. The poor boy once again becoming the scapegoat for Hufflepuff. All right, class is now in session. With a flick of her wand, Professor McGonagall cast a levitating charm, positioning Patrick against the wall, before moving to the front of the classroom to commence the lesson. First, please open the introductory Transfiguration guide before you. As she spoke, she glanced at the students below and, upon spotting several dazed individuals, instructed those without textbooks to obediently stand aside. At that moment, Diggory observed 5 Hufflepuff students silently rise, making their way to the wall with the utmost discretion, aligning themselves next to the sorrowful Patrick, who was now awash in grief. Upon seeing yet another group of Hufflepuff students, Professor McGonagall showed no mercy, declaring, another 50 points deducted from Hufflepuff. The remaining Hufflepuff students still seated felt a wave of despondency wash over them. Quiet. Professor McGonagall's authoritative gaze swept across the room, restoring silence as the students resembled frightened quails. Satisfied with the newfound atmosphere, she nodded slightly. Transfiguration will be the most intricate and perilous of all your subjects at Hogwarts, she proclaimed. Anyone who dares to disrupt my class, she paused, her icy glare momentarily fixating on the 6 human pillars by the wall, will face the most severe consequences. Never to return to my lessons. I solemnly warn you. Professor McGonagall's admonition was stern, and the students complied, remaining as quiet as a group of frightened quails. Now, let me explain the Transfiguration spell to you, she continued, pleased with the classroom's ambience. Transfiguration is the magic of transforming one object into another, capable of turning lifeless things into vibrant life, and vice versa. Certain Transfiguration spells possess the ability to alter a specific aspect of an object. For instance, one might transform a person's ears into those of a rabbit. Conversely, some spells enable a complete metamorphosis of the object itself, such as transmuting a matchstick into an embroidery needle, transforming an inanimate stone into an adorable little white rabbit, or converting a Persian cat into a corgi. Among these 3 forms of transfiguration, the spell that changes one inorganic substance into another is considerably simpler than those that convert an inorganic object into an organic one or alter one organic entity into another. The magical energy and mental focus required for the former are significantly less than that demanded by the other 2 categories of spells of equivalent complexity. However, even the simplest transfiguration spell involving inorganic matter presents a formidable challenge for novices to master. Thus, our lesson today will commence with an exploration of the spells pertaining to inorganic transfiguration, followed by a gradual mastery of the craft. Therefore, I shall distribute a feather to each of you, which you will employ to practice the transfiguration of inorganic matter. As Professor McGonagall spoke, she gracefully waved her wand, causing feathers to gently descend, one by one, in an orderly fashion before each student. Diego was no exception, as he gazed at the feather before him. He inexplicably recalled his days studying interior design at university. During those classes, the instructor would begin by presenting the completed design renderings, which were truly remarkable in their perfection. He effortlessly captured the attention of the entire class. Once the students' enthusiasm was fully ignited, the teacher would then unveil a series of construction drawings, floor plans, cross-sections, electrical and plumbing schematics, and interior decoration diagrams, each composed of intricate lines in various hues. In that moment, the collective excitement of the class was abruptly extinguished, as they confronted the monotonous and tedious nature of these technical drawings. The teacher then remarked, The reason that final rendering is so breathtaking is precisely because the designers meticulously crafted it from these unembellished construction drawings. Only by enduring solitude can one preserve splendor. Mastering the foundational skills is essential to showcasing your talents, even within the confines of a small space. Diego vividly recalls the moment he absorbed his teacher's words, feeling an immediate resonance with their profound truth. The reason for his failure in the course at the semester's end was glaringly evident during his university years. He had devoted his time to socializing with charming young women. Clearly, when faced with the choice between tedious academic subjects and delightful outings with enchanting companions, what difficulty could there possibly be in making such a selection? On splendid evenings, dining with these lovely ladies, engaging in delightful conversations, watching films, and ultimately retreating to a hotel to reflect on life and elevate their camaraderie. Was this not an alluring prospect? Just the thought of it brought a mischievous grin to Diego's face. "Cedric, do you find my class amusing?" Professor McGonagall's expression darkened as she fixed her gaze upon Diego. Another Hufflepuff. Initially, on the night of the sorting ceremony, she had encountered Cedric and found him to be a rather commendable young man. However, witnessing his conduct in her class prompted Professor McGonagall to reassess her opinion of him. "You had better provide me with a valid explanation, otherwise, your house will incur a further deduction of 20 points, and you too shall stand for the duration of the class, just like your peers," Professor McGonagall stated with an icy demeanor. Diego was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that merely spending a fleeting moment reminiscing about the past would lead him to lose control. Consequently, he found himself directly facing the barrel of a gun. Diego touched his nose and glanced at Patrick and his group of 6, who were displaying expressions of sheer excitement not far away. Diggory discreetly observed with the corner of his eye, deciphering their expressions which seemed to convey, "Come on, enjoy yourselves, for time is abundant." Ah, how irritating. Enough of this nonsense. Diggory swiftly averted his gaze, instantly transforming his demeanor into that of an adorable, obedient child. With a twinkle in his eye, he addressed Professor McGonagall, saying, "Professor, my smile is not born of any frivolous reason, but rather from my confusion during my preparatory studies before your class. After your recent lecture, I am now completely enlightened. I feel that I shall soon master the transformation spell for inanimate objects, which is why I am smiling." He then added a touch of innocent disappointment to his expression, striving to conjure a hint of moisture in his eyes. Thus, a scene emerged of a perfect student misunderstood by the teacher. Alas, Professor McGonagall remained oblivious to Diggory's clumsy performance. Although her initial impression of him on the first night of school had been quite favorable, her current frustration stemmed from the antics of a few troublesome Hufflepuffs. "I recognize your considerable talent," she admonished sternly, "but I implore you to remain grounded in your studies and not to reach for unattainable heights. Your confidence is commendable, yet it must not devolve into blind arrogance, for such hubris will render you a self-important fool, ignorant, and superficial. Regardless of your future accomplishments, you risk a painful fall from grace." She urged him to practice humility and modesty, lest he become a figure of disdain. Professor McGonagall stood before Diggory, imparting her wisdom for quite some time, only pausing when her thirst became apparent. As an experienced educator, she hoped he would exercise caution and humility, warning against becoming arrogant and dismissive, for such individuals earn no respect. With her final words, she returned to the podium, took a sip of water, and then went to assist the Ravenclaw students with their spell practice. As Diggory gazed at Professor McGonagall, who had just delivered an extensive lecture and then departed with a graceful air, he glanced at the 6 grotesque figures resembling human pillars against the wall and pondered whether he had been ensnared by their absurdity. Would this lecture tarnish the scholarly image he had painstakingly cultivated? What if his reputation were indeed compromised? Sitting in his seat, he lowered his head in a tumult of thoughts. Yet, before he could reach a conclusion, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder from behind. Turning around, he recognized the person who had lent him paper before class, Cedric. "Cedric, I apologize for inadvertently overhearing your musings earlier. While I must admit that your manner of expressing yourself seems rather effeminate, I choose to place my trust in you, despite my lingering doubts about your impending mastery of the levitation charm." Listen, is that even coherent? When we attended Professor Flitwick's class on the levitation charm, I too grasped it quite swiftly. Why do you lack confidence in me now? Diggory felt a pang of frustration. Though you may have excelled at the levitation charm, transfiguration is an entirely different beast, the forthright boy declared. Despite both being magical spells, the distinctions between them are akin to the differences between push-ups and pull-ups. Their emphases and levels of difficulty diverge significantly. Perhaps your levitation charm is commendable, but you may falter with transfiguration. If you find yourself struggling, do not despair. Perseverance is key. I still have faith in you. Me? Struggling? How would you know that? Diggory's inner monologue erupted with sarcasm. Do your parents have any inkling of your subtlety? However, the words of this classmate, whose name he had yet to learn, were indeed meant to encourage him, leaving Diggory in an amusingly vexed state. Trust me, I will succeed. You truly must believe in me, Diggory asserted, patting the shoulder of the unnamed classmate. I believe in you, truly. The classmate replied earnestly, meeting Diggory's gaze with sincerity. Huh, Diggory thought, contemplating whether to voice a particular expletive. You, a mere background character, are practically overflowing with forced optimism, do you realize? It stung. Indeed, dear background character. Diggory resolved to disregard the matter, channeling all his talent points into the supporting character, and turned his attention to the feather before him. After all, he had already made grandiose claims, while the supporting character might forsake their humanity. He could not afford to do the same. Furthermore, Diggory was eager to ascertain the true extent of his abilities. Thus he knew he must approach this endeavor with utmost seriousness. He took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. Diggory grasped his wand, intently gazing at the feather before him, and silently recalled the key points of the transfiguration spell that Professor McGonagall had just articulated. The most crucial aspect was the synchronization of movement, incantation, and mental focus during the casting of the spell. He lifted his wand once more, commencing his practice of aligning these three elements. Ferravito, he uttered. But alas, the movement and incantation were not in harmony. Ferravito, he repeated, observing the feather quiver slightly. Diggory furrowed his brow, realizing that something was amiss. The mental focus was not properly coordinated. Ferravito. This time, the incantation resonated perfectly, the movement was executed flawlessly, and his mental energy flowed seamlessly to the tip of the wand. Blast it, Diggory lamented, rubbing his nose in frustration. I completely forgot to envision what I intended to transform. Diego, feeling a tinge of frustration as he rubbed his forehead, lamented the unfortunate outcome. However, an inexplicable sense of foreboding whispered to him that success awaited him next time. After preparing himself once more, Diego silently resolved, having spent a lifetime as an underachiever, it was time for him to relish the experience of being an academic prodigy. Once he had summoned his inner resolve, Diego steadied his breath, envisioned the transformation he sought, and began to elegantly twirl his wand in a clockwise manner. As he softly intoned the incantation, Ferrovidu, the final syllable resonated in the air. At that moment, the wand completed its circular motion, and with a measured flick towards the white feather, his mental energy surged forth, culminating in a resounding bang. Diagoly's heart raced suddenly. Before his eyes, the feather on the table appeared to be grasped by an unseen hand, being kneaded back and forth as if animated by some magical force. In the fleeting span of 3 seconds, it transformed entirely into the very object that had occupied Diagoly's thoughts. A delightful smile blossomed on his face, for he had finally experienced the exhilarating sensation of being an academic prodigy. It turned out that this enchanting power flowed effortlessly from within him to the tip of his wand, allowing the incantation to be uttered smoothly, without a hint of hesitation, perfectly complemented by the precise focus of his mental energy. Thus, the levitation spell was effortlessly conjured at the critical moment. What is an academic prodigy? This is what it means to be one. Diggory's left hand, concealed beneath the table, was clenched in an excited fist. He longed to exclaim in jubilation. Yet, before he could act on his impulse, he suddenly heard a Hufflepuff student seated beside him exclaim, "Oh my goodness, Professor! Report to Professor McGonagall. I saw it. Cedric has succeeded." The crowd lifted their heads, drawn to the source of the enthusiastic proclamation. "Oh my, Cedric is extraordinary," the Hufflepuff student declared emphatically, pointing at Diggory in front of everyone. "From this day forth, he shall be my idol. He truly embodies the spirit of our Hufflepuff newcomers." The fervor of this announcement detonated in the minds of those present like a bombshell. Instinctively, everyone turned their gaze towards the table before Diggory, where the once white feather had vanished, leaving only a small, enigmatic object behind. What could it be? Does anyone know? Does it truly matter? Indeed, it is of no consequence. Has Cedric truly mastered the transfiguration spell? Could it be a deception? Did he hide the feather? Impossible. He has no need to mislead us. My goodness. Then he has genuinely learned the transfiguration spell. Diggo sat quietly in his seat, basking in the admiration of his classmates and the murmurs that surrounded him. A sense of pride threatened to overwhelm him, yet he recognized the necessity of maintaining his composure, for he yearned to continue his FA Aude. As the classroom erupted with exclamations, Diggo, the center of attention, stood up with an air of nonchalance. Gradually, the clamor subsided, and all eyes converged upon him, eager to hear what he would articulate next. With a slight furrow of his brow, Diggo expressed his faux dissatisfaction. "Oh dear, what is the matter? It took me 3 attempts to succeed. That feels rather disappointing. Moreover, from the preliminary review to the actual learning, it seems I have spent nearly 20 minutes mastering the simplest transfiguration spell, such an excessive duration." After delivering this performance, he turned his gaze toward Professor McGonagall and earnestly inquired, "Professor, am I truly so dull-witted that it took me such a long time to grasp the most basic spell?" Upon hearing Diggo's words, Professor McGonagall involuntarily twitched her serious expression, pondering the depths of the boy's audacity and his affinity for boasting. Yet, observing the sincerity etched upon his face, she found herself questioning, could it be that he genuinely felt remorse? Did he truly believe himself to be inadequate? No, my dear child, your achievements are commendable indeed. They're exemplary. No one surpasses you. Ultimately, Professor McGonagall chose to accept Diggo's lackluster performance as genuine, for in her perception, he was merely an 11-year-old child, incapable of harboring such convoluted thoughts. Thus, having formed this initial impression, she naturally opted to trust him. "You are the fastest student I have ever taught in mastering transfiguration spells. Your talent is remarkable," Professor McGonagall affirmed with genuine admiration. "I shall write to your father to inform him of your accomplishments. I am certain he will take great pride in you." Diggory stood up from his seat and touched his nose, feeling a twinge of embarrassment from Professor McGonagall's heartfelt praise, which made it difficult for him to maintain his facade any longer. "Furthermore, due to your exceptional performance, I have decided," Professor McGonagall paused for a moment, as if contemplating something. A sudden jolt of surprise coursed through Diggory's heart. It was happening. It was finally upon them. The division of the houses, how many points would be awarded? "I have decided to grant Hufflepuff House an additional 100 points, Professor McGonagall proclaimed. Diggory's grin stretched almost to his ears. "Oh my, Professor McGonagall, how exceedingly courteous of you. I must admit, it leaves me feeling somewhat embarrassed." Professor McGonagall regarded Diggory with a slight nod, recognizing him as an honest, straightforward, humble child with a commendable sense of collective honor. At that moment, she inadvertently caught sight of a small, plastic-wrapped object on Diggory's desk, transformed by a transfiguration spell. "Cedric, what is this peculiar item you have conjured? It seems familiar, yet I cannot quite place it." Pointing to the object with a hint of perplexity, Professor McGonagall inquired, "Could you enlighten us about it?" "Indeed, what is this? I have never encountered anything like it." It bears the inscription Directs. What could that possibly be? I have never heard of it." "Oh dear, and it also states ultra-thin air sheath, made from natural latex rubber." Diggo delivered a sharp slap to his adorable companion, effectively blocking the gaze of the student who was eager to continue reading. Diego took a deep breath, exclaiming, "Goodness, has this brand already emerged in this era? Alas, my understanding of this matter is still woefully insufficient." Diego had no time to lament. His mind raced, and he blurted out, "This is said to be merely a protective cover." "Yes, a protective cover. But what exactly is it protecting?" The mind of Diggory continued to race with fervent thoughts. "So, protect the fingers?" He glanced at his own fingers, slender with a diameter of just over a centimeter. Was this truly necessary? A protective cover? Standing by the wall, Patrick revealed a cryptic smile. He was well aware of what this entailed. On the night of his 11th birthday, his father had taken him to a bathhouse run by a charming lady, where they had used such a thing afterward. He distinctly remembered opting for the ultra-thin version that evening. As Patrick regarded Diggory, his eyes sparkled with a shared understanding, thinking to himself, "Young man, you nearly escaped my notice." Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall, upon hearing Diggory's explanation, approached him slowly. Curiously, she too was familiar with this item. In times long past, she had encountered it as well. However, it brought forth unwelcome memories, and as her gaze turned icy once more towards Diggory, she inquired, "How is it that you know of this?" Diego found himself in a rather precarious situation, struggling to comprehend how to explain his current predicament. It was evident from Professor McGonagall's expression that she was aware of the matter at hand, but how could she possibly possess such knowledge? Diego distinctly remembered the packaging. It was unmistakably a version exclusively supplied to the mainland. Furthermore, he pondered the origin of this item, when suddenly a troubling thought crossed his mind. Could it be? Indeed, the headquarters of the company responsible for this product was located in the capital of this very country. The voice of the large orange cat echoed once more in Diego's mind, recalling that the company was established in 1929, but the exact details eluded him. In any case, it was clear he was in deep trouble. The cat's tone was laced with unabashed schadenfreude, chastising Diego for his impure thoughts, for his incessant preoccupation with inappropriate desires, and for his audacity to pursue a mere 11-year-old girl at his age. He deserved every bit of this predicament. The large orange cat fell silent, refusing to respond to Diego's desperate calls. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall's increasingly stern gaze made Diego feel intensely anxious, compelling him to fight against the tremors in his legs. What should he do? The urgency of the situation weighed heavily on him, and he was uncertain of any solution. Just then, he suddenly felt a fervent gaze directed towards him from his side, piercing through the atmosphere. Diggory cast a swift glance from the corner of his eye. Was that Patrick? What was he up to? Why was he staring at me like that? Did he harbor intentions that transcended mere friendship? Or did he mistakenly believe I was akin to him? Absurd. I am utterly innocent. As a roommate, how could Patrick entertain such thoughts about me? Thus, Professor, I stumbled upon it quite by chance this morning on Patrick's bedside table. Diggory resolutely pointed at Patrick, his gaze innocent and sparkling, as he declared. He referred to this item as a precious treasure, yet he did not elaborate on its value, so I thought to conjure one myself and study it gradually. Innocence was the prevailing tone in Diggory's eyes, soon tinged with slight trepidation and confusion. And so, an innocent, curious young lad emerged. Professor McGonagall's stern gaze shifted instantly. The words of Diggory astonished her. How could such a young child possess knowledge of such matters? She did not doubt the veracity of Diggory's statement, for the expression on his face bore no trace of deceit. Meanwhile, Patrick, standing by the wall, was utterly bewildered. What? How did this concern him? The inexplicable smile that lingered on his face was fully noted by Professor McGonagall. To her, that smile appeared distinctly inappropriate. There was no escape. With a stern gaze fixed upon him, Professor McGonagall commanded, "You will accompany me at once." Without waiting for Patrick to comprehend the situation, she waved her wand, casting a levitation spell that whisked the still-dazed Patrick away. Diego watched Patrick recede into the distance, silently uttering an apology in his heart, Smith Marseille, before leaving the classroom. Professor McGee had instructed the students to maintain silence and engage in self-study, assuring them that she would return shortly. She entrusted the capable Diego with the task of guiding those who had yet to master the transfiguration charm for inanimate objects, rewarding Hufflepuff House with an additional 50 points for his efforts. Consequently, Diego joyfully carried the total of 150 points for the house, happily teaching the Hufflepuff students the intricacies of the transfiguration charm. However, 20 minutes later, he found himself in despair as he realized the students' learning capabilities were, frankly, quite lamentable. No matter how he endeavored to break down the nuances of the charm, they remained utterly perplexed. Diggory meticulously recalled that, within his cohort, there seemed to be no particularly renowned figures, only ordinary characters. The only two who left an impression were the two underachievers from Slytherin, Bowl and Derek, both members of the Slytherin Quidditch team. However, they were merely supporting players, with little to no screen time later on. In contrast, the previous year had a more distinguished student, Oliver, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. While the specifics of his prowess were not explicitly stated in the novels or films, his fervor for Quidditch could almost be deemed unparalleled within the Harry Potter universe. His skill in flying on a broomstick could be likened to that of a professional race car driver, exceptionally formidable. It could be said that the Gryffindor Quidditch team, prior to the emergence of Harry Potter, relied heavily on Oliver to maintain its stature. Had he possessed even a few competent teammates, the prestigious first prize in the Hogwarts Quidditch matches would not have been so consistently monopolized by Slytherin. This led Diggory to reflect on his own house, contemplating that their Quidditch performance mirrored the current struggles with their transfiguration studies, an unspeakably disheartening situation. Thus, Diggory, feeling somewhat resigned, cheerfully made his way over to the Ravenclaw students. Eager to impart knowledge on spellcasting, he seized the opportunity to inquire with Eloise about Ophelia's whereabouts. However, curiously, she only knew that Ophelia had vanished early that morning, with no clue as to where she had gone. Diggo furrowed his brow, a hint of concern creeping in. Ophelia's personal safety should still be assured, after all. Voldemort was still lurking in the Albanian forest, shrouded in darkness. According to the usual narrative, he would not emerge until 1991, when Quirrell ventured into that very forest. As for the remaining Death Eaters, bereft of Voldemort's leadership, they lacked the audacity to roam freely. More precisely, once Voldemort fell from grace, those individuals hastily sought to dissociate themselves from him. The true loyalists to Voldemort, Diggo mused, were likely just Barty Crouch Jr. and Bellatrix Lestrange. The others either abandoned him upon learning of his true intentions, like Sirius's brother Regulus, or were unable to endure Voldemort's ruthlessness and betrayed him out of love, as did Severus and Lucius Malfoy. Thus, Voldemort's descent into isolation was entirely of his own making, a consequence of his disregard for the feelings of his subordinates, culminating in betrayal. He had it coming. Meanwhile, as Diggory mourned Voldemort in the Transfiguration classroom, in Dumbledore's office, the headmaster quietly observed Patrick seated before his desk, feeling an unprecedented headache from this particular student. At such a tender age, how could he be so reckless? Did his family even know? Initially, when Professor McGonagall mentioned Patrick's small umbrella, Dumbledore was taken aback, his thoughts consumed by Ophelia, who was still present in the office. When the realization finally struck, he felt a mix of disbelief, shock, and incredulity. Are today's children so audacious? After dispatching someone to confirm the situation in Patrick's dormitory, he learned that McGonagall had spoken the truth. The assistant sent to investigate even discovered a trove of colored novels beneath Patrick's bed. Witnessing Patrick bow his head, his face a mask of terror at the exposure of his secret, sealed the matter. Dumbledore rubbed his forehead, considering the moral standing of the Downton family. It was likely that the boy's parents were aware of his activities. Upon escorting Patrick to Dumbledore's office and explaining the situation, Professor McGonagall insisted that the Downton parents be summoned for a discussion. This child was merely 11 years old. Yet he had such items displayed on his bedside table. What was he aiming for? The crucial point was that Hogwarts dormitories were not co-ed. His room contained only boys. For whom were these items intended? Was he contemplating something inappropriate? After Professor McGonagall unceremoniously deposited Patrick here, she vented her frustrations regarding Patrick and the educational practices of the Downton family from multiple perspectives, including national educational philosophy and the mental and physical health development of youth. Eventually, she entrusted the ensuing educational dialogue to Dumbledore and departed. Before leaving, she did not forget to take Ophelia along, as indicated by a glance from Dumbledore. Now, only Patrick and Dumbledore remained in the office. Speak up. Dumbledore exhaled a breath of exasperation, turning towards the earnestly standing Patrick. How did you come into possession of these items? As he spoke, Dumbledore perused the contents of the Risque novel, thinking to himself, oh, quite sensational. Would you believe me if I said I was wrongfully accused, Professor? Patrick replied with a tone of grievance. Wrongfully accused? Dumbledore set down the novel, pointing incredulously at the series of novels and a box of small umbrellas on the desk. Are these not your belongings brought from home? Not at all, Patrick honestly confessed, realization dawning that he had likely been set up by Diggory. His prized possessions had inadvertently been discovered, leading to the current chaotic predicament. Then who placed these items in your possession? Dumbledore inquired. Well, Patrick hesitated, then admitted that stack of small umbrellas was indeed taken from home. But it was my father's insistence, fearing I might get into trouble. I would never have brought such things to school. As for the series of novels, it was given to me yesterday by someone claiming to be a Hogwarts courier, though I have no idea what that person looks like. Patrick endeavored to exonerate himself, hoping to salvage his reputation in front of his idol. Initially, Dumbledore was incensed by Patrick's claim of not intending to bring umbrellas to school. What is this? You thought to arrive unprepared? Who gave you the audacity to be so reckless? However, upon hearing about the so-called Hogwarts courier, Dumbledore's gaze sharpened with newfound intensity. A courier? Why was I unaware of such a position at Hogwarts? He pondered. Could it be that someone breached Hogwarts' defensive enchantments and infiltrated the campus without my knowledge? Casting a glance at the cabinet filled with various magical artifacts, he felt a moment of relief when he observed that the crystal ball indicating the status of Hogwarts' defenses remained intact. Yet, his brow furrowed again. If the defenses were secure, did that imply an insider threat? Now, recount the events to me in detail, Dumbledore insisted, his expression grave and serious. The more thorough, the better. The more thorough, the better? Patrick displayed a certain shyness, prompting Dumbledore to request, could you refrain from being so detailed? Let us consider that remark unspoken. Patrick lowered his head, a bashful smile gracing his lips. That day, I skipped class to pursue a girl, he confessed. Dumbledore's eyes, hidden behind his half-moon spectacles, twitched slightly, given the crowd outside. It was rather inconvenient, so I brought her back to my dormitory, Patrick continued. Beneath the desk, Dumbledore's hands clenched and relaxed in a rhythm of tension. Then, as we found ourselves connecting quite well, we ended up on the bed, Patrick added, growing increasingly flustered as he recounted intimate details in the presence of his idol. Dumbledore. seated behind his desk, struggled to maintain his composure, feeling as if his heart, which had accompanied him for decades, was on the verge of faltering. Enough of the trivialities. Get to the point. Dumbledore admonished, striving to keep his tone measured. What precisely is the situation with that Hogwarts courier? Oh, that courier. Patrick sensed Dumbledore's impatience and hastily replied, I actually don't know much about him. Hearing this, Dumbledore closed his eyes in anguish. What do you know? Speak of all that you are aware. He nearly trembled as he posed the question. Patrick, alarmed by Dumbledore's distress, scrambled to recall his actions from the previous day. Fearful of provoking Dumbledore's ire. He can't be too old. His voice seemed about my age. Patrick mused, ruminating deeply. And, oh, I just remembered. Cedric must have seen him. He was the one who helped me receive those books. Patrick asserted confidently. Cedric. The mention of Diggory's name sparked a sudden instinct in Dumbledore, suggesting that the matter was more complex than it appeared. You say Cedric encountered this courier? Dumbledore inquired. His piercing blue gaze fixed intently on Patrick, a peculiar glimmer emanating from within. Was it Cedric who had met the man claiming to be the courier? Or was Cedric himself the courier? Dumbledore pondered deeply. Meanwhile, Patrick remained oblivious to the subtle shift in Dumbledore's expression and continued to respond to his inquiries. Yes, I can confirm that. At the time, I was with that girl on the bed. Enough. Dumbledore interjected, satisfied that Patrick was not deceiving him. He raised his hand to signal, I do not wish to hear more about your escapades with that girl. Please stand by for the moment. With that, Dumbledore addressed a portrait on the office wall, saying, Fawkes, I must trouble you once more. Kindly inform Minerva and bring that little rascal Cedric to me. As soon as the words fell, a portrait of a plump wizard with a red nose, hanging on the wall adorned with the likenesses of former Hogwarts headmasters, rose from a chair that resembled a throne. With a friendly smile, he exclaimed, not a bother at all. My greatest joy is to take a stroll. Being cooped up here is dreadfully dull. With that, Fawkes stepped out of his frame. Once silence returned to the office, Patrick timidly lifted his head and addressed Dumbledore. Professor, could you please keep this matter to yourself? Dumbledore, still pondering whether Diggory was indeed a courier, instinctively inquired, which matter are you referring to? It's about me skipping class to chat with the girls, Patrick stammered, his face flushed. Patrick, if I recall correctly, your family's most renowned secretive spell is the armored charm. Is it not? Dumbledore did not respond to Patrick's question, but shifted to another topic. Huh? Yes. Is there a problem? Patrick asked, somewhat perplexed. Dumbledore's long white beard twitched slightly, revealing a smile that held deeper meaning. He continued, returning to the previous topic. So, you wish for me to keep your class-skipping secret? Patrick, gazing at the enigmatic smile on Dumbledore's face, instinctively took a step back and pressed his lips tightly together. For reasons unknown, he felt like a vulnerable little rabbit, being scrutinized by this cunning old fox. Why did his idol evoke such feelings in him? Could it be due to his appearance of innocence? Fortunately, Dumbledore's soul-sucking spell had ceased. Otherwise, if he had discerned Patrick's current thoughts, it might have caused his heart to truly falter. Patrick hesitantly nodded. Professor, do you agree? With conditions, Dumbledore's smile grew increasingly benevolent. Professor, you are my idol, Patrick said with a touch of grievance, emphasizing the words professor and idol. Oh, silly child, what are you thinking? Dumbledore feigned annoyance. The conditions I propose are for the benefit of your family. Really? Patrick seemed somewhat incredulous. Dumbledore stroked his beard and assured Patrick, of course it's true. Why would I deceive you? I am your idol. After a moment's hesitation, Patrick gazed upon Dumbledore's kind face and chose to trust the old wizard. Very well, Professor, I believe you. May I ask what the conditions are? Dumbledore nodded with satisfaction. In 3 months, Hogwarts would once again host the long-anticipated Triwizard Tournament. That event is deadly. I absolutely refuse to participate, Patrick exclaimed, rising to his feet in vehement opposition. Absolutely refuse? Dumbledore inquired, gazing intently into Patrick's eyes. Refuse. I would rather die. Despite the immense psychological pressure exerted by Dumbledore's penetrating gaze, Patrick drew strength from the blood-soaked memories he held of the Triwizard Tournament, enabling him to defy his idol. Are you prepared for me to make your affairs public? Dumbledore's tone was calm, yet menacing. Patrick found himself in turmoil. He could envision the fallout should a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber choose to divulge the information. He would undoubtedly be scorned by the majority of the witches who idolized Dumbledore. The sheer number of Dumbledore's female supporters caused Patrick's handsome face to contort in distress. Moreover, The most crucial aspect was that the impression the Hogwarts girls held of him would plummet to an unfathomable low, rendering any hope of winning the affections of a Hogwarts girl utterly unattainable. He would be unable to even attract the attention of women who had already graduated from Hogwarts. In that moment, Patrick realized the truth. His initial feelings had been correct. This was a thoroughly inequitable agreement. Regret washed over him as he reflected on how his life at Hogwarts starkly contrasted with what his father had described before he enrolled. He vividly recalled his father's words on the night he received his acceptance letter. Who goes to Hogwarts to study? A college? Isn't that just a place to woo girls? Who in their right mind goes there to learn? In the Transfiguration classroom, a background character sat in his seat, tilting his head to observe Diggory, who was seated in Ravenclaw's section. Beside him, a Hufflepuff badger inquired, "Hey, why do you keep staring over at Ravenclaw? Have you developed a crush on one of those girls?" The background character shook his head in response. "Haven't you noticed that Cedric hasn't returned to our side since Professor McGonagall came back?" The badger's eyes widened in realization as he followed the direction of the background character's gaze. "Oh, right. Why has Cedric come back?" With a sigh, the background character remarked, "Because your attention is solely focused on your feathers." The badger sighed in agreement. "Indeed, I still haven't mastered the transfiguration spell for inanimate objects. And class time is already more than half over. I wonder how things are progressing over in Ravenclaw?" The supporting actor gazed towards Diggory, responding to the words of the young badger. "As for whether others in Ravenclaw have mastered it, I cannot say, but that lady has undoubtedly succeeded. Ophelia, is there anything you do not comprehend? Would you like me to explain it once more?" Beside Ophelia, under one of the classroom windows, Diggory leaned against the desk. Propping his head with one hand, his gaze fixed intently on the girl before him. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a warm glow upon the floor. The youthful radiance of the girl's fair visage shimmered in the sunlight, her delicate sweat hairs distinctly visible. "Having missed a considerable amount of practice, you have fallen behind. And as the first to master the transfiguration spell, I feel it is my duty to assist you in thoroughly grasping it." As Diggory uttered these words, his gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Ophelia. "Professor McGonagall, this individual persistently distracts me from my studies. I would like to request a change of seat." Diggory was taken aback, gazing at Ophelia, who was signaling to Professor McGonagall. Was this a report about him? Was he being looked down upon? Seated behind the desk, Professor McGonagall lifted her gaze from the pile of assignments belonging to the upper-year Gryffindors, glancing at Diggory and Ophelia, who was nestled by the window. Adjusting her glasses, she spoke sternly, "Cedric, if I recall correctly, it appears that aside from Ophelia, none of the others in this classroom have mastered the transfiguration of inanimate objects. I would like you to circulate and assist your classmates." With that, before Diggory could respond, she buried her head back into the stack of assignments. The quality of these submissions was rather lackluster. Their attitude towards learning was truly disappointing. "I shall take these few individuals to Filch. I am certain he would appreciate some assistance in dealing with the troublesome staircases of Hogwarts." Meanwhile, Ophelia, noticing that Professor McGonagall had shifted her focus entirely to other matters, let out a sigh at the brevity of her remark. Yet, that single sentence was indeed sufficient. "Did you hear that? Professor McGonagall has instructed you to help your classmates. Stop lingering by my side and distracting me," Ophelia said to Diggory. Diego awkwardly scratched his nose and remarked, "I sincerely apologize for disturbing you, but my sole intention is to assist you. There are no ulterior motives." Ophelia couldn't be bothered to even glance at Diego, retorting, "Do you genuinely believe the words you just uttered?" Upon hearing this, Diggory placed his hand over his left chest and gazed intently at Ophelia, declaring, "I assure you, I can swear upon my conscience. It tells me that I merely sat beside you for this brief moment out of the camaraderie that exists among classmates. If you doubt my words, feel free to verify." Ophelia, upon hearing this, helplessly shook her head, a hint of impatience weaving through her finely arched brows. "I have no interest in your conscience. I merely wish for you to keep your distance from me. I do not require your presence." Initially, Ophelia had a favorable impression of Diggory, but after her tea with Dumbledore in the office that morning, her mind became burdened with numerous concerns. Thus, she found herself utterly disinclined to engage with Diggory. However, Diggory remained blissfully unaware of Ophelia's inner turmoil, feeling utterly bewildered and perplexed. "Woman, your name is synonymous with heartlessness." Diggo lowered his head despondently, pondering the complexity of this girl. Despite his striking handsomeness and academic prowess, it seemed utterly futile. She appeared completely indifferent to his presence. Is it truly the case that even 11-year-old girls in this world are so challenging? No, that cannot be. In my previous life, wasn't beauty synonymous with power? Armed with good looks, one could approach those charming ladies and pursue whatever desires one wished, executing them as one pleased. Why then does this world differ so drastically? Diggory found it somewhat difficult to accept the situation. In an attempt to test his charm, he cast a flirtatious glance at a girl from Ravenclaw. Upon noticing her momentary surprise before she revealed a shy smile, he thought to himself, my looks are certainly not lacking. Yet, this only plunged Diggory into a deeper state of perplexity. Just then, a fellow classmate pulled him back toward Hufflepuff, allowing Ophelia to finally enjoy the tranquility she so desired. How long had it been since she had the opportunity to be alone and quietly engage in her own pursuits? Ophelia could scarcely recall. She only remembered that ever since her family had been located by that man, the peace she once knew had vanished. That man had caused her grandfather's death at the hands of a formidable Auror. Because of him, her parents had been imprisoned in Azkaban by Alastor Moody, leaving her, at the tender age of 6, bereft of her parents' embrace. Moreover, on her 10th birthday, that ailing man had exploited the family's influence to take away her gentle sister. If her life had been akin to spring before encountering that man, then after their meeting, it had turned to winter. Ophelia shook her head, casting aside these thoughts, and refocused her energy on the transfiguration spell. Ferravito. The incantation stumbled from her lips, and the feather on the table remained utterly still. Yet, she did not feel the slightest bit discouraged. Instead, she continually encouraged herself, gathering her spirits to try once more. Her charming demeanor was captivating, and her radiant smile blossomed under the sunlight, creating a moment that felt as if spring had sprung forth. Just one glance was enough to ensnare Diggory. Utterly captivated by her irresistible, uncontainable charm, Diego felt himself sinking deeper into a quagmire, perhaps destined to wander further down Ophelia's path. However, just then, a dark shadow obscured his vision, prompting immediate discontent. Ah, Sibba. Yet upon lifting his gaze, he discovered that the figure before him was none other than Professor McGonagall. Diggory immediately changed his expression, smiling innocently as he inquired, Professor, do you require my assistance? Professor McGonagall felt a twinge of curiosity. She pondered the meaning behind the boy's earlier words and found his current smile rather peculiar. However, she refrained from delving further into her thoughts, as there were numerous assignments awaiting her attention. Professor Dumbledore has requested your presence in his office. If there is nothing pressing, you may proceed there now. Diggory glanced over at Ophelia and replied, Professor, many of my classmates have yet to master the transfiguration spell, particularly those in Hufflepuff. Their progress is rather lacking. Diggory pressed his forehead with a hand, letting out a deep sigh, embodying a visage of reminiscence. Ignoring the probing gazes of the bystander classmates and the Hufflepuff Badgers, he lamented, how much time have you truly devoted to us? In no time, you hastened to the Ravenclaw side and subsequently remained by Ophelia's side. Have you ever instructed us? Within the cramped confines of the office, which felt even more constricted due to the throng, Dumbledore sat leisurely in his chair, observing the two children standing before him, and then took a gratifying sip of blueberry wine. With a deep exhale, Dumbledore comfortably squinted his eyes and inquired, So, have you two decided on what you wish to convey? Diego, I have yet to decide. Patrick, I have made up my mind. Diggory, filled with frustration, closed his eyes. Dumbledore, with a knowing smile, raised an eyebrow at Diggory and then subtly nodded, signaling Patrick to commence his performance. Upon receiving Dumbledore's cue, Patrick did not hesitate and began to recount everything he knew about that day in meticulous detail. He spared no detail, even specifying which foot he stepped in first when he entered the dormitory with the girl named Mimosa. Standing aside, Diggory looked at Patrick helplessly, scarcely daring to meet Dumbledore's gaze. He could acutely sense that when Patrick mentioned the unfamiliar voice of a young woman outside the door, Dumbledore's penetrating gaze, capable of crossing the Atlantic, was fixed squarely upon him, filled with suspicion behind those crescent-shaped glasses. It was evident that the old man had begun to harbor doubts about him, and no matter how logically he might argue, to Dumbledore, it all seemed mere embellishment. Diggory suspected that not even a punctuation mark of his words would be believed. In Dumbledore's eyes, the peculiarities surrounding Diggory were already numerous enough. The sudden appearance of a Hogwarts courier, without any prior notice, was simply absurd. Did he take the portraits that adorned the corridors of Hogwarts for lifeless decorations? Though they were indeed not living beings, these almost omnipresent portraits served as the security and alarm system of Hogwarts. Thus, in Dumbledore's perspective, both the unfamiliar woman's voice and the Hogwarts courier were likely the result of Diggory's mischief, Otherwise, he certainly knew more than he let on. As Dumbledore listened to Patrick recount the details of the incident, he keenly observed Diggory's expressions. Noticing the boy's ever-changing gaze, Dumbledore couldn't help but smile inwardly. After all, he was still a child, unable to conceal his feelings. "All right, I have gathered enough information," Dumbledore signaled Patrick to cease his narration, expressing his disinterest in the early romantic entanglements of the two youngsters. At this point, Dumbledore was inclined to believe that the courier's appearance was not as dire as he had initially imagined, with no sign of Death Eaters or dark wizards infiltrating. Most likely, it was merely Diggory's prank. As for the colorful narrative, Dumbledore cast a sidelong glance at Diggory, thinking, not a good influence either. Meanwhile, Patrick, observing that Dumbledore had completely shifted his focus onto Diggory, tentatively inquired, "Professor, may I return now? After all, I have conveyed everything. And I still need to write the 10,000-word reflection that Professor McGonagall assigned." A 10,000-word reflection. Dumbledore looked at the poor child and recalled that McGonagall had also mentioned inviting his parents and conducting a home visit. Instantly, Dumbledore felt that Patrick was also a source of concern. However, the mere thought that this young lad had embarked on an early romantic escapade and shockingly progressed to third base rendered Professor Dumbledore resolute in his denial of the pitiful request. A youth so troublesome should not be spared from the trials of the Triwizard Tournament. It would be a disservice to his conscience. "If you agree to participate in the Triwizard Tournament alongside Diggory, you may return home now," Dumbledore stated, savoring a sip of blueberry wine with deliberate calmness. Patrick, his face a picture of despair, implored, "Professor Dumbledore, do I possess any alternatives?" "None," came Dumbledore's succinct reply. In that moment, Patrick yearned intensely to return home and perhaps enroll in another school, for he felt that Hogwarts was decidedly cursed for him. Home visits were one thing, and the absence of romantic pursuits was something he had begrudgingly accepted. But now, to demand his participation in a perilous competition was tantamount to courting disaster. After all, he was the heir to a capitalist legacy, the esteemed scion of the Downton family, the next in line to lead his clan, typically shielded by layers of protection. How could it be that within the confines of Hogwarts, he was to be thrust into a life-threatening contest? Such dangers should not befall him. Contemplating this, Patrick felt compelled to reach out to his father. "Professor, it's not that I am unwilling. After all, you are my idol. And if you wish for me to participate, I surely feel obliged to comply." Diego was somewhat astonished. Is this still the Patrick I once knew? Wasn't he reluctant to go before? Yet, upon hearing this, Diggory understood that Patrick's reasoning had arrived. Dumbledore also set down his goblet. Patrick continued, "After all, I am the sole heir of the Downton family, and the responsibility of continuing our lineage rests entirely upon my shoulders. Therefore, I wish to seek my father's counsel once more. If he consents, I shall be able to acquiesce to your request immediately." Diggo raised an eyebrow, silently applauding Patrick's reasoning. There is no father in this world who does not care for his child, albeit the expressions of paternal love are often restrained and not easily perceived or understood. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that a father will always stand as an unwavering pillar of support behind his child. At that moment, even Dumbledore nodded in agreement, remarking, "You make a valid point. As the sole heir of the Downton family, it is indeed somewhat impulsive for you to decide on your participation without careful consideration." A barely perceptible smile flickered across Patrick's lips. It seemed he might escape this predicament after all. His father would undoubtedly shield him from danger. Meanwhile, Diggo, standing nearby, felt a surge of frustration. Why was it that others could consult their parents before making decisions, while he had to proceed without such consideration? Did he not possess any rights? Just as Diggo was about to voice his discontent, he noticed Dumbledore extracting an opened envelope from a stack of books and letters on the left side of his desk. "Concerning your participation, your father's family has already sent a letter," Dumbledore informed Patrick, his gaze tinged with sympathy. "In fact, the suggestion for your participation originates from your family, to be precise, from your father and grandfather, who together endorsed it. This letter is their recommendation for you." At that moment, Diggo comprehended the sympathy he had detected in Dumbledore's eyes. Who could remain unfazed by having both a father and grandfather like that? Were they genuinely concerned about his lineage? Diggo could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Patrick, suspecting that the boy might not be his father's biological son. However, recalling how his own father had cheerfully sent him off to participate in the Triwizard Tournament, he felt a mix of emotions. Did every father in this world truly worry about their sons' lives? Patrick stared blankly at the letter in his hand. the familiar emerald green ink of the feather quill pen glaring back at him. After an unwilling examination, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Why? I cannot accept this. They promised that paternal love is steadfast. I refuse to believe my father could be so heartless." Tears welled in Patrick's eyes as he cried out to Dumbledore, "Professor, I cannot believe this. I refuse to accept that my father would allow me to compete in the Triwizard Tournament. Even if he consents, my grandfather would never agree. As the heir of a noble family, why should I participate in a competition where my life could be at stake? Why? Even if he is my father. It does not matter. My legs are my own, and if I say I will not go, then I shall not." Diggory gazed at his companion. Now witnessing Patrick in a state of utter disarray, throwing a tantrum that seemed impossible to contain. Diggory certainly believed he was incapable of restraining him. Dumbledore observed the unfolding farce with an air of calmness, retrieving an envelope from the left side of his desk. "This is a letter from your grandfather. Take a look." It was akin to a vociferous missive, and Patrick eagerly tore it open, immediately hearing the gentle yet somewhat hoarse voice of his grandfather, whom he regarded as his last bastion of hope. Alas, his hopes were shattered. The words conveyed a message reminiscent of his father's, urging Patrick to participate in the upcoming Triwizard Tournament. However, his grandfather infused a touch more humanity into his correspondence, attempting to reassure his grandson that this tournament would be the least perilous in history, with no fatalities expected. At worst, one might emerge as an octogenarian cripple, condemned to a life of bed rest. With his last glimmer of hope extinguished, Patrick slumped to the ground, as if the vibrancy of life had been irrevocably snuffed out. Diego, unable to bear the situation any longer, reached out and patted Patrick on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. "It's all right. It's merely a game, isn't it? We shall face it together. There's a saying, after all, united we stand, divided we fall." Nearby, Dumbledore raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Reflecting to himself, "This lad possesses a certain eloquence. He is indeed the son of Amos." Yet, where could he have heard such a phrase? I do not recall it. Patrick swatted Diego's hand away, his face a picture of despair as he lamented, "What do you mean it's fine? You know nothing. Are you aware of the reputation of Durmstrang? That institution does not prohibit dark magic. You poor fool, do you comprehend what dark magic entails? Are you familiar with the 3 unforgivable curses? The primary reason the Triwizard Tournament was once banned was due to the lethal prowess of Durmstrang's students. You are utterly oblivious." Diego looked at Patrick, who was in tears, and shook his head, feeling a profound sense of pity. It was truly lamentable to witness someone so lacking in resilience and possessing such a timid disposition. However, considering Patrick's near breakdown, he decided to overlook the boy's derogatory remarks about his financial status. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that Patrick had a valid point. What if they encountered a student from Durmstrang who indiscriminately cast dark magic upon them? After all, he too had once exhibited a degree of timidity in such situations. At that moment, Dumbledore interjected, "Isn't the Downton family renowned for their expertise in the shield charm? You are already 1 year older, surely. You have mastered the art of casting it with ease." Yet, Patrick remained unconvinced, and as he prepared to voice his grievances, Dumbledore's gaze sharpened, and his tone grew stern. "You two rascals, when tasked with earning some honor for Hogwarts, you both find excuses to shirk your responsibilities. Do you truly believe you possess the audacity to negotiate terms with me? ISNT Hogwarts your alma mater? Are you willing to witness Hogwarts as the host, humiliated by the other 2 schools, shorn of dignity and subjected to ridicule? Do you not harbor even a semblance of collective pride? Do you not wish to become heroes for Hogwarts? Each of you resorts to various justifications to evade participation in the competition, fussing and fretting, while not a single girl has shown such reluctance." Diego stood below, feeling a touch of grievance. "Had I not made a promise initially? Why now must I bear the brunt of the scorn alongside you? Yet, hold on, dear girl." Diggory heard that there was a girl in the team and inquired, "Professor, who is that girl? What are her abilities?" Implicitly, he meant that if her skills were inadequate, she should not be included, as she would only hinder their progress. Meanwhile, Patrick, sensing his own hopes were dashed, ceased his tears and tantrums, quietly standing up to dust off his clothes and wipe his face. Remarkably, there were no tears on his visage. His earlier cries had been more pronounced than his sorrow. He then calmly stepped aside, appearing as though the one who had been in despair moments ago was not himself. Simultaneously, Diggory's inquiry served as a diversion, attempting to steer Dumbledore's focus away from the matter of the Hogwarts courier, seizing the opportunity to shift attention to his final team member. Upon hearing Diggory, Dumbledore pondered briefly before responding, You need not worry about her abilities. She possesses her own unique talents. As for the specifics, I shall refrain from disclosing them now. You will discover them in due time through your own interactions. Rest assured, you two rascals, she will certainly not be a liability. With the knowledge of the last female member's competence, Diggory felt a sense of relief. At this juncture, Patrick interjected. His concerns clearly more focused on the girl's appearance than her skills. Professor, is she attractive? What is her figure like? What are her measurements? Does she have a boyfriend? What type of boys does she prefer? After his barrage of inquiries, he fixed his gaze on Dumbledore, hoping for further insights about the girl. If she were indeed a desirable prospect, he intended to make his move. After all, his chances with Minghua seemed to have evaporated. And if he did not seize this opportunity to find a new interest, he would be left with nothing but his own hands for company this evening. However, Dumbledore pointed towards the door and curtly stated, "You may return now. No need to practice spells. No reflections to write. Off you go, and focus on your studies." Disappointed, Patrick sighed. The prospect of the girl had vanished. Yet, as he turned away, he quickly adopted a nonchalant demeanor. After all, there were plenty of girls at Hogwarts. The individual who had been so concerned about the dangers of the Triwizard Tournament now ambled away with ease. To Patrick, since participating in the tournament was a foregone conclusion, there was no point in resisting that decision. Ultimately, resistance would prove futile, so he resolved to relax and accept the situation as it unfolded. He could always follow Diggory's lead, supporting him in offense while he took on a defensive role, allowing the girl to act as she wished, provided she did not turn against them. As Diggory turned to leave, he felt a surge of joy, having successfully avoided the courier issue. When Dumbledore would next ponder this matter was not a concern for Diggory at the moment. The days ahead were long, and that could wait until later. At present, my foremost task should be to venture into the abode of wishes, to exchange a surge of magical energy, and subsequently immerse myself in the realm to enhance my own prowess. I must then devote myself to preparing for the Triwizard Tournament, which is merely 3 months away. Albus Dumbledore observed the departing figures of Diggory and Patrick, particularly fixating on Diggory, as a vague sense of forgetfulness crept into his mind, leaving him bewildered about what he might have overlooked. However, the specifics eluded him for the time being. With a sense of resignation, Dumbledore lifted his glass. Noting the dullness of his skin, marred by uneven, winding wrinkles reminiscent of the weathered marks upon a wall, he sighed deeply, acknowledging the passage of time and the inevitable aging that accompanies it. Reflecting on his youth, when he delved into Dragon's blood and collaborated on inventions with Nicholas Flamel, he recalled a time when his memory was sharp enough to recall the details of breakfast from a month prior. How different it is now. As he struggles to retain the essence of conversations that have just transpired, his gaze shifted to the letters sent by Patrick's father and grandfather. And Dumbledore furrowed his brow. This matter was indeed peculiar. When he was troubled by the selection of participants, he had not anticipated that old Taunton's correspondence would reach him, particularly with the suggestion for his beloved grandson to partake in the Triwizard Tournament. Although he and old Taunton shared a certain camaraderie, it was not sufficient to warrant such a recommendation. Moreover, these long-established pureblood families in the magical world were notoriously shrewd, seldom acting without personal gain. Thus, the unsolicited endorsement from old Taunton left Dumbledore pondering deeply. Could it be related to Cedric? Dumbledore speculated. It seemed plausible. These esteemed pureblood families possessed their own networks of information, and Cedric's affairs could hardly remain hidden from their scrutiny. Yet, if old Taunton's true aim was indeed Cedric, Dumbledore's fingers rhythmically tapped upon his desk, contemplating whether old Taunton intended for his grandson to forge an early acquaintance with Cedric, perhaps as a means of ingratiating themselves with this third Dark Lord. Dumbledore let out a cold snort, regarding the old man as one who only knew how to maneuver for advantage. However, in the realm of scheming, he reflected, having lived for over a century, he had always found himself lacking in such skills. The formation of the Order of the Phoenix, after all, was merely a gathering of individuals with a shared purpose, rather than a true machination. He then opened the right drawer of his desk and retrieved a brown paper bag, deliberating whether to unveil its contents. Inside lay the information on Diggory that he had procured through a friend at the Ministry of Magic. His fingers continued to tap rhythmically upon the desk, the sound echoing in the stillness of the office, while Dumbledore's expression remained indifferent. Just then, Fox suddenly called out from a nearby perch, the clear, melodious phoenix song jolting Dumbledore from his reverie. "Were you suggesting that I seek out Trelawney for a reading for Cedric?" Dumbledore and Fox exchanged words. Though the utility of their conversation was uncertain, Trelawney's prophecies, in relation to the privacy of the seers, seemed to lean more towards foretelling their demise. At that moment, Fawkes emitted two melodic cries. "You suggest the truth serum?" Dumbledore's eyes brightened. Indeed, that could be a viable option, although the potion's flavor was rather unpalatable. How could it be administered to him? Perhaps intoxicate him? Dumbledore's face flushed. After all, he was merely a child, and such an approach seemed inappropriate. Indeed. Upon hearing Fawkes' suggestion, Dumbledore solemnly nodded. Considering Cedric's extraordinary talent, there could be no margin for error. Gazing out at the midday sun, Dumbledore murmured, "We must arrange this swiftly. A suitable candidate is imperative." It was a warm Friday morning, and the flying class was being held jointly by Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw on a lush green field. Diggory looked down at his feet, muttering, "Isn't it autumn? Why does the grass still flourish so? What brand is it?" Diggory recalled the few green plants he had placed beside his computer in his previous life, which inexplicably perished after a while for reasons unbeknownst to him. He resolved that when he eventually traversed back in time, he must bring along this particular plant, which he believed to be fundamentally different from the gaudy specimens he had purchased previously. Unfortunately, no one was there to answer his inquiries. Since the last incident where Diggory had inadvertently deceived him, Patrick had been sulking, ignoring him for 3 consecutive days. Even upon returning to their dormitory, he had not engaged in conversation with Diggory. Whenever Diggory made an attempt to initiate dialogue, Patrick would merely respond with an indignant huff before turning away. Meanwhile, others had gathered at the center of the grassy area, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their instructor. Diggory sighed and sluggishly approached them. He truly did not wish to attend this lesson. There were 2 reasons for his reluctance. Firstly, Diggory harbored a fear of heights, a phobia that had persisted from his past life and remained unchanged even in his new body. Secondly, he was apprehensive about the possibility of injuring himself in a rather sensitive area. This particular concern had plagued him since childhood. When he first pondered the issue while watching films, leading him to develop a certain admiration for the actors, the thought of balancing precariously atop such a slender broomstick, legs tightly squeezed around it, was daunting indeed. After some contemplation, Diggory resolved to concoct an excuse to forego the flying lesson, prioritizing the safety of his precious treasure. "Greetings, everyone. Have all the students arrived?" Just as Diggory was lost in thought, Mrs. Hawkins, the flight instructor with a buzz cut, briskly approached and greeted the class with enthusiasm. "Hello, teacher. We are all here." The eager group of students exclaimed in unison, their anticipation palpable. Diggory, however, remained silent at the back, having devised a plan to feign a lack of aptitude for flying, claiming he couldn't even grasp a broomstick properly, thus justifying his absence from the lesson while enjoying the sight of Ophelia soaring above. A smile crept across Diggory's face at the thought. He was certain that the view would be splendid. Soon, the freshman students from both academies lined up on either side, each with a broomstick placed at their feet. The previously eager students had already claimed their spots, having chosen their preferred brooms before Diggory could even take a step. At that moment, Diggory leisurely selected an unclaimed broomstick and positioned himself nearby. When he looked up, his heart leapt with joy, for Ophelia stood directly in front of him. They were face to face. "Now, everyone, extend your hands above the broomsticks and say up. This incantation will cause the brooms to fly into your grasp." Before Diggory could greet Ophelia, Mrs. Hawkins commenced instructing the class on the first step of broomstick flying. Regarding the spell for summoning the broomstick, I recalled from the film that it was simply up. Without any elaborate incantation, Patrick beamed with delight, for he realized he could devote the entire lesson to summoning the broomstick to his hand. Should Mrs. Hawkins overlook him, he would have ample time to practice a new spell he had drawn from the system, one that caused his target to swoon. On the grassy flying field, Mrs. Hawkins steadied her broomstick with one hand while the other rested on her hip in boredom. She stifled a yawn and surveyed the gaggle of youngsters before her. 10 minutes had elapsed, and astonishingly, only 2 students had managed to summon their broomsticks. The 2 individuals in question are Patrick from Hufflepuff and Eloise from Ravenclaw. Meanwhile, the previously renowned prodigy, Diggory, whose talent was said to be unparalleled, had not even managed to make his broomstick budge an inch. Is this truly the extent of his abilities? How could he possibly attend classes at this level? And yet, Flitwick still wishes to transfer him to his own house? Surely, that old fellow must have lost his senses. As for the others, their performance fluctuated like the landscape, rising and falling with no one able to seize the broomstick. At this juncture, Madame Hooch let out a resigned huff, believing this cohort of students to be the least capable she had encountered during her tenure at Hogwarts. Put in some effort. Invest a bit of emotion. Madam Hooch felt compelled to remind her students. Imagine the broomstick as your closest companion or your most vital tool. You might even envision it as your girlfriend or boyfriend. In any case, I expect you all to quicken your pace. I do not wish to squander time on this. Her tone was exceedingly stern, her yellow eyes fixed upon the students like an eagle, her gray hair standing on end, causing some timid students to avert their gaze. Diggory, with a disdainful curl of his lip, felt displeased by Madame Hockey's interruption of his admiration for the young lady. After she finished speaking, he chose to disregard her words and continued to behold Ophelia's diligent efforts. However, this scene did not escape the notice of the increasingly irate Madame Hockey. Cedric. The weather is splendid today, and the female students are quite attractive. Her voice brimmed with fury as she demanded, so, when do you intend to commence serious studies in flying? The sun is shining, the rain has ceased, and now you believe you can manage, do you? Can you not focus on your studies? 10 minutes have elapsed since the lesson commenced, and you alone have failed to move your broomstick. Do you understand? Is this the extent of your abilities? A giant in spells, but a dwarf in flight? The more Madame Hockey spoke, the more incensed she became, her visible spittle nearly splattering Diggory's face. From this moment forth, either you grasp your broomstick within the next 5 minutes, or prepare to face academic penalties and punishment. I've stated my piece. The matter is now in your hands. Having vented her ire at Diggory, Madame Hockey redirected her fury towards the other students. And you all have 5 minutes as well. Should you remain unable to learn, I shall petition Headmaster Dumbledore to keep you here until you master it, allowing you to leave only once you have done so. Upon hearing this, some students felt a surge of protest, but the moment they met Madame Hockey's piercing gaze, they swiftly recoiled. They silently directed their frustrations at Diggory, believing themselves to be victims of his negligence. Yet, upon returning to her position, still fuming, Madame Hockey glanced at the girl Diggory had been so fixated on, neglecting to inquire about Ophelia's name, and launched into admonishment. Her words implied that Ophelia should refrain from distracting others and focus on summoning her broomstick. However, Ophelia was unwilling to accept this insinuation. While she acknowledged her inability to summon the broomstick was indeed her own shortcoming, Diggory's inability to avert his gaze was entirely his affair. Thus, Ophelia calmly replied, Madam, while I have yet to summon my broomstick, which is undeniably my fault, I must disagree with your assertion that I am influencing others. Upon hearing this, Madame Hockey was taken aback, a laugh tinged with anger escaping her lips. Yet, Ophelia remained unfazed by Madame Hockey's expression, her tone neither subservient nor arrogant as she continued. One's gaze is their own to control, and I cannot dictate where someone chooses to look. Furthermore, whether I am appealing to the eye is not within my purview to decide. My parents bestowed upon me exceptional genes, resulting in my naturally striking appearance, a circumstance I find rather unfortunate. Thus, Ophelia met Lady Huichi with an unflinching gaze, undeterred. Cedric's admiration for me is merely a reflection of his inability to control his own gaze. The fault lies not with me, and I shall not bear this burden. Simultaneously, I shall dedicate myself to my studies, honoring both my time and my grandmother's expectations. After delivering her thoughts, Ophelia resumed her practice, seemingly oblivious to Lady Huichi's furious glare and the astonished looks of those around her. Goodness, this girl is remarkable. Ophelia is simply beyond words. My vocabulary feels woefully inadequate to encapsulate my sentiments towards her at this moment. Independent, brave, Diego turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, just in time to see Patrick giving him a thumbs up, his eyes seemingly conveying the message, Brother, you have an eye for it. With a triumphant smile, Diggory cast a glance at Eloise in the distance and exchanged a knowing look with Patrick, signaling that his judgment was not without merit. Thus, after this subtle exchange of glances, their relationship reverted to its original state, free from any awkwardness. Perhaps this epitomizes the nature of youthful camaraderie. Unmarred by the peculiar complexities that often accompany adulthood, it is characterized instead by a simple and pure ease that can be restored with a mere turn of the head. Madame Hockey found herself somewhat overwhelmed by Ophelia's forthrightness, yet upon reflection, she recognized that Ophelia had not spoken incorrectly. One cannot blame the wine for the inebriate's lack of self-control, casting the blame upon the drink itself. Nevertheless, Madame Hockey felt reluctant to apologize to Ophelia, fearing a loss of face. Thus, she redirected her attention to Diggory and the other students who had yet to master the art of summoning their wands. Was it not this group of rascals who had initially soured her mood and caused her embarrassment? A collection of students seemingly indifferent to their studies. Hurry up and practice diligently. Do not squander any more time, Madame Hockey admonished, somewhat sheepishly. despite this being the least promising cohort she had ever taught. She still harbored hope that Diggory and his peers would eventually grasp the skill of flying on broomsticks. Her earlier outburst was, after all, born from a place of concern for these children. I am certain that many among you are quite captivated by the game of Quidditch. And should you remain unable to wield a broomstick, this exhilarating sport shall remain forever out of your reach. Upon concluding her remarks, Madame Hockley surveyed the students, who hung their heads in shame, and allowed herself a satisfied smile, relieved that they still possessed the desire to learn. I must attend to some matters for a while. You are free to practice on your own. Madame Hockley decided to grant her students a measure of freedom. Sensing that her earlier display of temper had left many feeling self-conscious, she did not wish for their performance to suffer as a consequence of her momentary loss of control. As Madame Hockley's figure disappeared around the corner of Hogwarts Castle, the students collectively felt the atmosphere lighten considerably. One student, who had not moved his wand, inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Ah, what a refreshing air this is, how intoxicating. Indeed, I have never before realized how delightful breathing could be." Another chimed in. When Madame Hockley was in a rage, I dared not release a single sound, and now I finally feel liberated. As these words left his lips, those nearby became acutely aware that the once sweet air had been tainted by an unexpected odor. Goodness, this fellow had the audacity to feast on abalone this morning, and paired it with garlic, no less. How shameless. Immediately, a considerable space formed around the student, leaving him isolated in his spot. The student looked around in confusion, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Diego also caught a whiff of that scent, which was utterly unbearable. Consequently, he pinched his nose and, seemingly nonchalant, began to distance himself from the spot. By some serendipitous turn of fate, he found himself right beside Ophelia. Diggory greeted Ophelia with a smile, saying, "Hello, Ophelia, let us practice together. Perhaps it will expedite our progress." Ophelia offered no reply, merely glancing at Diggory with a disdainful sidelong look before wrinkling her delicate nose in distaste. The odor was truly foul, and it had the audacity to waft over to this side. How shameless. Diego's smile froze upon his face at that moment. He felt akin to an Ophelia cicada in the summer, for no matter how fervently he proclaimed his existence, it seemed superfluous to her. Thus, his laughter transformed into a bittersweet grimace, leaving him rooted in place, devoid of the courage to pursue further. Observing this scene, Patrick approached and patted Diego on the shoulder, remarking, "Your skills in flirting are truly lacking. Just the other day, I made some new acquaintances, including several senior girls from the 4th year and a few lovely ladies from Slytherin. What do you say? Would you like to practice a bit? You must learn to cut your losses before your heart is utterly shattered. Otherwise, you will find yourself with nothing left within." Diego looked at Patrick in astonishment and continued, "Of course, the latter part of that statement was imparted to me by my father, who advised me not to be foolishly hurt by girls. However, the former part rings true. Those senior girls are indeed striking, like proud little kittens, just waiting for us." Patrick placed a hand on Diego's shoulder, casting him a knowing glance, accompanied by a mischievous chuckle. Diego furrowed his brow and said, "Can you give me a moment to collect myself?" "Of course, my friend. I understand," Patrick replied, patting Diego on the shoulder. "Let us begin practicing this flying broomstick, for you are the stalwart of our Hufflepuff house. If you cannot master this skill, our entire academy would be left in disgrace." Diego nodded slightly and then directed his hand towards the flying broomstick resting at his feet. Up. With a swift clap, Patrick was momentarily dazzled, and then he heard a sharp sound as Diego firmly grasped the broomstick in his hand. Patrick gazed incredulously at Diego, his mouth agape, and just as he was about to exclaim, Diego quickly discarded the broomstick and covered Patrick's mouth. Shoo. Do not let it slip. I wish to keep this a secret." Patrick, perplexed, inquired, "Why? Why don't you want others to know? You must have known how to do this all along, haven't you?" At Patrick's question, Diego felt a surge of pride within, though he maintained a composed demeanor, merely explaining, "Have you considered the thinness of this broomstick's handle? Just imagine riding such a slender rod. It would be quite uncomfortable, wouldn't it? This is precisely why I have refrained from practicing. I simply do not wish to soar through the skies on such a thin stick." Realization dawned upon Patrick as he examined the broomstick, exclaiming, "Goodness, it truly is slender." The thought of that stick brushing against his intimate areas sent a shiver down his spine. He instinctively touched himself. Reflecting on why some renowned Quidditch players struggled to find partners, it seemed the issue lay not with others but rather with their own predicament. To ride such a stick, approximately 6 centimeters in diameter, twisting and turning through the air with complex maneuvers, just the thought made Patrick instinctively clamp his legs together. This was no mere technical feat. After a 26th attempt, Ophelia gazed at the broomstick on the ground, adjusted her glasses, and displayed no signs of discouragement. Instead, she silently encouraged herself to continue practicing the summoning charm. Some individuals, lacking any skill, had taken such a long time and still could not master the summoning of a broomstick. It was bewildering how they had been sorted into Ravenclaw. Truly a hindrance to the group. A cacophony of derisive laughter echoed across the practice area. Diggo and his companions turned to see a girl with black hair. A square face, thin lips, small eyes, a prominent nose, and large ears, adorned with freckles, mocking Ophelia. The girl clutched a broomstick, evidently freshly acquired after just learning the summoning charm. Eager to belittle Ophelia, she remarked, "What a waste. After all this time, the broom hasn't even budged. You are simply squandering time and Hogwarts resources here. With such a talent, it is astonishing that you were sorted into Ravenclaw. It seems either the sorting hat made an error, or you employed some underhanded trickery to deceive it. Otherwise, someone of your caliber should not even be permitted to cross the threshold of Hogwarts." However, despite the girl's fervent tirade, Ophelia paid her little mind. As if the words were not directed at her, she remained engrossed in her practice of summoning. Observing Ophelia's indifference, a flicker of malice and envy sparked in the girl's eyes. She quickly signaled to another girl, whose appearance was equally lackluster, instantly understanding. The second girl smirked subtly and approached Ophelia. As she drew closer, she retrieved a small vial from her pocket, its transparent body filled with an unknown, dark green viscous liquid. Clearly, her intention was to sneak behind Ophelia and pour the noxious substance onto her clothing. Unbeknownst to Ophelia, who was diligently focused on summoning her broomstick, she remained blissfully unaware of the imminent malice. In a state of acute anxiety, Diggory yearned to vociferously alert Ophelia, but alas, time was not on his side. "Ophelia, beware of what lies behind you," he implored. Ophelia furrowed her brow, yet before she could raise her gaze, she was forcefully shoved from behind by another girl, losing her balance and collapsing onto the ground. At that moment, the girl pinched her nose with one hand while uncapping a vial with the other. Instantly, an exceedingly foul and peculiar odor wafted from the bottle, causing a student standing downwind to retch violently, expelling the dinner he had consumed the previous evening. The girl's face contorted with a twisted expression of jealousy. She had harbored disdain for Ophelia since the very first day of school. Why should Ophelia possess such beauty? Why were there boys vying for her attention? Why was it that all eyes were invariably drawn to her, while she herself remained invisible to others, receiving not even a modicum of notice? Now, with the potion in her possession, Ophelia would be condemned to a perpetual stench, an odor that could never be washed away. Thus, no suitors would ever pursue her, and she would be relegated to the same state of neglect that she herself had endured. The girl's eyes gleamed with utter madness as the murky green liquid escaped the vial, poised to cascade onto Ophelia. The practice arena fell silent, a stillness enveloping the air. It was as if everyone had momentarily forgotten how to breathe, their eyes wide and transfixed upon Diggory and Patrick, who stood with wands raised. Just moments ago, it had all transpired. A staggering blow from Diggory sent the girl hurtling through the air, landing 5 meters away. Meanwhile, the foul, viscous, dark green liquid that was about to descend upon Ophelia was intercepted by Patrick's enchanted armor, splattering harmlessly onto the grass beside them. Everyone stood in stunned silence, struggling to process the astonishing scene that had just unfolded before their eyes. What on earth was happening? Hadn't they all just entered the academy a mere week ago? Why were the two of them already proficient in intermediate spells while the rest were still grappling with the basics of broomstick summoning? One wielded protective armor, while the other lay incapacitated. Did they not realize how remarkable they were? Especially Cedric, who seemed to have effortlessly mastered the levitation and transformation spells just days prior, and now had acquired the stunning spell. Was there no consideration for the rest of the ordinary students? With such extraordinary talent, they cast everyone else into the shadows as mere backdrops. Did they ever contemplate the feelings of their peers? It was evident that Diggory was oblivious to such concerns, his focus solely fixed on Ophelia. "How are you? Are you all right? Do you need assistance?" Diego hurriedly approached Ophelia, intending to offer her assistance, yet hesitated, fearing that such an action might be overly forward. His outstretched hand lingered in the air, leaving him at a loss for what to do. Ophelia, having sustained no significant injury, merely a bump, managed to rise unaided. She glanced at Diego's bewildered hands without acknowledgement and proceeded to express her gratitude to Patrick instead. This interaction rendered Patrick somewhat awkward, as he mused internally, "Am I not the one who first rushed to your aid?" Furthermore, He had only intervened out of consideration for Diego. "Please, do not thank me," he thought, though outwardly he maintained a polite smile. "No need for gratitude. It was Cedric who prompted me to assist." Direct your thanks towards him. Alas, Diego found himself sidelined, as Ophelia completely disregarded him once more, ignoring Patrick's comments and returning to her practice of summoning her flying broomstick. At this juncture, Patrick felt a pang of sympathy for Diego. He cast a glance towards him, silently conveying, "My friend, with your remarkable qualities, both external and internal, it is evident that Ophelia harbors no interest in you. It is time to relinquish hope. The signs are unmistakable. Do not waste your warmth on indifference." Continuing in this manner is nothing short of self-sabotage. Diggory felt a peculiar unease in his heart, often pondering whether he had inadvertently left a negative impression on Ophelia. Upon receiving a glance from Patrick, he could only respond with a knowing look before taking his broomstick and stepping aside to reflect. At that moment, Mrs. Hockley returned from her brief outing and was taken aback by the sight of the unconscious extra sprawled on the ground. She was momentarily startled, wondering how such a situation could arise in less than 10 minutes. Kneeling down, she assessed the condition of the extra, and upon confirming her safety, she exhaled in relief. However, her relief was swiftly replaced by anger. With a piercing gaze, she scanned the crowd of students and fixed her attention on a seemingly meek Hufflepuff student. Pointing at the unconscious extra, she inquired, "Child, can you explain what transpired here?" Under Mrs. Hockley's intense scrutiny, the Hufflepuff Badger shivered and promptly recounted the entire sequence of events without embellishment. From a third-person perspective, he relayed the account with clarity. Upon hearing that Diggory and Patrick had simultaneously cast intermediate spells to rescue Ophelia, Mrs. Hockley gasped in astonishment. These were merely 11-year-old children, already mastering intermediate spells that posed a challenge even for adults. While Mrs. Hockley's focus diverged from that of the other students, she was particularly intrigued by Patrick, rather than the already recognized talented Diggory. After all, mastering intermediate spells is no small feat, especially for a child of such tender years. Diagonally is quite easy to comprehend. With such remarkable talent, mastering intermediate spells should pose no challenge to him. Of course, Mrs. Hockley is unaware that, in reality, Diagonally finds learning spells to be remarkably effortless. However, Patrick's innate abilities pale in comparison to those of Diagonally. So, how is it that he managed to react so swiftly and adeptly utilize the shield charm in such a brief span of time? Mrs. Hockley gazed at Patrick, her expression tinged with confusion. "Mrs. Hockley, have you forgotten? I hail from the Downton family." Faced with Mrs. Hockley's puzzled gaze, Patrick chose to introduce himself directly. "Oh, I see. You are from the Downton family. Then how is Drackle related to you?" "My father," Patrick replied. Yet, at that moment, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Mrs. Hockley's penetrating gaze filled Patrick with an inexplicable sense of guilt. "He is your father, indeed?" Mrs. Hockley pondered aloud. "Are you not his offspring?" The surrounding individuals were taken aback, and Patrick's face darkened. He finally comprehended the source of his disquiet. If all went as anticipated, it was yet another of his father's past misdeeds. "I merely resemble my mother," Patrick offered in a resigned explanation. "Oh, I perceive this as a fortunate circumstance," Mrs. Hockley remarked with an icy demeanor. "Were you to take after your father, you would presently find yourself in the infirmary." Patrick's lips twitched. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and he harbored no doubts regarding the veracity of her statement. Throughout his life, he had often encountered hostility from various acquaintances entirely unknown to him. Were it not for his grandfather, Patrick surmised he might not have survived to this day. Feeling the intensely targeted aura emanating from Mrs. Hockley, Patrick instinctively took a step back. It appeared that this was unequivocally a consequence of his father's past transgressions, now confirmed. Patrick cast a desperate glance at Diagonally. "Brother, save me. I sense this lady harbors intentions against me." Diggory swiftly blinked, signaling his understanding. "Professor, do you think we should first escort this girl to the infirmary, or perhaps directly back to the dormitory?" Diggory suggested, gesturing towards the unattractive girl sprawled on the ground. "It's rather unsettling to see her lying here like this." Upon hearing Diggory's remarks regarding the unfortunate girl, Madame Huichi's expression twitched slightly. "You make a valid point," she responded, pointing at the girl with protruding ears who had instigated the situation. "Come here, you. Carry this girl back to your Ravenclaw dormitory." The girl approached, her eyes brimming with unspoken resentment. However, now that Madame Huichi had fully grasped that the situation had escalated due to her own provocation, she dared not voice any further complaints. She feared that if she made any more moves, not only would Madame Huichi punish her, But she also did not wish to publicly suffer the humiliation of being struck by a stunning spell from Diggory, who was coldly observing her. Madame Huichi watched as the two girls disappeared around the corner of the castle, then turned her gaze toward Diggory, her expression slightly off-kilter. Feeling a chill creep up his neck, Diggory froze. As he turned around, he was met with Madame Huichi's peculiar gaze. Instinctively, he wanted to leave. But before he could take a step, Madame Huichi called out to him. "Cedric, come here. Don't go. We need to have a little chat." She said, "What is the matter with you? You still can't summon your broomstick? Come, I'll give you a little extra help." Her tone was exceedingly gentle, with an air of affection that other students perceived, causing those who had yet to master the summoning charm for broomsticks to cast envious glances at Diggory. However, Diggory, as the subject of her attention, could clearly sense that Madame Huichi harbored ill intentions towards him. Immediately, he signaled to Patrick, urging him to devise a way to distract Madame Huichi. Yet, upon receiving Diggory's desperate look, Patrick could only express his helplessness. He returned a glance that said, "Brother, I can't do anything about this." It was evident that his father had wronged Madame Huichi in the past. And given that she still remembered it after all these years, the matter must have been significant. The worst-case scenario was that his father had caused a grave incident with Madame Huichi. On the less severe side, he was simply an ungrateful scoundrel. Now, he could scarcely avoid Madame Huichi, let alone dare to approach her. Thus, Patrick could only give Diggory a look of resignation, indicating that his wingman was offline, and any inquiry should be postponed. This infuriated Diggory to no end. Indeed, this maneuver felt like betrayal. Madame Huichi stood by, observing the two boys exchanging furtive glances, and felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. This scene was reminiscent of her own past with that scoundrel, Draco. She immediately separated the two, feeling a sense of relief. Madame Huichi cast a glance at Diggory and commanded, "Follow me." Without waiting to see if he complied, she strode ahead. Diggory, witnessing her demeanor, felt as though he were being forcibly ushered into a dark chamber. Being so young, the thought of being coerced into committing some unspeakable act filled him with dread. How could he ever face others again? After all, he was merely a child. Unaware of Diggory's anxious thoughts, Madame Huichi turned to find him lagging behind and urged him to hurry. Reluctantly, Diggory inched toward her, as if approaching a bottomless abyss inhabited by an ancient, malevolent spirit. However, reality proved that Diggory's fears were unfounded. Madame Huichi led him through the labyrinthine corridors of the castle, and after traversing several halls, they halted before a sturdy wooden door on the ground floor. "This is my office. I have a few matters to discuss with you." "Please, come in," she said. Upon hearing this, Diggory felt a sense of relief. It was merely an inquiry, after all. Following closely behind, he entered Mrs. Hooper's office, his eyes wide with curiosity as he surveyed the modest room. This was a place previously unknown to Diggory, as neither the original text nor the film had provided any description of Mrs. Hooper's office. A large row of wardrobes occupied nearly one-third of the space, while the remaining area was simply divided into 2 chairs for guests and a tea table. Her own workspace was accompanied by a solitary potted plant. However, Diggory found it peculiar that this small potted plant claimed an area equal to that of the extensive row of wardrobes, one-third of the room. Within the pot resided a diminutive plant, approximately 20 centimeters tall, entirely snow-white with only 2 or 3 bare branches, devoid of any greenery. To put it plainly, Diggory perceived it as a plant that had long since withered. Diego finds it rather peculiar. What could this potted plant possibly be that Mrs. Hockley holds in such high regard? Do not touch it. Diggory, startled, instinctively recoiled, offering a nervous smile as he stammered, "My apologies, Mrs. Hokey. It's just that I am rather inexperienced and have not encountered much of the world, which is why I find your potted plant so fascinating. May I inquire what species it is?" To his surprise, Mrs. Hokey merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction and replied cryptically, "Do not ask. It is a secret. I shall not divulge it to you." Diggory found himself in an awkward predicament, sheepishly rubbing his nose. "Pray tell, who imparted that incantation to you?" Mrs. Hawkwind sat poised in her chair, her piercing gaze inexplicably causing Diggory to feel a twinge of guilt. "But wait, I have done nothing to warrant such feelings of remorse. Why should I feel this way? Perhaps you could take a guess?" In an instant, Diggory regretted uttering those words, as he sensed Mrs. Hawkwind's eyes sharpening further, piercing him with an intensity that made him feel as though he were teetering on the brink of oblivion. "Humph." Mrs. Hawkwind let out a cold snort from her nostrils. "I shall grant you an opportunity to rephrase your statement. Regarding the query, you might be better off directing it to Professor Dumbledore." Rephrase my statement? If you possess the capability, why not have Dumbledore himself rephrase it? Headmaster Dumbledore? Mrs. Hawkwind blinked in surprise. On the day of Diggory's enrollment. Among the few teachers accompanying Dumbledore back to his office, Mrs. Hooch was notably absent, leaving her entirely unaware of the events that unfolded that day. Now, upon hearing Diggory's words, an image involuntarily materialized in her mind. Dumbledore seated majestically in his office chair, facing Diggory, who was bowing respectfully while uttering, "Hello, Professor." Could it be that this young lad has taken Dumbledore as his mentor? Has he acquired the art of fainting from him? Mrs. Hooch pondered this possibility, and it seemed quite plausible. Cedric's remarkable talent had been publicly acknowledged by the Sorting Hat on the night of the sorting ceremony. The proclamation that he was on par with the infamous Voldemort of his time, perhaps even rivaling Dumbledore himself, had stunned everyone present. Furthermore, his prowess in spellcasting was evident to all in subsequent lessons. Thus, in an effort to prevent any misdirection in Cedric's future development, it was entirely feasible that Headmaster Dumbledore could have taken such action. Mrs. Hooch inhaled deeply and cautiously inquired, "Is Headmaster Dumbledore your teacher?" Guess. At this moment, Diggory smiled like a cunning little fox that had just pilfered a chicken. Do you not enjoy the art of rephrasing? Then why not attempt it yourself? If you were reluctant, you could always inquire with Dumbledore. Of course, given Dumbledore's current cautious demeanor, the likelihood of him divulging certain matters to you appears rather slim. For you are not a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Moreover, Diggory mused that if Dumbledore were to ultimately confide his secrets to Madam Hooch, it could be argued that her credibility would surpass even that of Professor McGonagall, nearly on par with Severus Snape. After all, in the original narrative of the past, Snape, a former Death Eater, garnered Dumbledore's trust and became a pivotal figure in his plans. Consequently, Snape emerged as the individual possessing the most profound understanding of Dumbledore's schemes. Without exception, Madam Hooch, with an impassive expression, fixed her gaze upon Diggory. She stared intently, unwaveringly, until she noticed the innocent young boy's face redden. "Dumbledore is not your teacher, is he? Surely, you are engaging in a bit of mischief. Am I not mistaken? Confess honestly. Who imparted the knowledge of the stunning spell to you?" Initially, Madam Hooch's tone was somewhat tentative, but as she continued, her conviction grew increasingly resolute. Diego was taken aback. What could be the reason for this? Wasn't it a question before? How did it suddenly transform into an affirmative statement? Lady Hooch, observing the astonishment that Diego could not conceal in his eyes, let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Humph, have you not heard of a woman's sixth sense?" Diggory suddenly understood. Yet, upon this realization, he was even more astonished. Could a woman's sixth sense truly be this accurate? Now he comprehended why Patrick's father ultimately chose to part ways with Mrs. Hooch. Setting aside other matters, this remarkable sixth sense, which inspires awe in all heterosexual men, was enough to deter his father. With such a formidable instinct, who would dare to take her as a wife? Even if one aspired to be a devoted and virtuous man, would such a man not keep a little secret stash of money? However, with such a powerful sixth sense at play, could one conceal that stash? Impossible. Speak up. Who taught you the coma spell? Be honest. You cannot deceive me. Mrs. Hooch regarded Diggory with a uniquely disdainful gaze, as if a woman had seen through a man's little tricks. Diggory was somewhat provoked. Yet it was not of great consequence due to his youth. With a stubborn tilt of his neck, he challenged, "Take a guess. Aren't you supposed to be adept at reading minds?" In response to Diggory's provocation, Madam Hooch displayed no emotional reaction. Instead, she coldly stated, "You have 3 more minutes. If you remain silent, be prepared to clean the public restrooms for the next 3 months. Surely, Feyerchi would be quite pleased to have a student at his beck and call." Diggory's lips twitched slightly. He was familiar with the individual named Felch. On the day of the school opening ceremony, as he passed by Felch in the hall, he was met with an indescribable odor. It was akin to a potent blend of repulsive, stale cat excrement, mingled together, and after a period of fermentation, it culminated in a stench that Diggory found utterly intolerable. The mere thought of having to endure Felch's presence for an extended duration, coupled with the prospect of cleaning the toilets, was simply unbearable. This matter certainly warranted an inquiry with Professor Dumbledore. If the professor indicated he could provide answers, it would be inconsequential, but if he stated otherwise, then it would be regrettable. Diggory shrugged, casting the burden aside. "Humph." Mrs. Hooch snorted coldly, "And I shall inquire myself, having lived through the era of the Dark Lord." She understood that outside Hogwarts, there was scarcely a place deemed safe. During that period, the Dark Lord targeted not only Muggle-born wizards but also Muggles and pure-blood wizards who defied him. In other words, The Dark Lord's attitude was one of survival for the compliant and demise for the dissenters, although the Dark Lord had been deceased for several years. Allowing her to believe in the prospect of a peaceful existence, she never anticipated the emergence of a Digger at this year's admission ceremony. Although Digger was subsequently sorted into Hufflepuff, which provided some reassurance to the teachers present, Mrs. Hooch was astounded to witness Digger inexplicably mastering the stunning spell. This spell was not included in the first-year curriculum. How had he acquired it? Had he truly learned it without any instruction? If he could master the stunning spell today, would he not be capable of learning the 3 unforgivable curses tomorrow? Thus, Mrs. Hooch resolved to approach Dumbledore, adopting a precautionary stance. Within the ranks of the Death Eaters, there existed a seer by the name of Nate. The elderly Nate had remarked astutely that a multitude of ominous signs had been manifesting, each indicating impending turmoil within the Death Eaters. Regrettably, at that time, no one was willing to heed his warnings, not even the Dark Lord himself, who failed to dispatch any of his followers to investigate the signs that Nate had mentioned. Eventually, when Sane joined the Death Eaters, he became intrigued by the ramblings of the old seer, pondering why no one had heeded Nate's prophecies back then. Had they taken his counsel seriously, perhaps the Dark Lord would have avoided the calamity that ensued. However, as a novice, one devoid of any accomplishments, a newcomer who lacks the understanding of honoring his predecessors, and one who is even oblivious to the current affairs of the Death Eaters, he finds himself without anyone willing to address his inquiries. Yet, another newcomer, Sane, unacquainted with the intricacies of their world, persistently posed questions in an effort to sway the more seasoned Death Eaters. Thus, during a long-awaited mission, an experienced Death Eater named Doba could no longer withstand Sane's relentless inquiries, responding to his confusion. Under the cover of night, the 5 Death Eaters, including Sane, sought refuge in a cave, igniting a modest fire and preparing a simple meal. As the night watch, Doba turned to Sane and remarked, "That old fool, Nott, is merely a master of hindsight. Do you understand? He delivers his predictions only after events unfold. His accuracy, while impressive, serves no purpose when the moment is past. Only a novice like you could be deceived by him. If that old wretch dared to present his hindsight prophecies before us, he would have long since found himself confined within St. Mungo's, never to emerge again." Sane felt a pang of disbelief. For Nott was the first among the Death Eaters to accept him as a newcomer, instilling within him an inexplicable sense of trust. Yet, this trust was now beginning to erode. Doba continued, "Such anomalies occur every year. With a mere twist of perspective, even a fool can link those events to ominous signs. Just this year, for instance, a so-called portent emerged from Hogwarts, proclaiming that there exists a child with talent surpassing that of the Dark Lord of his time. Soon enough, voices arose claiming he would bring an end to our post-Dark Lord era, speaking with fervor. At this point, a Death Eater who had been resting on the ground stirred, joining the conversation. "The prophecy I heard diverges from yours. I was informed that the boy would ascend to become the 3rd Dark Lord, leading us to vanquish the White Wizards led by Dumbledore and establish a true blood supremacy in the magical realm. Is that so?" Doba inquired. "From whom did you hear this prophecy?" "The old hag from Nocturne Alley, who fancies using cat eyes and fur for her divinations," the reclining Death Eater replied. "And you?" Doba pressed. "Curse it, that old crone," Doba exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. "She possesses some genuine insights. I heard it from the old man in the Highlands who utilizes the bones of underage girls for his prophecies." As Sane listened to their discourse, a sense of revulsion washed over him. The mere thought of using a cat's corpse was already distasteful enough. Yet the notion of employing the bones of a young girl was even more abhorrent. Sane felt he was not a good person. Yet he had not descended to the depths of committing atrocities even against the remains of a young girl. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved that if he were to encounter the old man from Gauswyck Valley, and if his conscience had not completely withered by then, he would certainly send that old wretch to meet Merlin. A shattered city stands on the fringes of civilization, constructed entirely of grayish-white stone bricks. Even in its dilapidated state, the grandeur of its former glory is still discernible. However, as one ventures into this city, they will discover that all traces of human habitation have long since vanished. Instead, one can observe numerous colossal claw marks on the walls, left by unknown magical creatures, for directly ahead lies the Albanian forest. Within a desolate corridor, a cacophony of hurried footsteps resonates, accompanied by the heavy breaths of a fleeing individual. "Help! Help! Rooney! Loga, are you still there?" The one in flight is none other than Doba. At this moment, he is far from the composure he once possessed. His hair is disheveled. A crimson streak of blood graces his lips, and his attire is in utter disarray, with one shoe lost in his desperate escape. As Doba runs, he frantically glances back, his eyes filled with terror. Yet, to his dismay, he sees nothing but emptiness behind him. At last, he spots a room that remains relatively intact, with at least its walls still standing. He dashes inside, swiftly closing the ancient wooden door behind him and securing it with a latch. Leaning against the door, he tightly shuts his eyes, gasping for breath. Though this wooden door offers no true assurance of safety, its frail structure could easily splinter under a strong kick at this moment. It bestows upon Doba a semblance of security. Throughout his frantic flight, he has not heard the voices of Rooney or Loga. His calls for the two have yielded no response. Could it be that Sane had not deceived him, that everyone had indeed fallen victim to his hands, leaving him as the last survivor? Doba forced himself to control his breathing, allowing the frigid air, tinged with a faint metallic scent, to fill his lungs in hopes of regaining composure. However, just as he sought to concentrate, an agonizing sound erupted from outside the door, the sound of nails scraping against hard stone, twisting Doba's face in dread. "Brother Doba, where are you? Why did you suddenly vanish? You've made it so difficult for me to find you." The voice belonged to none other than Sane. Doba's face drained of color, his fingers, which had been clawing at the door, began to tremble uncontrollably. What should he do? He pondered. Yet, no answer came. Originally, it was Loga who acted as the brain of their team, but now even he had succumbed to Sane's treachery. Who could possibly save him now? If the ancient door could speak, it might say, "What is this? You still wish to rely on me? Do you truly believe that I, a decaying piece of timber destined to erode in 2 years, can withstand the relentless advance of that ravenous youth? Clearly, I cannot. Who could have anticipated that this novice, who had merely trailed behind to glean experience, would exhibit an extraordinary prowess far surpassing that of others in this critical moment? He is operating on an entirely different plane. He is capable of feigning an air of innocence, presenting no threat to anyone, while, with his body smeared in crimson stains, he asserts, "You have all misjudged." Now, as a seasoned and ruthless Death Eater, years of experience have imparted to me the grim reality that my opponent shows no mercy to anyone. It is evident that he intends to leave no survivors. Thus, I must rely solely on myself for a final desperate gamble. Within the shattered remnants of the city, the cold, biting wind seeps through every crevice, scattering the sound of the footsteps outside. I, hiding behind the door, press my body tightly against the doorframe, my other hand clutching my wand fiercely. The prolonged tension has thrust me into a peculiar state, rendering all surrounding sounds faint and indistinct, with only the footsteps, carried by the wind, amplifying in my ears. Creak, creak, creak. These are the footsteps of Sane. The sound of his distinctive leather shoes transforming into a nightmare for me tonight. They draw closer. The footsteps approach. I instantly hold my breath, my lungs swelling with the icy air of anxiety. My eyes are bloodshot, lips pale, and beads of cold sweat cascade down my forehead. Even when they trickle into my eyes, I do not blink. My gaze is fixated on the door panel, as if I could peer through to discern the happenings outside. Creak. Sane halts in the drafty corridor, his indifferent gaze surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, he spots a house that appears relatively intact from his vantage point. It seems devoid of any damage. Yet, that old wooden door looks as though it will soon yield to decay. "Doba, are you inside?" Sane muses aloud, a cruel smile creeping across his face as he approaches. Slowly, he draws nearer. Behind the door, my fingers whiten with tension. Sane's footsteps sound like the countdown of my life. Creak. Sane stands before the door, his eyes fixating on the fresh footprints upon the wooden threshold, his smirk intensifying. After running for so long, what does it matter? Ultimately, it leads to the same dead end. His gaze grows colder, devoid of any other thoughts, and without hesitation, he raises his hand to unleash a spell. The trope of villains perishing due to excessive dialogue holds no sway over him. Shattered. Bang. The wooden door disintegrates into splinters. And amidst the swirling dust and debris, Sane keenly senses a shadow darting past. Doba has narrowly evaded his strike. In Sane's mind, thoughts raced as he processed the bewildering events that had just transpired. Doba, wide-eyed, found his brain struggling to comprehend the chaos, for the wooden door beside him stood unscathed. Sane had mistakenly searched in the wrong place. At that moment, Doba felt as though he had been graced by the hand of Lady Luck, receiving her compassionate kiss, narrowly escaping a dire fate. Amidst the tumultuous ups and downs, he unconsciously exhaled a breath of relief. Yet, the sound of that breath seemed so jarringly out of place against the backdrop of the shattered night cityscape. Sane abruptly turned to gaze at the aged wooden door behind him. It was an identical door, and the house, surprisingly well-preserved, caught him off guard. He had been so focused on the previous house that he had completely overlooked the sanctuary that lay just behind him. However, this time, it was Dappa who took the initiative. Avada Kedavra. In his mind, a singular thought consumed him, to kill Sane with utmost swiftness. He flung open the weathered door with reckless abandon, his movements bold and unyielding, embracing death without fear. In that fleeting moment, when he caught sight of Sane's silhouette cloaked in black, Dappa instinctively uttered the spell he wielded most adeptly. The door, succumbing to the force of his incantation, detached from its frame and crashed to the side. In the mere 3 seconds that followed, a fierce magical duel unfolded, culminating almost as swiftly as it began. The killing curse struck true, hitting the very fabric of Dappa's foe's dark robe. As the door swung open, Sane reacted with a speed that defied belief, his body and cloak parting as if they had never been intertwined. He executed a roll on the ground. An awkward yet necessary maneuver, though he scarcely had time to care about his lack of grace. The door panel was mere seconds from hitting the ground. A cold smile crept across Sane's lips as he raised his arm, whispering a silent incantation, a concealed blade forming in the air. In the next instant, Dappa felt a sharp sting as something sliced through his skin, gliding past his cervical spine and emerging from the back of his neck. The sound of the door crashing to the floor echoed in the aftermath. Damn it, he cursed bitterly. Beneath the moonlight, amidst the ruins of Grove City, a voice filled with vexation resonated. Sane stood there, momentarily stunned, staring at Dappa's decapitated body sprawled on the ground. A wave in that fleeting moment, Sane found himself entranced. The outcome is as it stands now. Sighing softly, he gazed up at the luminous crescent moon, then, seemingly from nowhere, produced a sizable eel, its girth comparable to that of a 10-year-old boy's fist. Observing the elongated creature, writhing vigorously, brimming with tenacity, he earnestly remarked, "Now that the human is deceased, you have lost your purpose as an interrogator. So, shall I consume you? Or shall I consume you? Or shall I consume you?" As Sane contemplated the eel in his grasp, a glimmer of drool involuntarily escaped the corner of his mouth. However, the eel, lacking the capacity for interspecies communication, could only thrash desperately, expressing its yearning for life and liberty. To be fair, Sane crouched down, addressing the eel. "I journeyed thousands of miles alongside those 4 individuals, which was quite arduous. You wouldn't contest that, would you?" The eel remained silent, unable to articulate a response. "Ah, your silence indicates consent," Sane continued. "Then, I single-handedly risked my life to eliminate those individuals. This endeavor was not only perilous but also drained my energy in myriad ways. You wouldn't dispute that either, would you?" The eel remained motionless yet continued to squirm. Sane tightened his grip, and the eel's struggles gradually waned. At that moment, Sane nodded in satisfaction, appreciating the creature's demeanor. "Ultimately, amidst this vibrant world filled with myriad beings and species, I have uniquely encountered you, dear eel, during this mission. Wouldn't you agree that our fates are intertwined?" The eel began to froth at the mouth. Sane, noticing this, grew slightly anxious. "It's merely a bit of pressure. How can you be on the brink of demise? The disparity in taste between a deceased eel and a fresh one is significant for me. Oh, dear eel, grant me but the duration of a song, and I shall be swift." As Sane spoke, he rushed to the side of Doba's lifeless body, feeling around until he unearthed several jars and bottles, along with a crucible and his wand. Skillfully, he arranged the shattered stones beside him into a semicircle, setting the crucible atop it. He then invoked a spell, filling the crucible with clear water. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he sprang up, clutching a yellow eel tightly, and dashed away, his footsteps echoing into the distance before swiftly returning. At this moment, he had acquired the garments of the unfortunate souls. With practiced ease, Sane utilized Doba's wand, inserting it into the mouth of the lifeless eel, heedless of the wand's mournful cries, as he ruthlessly skewered the now-deceased creature. He then ignited the pile of clothing, opened the jars and bottles, smeared a layer of oil over the eel, sprinkled some salt, and set it beside the fire to roast. However, having food without drink was not Sane's style. Thus, he retrieved a jar of tea leaves from his wizard's robe and added them to the crucible. Once everything was prepared, Sane clapped his hands, settled cross-legged beneath the moonlight, listening to the night breeze as he awaited his midnight feast. Likewise, waiting for their supper was Diggory, residing within the system's space. In my previous world, indulging in street food, a solitary expenditure of over 150 was considered a luxury. Diggory sat before the great orange, pointing at a heap of ingredients on the ground. Unconcerned with his image, he exclaimed, his saliva flying. How is it that here? A mere selection of ingredients cost me a staggering 800 points of magical energy? Has your conscience been devoured as a midnight snack? The great orange, extending its paw to wipe away the drool from its face, replied with a tone devoid of emotion, the costs of transportation and storage are exceedingly high. Upon hearing these words, Diggory let out a scoff. What costs? The so-called transportation and storage expenses are nothing but mere abstractions. It is simply a matter of opening one's mouth and exchanging words. Who can truly ascertain the actual costs involved? 500 is my limit. Beyond that, I shall not make a purchase. Diggory extended 5 fingers, impatiently delivering his final ultimatum. Upon hearing the demand for 500 points of magical energy, the orange cat's eyes instantly sparkled with intensity, declaring, make it 800. Not a single point less will suffice. If not, this sovereign shall refuse to sell. The orange cat exuded a formidable presence, and after speaking, he extended his paw as if to reclaim the offered delicacies. Upon observing the feline's mercantile demeanor, Diggory immediately sensed the impending misfortune and thus promptly altered his strategy, opting to appeal to reason and sentiment. Oh, my dear cat, please do not behave in such a manner. Diggory began to employ his youthful charm in an attempt to win favor. You see, the acquisition of magical energy is no trivial endeavor. It requires considerable toil on my part, so I implore your understanding. However, to his dismay, the orange tabby was utterly unimpressed, its disdainful expression suggesting, you find it arduous to gather magical energy? Within the confines of that wish-granting abode lies a veritable treasure trove of magical artifacts, each capable of being exchanged for energy. How is that a hardship? Reflect upon your conscience. Is there truly any difficulty in this matter? When you utter such words, do you not possess even a modicum of self-awareness? Moreover, considering the span of both his past and present lives, he had accumulated over 30 individuals. How could he shamelessly resort to leveraging his youthful appearance for sympathy? The cat's gaze grew even more contemptuous. Have you ever found yourself in the throes of hunger on a fateful night, only to emerge in search of a midnight snack? And upon finding nothing, resorted to slicing away at your own conscience, seasoning it with cumin, chicken essence, sesame oil, and chili powder, before devouring it whole? The orange tabby retaliated with a paraphrase of Diggory's earlier words, enhancing their potency. As anticipated, Diggory's ire was ignited, and he sought a place to strike in frustration, only to find the emptiness of space, and instead slapped his own thigh. You rotund fool, speak with some decorum, Diggory exclaimed, thoroughly incensed. Even when considering his previous life, he had never been so enraged. The primary cause of his fury stemmed from the orange tabby, with the secondary reason being the pain inflicted by his own slap. 800 remains non-negotiable, the cat declared. You may handle it as you see fit, but bear in mind that utilizing the system space will deplete your mental energy. Should you attend class with your goddess tomorrow, sporting 2 panda eyes and lacking vigor, do not blame me. Upon hearing these words, Diggory's momentum faltered. The cat had struck a nerve. How audacious. Let us part on amicable terms. After all, a little kindness can go a long way in the future, right? Diggory attempted one last desperate plea. Begone, you miser. Do not indulge in daydreams at this hour. The orange tabby retorted, showing no signs of yielding. Diego felt a twitch at the corner of his eye from the scolding, gazing at the chubby orange cat with gritted teeth, finally asking if there could be a discount. Considering his position as the system's master, the orange cat pondered for a moment and decided to grant him a favor, offering a 5 discount this time. Afterward, the chubby cat wore an expression of pain as if it were a great sacrifice. All right, I'll take it all. Please wrap it up for me. The boss was generous. Shortly after, a swift smack landed on the back of his head. On that dark and windy night, they reveled in skewers and merriment. Diggory glanced at the clock. It was precisely midnight. He rose from his bed, but as soon as he stood, an unexpected wave of dizziness washed over him. This sensation indeed echoed what Big Orange had mentioned. The mere presence of the system's space would deplete one's mental energy. However, Diggory simultaneously realized that after utilizing the system, his mental fortitude, while diminished, experienced a notable enhancement. Remarkably, this increase surpassed even the gains achieved through his spell practice. In other words, this system could be considered a veritable catalyst for the augmentation of one's abilities. Yet, at this moment, none of that held significance. Digger cradled a variety of barbecued delicacies, alongside a stainless steel grill and several stainless steel skewers, in his arms. Having traversed this realm for nearly half a month, he had been subjected to a monotonous diet of pizza, chicken legs, bread, milk paired with pasta, and a peculiar assortment of dishes led by the whimsical act of stargazing. For someone accustomed to the culinary delights of his homeland, such a diet rendered his existence unbearable. Not to mention, the absence of pickled vegetables during breakfast left him vulnerable to nutritional deficiencies, as subsisting solely on bread daily was hardly sufficient. Thus, Diggory resolved to seize an opportunity to replenish his nutrients by indulging in barbecued skewers within the Hogwarts dining hall. He cast a glance at Patrick, who lay on the adjacent bed, the blanket nestled between his legs. After some contemplation, Diggory opted not to invite him along. He would rather avoid the awkwardness of explaining the origin of his culinary treasures. Consequently, Diggory stealthily made his way down. The autumn breeze carried a slight chill, and the stillness of the night at Hogwarts was somewhat eerie. Exiting the Hufflepuff common room, he had to navigate a brief expanse of shadowy corridor before reaching the Hogwarts dining hall. Diggory stood at the threshold of the lounge, gazing down the pitch-black corridor before him. As an inexplicable recollection of the film The Conjuring flooded his mind, the very catalyst for his unexpected journey. This impenetrable corridor bore an uncanny resemblance to the haunted house depicted in that film. He hesitated momentarily, pondering whether Hogwarts truly harbored any malevolent spirits. Surely, there were none. After all, this was the enchanting world of Harry Potter, not a cinematic universe crafted by some director. The specters within these walls were akin to Peeves, nearly headless Nick, and Helena, entirely devoid of any malevolent capabilities. Thus, Diggory reassured himself, there was no cause for fear. This was merely an ordinary corridor, shrouded in darkness solely because a cloud had obscured the moonlight above. Nothing more than that. Diggory consoled himself in this manner. Yet, for reasons unknown, he found his legs unwilling to take a single step forward. Gazing into the encroaching darkness, Diggory swallowed hard, contemplating whether to wait for the moonlight before proceeding. Thus, he stood still, awaiting the moon's ascent. Perhaps diligence breeds reward, or perhaps the moon sensed Diggory's fervent longing. Before long, silvery beams of light cascaded gracefully upon the corridor. However, Diego gazed with a conflicted expression at the corridor, perplexed by the peculiar shapes cast by the tree branches on the stone floor beneath the moonlight. Why did these shadows evoke such an unsettling sensation? It felt as though a frigid hand, reminiscent of the touch of the deceased, were caressing the back of his head. This eerie feeling sent a shiver down Diego's spine, causing a fine sheen of sweat to break out on his back. Moreover, whether it was an illusion or not, he felt as if a cold hand were firmly gripping the nape of his neck. He could even sense the hand's ancient, withered quality, akin to the bark of an old tree. In that moment, the sensation of that icy palm brushing against his skin felt strikingly tangible. As if a real hand were resting upon his head, Diego's body suddenly stiffened, his expression filled with terror as he gazed down the dark corridor ahead. The low whisper of the wind and the rustling of the trees reached his ears. The sensation of dread washed over him like the cold tide of the sea at night, repeatedly crashing against his mind and raising goosebumps upon his skin. He felt a chilling tightness at the back of his head, although that large hand merely rested lightly upon him. Diego sensed as if he were ensnared by an invisible binding, causing his scalp to tingle. Who could it be? Diggo, struggling to suppress the overwhelming urge to flee, inquired with a voice that trembled uncontrollably. A frail voice responded from behind. I. In a state of sheer terror, Diggo felt tears welling up. How am I to know who you are? With a surge of courage, he boldly asked, do you seek money or my life? The mere fact that there was a reply from behind indicated that this figure harbored tangible desires, thus confirming his humanity. For Diggo, as long as it was not a ghost, he would not succumb to fear and could muster his bravery, although he had not brought his wand. He firmly believed that a mere shout would rouse someone from the dormitory, transforming the current predicament into a trivial matter. Moreover, he doubted that the entity lurking behind would resort to violence. After all, anyone capable of infiltrating Hogwarts under the cover of night would not expose themselves for his sake, as they likely had far more pressing matters to attend to. However, silence fell behind him. An unsettling stillness enveloped the air. Diggory was once again engulfed in panic. The analysis he had just conducted seemed futile, for the presence behind him was anything but human. I seek nothing from you, merely a conversation, the entity behind him uttered. A conversation? Diggory was momentarily bewildered, pondering the meaning behind those words. Glancing at the moon above, a sudden comprehension washed over him. With great difficulty, he swallowed hard and spoke. Are you here to rob me of my essence? Do you wish to draw upon my youthful vitality still lingering within me? You desire my life? His voice trembled uncontrollably as he felt utterly drained of strength. Fear coursed through him. In that moment, He would have preferred to confront the merciless Death Eater, Barty Crouch Jr., rather than face this ominous presence. Meanwhile, standing behind Diggory, Dumbledore was caught in a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had come to the Hufflepuff common room to seek Diggory for a matter of importance, only to find him sneaking down the stairs, cradling something in his arms. Intrigued, Dumbledore employed an invisibility charm, remaining stationary as he observed Diggory, leading to the unfolding of these peculiar events. Furthermore, Dumbledore grew increasingly curious about the strange terminology that frequently escaped Diggory's lips, phrases like drawing in to supplement yang and primal essence. Yet, he respected Diggory's privacy, believing that while these terms hinted at profound mysteries, they posed no immediate threat. I have no desire for your life, but I do wish to claim a moment of your time. I would like to converse with you. Upon hearing this, Diggory chuckled. After all, it was merely a matter of time. As a youth, he possessed an abundance of it. However, as the laughter faded, an unsettling sensation crept over him. Why did that voice seem eerily familiar? In his earlier anxiety, he had overlooked it, but now, in his relaxed state, the realization struck him. That aged voice appeared to belong to. Diggo steeled himself, slowly turning his head to glance back. Upon seeing the iconic crescent-shaped lens, he exclaimed, "Oh my! Old Dung, you were truly inconsiderate." In Dumbledore's office, seated on the sofa by the fireplace, Diggory and Dumbledore engaged in a quiet evening. The younger of the two tended to the fire, while the elder savored his meal, taking delicate sips of blueberry wine. "From whence did you acquire these items?" Dumbledore inquired. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Diggory wrapped the pork belly with chives, and after roasting it to perfection, sprinkled it with a blend of pepper salt and chili powder. The first bite was a delightful explosion of flavor. Upon hearing Dumbledore's inquiry, he mumbled indistinctly, "A secret I shall not divulge." After uttering those words, Diggory cast a furtive glance at the nearby phoenix, Fawkes, admiring its plump wings and legs, all rich with meat. However, this glance was subtle enough that neither Fawkes nor Dumbledore noticed it. Is it truly impossible to reveal? Dumbledore pondered, his determination unyielding. With one hand discreetly caressing the vial of Veritasium hidden within his robe pocket, he silently contemplated his intentions. Is there truly a necessity for this? Diggory took another bite of the succulent pork belly, grease glistening at the corner of his mouth. "What is your inquiry aimed at?" "To ascertain whether I am a dark wizard or a Death Eater." Dumbledore remained silent, even closing his eyes in a semblance of tranquility. Yet the restless movement of his aged eyes revealed a torrent of thoughts swirling within his mind. "If your concern is that I am a Death Eater," Diggory said, rolling up his sleeve with his oily hand, "behold, no dark mark here." Dumbledore exhibited little reaction, reclining on the sofa with his left foot resting atop his right, seemingly oblivious to Diggory's words. Nevertheless, his eyes discreetly opened a narrow slit, swiftly assessing the smooth, supple skin of Diggory's arm, which belied the frailty of his own aged frame. "As for whether I am a dark wizard, that question is rather straightforward," Diggory began to elaborate, only to be abruptly halted by Dumbledore's raised hand. The old wizard sat upright, gazing at Diggory with a hint of remorse. "In truth, I do not doubt you. Rather, it is your undisclosed abilities that evoke my skepticism and caution." Dumbledore had finally articulated the complex feelings he harbored regarding Diggory, and upon expressing them openly, he felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. This magical realm has never known tranquility. Sipping blueberry wine, Dumbledore suddenly confided in Diggory about the entrenched class divisions, the self-serving nature of wizards, and how some remain preoccupied with their own petty schemes. Thus, when Voldemort incited the fervor of blood purity and launched his attacks, even as danger loomed overhead, only a few dared to stand in defiance. Diggory set aside his skewer and picked up a bottle of probiotic drink. Beginning to sip while listening intently, he experienced a peculiar sensation. Should he reach an accord with Dumbledore during their conversation, or gain his complete endorsement, he would find himself bestowed with unparalleled convenience and assistance in this world. Nevertheless, even amidst such uncertainty, he continued to discern beauty and hope within this realm. Thus, he yearned to safeguard these treasures from the destructive grasp of Voldemort. At this juncture, Dumbledore gazed at Diggory, expressing, "I have indeed contemplated your secret. It is merely your seemingly innocuous demeanor that has led me to refrain from taking action against you. I shall be candid with you." The old wizard's expression turned grave, and a subtle, almost imperceptible luminescence emanated from his deep blue eyes. Furthermore, Dumbledore extended his right hand toward Diggory, stating, "Earlier today, I visited your home and conversed with your father, Amos." I found no evidence to suggest you are a dark wizard or affiliated with the Death Eaters. Therefore, I implore you to make an unbreakable vow to never join the Death Eaters, to never become a dark wizard, and to never engage in actions that contravene justice. I sincerely hope you will acquiesce. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to remain on guard against you. Diggory gazed at Dumbledore's outstretched right hand, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Dumbledore was a truly virtuous man. With his formidable power, he could have effortlessly extracted the truth from him without a trace, or employed other means to uncover his secrets. And Diggory was convinced he possessed that capability. Yet, he refrained from such actions, instead opting for an unbreakable vow, thereby granting both parties an opportunity to place unconditional trust in one another. In this manner, Dumbledore could gain Diggory as a companion without any ulterior motives, darkness, or lingering grudges. Furthermore, it was evident that, in some respects, Dumbledore no longer regarded Diggory as merely a child. However, a question arose. Professor Dumbledore, the unbreakable vow seemingly requires a witness in addition to the parties involved, does it not? Have you arranged for a witness? Dumbledore cast a glance at Fawkes, the phoenix preening its feathers nearby, and replied, "Rest assured, Fawkes is more than capable of fulfilling that role." Diggory looked at Fawkes in astonishment, never anticipating that the bird possessed such a remarkable ability. Without further hesitation, he extended his right hand to clasp Dumbledore's. At that moment, the phoenix Fawkes unfurled its magnificent wings and gracefully descended from its perch, alighting upon Dumbledore's wrist. Subsequently, a single tail feather fell from its form, drifting gently onto the hands of the two men entwined in their handshake. Dumbledore then inquired, "Cedric Diggory, do you solemnly pledge to uphold your vow, never to become a Death Eater?" "Diggory, I am willing." "Do you promise me to never become a dark sorcerer?" "I am willing." "And do you promise me to never act against justice?" "I am willing." In that moment, the oath was established, and the tail feather of the fox gradually melted, transforming into a fiery, red-hot metallic thread that entwined around their clasped hands, only to vanish thereafter. Dumbledore appeared quite pleased, releasing his grip with a joyful expression before sitting back down to raise his goblet, intending to celebrate with another sip. However, Diggory felt a sense of discomfort. The act of their oath felt akin to a marriage ceremony. "Do you consent?" "I consent. By the gods, I consent." Diggory settled down, grasping a roasted delicacy, and began to gnaw upon it with fervor. Opposite him, Dumbledore cast a fleeting glance at Diggory, yet chose to ignore him, instead offering a skewer of grilled squid to Fawkes. However, as Diggory continued to gnaw, a sudden disquietude enveloped him. "Professor, regarding the oath you mentioned earlier, does the notion of justice possess a specific definition?" Dumbledore chuckled softly, furrowing his brow in contemplation before responding, "There is nothing particularly intricate about it. It merely entails opposing the malevolent forces within the magical realm and striving for the myriad beauties of our world. I believe that encapsulates my definition of justice." At this, Diggory found himself momentarily astounded. The clam he had just brought to his lips halted in midair, suspended by the weight of Dumbledore's words, his conception of justice. Observing Dumbledore as he meticulously fed Fawkes, Diggory began to reflect deeply on memories from his past life. It seemed that from the moment of Dumbledore's demise and Snape's ascension to the headmastership of Hogwarts, he had begun to perceive the shattering of Dumbledore's initial image. He realized that part of Dumbledore's profound care for the protagonist, Harry Potter, stemmed from the fact that Harry was the sole individual capable of vanquishing Voldemort. Thus, Dumbledore required someone like Harry, a tool, if you will, to bear the weight of his grand designs and ultimately confront Voldemort. Prior to this revelation, Diggory held the belief that Dumbledore was a cold and unfeeling figure. To Dumbledore, Harry Potter was more an indispensable instrument for achieving his ends rather than a living, breathing human being. In stark contrast to Dumbledore, Snape harbored a genuine desire for Harry's happiness and well-being. It could be said that Snape's love for Harry was profound. He transferred all his affection for Harry's mother onto him. The grief and remorse he felt over her death were silently bestowed upon Harry after his birth. In many respects, Snape's devotion to Harry resembled paternal love. He would go to any lengths for the sake of Harry's mother. Dumbledore had deftly exploited this aspect of Snape, easily enlisting him as an informant within Voldemort's ranks. Snape was a figure of both ignoble and noble traits, embodying both malice and kindness. His malevolence was directed towards anyone who harmed Harry or his mother, while his greatness and kindness were reserved solely for Harry Potter and Lily. In the past, Diggory had compared Dumbledore to Snape, thereby uncovering Dumbledore's cold-heartedness. But now, Diggory discovered that Dumbledore was not devoid of emotion. Rather, He had traversed two distinct realms apart from Snape. If Snape represented a limited love, devoted solely to Lily and Harry Potter, then Dumbledore embodied a grander affection, extending his love to the entirety of the magical world. Reflecting upon Dumbledore's actions, it becomes evident that his motives were never self-serving, but rather aimed at securing peace for the entire magical realm. As he expressed to Diggory, his desire was to safeguard all that is beautiful in this world. Therefore, when faced with the choice between Harry Potter and the broader magical community, he unhesitatingly chose the latter. Upon this realization, Diggory gazed at the elderly figure before him, acutely aware of his profound solitude. In 1945, under the eager anticipation of numerous wizards, Dumbledore was compelled to imprison his dearest companion within Azkaban. From that moment, he became an emotional recluse, even after Voldemort's resurrection. The inaction and hindrance of the Ministry of Magic and other wizards rendered him nearly alone in the early stages of the fight against Voldemort. Now, Diggory perceives Dumbledore as a tragic figure, burdened by the losses of his mother, the death of his sister, the estrangement from his brother, and the flight of his beloved, each event driving him to despair. In the words of Aunt Rowling, Dumbledore lost his capacity for love during those times. Yet, how could one who had lost the ability to love still aspire, in the twilight of his life, to protect this world? Thus, Diggory concludes that Dumbledore is a selfless, tragic character. What is it that clouds your gaze? Dumbledore keenly perceived the shift in Diggory's emotions and inquired, I merely thought that you, being of advanced years, ought not to burden yourself with such matters. It pains me to feel as if I should alleviate some of your burdens. Oh, you wish to assist me? Dumbledore swiftly seized the conversation, his agility causing Diggory to feel somewhat unsettled. It seems as though you were anticipating my arrival. I took note of your prior assertion regarding Voldemort's impending resurrection. Dumbledore ceased to feed Fawkes and turned to Diggory with a serious demeanor. This morning, I received news that a group of Death Eaters met an untimely demise near the town of Gross, on the outskirts of the Albanian forest for reasons unknown. This strikes me as peculiar, for the Death Eaters have been largely silent since Voldemort's fall. Why, then, have they suddenly re-emerged in Albania? And why did 4 of them perish? Thus, I believe it is time for me to retire for the night, as I have classes to attend tomorrow and the Triwizard Tournament in just over 2 months. I am quite busy. Diggory was eager to take over the conversation, fearing that if he spoke too slowly, he would be dispatched by Dumbledore to the forests of Albania. Diggory harbored a genuine apprehension regarding Dumbledore's potential decision to send him into the fray. After all, Voldemort was currently in a state of near demise within the Albanian forest. The sudden emergence of a Death Eater's demise in that vicinity, shrouded in mystery, clearly indicated that something significant had transpired, something far beyond the reach of an inexperienced novice like himself. These were seasoned Death Eaters, entrenched in peril, suggesting a landscape fraught with danger. Though he possessed the advantages of a system, recklessness could easily lead to his own undoing. His desire to alleviate some burdens for Dumbledore was merely a fade. It was a sentiment best left unvoiced for the time being, perhaps for several years to come. After all, preserving his own life was paramount, as he harbored aspirations of returning to his own world. Thus, he resolved to maintain his composure and refrain from unnecessary bravado. Dumbledore, for once, rolled his eyes, remarking, I have yet to stoop so low as to send a child into perilous circumstances. You are overthinking this. Sensing that his thoughts had been laid bare, Diggory could only scratch his head and offer a sheepish grin to mask his embarrassment. Dumbledore, weary of the foolishness displayed by Diggory, succinctly stated, in the coming days, I shall venture there myself. While I may not ascertain the full extent of the situation, it is imperative to identify the individuals involved. Professor, must you go personally? Diggory inquired. Surely, you could dispatch someone else to investigate? In Diggory's eyes, Dumbledore, as the eminent leader of the forces of good, should not need to personally attend to such matters, especially when there were numerous capable individuals within the Order of the Phoenix still available. For instance, Mad-Eye Moody, despite his advancing years, remained a formidable force, on par with the likes of Barty Crouch Jr. Moreover, during the later stages when Harry retreated from Privet Drive, Dumbledore had entrusted Moody with the command of the evacuation, attesting to Dumbledore's high regard for his abilities. Then there was Remus Lupin, who, although not as powerful as Moody, could certainly scout ahead and investigate the circumstances. Diggory thus proposed these 2 individuals to Dumbledore, suggesting that, as a prominent figure, it was unnecessary for him to personally undertake such a task. However, Dumbledore merely shook his head and replied, Alastor has fought against dark forces for the better part of his life. He has earned his retirement. and we should not disturb his well-deserved peace. As for Lupin, a hint of disappointment and pity crossed Dumbledore's aged visage. The boy is facing his own struggles. Let us grant him some time. Diggory discreetly curled his lips in disdain, pondering that if one did not take the initiative to summon him back, he would languish in the outside world for a full 12 years before returning, and it would still be due to your beckoning. Why the grimace? Dumbledore inquired, having keenly observed Diggory's subtle gesture, connecting it to Diggory's uncanny ability to be privy to matters beyond his usual reach, particularly his incessant mention of Voldemort's impending resurrection. Old Dumbledore was immediately beset by foreboding thoughts. Are you aware of what transpires over there? Or do you foresee the unfortunate events that will unfold upon my departure? Diggory honestly shook his head. Could he express that it was merely due to a sudden pang of sympathy for Dumbledore, wishing he would refrain from wandering about at such an advanced age? Dumbledore, upon seeing Diggory's head shake, displayed no signs of disappointment. During my absence, I implore you to study diligently and refrain from mischief. You possess remarkable talent, and I have great faith in you. Diego was somewhat taken aback. What could this mean? Did Dumbledore take a fancy to him? Was he attempting to cultivate him before Harry Potter's rise? If the training proved successful, it would be akin to gaining an additional trump card, a splendid boon. Yet, if the endeavor faltered, it seemed there would be no substantial loss. Dumbledore's hand in this matter was indeed masterful. One could hardly proceed without a solid foundation. As Diego marveled at Dumbledore's deft maneuvering, a sudden notification reverberated in his mind. The system's task prompt echoed like a cat's meow. Ding dong. Host, please be advised, a side quest has been initiated. Details as follows. Accompany your 2 teammates, who will join you in the Triwizard Tournament 3 months hence, to Grove City with Dumbledore. Quest completion rewards. 1 bottle of Felix Felicis, 3 bottles of Amortentia, 1 mirror of Ariste, and an opportunity to create a unique spell. Quest failure penalty. A month of incontinence. What? Seated in his place, Diego's eyes widened in disbelief. He momentarily disregarded the enticing rewards, his mouth agape in shock at the absurdity of the punishment. Was such a consequence even conceivable? In the novels he had read in his past life, failures typically incurred minor repercussions, perhaps the loss of trivial items. Yet, why was he faced with the prospect of incontinence? Was this system mocking him? I am not jesting, came the voice of the system. This task was generated automatically by the system based on the temporal and developmental context of this world, independent of my control. At this moment, Diggory felt a sense of despair. Which fool devised this system? How on earth did he write this program? Has his conscience been devoured by a dog? After a month of incontinence, how bored and depraved could he possibly be? The large orange cat remarked thoughtfully, this is indeed a question worthy of contemplation. Opposite them, Dumbledore sensed Diggory's unusual demeanor and wondered about the child's predicament. What could possibly be the cause of his continual troubles? This truly piqued my curiosity. Cedric, would you like to return and rest for a while? Dumbledore inquired with concern. Diego, filled with a sense of despair and indignation, cast a piercing glance at Dumbledore. It was no longer a matter of whether he could return to sleep. If he were to neglect this mission, he might as well cease to exist as a human being. The gaze of Diggory rendered Dumbledore increasingly perplexed. This child, could it be that his intellect is lacking? Perhaps the decision to nurture him warrants further contemplation, for the circumstances appear rather unusual. Diggory was oblivious to Dumbledore's thoughts. As his mind was consumed by the distress of a month-long struggle with incontinence, his expression resembling that of someone constipated and unable to find relief. A palpable sense of frustration enveloped him. Professor, I have a suggestion regarding a trip to Grove City. Would you care to hear it? A suggestion? Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, perplexed by Diggory's intentions. Go ahead, I am listening. Taking a deep breath, Diggory reluctantly articulated his proposal, which he himself found rather objectionable. I propose that you take me along with my 2 teammates from the Triwizard Tournament, Patrick and another female companion. Absolutely not. Dumbledore predictably declined. You are still children, and the place poses significant dangers. Diggory was plagued by a headache, as the esteemed mentor was reluctant to accompany novices. His reluctance stemmed from a genuine concern for the safety of the inexperienced. How could he possibly concoct a compelling argument to persuade Dumbledore to lead them on this venture? Professor, it is imperative that you take us with you, he implored. Dumbledore, ever straightforward, demanded a rationale. If the reasoning was insufficient, there would be no hope of persuasion. How could Diggory articulate his plea? Perhaps he could claim that should they be denied passage, he would be incapacitated for an entire month? Would anyone truly believe such a far-fetched statement? If he were to voice such a notion, Dumbledore might very well perceive it as an affront to his intelligence. For the reason being, Diggory's mind raced furiously, sifting through every possible justification he could muster. To speak the unvarnished truth? That would be out of the question, as it had already been dismissed. To express a desire to accompany his teammates to witness the breathtaking scenery of the Albanian forests? Such an assertion would likely provoke Dumbledore to deliver a sharp slap across his face. To suggest that he wished to find a place with his companions to confront some challenges and foster camaraderie? Such a ruse would be laughable. Would Dumbledore believe that? To risk everything for mere team bonding? He could very well expect another resounding slap. How then should he articulate his thoughts? Diggory felt a pang of urgency, for there lay a lead regarding Voldemort, and if that lead were pursued by the trio of children, it would be far easier to uncover. Diggory cast aside his scruples about deception, allowing the narrative to take a more dramatic turn. Upon hearing this declaration, Dumbledore's expression shifted instantly. He straightened in his seat, leaning forward, his eyes fixed intently on Diggory. How do you know this? Can you ascertain the reliability of this information? Dumbledore's demeanor turned grave as he posed two pointed questions to Diggory, and the atmosphere in the office grew tense. Upon observing the potential for success, Diggory immediately placed his right hand over his heart and earnestly proclaimed, "Professor, please believe me, I, Cedric, can swear upon my conscience that my words are utterly truthful. Even each punctuation mark is genuine. However, I cannot disclose how I came to know this, nor should you inquire, for to ask is to remain in ignorance." Noticing Dumbledore's intent to press for further details, Diggory swiftly silenced him, preferring to avoid the convoluted task of explanation. In such a scenario, the likelihood of concocting a fabricated rationale was significantly higher. Resorting to deception to clarify deceit would only yield an abundance of falsehoods. With Dumbledore's seasoned acumen, he would likely discern the truth at a glance. Should he refuse to escort them, matters could escalate dramatically. The mere thought of experiencing an uncontrollable surge of warmth or an embarrassing incident during moments of repose, dining, or attending lectures filled Diggory with revulsion. This system was utterly detestable. How had he found himself entangled with such a predicament? However, Dumbledore, preoccupied with contemplating whether to lead them onward, had little inclination to appreciate Diggory's theatrical expressions. Had anyone else uttered such words, Dumbledore would have surely deemed it a jest. Yet, given that it was Diggory who spoke, and considering the inscrutable aspects of the boy, Dumbledore felt compelled to weigh his words with gravity. If this were indeed true, it was imperative to guide them, for any matter concerning Voldemort warranted his utmost caution. Conversely, if it were false, Dumbledore glanced at Diggory's vividly expressive countenance and concluded that he had no reason to deceive, as there was no logic in courting danger. Thus, Dumbledore rose and began pacing before his desk, and after several contemplative strides, he finally resolved, "Very well. I shall agree to escort you. However," he added, "I must impose certain conditions, as my decision to lead the three of you is now definitive. Diggory, take your seat immediately. I will first arrange for you to stay in the quaint town of Chilo, situated beside Grove City. You must await my confirmation that the area is devoid of peril before you proceed. Especially you." Dumbledore felt a twinge of unease at the thought of Diggory's secrets. "Once you arrive there, you are to be obedient and well-behaved. Do not wander off aimlessly." Diggory nodded earnestly, expressing no dissent. After all, his only obligation was to accompany Patrick and that teammate to follow you. Once they reached their destination, the mission would be deemed accomplished. Who truly cared about where you arranged for them? Moreover, in such perilous locales, the young master had no desire to wander, while others spent money to shop. He risked his life. Observing Diggory's resolute agreement, Dumbledore felt a sense of relief. Noticing that time was slipping away, he urged Diggory to return to the dormitory and rest. Once Diggory departed, Dumbledore sat in contemplation, realizing that venturing alone with the three youngsters felt rather precarious. Encountering a group of Death Eaters could pose a significant threat to their safety. Consequently, he picked up his quill and commenced writing a letter. Meanwhile, Diggory, upon returning to his dormitory, dove into the system space, eager to utilize this moment to exchange for magical items, which would serve as strategic assets in due course. "Dead cat, I have returned once more." Diggory recalled that he had previously exchanged for a protective spell cloak, which he certainly must bring along, as well as stink bombs and dung bombs. One could never predict when they might come in handy. "Dead cat, hurry up and come out to entertain guests." The large orange cat had yet to make an appearance, leaving Diggory somewhat perplexed. Where could that feline have gone? There was not even a shadow of the cat in sight. The vast, white expanse allowed for a clear view of the entire surroundings. Diggory glanced around, and indeed, The large orange cat was nowhere to be found. Not even a single strand of fur was in sight. Diego's consciousness withdrew from the realm of the system. He pondered for a moment. Could it be that the cat had scampered off to curl up in its own cozy nook, and he had simply overlooked its presence when he had climbed into bed earlier? Diggo reached out within the confines of his blanket, and at last, his hand found the large orange cat resting near his right knee. "You lazy feline, come out and entertain." Diggo grasped the large orange cat by the scruff of its neck, hoisting it up with a sudden jerk. In that fleeting moment of suspension, coupled with the abrupt departure from its soft and cozy nest, the cat experienced a profound sense of loss. Awakened violently from a pleasant dream, the orange feline's indignation surged from within. With a swift motion, its 10 claws, glistening with a cold sheen, sprang forth from their pads. Unfazed by the identity of its captor, it sought to unleash its morning ire first. A mournful howl echoed through the air. Nearby, Patrick was startled awake. Sitting up in bed, albeit with his eyes still shut, likely ensnared in the remnants of slumber. "Ah, my beloved, I was wrong. Do not leave me. When will you return?" He mumbled groggily before collapsing back into sleep, soon followed by the sound of his snoring. On the other hand, Diggo covered the lower side of his left face and chin, where 5 vivid crimson scratches adorned his skin, stretching from the corner of his mouth back 8 centimeters. "What do you think you're doing?" Diggo's furious gaze bore into the orange cat. If an explanation were not forthcoming, breakfast the next day would certainly include a few extra items. The orange cat, fully aware of its misdeed, remained silent, widening its bright, sparkling eyes in an attempt to feign innocence. "Humph." Digger let out a cold snort before indulging in the array of items available. After a considerable session of haggling, he finally emerged from the system space, his consciousness contented. As he lay in bed, waiting for slumber to take him, he cast a sidelong glance at Patrick and sighed inwardly. "My apologies, brother, but this is all for the sake of the mission. I trust you would not wish to witness me suffering from incontinence for an entire month, would you? Alas, I hope you can forgive me when the time comes." 3 days swiftly passed. Early in the morning, Patrick was dragged along by Digger to skip class. The excuse Digger offered for their truancy was, in a rather flattering manner, to dine with some ladies. Consequently, Patrick happily followed Digger outside, and now they found themselves on the stone bridge at the entrance of Hogwarts, enjoying the breeze. I remarked, "Cedric, isn't it rather audacious of us to stand here on this bridge? After all, we are skipping class." The autumn breeze brought a chill to Patrick, and he inquired, "What about the ladies you mentioned? We had agreed to dine together. Where are they?" Diego produced a delicately crafted pocket watch, adorned with a simple yet elegant pattern. He glanced at the time, feeling a sense of urgency. Just a little longer. The moment was nearly at hand. Patrick stood beside him, arms outstretched in a gesture of carefree abandon, reveling in the thrill of skipping class alongside his close companion, particularly evading the daunting potions class taught by the cold and formidable Professor Snape. The exhilaration of such an audacious act filled him with a rush. Who would dare to skip Snape's class? Yet here he was, embracing that very audacity, the taste of freedom that followed. The exhilarating sensation of breaking free from the confines of routine was intoxicating. It felt as though he was as unfettered as the wind, experiencing a thrill unlike any he had ever known. Diagonally cast a sidelong glance at Patrick, who was lost in self-absorption, feeling a twinge of embarrassment and silently hoping that Patrick would not hold it against him later. After a few more moments of anticipation, a figure clad in a grayish-white wizard's robe emerged into Diagonally's view. It was none other than Dumbledore. Beside him stood a small figure with flowing brown hair. Undoubtedly the third child. Much like my Ophelia, she too possessed long, brown tresses, Diagonally mused. He then watched as Dumbledore and the girl drew closer and closer. Diggory's eyes widened increasingly, growing ever larger until the girl stood before him. This third companion turned out to be Ophelia. Had he known it was she, Diggory would have vehemently opposed her accompanying him to the perilous Gross City. As for Dumbledore, he was magnificently disregarded by Diggory. Dumbledore led Ophelia to Diggory, while Patrick remained blissfully unaware of their approach, lost in his reverie, feeling as if he were about to soar freely through the skies. Dumbledore glanced at the 2 boys before him, one gazing at Ophelia with wide-eyed astonishment, an expression reminiscent of a fool, while the other stood by the stone bridge, arms outstretched, seemingly unaware of his surroundings, as if his mind were not entirely sound. Such troublesome youths. Dumbledore cleared his throat, hoping to bring them back to reality. However, an awkward moment ensued, for Diggory and Patrick remained engrossed in their own worlds. Dumbledore's cough likely registered to them as mere background noise. Cough, cough. Dumbledore couldn't help but raise the volume of his cough. Diggo awoke to find Professor Dumbledore casting an expression of discontent upon him, causing an unusual flush to rise to his cheeks. Beside him, Patrick stirred, roused from slumber, his previous sense of freedom vanishing in an instant, leaving a palpable discontent in its wake. In a fit of petulance, he turned away without a glance and unleashed a torrent of invective, questioning which impertinent fool dared to disturb his moment of tranquility. What brings you here, Professor Dumbledore? Out for a stroll, I presume? What a coincidence. So am I. Patrick grinned sheepishly, casting wary glances at Dumbledore, acutely aware of the awkwardness of the situation. What on earth was happening? Patrick discreetly shot a questioning glance at Diggo, seeking an explanation, but Diggo, feeling guilty, maintained a stoic expression. Dumbledore, having observed Patrick's furtive gestures, chose to remain silent, merely casting a sidelong glance at him. Instead, his attention was drawn to the scratches marring Diggo's face, prompting him to inquire, what happened? I didn't notice this last time we shared a late-night meal. Patrick, astonished, glanced at Diggo, envious of his opportunity to dine with Dumbledore. Meanwhile, Ophelia cast a disdainful look at Diggo, her eyes filled with contempt. How pathetic. Diggo felt a wave of despair. It was merely a cat scratch. Patrick, sensing his role as a supportive friend, felt compelled to defend Diggo. Indeed, I can vouch for Diggo. The morning after, I saw his face adorned with scratches. How could such a statement from Patrick evoke such scandalous interpretations? It was evident that Ophelia was thinking along the same lines, her disdain intensifying. Diggo could only cast a reproachful glance at Patrick, silently chastising him for his indiscretion. Why must you speak so? Given your reputation among the ladies, such remarks can only be perceived as slander. Yet, remarkably, Dumbledore appeared to believe him. After surveying the scratches on Diggo's face, Dumbledore declared, "It's nothing serious. Now that everyone is present, let us embark." Embark? Where to? Patrick turned to Diggo, his face a mask of confusion. Did you not mention there would be ladies? Were we not to dine and revel in their company? Why, instead, do we find ourselves accompanied solely by a professor? With Dumbledore's presence, the prospect of enjoyment seemed bleak. Are you toying with me? Patrick demanded, his sharp gaze fixed on Diggo. But Diggo remained composed, staring straight ahead, choosing to ignore Patrick's probing eyes. Spill the truth quickly, or our friendship may very well capsize. Patrick persisted, unwavering in his scrutiny of Diggo. Little did he know the fortitude of Diggo's demeanor. Beyond the realm of romantic entanglements, Diego's audacity rivals the layers of cosmetics adorning a woman's visage, ever so numerous. In the heart of the Albanian forest, within a tree hollow rendered desiccated by force, lay the bruised and battered Chilo, incapacitated upon the ground, every slight movement eliciting waves of excruciating pain. Beside him sat Sane, the architect of Chilo's paralysis, who was preoccupied with a cauldron before him, simmering a concoction of indeterminate origin. Could I have a taste? Chilo inquired, his gaze fixated on the cauldron. His lips moistened in anticipation. Yet, Sane paid him no heed, his concentration solely devoted to the simmering mixture. Culinary endeavors demand unwavering focus. Unaware of Sane's intentions, Chilo's eyes glimmered with avarice as he eyed the pot. You must feed me, or you shall gain nothing from me. Sane, seemingly oblivious to Chilo's plea, scooped a spoonful of the mixture into his mouth for a taste, noting it was somewhat bland. He then added a pinch of salt, stirred, and sampled it once more, achieving the desired flavor. Chilo watched as Sane drew the cauldron closer, manifesting no intention of sharing, prompting a surge of urgency within him. You must give me half, or you can forget about my assistance in locating the Dark Lord. At this declaration, Sane paused, spoon in hand, directing his gaze toward Chilo. I beg your pardon. I did not quite catch that. What did you say? His demeanor remained serene, wielding a soup spoon rather than a wand, his expression akin to that of a benign neighbor inquiring about your well-being on a mundane afternoon. Yet, this very countenance sent chills of trepidation coursing through the immobilized Chilo. This was precisely how it had been. The moment he first encountered this man in the forest, he had donned this very guise. The creature dwelling within this body, an embodiment of malevolence, approached with an innocent fade, coaxing his words, and once Chilo had let down his guard, struck with brutal ferocity. The recollection of that moment compelled Chilo to shut his eyes in anguish. The past was unbearable to revisit. Speak, will you? How am I to discern your intentions if you remain silent? How can I fulfill your desires if you do not articulate them? Sane's expression grew increasingly placid, transforming from that of a friendly neighbor to a benevolent elder. Do share, and I shall endeavor to accommodate your wishes," he replied with a disarming smile. Chilo, realizing his missteps, buried his face in the earth, akin to an ostrich, finding a semblance of safety in that posture. Observing Chilo's upturned rear, Sane shook his head in disappointment. This fellow possesses no backbone. If someone were to treat me thus, I would stake my life to ensure they faced retribution. Furthermore, Sane's determination is not contingent upon the number of adversaries. Even if he stood alone against a multitude, he would confront them head-on. It is akin to the brawls of his youth, when he was bullied by a gang. Sane would never flee. Instead, he would focus his fury solely on the instigator, disregarding the punches and kicks from the others. His singular aim was to inflict pain upon the one who dared to provoke him, to instill fear. Thus, witnessing Chilo's cowardice now fills him with disdain. How can such a blustering coward exist in this world? Just a moment ago, he was clamoring for food, issuing threats. And now he cowers like this, yet he is a Death Eater. Sane's contempt extends not only to Chilo, but also to the organization of Death Eaters and Voldemort himself, a collection of pitiful miscreants. He couldn't help but utter a curse. But then he reconsidered, realizing that in doing so, he had also cast aspersions upon himself. Alas, what a motley crew. Time trickled by in agonizing seconds. Chilo felt an overwhelming sense of honesty, remaining motionless on the ground, believing that if he maintained this stance, the individual named Sane would have no further reason to act against him. After scraping the last remnants from the cauldron, Sane set it aside, wiped his mouth, and turned his gaze to Chilo, whose face was still buried in the earth. "I am quite full now. You may lift your head, and we can have a proper conversation." Chilo was momentarily bewildered. What was there to discuss? He felt no inclination to engage with Sane. So he persisted in his act of feigned ignorance, uttering not a word. The more one speaks, the more one risks missteps. Any phrase could be seized as a pretext for another beating. This was a tactic Chilo had often employed when he bullied others. But now he had miscalculated in assuming it would work against him. However, Sane was not so easily deterred by Chilo's self-imposed constraints. Observing Chilo's silent defiance, Sane's brow furrowed. "What is this? Are you sulking? Come on. Surely you're here for the Dark Lord Voldemort as well, right? Tell me your plan for finding him, and we shall go together. If we succeed, the credit shall be divided 60-40. Really? Chilo realized that Sane had something to gain from him, and the prospect of shared benefits sparked his interest. "I swear on my conscience," Sane assured him. Chilo, still prone on the ground, contemplated carefully. The Death Eaters had indeed fractured into several factions. The pureblood families formed one group, and they were also the most formidable. They possess wealth, connections, and lineage. Under the leadership of Lucius, the pure-blood Death Eaters huddle together, thriving while others live precariously, particularly the Malfoy family. As the direct heirs of the first pure-blood family, the Blacks have capitalized on the decline of their once prominent relatives. Some have perished, while others languish in Azkaban. This decline has afforded the Malfoys immense opportunities for growth, leveraging their family prestige and various means to amass wealth, subsequently courting high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Magic and forging alliances with other families. They have now firmly established their influence. In contrast, some Death Eaters struggle to survive, akin to common street rats, too fearful to appear in public, with many lacking even a respectable identity. The notion of income is a distant dream for them. These individuals have utterly abandoned their dignity, willing to do anything to survive. The last group, however, consists of those who, like themselves, yearn for the opportunity to resurrect the Dark Lord, aspiring to reclaim dominance over the magical world of Europe. The memory of their former lives under the Dark Lord's command, when they lived with such ease, everyone trembling beneath their feet, ignited a fervor within Quirrell. He reluctantly acknowledged the allure of Sane's words. If they could resurrect the Dark Lord together, he might return to that former existence. Moreover, Sane's formidable power would enhance Quirrell's chances of locating their master. Yet, Quirrell's insatiable greed flickered in his eyes, desiring even more. Thus, Sane overestimated Quirrell's discretion. It was then that Quirrell observed Sane produce a live eel from seemingly nowhere, shedding his trousers in the process. "What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it?" The greed in Quirrell's gaze faded as he stuttered. "Why, you said..." "What?" Sane pondered, then withdrew the eel. Quirrell sighed in relief, believing he had narrowly escaped a calamity. However, to his astonishment, Sane produced a hefty, wriggling worm from his pocket. With Quirrell still unbuttoned, Sane placed the worm before him. "What did you just say? I still didn't hear you." "All the benefits will be yours. All the benefits will be yours." Quirrell's face turned pale. Cold sweat soaking his headscarf, his expression akin to that of a petite maiden under the gaze of a hulking, greasy giant. I don't want any benefits. They're all yours. Chilo was on the verge of tears, unable to fathom why the young man before him harbored such chilling thoughts. He perceived Sane as a demon, a wretched soul destined for hell after death. Sane nodded with satisfaction. Although Chilo occasionally struggled to grasp the situation, with proper guidance, he still possessed considerable potential. Now, tell me, what means do you possess to locate the Dark Lord Voldemort? Standing under the crisp autumn sun at the ruins of Gross City, Sane felt a profound melancholy as he contemplated how he had eliminated all his comrades and pondered how to seek out Voldemort. Just then, Chilo appeared before him, appearing travel-worn. He wore a dark blue scarf, his complexion pale, one eye twitching incessantly, yet he bore an innocuous smile that belied the ambition and hatred lurking within his gaze. Sane immediately concluded that Chilo was not a good person, and this realization alleviated any psychological burden he might have felt in dealing with him. I conducted some research. Chilo began. After the Dark Lord was betrayed by that treacherous woman, his physical form perished, yet due to the existence of Horcruxes, his soul endures. Upon witnessing Sane discard a worm, Chilo breathed a sigh of relief and confidently continued his narrative. However, the outside world remained oblivious, with everyone believing the Dark Lord to be completely dead. Consequently, the wizards who had previously scurried like mice emerged from their hiding places, launching an assault on the Death Eaters. We have lost the Dark Lord. We cannot muster a formidable resistance, Chilo lamented. So, you have chosen to cower? Sane retorted. I seek to locate the Dark Lord's soul and resurrect him. Then he shall lead us to reclaim our former glory and avenge the insults and injuries inflicted upon us by those rodents. Oh, that era seemed distant to Sane, who had once been a diligent child eager to learn and improve. So, how does your desire for revenge concern me? He asked, with a swift motion. Sane slapped Chilo on his unclothed rear, admonishing him, just tell me how to find the Dark Lord, without all this unnecessary chatter. Chilo lowered his head, unwilling to let Sane see the flicker of hatred in his eyes. The Dark Lord currently lacks a physical form, thus he surely requires a host body. However, this forest is scarcely populated, and the risk of parasitism is significant. Therefore, he is likely residing within the body of some magical creature in the forest. With so many magical creatures in the Albanian forest, how shall we find him? Sane pondered, rubbing his palm, still recalling the satisfying sensation of that slap, albeit now with an unpleasant odor lingering on his hands. Sane, momentarily filled with disdain, wrinkled his brow and rubbed his hands against the ground beside him, savoring the earthy aroma. Chilo continued to elucidate, explaining that the Dark Lord was currently parasitizing a magical creature, lacking a corporeal form, which necessitated his quest for sources of energy. However, the means to replenish soul energy were exceedingly scarce, aside from a few rare potions. Only the blood of unicorns would suffice. Thus, it was evident that the Dark Lord must be residing within a unicorn. Sane eagerly interjected, his excitement palpable. Not quite. Chilo doused his enthusiasm with a bucket of cold reality. It could be the eight-eyed spider that hunts unicorns or even within a ghoul. Sane felt somewhat embarrassed by Chilo's retort. However, he recalled the wisdom imparted by Uncle Peter Wong from next door during his childhood. To achieve great things, one must not be overly concerned with appearances. For regardless of how much face one may lose in the process, success would ultimately restore one's dignity, perhaps even augment it. Finding merit in this notion, Sane internally forgave Chilo and continued. Then we ought to hasten our efforts to locate the lair of the eight-eyed spider, from which we can uncover the whereabouts of the Dark Lord. You are mistaken again. Chilo, oblivious to Sane's musings, countered. Eight-eyed spiders are inherently social creatures. Their lairs are filled with countless spiders. Venturing in could very well cost us our lives. Sane's expression began to shift uneasily. You make a valid point. Perhaps we should wait outside for the eight-eyed spiders to emerge for sustenance. We can then follow behind. And as soon as we observe any spider straying from the group to seek a unicorn, we shall know that it is indeed the Dark Lord. Chilo fell silent, lowering his gaze as if contemplating the feasibility of this suggestion, though he was merely concealing the smile that threatened to grace his face. Once he managed to suppress his amusement, Chilo lifted his head and remarked, in truth, the Dark Lord would not linger in the lair of the eight-eyed spiders. The environment is rife with spiders, unsuitable for a being of his caliber. Therefore, he would likely be controlling the eight-eyed spiders, lying in wait near areas inhabited by unicorns. We need only to seek him out directly. Sane's countenance darkened further, but Chilo remained oblivious, continuing, "We could approach the vicinity of the unicorns. And regardless of whether the Dark Lord inhabits an eight-eyed spider or a ghoul, we could await his arrival there." Sane's expression turned utterly grim. "Then why did you not mention this from the outset? Indeed, why did I not say so initially?" Chilo mused. "Were you hoping to witness my folly? Am I not correct?" Chilo experienced a moment of belated realization. He now sensed the seething fury emanating from Sane, who sat opposite him. At this juncture, it seemed that Sane's anger could dissipate with just a couple of well-aimed blows. No, let me explain. I did not. I refuse to listen, absolutely refuse." Sane bellowed. "I need to strike you first to feel at ease. Just endure it for now. Once this is over, we shall remain good teammates." On the F country, in Devonshire, Dumbledore and his companions stood before a duplex house. Upon hearing the resounding tenor voice emanating from within the house, Diggory realized he had arrived at the doorstep of the renowned alchemist of the magical realm, Nick LeMay, who was also a celebrated opera enthusiast. Prior to departure, Dumbledore had informed everyone that he would be accompanied by an additional wizard on this journey. However, at the outset, no matter how much Diggory hinted, Dumbledore refrained from revealing the identity of this wizard or mentioning the necessity of traveling to France to seek him out. Now, he had come to that realization. Yet, Diggory soon sensed a discrepancy. "Professor, does the venerable Mr. LeMay possess the capacity to join us in the Albanian forest? At over 650 years of age, while the Philosopher's Stone ensures his immortality, I doubt he would be of much assistance on such a lengthy expedition." Diggory spoke with remarkable tact. If one were to be more forthright, it could be said that given the gentleman's advanced age, merely wielding a wand might prove cumbersome, and the likelihood of him being more of a hindrance on this journey is considerable. Dumbledore disregarded Diggory's comments and approached the door, knocking gently before stepping back 2 paces, placing his hands gracefully on his abdomen, patiently awaiting the host to answer. Such gentlemanly demeanor. Initially, Diggory had looked down upon this display, but upon witnessing Ophelia's adoring gaze fixed upon Dumbledore, he swiftly altered his stance and mirrored Dumbledore's posture, resting his hands upon his own abdomen. As the knock echoed, the resonant tenor within ceased, followed by the sound of deliberate footsteps growing increasingly distinct, culminating in the door's opening. A face weathered with wrinkles and age spots emerged, and Diggory noted the man's eyes were somewhat clouded, his gaze appearing lost and vacant. "Ah, my old friend, it has been far too long," Dumbledore exclaimed upon reuniting with a long-lost companion, his face lighting up with a warm smile that Diggory and the others had never before witnessed. "Oh, Albus, by Merlin's grace, you are still alive." Nick's eyes sparkled with joy, dispelling the previous haze of confusion. For Nick, who had surpassed 6.5 centuries, encountering an old friend was indeed one of the rare moments of happiness in his extended existence. And 3 little ones as well. Nick, exhibiting a keen perception that belied his murky vision, beckoned them inside, urging, "Come in, don't linger outside." Thus, Diggory and the others filed in behind Dumbledore. Entering the abode of the great alchemist Nick, the house was suffused with light as the afternoon sun streamed through the glass, bestowing a golden sheen upon the myriad jars and bottles within. The wooden floor, though aged and creaking underfoot, was coated with a layer of resin, ensuring its durability. In certain areas, the red bricks were exposed, while others had been freshly painted white. Despite the somewhat chaotic appearance, everything was remarkably tidy. Dumbledore seated Diggory and the 3 youngsters on the sofa, then surveyed the surroundings before smiling at Nick, who was pouring tea for them. "Perenale is indeed quite the homemaker. It seems you are faring well." Nick chuckled softly, gingerly balancing the tea tray as he approached them with unsteady steps. The earlier sound of his footsteps had originated from this very gate. Suddenly, Dumbledore subtly leaned back and playfully swatted Diggory on the back of the head, leaving Diggory bewildered as he turned to him, questioning, "What was that? Why the sudden strike?" Dumbledore subtly gestured with his eyes towards Nick, who was serving tea. And Diggory immediately understood, rushing over to take the tea tray from Nick's hands. After placing the tea on the coffee table, he assisted Nick to his seat before returning to his own place. The 4 of them were seated on a long sofa, with Diggory beside Dumbledore, Patrick on the other side, and Ophelia at the far end. Initially, Diggory intended to sit next to Ophelia after placing the tray, but upon receiving a piercing glare from her, he reluctantly returned to his original position. Noticing Diggory's subdued demeanor, Nick chuckled, finding the boy reminiscent of his own youth. He reflected, as he gazed into the distance, that it felt like 600 years ago when he was wooing his wife, Perenale. who had been similarly indifferent to him at first. Patrick, upon hearing this, was astonished, exclaiming, "Wow, old man, you've lived for so long and still retain your wits." Dumbledore's previously cheerful expression darkened instantly, and he playfully swatted Patrick, inadvertently striking poor Diggory in the process. However, Nick paid it no mind, merely waving his hand with a smile. At his age, there were truly few matters worthy of his concern. "It's all right," Nick said. "Seeing these young ones brimming with vitality makes me feel a bit more invigorated myself. So, let them be. Consider it youthful indiscretion." While Nick could brush it off with a laugh, Dumbledore was less inclined to do so. With a stern expression, he admonished Patrick, "What are you waiting for? Apologize at once." Rubbing the back of his head, Patrick seriously stood up and bowed to Nick in apology. Dumbledore cast a regretful glance at Nick, acknowledging that these children had been spoiled since childhood, but he reassured himself that they would mature in a couple of years. Casting a sidelong glance at Patrick, he made a mental note to keep a closer watch on him upon their return to Hogwarts, ensuring he would graduate without any flaws. He resolved to cultivate him into a polite young man who respects his elders and cherishes the young. Nick shook his head, indicating that he truly did not mind. "Albus, did you bring these three all the way to France to see me for a specific reason?" Upon hearing Nick's inquiry, Dumbledore took a sip of tea and replied, "Indeed. I have a favor to ask of you." "What sort of favor?" "I am at your service," Nick responded. He and Dumbledore shared a profound friendship, having known each other since Dumbledore's youth, and they had become good friends. In their earlier days, they had studied alchemy together, discovering 12 uses for dragon's blood. Their bond had flourished over nearly a century. The bond between them grew so profound that eventually, Dumbledore approached Nick to discuss the destruction of the Philosopher's Stone, the very source of the prolonged lifespans granted to Nick and his wife. Nick acquiesced without hesitation. "I hope you will accompany us on a journey to the Albanian forest," Dumbledore stated. "Albanian forest?" Nick's gaze drifted into the void, as though he were sifting through memories of that place. This reverie lingered long enough for Diggory and the others to finish their cups of tea. Gradually, Nick's focus returned. "That place is quite chaotic," he defined the Albanian forest, noting that it is home to nearly half of all magical creatures, most of whom are not particularly welcoming to humans. Adventurous wizards often venture in, only to vanish without a trace. Nick glanced at Diggory and the others before turning to Dumbledore. "Albus, I have no doubts about your strength. But what of these three children?" Dumbledore cast a sidelong glance at Diggory, acknowledging their necessity in this endeavor. Patrick secretly observed Dumbledore, contemplating his desire to escape, yet feeling trapped. Ever since realizing he had been deceived by Diggory, he felt a profound sense of discomfort, akin to betrayal. Moreover, he had no inclination to be there. Surely, it would be more enjoyable to revel in Hogwarts, attending classes and socializing with charming companions. The prospect of returning to his former leisure was enticing. Yet, on the journey to France, he frequently voiced his dissent, seeking explanations from Diggory in private, yearning for some semblance of inner peace, ideally wishing to be sent back home. But what was the outcome? The fellow named Diggory incessantly remarks, "The waters are too deep, the wind's too fierce. If you lack strength, refrain from speaking." Essentially, he implies that one should remain silent in the presence of their perceived inadequacy. Isn't that infuriating? At that moment, Patrick could no longer endure it. "How dare he claim that I lack strength? Very well, let us engage in a duel. Since you deem me incompetent, let us allow our abilities to speak for themselves." Patrick was confident, believing that his mastery of the armored charm, honed since childhood, rendered his defenses invulnerable. Although Diggory was widely acknowledged for his remarkable talent and had already acquired several spells, Patrick reasoned that as long as he remained patient and methodically sought out Diggory's weaknesses, he might not necessarily be defeated. With this conviction, he eagerly sought a suitable venue for a gentlemanly duel with Diggory. Subsequently, he obediently accompanied the group to Devonshire, and along the way, he expressed no further dissent. Even the usually composed Dumbledore found this behavior rather peculiar. Nick, observing that the three children held no objections, couldn't help but exclaim, "What brave children you are! I too wish to accompany you, yet it seems that such hopes are dashed." Diggo's posterior slid down from its seated position, transitioning from sitting to a state of paralysis. Nick raised his trembling right hand, exclaiming in exasperation, "It is a struggle to wield the wand with this hand. I fear I shall only hinder your progress." Diggory cast a glance at Nick's right hand. Indeed, with such a hand, even the simplest task of wiping oneself proved to be a challenge, let alone the prospect of wielding a weapon in combat. He turned his gaze towards Dumbledore beside him, his eyes conveying a silent message, Professor, our journey may very well lead us into a confrontation. Hence the need for a bodyguard, rather than merely escorting someone on a leisurely trip. It is time for a change. With unwavering resolve, Diggory suggested to Dumbledore the need to replace Nick, though his intention was not to belittle him. His consideration stemmed primarily from the broader implications at hand. The perils lurking within the forest were not to be trifled with, and the mere presence of Voldemort's soul concealed therein was already a source of considerable concern for their party. Ideally, having a powerful wizard accompanying them would significantly alleviate some of Dumbledore's burdens. However, the current state of Nick was indeed one of a hero past his prime. Furthermore, from a professional standpoint, Nick was an alchemist, not a combatant, and with age weighing heavily upon him, Diggory surmised that it would be a stroke of luck if he could muster even a fraction of the prowess he possessed in his youth. Dumbledore, catching Diggory's meaningful glance, remained silent, feeling a twinge of melancholy, not due to Nick's reluctance to assist, but rather because his dear friend had truly aged. Before Dumbledore could voice his thoughts, Nick, having noticed the disappointment etched on Diggory and the others' faces, smiled and said, "However, I can recommend someone to you." "Who might that be?" Dumbledore inquired. "If you are uncertain about this individual, I would advise against the recommendation." "Why would I suggest someone if I were not confident in their abilities, my old friend?" Nick replied. "His name is Leonardo." Diggory's eyes widened in an instant. What a coincidence to encounter this name. The foreign star, Leonardo, was a name he was all too familiar with from his previous life. The girl he admired back then had idolized Leonardo, leading Diggory to mistakenly view him as his rival in love. Poor Leonardo bore the brunt of this misunderstanding without cause. "What is your relationship with him?" Dumbledore inquired. Should their bond prove to be profound, Dumbledore would likely place his trust in Leonardo. Conversely, if Nick's connection to him were merely casual, Dumbledore would remain cautious or even skeptical. "He is my student," Nick replied with a benevolent smile. "He has inherited all my alchemical knowledge. However, I have refrained from disclosing the method for crafting the Philosopher's Stone." Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. His parents are both doctors in the Muggle world. Thus he possesses commendable medical skills, Nick continued. "If you were to take him along on your journey, it would undoubtedly be a splendid decision." Dumbledore, maintaining his composure, lifted his teacup and took a sip before stating, "I would like to meet him first, and then make my decision. Of course, that is entirely feasible." With that, Nick tentatively snapped his fingers, and a blank sheet of paper floated into the air. After inscribing a few words upon it, he snapped his fingers once more, and the paper took flight, vanishing from sight. Diggory raised an eyebrow, unperturbed by the display before him. The seamless execution of nonverbal and wandless magic was a testament to Nick's 6 centuries of existence. Subsequently, Diggory and his companions settled onto the sofa, listening to Dumbledore and Nick reminisce about their illustrious past, to the point where the 3 children were nearly succumbing to slumber. Just as Diggory's head began to droop, the door to Nick's abode swung open abruptly. All present, including the drowsy trio of Diggory, turned their gazes toward the sound of the door creaking. Golden hair framed a chiseled visage, alabaster skin glowed softly, and eyes sparkled with the gentle warmth of the sun just risen above the horizon, somewhat languorous, yet captivatingly irresistible. The newcomer was none other than Nick's student, Leonardo. Dumbledore turned to regard the handsome young man at the threshold, his expression devoid of excess, yet a faint, imperceptible light flickered in his eyes. Patrick, on the verge of sleep, found himself far more concerned with discovering a comfortable position than with the arrival at the door. Diggory squinted, sensing that his charm was under siege. Indeed, there sat Ophelia at the far end, her gaze upon Leonardo shimmering with admiration. What could this possibly mean? Am I not handsome? For the first time, Diggory felt the profound malice of this world towards him. "Robert, your looks are no longer appealing." Leonardo entered the house, followed closely by an elderly lady. "Perennial." Dumbledore revealed her identity. "Oh, Albus." The silver-haired Perennial stepped inside, her face bearing the indelible marks of time, rendering her stature diminutive. Nevertheless, Diggory discerned in the eyes of this woman a serene elegance untouched by the passage of time. This aura now appeared to exude warmth. "This old lady seems quite amiable." Dumbledore's gaze suddenly turned fierce. He whipped around, prompting Diggory to hastily gesture that it was not his doing. Then, with a resounding crack, Patrick's head met with another blow. "Apologies." Dumbledore was genuinely infuriated this time, his ire palpable even to Ophelia, who was enraptured by Leonardo's charm. "I am truly sorry, dear lady. It was my fault." Patrick sprang to his feet to apologize, rising with such swiftness that Diggory could hardly blink before it was done. but I sincerely believe you are beautiful. I have never seen anyone maintain such grace and poise in their twilight years as you do." Diggory inhaled sharply, taken aback by the profoundness of the statement. Observing Perennial, whose previously sour expression transformed as if the clouds had parted and sunlight once again graced the earth. He felt the atmosphere shift. "Such fine children, indeed," Perennial exclaimed joyfully. Then, casting a glance at Diggory, he continued with a smile, "You must be Cedric, the unprecedented student of Hogwarts. I have heard tales of you." Diggory was momentarily taken aback, pondering why the F country had already established its own legend. However, this did not deter him from rising to greet Perennial, wearing an honest expression and a radiant smile that, coupled with his golden hair, made him resemble a little sun. This very smile possessed an undeniable charm, particularly potent against someone like Perennial, an elderly woman. Good child," Perennial exclaimed, evidently pleased with Diggory. "I shall retreat to the kitchen to prepare some snacks for you. You may converse at your leisure." With that, she ambled off towards the back. Observing this exchange, Patrick discreetly glanced at Dumbledore, relieved to see his countenance finally serene. He exhaled a sigh of relief, recalling how perilously close he had come to a disastrous encounter. The fury emanating from Dumbledore had been far more intimidating than that of his grandfather. Thankfully, the attention had shifted to Diggory, averting an uncomfortable situation. "Professor, did you summon me for a particular reason?" the dashing Leonardo inquired, instantly capturing Ophelia's gaze. This prompted a complex expression from Diggory, perhaps one of disdain towards those blessed with good looks, thinking to himself that such superficiality was hardly commendable. "It is not I who requires your presence," Nick interjected, gesturing towards Dumbledore seated across from him. "It is my old friend who seeks your attention." A full moon hung in the night sky as a group traversed the shadows of the Albanian forest. They slowly approached a graveyard, their formation tightening. Some individuals instinctively drew their wands, akin to scorpions revealing their stingers. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the darkness ahead, accompanied by the jarring sound of claws scraping against wooden boards. "Something lies ahead. A ghoul, or perhaps a vampire," someone murmured. "Regardless, stay vigilant." Panic ensued within the tightly knit formation, and an array of aggressive spells erupted from the tips of wands, aimed at the encroaching darkness. However, to their dismay, each incantation seemed to vanish into the abyss, creating not even a ripple. A furious roar echoed from within, as if mocking their trepidation, before silence enveloped them once more, denying them the opportunity to discern the source. The group began to stir uneasily. The leader turned and bellowed, "What are you afraid of? We are many here. Do they dare to emerge?" He sought to bolster the morale of his companions, emphasizing their numerical superiority, though it appeared he was attempting to reassure himself as well. "Effalo, Segt, and Gillis," the leader called out, singling out a few individuals within the ranks. "You are adept at binding and stunning spells, hence you shall advance to the front." The three individuals who had been named immediately expressed their discontent. Traversing this cursed place meant confronting the perils of the unknown. Unlike mere mortals, these dangers would not present themselves for one to cast spells upon. Their methods of attack were often unseen until one had already succumbed to them, an insidious threat. "Why the urgency? I have yet to finish speaking," the leader scolded, clearly sent from above to spearhead this mission, his own heart heavy with unease. Dunton, follow behind them. At the slightest hint of trouble, invoke the protective armor spell for Effalo and the others. At this command, a middle-aged man resembling Patrick stepped forth from the ranks. The moonlight revealed dark circles under his eyes and fresh bruises on his neck, a clear indication he had not adequately rested before their departure, but rather had exhausted himself. "Rest assured, Chief, I will do my utmost, though I cannot guarantee the success of our endeavor," Dunton replied with a dismissive grin. In his view, casting a spell was trivial. However, he adhered to a principle. He would never endanger himself for the sake of those three scoundrels. For he was, by nature, a selfish rogue, governed by the philosophy of "let my companions perish, but I shall survive." The leader, evidently aware of Dunton's character, chose to disregard his remark, interpreting it as an affirmation. "Dunton, are you certain your intelligence is reliable? The sole reason we are here is due to the information provided by your family. Should we find ourselves in peril due to erroneous intelligence, I shall ensure you pay for it with your life." A voice from the group suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, the others turned their gaze toward Dunton, their eyes imbued with meaning. Clearly, they concurred with this sentiment. Even the leader remained silent, contemplative. Observing this, Dunton shrugged his shoulders and raised his hands in resignation. "What more do you wish from me? I stand alongside you all. Besides, It was not I who brought you here. If you seek someone to blame, go find that person. The original speaker retorted bluntly, Humph. That individual is beyond my reach. So I can only vent my frustrations upon you. If the intelligence proves faulty, brace yourself for the consequences. This was clearly an opportunistic attack, should any information go awry. The blame would fall squarely on Dunton. At that moment, Dunton began to ponder whether this could be a scheme orchestrated by the very individual who had dispatched them here. Should complications arise, it would reflect poorly on the Dunton family's intelligence, and they would bear the brunt of the blame. Conversely, if all went smoothly, the credit would be attributed to that leader, reaping all the rewards. With this thought, Dunton's gaze shifted towards the speaker, his expression darkening with an intent that foreshadowed impending action. This look did not go unnoticed by the leader. Dunton, time to get to work. What are you pondering? What else was there to ponder? Of course, it was time to diligently attend to the task at hand. With an air of resignation, Dunton shrugged his shoulders. Kurt, the leader, cast a long, contemplative glance at Dunton, choosing not to utter another word. At such a moment, further dialogue would only complicate their already precarious situation. The 10-member team arranged themselves as previously instructed by Kurt, with Ephelos, Segt, and Giles leading the charge. Dunton, wand in hand, followed closely behind, while the remaining 6 trailed further back. The trio in front vigilantly guarded against the darkness and those behind them, while Kurt positioned himself at the rear, keeping a watchful eye on Dunton, who in turn was wary of everyone around him. As they slowly ventured into the abyss, each member remained on high alert, heightened by the eerie sounds echoing from the shadows. The crunch of thick leaves underfoot muffled their steps, while remnants of unconsumed animal carcasses lay scattered about, the scent of dried blood wafting through the air like rust. With each step deeper into the gloom, the aroma grew increasingly complex, laying of over a dozen distinct scents. 1 breath would invigorate the senses, 2 would bring forth worries, and 3 could lead to an overwhelming fainting spell. The pungent odors proved intolerable for Kurt and the others, prompting Dunton to suggest that each person produce a piece of cloth, urinate on it, and then cover their mouths and noses. When embarking on a mission, wizards typically carried only 3 essentials: their wand, money, and a means of transportation. In areas cloaked by the flying network, they often deemed it unnecessary to even bring their transportation. Thus, the concept of carrying masks or any air-filtering apparatus was utterly foreign. Consequently, the entire squad found themselves in a state of discomfort, but Dunton's proposed solution seemed even more unappealing. The group was torn, yet Dunton remained unfazed. If they were reluctant, he would proceed alone. He had been forthright with his method. Without further ado, Dunton retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, which, upon closer inspection, revealed an embroidered flower, evidence of its feminine ownership. He scratched his head, unable to recall to whom it belonged, though it was likely a keepsake from one of his many acquaintances, possibly Melissa, from the previous night. Time was of the essence, and he could no longer afford to linger, feeling a twinge of pain in his lungs. Finding a tree, he turned his back to the others, wand still in hand. You all do as you wish. I will relieve myself first, he declared. Kurt and the others watched him finish, then took the now pungent handkerchief to cover their mouths and noses. Expressions of revulsion and intrigue danced across their faces, a mixture of distaste and curiosity. Oblivious to their discomfort, Dunton inhaled deeply, as if he could detect the lingering essence of last night's festivities within that foul fabric. Ah, this is much better, he exclaimed. Though the scent is far from pleasant, at least my lungs no longer ache. Upon hearing that Dunton's lung no longer ached, Cote and the others were stirred. Ephelos, in a state of turmoil, clenched his fist. Damn it, he exclaimed. Like Dunton, he moved to a nearby large tree, pulled out a piece of burlap, and loosened his belt. His lungs were equally tormented, and at that moment, he could no longer afford to concern himself with feelings of nausea. The air in this place felt as if it could claim his life with another breath. Observing Ephelos's actions, the others followed suit, those with burlap or handkerchiefs seeking the trees, while those without had no choice but to borrow from others. Damn it! At that moment, Cote's face darkened ominously. He was one of the unfortunate few who had not brought burlap and had to ask others for a portion. His luck had soured further, as the individual lending him burlap was suffering from a fever, thus the fabric reeked. However, Cote dared not discard it, for the air outside was even more foul. Just then, he felt a small stone-like object slip into his shoe, igniting his frustration. What's wrong, Cote? The person who had lent him the fabric inquired with concern. I'm fine, Cote feigned nonchalance. I just think a small stone has fallen into my shoe. What? A stone. Downton, who was ahead, turned abruptly, incredulous. Where could a stone possibly come from? Kote, already in a foul mood, bristled at Downton's abrupt tone. Where else could it come from? He then realized that in this dense forest, the ground was covered by a thick layer of decaying leaves, making it impossible for stones to infiltrate his shoe. A chill coursed down Kote's spine, sending shivers across his body. Quick, take off that shoe, Downton shouted urgently. His concern was not born out of genuine care for Kote. Under normal circumstances, he would not have blinked if Kote had perished. However, in this desolate place, an additional person meant greater strength, and Kote's abilities were not insignificant. Okay. In that moment of crisis, Kote lost all semblance of leadership, hastily sitting on the ground to remove his shoe. Upon seeing his foot still attached to his leg, he let out a sigh of relief, appearing as though he had narrowly escaped a disaster. Yet Downton sensed that the situation was far from simple. As he picked up Kote's shoe, holding it upside down, no small stones fell out. The others observed in silence, their gazes fixed on the shoe in Downton's hands. Kote began to tremble, his face twitching uncontrollably. Downton immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Kote, what's wrong? Kote, with trembling hands, pointed to his foot, claiming it felt somewhat numb, yet it also seemed as if it did not. Downton wore a grave expression. His wand aimed at Kurt's foot. A surge of magic slowly emanated from the tip of the wand, as if an unseen hand was gently removing Kurt's sock. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Bathed in the faint moonlight filtering through the trees, Downton noticed that Kurt's foot had turned a deep shade of purple. Look, Giles stammered. It appears as though something is writhing within Kurt's veins. The others leaned in closer. Indeed, it was true. The veins in Kurt's foot had swollen to 5 times their normal size, and through the skin, they could see a large, elongated worm pushing its way from one vein to another. Moreover, it seemed to be making a determined ascent. Downton swallowed hard and inquired, "Does anyone know what kind of worm this is?" The remaining 8 exchanged glances, each hesitant to speak. A flicker of disdain crossed Downton's eyes. What a bunch of inept individuals. They were adept at intrigue and self-preservation, yet when asked a simple question, their true ineptitude was laid bare. Kurt, his face a mask of despair, pleaded, "Downton, I feel like there's still hope for me. I don't feel any pain. Can you think of a way to save me?" No pain? Downton mused, observing the worm within the vein. Could it be that this creature secretes anesthetic fluids? It must begin to numb its host upon entry, ultimately leading them to their demise without their knowledge. As he watched the worm laboriously advance, Downton made a swift decision. Tearing a strip from Kurt's wizarding robe to fashion a makeshift band, he secured it around Kurt's knee, effectively obstructing the worm's ascent. How does that feel? Downton asked Kurt. I don't know, Kurt replied anxiously, fixated on his ankle where the worm still resided. I feel nothing, as if everything is perfectly normal. Downton's eye twitched. How could he claim normalcy when his veins looked like this? What audacity! Then, without warning, he produced a small knife. If you feel no, the man fell silent immediately. Kurt had initially not intended to let Tangton resort to violence, as everything seemed to be calm. However, upon hearing Tangton's subsequent words, no one could guarantee what might transpire next. What might have been a mere matter of a foot could escalate into a life-threatening situation if left unaddressed. Thus, with a resolute heart, Kurt urged Tangton, proceed. Tangton nodded and decisively struck down with the knife. Everyone present, save for Tangton, shut their eyes tightly, while Tangton alone stared wide-eyed. To him, it was merely a detached act, akin to slaughtering a pig. Yet, as the situation unfolded, Tangton's eyes widened further. A chill coursing through the back of his head. The pig's hoof did not bleed. To be precise, it exuded a pinkish pus instead. The area where the knife had cut revealed raw flesh, yet the insects were nowhere to be found. What remained in the veins was merely an empty shell. Where are the insects? Kurt bellowed in despair, echoing the collective fear of all present. Tangton immediately withdrew his hand, scrutinizing it under the dim moonlight. The others instinctively recoiled, fearful that the creature had burrowed into their own bodies. Tangton, are you all right? Giles inquired cautiously. His concern was not unfounded, for he tightly gripped his wand, ready to act without hesitation should Tangton show any sign of distress. I'm fine. There's no wound on my hand, nor do I feel anything unusual, Tangton replied. This place is problematic. We should retreat, first treat Kurt's foot, and then find another entry into the forest. No one contested Tangton's words, not even Kurt, who did not feel that he was being usurped, for the sentiment resonated deeply within them all. In this accursed place, they had barely entered before one of their own had already fallen victim, and in such an insidious manner. Kurt's foot was clad in a sock. and these insects could penetrate through clothing to invade his body. What if next time the creature launched an attack from the trees and burrowed into his neck? If the foot remained untreated, he would merely lose a limb, but his life would remain intact. However, if an insect penetrated his neck and struck, who amongst them would dare to act? Though these individuals held little rank within their respective families, should calamity befall them, their families would undoubtedly intervene. Otherwise, if lives were lost and the families remained indifferent, it would fracture the very fabric of their lineage. Yet, if they chose not to act and sought external aid, would the insects not have ample time to invade their brains? How could they then solicit help? They would be doomed, finding themselves in the grave, playing cards with their ancestors. Thus, the question of departure was resolved. The group decided to venture out to find a place to recuperate before contacting their families, allowing them to restock on potions and protective magical supplies before re-entering. Should the individual blame them for failing to carry out the command and emerging prematurely, the responsibility would fall upon them. In silent accord, everyone exchanged glances with Downton, yet no words were spoken. Meanwhile, Downton stood aside, tearing 5 long strips from his robe to secure his pant legs, cuffs, and collar, disregarding the glances of others. The imminent danger seemed to stem solely from the unidentified insects, and for now, he chose to focus on this, though it offered little practical benefit. It provided him with a semblance of psychological comfort. Cote was hoisted onto the shoulders of 2 companions, and once the group was prepared, they resumed their previous formation to retreat from the forest. However, at that moment, the forward scout, Giles, suddenly heard a rustling sound. Realization dawned upon him as he glanced at the nearby Effalo, trembling as he inquired, "Did you hear something strange?" Noticing Giles's terror-stricken expression, Effalo immediately sensed impending trouble. He was about to speak when he saw Giles staring fearfully behind him, shakily pointing with a trembling finger, "The tree behind you, run." Before Giles could finish his warning, panic overtook him, and he fled. Yet, he had scarcely taken a few steps when Downton and the others observed a dark wave surging toward Giles from the indistinct shadows ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a tide of tiny insects. This black torrent rushed toward the already terrified Giles, consuming him entirely within a mere 3 seconds. Witnessing this, Downton did not hesitate for a moment and immediately turned to flee. The others followed suit, the 2 carrying Cote, finding him too heavy, unceremoniously dropping him to the ground as they ran. "Don't leave me. Help me," Cote cried out, but as Downton looked back, he saw the insects swarm into Cote's open mouth, engulfing him in an instant. This horrific scene sent shivers down Downton's spine, igniting an unprecedented speed within him that left the others far behind. However, the last runner, Effalo, witnessing Downton's extraordinary pace, was suddenly seized by a nefarious thought. He brandished his wand and aimed a spell at Downton, intent on bringing him down, hoping to buy himself precious seconds, even if only 3. In moments of catastrophic peril, the treachery of the human heart often proves more perilous than the calamity itself. However, throughout the ordeal, Downton remained acutely aware of his surrounding companions. Thus, the moment Effaro brandished his wand with malicious intent, Downton swiftly cast an armor charm upon himself. This spell successfully thwarted Effaro's clandestine assault. And seizing the fleeting moment of Effaro's astonishment, Downton retaliated with a stupefying charm that struck Effaro directly. Lacking Downton's reflexes, Effaro was caught unawares. And before he could emit a single cry of despair, he was overtaken by the swarm of insects behind him, devoured without a trace. The others fleeing for their lives observed this scene with indifference, harboring no thoughts of avenging Effaro. To them, it was simply not worth incurring the wrath of a formidable adversary for the sake of a fallen comrade. Saget, witnessing Downton's prowess, contemplated an alternative strategy. "Downton, do you think you could use the armor charm to shield us from the insects behind?" Downton dismissed Saget with a contemptuous disregard. Did he really believe a mere armor charm could withstand an onslaught of such overwhelming numbers? Foolishness. Yet, a sudden realization struck Downton. Speaking while running could easily lead to losing his breath. Saget was likely attempting to provoke him into conversation, thereby slowing their pace and buying time for the pursuing swarm. Enraged, Downton turned back without uttering a word and simply raised a middle finger in response. 10 minutes later, Downton leaned against a colossal stone pillar, now reduced to little more than a fragment, gasping for breath. This brief span felt more exhausting than the 3 hours he had endured the previous night. The once dense swarm of insects had expanded to an unimaginable scale, chasing them relentlessly, instilling fear that deterred anyone from looking back. A few reckless souls attempted to cast spells while fleeing, only to be paralyzed by terror at the sight of the insects drawing near. Their incantations went uncast, and they ultimately lost their lives. Finally, upon entering a dilapidated stone temple, the swarm that had pursued them so closely suddenly halted as if bound by an unseen force. Coming to a complete stop at the temple's edge, the multitude of insects remained at bay, emitting a frantic and piercing buzz, yet they dared not venture inside. The survivors, seizing this respite, found random places to sit, remaining vigilant against the creatures outside while endeavoring to regain their strength. At this moment, Danton glanced at the remaining companions, now reduced to merely 3. A bitter smile crept across his lips as he reflected on the loss of 7 comrades before even locating the target. He could only imagine how Lucius, that long-haired fop, would explain this to the families involved. Yet, he quickly realized that their families were counting on Lucius to facilitate their fortunes. Given the moral integrity of those old men, it was unlikely they would demand accountability. Rather, they would probably seek some advantage to enrich their own interests. Damn. This is the lament of being a distant member of a capitalist family, to the heads of the family. The collateral branches are often perceived not as individuals but as mere tools. Contemplating this, Downton bowed his head and clenched his fists. What shall we do next? At that moment, one of the survivors spoke up. Perhaps we should remain here and wait for rescue. Once the family realizes we have exceeded the time and have not returned, they will surely send someone to find us. Another individual scoffed. Do you really believe your family would send someone for you? The first person's expression turned blank, trembling with uncertainty. Downton shook his head, clearly recognizing that this individual had yet to experience the harsh realities of life. He rose and said, "Let us rest a little longer before we depart. We cannot linger here for too long." The previously scoffing Death Eater inquired, "Why do you say we cannot stay too long? Outside, there are only insects. To venture out is to embrace death. Where could be safer than this place?" "Huh." Downton replied with a faint smile, uninterested in explaining. It is evident that some individuals forget the utility of their intellect upon stepping outside. According to the law of the jungle, the weak will never enter the territory of the strong, for doing so equates to certain death. So, do you truly believe this place is safe? However, considering that most of his companions had perished, each loss diminished the hope of escaping. Downton realized that in such a dire setting, having an additional person did not guarantee survival, but losing one certainly made it more difficult to escape. At last, the Death Eater grasped this truth. He swallowed hard and said, "I will follow your lead." "What about the mission?" Lucius insisted we must find that child and follow them. The bewildered Death Eater snapped back to reality, still preoccupied with their task. "Do you wish to die?" Downton questioned. The man shook his head. "No, I do not wish to die." Downton sighed in relief. There was still hope for his intellect. "Then, between your life and the mission, which do you choose?" The Death Eater's gaze was no longer lost. "I choose my life. Since you wish to live, then follow me." Thus, the 3 stood back to back, forming a triangle, shedding their initial wariness, relying on one another as they ventured into the crumbling stone temple. In the daylight, Grosvenor City, though in ruins, revealed a grandeur that was hidden in the night. Between Grosvenor City and the Albanian forest lay an expanse of open grassland, where Diggory and Dumbledore were locked in a comical stare-down. Patrick, Ophelia, and later Leonardo, who joined from Devonshire, stood beside them, spectating. However, the other 2 were not particularly serious. Leonardo was more absorbed in the scenery, while Ophelia's attention was fixed on Leonardo. Yet, at the very least, Patrick was genuinely engrossed in the performance, finding it quite captivating. "I had previously advised you all to remain in Gross City, for the safety of the forest was still uncertain. Venturing forth posed great peril." Dumbledore gazed at Diggory with a sense of resignation. They had initially agreed to stay within the city while he undertook the inspection of the forest alone. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, once he had escorted them to this location, Diggory suddenly reversed his decision, insisting on accompanying him. Was this not absurd? Would he lead them into danger to become fodder? Yet, Diggory was, in fact, even more exasperated. Just the previous evening, upon their arrival in Gross City, his unfortunate task had been completed, and he had reveled in his well-earned reward. However, he foolishly uttered that the task had been rather effortless. In an instant, the diligent student system manifested its mischievous spirit, promptly assigning Diggory a new task to accompany Dumbledore into the forest and procure the venom of an 8-eyed giant spider. Diagoly's expression froze, and he was momentarily stunned, nearly exploding with frustration. Was he truly being pushed to his limits? A torrent of tumultuous thoughts raced through his mind. At that moment, he was utterly discontented and reluctant to undertake this task. Any punishment seemed trivial compared to the value of his life. However, He could never have anticipated that the repercussions of this mission, while simpler than the last, would be even more shameless. The sole condition was this: henceforth, he would be relegated to a submissive role, one characterized by being a mere object of desire. This was far more devastating than the relentless succession of tasks. It shattered Diggory's composure, leaving him in utter disarray. The thought of transforming from a rigid, robust figure into someone incapable of self-control was overwhelming. Diego envisioned the scene but could not bear to dwell on it, as its beauty was overwhelming. Moreover, the reward for completing the task was merely a doubling of his mental strength, had it not been for Diju's timely explanation, which revealed that Diego's current mental fortitude was roughly one-third that of Chilo. He might have remained oblivious to the significant enhancement awaiting him. This increase would manifest most directly in the practice of spells, making them considerably easier to master. Currently, it took him anywhere from a week to 10 days to become proficient in a spell, but with the augmentation of his mental strength, this duration would be halved. Thus, Diego found himself in a quandary, for this reward was undeniably enticing. Once a person has tasted the allure of power, it becomes difficult to resist, especially for male beings, who possess little defense against such temptations. Coupled with the penalties for failing the task, Diego was drawn in. Over the course of the past month in the magical realm, he had gradually transitioned from reluctant acceptance to adaptation, fully embracing the enchantment of magic. The sensation of wielding such power was exquisite, a feeling he had never experienced before. Thus, the current scene unfolded before him. Diggo's handsome, youthful face was contorted in frustration. "Professor, please wait a moment. Let me think of a plausible excuse first. Just bear with me a little longer. I will be ready shortly." Dumbledore sighed, rubbing his forehead. This mischievous child was so unlike any other, so disobedient. At times, it felt as though he were conversing not with an 11-year-old, but with a fully grown adult. Could this be one of his secrets? Do not trouble yourself with excuses. No matter what you concoct, I shall not consent to take you with me, Dumbledore stated firmly. You will remain engrossed with Patrick and Ophelia. Leonardo will ensure your safety. The mere mention of Leonardo stirred Diggo's ire. During their journey to F Country, he had managed to engage Ophelia in conversation, capturing her attention. However, once Leonardo joined their ranks, it seemed Ophelia's gaze was fixated solely upon him. Diggo could no longer capture her attention in any manner. Moreover, considering that Leonardo was already in his 20s, it was perplexing how he could still captivate a young girl. "Professor, should you choose not to admit me now, I assure you that I shall find my way in later, and no one will be able to hinder me." With this thought in mind, Diggo deliberately cast a glance at Leonardo. "Therefore, from this perspective, I would suggest that it would be more prudent for you to allow me entry, as it would enable you to keep an eye on me at least." Diagon Alley paused momentarily as the professor inquired, "What do you think of my justification? Is it sufficient for you to grant me entry?" Dumbledore's eyes twitched slightly. This was not a rationale, but rather an intimidation. The old man suddenly narrowed his gaze, a formidable aura emanating from him. A sudden shiver coursed through Diggory's body, and he recalled that the venerable gentleman before him was someone he ought to regard with caution. "You will remain here obediently, or I shall confiscate your wand and bind you to this spot. The choice is yours. I choose the third option. I shall accompany you inside." Children might obediently select from given choices, but adults forge their own paths. Dumbledore's temper flared, as he rummaged through his pocket, seeking a means to restrain Diggory. Meanwhile, Patrick, who stood by observing the unfolding drama, grew increasingly earnest, admiration filling his gaze as he looked at Diggory. Could his boastful companions, who prided themselves on their defiance, ever dare to stand up to Dumbledore? No, they could not. Yet here was Diggory, unflinching in his demeanor. "Professor, please trust me. I am capable of safeguarding myself," Diggory declared with conviction. "You believe you can protect yourself?" Dumbledore chuckled in disbelief, gesturing towards Leonardo. "Leonardo is my borrowed guardian for your protection. Since you assert your capability, very well. I shall grant you an opportunity. Engage in a one-on-one contest with Leonardo. If you prevail, I shall permit your entry with me." Upon hearing this, Patrick inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a composed expression, suppressing the thrill that surged within him. As Diggory's confidant and brother, he had long sensed Diggory's discontent towards Leonardo, knowing he had been enduring it for a reason, Ophelia. Now, with Dumbledore's ultimatum, should Diggory consent, the outcome promised to be exhilarating. The pent-up energy within Diggory, having been restrained for so long, would undoubtedly astonish Dumbledore, perhaps even make him regret his decision. Moreover, There was a critical detail unbeknownst to Dumbledore and the others. Diggory's true prowess had seen a remarkable enhancement during their time together. This revelation had come to Patrick during a firewood-collecting excursion with Diggory. Thus, Patrick turned to Leonardo, a voice within him fervently urging, "Agree, agree, agree." Leonardo, upon hearing Dumbledore's challenge to engage in a duel with a mere child, was taken aback. He felt an urge to decline, reflecting on his own age of 27. His academic achievements under Nick's tutelage, and his combat prowess far exceeding that of his mentor. He considered himself a prodigy in his own right. Even if this Diggory was reputed to be a genius, was not everyone a genius in their own way? He was chosen by Nick due to his exceptional talent, becoming the final successor to inherit his legacy. He raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Professor, do you really think this is necessary?" Dumbledore gazed at the obstinate Diggory, who had quietly calmed down, and with a wry smile, he realized that this young man had unexpectedly affected his mood. He nodded at Leonardo, requesting him to engage in a match, hoping to dissuade the young lad. After exchanging a meaningful glance with Leonardo, signaling him to exercise caution, Leonardo shrugged his shoulders and replied with a resigned smile, "Very well, Professor. I understand." The two then stepped aside, drew their wands, and bowed to each other before turning back to back and advancing forward. Each took 10 steps before pivoting to face one another. Patrick stood nearby, turning to Dumbledore, "Professor, who do you think will emerge victorious?" Before Dumbledore could respond, he eagerly added, "I wager Cedric will win. I am well aware of his prowess. Do you believe it?" Dumbledore remained noncommittal, while on the other side, Ophelia, observing Leonardo in the arena, interjected, "That is impossible. Not only are you aware of Cedric's abilities, but the professor and I are equally informed. Furthermore, you may not realize that Leonardo's strength is recognized by both the professor and Mr. Nick. Among all young wizards, Leonardo's prowess undoubtedly ranks within the top 5. With such capabilities, how could Cedric possibly triumph?" Patrick glanced at his good brother, silently mourning for him for a fleeting moment. If a girl does not see you, no matter how radiant, talented, or distinguished you might be, any gestures of goodwill will pale in comparison to the trivial smile of someone she favors. Before Patrick could finish his reflections, Diggory launched the first attack against Leonardo. With what seemed like a casual gesture, he lifted his hand, causing his wand to trace an arc upward from his wrist, followed by a sudden burst of white light. Dumbledore's pupils constricted in shock as he exclaimed internally, "How is this possible? It's shatter. When did this lad learn it?" Suddenly, he recalled a conversation with Mrs. Hawke, who had informed him about Diggory's recent developments. This child seemed to have mysteriously mastered numerous spells, harboring many secrets. Indeed, the child harbors numerous secrets, so many that Dumbledore felt compelled to bind him with an unbreakable vow. The splintering curse arrived in an instant, and Leonardo, true to his mentor Nick, quickly unleashed his family's signature spell, the armoring charm. An invisible, transparent barrier materialized before Leonardo, establishing an impeccable defense. However, at that very moment, an astonishing turn of events unfolded, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Diego's assault landed upon the ground before Leonardo, raising a cloud of dust that did not even graze the enchantments of Leonardo's armor. Patrick's jaw dropped in disbelief as he silently exclaimed, "Is this it? Really? Brother, what are you doing?" Dumbledore squinted, realizing that the boy's prowess still lacked a certain refinement. Leonardo also shared a sense of perplexity akin to that of Dumbledore. The prowess displayed by Diggory seemingly does not align with the moniker of genius bestowed upon him. Yet, before he could fully reflect upon this, Diggory sprang into action. He dashed forward with remarkable speed, swiftly repositioning himself to Leonardo's flank before the dust had settled. It was a moment too fleeting for Leonardo to react. This maneuver was obscured by the swirling dust. It was a strike that circumvented the protections of armored spells. At this juncture, the onlookers comprehended the truth. The fragmented spell was not a testament to weakness, but rather a deliberate ruse, a carefully orchestrated smokescreen, a seemingly careless ambush. Merely a fade, a perceived blunder crafted to instigate complacency in his opponent. Petrification spell. Diggo, in a reckless display, brandished his wand, venting the grievances that churned within him. "You, an old cow courting tender grass, are utterly shameless." Leonardo, shedding his previous composure, wore an expression of astonishment and alarm that even Patrick, watching from the sidelines, could discern with clarity. Ophelia, fervently tapping Dumbledore beside her, urged him to act swiftly, desperate to shield her brother Leonardo from embarrassment. Yet, Dumbledore remained composed, his hand gripping the wand and moving, for he perceived in Leonardo's eyes not chaos, but a focused alarm. As anticipated, after a fleeting moment of surprise, Leonardo reacted with a swiftness that could hardly be fathomed. He countered the curse, waved his wand, and cast a spell in a seamless flow of movements. The synergy of his magic and mental prowess was impeccable. The green light of the disarming spell emanated from the tip of his wand, perfectly intersecting with Diggo's petrifying curse. "Goodness!" Patrick exclaimed, astonished by such a remarkable response. Meanwhile, Ophelia, clutching her heart with one hand and gripping Dumbledore's arm with the other, felt a rush of oxygen deprivation following her intense tension. Nevertheless, she kept her sparkling eyes wide open, fixated on Leonardo through her round spectacles. Dumbledore too observed Leonardo, his admiration for the young man growing with each passing moment. "This child is impressive, steady and capable." He exhibited poise and deliberation, unfazed in the face of urgency. In such a brief span, he managed to deliver an impeccable response. Truly deserving of being Nick's prized disciple. "It seems my old friend has left behind a worthy successor." With a resounding boom, the two spells collided in the air before erupting in a dazzling explosion. Diggo furrowed his brow, astonished by Leonardo's quick reflexes, completely unprepared for such swiftness. Opposite him, Leonardo was drenched in cold sweat, utterly blindsided by the fact that this mere 11-year-old boy compelled him to exert his utmost effort with just a single glance. Indeed, Leonardo had retracted his previous disdain for Diggo, now perceiving him as an equal adversary. Habitually, his hand reached for the backpack at his waist, containing potions crafted through alchemy, intended for combat when necessary. However, the moment his hand delved inside, he caught a glimpse of the contempt in Diggo's eyes. Leonardo's expression shifted to one of realization, followed by a wry smile. Had it now become his turn to be looked down upon? Indeed, Diggo had begun to regard Leonardo with disdain. The action of reaching for his bag was evidently to retrieve some trinket, likely an alchemical gadget. Yet, it was clear those gadgets fell within the category of hidden weapons. How audacious of a child to contemplate using such tactics. Should Ophelia witness this, she would undoubtedly perceive his true character. Consequently, Diggo's gaze flickered towards Ophelia, only to find her entirely focused on Leonardo, her attention unwaveringly directed at him. Witnessing this, Diggo's heart sank into an abyss of emptiness. Just then, Leonardo seized the opportunity, noticing Diggo's momentary distraction, and launched a sudden attack. A transparent leg-locking spell shot forth from the tip of his wand, hurtling straight towards Diggo's legs. "Impressive," Ophelia whispered in admiration. "How shameless," Patrick exclaimed, his voice raised in indignation. "This is an underhanded ambush, utterly disgraceful." Dumbledore shook his head. Losing focus during battle was indeed a fault of Cedric's own making, while Leonardo had timed his move impeccably, and he was in the right. Patrick's expression darkened. It was over. Even the professor wouldn't speak up for them. "Brother, I tried my best." Meanwhile, as Diggo snapped back to reality, the leg-locking spell was already upon him, mere moments away. What was he to do? Diggory pondered to himself as Patrick and others observed him intently. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Leonardo's mouth. Having nearly been embarrassed by Diggory earlier, he was determined to exact his revenge. He could already envision Diggory ensnared by a spell, tumbling helplessly to the ground. Yet, just as the leg-locking curse was about to ensnare Diggory, he performed an astonishing act that left everyone present utterly astounded. With a sudden surge of strength in his waist, he swiftly turned around, bracing his back to meet Leonardo's impending attack. Dumbledore, witnessing this scene, let out a disappointed sigh. Patrick's eyes were filled with anxiety. However, the next moment left everyone utterly flabbergasted. As the leg-locking curse struck Diggory's back, it simply slid off. It just slid away. It actually slipped aside. The curse's impact veered off into the adjacent grass, creating a small crater. Patrick rubbed his eyes, glancing at Diggory's unscathed legs, then at the steaming crater, before turning to Dumbledore with a look of utter confusion. "Professor, what on earth is happening?" Alongside Patrick, Ophelia and Leonardo shared the same bewilderment. This spectacle left everyone puzzled about how Diggory had achieved such a feat. Dumbledore's azure eyes sparkled with amusement. Perhaps these children lacked the discernment to grasp the situation. But having lived for over a century, he understood the underlying reason perfectly. The wizarding cloak Cedric wore must be a curse-repelling cloak. "A curse-repelling cloak?" Patrick exclaimed in shock. "Is it truly that item? That cloak is incredibly valuable. So expensive. The last time I went shopping with my mother, I spotted one, but she refused to buy it for me. I carried her bags for nothing." Ophelia rolled her eyes, exclaiming, spoiled rich kid. This remark silenced Patrick, and he fell quiet. Leonardo, too, had heard Dumbledore's words, and a flicker of jealousy crossed his gaze. Why should he possess such a marvelous item while Leonardo did not? Envy momentarily clouded his judgment. Seizing the opportunity while Diggory was turning, Leonardo swiftly cast a spell, sending a flurry of dust and debris into the air. The incantation struck the ground before Diggory, instantly kicking up clouds of dirt and gravel. As Diego turned around, he was immediately engulfed in a swirling cloud of dust, reducing visibility to less than a meter. A surge of alarm coursed through him. Could this be a case of retribution in kind? This thought flashed through Diego's mind, causing him to lose precious moments in his initial reaction. At that instant, the dust around him began to dissipate, as if the oppressive smog had transformed into air of commendable quality. This phenomenon instantly alerted Diego to impending danger. Indeed, the very next moment, a blinding blue spell materialized in his line of sight, radiating an almost overflowing surge of magical energy. It was an attack unleashed with all its might. However, time did not afford Diego the luxury to pivot and withstand it. Should he attempt to absorb the spell with the front of his protective cloak, he might negate its effects, yet the damage from the magical force would still penetrate. Not far away, Dumbledore tightened his grip on the Elder Wand, his gaze sharpening with intent to shield Diego from the oncoming spell. Yet, at that crucial moment, Diego reacted. He did not resort to the protective cloak, nor did he wield his wand. Instead, he concentrated all his magical energy into his left hand. Then, with a swift and forceful motion, he clenched his fist, delivering a powerful strike. The spell detonated, scattering magic in every direction. The unexpected counterattack by Diggory left everyone astonished. Dumbledore gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "That foolish child! How could he act in such a manner?" The view of Diggory was obscured by the explosive spells, rendering Dumbledore and the others unable to see his situation. Leonardo let out a cold laugh, remarking that such a level of assault could hardly be thwarted by mere fists. Moreover, using one's hands as a conduit for magic raised concerns about the potential for injury. Yet, considering Diggory's tender age, Leonardo found some understanding. After all, it was not surprising for someone so young and inexperienced to make such a mistake. However, having taken such action, it was likely that Professor Dumbledore would need to concoct an explanation for him. Diggory's strike resembled a wandless spell. Yet even wandless magic is typically the domain of seasoned and formidable wizards, who can cast spells they are intimately familiar with without the aid of a wand. However, Diggory was far from being one of those powerful old sorcerers. Furthermore, those who witnessed wizards performing wandless magic were still articulating incantations. None utilized their own bodies as conduits to channel magical energy and confront another spell head-on. Meanwhile, Patrick gazed in disbelief at Diggory's position, which was enveloped in a lingering glow of spells, devoid of any visible figure. "Professor, Cedric should be all right, shouldn't he?" Patrick inquired of Dumbledore. The professor's countenance was grim, more so than ever before. Since he had personally confined Grindelwald to Azkaban in 1945, he had never experienced such a tumult of emotions. Upon hearing Patrick's question, he cast a cold glance at Leonardo and prepared to intervene to save Diggory. Yet, just as he was about to act, a fierce surge of magic erupted from Diggory's location. A fiery red beam, imbued with an indomitable spirit, surged forth like a startled swan, graceful yet fierce, charging directly towards Leonardo amidst the astonished and incredulous gazes of onlookers. The swirling energies and suspended dust were forcefully displaced in an instant, clearing a path for the full-force fainting spell. The smoke dissipated violently under the spell storm, revealing that the tail end of the crimson fainting spell was indeed connected to Diggory's wand. Patrick's heart leaped with joy. Diggory was unharmed. No, only Dumbledore discerned that Diggory's left hand hung limply at his side. Oh, that child! Yet the most astonished individual was Leonardo, who had been standing there contemplating his excuses to Dumbledore. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? That was the full force of his freezing spell, and no one of comparable strength could have withstood such an assault. Could it be that this young boy had already reached his level? Was this the fabled extraordinary talent that allowed him to attain such magical prowess in such a brief span of time? However, Diggory's assault offered Leonardo little time for contemplation. All these thoughts flitted through his mind in the blink of an eye. Diggory's attack was already upon him. In this critical moment, Leonardo suddenly retrieved a collection of vials from his waist pouch and hurled them at Diggory's fainting spell. Yet, those vials proved ineffective against Diggory's overwhelming assault, merely granting Leonardo a mere 2 seconds of reprieve. But that was precisely the time Leonardo needed. It was sufficient for him to raise his wand and launch a counterattack. A crimson light ignited once more as a disarmament spell erupted from the tip of his wand, colliding head-on with Diggory's incapacitation curse. It was a fierce clash of spells. At this moment, the contest was no longer about who possessed the swifter reflexes or the higher mastery of magic. Instead, it had devolved into a duel of sheer mental fortitude. Patrick, keenly aware of this, urgently implored Dumbledore, "Professor, you must act swiftly. Otherwise, Cedric, being so young, is bound to suffer." He understood Cedric's tenacious nature. The lad would undoubtedly persist until he exhausted every ounce of his mental energy. With a glance towards Ophelia, Patrick continued, "Professor, I am certain you do not wish to witness such a scene." Dumbledore comprehended Patrick's sentiments all too well, yet it was not a matter of reluctance to intervene. He had long desired to act. However, he could not afford to be reckless. The duel was a battle of mental prowess, and any misstep in his intervention could inflict irreversible damage upon their mental states, an outcome that could prove catastrophic. Thus, Dumbledore remained vigilant, awaiting the opportune moment. Though neither combatant seemed inclined to grant him that chance, Leonardo, fully unleashing his power, held nothing back. This disarmament curse was merely a spell that bore no physical harm to Diggory. As for any potential repercussions stemming from mental exhaustion, Leonardo scoffed inwardly. It was not his concern. He was not the one compelling Diggory to push himself to such extremes. In contrast, Diggory found himself struggling against Leonardo's relentless assault. He had anticipated that, having lived 2 lives, his mental fortitude would not rival that of a legendary figure like Dumbledore. Yet he believed it sufficient against a mere youth like Leonardo. Indeed, if pitted against an ordinary young wizard, Diggory's mental strength would likely prevail. However, the error lay in underestimating Leonardo, who was no typical young magician. He was a prodigy who had captivated Nicolae, a 600-year-old alchemist, enough to become his pupil. And who was Nicolae? The greatest living alchemist, without question. Could a student chosen by him possibly possess inferior mental prowess? Furthermore, throughout the years, Leonardo's relentless study of alchemy had also served to augment his mental strength. Thus, he was likely the only young wizard among them whose mental fortitude surpassed that of Diggory. At present, his left hand, Diego, bore a semblance of helplessness, accompanied by a bitter smile. In that fleeting moment, he had summoned all his magical energy and mental fortitude, enabling him to withstand Leonardo's freezing spell. However, now he felt a wave of weakness inundating his mind, ebbing and flowing like the tide. Furthermore, his left hand was spasming, every muscle and bone seemingly tearing apart in excruciating agony. Yet, he could not afford to lose. Diego gritted his teeth and persevered. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind, "Young man, your efforts are in vain. There are myriad ways to capture a girl's attention, but none of them involve harming those she holds dear. Furthermore, the most crucial point is that she does not harbor feelings for you, no matter how much you strive. You merely offer her an escape route, ultimately failing to elicit even a glance in your direction. Therefore, relinquish your pursuit. She is not meant for you." Diggory appeared oblivious, fixated intently on the confrontation of the spell, yet his increasingly dim gaze betrayed him. He was not unaware. Rather, he chose to feign ignorance, clinging to the hope that he still had a chance. The voice of the orange tabby resonated once more, and with disbelief, it urged, "If you doubt my words, cast your gaze upon Ophelia over there. Even now, has her gaze ever lingered upon you?" Diego's gaze shifted, directed towards the warmth of a gentle gaze opposite him. "I realize that some things are futile, for what is not meant to be yours will never be yours. The echoes of unwavering longing are but a motif from the silver screen." "I understand now," Diego murmured. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Leonardo, who was embroiled in a battle of wills with Diego, acutely sensed the sudden diminishment of the onslaught from across. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately redoubled his efforts with fervor. In that moment, Diego felt his mental fortitude faltering under the onslaught of a sudden and fierce attack. An overwhelming sensation of dizziness surged forth uncontrollably. At that juncture, the large orange cat interjected, "Do not rush. Remain composed. Losing is inconsequential. It is merely a disarmament spell. After it is over, a restful slumber will suffice." "No, I refuse to accept defeat." Diego's expression morphed into one of ferocity, for in the realm of emotional rivalry, the power of choice was not his to wield. Yet now, the decision to persist or retreat lay solely in his hands. He was resolute in his determination to vanquish Leonardo. This was the final vestige of dignity he sought to uphold in this fierce contest. Diggory's resolve was unwavering. Nevertheless, it could not alter the fact that Leonardo's assault was now merely a meter away from him. Yet, despite this precarious situation, Diggory persisted with unyielding determination. Gritting his teeth at any cost, his complexion grew increasingly pallid, and the blood vessels in his eyes became more pronounced. The large orange creature sighed in resignation, offering a top-tier mental enhancer, a bottle containing an astonishing 9,999 points of magical power. Do you want it? Yes, Diggory replied without the slightest hesitation. No sooner had he spoken than he felt something new materialize in his left hand. With great effort, Diggory raised his trembling left hand and consumed the deep brown potion from the transparent vial in one swift gulp. This moment went unnoticed, obscured by the radiant clash of two spells directly before him. Upon imbibing the potent mental enhancer, Diggory felt his cognitive faculties rejuvenate instantly. Yet, he remained patient, biding his time for the precise moment when Leonardo would underestimate him and relax his mental defenses. Thus, he deliberately maintained the illusion of inferiority, allowing the opposing spells to draw ever closer, until they were a mere 50 centimeters away. This proximity stirred the latent magic within Dumbledore, awakening a tidal wave of mental prowess in his mind. The Ancient One in his grip was already raised. But then, at that very instant, Diggory had awaited this moment. He sensed Leonardo's relaxation through the intensity of the opposing spell. Without a moment's hesitation, Diggory concentrated all his mental energy into his wand. What followed was an unprecedented spectacle for Leonardo and his companions. A torrent of mental energy erupted from Diggory's wand, roaring forth like a mighty river. The confrontation between the two spells was utterly transformed. Leonardo, who had believed victory was within his grasp, widened his eyes in shock as he beheld the ordinary dragon charging at him with ferocious intent, his mind suddenly blank. He could not comprehend what was happening. Just moments ago, Diggory had appeared to be on the verge of defeat. How could he possibly summon such formidable power at the last moment? Was he feigning weakness to lure them in? Ultimately, with this question lingering in his mind, Leonardo succumbed to the impact of Diggory's spell and lost consciousness. Equally downed was Diggory, utterly exhausted, devoid of any remaining strength. Yet, in his final moments before collapsing, his gaze unconsciously drifted towards Ophelia. He watched as she rushed towards Leonardo. In that instant, a phrase resurfaced in his mind: "I cannot prevent you from reaching someone better than me." Although Diggory did not entirely agree with this sentiment, as he could not fathom how he fell short compared to Leonardo, love operates on feelings. And who truly cares about the details? In the end, Diggory succumbed to unconsciousness, filled with regret. Dumbledore suddenly appeared behind Diggory, reaching out to catch the fainted boy. Observing Diggory, who had lost consciousness, Dumbledore felt a headache coming on. For reasons unknown, this boy always managed to disrupt his plans, causing unexpected developments in matters he believed were under his control. In fact, Diggory had even reshaped Dumbledore's understanding in certain instances. For example, there were those two occasions. First, when Diggory had bravely intercepted Leonardo's spell with his fists. And second, just moments ago when, despite being on the brink of exhaustion, he had inexplicably unleashed an unprecedented surge of power to defeat Leonardo. Dumbledore racked his brain, unable to comprehend how Diggory achieved such feats. Could it have been through a potion? Dumbledore mused. Yet he quickly shook his head. Potions with such explosive effects were not easily concocted. Not only were the ingredients exceedingly difficult to acquire, but the subsequent brewing required a wizard with ample experience. A rarity indeed. Patrick had also arrived at Diggory's side, gently lifting his left hand, his heart sinking. Professor Patrick's expression darkened as he noticed Cedric's left hand. It appeared to be severely injured. Upon hearing these words, Dumbledore turned his gaze to the left hand of Diggory, which was being grasped by Patrick. It appeared as though it had lost all its bones, limply held in Patrick's grip. A surge of alarm coursed through Dumbledore's heart, prompting him to swiftly lift Diggory and dash towards the distant Grosvenor city. As for the similarly unconscious Leonardo, neither the elder nor the youth thought of him. Only Ophelia remained by his side. Diego finds himself in a perilous predicament, and similarly endangered are Sane and Chilo, who are fleeing through the Albanian forest. At this moment, they are desperately escaping, the rustling sounds behind them echoing like the ominous presence of death, instilling a profound fear that prevents them from glancing back. Damn it, those pests! Sane exclaims, his remarkable lung capacity allowing him to curse incessantly while fleeing. What on earth are these creatures? Chilo, didn't you say you had done research? What are they exactly, and how should we deal with them? Chilo, lacking Sane's stamina, has long since exhausted himself, now trapped under Sane's armpit, being whisked away in their flight. Although he is spared the exertion of running, Chilo finds himself yearning for the ability to escape on his own two legs. For the odor emanating from Sane's armpit is overwhelmingly pungent. Moreover, being jostled in such a manner sends waves of discomfort through his body, leading to a collective protest from his internal organs against this inhumane mode of transport. After expelling his breakfast, Chilo weakly protests. I must firmly declare that I need to change positions. This is utterly inhumane. Inhumane? Sane scoffs, glancing down at Chilo's bald head, his headscarf having been lost during their frantic escape. Are you joking? Discussing humanity with a Death Eater? If you keep whining, I swear I'll toss you aside to become lunch for those pests. Chilo falls silent, acutely aware that Sane is entirely capable of such a threat. In the 2 days spent together, he has yet to ascertain Sane's limits. These pests are known as carrion beetles, diminutive in size, with hardened exoskeletons that can withstand most magical attacks, leaving them nearly invulnerable. They typically subsist on decaying flesh, and Chilo recites their characteristics as if from memory. After a lengthy exposition, Sane interjects, that's not entirely accurate. We are living beings, we're not part of their diet. Why would carrion beetles pursue us? To digest their meal? Not exactly, Chilo struggles to clarify. They are called carrion beetles not merely because they consume decaying flesh, but because they will eat anything that is decaying, including us. We fall within their predatory range, and to them, we represent a significant enhancement to their diet. Upon hearing this explanation, Sane erupts into a torrent of curses. Damn it. Go to hell. As a seasoned gourmand, Sane is acutely aware of the allure of an improved meal. After all, he has not had a decent meal in several days while traversing this forest. If a roasted turkey were to appear before him now, who would choose to eat porridge instead? Yet, if that sumptuous feast belonged to him, the circumstances would be entirely different. Do these beetles lack intelligence? Finding carrion is quite effortless. After all, the decaying flesh remains still, lying there patiently awaiting consumption. Why must they relentlessly pursue us? Is it not exhausting? Not at all. Hiro spoke softly. The intelligence of scavenging insects is remarkably low. They lack the capacity for complex thought. The moment they catch a whiff of food, they become frenzied, unstoppable in their pursuit. Not even Merlin can intervene. Damn, Sane cursed. Then we are left without options. Use your brain. There are indeed ways, Hiro replied. As long as you can run faster than them and shake them off. Sane paused for a moment. So, if I were to abandon you here, would I be able to run faster? Upon hearing this, Hiro was taken aback. You heartless traitor. After all we've endured together, you would consider selling me out? You irresponsible man. Sane smirked. I am a notorious Death Eater. Why should I be accountable to you? What are you, my partner? Hiro was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Partner? I am a man. He protested inwardly. Should he offer himself to him? As this thought crossed his mind, it began to swirl around in his head, becoming increasingly plausible. At this juncture, Hiro cast a shy glance at Sane, who was so close beside him. What once felt like an overwhelming sensation in his stomach suddenly shifted, and he became acutely aware of the strength in Sane's arm. The odor he had found off-putting before now exuded a masculine allure. If you are willing, then I am as well, Hiro declared. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he turned his face away, burying it into Sane's armpit. Ah, this intoxicating, maddening sin of manhood. Sane continued, oblivious to Hiro's turmoil. If you want me to keep you safe, it's not impossible. Just find someone I am inclined to listen to. Unfortunately, the only individuals who can command my obedience are my wife and my mother. And my mother is gone. My wife, however, is yet to wait. What did you just say? Don't rub against my armpit. Clarify your words. Hiro's head was pulled from the embrace, and he felt a twinge of annoyance. Nevertheless, he refrained from expressing anger towards Sane, instead softly reiterating, if you are willing, then I am as well. What do you mean by willing? What are you talking about? Sane retorted, visibly puzzled. Ugh, you insufferable fiend, so annoying. Hiro felt even more bashful, his cheeks reddening. Sane paused. What is wrong with you? Can't you speak plainly? If you keep this up, I truly will leave you here. Speak. How do we escape these insects? Chilo pouted in frustration. Yet he found himself powerless against the undeniable strength of the other. The carrion beetle is a remarkable creature with an exceptionally strong territorial instinct. It remains steadfast within its domain and will indiscriminately attack any intruder, regardless of its own odds of victory. Thus, our only course of action is to escape the beetle's territory. Easier said than done. Sane gasped. How on earth can I discern the boundaries of this creature's realm? Fear not, for distinguishing it is quite simple, Chilo replied, observing Sane's robust biceps. Carrion beetles typically inhabit areas where both trees and graves coexist. We must steer clear of such places. At this, Sane recalled that prior to their encounter with the beetle, they had indeed passed through a graveyard before entering this forest, where they had stumbled upon 7 corpses. Goodness, if I hadn't hurried, those 7 corpses could have been my fate. The thought sent a shiver down Sane's spine, prompting him to inhale sharply, the sound of his lungs expanding audible even to Chilo. With that deep breath, Sane's speed surged dramatically. His velocity could arguably rank among the top 3 of all mages in this world. After all, mages tend to prioritize spell casting and other pursuits over physical conditioning, who would spend time training their bodies. Instead of exercising, they would rather hone their spells, envisioning a future where their prowess could grant them any desire. Consequently, wizards in the magical realm are generally frail. Without their wands, their combat abilities are nearly negligible. Thus, Chilo was astonished. He had never anticipated Sane's physical capabilities to be so formidable, so impressive that it made his heart flutter, even causing his bald head to gleam with a rosy hue. Look ahead, Sane suddenly shouted, pointing excitedly. There's a dilapidated stone temple over there, devoid of trees. Does that not suggest it is outside the carrion beetle's territory? Chilo followed Sane's gaze and indeed spotted the crumbling ruins. The ground bereft of fallen leaves and the area clear of graves. Why not run over and see? Chilo encouraged. With that, Sane accelerated once more, leaving the pursuing beetles 10 meters behind. Chilo could only hear the rush of wind whistling past his ears, making it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. But when he finally regained his vision, he found himself alongside Sane at the remnants of the stone temple, a mere 2 seconds having passed. He was oblivious to the passage of time, as he had been too preoccupied while nestled under Sane's arm. Look, the beetles aren't following. Sane finally found a moment to catch his breath, seated upon the ground in respite. However, Chilo did not share in the relief of having escaped the swarm of flesh-eating insects. Instead, he wore a grave expression. Although they had evaded the territory of the carrion beetles, they now found themselves within the realm of some enigmatic creature. Sane, feeling hunger gnawing at him after their earlier exertions, absent-mindedly rubbed his stomach. Rising once more, he decided that the identity of the territory was of little importance. Their foremost priority was to find sustenance. I'm famished, he declared. Chilo paused, then acquiesced. All right, I will follow your lead. Let us seek something to eat first. Sane nodded in satisfaction at Chilo's compliance, but suddenly he regarded Chilo with a peculiar expression, sensing something unusual. Am I mistaken? Or do you seem a tad effeminate? Chilo, feeling a flush of embarrassment, lowered his gaze and said nothing. Sane, uninterested in lingering on the matter, shrugged it off. Overthinking was a bother. Ultimately, it was not his concern if Chilo appeared less masculine. With that thought, Sane led Chilo directly into the dilapidated stone temple. Yet, as they progressed, a sense of unease crept in. Hey, Baldy, have you noticed the strange symbols etched upon the pillars of this crumbling edifice? Chilo, upon hearing Sane's teasing nickname, inwardly rolled his eyes but refrained from retorting. Instead, he approached the crumbling walls and the fragmented stone columns to examine the peculiar markings closely. They don't seem like mere symbols. Chilo furrowed his brow, hesitantly stating, they resemble medieval script, albeit written in reverse. Upon hearing this, Sane rolled his eyes dramatically. Such matters had never been his forte. During his time at Durmstrang, he excelled in practical examinations, dominating every challenge. However, when it came to theoretical assessments, he had consistently struggled. Bored, Sane waved dismissively at Chilo. You can study here. I'll wander elsewhere to find something to eat. Chilo, watching Sane swagger away, sighed and muttered under his breath, You fool. Just as he prepared to delve deeper into the reversed medieval script, a cacophony of footsteps suddenly pierced the air. He quickly looked up at Sane, who met his gaze and gestured for silence, deftly drawing his wand. The footsteps grew nearer and nearer. Sane raised his wand higher, poised for action. Finally, he aimed it towards an ancient corridor marked by the passage of time, as the sound of approaching footsteps heralded the arrival of an unseen figure. Chilo had positioned himself behind Sane, who was readying a spell, waiting for the owner of the footsteps to reveal themselves. 3 ragged individuals suddenly burst forth from the corridor. Unmistakably the Downton trio. However, they now bore a striking resemblance to beggars, their garments wrinkled and filthy, with dust clinging to various parts. Their eyes were bloodshot, reflecting a palpable anxiety, and they frequently glanced behind them, as if some dreadful creature were in pursuit. Sane, momentarily halting the incantation he nearly cast, stared in astonishment at the three. He recognized them. Usually, they carried themselves with the dignity of pure-blood aristocrats, always elegantly attired, never appearing in such a disheveled state. What had transpired? Sane felt a wave of confusion wash over him. At that moment, Downton cast a glance in their direction, and Sane assumed he had been spotted. Given the lack of any obstructions between them, he raised his hand to greet Downton. However, the subsequent scene sent chills down the spines of both Sane and Chilo. Downton's face contorted with sheer terror as he gazed past them, as if he had seen a ghost, and without a word, he fled with the others. Without a second thought, Sane instinctively unleashed his own spell, Shadow Blade, but when he turned around, he saw no monstrous entity, only the decayed stone temple and a startled Chilo, who had narrowly avoided the spell. Yet Chilo bore no resentment towards Sane. They were both equally unnerved. What was happening? There was clearly nothing behind them. Why had Downton and the others fled in such a frenzy? Sane inquired. You were standing behind me. Did you notice anything amiss? Chilo slowly shook his head, indicating he had seen nothing unusual. After this unsettling episode, Sane and Chilo resolved to remain together for the time being. Clearly, Downton's reaction had indicated that this dilapidated stone temple was no ordinary place. Something far more terrifying than the carrion beetles could lurk within. Shall we retreat to the edge of the temple? This way, we can minimize the danger within while avoiding a resurgence of the carrion beetle crisis, Chilo suggested. Sane contemplated this and, without resistance, positioned himself back-to-back with Chilo, gradually retreating. However, before they had taken more than a couple of steps, they suddenly heard Downton's voice nearby, urgently calling, Sane? What are you doing here? Don't just stand there, run. Sane was taken aback. He quickly scanned the surroundings but saw no sign of Downton. How did he know Sane was here? Sane pondered. Had he perceived something earlier? Why hadn't he warned Sane then? And yet, at that moment, he had seemed terrified. Glancing behind Sane, where nothing had been present. Unless. Sane abruptly turned around, directing his wand at Chilo. Are you the one causing this? Chilo, caught in a state of both grievance and confusion, protested that he had done nothing at all. But at that moment, he suddenly spotted a horde of shadowy figures advancing towards them from behind Sane. Chilo's pupils dilated in terror as he pointed frantically at Sane's back, his voice piercing the air. Sane furrowed his brow and swiftly turned back, yet saw nothing amiss. A sense of alarm surged within him. Was this truly a scheme devised by Chilo? He spun around once more, the rapid motions leaving him slightly dizzy. However, upon facing Chilo again, he found no indication of an ambush. Chilo's wand was not even aimed at him. What do you mean? Just now you were shouting at something behind me. There was nothing there, Sane exclaimed at Chilo. But I clearly saw a multitude of shadowy figures charging at us from your rear. Why is it that now there is nothing? Chilo murmured. Both felt increasingly that this stone temple was no benign place. Yet, for the time being, they could trust one another. Without further hesitation, Sane and Chilo tacitly quickened their pace, eager to escape this dreadful location. They would rather race against carrion beetles, testing their lung capacity, than remain in this haunted place any longer. Just then, Sane was suddenly tugged by Chilo from behind. Annoyed, he turned back. What is it now? Why are we leaving? Do you intend to return and rescue Dundon and the others? We can barely save ourselves. However, Chilo merely shook his head, his eyes wide and fixated ahead, wearing an expression that suggested he had encountered a ghost. Look ahead. Sane turned back, and in an instant understood why Chilo had stopped him. Before them, on the path they must traverse, stood another pair of figures resembling Sane and Chilo, staring intently at them. What the hell? Sane shouted in a moment of panic, bolstering his courage, then immediately raised his wand, unhesitatingly casting Avada Kedavra at the two unknown entities before him. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. For anyone else, it would have taken a moment for the eyes to register Sane's action and relay it to the brain, which would have been too slow to react. Yet, the figure resembling Sane responded with an unnatural swiftness, almost in sync with Sane's own movements. Raising a hand, Avada Kedavra. The two spells met midair. Just as Chilo believed the two spells were about to collide with a catastrophic explosion, a scene unfolded that nearly caused his eyes to bulge in disbelief. Instead of detonating upon contact, the two spells seamlessly merged into one. What? How can this phenomenon be explained? At this moment, Chilo felt that all the knowledge he had acquired during his years at Hogwarts seemed utterly insignificant. Had his 7 years of study been in vain? However, an even more alarming event soon unfolded. The two spells that had just merged now separated effortlessly, striking Sane with lightning speed. He was unable to evade them. Next time you encounter such a situation, you should avoid it. Confronting it head-on is unwise. Diggory trailed behind Dumbledore, absorbing his reflections on the battle he had waged with Leonardo the previous day. You should not have acted impulsively, nor should you have employed your hand as a vessel for magic in a direct confrontation with Leonardo's spells. The human body cannot withstand the overwhelming force of such magic. Just look at your current state. Your left hand is rendered useless, is it not? Diggory nodded obediently, pondering to himself. What does it matter if my left hand is unusable? I still have my right hand. At that moment, his left hand was bound in bandages, hanging around his neck, resembling a patient in dire condition. Did you help me with this, Professor? He inquired, examining the butterfly knot adorning his bandaged hand. I never would have guessed you had such a youthful spirit. With a swift motion, Dumbledore playfully smacked the back of Diggory's head. Don't speak nonsense. It was Ophelia who wrapped it for you. I merely procured some ointment from Leonardo to apply. Upon hearing that the medicine had come from Leonardo, Diggory felt a wave of distaste wash over him. Consequently, he began to poke at the bandage with his right hand, attempting to dislodge the white wrapping. Another swift slap. Dumbledore rubbed his palm, reflecting on the satisfying sensation of that previous strike. How had he not noticed this before? Yet, he quickly chastised himself for this habit, pondering how it was inappropriate to resort to corporal punishment with children. Surely, it was because both Diggory and Patrick were too mischievous, constantly testing his limits, that he had resorted to such measures. It must be so. Stop poking at it. Ophelia took considerable time to bind it properly for you. Do not squander her kindness. Dumbledore admonished. A kindness? Diggory muttered under his breath. How can it be kindness when her eyes are only for her brother Leonardo, completely oblivious to anyone else? Dumbledore cast a sidelong glance at Diggory, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ah, young one, the taste of love is indeed rich. Savor it slowly. With that thought, Dumbledore's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Ophelia is a remarkable child. She has endured much from a young age, which has shaped her current character. Well, how shall I put it? She possesses a certain strength of spirit. Diego listened in silence. Ophelia belonged to the merfolk, and she was not of mixed heritage. Her entire family was of merfolk lineage. Dumbledore suddenly revealed an entirely new piece of information to Diego. Her family once resided in this forest, far removed from humanity. However, due to the rapid advancement of our human sorcerers, their dwelling was destroyed. This not only rendered Ophelia's family homeless, but also inflicted irrevocable harm upon the integrity of her lineage. A sudden shock coursed through Diggory, prompting him to inquire, Professor, what do you mean by that? The family of Ophelia has suffered greatly. Her father and grandfather perished at the hands of our human sorcerers. Her sister was abducted and remains missing, leaving only her grandmother as her sole companion. Diego was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated such profound trauma afflicting Ophelia. Thus, Ophelia harbored a deep aversion towards us human magicians, particularly towards male practitioners of magic. Diego was momentarily stunned, realizing why he had been unable to catch up with Ophelia. It was due to the collateral damage he had suffered. Wait, that can't be right. Leonardo was also a male sorcerer, so why was he exempt from disdain? Was it merely because of his age? Dumbledore, perceiving Diego's confusion, spoke up. Leonardo's parents are ordinary people, not those who once shattered her family's magical legacy. That is the first point. Secondly, Leonardo hails from F country, not our own, so Ophelia is unlikely to harbor much disdain for him. Lastly, Nick had once exerted considerable effort to protect the Maiwa race. Thus, Leonardo, as Nick's protege, possesses a slight advantage over you from the outset. Upon hearing this, Diego finally understood. No wonder Ophelia had always regarded him with a frosty demeanor. And why Leonardo could effortlessly win her favor upon his arrival, this was the crux of the matter. In a reflexive motion, he clenched his right fist, intending to pat his left hand, but the sudden action sent pain coursing through him, causing beads of cold sweat to form. And what of Leonardo's whereabouts? Diego glanced back, finding only Patrick and Ophelia behind him. I must compete with him on equal footing. Dumbledore also cast a glance behind them, then leaned in with an air of mystery. Addressing Diego, I have already sent Leonardo back to Hogwarts. His talents are sufficient for him to serve as a teacher there. Therefore, I have removed your sole rival. You know what to do next, don't you? Dumbledore said with a weighty pat on Diego's shoulder. Upon hearing these words, Diego's admiration for Dumbledore surged like an unending river, akin to the overflowing Yellow River, uncontrollable in its fervor. However, with Leonardo's departure, did that not diminish our safety? Diego inquired. Dumbledore, hearing this question, recognized that the boy had a sense of the bigger picture and understood the importance of both personal feelings and the bonds of mentorship and friendship. Satisfied, Dumbledore looked at Diego and remarked, "But you are still here, are you not? It is your left hand that is injured, yet you wield your wand with your right." With that, disregarding Diego's emotional response, Dumbledore turned to Ophelia and said, "Child, come here for a moment. Diego has accidentally injured his left hand again and is in considerable pain. Please assist him." After speaking, he mischievously winked at Diego. Our little Diego was jolted, realizing that his support had arrived. Subsequently, his companion guided him forward, leaving Ophelia and Diego walking behind. As Diego observed Ophelia intently examining his left hand, he felt somewhat embarrassed, saying, "I'm sorry to trouble you again." "It's no trouble at all," she replied. Ophelia's voice bore an air of detachment, yet it did little to extinguish the rekindled flame in Diggory's heart. "Rest assured, I shall safeguard you in the days to come. But do not stray too far from me. Distance diminishes the essence of our connection," Diggory contemplated. However, upon hearing his words, Ophelia furrowed her brow and replied coolly, "Thank you, but I require no protection. We girls are perfectly capable of looking after ourselves." With that, she deftly rewrapped the bandages for Diggory, then hastened to join Dumbledore, exchanging places with Patrick. At that moment, Diggory distinctly perceived the veiled expressions of disappointment cast upon him by both Wingman 1 and Wingman 2. At this moment, Diggory felt an overwhelming urge to weep. The art of wooing women eluded him entirely. By a gentle stream in the Albanian forest, Dumbledore, Patrick, and Ophelia gathered around a table fashioned from stone, observing Diggory as he busied himself by the water's edge. It was now midday, and the group had followed Dumbledore to this serene locale, having missed a splendid opportunity to connect with Ophelia earlier that morning. Determined to impress her, Diggory resolved to prepare a sumptuous lunch as a token of his affection. As for his prior agreement with the formidable orange cat to abandon his pursuit, Diggory felt compelled to act upon the newfound understanding of Ophelia's distant demeanor. To disregard this chance would be a disservice to Dumbledore's earnest counsel. Thus, Dumbledore and the others held magically conjured bread and milk, while Diggory produced an array of cooking utensils and ingredients seemingly from thin air, including pots, pans, and a variety of seasonings. With a flick of the wand, he ignited the firewood Ophelia had diligently gathered herself. Thus commenced the preparation of an authentic Chinese meal. Diggory conjured up a delightful array of dishes from the ether: yellow braised chicken, pepper-salted ribs, braised pork, and sauerkraut fish, alongside a serving of pasta. After approximately 80 minutes, these exquisite dishes, emanating rich aromas, were presented before Ophelia by Diggory. Furthermore, he graciously offered her a set of cutlery, a plate of tomato and egg pasta, and a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice, a service that felt almost indulgent in such a remote wilderness. Patrick, initially discarding the bread and milk in his hands, glanced at the pasta and dishes before Ophelia, then turned to the emptiness before himself and Professor Dumbledore, suddenly incredulous at his dear friend's blatant favoritism. "Cedric, what about our meal?" Patrick inquired, his persistence unwavering. At that moment, Diggory, who was using a white towel draped over his right forearm as a makeshift server, paused upon hearing Patrick's question. "Did I not make myself clear?" he replied. "I mentioned that this meal was prepared as a token of gratitude for Ophelia's care, and thus it was crafted solely for her." He then raised his tightly bound left hand to emphasize the difficulty of cooking with just his right, unable even to toss a pan. "So, if you wish for me to cook for you as well, you might as well forget it. Have a little compassion for someone who is unwell." Patrick continued to gaze incredulously at his dear friend, wondering if their joyful camaraderie could still endure this peculiar betrayal. Diego met Patrick's questioning gaze with one of his own, a look that spoke volumes. "I already have Ophelia. What do I need to play around with you for?" Upon receiving Diego's piercing glance, Patrick's body trembled, shaken to his core, as if there was nothing left to shake. He then regarded Diego with a profound understanding, nodding slightly, signifying that he had finally seen through him. Diggory shrugged, indicating his utter indifference. However, he soon noticed that Ophelia had not touched the dishes before her, prompting him to inquire, "Is the food unappetizing? If so, I can discard it. Just tell me your preferred flavors, and I shall prepare it anew." Patrick instantly thought, no, such fragrant food, though unfamiliar, would be a shame to waste. It could very well satisfy my hunger. Yet, he quickly reconsidered, feeling that Diggory was rather inconsiderate, willing to discard so much food rather than share it with him. Ophelia cast a disapproving glance at Diggory, ignoring him, and turned instead to Dumbledore. who was sipping water, saying, "Professor, please, do indulge in these dishes." Dumbledore glanced at the utensils Ophelia had offered, and then at Diggory. The meaning in his eyes unmistakable. "Look at yourself, and then look at others." He smiled at Ophelia, and, with a flourish reminiscent of magic, retrieved 2 sets of cutlery from his wizarding robes, one for himself and another for Patrick. "You may use Diggory's utensils. Patrick and I shall use different ones. After all, we must not squander the kindness of a certain child." Yet, as Dumbledore spoke, he suddenly furrowed his brow, realizing that the selection of dishes seemed rather insufficient. Patrick, with a mischievous grin, quickly understood Dumbledore's implication and added, "Indeed, it is far from enough. After our journey, I find myself ravenous. If I were to eat heartily, Ophelia might not keep pace, and she would go hungry. Oh dear, I truly feel a pang of guilt over this." Dumbledore regarded Patrick's performance with an approving glance. At this moment, Diggory could no longer deny the truth. He had indeed been unfair. Reluctantly, he turned back. Using the remaining eggs, scallions, and combined with 2 pounds of 5-spice beef, green peppers, onions, and leftover rice from his system space, he swiftly prepared a fragrant, perfectly distinct beef and egg fried rice. Diego presented the fried rice at the table, urging everyone to partake, asserting that these dishes were his own culinary creations, inviting both praise and critique. He shamelessly claimed these dishes as his own, despite the magical realm remaining relatively insular, with limited exposure to the outside world. This was particularly true for elders like Dumbledore and Patrick, who belonged to pureblood families, and even more so for Ophelia. The appearance of magical creatures in the outside world would provoke the Ministry of Magic's pursuit. Thus, it was quite probable that none of the 3 had ever tasted authentic Chinese cuisine, rendering Diego's audacity rather brazen. However, it was evident that Diego was overestimating the situation. Among the 3 dining, Patrick appeared indifferent to the names of the dishes, simply exclaiming how delicious everything was. Ophelia, on the other hand, savored her food slowly, seemingly unconcerned about how Diego acquired such culinary skills or why he prepared these dishes. As for Dumbledore, Diego caught his gaze and playfully winked. A sudden pang of unease struck Diego, making him realize he neither needed nor was capable of deceiving Dumbledore. Therefore, since Dumbledore did not inquire further, Diego decided to maintain silence. Diego was genuinely concerned about the taste, as he had not cooked for a month since arriving in this world and wondered if his culinary skills had deteriorated. At that moment, Patrick, who had been engrossed in his meal, struggled to lift his head, chewing while spitting words toward Diego. "I must say, you are quite inconsiderate. With such culinary prowess. Why don't you?" Patrick abruptly halted. Diego urged him to continue, eager for a critique of his cooking. Yet, Patrick seemed oblivious to Diego's words, his expression shifting to one of terror as he slowly raised a trembling hand, pointing behind Diego. "Oh dear, that is one enormous spider." This leisurely afternoon had lulled Diego into a false sense of security. Upon hearing Patrick's exclamation, he quickly drew his wand and turned to face the threat. Indeed, as he spun around, he beheld a monstrous spider, possessing 8 eyes and a body cloaked in a thick coat of dark fur. Each of its legs was massive, and it hung suspended in midair, its cold black eyes fixated on him. Its mandibles, sharp as razors, dripped with toxic purple saliva. A chill ran down Diego's spine, sending goosebumps racing to the nape of his neck, causing him to shudder uncontrollably. Goodness! His eyes widened as he gazed at the imposing arachnid. His breath caught in his throat. Encountering such a colossal 8-eyed spider in reality was an unprecedented visual shock, one that was truly difficult to process. Diggory's low murmur went unheard by Patrick, who, fixated on the 8-eyed spider, fearfully implored Dumbledore, "Professor, please take action. I am terrified." However, Dumbledore remained calm, quietly savoring a piece of boneless pickled fish, relishing the flavors with his eyes closed. Patrick, witnessing this in dismay, thought, "It's over, if the boss won't intervene. What shall I do?" His gaze shifted to Diggory before him. Could he manage? The visual impact of the 8-eyed spider was staggering at first glance, astonishing at the second. And by the third, the breathtaking sensation was akin to a transcendental experience for the time-traveling Diggory. At that moment, he fixated on the poison dripping incessantly from the spider's mandibles, swallowing hard. Was this not the very essence of their mission? The poison had indeed arrived. If he could procure some here, his reward for the task would be a doubled mental fortitude. The mere thought filled Diggory with sudden elation, causing him to smile brightly. Yet, to Patrick's eyes, this smile suggested that his dear friend had lost his wits in fear. At that instant, Diggory unexpectedly produced a vial of potion from his cloak pocket. Patrick, upon seeing the pink liquid, felt an uncanny resemblance to the potion used by the ladies at the establishment he had visited with his father last year. With a graceful arc, the vial shattered against the head of the eight-eyed spider, the potion splattering across its face. Dumbledore, seated behind them, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Patrick was uncertain about the potion's nature, but Dumbledore certainly knew. This young man, who he intended to cultivate into a formidable fighter, had resorted to such antics instead. He now awaited the aftermath of the spider's amorous frenzy, curious to see how Diggory would conclude this bizarre encounter. Just as Dumbledore's thoughts settled, the eight-eyed spider's previously cold and indifferent eyes suddenly shimmered with a pink hue akin to that of the potion. In that moment, the spider began to writhe ecstatically, its many appendages flailing about. Diggory, perplexed by which limbs served as hands and which as feet, could only describe the scene in poetic terms. The eight-eyed spider, now in a frenzy, continued to release its venom, which cascaded down in a relentless stream, splattering everywhere. This sight left Diggory distraught. What would happen if the poison ran out? Yet the eight-eyed spider remained oblivious to Diggory's thoughts, indifferent to the musings of the human before it. It is acutely aware of a primal and potent desire emanating from its very being, compelling it to seek out a male eight-eyed spider. Thus, it yearns to ascend the silken thread tethered to the branches and return to the sanctuary of its kind, to find that bald, eight-eyed spider and recline upon him in blissful relaxation. As for the four individuals before it, the eight-eyed spider's somewhat dim-witted mind is incapable of contemplating such distractions. Nothing can deter it from its quest to return to its lair and seek the bald, eight-eyed spider. In that moment, Diggory witnessed the eight-eyed spider turning to flee, and the prospect of losing its anticipated reward ignited a sense of urgency within him. He hastily drew his wand and aimed a devastating spell at the spider's rear. Immediately, as it climbed the silken strand, the spider felt a sudden chill at its backside, reminiscent of the exhaustion it felt while resting atop the bald spider. Confused, it contemplated turning to discern the source of this sensation, but before it could pivot, it sensed all its strength waning, leaving its limbs incapable of grasping the thread. Ultimately, light fled from its myriad eyes, and the once vibrant orbs dimmed to darkness. With a resounding crash, the spider's massive form plummeted to the ground, startling Patrick with the cacophony of noise. Is this truly the end? He pondered incredulously. Wasn't it said to be ferocious and perilous, a creature so fearsome that one should flee at the first sight of it? Why had it succumbed so effortlessly? Patrick cast a perplexed glance at Professor Dumbledore, hoping for an explanation. Yet, Dumbledore remained absorbed in his meal, his mind preoccupied with strategizing how to find an appropriate magical creature for Diggory to practice with, entirely oblivious to Patrick's inquisitive gaze. Diggo hurriedly rushed to the side of the eight-eyed spider's lifeless body, producing a vial and filling it with a substantial amount of venom from the creature's mouth. At the very moment he completed this task, a voice resonated in his mind. Greetings, esteemed host. The exemplary student system wishes to inform you that the mission has been accomplished. Would you like to receive your reward now? Diggory recalled the moment when his inadequacy nearly led to his defeat by Leonardo, had it not been for the assistance of potions. Resolutely, he cast aside all reservations and declared, "Very well, let it be now." Diggory rose to his feet, and as soon as the words left his mind, an intense pressure surged within his head. It felt as though a powerful hand were forcibly inserting an iron ball into his skull, causing excruciating pain. This sudden agony rendered Diggory speechless, compelling him to clutch his head as sweat poured down his body. All his strength was devoted to resisting this torment, and his legs weakened, causing him to collapse to the ground, writhing in pain. This extraordinary occurrence took Dumbledore by surprise once again. He realized that Diggory had a knack for disrupting his plans, whether they were newly conceived or meticulously crafted. Diggory could effortlessly dismantle them all. Dumbledore hastily approached the boy, his expression betraying an unrecognized concern for the child who consistently thwarted his strategies and incited his frustration. If Nick were present, he might remark that it had been nearly half a century since he had witnessed such a sight from Dumbledore. Observing Diggory writhing in agony on the ground, Dumbledore swiftly produced his old wand, intent on restoring him to his former state. However, the spell proved ineffective, unsettling the usually composed professor. Sweat began to bead on Dumbledore's forehead as he contemplated his next move. He quickly reached into his pocket and retrieved several vials of potions he had procured from the Hogwarts infirmary prior to his departure. After rummaging through the assortment, he found a vial of pain relief and gently lifted Diggory's head, bringing the bottle to his lips in an attempt to administer the remedy. Yet, he found himself unable to do so. Diggory writhed in agony, clenching his teeth tightly, his entire body trembling. Not only was it impossible to administer the potion, but even coaxing him to lie down was out of the question. To make matters worse, Dumbledore had never encountered such a situation. He found himself at a loss on how to proceed. What should he do? Dumbledore pondered. Just moments ago, Diggory had been lively and full of vigor. How could a mere vial of acromantula venom have wrought such a transformation? Suddenly, a chilling thought struck Dumbledore. Could it be the venom that had caused this affliction? Was this child poisoned? Yet, upon inspecting Diggory's pallid complexion, which was indeed ashen due to pain, Dumbledore concluded that it did not appear to be a case of poisoning. Could the venom have mutated? He glanced at the corpse of the acromantula nearby, but it bore no signs of aberration. Just then, Diggory emitted a cry of anguish, his pained shout startling a flock of birds into flight. His eyes flew open, yet they rolled back in a disturbing manner, blood vessels bursting in the whites of his eyes, creating an alarming visage. It was as if a searing iron orb had been hurled into the serene, frigid waters of his mind, a most unwelcome intrusion. Witnessing Diggory's torment, Dumbledore resolved to act without hesitation. He retrieved a vial of clear liquid and poured it entirely over Diggory's head, leaving not a drop behind. This was the tears of the Phoenix, Fox, a miraculous remedy capable of healing any wound. If this did not alleviate the boy's suffering, Dumbledore would truly be at a loss. In that moment, however, Diggory's agonized cries began to wane, ultimately fading into silence as he succumbed to slumber. In this dream state, Diggory envisioned himself growing in power, ascending to the ranks of a legendary wizard, vanquishing all Death Eaters and Voldemort himself, taking the position of headmaster at Hogwarts, securing the role of Minister of Magic, marrying Ophelia, and begetting a pair of dragon and phoenix twins, thereby reaching the pinnacle of his life. As he dreamt, a flicker of excitement danced across his features, and a serene smile graced his lips during this deep slumber. Seeing this smile, Dumbledore felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had managed to save the boy's life. Yet, he could not fathom how a simple errand to procure a vial of acromantula venom could have led to such dire circumstances. Dumbledore entrusted the sleeping Diggory to Patrick and Ophelia before approaching the spider's lifeless body for a meticulous examination, but he found nothing unusual. It was merely an ordinary, cold acromantula corpse. Dumbledore pondered once more, yet he could not uncover the cause of Diggory's strange condition. Thus, he chose to dismiss the thoughts. Pondering excessively only led to more headaches. At present, there is little to be done regarding Diggory's condition. It would be prudent to wait until he awakens to inquire further. Moreover, throughout this endeavor, Dumbledore has observed an increasing number of secrets surrounding Diggory. For instance, the exquisite dishes he has mastered, the sudden emergence of a love potion, and his self-taught mastery of various spells. All these phenomena resemble layers of delicate veils, obscuring the true essence of Diggory's character, and the more they are concealed, the deeper the mystery grows. This has left Dumbledore with an insatiable curiosity. Were it not for the unbreakable vow binding them, he would undoubtedly adopt a much more cautious approach towards Diggory. One can surmise that unless he confines Diggory to a small, dark chamber and employs an array of experimental apparatus to thoroughly examine him, he would not rest. Alternatively, he might request Snape to concoct numerous potions of truth serum, combined with his own masterful skills in legilimency, to uncover even the most trivial mischief from Diggory's childhood. He would not relent until every detail was revealed. Thus, one must acknowledge the fortunate circumstance that Diggory acquiesced to Dumbledore's proposal at that time, thereby solidifying their unbreakable vow. Otherwise, it is unlikely he would have navigated this world with such ease until now. Patrick and Ophelia gently carried Diggory back to the stream's edge. Upon glancing at the unconscious Diggory and then at the indifferent Ophelia, Patrick's mind began to churn with an idea. Professor Dumbledore, do you think Cedric might require artificial respiration? Dumbledore, who had been in the process of collecting the venom from the acromantula, lifted his gaze at Patrick's query and replied, "Not necessary. The boy is merely in a deep slumber. However, should you wish for Cedric to awaken sooner, that could indeed be effective. You see." The professor agrees that Cedric is in dire need of artificial respiration, Patrick proclaimed, turning to Ophelia. He began to speak earnestly. Since both the professor and I are men, it would be rather peculiar and quite distasteful for men to administer artificial respiration to another man. Hence, Ophelia, could you do us a favor and provide Cedric with artificial respiration? Both he and I would be immensely grateful. Upon uttering this heartfelt plea, Patrick felt a swell of pride in his own dedication. However, Ophelia merely cast a sidelong glance at Patrick before turning to Dumbledore with a sudden inquiry. Professor, Patrick wishes to give Cedric artificial respiration. Do you think that is permissible? At that moment, Dumbledore was preoccupied with dissecting the acromantula's corpse, hoping to ascertain whether its venom glands remained intact. If they were, it would be a remarkable find. Without lifting his gaze, Dumbledore responded, "Whatever suits you. Let them do as they wish." Ophelia shot a glance at Patrick, her meaning unmistakable. "Did you hear that? If you want to proceed, do it yourself." Not a single man is worthy. Patrick looked at Dumbledore with eyes full of despair, pondering whether his companion had forgotten his primary duty. He wished to abandon the task of administering artificial respiration, but as this thought surfaced, he felt a piercing gaze directed at him from Ophelia. This caused a flutter of anxiety within him, reminiscent of the times he had transgressed and met his mother's scrutinizing stare. Was this a skill inherent to all women? A natural ability? When aimed at a man with a conscience, did it inflict 1,000 points of genuine damage? How terrifying. It was no wonder his father always refrained from returning home after his escapades. It seemed less a matter of desire and more one of fear. That night, within a dry hollow of a tree in the Albanian forest, Diggory awakened. In his slumber, he had experienced a most delightful dream, wherein he and Ophelia shared an intimate moment in a small room, engaging in strenuous activities that left him breathless and yearning for more. In essence, he hoped for another chance to revisit that dream. However, upon awakening, he found his lips slightly moist and tingling, as if he had been indulging in a prolonged, passionate kiss with Ophelia in his dreams. Could it be that the events of the dream had occurred in reality? Diggory chuckled foolishly to himself. "What are you laughing at?" Patrick, seated beside him, inquired softly. Diggory was momentarily taken aback, blinking in surprise as he remarked, "I was just pondering the valuable vial of venom from the eight-eyed spider that I had collected earlier." The mention of venom suddenly reminded Diggory of his surging spiritual power, prompting him to eagerly close his eyes and delve into his own sensations. 5 minutes elapsed, yet he felt nothing at all. Meanwhile, Patrick, observing Diggory with his eyes shut, was puzzled by his apparent foolishness, though he couldn't help but find it somewhat endearing given Diggory's youthful visage. A sudden realization struck Patrick. Something felt amiss. How could he possibly think of Cedric as adorable? His preferences lay firmly with the female gender. At that moment, Diggory too sensed that something was off. Why was he unable to perceive any increase in his strength? Was the task reward diluted? Was this a moral decline or a distortion of feline nature? Without hesitation, Diggory's consciousness plunged into the system space to seek clarity from the great orange cat. Next, Patrick was astonished to witness Diggory, who had previously appeared so charming, now wearing a dazed expression. However, Diggory was oblivious to Patrick's confusion, and even if he were aware, he would have dismissed it. Could one truly perceive spiritual power simply by closing one's eyes? The great orange cat displayed an anthropomorphic expression of disdain. Such awareness could only be attained during combat, alchemy, or potion brewing, with the most pronounced manifestation occurring during combat exchanges. Naturally, spiritual duels between masters of soul extraction also provided a keen sense of one's spiritual prowess. Yet, the great orange cat's contempt grew more pronounced as it lamented. "What a pity. You can't even perform soul extraction, let alone be considered a master. How pathetic." Upon hearing the merciless ridicule from the great orange cat, Diggory's face flushed with alternating hues of embarrassment and indignation. He yearned to retort but found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and their poverty." The great orange cat leisurely licked its paw, scoffing in disdain. "Do you truly have the audacity to call yourself a youth? Are you not aware of your own age? We are all nearing our 40s. Diggory could no longer endure it. His consciousness abruptly returned. He felt that if he remained in that space any longer, he would either lose control and indulge in a cat-meat hot pot or explode on the spot. After pondering, he realized neither option was suitable. So he wisely exited the space, preferring to let it be out of sight and out of mind. Upon opening his eyes, he found Dumbledore entering the tree hole with Patrick. "Professor, you must come and see. Just moments ago, Cedric awoke and spoke to me quite normally. But suddenly, for reasons unknown, he seemed to lose his faculties, and no matter how I called to him, he did not respond. Please, you must check if he has become foolish." Initially, the sight of Patrick's anxious demeanor warmed Diggory's heart, Yet upon hearing the latter's choice of words, he could not help but scowl. Why use the term foolish? Could he not simply say ill? Are the children in White Country truly so lacking in vocabulary? Dumbledore, slightly hunched, found the confines of the tree hole rather cramped, which restricted his movement significantly. Nevertheless, the elderly professor hastened to Diggory's side. To his surprise, upon lifting his gaze, he beheld a pair of clear, bright eyes. "Ah, Cedric. You are awake," Patrick exclaimed in astonishment. However, Diggory paid no heed to Patrick. Instead, he focused intently on Dumbledore and declared, "Professor, let us engage in a duel." Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback by this bold proclamation. "Floating? I can no longer wield a sword? You believe that having subdued a Leonardo qualifies you to challenge me? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Liang Jingru, perhaps?" Suddenly, Dumbledore found himself perplexed. Who was Liang Jingru? Why had that name slipped from his lips? Yet, these thoughts were inconsequential. What mattered was the fact that Diggory stood before him, ready to challenge him. And judging by the earnestness in his eyes, he was not jesting. The words of Diggory left not only Dumbledore astonished, but also Patrick, who had pulled him in, with his mouth agape for quite some time. What truly constitutes greatness? Previously, he had not comprehended this concept, merely believing that his father's unwavering status at home amidst the colorful banners outside was a remarkable feat. However, observing Diggory now, who boldly challenged the most esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts and the most formidable wizard of the present, Dumbledore, was a testament to audacity that few could match. Patrick felt that even his most rebellious uncle, endowed with exceptional talent, would not dare to do so. After all, Dumbledore's prowess was well established, having vanquished the first Dark Lord, Grindelwald, and even in his advanced age, he could still intimidate the second Dark Lord, Voldemort, from encroaching upon Hogwarts. Such power was unparalleled. Yet, Diggory dared. This realization filled Patrick with pride, knowing he had not erred in befriending Diggory, whose extraordinary abilities were undeniable, having even triumphed over the older Leonardo. The mere fact that he had the courage to confront Professor Dumbledore was enough to instill a sense of pride in him. My good friend dares to challenge Professor Dumbledore. Who among you can match that? At that moment, even Ophelia, who had just entered, was taken aback, covering her mouth in disbelief at the boy's words and intentions. What was he planning? To ascend to the heavens? It was understandable for Ophelia to think this way, as Dumbledore's strength essentially represented the pinnacle of magical prowess in the contemporary wizarding world, with no one daring to dispute this fact for many years. Dumbledore scrutinized Diggory's eyes for a moment, confirming he was not jesting, before nodding in agreement. The battle commenced swiftly. From the moment Diggory and Dumbledore left the hollow of the tree, to when they stood at a distance, followed by the exchange of spells, and ultimately the determination of victor and vanquished, the entire process took less than 5 minutes. The gentle babbling of the nearby stream played in the background as Diggory lay on the ground, contemplating life while gazing at the starry sky, suddenly feeling a sense of euphoria. Having merely doubled his mental strength, he had the audacity to use Dumbledore as a benchmark for his own abilities. In his moment of heightened power, he had forgotten what the Orange Cat had previously mentioned, that after doubling his mental strength, he possessed only 2/3 of Quirrell's capacity. How could he challenge Dumbledore when he was clearly inferior even to Quirrell, who in Dumbledore's eyes was merely a bothersome little brother? While he himself was evidently not even that, but rather a child donning a pair of shorts with a runny nose. The memory of Dumbledore's ease in defeating him, coupled with his own overconfidence before the duel, weighed heavily on his mind. At this moment, Diggory profoundly grasped the essence of shame. His strength had indeed increased significantly compared to his former self. However, that was merely in relation to his past, not in comparison to the formidable Dumbledore, who could effortlessly overpower him. As Diggory pondered how to contend with Voldemort, whose power was just slightly inferior to Dumbledore's, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Meow. I suggest you venture away from Dumbledore and explore this forest on your own. Just as Diggory was lost in his melancholy, the voice of the Orange Cat resonated in his mind. When you step outside your comfort zone, you can experience rapid growth, both in strength and in spirit. With his eyes closed, Diggory listened to the distant roars from the forest, the source of which remained a mystery to him. He scoffed, remarking, "Indeed, on the first day, I may swiftly advance, and perhaps on the second day, I shall continue to grow. By the third or fourth day, I might contribute to the growth of the wondrous creatures within this forest. Hence, I am led to suspect that you, this unfaithful feline, are clandestinely consorting with some male behind my back." As he spoke, Diggory's frustration intensified. He had never encountered such a peculiar stroke of fortune. The initial failure of his upgrade, the loss of a perfectly functioning time conversion system, the divine exchange, and the novice gift pack were unfortunate enough. After all, it was not the system's fault. The blame lay squarely with Dumbledore. Yet, what was the meaning of these incessant misguided suggestions? Did they deem my attractiveness excessive? My demise too slow? How poetic. Furthermore, what nonsense were those penalties for failed tasks? Diggory had long harbored grievances about such matters. Is there truly a treasure that mistreats its host in this manner? Absolutely not. And now, it dares to present suggestions that are tantamount to self-destruction. What a travesty. Were it not for the futility of voicing my complaints, the back end of this so-called treasure would undoubtedly be inundated with my grievances. Big Orange sighed. Can you truly blame me? I speak this way solely for your benefit. Moreover, let me reiterate, the generation of system tasks is beyond my control. DG pouted, ignoring the large orange cat, yearning to continue gazing at his stars. However, as he opened his eyes, he was unexpectedly met with the sight of a long-haired figure, shrouding the starlight, who was gazing down at him intently. Diego struggled to rise from the ground, but was suddenly overcome by a wave of dizziness. A consequence of his recent exertion in battle, Ophelia reached out to steady Diego by placing her hand on his shoulder, gently advising him to remain seated and not to force himself to stand. Upon hearing her words, Diego obediently settled back down and inquired, "How did you come here?" Diego was indeed somewhat taken aback. In his view, the most likely visitor at such a time would be his trusted companion and close friend, Patrick, with Professor Dumbledore being a close second. As for Ophelia, her arrival left Diego feeling rather flattered and surprised. Unbeknownst to Ophelia, who was unaware of Diego's inner thoughts, she found a stone beside him and sat down. Glancing at Diego, she remarked, "I have come to offer you some comfort. After all, losing to a formidable opponent like Professor Dumbledore is not something to be ashamed of. Many wizards, even those of mature age, lack the courage to even lift their wands in the presence of the professor." Diggory was momentarily taken aback, and upon reflection, he found the reasoning quite compelling. It was akin to Voldemort, who, at the height of his power, dared not confront Dumbledore directly. Furthermore, during that fateful battle in the Ministry of Magic, Voldemort had finally faced Dumbledore, only to be ensnared within a colossal sphere of water by the nearly perfected levitation charm, resulting in his utter defeat. With this thought, Diggory's heart settled. He then cast a glance at Ophelia beside him, where the delicate starlight softly enveloped her form. The distinct blue-trimmed robes of Ravenclaw adorned her, accentuating her quiet and graceful demeanor beautifully. At that moment, Ophelia leaned back slightly, propping herself on her arms, gazing serenely at the starry sky. Her fair skin radiated a gentle luminescence, captivating Diggory to the point of enchantment. It seemed as if the world had fallen into a tranquil hush, with only the gentle murmur of the nearby brook and the soft rustle of the breeze through her hair breaking the stillness. This scene rendered Diggory profoundly serene, enveloping him in a sense of peace from within. At this instant, he yearned for time to freeze, allowing him to eternally relish this picturesque beauty. "What are you staring at?" The sudden, mildly annoyed yet playful query abruptly shattered Diggory's reverie. Diggory snapped back to reality, only to find Ophelia watching him warily, one hand poised to draw her wand from the depths of her wizarding robe. "Wait, let me explain," he stammered earnestly. "I had no ulterior motive. You simply looked so beautiful under the starlight that I couldn't help but wish for no interruptions, to sit here with you until dawn." Upon uttering these words, Diggory felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, as if he had inadvertently confessed his feelings. "Stay until dawn? At your age? You wish to linger until the break of day?" Ophelia's wide eyes, brimming with disbelief, stared at him. She couldn't fathom that this boy, her peer, would dare to utter such audacious words. "Professor, Cedric is being inappropriate with me." Diggory was momentarily taken aback, staring at Ophelia as she hurriedly retreated, feeling both perplexed and frustrated. What had just transpired? Where had he crossed the line? Wasn't it merely an unexpected declaration of admiration? How had it escalated to this? In truth, he acknowledged that perhaps his gaze had been a tad too fervent, but his mind had harbored no ill intent. He felt wronged. In the depths of night, beside the babbling brook, Diggory now found himself accompanied by a crackling bonfire. The change in scenery was a result of Dumbledore's belief that he should not remain in Ophelia's presence. Thus, he was assigned to keep watch, alone, without the prospect of a shift change. Observing the forlorn figure of Diggory braving the chilly wind, Dumbledore felt a twinge of compassion. His sidekick had clearly set the stage for Ophelia to comfort Diggory, even intervening to prevent Patrick from offering solace. Yet, this prime opportunity was squandered. How disappointing. Patrick sighed, glancing at Diggory outside, murmuring under his breath, he can't even muster the courage to confess. How does he expect to succeed? Disappointing? Dumbledore shot Patrick a sidelong glance, lifting an eyebrow. Then why don't you go and keep him company? Teach him the art of winning a lady's heart. If you fail to impart that wisdom, don't bother returning to rest. Patrick was taken aback, his face a canvas of bewilderment. Dumbledore observed Patrick, who merely stared back with a pair of innocent eyes, utterly motionless beneath him. Rather than engage in lengthy explanations, he opted for a nonverbal spell, employing a levitation charm to cast him away. From Dumbledore's perspective, Diggory was the sort of child who, at first glance, appeared quite amiable, gifted, and kind-hearted, with no malicious intent. Yet, he harbored concerns that any misstep could disrupt Diggory's development, transforming the once promising sapling into a crooked tree. This notion was particularly disheartening and troublesome for Dumbledore. Thus, he deemed it imperative to ensure that Diggory's nascent feelings blossomed without adverse repercussions, safeguarding the integrity of this young plant. Consequently, he decided to dispatch the battle-hardened Patrick to guide Diggory, while he himself remained hidden in the tree hollow. Although he was aware that Diggory had behaved inappropriately towards Ophelia, he lacked the details and felt compelled to ascertain the nature of Diggory's misconduct. He aimed to nip any troubling tendencies in the bud, assisting in the boy's physical and psychological well-being. Outside, Patrick, having been unceremoniously ejected by Dumbledore, rubbed his sore backside and shivered. The night in the forest was indeed cold and lonely. Without delay, he scurried over to Diggory's side, comforted by the presence of a campfire. "What brings you here?" Diggory inquired, bemused by Patrick's sudden appearance. "Have you also found yourself embroiled in some misunderstanding?" Patrick pondered for a moment, deciding it unnecessary to divulge the reason behind his own predicament. Instead, he opted to forego the explanation and declared his true intent. "I'm just eager to teach you the art of wooing women." A true brotherly gesture, wouldn't you say? Diego sniffed, sighing. "First, allow me to express my gratitude. However, I believe it would be futile for you to expend your efforts. I feel as though I am an insulator, entirely disconnected from Ophelia, and that in this lifetime, we shall never have the chance to draw near." Patrick patted Diego on the shoulder and said, "Do not lose heart. The psyche of women is fundamentally different from that of men, making it quite challenging to comprehend. To truly understand them, one must invest ample time, patience, and encounters." Encounters? Diego furrowed his brow, a bit perplexed. "What do you mean?" Patrick felt somewhat awkward, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. The enigma of a woman's heart is undoubtedly a global conundrum that requires time for profound understanding. And profound understanding, after all, hinges on the quantity of encounters and the duration of time. It refers to the number of romantic engagements. Do you comprehend? Patrick fabricated a somewhat plausible explanation. Fortunately, Diego was a novice. Despite being nearly 40 in both this life and the last, he remained relatively reserved, often referred to as a virgin. Diego nodded in a naive manner, genuinely perplexed by the situation. While Patrick was of the same age, this did not diminish his considerable experience in matters of romantic entanglements. Thus, Diego acquiesced, recognizing Patrick as somewhat of an authority in this realm. Observing Diego's nod in the absence of further inquiries, Patrick sighed in relief and continued. "Why don't you share what you and Ophelia just discussed? I can help you analyze it." At this juncture, Diego felt quite wronged, for he had merely remarked that the night was beautiful and that he wished to sit with her until dawn. Patrick was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixated on Diego, and after 3 seconds, his eyes diverted downward, contemplating. "How blunt, how audacious. I must commend your boldness." The thought of enduring such a night was unfathomable to him. "You cannot approach it this way." Patrick admonished Diego, "Your declaration is hardly distinguishable from lewdness. Furthermore, you and Ophelia are not yet well acquainted. Such sudden declarations may come off as rather awkward." He paused before adding, "And, frankly, you are behaving like a rogue. Ophelia's accusation of your impropriety is not without merit." Upon hearing this, Diggory suddenly felt overwhelmed. How could such a mere confession carry so much intricacy? How should one articulate such sentiments? Diggory humbly sought guidance. Should he say, "Miss, I have a sweet love here. Would you like it? Could that possibly suffice?" Slap. Patrick struck his forehead in disbelief, not even deigning to glance at Diggory. "If you expressed yourself in such a manner, you would come off as nothing more than a middle-aged, sleazy rogue." Do you truly believe Ophelia would respond favorably to such a declaration? What should I do then? Diggory pondered deeply. After much deliberation, he proposed another idea. How about this? The azure sky awaits the misty rain, while I await you. The curling smoke rises, separated by thousands of miles across the river. In this era of silence, where life and death remain uncertain, I shall wait for you with my entire existence. What do you think? This confession surely possesses a poetic essence. At this point, Diggory had even borrowed lyrics from the illustrious King Cho of his previous life. If this still failed, then the blame would rest on King J and Old Fong. Alas, Patrick sighed, nodding in admiration. Your words indeed possess a remarkable quality. I must concede this point. With a mysterious smile, Diggory addressed the King of Zhou and Old Fong, expressing his apologies. Forgive me, I shall borrow your creations, considering it a moment of urgent assistance from the martial world. However, the smile on Diggory's face froze at that moment. A confession is not synonymous with flirting, my friend. Patrick gazed at Diggory, filled with a sense of disappointment, and earnestly said, what is truly required for a confession? It demands no elaborate techniques, no ostentatious displays, and certainly no smooth talk. Most importantly, it requires a sincere heart. It should be infused with a touch of humor, laced with a hint of novelty. And within that novelty, a sprinkle of romance. Suddenly interjecting, Diggory exclaimed, I believe I am both sincere and humorous. At that moment, much like now beneath a sky adorned with countless stars, I found this to be sufficiently romantic. Patrick, taken aback by the interruption, felt a surge of irritation and an impulse to scold. However, recognizing that he would likely be outmatched by Diggory, both in wit and strength, he opted for a patient explanation. What holds significance here is not the feelings of the one professing love, nor does your perspective carry weight. Rather, it is Ophelia's sentiments that matter most. Her feelings are the ultimate determinant of your success. Just then, Diggory was about to speak again. But before he could utter a word, Patrick gestured for him to remain silent and to listen attentively. Thus, allow me to impart to you the universal formula for expressing one's feelings. Until I declare this formula ineffective, you may employ it at will. The formula consists of shifting attention, igniting curiosity, engaging in romantic interaction, and finally, delivering your confession, preferably accompanied by an electrifying wink. Diggory, bewildered, sniffed in confusion, feeling as though this was more perplexing than mastering a complex spell. Observing Diggory's dazed expression, Patrick sighed in resignation. All right, let me provide you with an example. Consider the meal you prepared at noon. You might inquire about Ophelia's culinary preferences beforehand, then create a dish that appears exquisitely refined, emanates an enticing aroma, and aligns with her taste. Present this dish to her, meticulously arranging her napkin and placing the cutlery just so. Inform her that the dish is aptly named You Are Adorable. What does that mean? Diggory, now embodying a competent supporter, posed a timely question. Excellent question, Patrick exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Ophelia will undoubtedly inquire about its significance, at which point you can reveal that it is because her name is indeed adorable. Diego was momentarily taken aback, as if intrigued by the unfolding situation. Noticing Diego's interest, Patrick's enthusiasm surged. He stood up abruptly and, in response to Diego's astonished gaze, enveloped him in a warm embrace, personally offering him a live demonstration. The little magic trick I am about to perform was taught to me by my father, and now I shall impart it to you, so that you may utilize it in the future. Watch closely. With that, Patrick produced a vibrant red handkerchief from his back pocket and grasped it tightly in his hand. Now, give it a gentle blow. Diego found himself cradled in Patrick's embrace, obediently exhaling softly. As soon as Diego completed his breath, Patrick deftly flicked the handkerchief he held aloft. Suddenly, Diego was taken aback as the vibrant red handkerchief in Patrick's grasp vanished into thin air, replaced by a breathtaking bouquet of exquisite, crimson roses. Diego could even discern a few pearl-sized droplets of dew upon the bouquet of roses. At that moment, Patrick softly murmured, "Master the essence." Suddenly, Diego noticed a transformation in Patrick's gaze. It was imbued with such melancholy, profound affection, and boundless love. He yearned to hold your hand and bask in the fragrance of the morning roses, to grasp your hand and marvel at the brilliance of the evening meteors, to take your hand and behold the splendid bloom of all four seasons. This night, under the witness of a sky adorned with countless stars. Could you promise me that I may henceforth be your one and only knight, my queen? Patrick drew closer and closer, and Diego found himself oblivious to what he had dined upon, as an intoxicating aroma enveloped him, drawing nearer and nearer. Reluctantly, Diego extended his right hand to press against Patrick's chest, striving to maintain some semblance of distance. However, to his astonishment, Patrick was utterly immersed in his role at that moment. Diggo can't be held back any longer. What are you doing? This sudden exclamation jolted Patrick into awareness, prompting him to release Diggo. However, before Diggo could even breathe a sigh of relief, our protagonist suddenly realized who it was. He looked up to find Dumbledore standing not far away, accompanied by Ophelia, both pairs of eyes fixed intently upon them. Dumbledore's gaze was somewhat understanding, as he was a man of experience, yet there was a hint of annoyance, for he perceived the scene before him as a clear instance of youthful infatuation. As for Ophelia, Diggo dared not meet her gaze, for even in the absence of direct eye contact, he could sense through the instincts of a man the embarrassment, disdain, and anger emanating from her eyes, mingled with a touch of exhilaration. Wait, how could there be exhilaration? Diggory sought answers within Ophelia's gaze, yet hesitated to confront the other three emotions. Thus, he swiftly parted ways with Patrick, turning anxiously to Dumbledore. Professor, you must trust me, trust us. We were merely discussing research on how to reduce the likelihood of rejection when confessing our feelings. After reaching a conclusion, we intended to demonstrate it practically, nothing more. Right, Patrick? Diggory nudged his companion, urging him to clarify. Patrick felt a flush rise to his cheeks, unsure of what had come over him moments before. Nevertheless, he was certain of his attraction to women. Yes, indeed, I was just teaching. With his teammate's explanation, Diggory sighed in relief. Yes, teaching, very thorough indeed. I gained much from it. How thorough? Ophelia interjected suddenly, extending her middle finger. Is it this thorough? Digger was momentarily taken aback. Would you like to give it a try? I've mastered it completely. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore's expression darkened considerably. He swiftly delivered a sharp slap to the back of Digger's head, exclaiming in anger, What do you mean by try? Do you want me to venture into the forest and capture a great python for you to test your skills? Focus on your night watch. Day after day, your mind is filled with peculiar thoughts. With that, Dumbledore strode away with Ophelia, his countenance still grim, observing the nearby warm and dry tree hollow. Patrick let out a dejected sigh. Cedric, it seems we shall have to endure the night out here. What are your thoughts on this? I have no thoughts left to entertain, at least not for tonight, Digger replied, gazing at Ophelia's retreating figure wistfully. What are you staring at? Patrick patted Digger on the shoulder. You missed your opportunity. Did you not see how splendid that moment was? How could you let it slip away? Diego felt a twinge of frustration, yet he was also at a loss. What could he do? The time had been exceedingly limited, and you had only just presented your formula to him. Mastering its application necessitates time and practice. Don't you understand? Practice? Patrick mused, stroking his chin. How about I take you to a place where you can truly hone your skills? A splendid location, where you can practice to your heart's content. What do you say? Diego was taken aback, pondering the meaning behind it. Patrick turned to Diego, a knowing smile gracing his face that all men could comprehend. Do you wish to go? He inquired. Diego swallowed hard. Is your place really that good? Patrick chuckled. An upscale entertainment venue, a paradise on earth, with 800 stainless steel beds and 1,000 skilled technicians. Upon hearing this, Diego felt his heart race uncontrollably. A rush of blood surged to his head, rendering his breath rapid and heated. This is rather inappropriate, isn't it? He exclaimed. Hey, keep it a secret, Patrick said, playfully draping an arm over Diego's shoulder. You know how it is. I have quite the debt of affection to repay. And you, well, there's Ophelia, and with the professor around, we must proceed discreetly. No, I never said I wanted to go, Diego protested. Patrick shot him a stern look. You're talking nonsense. Didn't you just say you wanted to go? If you keep lying, I won't invite you next time. I didn't say I wanted to go. Can you just behave? At just 11 years old, you're already spreading your affections everywhere. Aren't you afraid of the consequences in the future? Diego retorted. Patrick stared wide-eyed, momentarily at a loss for words. Just as he was about to engage Diego in a serious discussion, a radiant light suddenly illuminated the space above them. The brilliance gradually parted, dissipating like a mosquito net torn into fragments, cascading gently from the heights. Diggory gazed upon the scene before him, an inexplicable sense of déjà vu washing over him. Reminiscent of a moment from the Harry Potter films he had watched in a past life, specifically the climactic battle for Hogwarts, when the protective enchantments conjured by the collective efforts of many were shattered by Voldemort. As this thought crossed his mind, a chill ran down Diggory's spine. What on earth was happening? Could it possibly align with his darkest fears? Professor! Patrick shouted toward the hollow of the tree, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. This was the protective barrier that Dumbledore had woven around them while Diggory slumbered, and now it had been breached. Diego was unaware of the identity of the intruder. Yet he felt compelled to confront the individual with a remark. "Well done, my friend, daring enough to breach Dumbledore's barrier. With such audacity, I deem you the strongest." However, Diego surmised that the adversary was equally oblivious to the fact that it was Dumbledore's enchantment they had shattered. After all, no incantation would reveal the name of its caster. It was improbable that a notice would appear upon the barrier during its breach, stating, "This barrier is the handiwork of the Elder Wand, Albus Dumbledore. Dare to break it if you wish." Who would dare to orchestrate such a display? Not everyone possesses the reckless courage of Diego, willing to challenge Dumbledore to a duel. Upon hearing Patrick's call, Dumbledore emerged from his hiding place, only to witness the barrier he had erected disintegrating like snowflakes in the wind. He frowned, promptly summoning Diego and Patrick to his side. "You two, hasten to me." At that moment, he remained uncertain of the assailant's identity, their numbers, or their intentions. Should they be numerous and malevolent, the safety of the three children would be at stake. A commotion arose from the darkness ahead, causing Patrick, who still stood rooted in place, to swallow hard. Instinctively, he intended to beckon Diego to retreat alongside him, but as he turned, he was struck by the startling realization that Diego had vanished. When had this transpired? He had not even registered a hint of movement, and his companion had disappeared. "Professor!" Patrick exclaimed, abruptly pivoting, only to find Diego standing behind Dumbledore. His mind faltered in confusion. When had Cedric moved to the back? Why had he, standing so close, failed to notice a thing? Moreover, were they not brothers in arms? Why had he left without bringing him along? Plastic. Diego offered an awkward smile, for he had always possessed a somewhat timid disposition since childhood. However, it was not merely a matter of courage. Rather, he had an intense aversion to solitude and cherished the company of others, relishing every moment spent together. Thus, when commotion arose amidst the darkness, Diego found himself preferring the company of Dumbledore and Ophelia, as their presence meant a greater gathering of souls. In such company, joy would be multiplied, and it was certainly not due to any cowardice. Diggory gazed at Patrick, who stood frozen in place, staring intently at him, feeling a mix of embarrassment and urgency. "Why aren't you coming over? Do you intend to confront them alone?" At that moment, Patrick finally snapped to attention and hurriedly retraced his steps. However, before Patrick could make it halfway, Diggory noticed a shadow leaping out from a thicket on the opposite bank of the stream, darting swiftly towards Patrick's back. In this critical moment, Dumbledore intervened. With his ancient wand in hand, a blue light flickered from its tip. Just as the shadow was about to cross the stream, the water surged dramatically, forming an immense curtain of water. More accurately, it transformed into a colossal wall of water. In the blink of an eye, the shadow was ensnared within the water wall, its every movement appearing as if in slow motion, clumsy beyond belief. Remarkably, all of this transpired within a mere 3 seconds. Diggory observed the unfolding scene before him. The speed of the assault was astonishing, so swift that it took several seconds for his mind to register the capture of the shadow by Dumbledore, followed by a sharp intake of breath. This was indeed the mid-lane mage of formidable strength, fully equipped with 6 divine artifacts. Although he had previously been defeated by Dumbledore, it was evident that the power the old wizard had employed against him at that time was a mere fraction of what he demonstrated now. It seemed that Dumbledore had been so disinterested that he had merely relied on basic attacks to resolve the encounter. Patrick, still shaken, hurried to Dumbledore's side, simultaneously accusing Diggory of disloyalty while chastising the ensnared shadow for its unworthiness. At that moment, Dumbledore interjected, saying, "You stay here. I shall go investigate." With that, he strode towards the shadow. After a brief moment of hesitation, Diggory suppressed the fear that lingered in his heart and followed closely behind Dumbledore as they walked forward together. Dumbledore cast a glance over his shoulder at Diggory, remaining silent. Upon entering, Diggory finally discerned the figure submerged in the water, a strikingly bald head. Dumbledore and Diggory approached the brook, while Patrick exchanged a glance with Ophelia beside him, drawing out his wand and smiling as he reassured her, "Do not worry. In light of Diggory, I shall protect you." However, Ophelia merely shot him a cold, disdainful look, responding, "I do not require that." Patrick was momentarily taken aback, finding Ophelia's demeanor starkly at odds with her gentle appearance. She seemed so delicate yet spoke with an icy sharpness that was quite cutting. Her disposition was even more immature than that of countless ex-girlfriends he had known. This realization left Patrick feeling somewhat irritated with Ophelia. At that moment, he wished to distance himself from her, but thinking of Diggory, he hesitated and took a subtle step forward, positioning himself unobtrusively in front of Ophelia's left side. Meanwhile, Diggory gazed at the bald figure within the watery barrier, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind. The person seemed oddly familiar, as if he had encountered him before. Just as he was racking his brain for an answer, Dumbledore suddenly revealed the individual's identity. Quirrell? What brings you here? Ah, Quirrell, Diggory exclaimed, the memory returning to him. This bald figure was indeed Quirrell. No wonder he looked so familiar. He simply hadn't recognized him due to Quirrell's youthful appearance. Although he had not been particularly old when he met his untimely end in the first installment. On the other side of the thick water barrier, Quirrell, the shadow beneath the surface, could vaguely hear Dumbledore's voice. At that moment, he resembled a wayward child who, upon encountering a long-lost relative, was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he flailed his arms and legs, desperately urging Dumbledore to break the enchantment. Dumbledore, having recognized this student from Ravenclaw, was moved by Quirrell's urgent plea and promptly lifted the constraints of the water barrier. The instant the barrier was dissolved, Quirrell erupted from the brook like a large eel, landing in the stream below. As Diggory pondered whether Quirrell might choke on the water, he was astonished to see Quirrell swiftly emerging from the muddy depths, scrambling to Dumbledore's side. Professor, please save us. We are in peril. More have died. Quirrell, with tears streaming down his face, cried out incoherently, gripping the hem of Dumbledore's robe as though it were his last lifeline. Dumbledore squinted, although Quirrell's words were jumbled. His keen ears caught the essence of our presence. It was already peculiar for Quirrell to appear alone in the perilous Albanian forest. But now he spoke of companions. Who were they? And why were they deceased, and not just one, but several? Who were the others, and what purpose had brought them here? If it were merely for a camping trip, Dumbledore mused, he would be inclined to deliver Quirrell a sharp rebuke. Thus, while maintaining a facade of calm, Dumbledore urged him to articulate the matter clearly, asking him to take his time. There are dead, more dead, Quirrell repeated, his hands trembling, his gaze darting erratically from Dumbledore to Diggory beside him, then to Ophelia and Patrick behind, before finally returning to Dumbledore. At last, it seemed Dumbledore's presence steadied him, and Quirrell gradually regained his composure, no longer trembling. The first coherent words that escaped his lips were, Professor, you must come with me to save them. If we delay, Tangun will perish. Tangun. Dumbledore furrowed his brow and glanced back. Suddenly, Diggory realized that Patrick's surname was indeed Downton. Who, then, was the Downton that Chilo spoke of? Was it Patrick's rakish father? Or perhaps an uncle, a relative, an aunt, or even a grandmother? Or could it be a sibling? With this thought, Diggory shook his head. The likelihood of siblings seemed too slim, considering Patrick's age. Moreover, the perilous nature of the Albanian forest was an undeniable reality. Thus, the youthful members of the Downton family would likely not be foolish enough to seek thrills in such a treacherous place. It was evident that Patrick had overheard their conversation. As he rushed over, calling out anxiously, Professor, what danger? What do you mean someone has died? I think I just heard that a member of my Downton family is in peril. Is that true? Dumbledore glanced at Patrick, contemplating but choosing not to respond. A few seconds later, he addressed Diggory, saying, Cedric, you three remain here. Remember to set up a protective barrier. Chilo and I will go to rescue them. Although he harbored doubts about Chilo's presence and the intentions of his companions, Dumbledore ultimately could not decline Chilo's appeal. Given his character, it was impossible for him to stand idly by in the face of danger. As for why Dumbledore chose to leave Diggory and the others behind at that moment, it was not due to a lack of concern, but rather because he believed that Diggory's abilities were sufficiently developed to confront certain challenges. As Diggory observed Dumbledore preparing to relinquish control over the three of them, a wave of unease washed over him. Despite possessing a modicum of confidence in his own abilities, he was acutely aware that he was ill-equipped to confront the myriad dangers lurking within the Albanian forest. The weight of responsibility for the lives of the other two individuals weighed heavily upon him, and he felt uncertain. Most critically, he had yet to master any form of protective enchantment. Though he could access the system space to draw upon magical energy, such moments would render him unconscious. What if a carnivorous creature, driven by hunger, emerged to hunt? Faced with three tender and succulent youths, it might very well pounce upon them. The prospect of becoming the first individual to perish within a month of traversing to this world loomed ominously in his mind. Thus, Diggory resolved to speak candidly. Professor, I Have yet to learn any barrier spells. Although he felt a twinge of embarrassment, and despite his inclination to boldly assert his capability, the thought of being responsible for the lives of all three, including his own, rendered the words stuck in his throat. He had braced himself for a look of disappointment from Dumbledore. But to his surprise, none came. Instead, Dumbledore gently patted Diggory on the shoulder, his cerulean eyes devoid of disappointment, radiating appreciation and encouragement for Diggory's honesty. It is quite all right. Ophelia can handle the barrier spells. What you need to do is to wield your unblemished right hand and use your wand to protect Ophelia and the others. Is that something you can manage? Absolutely. Diggory replied enthusiastically, nodding his head. The feeling of being acknowledged, particularly by the most formidable wizard, was exhilarating. Indeed, every individual craves recognition, whether a child, a youth, or even a middle-aged person, all the way to the elderly. This recognition embodies the essence of one's value. Professor, you may rest assured, while I am here, the tower shall remain standing, Diggory declared with newfound confidence. Dumbledore smiled knowingly. At that moment, Diggory finally struck him as a child, contrasting sharply with the earlier impression he had of him as a young man in his 20s or 30s. Yet, this very quality only underscored Dumbledore's trust in him. Did it not? As Dumbledore turned to depart with Quirrell, the smile on his lips lingered, undiminished by the motion. Unbeknownst to him, Quirrell cast a furtive glance at Patrick and Diggory, his expression laden with intrigue. Likewise, Diggory remained oblivious until Dumbledore and Quirrell had distanced themselves, at which point he recalled the need to offer solace to another. Patrick, fret not. The professor has passed, and you are well aware of his prowess. Nothing can truly challenge him. Patrick listened to Diggory's words, although he nodded in agreement. The sorrow etched upon his brow did not dissipate. His existence within the family, being the sole descendant of the main lineage, was entirely carefree, surrounded by smiles from all. No one dared to unveil the family's sordid affairs before him. Thus, in Patrick's eyes, all the elders at home appeared warm and amiable. Now, upon unexpectedly hearing that an elder from the family was in peril, the young boy was understandably filled with concern. At that moment, Ophelia approached to comfort Patrick, assuring him, "Rest assured, although much of what Cedric says is meaningless, I wholeheartedly agree with his assertion that nothing can thwart the professor. Therefore, you can be at ease. Your family will remain safe." After uttering these words, Ophelia drew her wand and turned to cast a protective barrier nearby. Diggory gazed at her retreating figure, having discerned the melancholy in Ophelia's words moments earlier, reflecting upon what Dumbledore had revealed to him regarding Ophelia's lineage. Diggory understood the depth of her longing for Dumbledore to be nearby when her family faced misfortune. Had that been the case, she would not be left with only her grandmother for solace. Though Patrick found some comfort, he remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed on the direction in which Dumbledore and the others had departed, unable to quell his concern. Diggory glanced at his two companions, contemplating for a moment before resolutely addressing Ophelia, who had just returned after setting up the barrier. "You and Patrick wait for me here, just 5 minutes at most, and I shall return." With that, he hurriedly dashed back to the tree hollow and swiftly entered the system space. At this moment, he was intent on a shopping spree, for he planned to undertake a significant endeavor, directly seeking out Dumbledore with Patrick and Ophelia. This would not only reassure Patrick, but also serve to fortify their strength. With his newfound power, Diggory was eager to find an opportunity to acclimate himself. Fortunately, the time since Dumbledore's departure was still short. If they moved swiftly, they could easily catch up with him. Without hesitation, as soon as he entered the space, Diggory stood before the shelves, gazing at the bottles of potions lined up before him. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed, "Wrap up everything that possesses any lethality. I shall take all that may be useful in combat." At that moment, Diggory was nothing short of extravagant, exuding an air of opulence. This aura startled the drowsy orange cat perched on the shelf, its body jolting awake. With wide, watery eyes, it stared blankly at Diggory. What was happening? Was he typically rather stingy? Had he undergone a transformation? "Are you certain you wish to take it all?" the cat inquired. "According to your request. Packaging all those items would require over 30 million points of magical energy. Do you possess such wealth, you spendthrift?" Diggory was momentarily taken aback, staring at the orange cat in disbelief. Why did it require so much magical energy? He silently calculated in his mind, realizing that even after raiding the wish-granting room before their departure, it was still insufficient. This was rather embarrassing. He had initially intended to flaunt his wealth, but now he found himself in a rather undignified position. Then let us settle for 2 more sets of the protective charm cloaks, some love potions, stink bombs, dung bombs, and perhaps a few luck charms, he amended. Diego stammered, feigning a semblance of wealth despite his obvious limitations, demanding a few additional items as if to project an image of affluence. Daju remained silent, diligently packaging the items requested by Diego. However, though Daju did not utter a word, his gaze conveyed a mixture of disdain and derision, intertwined with a hint of mockery and a touch of compassion for Diego's apparent poverty. This combination ignited a fiery indignation within Diego, causing him to mentally chant several times to refrain from engaging with those unworthy of his attention. Ultimately, after enduring an exceptionally humiliating transaction, he departed without a backward glance, devoid of any sentimentality. Upon regaining his composure in the hollow of a tree, Diego took several deep breaths, struggling for a considerable time to suppress his yearning for a feline hot pot. He then ventured outside, hastening toward Ophelia and Patrick, presenting them with the protective cloak he had secured. Additionally, he bestowed upon each a vial of restorative elixir and an antidote. Upon receiving the items, Ophelia furrowed her brow and inquired, "Cedric, what do you mean by this? Furthermore, from where did you acquire these provisions?" Diggory chuckled softly, remarking that it was of little significance. He expressed his concern about the forest's safety and decided to provide these items for their protection, as he considered himself their leader and felt it was his duty to ensure their well-being. As for the second question, he advised against asking, for it was a secret. Patrick gazed at the protective cloak and potions in his hands, his eyes welled with tears, blurring his vision as he nearly broke down. "Cedric, you are remarkably affluent and exceedingly generous. I have not chosen unwisely in befriending you. Were it not for my gender, I would undoubtedly consider marrying you." Ophelia shot a glance at Patrick and quipped, "You could still marry him, provided Cedric is unbothered by the mess." "Mess?" Patrick retorted, "As long as Cedric is willing, I shall ensure I am impeccably clean for him." Upon hearing this, Diggory was struck with a shiver, goosebumps rising in waves across his skin. The imagery was simply too vivid. A mere thought triggered a cascade of pixelated scenes that he could not shake off. What was most perplexing, however, was why Ophelia would utter such words. Did it imply that girls were inherently depraved, inclined to favor male-on-male relationships? Diggo contemplated earnestly, and it seemed to him that the girl's perspective was not without merit. After all, he too harbored a fondness for the allure of the ethereal. With this thought, his mind became flooded with images obscured by a mosaic of intrigue. Digger cleared his throat with a couple of resolute coughs, striving to cast aside the images of Ophelia and the other girls that lingered in his mind, and instead focused on more pressing matters. Since our equipment is now complete, let us embark on our journey. Approximately 10 minutes have elapsed. We must not delay, lest we fall behind the professor and the others. Both Ophelia and Patrick expressed no dissent, indicating their willingness to follow Digger's lead. Thus, Digger took the lead, with Ophelia bringing up the rear, as the 3 children, all merely 11 years of age, set forth on their quest through the Albanian forest. Meanwhile, on the other side, Diggory miscalculated the pace at which Dumbledore and Chilo were making their way, and although it was merely a matter of 10 minutes, they had already arrived before the eerie stone temple. At the entrance of the temple lay numerous carcasses of carrion-eating insects, a small fraction having been forcefully dispatched by Sane during Chilo's escape. A larger portion, however, had met their demise at the hands of Dumbledore, who had used the Fiendfire curse to warm the bodies of the insects that had greeted him with fervent enthusiasm. Not far away, the lifeless bodies of Downton's fallen comrades lay quietly, adding an unsettling aura to the desolate, ancient ruin. "Professor, this is it. We must enter quickly to save them. If we delay any longer, they will perish." Chilo urged Dumbledore, who remained motionless, intently examining the peculiar inscriptions on the temple's crumbling walls. "Chilo, as a graduate of Ravenlaw, have you not noticed the magical fluctuations emanating from these temple walls?" Dumbledore inquired. Although Chilo felt a rising urgency, he understood that if Dumbledore did not proceed, his own entry would be futile. "I was being pursued by the carrion insects, and the situation was dire. I hardly paid attention to these details upon my entrance." Chilo recalled. "By the time I recognized the issue, it was far too late. The sudden turn of events was like a floodgate being opened, impossible to halt." Dumbledore rapped the dilapidated stone wall with his elder wand and, without turning back, instructed Chilo, "Elaborate on your experience." Thus, Chilo recounted every detail of the events that transpired after he and Sane entered the temple. However, He chose to withhold his feelings for Sane and the fact that Sane was a Death Eater, merely stating that Sane was a friend. After sharing his tale, Chilo stood anxiously in place, awaiting Dumbledore's next move, who continued to scrutinize the temple's walls. Just as beads of sweat began to glisten on Chilo's bald head, reflecting the moonlight, Dumbledore finally finished his examination of the inscriptions. Yet, he offered no explanation to Chilo. Instead, he turned to him and said, "Remember, stay closely behind me. The path I take may seem peculiar. When you sense something odd, do not look elsewhere. Keep your head down, focus intently on my feet, and follow my lead." Though perplexed by Dumbledore's words, it was evident that he possessed knowledge regarding the unusual nature of their surroundings. However, Chilo, feeling a twinge of concern, asked, "But Professor, what if our current route diverges from the one I traveled with my companions? What if we do not encounter him? Perhaps I should lead?" Dumbledore slowly shook his head and replied, "That would be futile. It is nighttime, and certain conditions within the temple will differ from those during the day. Your guidance could lead us astray. Moreover, you have previously mentioned that your companion possesses considerable strength, thus you need not worry about his safety in this place, my dear child." With that, Dumbledore disregarded Chilo and ventured deeper into the stone temple. Left with no alternative, Chilo promptly followed in Dumbledore's footsteps, re-entering the ancient shrine. He obediently trailed behind Dumbledore. Initially, Chilo remained oblivious to the peculiarities Dumbledore had alluded to. However, as they progressed further, a sense of unease suddenly enveloped him. At this particular corner, Chilo distinctly recalled that they were supposed to turn left, onto the narrow path that lay ahead. Even the impressions of his own footsteps were still visible. Yet, Dumbledore seemed unperturbed, choosing instead to turn right into an alternate corridor. A wave of confusion washed over Chilo. It was evident that Dumbledore's disorientation was not the issue. "Professor, are we heading the wrong way?" Unable to contain his curiosity, Chilo reached out to tap Dumbledore's shoulder while inquiring. At that moment, a chilling revelation struck him. Chilo's hand, which was meant to connect with Dumbledore's shoulder, passed right through his form, as if it were merely an apparition, leaving him with the sensation of touching nothingness. Before him stood Dumbledore, seemingly an illusion. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Chilo's bald head as he stared in disbelief at his own hand, confronting the unmistakable figure of Dumbledore before him. What on earth was happening? Just as panic gripped Chilo's heart, a sudden tap on his shoulder startled him. "Chilo, I mentioned that if anything goes awry, you should keep your eyes on my heels and follow me. Did you forget?" Hearing that familiar, aged voice, Chilo's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally found solace. Turning around, he beheld Dumbledore's striking blue eyes. "Professor, what is going on?" Chilo inquired, still shaken. Dumbledore gestured towards the stone wall beside them, upon which ancient characters appeared to be inscribed in reverse, and explained, "This place can be perceived as a labyrinth." "A labyrinth?" Chilo expressed his bewilderment. The dilapidated state of the temple, with many walls collapsed and some reduced to mere corners, made it difficult to envision such a structure as a maze. One could easily survey the surroundings within a 10-meter radius from where they stood. The temple hardly possessed the attributes befitting a labyrinth. Dumbledore, discerning Chilo's thoughts, replied calmly, "The inscriptions on these stone walls are key to my discovery. Perhaps my earlier explanation was insufficiently clear. You may interpret this space as an immense mirrored realm. The temple is filled with invisible mirrors, cleverly concealed amidst the ruins. Thus, the characters you observe etched upon the walls are all reflected. It is precisely for this reason that you inadvertently found yourself behind my reflection. Furthermore, due to the nature of the reflection, you were unable to make contact with me prior." Upon hearing this, Chilo experienced a sudden epiphany. No wonder, when he and Sane first arrived at this location, they encountered Danton and his companions, yet Danton and his group were oblivious to Chilo and Sane's presence. Later, when Danton's group did see themselves alongside Sane, they still could not perceive Danton and his companions. The explanation lies within this stone temple, which is, in fact, a vast mirrored space. However, Chilo soon realized something was amiss. If this is a mirrored space, and all other versions of ourselves are mere reflections, then why was Sane previously struck by his own curse? Logically, that spell should have impacted elsewhere, correct? Could it be? Professor, do you believe that this mirrored space has the ability to reflect curse attacks? What do you mean? Dumbledore furrowed his brow. Chilo took a deep breath and recounted to Dumbledore the incident in which Sane was attacked by his own reflection. After hearing this, Dumbledore's brow furrowed even deeper. Reflections should inherently lack offensive capabilities, much like how Chi Luo's gesture towards Dumbledore's reflection merely passed through it. An attack directed at a reflection should only strike somewhere else, or perhaps even damage the mirrors within the mirrored space. It should not result in being struck by an attacking reflection. Yet, Dumbledore could see that Chi Luo was not fabricating his tale. He spoke the truth. If that is the case, Dumbledore speculated whether there might be creatures within the mirrored space of which he was unaware. If so, how should they address these beings? Should they wait until it retaliates and defeat it? Or find a way to enter the mirrored space and confront it directly? Professor, why don't we rescue the individuals and flee immediately afterward? Chi Luo suggested. Upon hearing Chi Luo's proposition, Dumbledore instinctively felt a sense of disdain. However, upon reflection, considering the presence of Diggory and the others outside, he deemed it prudent to return sooner. With this thought in mind, Dumbledore acquiesced to Chi Luo's proposal. Very well. Let us proceed. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a sharp attack suddenly surged towards Dumbledore from his left, aimed directly at his head. This unexpected occurrence left Chi Luo momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with shock. The suddenness of the assault raised fears in Chi Luo's mind. Was this another impending calamity? Before his bleak thoughts could fully materialize, Dumbledore swiftly deflected the attack with a casual, yet decisive motion of his wand. Casting an unvoiced spell that swiftly dissolved the threat with a flash of silver light, Dumbledore focused his gaze, and to his astonishment, there stood a reflection of Chi Luo himself. However, before Dumbledore could respond, Hero suddenly darted into the left passage. In a fleeting moment, Dumbledore recalled the position occupied by the imposter Hero, gauging the distance between them. Without hesitation, he turned and cast a precise freezing spell toward the left passage at the fork behind him. Instantly, the passage began to freeze at an unimaginable speed, extending its icy grasp to other areas as well. In the blink of an eye, Hero found himself enveloped in a frozen realm, as if transported to the Ice Age. He swallowed hard, cautiously glancing at Dumbledore, determined that even if he were to successfully resurrect the Dark Lord, he would never face Dumbledore on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Dumbledore sensed the turmoil in Hero's mind, but he had no time to dwell on it. He approached the fork, scrutinizing the shattered stone walls on either side. Professor, have you dealt with that thing? Hero asked softly. Dumbledore shook his head, his broad palm brushing over the ruined wall he had encased in ice. Despite its decay, the wall remained largely intact, the reversed inscriptions untouched by any harm. This suggested that the entity existing in the mirrored space likely remained unscathed as well. While Dumbledore inspected the wall, a gaunt man hid on the other side. His sunken eyes, murky gaze, and disheveled straw-like hair contrasted sharply with his filthy garments, as if he had emerged from the depths of mud after centuries without cleansing. Leaning against the wall, he panted heavily. Though he had merely exchanged glances with the old man, he sensed the extraordinary nature of this individual. He was the only one who could swiftly discern his true location and mount a counterattack. It had been years since he encountered such formidable strength. Breathing deeply, he surveyed the dim and blood-red surroundings, a manic smile of fury spreading across his lips. Nicklame, you have confined me for centuries. Do not think I will not seek vengeance once I find an opportunity to escape. His furious voice reverberated, then quickly echoed back. Upon closer inspection, this inexplicable space was rather small, roughly the size of 3 basketball courts. Nick had imprisoned him in this space for centuries. If he were an ordinary person, he would have surely lost his sanity by now. After venting his frustrations, the individual felt a slight alleviation, glancing back at another realm, at Dumbledore, who was merely a wall away. After contemplating, he resolved not to provoke the old man any further. Ever since he had been trapped in this peculiar space, he had devised an extraordinary spell, enabling him to replicate the abilities of those who had previously cast magic within the confines of this barrier. Since the inception of this spell, he had never faltered. However, today, just moments ago, the incantation had failed. When he attempted to mimic Dumbledore's prowess, not only did he fail, but he nearly suffered injury from a backlash of magical energy. It was evident that Dumbledore was far beyond his reach, thus. In comparison to this venerable figure, the two relatively less formidable youths appeared far more enticing and easier to manipulate. Yet, at the very moment he turned to depart, a sound akin to an egg cracking echoed in his ears. He swiftly turned back, only to find nothing amiss, save for Dumbledore leaning against the wall, resembling an elderly man seeking a place to rest. The surrounding world remained engulfed in gloom and blood-red hues. The individual shook his head nervously, convinced he must have misheard. Such sounds had never graced this forsaken place over the years. But before he could finish his thought, The cracking noises continued, incessantly ringing in his ears. A familiar aura, long forgotten, wafted from behind him, accompanied by a beam of silver light unlike anything in this realm. He stood transfixed by the silver glow, memories flooding back. He seemed to recall that it resembled starlight. He quickly turned around, disbelief etched on his face, only to witness the place that had imprisoned him for centuries fracturing wildly around Dumbledore's hand, which served as the epicenter. As the external energy surged in with the shattering of the space, akin to a tsunami, it enveloped him entirely. His eyes brightened with a growing intensity, a blend of joyful tears and anxiety, fearing it might all be a fleeting dream. Yet his trepidation proved unwarranted. In the gaze of his anticipation, and amidst Chilo's astonished stare, the mirrored space of the stone temple, held captive for 300 years, collapsed in a thunderous cacophony within the depths of Dumbledore's palm, marked by intricate lines. The blood-red and grayish space was swept away by the clarity of the external starlight, obliterating the mirrored realm that had ensnared the Raven for 3 centuries. The Raven inhaled deeply, expanding his lungs to their fullest, greedily savoring the air he had been deprived of for 300 years. With a satisfied expression, he turned to Dumbledore and remarked, "If you were not a man, I would surely choose you as my wife, a bond unwavering until death." Upon hearing those words, Dumbledore's countenance abruptly darkened, his azure eyes betraying a long-buried intent to kill. Suppressing the visceral impulse that threatened to consume him, he gritted his teeth and declared, "I shall grant you one final opportunity. Reveal your identity and surrender the other 2 individuals." The Raven, however, elegantly disregarded Dumbledore, turning his attention to survey this simultaneously familiar and alien world. This place, this stone temple, had crumbled. Indeed, when that ancient fool Nick battled me, this location was nearly obliterated. Yet, I do not recall there being a forest nearby at that time. Astonishing how much has transformed over the years. What I desire now is a woman and a refreshing drink." With that utterance, the Raven extended his crimson tongue to moisten his lips. He then flashed a charming smile at Dumbledore and Chilo. Although this grin did not exude the intended malevolence, it did not diminish his current elation. "Farewell, my liberating friend. May fate conspire to reunite us. Naturally, during our separation, you shall occupy my thoughts, especially you." The Raven pointed at Dumbledore, exclaiming, "I shall think of you often, darling." Humph. Chilo suddenly heard a cold snort and swiftly turned his gaze towards Dumbledore. He observed that Dumbledore's expression had transformed from ashen to a profound black, his gaze directed at the Raven as though he were a mere corpse. Without uttering a word, Dumbledore gestured, and Chilo perceived a blinding flash before he heard the Raven's unparalleled scream. "Hey, what have you done to me?" The Raven, fighting through the excruciating pain tearing at his heart, drenched in cold sweat, glared at Dumbledore with bloodshot eyes, demanding an explanation. "Calm yourself. Remember who you are and discern what words are permissible." In that moment, Dumbledore seemed to have transformed entirely. The composure, wisdom, and kindness that once defined him vanished completely, replaced by an unsettling chill that sent shivers down one's spine. The Raven suddenly burst into laughter. I have become utterly complacent. I forgot you possess the ability to shatter that wretched barrier. Your strength is evidently far superior to mine. However, that does not imply you can easily manipulate me." As soon as the words left his lips, the Raven abruptly lifted his head, casting a peculiar smile at Dumbledore. Shortly thereafter, Chilo, who had been observing the unfolding drama, was astonished to notice that a veil of mist had inexplicably formed between himself, Dumbledore, and the Raven. Initially, one could still discern the Raven's visage through the haze, but in the blink of an eye, only his silhouette remained visible. Chilo was engulfed in a wave of goosebumps. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, striving to discern his surroundings. However, a new wave of panic washed over him as he realized that the fog had thickened to an impenetrable density. He could barely make out the silhouette of Dumbledore beside him. In the days preceding this moment, he had been preoccupied with his graduation project and had not written anything. To compensate, he intended to increase his output over the next 3 days. Chilo felt a surge of anxiety, recalling the Raven's eerie smile that had manifested prior to the fog's arrival. He instinctively edged closer to Dumbledore and inquired, "Professor, perhaps we should prioritize rescuing those in danger rather than concerning ourselves with that individual? Let us save them and flee at once. What do you think?" Though obscured by the fog, Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with clarity, as if the mist posed no hindrance to his vision. He noticed Chilo approaching and heard his words, which only deepened his disappointment in the young man. "We may proceed to rescue them, but once we have done so, You must lead them to safety. I must remain here to deal with this vampire before I can leave. A vampire? Chilo's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Dumbledore. Although the fog obscured his view, it did not diminish his incredulity. Vampires are creatures that rise from the dead, subsisting solely on the blood of humans or animals. They possess unnatural speed and strength, along with an eternal lifespan that Voldemort himself could never attain. Moreover, upon resurrection, vampires retain all the abilities and characteristics they possessed in life. If a vampire was a wizard in their previous existence, they would not lose that power upon becoming a vampire. With their formidable physical prowess, their capabilities multiply exponentially. For instance, in a confrontation between a wizard and a vampire of equal magical strength, the vampire could close the distance before the wizard utters a spell, swiftly incapacitating them. Even if the wizard were more powerful, maintaining composure in the face of such speed would be a considerable feat. Of course, if the opponent were a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber, the situation would be entirely different. Typically, it is the vampires who meet their demise. Should Dumbledore be provoked, he might abandon his benevolent facade and capture the vampire, offering them a sunlit bath at dawn. Yet, such feats are within Dumbledore's realm, not Chilo's. Thus, the young man found himself overwhelmed with trepidation. He pressed himself against Dumbledore, seeking solace in the presence of his former headmaster. "Professor, let us hasten to rescue them." Although filled with trepidation, the timid little chick still recalled his beloved saying, "Once we rescue him, let us assess the situation to determine whether we should split up." After all, if he truly is a vampire, even the three of us bound together would stand no chance against him. We might end up merely providing that vampire with a sumptuous free midnight feast. Chilo spoke with a sense of pitiful urgency, and upon hearing this, Dumbledore couldn't help but find some merit in the notion. Moreover, considering that Diggory and the others were alone at the camp, if he failed to locate the vampire here, it could lead to dire consequences should the creature find them instead. Dumbledore was about to articulate his thoughts when suddenly Chilo noticed him widen his eyes, as if confronted with an exceedingly horrifying revelation. "Professor, what is the matter? Please don't frighten me." Chilo stammered in fear. Yet, Dumbledore paid him no heed. Instead, he swiftly turned and brandished his wand. A gust of wind surged forth, swiftly dispersing the fog that had obscured their vision. Gone. The spot where the raven once perched was now desolate. Dumbledore's expression darkened immediately. From the moment he had employed the Cruciatus curse to subdue the raven, to the emergence of the mist that severed their line of sight, and now to the grim realization of the raven's disappearance. Though it felt like an eternity, scarcely 2 minutes had elapsed. In that brief span, the raven not only evaded the torment inflicted by the curse, but also escaped right under Dumbledore's nose. His gaze locked onto a distinct patch of stone just 2 meters away, contrasting sharply with the surrounding slabs. His eyes reflected both gravity and simmering anger. He had overlooked the unique physiology of the vampire. Having once met death, every part of their body lacked pain receptors. Thus, the Cruciatus curse bore little effect upon them. The raven's earlier display of anguish had evidently been a ruse to mislead Dumbledore, lulling him into a false sense of security. Chilo, too, realized this, his demeanor tightening with anxiety as he swiftly scanned their surroundings, temporarily finding no immediate danger. "Professor, let us rescue him now. Once we have him, we shall hasten back to the camp, ensuring the safety of everyone." Dumbledore nodded, recognizing that they had no other choice. He could only hope that Diggory and the others had obediently followed his instructions, casting protective enchantments around the camp and patiently awaiting his return. Initially, he believed that Ophelia and Patrick would certainly comply, but the mere thought of Diggory began to sow uncertainty in his heart. However, contemplating the situation proved futile. Dumbledore could only hasten alongside Quirrell to rescue Sane and his companions, striving to conserve time and return as swiftly as possible. Little did he anticipate that Diggory and his 2 companions had disregarded his counsel. To be precise, under Diggory's leadership, the trio had scarcely heeded Dumbledore's words and had already departed from the camp. They had now ventured into the territory formerly inhabited by the carrion beetles. Diggory led the way, gripping his wand tightly as he nervously scanned his surroundings, his entire body tense. The atmosphere of the dense forest inexplicably reminded him of a horror film he had once watched in a past life, The Valley of Silent Hill. The mere thought of the vengeful little girl, Alessa, in the desolate gray world she had conjured, alongside the ominous dark realm, sent shivers down his spine. After taking a few more steps, Diggory turned to ensure that his 2 companions were still trailing behind him. Sighing with relief, He then spoke to them with a hint of anxiety. Patrick, Ophelia, if you suddenly notice any changes in our surroundings, like if the color of something turns gray, please inform me immediately. Gray? Patrick paused, then abruptly pointed behind Diggory, exclaiming, if that is the case, I just saw that area turn gray. A jolt of surprise coursed through Diego's heart as his expression abruptly shifted. He swiftly turned to gaze in the direction indicated by Patrick and was astonished to behold a vast expanse of gray land before him. Goodness gracious! Diggo was somewhat overwhelmed. Wasn't this the magical realm of Harry Potter? Why had a plot from Silent Hill suddenly emerged? Was the system intent on subjecting him to an ordeal? Yet, just as Diggo stood in place, his heart racing with confusion, Ophelia, who had been trailing behind, unexpectedly stepped forward. She approached the edge of the gray area, knelt down, and brushed her fingers against the earth before bringing them to her nose. The lingering magical aura indicated that this place had been scorched by the Fiendfire curse, rendering it gray. Moreover, as a formidable and advanced offensive spell, few possessed the capability to wield it, yet it was evident that Professor Dumbledore, who had ventured here first, was among those capable. Surrounding them were numerous insect carcasses. Ophelia picked up one of the charred remains and examined it closely. It was the corpse of a singed carrion beetle. Turning back to the somewhat timid Diggo and the perplexed Patrick, Ophelia remarked, this area must be the domain of the carrion beetles. It seems the professors were attacked by them while passing through, and in order to save time, the professor resorted to the Fiendfire curse to incinerate these pests. Upon hearing that it wasn't Silent Hill, Diggo felt a wave of relief wash over him. He approached Ophelia, having confirmed the situation, and said, since this path has been traversed by the professor, it signifies that we are on the right track. Furthermore, with the Professor's passage, it implies that all obstacles along this route have likely been cleared, suggesting that we shall encounter no further dangers. Therefore, let us hasten our pace. Ophelia nodded in agreement, while Patrick displayed a reluctant demeanor, as if being asked to quicken his pace was akin to a death sentence. He trudged along behind them. After only a few steps, he began to protest. I say, can we take a break? We are still just children. We require ample sleep. However, Diggo and Ophelia paid him no heed as they pressed on. Diggory was busily surveying his surroundings. Although he had deduced that this place had already been tidied up by Dumbledore, he remained uneasy. Meanwhile, Ophelia, in her indifference, chose to disregard Patrick entirely. Feeling neglected and discontent, Patrick raised his voice in protest, exclaiming, you cannot treat me, a child in my formative years, this way. Not only is my food unsatisfactory, but you also deny me sleep. You are nothing short of devils. Diego turned around and remarked, you scoundrel. It seems that a significant portion of the meal I prepared for Ophelia has found its way into your stomach. To which Patrick boldly countered, without an ounce of gentlemanly decorum, I require sustenance for my growth. Every part of my 3 legs and 2 hands needs ample nourishment. Otherwise, they shall suffer from maldevelopment. Diego let out a disdainful sneer, intending to turn around and chastise Patrick for his shamelessness, when suddenly he sensed a swift and terrifying aura of malevolence looming behind him. In an instant, every hair on Diggory's body stood on end. At that moment, he had no time to make any arrangements. He could only instinctively shove Ophelia aside and shout to Patrick, who was trailing behind, quick, the armor spell. Yet, it was far too late. The master of that terrifying murderous intent arrived in an instant, leaping forth from the thicket before Diggory. The gaunt figure, despite its emaciated form, loomed large, obscuring the starlight above and enveloping Diggory and his companions in a shroud of darkness. Diggory immediately looked up, but before he could discern anything, he was suddenly propelled backward. A spray of blood, mingled with fragments of internal organs, erupted forth. His chest caved in unnaturally. He was gravely injured. As Diggory was hurled away, the shadow landed precisely on the ground. In an instant, he bent his knees and, like a sharpened arrow, shot forth from his position, charging directly at Diggory. However, in this critical moment, the armor charm activated. Bang! The shadow's form collided with an invisible, impenetrable wall, rebounding to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Patrick forcefully caught Diggory with his own body and bellowed, Ophelia, quickly come and watch over Cedric. I will defend against this monstrous fiend, and you must immediately signal to the professor. The previous scene had terrified Ophelia, and upon hearing Patrick's command, she instinctively nodded, retrieving her wand to prepare a signal. Yet, at that very moment, the shadow suddenly picked up a stone and hurled it viciously at Ophelia. Ah! Ophelia cried out in a sharp gasp. her hand now covered in blood, with several sharp stones embedded in the wound. The sight of her palm was horrific. "Damn it," Patrick roared, "you shameless scoundrel. How dare you lay such heavy hands on a girl? Do you even possess a shred of humanity?" As he uttered these words, Patrick maintained the armor charm while rushing to Ophelia's side, shielding her as they retreated. "What is happening?" Diggory struggled to sit up, having been injured and lying on the ground. He had only heard Ophelia's scream and Patrick's furious curses, but was oblivious to the full extent of the situation. "Ophelia has been hurt by that despicable creature." Patrick informed Diggory of the earlier ambush on Ophelia, initially intending for her to signal the professor. Patrick now pointed to Ophelia's hand, which was so injured she could scarcely hold her wand. Upon following Patrick's gesture and witnessing the injury on Ophelia's hand, Diggory's expression darkened. It was as if a storm were brewing, the sky churning ominously, and the air thick with an oppressive tension. At that moment, a wave of indescribable fury surged within Diggory, akin to the yellow river bursting its banks, flooding his mind with wrath. His eyes turned crimson, the excruciating pain from his injuries momentarily quelled by this surge of anger. Drawing his wand from beneath his cloak, Diggory stood as if unscathed. To the astonished gazes of Patrick and Ophelia, he addressed Patrick, saying, "Take care of Ophelia. Do not let her suffer further harm. Until the professor returns, I shall handle everything else." However, Patrick glanced at Diego's injured hand and the almost collapsed chest, wanting to prevent him from proceeding. Yet, upon witnessing the fury and resolve in Diego's eyes, he could only nod in acquiescence, assuring him, "Rest assured, unless I perish, the defensive barrier of my armor spell shall steadfastly stand before Ophelia." Just then, a chilling, rasping laughter echoed through the air. The shadow gradually emerged from the trees, revealing hollowed eye sockets, murky eyes, and disheveled, straw-like yellow hair. Clad in filthy garments, it was none other than the Raven who had escaped from Dumbledore's grasp. The Raven inhaled deeply and turned his gaze towards Patrick, saying, "Ah, this peculiar aura of armor magic feels quite familiar." Patrick's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean by that? Who are you, and where have you encountered my family's armor spell?" However, the Raven evaded Patrick's inquiry, merely scrutinizing him and commenting, "You must be family. He is your father, isn't he? You bear such a striking resemblance." At that moment, realization dawned upon Patrick. The individual before him was undoubtedly his uncle. "What have you done to my uncle? Where is the professor? Why were you not captured by him?" Patrick inquired, suppressing the terror within him. Yet, the Raven continued to disregard Patrick's questions, diverting the conversation. "His blood is truly fragrant. Just thinking about that scent now makes me feel quite overwhelmed. How nostalgic." At this revelation, Patrick's vision turned crimson with rage, and he immediately turned to Diego, shouting, "Cedric, eliminate him. You must eliminate him." Diego swallowed the last drop of potion in his mouth and discarded the 2 vials in his hand, one containing a restorative elixir and the other a fortifying draught. Upon hearing Patrick's furious shout, he flexed his injured left hand and solemnly assured, "Rest assured, I will give it my all." With those words, Diego strode forward, leaving his 2 companions behind. Ophelia watched his retreating figure, her lips parted as if to speak, but ultimately, the words remained unvoiced. As Diego approached him alone, the Raven's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Interesting. Do the youth of today possess such audacity? To challenge me single-handedly? And what of the bond between you 3? You seem rather close. Is that girl your girlfriend? The moment you noticed her injury, you were quick to anger, as if I owed you a fortune in gold. However, I must say, your taste in girlfriends is commendable. That delicate, flawless skin, those enchanting, sparkling eyes, and that tempting cherry-red mouth, just one glance makes me want to savor her entirely." The Raven's disdainful tone, his merciless smile, and the vile words he uttered relentlessly provoked Diego, pushing him to the brink. The thought of Ophelia's injury and Patrick's plea ignited a fierce blaze of rage within him, nearly consuming his thoughts. He knew all too well that his strength paled in comparison to the man before him, that his chances of victory were scarcely 1 in 100, and that his demise would be as trivial as squashing an ant. Yet, in this moment, Diego was acutely aware of his resolve to protect Ophelia, the first person to illuminate his heart upon entering this world. Thus, when the Raven uttered those frivolous remarks toward Ophelia, Diego's fury surged to its zenith, compelling him to launch himself at the Raven without a second thought. He hurled a vial of seduction potion with his left hand, the earlier restorative elixir having completely healed his injury. In an instant, His right hand unleashed a shatter spell, offering no mercy from the very outset. He understood that, given the Raven's earlier attack, he had no right to withhold his own ferocity. In response to Diego's onslaught, the Raven effortlessly shattered the seduction potion with a casual swipe and deftly deflected the shatter spell with a flick of his wand. Despite Diego's attacks failing to inflict any harm, the Raven was nonetheless taken aback by the combat prowess displayed by the young man. A wicked smile creased his gaunt face as he mused, impressive, to possess such strength at such a tender age. It makes me ponder the prospect of turning you into my delicacy. I wonder, would I inherit your potential upon consuming you? Diggory observed the Raven's exuberant demeanor, a sense of perplexity washing over him. Why does my love potion seem ineffective on you? Hee. The Raven extended its crimson tongue and licked its lips, proclaiming, "It is simply because I am far too pure. Thus, your love potion holds no sway over me." Ah, how could this child possess a love potion? Diggory pondered, suddenly struck by an astonishing thought. Could it be that, in addition to his potential and spells, he also harbors a talent for potions? This realization ignited further excitement within him. He had not anticipated that his initial encounter with that old man, albeit harsh, would lead to such a boon. Now, he felt invincible, having restored his vigor completely. If he were to consume this child's blood, he would undoubtedly return to his prime. However, at that moment, Patrick, observing the Raven's lip-licking antics, caught sight of its elongated fangs. The revelation that the love potion had failed against him struck him like a thunderclap. "Cedric, be cautious." Patrick suddenly deduced the Raven's true nature. This wretched creature was undoubtedly a vampire. The reason your love potion proves ineffective is that this fiend is undead. He has already tasted death once, thus rendering his abilities in that regard null. He simply cannot perform. Not only would your love potion fail, but even the finest aphrodisiacs from elite establishments would be futile against him. So that is the truth. Diego suddenly realized. No wonder the aphrodisiac was ineffective on the Raven. It turned out he could no longer be considered a man. Initially, he was astonished at why the aphrodisiac would fail to affect this male creature. After all, the potion was potent enough to work on insects like spiders. At last, he comprehended the truth. Diggory cast a peculiar glance at the Raven below, his eyes brimming with sympathy and pity. "If I were in your position, I would choose not to live at all. What significance remains when a man's dignity is utterly stripped away?" Upon witnessing the expression on Diggory's face, the Raven was instantly incensed, his countenance darkening as if a torrential downpour had commenced. He bellowed at Diggory and Patrick, "You two little brats, listen closely. What I possess may no longer function. But it is merely that the erectile tissue can no longer engorge. It still exists. I am still whole. Do you understand?" The Raven had initially believed this explanation would suffice, yet upon its conclusion, Diggory's gaze towards him grew even more bewildering. Pity. A mere facade that could only serve to numb oneself, a falsehood that one clings to in the belief of still being capable. At that moment, Patrick also lamented, indeed. Being able to see, but not to use it is worse than having nothing at all, at least if it were entirely absent. One would not be misunderstood as being incapable, yet now, its mere presence invites the assumption that if it's not dysfunctional, it must imply a preference for men. As Diggory and Patrick engaged in a relay of mockery, the Raven felt as though his sanity was on the verge of dissipating entirely. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a gaze from Ophelia beside him, a look imbued with disdain, tinged with contempt, and laced with a hint of disgust. This gaze resembled a fierce blaze, consuming the last remnants of reason within his mind. In that instant, the Raven's eyes transformed into a crimson hue, suffused with murderous intent as he fixed his stare upon Diggory and the others, vowing that their blood would cleanse his wrath. "I curse your mother," Patrick retorted, defiantly raising his middle finger towards the Raven. "Return our blood and assuage your fury? You should first prove your worth by shattering my armor's enchantment, you mere barking cur." Veins throbbed on the Raven's forehead, his rage transforming into a sinister smile. "Ha! The man who bears a striking resemblance to you once said something quite similar. Can you guess how that encounter unfolded?" "I can guess nothing." Patrick shot back, maintaining the defensive spell of his armor while unleashing a torrent of insults toward the Raven. "Individuals like you, who appear as if they haven't bathed in centuries, are looked down upon, shunned, and despised by the Downton family. Should a lady request assistance or you offend one, we shall transform into valiant knights, banishing you as far as possible." In response to Patrick's verbal onslaught, the Raven maintained a facade of amusement, yet the chill in his eyes deepened with each passing moment. Diggory stood aside, Gripping his wand tightly in one hand while the other held a vial of thick, inky liquid, he watched the raven with palpable tension, ready to hurl the carefully prepared concoction at its face at the slightest hint of aggression. Although the earlier potion had not affected the raven, it had not been without effect. At the very least, when Diggory finally threw the vial, the raven would not be overly cautious. The raven's smile gradually turned frigid, causing Patrick's incessant banter to dwindle under the weight of the mounting pressure. As silence enveloped Patrick, the raven smiled. In that moment, he recalled a certain individual who had been equally loquacious, who had thought that the armor charm would render him impervious to harm. However, at this juncture, the raven extended a single finger, which, under the watchful gaze of Diggory and his companions, shifted from a pale gray to an eerie shade of black. The raven's finger slowly advanced until it made contact with the wall created by Patrick's armor charm. At that moment, for reasons unknown, a peculiar pressure enveloped Diggory and his companions, making it feel as though they were struggling to draw breath. Diego immediately sensed something was amiss. His gaze fixated intensely on the raven's finger. Subsequently, they felt their understanding of reality being profoundly overturned. The raven's obsidian finger forcefully struck the armored spell wall. Crack, crack. A series of fissures radiated outward from the point of contact, expanding at an ever-accelerating pace. In just a few blinks, the once transparent wall was now a tapestry of cracks. Patrick inhaled sharply, acutely aware that he had jeopardized the situation, and it was highly likely that they were to meet Merlin sooner than anticipated. At that moment, Diego suddenly shouted, "Patrick, dispel the armor spell." Upon hearing Diego's voice, Patrick instinctively jolted, and a momentary stagnation occurred in the flow of magic within him. Unwittingly, the armored wall dissipated. It was precisely at that moment. Diggory swiftly hurled the vial of liquid in his left hand towards the raven, and the instant the bottle slipped from his grasp, he waved his wand with his right hand, casting a petrification spell in quick succession. At that moment, Diggory abruptly turned his head and shouted at Patrick, who was still in a daze. "What are you thinking? Hurry and signal the professor. Do you really wish to perish here and contribute your remains to this forest as fertilizer?" Only then did Patrick snap back to reality, exclaiming, "Oh, received." Suddenly, the raven let out a fierce roar, "How dare you?" and attempted to thwart Patrick's actions. However, at that precise moment, Diggory's attack reached its target. Indeed, the raven dismissed Diggory's assault with indifference, merely glancing at the bottle before deciding to withstand it with his body. In his eyes, the bottle remained just that, a bottle. Albeit of a different hue, it was merely an alternate potion. The vampire's physique was highly resistant to potions, save for a select few specifically designed to target vampires, or those with inherently destructive properties. Other potions were akin to water for them. As for the subsequent spell, the raven's skin also exhibited considerable resistance to it. Unless it was a high-level offensive spell, a powerful dark magic, or one of the 3 unforgivable curses, most spells could be easily repelled. Thus, the raven regarded Diggory's attack with utter disdain. To him, Patrick's impending distress signal was the foremost concern. Crack! The bottle shattered against the raven's face, and the inky liquid cascaded down. Initially, the raven felt nothing amiss, but soon he sensed an unsettling change. His face began to itch. The original assault ceased, and his hands instinctively scratched at his face, the itch intensifying, spiraling into an uncontrollable frenzy. Although Diggory's petrification spell failed to affect him, the peculiar liquid had indeed fulfilled its intended purpose, perhaps exceeding it. Lacking a mirror to discern the state of his visage, the raven could nevertheless perceive that the flesh appeared to crumble like ash, flaking away piece by piece. "What have you done?" The itching was akin to a maggot burrowing into his very marrow. With a furious roar, the raven charged directly at Diggory, disregarding Patrick, who was signaling nearby. The 3 great grievances in life: disfigurement, the taking of one's spouse, and the slaying of one's parents. It was evident that Diggory had committed the first offense. Upon seeing the raven rushing towards him, Diggory turned and fled, not out of cowardice, but because he needed to relocate the scene. Ophelia was injured and unable to wield her wand, while Patrick lacked the ability to make a significant impact. Thus, diverting the battlefield became Diggory's most prudent course of action. "Patrick, remember to protect Ophelia, I implore you." At this moment, Patrick had just signaled and, upon hearing Diggory's words, paused for a moment. He then clenched his left fist against his right shoulder, gazing resolutely at the departing Diggory, proclaiming loudly, "Rest assured, my brother, Not only for your sake, but also as a member of the Downton family, I solemnly vow in the name of our lineage that I shall protect Ophelia. It is a disgrace for a man to let a lady come to harm. So worry not, I shall fulfill my promise to you." Meanwhile, Dumbledore and Chilo had finally located Downton and Sane, who were huddled in a corner, and were escorting them back. Just then, Dumbledore suddenly looked up to see a red flare illuminating the starry sky. Instantly, he realized that Diggory was in trouble. Connecting it to the raven that had fled before him, a sense of dread gripped Dumbledore's heart, and without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned Chilo and the others, racing towards the source of the signal. Dumbledore was somewhat unclear about the significance of Diggory in his heart. Ever since the sorting ceremony, he had felt an inexplicable inclination to keep an eye on the boy, even contemplating taking him under his wing as a student. At this juncture, Dumbledore estimated that it would take him roughly 5 minutes to reach the location of the signal from the stone temple. He silently prayed, "May I arrive in time." "My child." On the other side of the forest, a thrilling chase was unfolding. The raven, utilizing the extraordinary speed of a vampire, rapidly closed the distance between himself and Diggory. Initially, there had been a gap of about 15 meters, but it soon diminished to a mere 5 meters. The raven, feeling confident in his temporal advantage and wishing to toy with Diggory, had yet to accelerate to his full potential. Otherwise, Diggory would have already been caught. As the raven gained speed, he could distinctly hear Diggory's labored breaths ahead. Just as the raven relished the exhilaration of the pursuit, Diggory suddenly halted, leaning against a large tree, gasping for air. "What's wrong? Are you not running anymore? Feeling overwhelmed?" Observing Diggory's state, the raven approached with a sinister grin, tauntingly saying, "Come now, plead for mercy, and perhaps I shall let you go." As Diego gasped for breath, he watched the approaching raven with his heart racing in response. Faced with an adversary of such overwhelming power, the fact that he had managed to run this far and shift the battlefield was already a commendable feat. However, the prospect of engaging in combat with this vampire was utterly beyond his physical capacity at this moment. With a swift flick of his sleeve, 5 small vials tumbled into his hand. These contained the very black liquid that had previously dealt a significant blow to the raven. He raised them high, ensuring the raven could see them clearly. Upon sighting the vials, the raven's expression darkened instantly. "You still have those? How does the serpent's venom taste? Quite potent, isn't it?" The raven was taken aback, both astonished and fearful. He could not fathom how a mere child of around 10 years possessed such an array of magical artifacts, most of which bore sufficient power to pose a serious threat to him. The raven's gaze turned icy. He looked at Diego as if he were staring at a corpse. "Since you are proving to be such a nuisance, I shall no longer indulge in this game." As Diggory listened to his words, perplexed by their meanings, an unexpected transformation occurred. Suddenly, smoke began to emanate from the raven's body. At first, it was but a wisp, barely perceptible to Diggory's eyes. Yet, in mere seconds, the dark smoke thickened and multiplied, and within 10 seconds, it had coalesced into a billowing cloud, reminiscent of a signal fire reaching towards the heavens. Diego was taken aback, his eyes wide as he gazed at the raven. "Have I struck a nerve? Are you contemplating self-immolation due to my wealth, my looks, or my superior gear? Why bother? Why endure such torment? If you truly intend to set yourself ablaze, I shall procure a portion of popcorn and watch the spectacle unfold." In response to Diego's playful mockery, the raven merely regarded him with an icy stare. Once Diego finished his banter, the raven spoke in a tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Take a moment to observe this world, to behold the exquisite night sky, for soon it shall be beyond your sight. I have now unleashed the last vestiges of my vampiric power, a force I refrained from utilizing even against a formidable foe. Though it is scant, it is sufficient to extinguish you within 5 seconds." Diggory let out a scornful scoff. "Do you believe I am intimidated? I still possess a fragment of strength. Merely 5 seconds remain. I can assure you that my companion has just signaled, and our school's principal will arrive in a remarkably brief period of time, although I am uncertain of the exact moment. Nevertheless, I am absolutely capable of enduring until then. So ponder this. Will you depart immediately, or will you stay to confront the mightiest, legendary sorcerer of this world? The choice is yours." Yet, the raven did not choose. Instead, it responded to Diggory's words with action. As Diggory's voice faded, the thick smoke enveloping the raven gradually dissipated, revealing a mesmerizing, enchanting, and undulating crimson flame. This blood-red flame was as vivid as blood, exuding an eerie crimson glow as it burned, as if it could ensnare the very souls of those who beheld it. A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through Diggory, instilling within him a sense of panic. As he deftly conjured a protective charm with his wand, he endeavored to recall any knowledge regarding vampires. However, after much contemplation, he could not recollect any mention of vampires throughout the 7 volumes of Harry Potter. It seemed that Aunt Rowling had not depicted vampires in her works, save for the instance of the charlatan Gilderoy Lockhart, who authored a book about traveling on a ship with a vampire. After ruminating on the matter, Diggory could only think of the Twilight Saga and the Vampire Diaries, one a series of films and the other a television show. Yet, it was abundantly clear that should Diggory attempt to amalgamate these disparate narratives and apply the knowledge gleaned from those 2 vampire-centric works to his current predicament, he surmised that he would meet a most unfortunate end. However, what deepened Diggory's despair was that this was not the end of his troubles. Following the emergence of blood-red flames enveloping him, the raven let out a thunderous cry, and with a swift whoosh, a pair of black, feathered wings appeared behind it, accompanied by a gust of wind. Diggory's right eyelid began to twitch uncontrollably. It became evident that he ought not to perceive the creature before him through the lenses of Twilight or the Vampire Diaries. Instead, he should draw inspiration from Underworld. The raven gazed at Diggory, whose now surging power brought an exhilarating sense of delight, a sensation that had eluded him for 3 centuries. With a casual wave of his hand, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, the armor spell that Diggory had previously cast crumbled in response. Diego's complexion turned pale. Upon witnessing the current prowess of the raven, he repeatedly fortified the strength of his armor spell. Yet, he still could not withstand the raven. Not even for a fleeting moment. At the instant the armor spell shattered, he distinctly felt a chilling intent to kill enveloping his entire being, rendering him immobile. The slightest movement would provoke a relentless and inhumane assault from his adversary. Diggory raised his left hand and said, "Excuse me, may I inquire if surrender is an option? After all, surrendering means only half the loss. What do you say? Let us negotiate. Grant me a reprieve." The raven let out a disdainful snort. "Do not presume that I am unaware of your attempts to stall for time. Your chances have evaporated. Close your eyes. This will be swift." "Please, no?" Diggory's mind raced, adrenaline coursing through him wildly. "Brother, do you lack for underlings? It seems you do, considering not a single piece of your attire appears suitable. And it looks as though you haven't bathed in quite some time. If you spare my life, I can dutifully procure clothing for you and assist you in bathing." The raven silently regarded Diggory's desperate plea, showing no response, merely raising his hand. At that moment, his hand had transformed, losing all semblance of a normal human appendage, morphing into a talon of greenish hue. Suddenly, the raven's figure vanished from sight, and dread filled Diggory's heart. Yet, he had no time to react. His mind could not process the rapid events as the raven seized him by the throat and lifted him effortlessly with one hand. "I have lived for over 4 centuries, and your performance is exceedingly amateurish before me," the raven remarked, exerting pressure with his grip while addressing Diggory. "Do you have any final words?" "Fear not. I shall not convey them." Diggory felt a sharp crack from the cartilage in his throat, his breathing becoming increasingly labored, as though his trachea were ensnared by a bundle of steel bars, leaving no room for air. The raven observed Diggory, noting the tremors in his eyes, which gradually rolled back until only the whites were visible. "No one shall look down upon me. Those who do shall pay dearly. First, I shall extract a bit of interest from you, and then I will seek out that old curmudgeon, Nick. Ultimately, once my strength is fully restored, I will confront that ancient wretch." At this thought, the image of Dumbledore surfaced in the raven's mind, igniting a deeper fury within. Consequently, the grip around Diggory's neck tightened further. At that moment, Diggory's consciousness began to blur, descending into a state of chaos. His mind nearly ceased to function. He yearned to utter something, yet all that escaped was a futile gasp, devoid of sound. In this fleeting instant, Diggory acutely sensed the rapid passage of his life. A myriad of memories flooded his mind. There were his parents, friends, Ophelia, Patrick, and all the classmates he encountered at Hogwarts, including Dumbledore. Ultimately, he let out a deep sigh, laden with regret and guilt. "I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I could not return after all. How unfortunate, Ophelia, that I never had the chance to share a sweet romance with you. Release him." A sudden, commanding voice shattered the silence enveloping Diggory in his final moments. This voice seemed to emanate from a distant realm, clear and powerful, forcefully drawing back Diggory's fading consciousness. Diego turned his gaze toward the source of the sound, and upon catching sight of the figure with flowing chestnut hair, he was instantly drenched in a cold sweat. "Ophelia, what are you doing here?" Did I not instruct you to remain where you are? Quickly, return at once. At that moment, the flickering flame of survival within Diego, which had nearly extinguished, surged back to life with fervor. He could accept his own demise, but he would never tolerate the thought of Ophelia facing such peril. Hurry back. Did I not command Patrick to safeguard you? What is he doing? Go now, and I shall strive to buy you some time. As Diggory spoke, he entwined his hands around the raven's arm, striving to buy Ophelia as much time as possible. However, Ophelia remained utterly unmoved. She merely waved her wand gently, murmuring incantations, and cast her magic directly in front of the raven. The raven cast a cold glance at Ophelia before disregarding her entirely. He had already sensed that Ophelia's strength was barely half of Diggory's, even if he were to ignore her completely. She could never conjure a spell potent enough to breach his vampire skin. Yet, Ophelia had no intention of inflicting harm upon the raven. Her spell was not meant for attack. The Leglocker Curse. A flash of silver light erupted as a chain swiftly shot forth from the tip of Ophelia's wand, binding itself around the raven's leg in the blink of an eye. This unexpected assault caught the raven off guard. The vampire's skin could indeed withstand most magical attacks, provided they were of an offensive nature. However, when faced with a spell like the Leglocker Curse, which restricted an opponent's movements, it fell outside the protective range of his vampire skin. After all, this spell bore no harm. Nonetheless, this was of little use to Diggory, as the raven was using his hands to grip his neck, not his feet. My lady, what are you doing? What purpose does locking his legs serve? Diggory was perplexed by Ophelia's actions and grew anxious. You might as well fetch the professor to save me. I can hold on a bit longer. The raven, like Diggory, shared a similar understanding. Although the Leglocker Curse constrained his movements, he could easily break it at will, for the spell cast by Ophelia, given her limited strength, would have minimal effect on him. However, Ophelia remained undeterred, not even glancing at Diggory. Instead, she waved her wand lightly. At that moment, both Diggory and the raven suddenly noticed a thick, white mist enveloping them. Before the raven could comprehend the situation, he felt a sudden, intense pain in the hand that gripped Diggory's neck. Ophelia had appeared between them, a crimson dagger lodged in her wrist, while its other end was firmly gripped in her hand. Before the two male creatures could react, Ophelia moved again. She ensnared the raven's arm with her left hand, twisting her waist sharply to the right, bending her legs at an incredible angle, finally clamping them around the raven's neck and forcefully twisting. The entire maneuver flowed seamlessly, completed at a speed that was almost imperceptible. Caught off guard, a sharp crack echoed as the raveness neck was snapped by Ophelia's lethal scissor-like grip. The sudden turn of events rendered the raven speechless, leaving it no time to react. Its grip on Diggory's hand loosened, allowing Diggory to finally inhale the fresh air. In that instant, Diggory took a deep breath and swiftly lifted Ophelia into his arms, turning and sprinting towards Dumbledore. Ophelia's agility took Diggory by surprise, and the raven too fell victim to its own superficial judgment, as Ophelia successfully launched a surprise attack, thus granting Diggory this rare and fortuitous opportunity. As Diggory sprinted swiftly, he cast a sidelong glance at the raven behind him. Observing that it was utterly incapable of catching up, its head and neck contorted at a right angle. It was now hopping about in a fit of rage, its beak nearly stretching back to its ears, having narrowly escaped death at the hands of the raven. The sensation of his body gradually succumbing to numbness was one he fervently wished never to endure again. Moreover, upon reflection, Diggory felt a surge of animosity towards the raven intensifying within him. You scoundrel, once I locate the professor, I shall ensure he seals you away. And when my strength is formidable enough, I will release you, at which point I shall make you suffer. Dumbledore's pace back was swifter than he had initially anticipated. In roughly 4 minutes, he arrived at the signal's origin, his hurried journey causing his wizard hat to fall away and his hair to become disheveled. However, he paid no heed to such trivialities. Instead, he anxiously searched for Diggory and the others. When he spotted only Patrick beside a large tree, a chill ran through him. Dumbledore looked around in confusion, and upon realizing he could not see Diggory or Ophelia, an ominous premonition gripped him. With his white beard trembling, he inquired of Patrick, "Where are Cedric and the others?" Seeing Dumbledore finally returned, Patrick rushed over and clung to his leg, weeping, "Professor, you're back at last. We nearly perished just now." Dumbledore's forehead throbbed with tension, thinking this was mere triviality. Yet, he urged, quickly, "Tell me where Cedric is." Nevertheless, he understood Patrick's emotional state. Having narrowly escaped death at such a tender age profoundly affected him. Thus, He gently patted Patrick's head, soothing him with kind words that all was well, before asking where Diggory and the others were. After receiving Dumbledore's comfort, Patrick managed to regain his composure. He wiped his tears and explained. Cedric deliberately provoked that person with words, and when the individual's attention was entirely focused on him, he ran off in that direction, drawing the person away. He pointed to the small path on the left. After I sent the signal from here, I tended to Ophelia's wounds, but as soon as I finished bandaging her, she took her wand and went after Cedric. I could not stop her. Dumbledore furrowed his brow. How could you not stop her? Do you not realize that each person who ventures forth only adds to Cedric's burdens? It serves no beneficial purpose in his battle. I am fully aware. Patrick replied with a resigned smile, but I simply could not stop her. It turns out that Ophelia's close combat skills are extraordinarily formidable. The moment I grasped her hand, hoping to prevent her departure, she swiftly turned around, and with a graceful leap, she ensnared my neck between her legs, spinning me around until, with a sudden exertion of strength, she threw me to the ground, my head striking the earth first. I still feel a bit dizzy from the impact. Dumbledore cast a glance at the top of Patrick's head, and indeed, there were remnants of dirt that had yet to be cleared away. Observing Patrick's demeanor, he contemplated saying something, but upon considering Diggory and Ophelia nearby, he decided against it. Ultimately, he merely instructed Patrick to wait for him before hastening in the direction indicated by Patrick. Meanwhile, Patrick stood rooted, his lips pursed, having already deduced what Dumbledore had refrained from voicing. After all, Dumbledore's expression upon learning that he had failed to stop Ophelia was a mixture of disdain, disappointment, and an exasperated frustration, leaving Patrick feeling utterly diminished. Was it my fault? Certainly not. I simply could not match her prowess. She had bested me through sheer skill. So why should I be looked down upon? Each has their own area of expertise. If it comes to wooing, I could outshine Ophelia by a considerable margin, even surpassing Cedric and Ophelia combined. Ophelia, in a state of genuine urgency, felt a profound anxiety rising within her. At that moment, Diggory inexplicably halted his flight, ceasing to run. Meanwhile, the raven was not far behind, and Ophelia could distinctly hear its furious roars, sensing that it could recover from its injuries and soon pursue her. Yet, in this critical juncture, Diggory suddenly became immobile. Ophelia thought to herself, if you choose not to run, at least put me down. But Diggory did not comply. He continued to hold her in a princess carry, his strong arms preventing her from falling, while simultaneously rendering her unable to move. Ophelia's face flushed crimson, a blend of embarrassment and anxiety as she inwardly chastised Diggory, who normally appeared quite earnest, for revealing his true nature. Scoundrel, bandit, contemptible, shameless, despicable, rogue, brazen. Yet, Diggory was not acting with malice. He had suddenly heard the cold, mechanical chime of the student of excellence system in his consciousness. Ding. Side quest activated in the Harry Potter universe. Turn and fight to grasp the essence of life on the brink of death. Completion rewards. An increase of 10 points in spell practice comprehension and mastery of 3 learned spells to nonverbal casting. Failure to complete the quest results in a punishment. From henceforth, one shall become effeminate. After listening, Diggory was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. The system's task penalties had grown increasingly succinct, yet the content had also become more deranged. However, one could not deny that the rewards for this task, alongside the previous enhancement of mental fortitude, held an equally potent allure for him. Thus, while he vociferously cursed the system for its inadequacies, he found himself salivating at the prospect of the task completion rewards. First and foremost, the enhancement of spell comprehension was innate and immutable. From a certain perspective, the degree of one's spell comprehension essentially dictated the zenith of a wizard's career. The stronger the comprehension, the higher the potential ceiling. Take Voldemort, for instance. Despite ultimately rendering himself a grotesque entity devoid of humanity, culminating in the loss of his nose, one could not overlook his formidable spell comprehension. Astonishingly, by the 5th year, he had already self-taught the incantations for creating Horcruxes. After clarifying the methods from Slughorn, he proceeded to master the creation of Horcruxes without any guidance. From this viewpoint, Voldemort undeniably stands as the sole contender in the Harry Potter universe who could, albeit begrudgingly, rival Dumbledore's achievements, irrespective of the dichotomy of good and evil. This underscores the paramount importance of a wizard's spell comprehension. Now, the task rewards promised an enhancement of 10 points in spell comprehension, which was enough to leave Diggory utterly immobilized. Moreover, There was an additional reward that promised to elevate the proficiency of 3 already learned spells to nonverbal casting. The journey from merely learning a spell to achieving nonverbal casting is fraught with challenges that Diggory was acutely aware of. Thus far, he had only managed to perform the levitation charm effortlessly without uttering a word. Furthermore, nonverbal casting is not merely the absence of vocalizing the incantation. It signifies that as one's proficiency escalates to a certain level, the magical energy and mental exertion required for the spell are considerably reduced. In other words, if Diggory could initially cast the shattering spell 20 times in one go, after enhancing his proficiency, he would be capable of casting it 40 times consecutively. The disparity in this regard is glaringly apparent. Thus, it was this very predicament that tormented Diggory. To accept the challenge could very well lead to his demise, particularly given that the Raven, a vampire, was no trifling adversary, especially in its current berserk state. Yet the thought of refusing was equally unpalatable. He could not bear the notion of transforming from his steadfast, upright self, forming a perfect 90-degree angle with the earth, into a flamboyant figure, prancing with delicate fingers and waving a pink handkerchief. The imagery was too exquisite to contemplate. Just as Diggory grappled with his inner turmoil, a voice suddenly resonated in his consciousness. "Meow, I suggest you accept it." Nonsense. Upon hearing the casual tone of the orange cat, Diggory felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Without allowing it to finish, he launched into a tirade. "Do you have any idea what consequences I face following a failed mission? I would be reduced to a mere caricature of masculinity, devoid of any semblance of manliness, entirely at odds with my character. Just the thought of becoming such a figure sends shivers down my spine. And you, as the steward of my personal system, so casually suggest that I accept this fate. It is not you who would suffer the indignity of becoming effeminate, so you feel no pressure, do you? You wretched creature. Not only do you refuse to assist me, but you also seem to relish the prospect of my transformation into something grotesque. Your malevolence is unforgivable." The orange cat let out a disdainful huff. "Initially, I intended to share a solution with you, but since you've spoken in such a manner, my enthusiasm has evaporated. I have my own temper. Go ahead and embrace your effeminacy. Farewell, Meow." Upon hearing those words, Diggory immediately realized his folly. He swiftly entered the system space, hastily offering his apologies to the large orange cat. There was no alternative. Although he was reluctant to concede, the allure of the rewards from the side quest loomed large. All the while he feared being perceived as effeminate. Thus, Diggory reasoned that his apology, in a strict sense, was not an act of cowardice, but rather a demonstration of resilience and adaptability. After expressing his contrition, Diggory shamelessly inquired of the orange cat, "Pray tell, what is the method you spoke of? Please share it with me." The orange cat, nonchalantly grooming its fur, cast a disdainful glance at Diggory, huffing, "How pathetic. You are simply being overly dramatic." Upon hearing these words, Diggory was momentarily taken aback, his left cheek twitching in indignation. Yet, as he turned away, his expression returned to normal. In pursuit of reward and to avoid appearing effeminate, he endured. Having finished grooming his fur, the rotund orange cat glanced at his increasingly portly belly, then struck a pose reminiscent of gazing at the stars from a 45-degree angle. The plump feline visage was etched with melancholy. Alas, he had lost quite a bit of weight recently, and his supply of cat food was dwindling. Upon hearing these words, Diggory cast a glance at the layers of the large orange cat's belly and inwardly chuckled without uttering a sound. Particularly, my favorite spicy dried fish had vanished without a trace. Yet, this esteemed gentleman harbors a peculiar quirk when there is no delectable food in sight. His memory tends to plummet, rendering him forgetful of everything. So what is to be done, Meow? After speaking, the large orange cat fixed its gaze upon Diggory, its eyes scrutinizing him as if assessing a prime target for its predatory whims. At this moment, Diggory could hardly fail to grasp the intention behind the gesture. It was merely an opportunity to make a substantial profit. Having been taken advantage of before, he resigned himself to the situation for the sake of reward. Consequently, he promptly waved his hand and exchanged 100 pounds of spicy dried fish, 100 pounds of 5-spice dried fish, smoked ham, marinated chicken liver, and a plethora of other delicacies for the large orange cat. He spent a total of 1,000 points of magical energy, causing the cat food to accumulate into a small mountain. "Is this sufficient?" he inquired, clapping his hands as he turned to the large orange cat, who was drooling over the snacks. The cat eagerly nodded, saliva flying everywhere with each enthusiastic movement. Diego quietly took a significant step to the side and inquired, "Could you share with me the method to defeat that vampire?" Upon realizing the seriousness of the matter, the large orange cat suppressed its longing for food, wiped the drool from the corner of its mouth, and replied, "In truth, it is quite simple. Within this magical realm lie tokens belonging to powerful wizards, either deceased or yet to meet their end, which you can exchange." Upon hearing that powerful wizards' tokens could be exchanged, Diggory's interest was piqued, and he inquired, "What happens next?" The response was that when one ventures out to utilize such a token, the soul of the wizard would briefly possess you, allowing your own spirit to recede into the background, yielding control of your body to the other. This wizard would then unleash the formidable power they possessed at the peak of their prowess while in possession of that token, assisting you in resolving your dilemmas. Upon hearing this, Diggory chuckled with delight. With such an ability at his disposal, who could he fear? When the time came, he could simply exchange for the tokens of those formidable wizards, allowing their souls to inhabit him, becoming an unstoppable force against any adversary. The mere thought of exchanging for Merlin's token and having that venerable elder possess him filled him with joy. Moreover, even if he did not opt for Merlin's, acquiring tokens from the 4 founders of Hogwarts would be incredibly impressive, or he could directly exchange for Dumbledore's, which would be most convenient. In such a case, he would ask, "Is there anyone left to challenge?" However, a grave concern soon crossed Diggory's mind. Big Orange. How many points of magical energy are required to exchange for those powerful wizards' tokens? Big Orange, munching on a spicy dried fish, mumbled in response, "Powerful wizards? Just how powerful are we talking about?" Diggory pondered for a moment and remarked, "It must be of the caliber of Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, or Ravenclaw." The orange-haired individual, without lifting his gaze, replied, "Indeed, you may observe for yourself." Upon contemplation, Diggory promptly located the section dedicated to the wizard's artifacts on the shelf. Indeed, there was an abundance of items. He swiftly bypassed Trelawney's prophetic crystal ball, pondering whether the system truly intended for him to confront the Raven in a duel rather than consult it for divination. As for Fudge's pocket watch, it was evident that Fudge possessed considerable prowess, having ascended to the position of Minister for Magic of the British Empire. Although he may not rival Dumbledore in strength, he was likely comparable to Mad-Eye Moody. Yet, upon observing the immense magical value followed by a lengthy string of zeros, Diggory reconsidered and ultimately decided against it. Then there was Flitwick's little suit. Diagonally nodded, acknowledging the feasibility of the situation. He was well aware of Flivvy's capabilities vanquishing this vampire, who exhibited a sudden surge of power, should pose no significant challenge. Furthermore, this elderly gentleman was not the Minister of Magic. Thus an excessive amount of magical energy was likely unnecessary. Glancing at the required magical energy, he mused, "Are you certain, Big Orange, that this system is conducting business rather than engaging in outright robbery like you do?" While one could overlook Fudge's exorbitant demands due to his elevated position, it was utterly outrageous that Flivvy's modest suit required 30,000 points of magical energy. Was the system intentionally cruel, aiming to undermine one's spirit? It seemed to be a deliberate attempt to transform him into a caricature. Ignoring Diagonally's outburst entirely, Big Orange turned away, presenting his ample backside, and continued to savor the delectable dried fish. Diego was immediately infuriated. However, he found himself powerless against the feline and could only endure the situation. As for Flivvy's caliber, along with the strength surpassing even that of Diego, it was something he chose to overlook. Watching was futile, for he could not afford it. Ultimately, the crux of the matter lay in a single word: poverty. Most individuals suffer from this ailment, aptly named poverty. It was abundantly clear that Diego was now entrenched in its most dire stages. Yet, what unfolded next before his widened eyes was nothing short of astonishing. Diego once again encountered a relic of Dumbledore, a feather quill. However, what perplexed him was that this exquisite quill required a mere 50,000 units of magical energy. Although 50,000 was still a considerable sum for Diego, in comparison to the previous prices that soared into the millions, this cost seemed remarkably reasonable. Nevertheless, Diego remained cautious. He seized the large orange cat, who was engrossed in gnawing on a fish treat, and inquired, "Why is Dumbledore's relic significantly cheaper than Fudge's? Is there an error in the system?" The cat responded, "Since you have sincerely posed your question, present me with a can of Buddha jumps over the wall cat food, and I shall graciously impart my wisdom." Diggory's eyes twitched as he exchanged for a can of Buddha jumps over the wall flavored cat food for the chubby orange cat. Fortunately, the cat food was not expensive, merely costing 20 points of magical energy. Otherwise, Diggory would have considered adding a more sumptuous dish for the evening. The orange cat, satisfied with his new treasure, cradled it in his plump embrace before turning to Diggory and saying, "The principle is quite simple. The power that this token can manifest is not formidable in the hands of its owner. Just as you observe Dumbledore's quill and Fudge's pocket watch, if the watch can channel Fudge's utmost strength, then the quill can at best only summon Dumbledore's prowess from his youth. Due to the disparity in power, the magical energy required also varies." Having grasped the answer, Diggory found himself in a quandary. If I were to exchange for that quill, might I find myself expending magical energy only to be outmatched by that vampire? The orange cat wriggled free from Diggory's grasp, deftly opening the can of cat food as he replied, "Absolutely. But do not forget that your true objective is not to vanquish the vampire. Rather, it is to delay until Dumbledore arrives. Therefore, you need not select the expensive option, but rather the correct one." "Only the correct one," Diggory murmured. "Precisely," the orange cat continued. "For the essence of the task lies in comprehending the truth of life on the precipice of death. Remember, the crux is indeed the edge of death. The task does not stipulate that you must necessarily attain understanding, but it must occur at the brink of death." Diggory's expression became somewhat peculiar. "Are you suggesting that I should thank the system? Thank it for compelling me to confront death, for forcing me to dance on the edge of a blade?" Ophelia grew anxious. Since earlier, Diggory had appeared to be in a dazed state, a condition that had persisted for quite some time. The voice of the raven behind them was becoming increasingly insistent, urging him to turn his neck. If Diggory did not awaken soon, both of them would meet their end here. Oh no! Just as Ophelia contemplated whether to twist Diggory's hand to jolt him back to reality and then flee with him, the boy finally uttered a sound, returning to consciousness. Yet, in his hand, there was neither Dumbledore's one nor any other token. All that remained was a vial of pale blue potion. "What just happened to you? How did you suddenly become like that? We must leave at once. If we delay any longer, it will be too late," Ophelia urged Diggory, imploring him to escape quickly. However, Diggory showed no sign of urgency. Instead, he turned around and abruptly asked Ophelia, "How long was I dazed?" Ophelia was momentarily taken aback and replied, "About 3 minutes, I suppose." "What is the matter? Hurry and get out of here. If you don't wish to leave, at least let me go. I do not want to die here." 3 minutes, Diggory murmured. 3 minutes, combined with the 5 minutes he spent shifting the battlefield and facing the raven, amounted to approximately 8 minutes. Diggory then calculated Dumbledore's speed. The old wizard possessed the ability to apparate. Assuming he could employ this skill to hasten his journey, he must have already reached Patrick by now and should be here with him. Yet, Dumbledore had not yet arrived, indicating that apparition could not transport the user to a location they had never visited. In simpler terms, this place was uncharted territory for Dumbledore. Lacking a mental map of the environment, he could not directly arrive here through apparition. However, Patrick had signaled from a location Dumbledore had traversed. Upon noticing the signal, it was reasonable to expect that Dumbledore would either use apparition to reach the signal's source or at least arrive in the vicinity to locate Patrick. Thus, when Dumbledore received the news and began his journey here, although he could not use apparition and Fawkes was absent, he would have to rely on his own 2 legs. Nevertheless, it should not take long. Despite their age, his legs were still sufficiently long. Even allowing for potential delays, it would not exceed 7 minutes. Considering the possibility of unforeseen circumstances, if he granted Dumbledore an additional 3 minutes, it meant that Diggory only needed to hold out for 10 minutes. And even if Dumbledore had to crawl, he would eventually reach Diggory's side. Upon reflecting on this, Diggory glanced at the pale blue potion in his hand. He recalled the temporary enhancement of his strength after consuming the potion in the system space, and then considered the physical prowess demonstrated by the raven earlier. He made a rough estimation. It appeared that what the Great Orange had mentioned was indeed accurate. He could potentially reach a similar level, granting him the capability to contend with the raven for a limited duration. Diggory murmured. However, the vampire power unleashed by the raven is also limited by time, and Dumbledore will require a certain amount of time to arrive. Ultimately, it is merely a race against time. Ophelia, noticing Diggory's continuous murmuring, grew increasingly anxious. She could not fathom how someone who had seemed perfectly normal just moments ago could suddenly transform so drastically. It was a folly for her to risk everything to rush to his aid. She would have been better off waiting for the professor and approaching together. "Cedric," she exclaimed, "if you wish to lose your mind, do so alone. Do not cling to me and drag me into this peril. That ghastly entity is on the verge of recovery, and I refuse to remain here to meet my demise alongside you." With a chuckle, Diggory finally realized that he had been carrying Ophelia in a princess hold. Gently, he set her down and said, "You should head back now. I have some matters to attend to. Please be careful on your way home." After delivering this message, he strode towards the direction of the Raven. Ophelia, casting a glance at Diggory's retreating figure, stamped her foot in frustration. "Fine, if you choose to be foolish. Don't blame me for abandoning you." With that, she too turned away, leaving without a backward glance. The agility potion, when consumed, would enhance the user's physical capabilities for a duration of 10 minutes. Furthermore, upon its completion, there exists a chance for a permanent boost in physical attributes. This was the potion Diggory had acquired upon leaving the system space. Indeed, he had opted against Dumbledore's token, for he was uncertain whether Dumbledore, wielding the pin, would possess the strength to confront the Raven. Should he falter, it would not only endanger him but also waste 50,000 points of magical energy. Reflecting on his previous duel with Leonardo, Diggory pondered whether there might be a potion to aid him in overcoming this predicament. Thus, he resumed his search on the shelves and ultimately discovered this novel enhancement potion. After a trial, he decisively spent 40,000 points of magical energy to exchange for this exorbitant elixir. As he traversed the dense forest, Diggory spotted the Raven not far ahead. The neck that Ophelia had twisted into a right angle had mostly healed, and it now appeared as if he merely had a stiff neck. At that moment, the Raven caught sight of Diggory's return and, with a sinister grin, exclaimed, "Boy, wait a moment. Soon, I shall drain your blood, transforming you into my servant, destined to serve me for all eternity." In the face of the Raven's provocation, Diggory remained expressionless. From a distance, he fixed his gaze upon the Raven while grasping the agility potion. Removing the cork, he first inhaled the aroma, finding it rather potent, reminiscent of a blue margarita cocktail. However, he had no choice. The Raven, upon seeing Diggory, seemed suddenly invigorated, pressing his hands forcefully against his head and forcibly twisting it to face forward. This display was painful to witness for Diggory, yet he discerned that the Raven was genuinely intent on eliminating him. Thus, without further hesitation, Diggory tilted his head back and downed the potion in one swift motion. The pale blue liquid cascaded down his throat, and before it even reached his stomach, he felt an intense heat radiating from the potion. It was as if he had swallowed boiling water. The sensation threatened to scorch his esophagus, causing every pore in his body to exude warmth. Diggory could not restrain his cries, startling a flock of birds into flight. Not far away, Ophelia, who was departing, halted upon hearing Diggory's anguished wail. "Fool, I warned you not to return, yet you insisted. Look where that has led you, beaten," Ophelia muttered to herself, torn between conflicting emotions. Ultimately, with a resolute stomp of her foot, she pivoted and hurried towards Diggory's direction. "Humph, this is the last time. If I save you only for you to court death again, I shall leave without a second thought." Meanwhile, the Raven observed Diggory, who had suddenly collapsed in agony, a cruel smile curling upon his lips. "Do you wish to end it all with poison? Futile. As long as your death occurs within 10 hours, I can resurrect you with my own blood, and you shall remain my thrall, with no hope of escape." At that moment, the Raven forcefully twisted his neck with a sharp crack. Without hesitation, he bent his knees slightly and launched himself forward, the ground beneath him shattering as he propelled himself like an arrow towards the writhing Diggory. In an instant, before one could even blink, the Raven was at Diggory's side. His complexion was pale, his eyes bloodshot, and his demeanor frenzied. The nails on his fingers had elongated and hardened, reaching towards Diggory's tender throat. Just as the Raven's lethal strike was about to land, Diggory finally opened his eyes. However, what was concerning was the vacant expression he wore, as if he were in a stupor or just awakening from slumber. Yet, when faced with the Raven's assault, he instinctively reacted. As the Raven's attack neared him, Diggory suddenly bent forward slightly, channeling his core strength with explosive force. In the blink of an eye, the next moment saw Diggory, who had been lying on the ground, vanish entirely, as if he had never existed in that place. The Raven was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. What just happened? Where did he go? Ascended to the heavens. Diggory had not ascended to the heavens, but rather found himself perched upon a sturdy branch of a tree. At this moment, his eyes were filled with bewilderment as he squatted there, casting glances at himself and then surveying the surroundings, as if everything around him had transformed into an unfamiliar realm. In truth, What Diggory beheld was not a loss of recognition, but rather an astonishing emergence of undulating ripples that danced through the air. His own body emanated waves. The trees beside him radiated similar ripples, and even the crows on the ground emitted their own oscillations, even a single withered leaf resting on the earth was not exempt from this phenomenon. Diggory raised his hand gently, intending to move swiftly. However, the presence of these ripples seemed to act like chains, constraining his movements and making him feel as though he were mired in a swamp, where every action was restricted. Yet, from the perspective of the raven below, the reality was entirely different. In his eyes, Diggory's movements were utterly imperceptible, while he had been able to discern faint traces of movement when Diggory had ascended the tree. This latest gesture was so swift that not even a single hair could be seen. This was precisely what astonished the raven. It is worth noting that he had activated his vampire powers, entering a phase where the strength of the bloodline was fully unleashed, his peak prowess. In this state, his combat capability was not merely that of an advanced practitioner, but at least that of a mid-level mage, complemented by a formidable physique. Prior to encountering Nicklame, he had never faced a rival of comparable strength in his era. Yet now, he was unable to perceive the actions of an 11-year-old child. Who would believe such a tale? He himself found it hard to accept. Nevertheless, the evidence lay before him, compelling belief. Gritting his teeth, the raven realized his time was limited. He could not concern himself with Diggory's situation any longer. Action was imperative. With a single hand, he formed a grip, summoning a sphere of crimson flames that blazed fiercely within, exuding a chilling and malevolent aura that inflicted injury upon mere contact and death upon collision. Without further ado, the raven hurled this fiery orb toward Diggory. At that moment, Diggory was still in a daze, examining his smooth, supple little hand, puzzled by the nature of the ripples. Suddenly, a jolt of alarm surged through him, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of impending danger. In that instant, Diggory leaped nimbly to another tree nearby, and with his movement, the ripples around him fractured. However, this also imparted a sense of dislocation to his actions. It was at this moment that Diggory began to faintly comprehend the nature of these ripples. The key was not to observe himself, but rather to scrutinize others or the surrounding phenomena, much like the raven before him, which served as an excellent subject for observation. Diggory flashed a mischievous smile at the raven, and in that fleeting moment, the raven perceived a grin blossoming on Diggory's face. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Diggory had vanished from sight. Suddenly, a searing pain erupted in his waist, revealing that Diggory had somehow reappeared before him, delivering a fierce kick that struck him with devastating force. Boom, boom. The raven collided violently with a colossal tree, leaving a substantial dent in the nearly 2-meter-wide trunk. Splinters scattered in the air as he leaned against the tree, clutching his waist with his right hand, struggling to rise to his feet, while the crimson flames enveloping his body diminished significantly. The first boom was the sound of Diggory's kick reaching supersonic speed, shattering the air. The second was the sound of the raven crashing into the tree. "What are you drinking?" The raven gasped, struggling to catch his breath. Diggory's strike had nearly incapacitated him. And even with his vampire constitution, recovery was a daunting task, especially given that he was still relying on a forced surge of power. This blow had curtailed the duration of his explosive strength by nearly 2 minutes, leaving him with approximately 8 minutes of stamina remaining. Thus, he needed to buy time through inquiry, both to recuperate and to ascertain the nature of the potion, which would allow him to devise a targeted counterattack. However, Diggory remained silent, merely observing him. The raven cautiously regulated his breathing, his eyes fixed on Diggory, bracing himself for any sudden movements. Yet, his vigilance proved futile. In an instant, Diggory surged forward. In a blur, accompanied by a series of sonic booms, he materialized before the raven. With a slight lean, knees bent, and his body lowered, he drew close. Utilizing the rotational power of his waist, the muscles in his left arm tensed with ferocity. A vicious left hook struck the raven's soft abdomen without restraint. Boom. Once again, his body was thrust against the robust tree. But this time the pain was far more intense, the injury more grievous. He gasped in agony. The sensation of blood rising felt like a command issued from his brain to his entire abdomen. At that moment, his stomach obediently heeded this command, yet nothing emerged. For since the day he had been sealed by Nicklame, he had been left with nothing to expel in order to survive in that wretched place. In that critical moment, his past combat Diggory, muttering to himself, clenched his fists and used the crow leaning against the massive tree as a makeshift punching dummy, fervently delivering blows to every inch of its form. The 2-meter-wide tree quaked with each strike, its leaves cascading down like a gentle rain. Diggory exhaled visible white vapor, a testament to his labored breathing. The surface of his body was enveloped in steam, as sweat, upon emerging, was swiftly evaporated by the intense heat of his skin. His eyes remained awash with ripples, and he finally comprehended that these undulations were nothing but the resonances of all things in this space, interacting with the air. In this moment, his movements, fueled by the potency of a swift elixir, relentlessly shattered these ripples, propelling him to the speed of sound. Meanwhile, the friction with the air escalated his body temperature, causing his internal moisture to dissipate rapidly. Just 2 more punches remained. With both hands exerting force simultaneously, Diggory advanced in unison, delivering a punch akin to a black tiger's heart extraction, followed by a strike reminiscent of a monkey pilfering peaches. Ha 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 ha. The raven's eyes bulged with a crimson hue, and it emitted incomprehensible sounds, yearning to articulate something, yet finding itself rendered mute. At this moment, the sanguine flames enveloping its body began to extinguish, and the hands that sought to grasp Diggory's neck instinctively covered its own groin. Though it was a vampire, rendering that part of its anatomy non-functional, it still retained a symbolic significance as a male primate. Ultimately, after struggling for an extended period, the raven could utter not a single word before collapsing onto the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. At the moment when Diggory witnessed the raven's fall, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, in that fleeting instant of relaxation, he abruptly noticed that the ripples in his vision were slowly dissipating, and the world began to gradually revert to its state prior to his consumption of the potion. It appeared that the effects of the agility elixir were waning. At that juncture, Diggory sank heavily to the ground. The recently unleashed intensity of battle, although aided by the potion, left him feeling utterly drained now that its potency had faded. With trembling hands, he sought a rope or something similar to bind the raven. But after rummaging through his belongings for what felt like an eternity, he discovered not even a single thread. Gradually, Diggory sensed his thoughts becoming increasingly sluggish, prompting him to consider entering the system space to exchange for a sturdy chain to secure the raven. However, at that very moment, an excruciating pain akin to a barrage of needles pierced through his mind, as if countless tiny needles were relentlessly jabbing within his consciousness. Diego's visage contorted in agony as the pain escalated. Tiny beads of sweat cascaded down from his brow. His entire body began to convulse, each muscle feeling as if it were being kneaded into a tangled mass, then mercilessly pulled apart. As if that were not enough, an excruciating sensation coursed through his 207 bones, as though someone wielded a hammer and chisel against them. Digger's entire body convulsed violently, various parts contorting in strange ways. His complexion was pale, devoid of color, with sweat pouring down, as though he had just been pulled from the depths of water. Upon arriving, Ophelia was met with the sight of Digger lying on the ground, unconscious. Her heart tightened, and she rushed to his side to assess the situation. Yet she could discern nothing. In a moment of desperation, she drew her wand and signaled into the air, but fearing time was of the essence, she attempted to lift Digger and carry him back. "Hey, how are you? Can you hear me?" Ophelia inquired, but soon realized she was unable to move him at all. She began to pat his face, her anxiety mounting. Alas, Digger had succumbed to unconsciousness. No matter where she touched him, he remained unresponsive. Frustrated by his lack of reaction, Ophelia checked for his breath and was relieved to find it still present. Resolutely, she straddled Diggory's chest and, with both hands, began to fervently slap his face. Eventually, when Dumbledore arrived, following the signal, he was greeted by the sight of Ophelia and a figure that seemed vaguely familiar yet unrecognizable. Upon seeing Dumbledore, Ophelia burst into tears, exclaiming, "Professor, please come quickly. No matter how much I slap Cedric, he has woken up. And I'm a bit worried that he—" Dumbledore leaned in for a closer look and gasped in shock. The person lying on the ground was Digger. The face swollen to the size of a muggle basketball belonged to Digger. Casting a wary glance at the tearful Ophelia, he scrutinized the clothing of the figure on the ground. The attire was unmistakably that of Diggory's, especially the protective cloak, which he recognized well. Coupled with the familiar golden hair, Dumbledore confirmed it was indeed Digger. He cast a discreet glance at Ophelia, pondering the trouble this child had found herself in once again. It was still the vast, dry hollow of the tree. Amidst the flickering flames, the silhouettes of 3 figures were cast in the dancing light. Diggory lay nestled within the depths of the tree hollow, still in slumber. Beside him sat Ophelia, while Patrick occupied the outermost position. At this moment, Patrick cast a glance at Ophelia, his eyes brimming with confusion. Ophelia, why did the professor assert that your prowess surpasses mine? Is it a mistake on his part? Or did I mishear? He simply abandoned us in this tree hollow and departed, claiming that as long as you remained, he could leave for a brief moment without concern. This is illogical. By all accounts, should not our strengths be ranked Cedric first, me second, and you third? Ophelia shot Patrick a sidelong glance, retrieved a pillow from her magically enhanced bag, and placed it beneath Diggory's head before responding. By what logic? Your logic? Patrick clicked his tongue, stylishly brushing his hair back from his forehead, and retorted, No, let us engage in reasoned discourse. Remember our time at Hogwarts during broomstick lessons? When you clashed with others? It was Cedric and I who prevented calamity. We both clearly observed that your abilities were rather underwhelming. Ophelia let out a derisive snort, rolling her eyes. Do you truly believe that what you perceive is the entirety of reality? Patrick paused, reflecting on that moment, and suddenly realized, indeed, had Cedric and he not intervened, she would have faced dire consequences. His thoughts were interrupted by a recollection of his father's words. Any woman, if she chooses, can outwit men of equal standing with her deceit. If you do not possess absolute intellectual dominance over a woman, do not expect to deceive her. She will only deceive you. Of course, if she has feelings for you, that is a different matter altogether. Snapping back to the present, Patrick inquired, Were you merely acting with that girl? His certainty faltered. No, that cannot be right. Based on my experience, that girl was genuinely angry. You were the one pretending to be at a disadvantage. Am I not correct? Patrick gestured toward Ophelia, his tone growing increasingly assertive. Ophelia merely rolled her eyes again, a teasing smile gracing her lips as she replied, Guess. Patrick, confronted with her enigmatic expression, felt a chill run down his spine. It was a look he recognized all too well, one his ex-girlfriends wore when plotting revenge or when other women sought to ensnare him. Thus, Patrick surrendered. All right. I shan't guess. The professor is undoubtedly right, and you are certainly correct as well. I have no objections, none whatsoever. Let us keep a vigilant watch over Cedric, for he now lies in a state of unconsciousness. We must ensure he does not catch a chill. With these words, Patrick moved to assist Diego in covering him with a blanket. However, as he reached out, Ophelia swiftly rebuffed him, stating, Is your help truly needed? I have just covered him. You need only tend to the fire and, until the professor's return, use your armor charm to protect us. Patrick withdrew his hand in silence, contemplating the vivid, crimson handprint emblazoned upon his skin. Such strength and temperament. Should Cedric ever pursue Ophelia, and if disagreements were to arise between them, whom should I support? After much deliberation, Patrick arrived at a decision that felt disloyal to Diego. Let it be, and simply pretend not to notice. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, the battleground between Diego and the Raven unfolded. Alone in this desolate place, Dumbledore gazed down at the traces of the struggle etched into the earth, and, in a moment of bewilderment, posed a question into the void. A vampire of Marquis lineage, reduced to such defeat? His voice echoed softly through the trees. Yet no other presence emerged, rendering it as though he conversed with the air itself. How had Cedric achieved this? Had he, perhaps, uncovered some mysterious potion? Dumbledore pondered aloud. But this time, he was met with an unexpected response. A voice, ancient and frail, emerged from nowhere, its slow cadence suggesting a lifespan surpassing even that of Nick LeMay. How did you surmise that? The boy indeed stumbled upon a potion from some unknown source. Upon consuming it, his physical capabilities surged remarkably, allowing him to utterly dominate that little vampire. The creature was afforded no opportunity to cast a spell. Its speed was rendered futile against Cedric's swiftness. Curiosity piqued, Dumbledore inquired, What manner of potion could this be? Is it a recent discovery by your human wizards? I have lived for over 7 centuries and have yet to encounter such an elixir. Those side effects did emerge in the aftermath. They paled in comparison to the potion's potency. Dumbledore shook his head and turned to a colossal tree nearby, its trunk bearing a distinctly visible, wooden visage. My dear friend, it is not that I wish to remain silent, but rather that I am equally in the dark. Mag. Cedric harbors an abundance of secrets, so numerous that they evoke a sense of trepidation within me. And what then? The tree being Mag inquired. Measures have been taken, an unbreakable vow, Dumbledore replied. Mag murmured thoughtfully. And what do you intend to do with him next? Should I cultivate him as my successor, or allow him to grow as he wishes, provided he does not stray? Dumbledore pondered. I intend to train him diligently. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, the normally impassive face of the treant, Mag, unexpectedly displayed a distinctly human expression of astonishment. This surprise quickly morphed into a gleeful schadenfreude. You actually harbor such thoughts. It seems you genuinely value this child. He is bound to face considerable challenges ahead. Mag's words seemed to pity Diggory, yet the tone of anticipation was unmistakable. Dumbledore smiled at him. Mag, my old friend. Are you not inclined to bestow a token of goodwill upon Cedric, considering our friendship? The gleeful expression on Mag's face abruptly vanished. What do you desire? I shall see to it. The side effects of that potion are rather severe, seemingly depleting Cedric's vitality. Thus I request 2 vials of your kind's exclusive life elixir. Dumbledore replied. You are robbing me. Mag exclaimed incredulously, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on. My dear friend, this is nothing short of thievery. You are well aware of how rare the life elixir is. A mere 100 milliliters can only be procured once in a century. In my long existence, I have gathered just 7 vials. And now, you audaciously demand 2? Does your conscience not ache? Conscience? Dumbledore mused. Are you referring to my late-night snack from yesterday? Within the tree hollow, Patrick returned after a brief excursion and glanced at Ophelia without uttering a word. The one with something to say remained asleep. Thus, he turned back to sit at the edge, gazing at the stars in the night sky, lost in thought. At that moment, Ophelia broke the silence. Patrick, what were you doing outside just now? Patrick cast a sidelong glance at Ophelia. There are only 2 individuals in this world who can compel me to report my whereabouts, my wife and my mother. You may choose which role you wish to assume. Ophelia rolled her eyes, about to respond, when suddenly a large shadow appeared at the entrance of the tree hollow. Then came a resounding slap. Patrick's head was unexpectedly struck by that shadow. Before he could react, an elderly voice inquired, Speak. What were you up to while I was absent? The figure at the entrance, who had delivered the slap, was none other than Dumbledore, just returned from his meeting with Mag. Patrick looked at old Dumbledore with a sense of grievance, rubbing the back of his head, and lamented, It was actually my uncle. They expressed a desire to leave first, and would not be returning with us. They also asked me to convey their gratitude for your rescue. Dumbledore, with a stoic expression, uttered a noncommittal HM, and subsequently disregarded Patrick, instead kneeling beside Diggory. He retrieved a vial filled with a luminescent green liquid from his robes. Under Ophelia's bashful gaze, he unfastened Diggory's shirt, exposing his bare chest, and poured a small amount of the verdant liquid onto his heart. Almost instantaneously, the vibrant liquid seeped into Diggory's body at a perceptible pace, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the forest, 3 figures hurriedly traversed their path. The moonlight illuminated their features, revealing them to be Sane and Chilo. Upon passing a desolate graveyard, Danton halted, leaning against a dilapidated gravestone, panting as he remarked, Let us rest. My wounds have yet to heal, and I can bear no more. Hearing this, Chilo and Sane also paused. While Chilo was unharmed and Sane had been carried by Chilo, their physical exertion had not been overly taxing. Nevertheless, Danton was in no better condition. Supported by Chilo, Sane settled against a peculiarly shaped tree, turning to Danton, who was awkwardly positioned, and suggested, Earlier, we did not have the chance to converse properly in that dreadful place. Now that we have time, why not seize this opportunity to communicate? Exhausted from the night's exertions, Danton could barely muster the energy to move a finger. After a prolonged silence, he weakly replied, Communicate? About what? Under this moonlight, I typically converse only with beautiful women. I relish the moments when we are mutually inclined, seeking out an enchanting hotel where we can secure a room adorned with a grand bed. There, we share our thoughts on life, discuss our aspirations, and I compose poetry while she serenades me. Danton's voice abruptly faltered as he caught sight of Sane, who held a wand poised in readiness. Emitting a glow of magical incantations, its tip ominously directed at his own wand. He swallowed hard. Though there were neither lavish rooms nor lovely maidens here, at least it could be deemed somewhat akin to. Danton glanced around, noting that aside from gravestones, there were only mounds of earth adorned with grass, devoid of anything remotely romantic. At last, he spotted a wildflower near a gravestone, plucked it, and placed it by his ear. With the moonlight casting its glow over the cemetery, he remarked, Now it can be considered a romantic setting. We have our ambience, so let us converse. Chilo shot a sidelong glance at the stubborn yet endearing Danton, rolled her eyes playfully, and stood behind Sane, massaging his shoulders. An act that elicited a twinge of envy from Danton. What is your purpose in traversing the forest? Sane inquired directly. Danton raised an eyebrow. initially contemplating a feeble excuse about coming to admire the scenery, but Sane interjected, "Do not feign that you are merely here to enjoy the views. The very fact that you must bid farewell to your nephew suggests that you have ulterior motives." The conversation was abruptly stifled, causing Downton's brow to furrow even more. "Then what brings you here?" He glanced at Kilo, who was delicately assisting Sane with a shoulder massage, and a knowing smile spread across his face. "Do not tell me you are here for romance. Such matters are best pursued in a private chamber." Sane snorted disdainfully, shaking off Kilo's hand. "I am here to locate someone." Downton, intrigued, raised an eyebrow. "How fortuitous. I, too, am in search of someone." Sane continued, "The individual I seek is male." Downton pondered for a moment, realizing that while the individual he sought was somewhat younger, he still possessed the requisite attributes. "How coincidental. I am as well." Sane contemplated further, then added, "The person I am searching for possesses considerable capabilities, though he is currently in a diminished state." Downton's brow knitted in concern as he wondered if their quests were indeed aligned, for the individual he sought was also not in peak form. He nodded. "What a remarkable coincidence. I too am." Following this exchange, the two men began to scrutinize one another, each attempting to glean insights from the other's gaze. Their eyes locked in a manner as if they were meeting for the first time. It was only when Kilo grew visibly envious that they reluctantly averted their gazes. Downton then proposed, "Shall we each write down our true intentions and exchange them? Just like a candid confession with my ex-girlfriend?" Sane contemplated with a thoughtful expression before finally nodding in agreement. He instructed Kilo to tear a piece of fabric from his clothing, dividing it into 2 portions. Each inscribed their respective purposes for being there, and then magically exchanged the notes. As Downton held the fabric, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Is what you wrote genuine? You aren't deceiving me, are you?" Sane's expression turned grave. "Absolutely authentic, more genuine than gold. Though I wonder if your claim is equally valid." Downton patted his chest confidently. "Would I deceive you? We escaped from that place together, sharing the trials and tribulations. Our bond is one of trust." Sane smiled slightly, leaving Kilo astonished. "Indeed, we are brothers. How could we mislead one another? Shall we peruse our intentions together?" Downton replied with a grin, "Certainly." Both discreetly positioned their wands within easy reach, then resumed their intense gaze, slowly unfolding the fabric in their hands. Upon opening it, they simultaneously lowered their eyes to read. 3 seconds later, their brows shot up in unison, fury etched upon their faces. "How shameless you are. What nonsense is written here? I already mentioned this earlier. Is it necessary to repeat it?" Tang Dun exclaimed angrily, brandishing the wand beside him and pointing it at Sane. The piece of cloth Sane had written on fell to the ground, displaying the words, "Male, currently weak in strength," and then, nothing more. Sane was not slow. In fact, he was quicker. By the time Tang Dun reached for his wand, Sane had already grasped his own. He flung the cloth to the ground and shouted, "How dare you scold me? How much better is what you wrote? Just saying to find someone, find a man, and then it ends. How shameless." Tang Dun raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Begone. I speak nothing but the truth. Where's the shame in that? You're the one who is shameless for trying to flip the table." Sane, upon hearing this, was both infuriated and amused. "Flip the table? You were the one who intended to use your wand to do so first, but you were slower than me, and now you blame me. Fine. If I flip the table, what will you do about it? We are 2 against 1. I have the strength to flip the table. If you fail to clarify why you are here, prepare to face the consequences." Tang Dun's expression changed at Sane's words. When he noticed Chilo also aiming his wand at him, his complexion shifted further, regretting his earlier actions and wishing he had never drawn his wand. His mind raced with thoughts of how to navigate this, believing in leaving a line of retreat for future encounters. Sane coldly scoffed, "Nonsense. I will give you 10 more seconds to speak. If you remain silent, you will experience the internal punishments of my own creation within the Death Eater ranks." Upon hearing this, Chilo's heart trembled at the memory of past events with Sane in that hollow tree. He shuddered violently, recalling the unbearable past. Sane noticed Chilo's shiver and frowned, casting a glance at him. "What is this? Don't you realize you're undermining my momentum?" Fortunately, Tang Dun did not notice Chilo's tremor. He merely frowned and maintained a stern expression. Being honest was certainly not an option. He had already discerned that Sane belonged to the opposing faction within the Death Eater ranks during their time in the Stone Temple. In this eerie location, the secrets he kept were his only protection. Revealing them would be fatal. However, observing the demeanor of his adversaries, it seemed that silence would not bode well for him either. Just as Tang Dun was caught in this dilemma, A cacophony of footsteps suddenly echoed from the other side of the graveyard, indicating that something was approaching. The expressions of Sane, Tang Dun, and Chilo changed simultaneously. A sudden turn of events was upon them. Tang Dun perceived this as an opportunity and immediately proposed, "Brothers, how about we maintain our distance and temporarily unite against the common threat? After all, engaging in a brawl in a cemetery, amidst other unknown threats, is rather unbecoming." Sane's injuries had yet to heal. Having had his life force drained by that malevolent entity in the stone temple, he now felt an unsettling weakness deep within his being. Upon hearing Downton's words, he seized the moment to acquiesce. "Very well, since you have put it this way. It would be remiss of me to refuse after all we've been through together. I shall grant your request." Downton's face lit up with joy, a true comrade indeed. Slowly, Downton and Sane positioned themselves side by side, yet maintained a cautious distance to guard against any treachery. Each harbored a tightening anxiety, as events unfolded in rapid succession. With their respective wounds still unhealed and mutual distrust brewing, Downton, regretful, lamented why he hadn't feigned innocence and remained with his nephew Patrick, hitching a ride back with Dumbledore. Although the pressure of being a concealed Death Eater alongside Dumbledore was formidable, it was far preferable to the current state of unease. As ill fortune would have it, they could only wonder what awaited them next. If they emerged unscathed, he vowed to uncover who had stumbled into such misfortune. As Downton, Sane, and Chilo were lost in their thoughts, the cacophony of footsteps drew nearer, culminating in the emergence of their owners from the forest. 3 remarkably robust Caucasian men stood under the moonlight, each adorned with platinum blonde hair, their features strikingly similar, and their physiques reminiscent of 3 hulking tanks, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Sane's expression darkened. These 3 were not allies, and the pressure they radiated was immense. Had he been uninjured, he would not have flinched. But now, his strength was but a fraction of its former self, leaving him devoid of confidence. A glance at Chilo revealed a similarly grave demeanor. It appeared these men were not from their side either. At that moment, Sane heard Downton's voice rise in surprise, betraying an unmistakable excitement. "The Gunter brothers? Quickly, seize those 2 little rascals. They are up to no good." Rage washed over Sane as he realized the depths of Downton's unscrupulousness. In an instant, their alliance had crumbled. Moments before, they were comrades, and now, Downton was renouncing their bond with alarming ease, more infuriating than a fickle lover. The 3 Gunter brothers, upon recognizing the beggar-like figure urging them to act was none other than Downton, drew their wands towards Sane and Chilo while jesting about Downton's predicament. "Well, our dashing Downton family scion is seeking our aid today. Surely the moon has risen in the west." Upon finishing his words, the 3 brothers of Gent erupted into laughter, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the other 3 individuals in the room. Though Downton's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot, he could not afford to turn against these 3 rascals, for they were his only salvation. "Please take this seriously. The individual before us is far from ordinary," Downton exclaimed, gesturing towards Sane and recounting all of his remarkable feats within the stone temple, including Sane's self-created spell, the Shadow Blade. Initially, the brothers regarded the unimposing Sane with indifference, but upon hearing of his unique magical capabilities, their demeanor shifted to one of earnestness. The playful expressions vanished, replaced by a grave seriousness. The eldest brother of Gent, with his wand pointed menacingly at Sane's head, demanded, "You have 10 seconds to disclose your purpose for being here, or these will be your final 10 seconds on this earth. The choice is yours." The second brother chimed in, "I hope you do not make this choice the last decision of your life." At that moment, Sane pulled a piece of fruit-flavored hard candy from Cairo's pocket and popped it into his mouth. As he savored the sweetness, a bitter smile crept across his face. "Why must I make a choice? Are you unaware that I have been a failure in my studies since childhood? Poor at academics, incapable of making decisions?" The eldest brother scoffed. "Here, let me offer you a solution. Simply take out a coin, and we shall flip it. Heads, you choose the first option, tails, the second. This way, you need not agonize over your decision. Even with poor grades, you can still make a choice." As soon as he finished speaking, the second and third brothers erupted into laughter. The second brother, glancing at the visibly anxious Cairo behind Sane, added, "Of course, we sincerely hope you land on heads. After all, if you were to perish, there would be someone mourning your loss." Sane chuckled in response. "Do you truly believe you have me cornered?" The eldest brother surveyed the surroundings and pointed at several nearby graves with a smirk. "Do you still hold out hope that someone will come to your rescue?" We confirmed there was no one around before our arrival. Are you expecting the old bones buried in these graves to intervene? No sooner had the eldest brother spoken than a sudden noise erupted from one of the graves at Sane's feet, as if something were breaking through the earth. A withered, bony arm, gnarled and claw-like, shot up from the ground, accompanied by the unmistakable scent of decay and the presence of bone-eating insects. Downton's eyes widened in shock as he turned to the eldest brother. What on earth have you done? Have you conjured a spell of your own? A great prophecy or a resurrection spell? In disbelief, the eldest brother stared at his own hands. This is impossible. I did not channel any magic. Nor did I create a spell. Upon hearing this, Downton pointed at the emerging hand and shouted, "Then what is that? Please do not tell me that the bodies buried beneath are capable of muscular reflexes after death." Upon perceiving the perilous situation, Gent II raised his wand, prepared to unleash an attack, dismissing any hesitation. However, before he could utter the incantation, the outstretched arm bent at the elbow, palm pressing against the earth. And as the soil shifted, it became evident to all that the corpse was indeed rising from its grave. Instantly, Gent II unleashed a shattering curse, which surged directly toward the emerging body. Yet, at that critical moment, the spell was deflected by Chilo's wand. With a mocking smile directed at Downton and the Gent brothers, Chilo chose to remain silent, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Frustration surged among the Gent brothers as they sought to retaliate, only to realize it was too late. The corpse moved with astonishing speed. Moments ago, it had merely shown its head, but now only a small portion of its leg remained buried in the grave. In the time it took for the onlookers to gather their wits, the body had fully emerged, unsteadily standing beside Sane. The moonlight illuminated its figure, and Gent the Elder gasped in shock, recognizing it as Minas Tirith. "You died? No, wait, are you alive again?" Downton, taken aback by Gent the Elder's exclamation, scrutinized the figure and confirmed it was indeed the same old adversary who had previously clashed with his pure-blooded faction of Death Eaters. Rumors had long circulated that this individual had vanished, with many believing him to be dead, yet here he stood. No, he didn't come back to life. He must have never died, Downton remarked darkly. At this revelation, the expressions of the Gent brothers turned grim. This ancient figure was clearly a reinforcement for the opposing side. The implication was clear. If he had the audacity to act alone, it indicated that his power had not waned, but rather had likely grown stronger with the passage of time. While their adversaries appeared distressed, Sane and Chilo found amusement in the situation. Meanwhile, Minas Tirith raised his skull-like head, his eyes glinting with a fiery green light, fixed intently on Gent II. "Little Gent, did you not wish to attack me before?" Gent II, despite his trepidation, attempted to maintain his bravado. "What of it? Are you not satisfied?" Minas Tirith chuckled, a sound reminiscent of two rotting pieces of wood rasping against one another. "Once, your uncle spoke to me in a similar manner, and I subdued him, forcing him into a state of disgrace, and then used his own shame against him. Have you all forgotten? It appears that your uncle feels embarrassed and has never mentioned this to you all." Downton's expression changed, for the Hente family had always adhered to the principle of standing firm and unyielding. How could such a thing have occurred? He turned to gaze at the Hente brothers, seeking their expressions to ascertain the truth of the matter. Hente's second and third brothers bore expressions of utter bewilderment, while the eldest appeared indifferent. How long ago was this? You old fool still remembers it. The eldest Hente spat on the ground. "If you wish to spar, let us engage. Allow me to demonstrate the waves of the Yangtze River, where the younger generation surpasses the older." Minas Tirith scratched at his earwax and sighed. "Ah, the youth, so full of vigor. If you have the guts, come and try. Don't just indulge in idle banter." The eldest Hente seemed to disregard this remark, narrowing his eyes and refraining from directly responding. Instead, he retorted, "Enough of the chatter. If you wish to fight, then do so directly, without using your two useless companions as an excuse. I assure you, I shall not touch them until I have dealt with you." Minas Tirith remained noncommittal, continuing to scratch his earwax, casually blowing on his fingernail, resembling someone leisurely enjoying afternoon tea. "Ah, the youth, so hot-headed. If you wish to engage, do so quickly. I have to return from my slumber." The eldest Hente remained silent, but the second and third brothers could no longer contain their fury and prepared to attack. At that moment, Downton stepped forward to restrain them, signaling them to refrain from acting impulsively. Among the Hente brothers, the eldest was the most inclined to confrontational behavior, and his current inaction was decidedly unusual. Minas Tirith, observing Downton's intervention, smirked slightly and remarked with feigned disinterest, "Let us depart. It is clear that a confrontation shall not transpire here." With that, he turned to leave with Sane and Chilo, moving with a decisive grace, exhibiting no concern for a potential ambush from Downton and the Hente brothers. Indeed, until Minas Tirith and his companions vanished into the woods, neither Downton nor the Hente brothers made a move. Once Sane and the others had completely disappeared from view, the second brother swatted away Downton's restraining hand, his face a mask of anger and frustration. "Why did you stop me, Downton? If you were cowardly, do not drag us down with you. Were it not for the need to present a united front before outsiders, I would have already dealt with you." Before the second Hente could finish his tirade, the eldest interrupted. "Enough. Had Downton not held you both back just now, we might well have met our demise here." As soon as these words left his mouth, Downton exhaled in relief. He had found the eldest Hente's reaction to that old man peculiar, so he was not surprised by this statement. However, the second and third Hente brothers were taken aback. "Eldest brother, did you indulge in drink before coming here? We are 4 in number, and our advantage is evident. Moreover, the synergy among the 3 brothers enables them to engage in battles beyond their level. Why should we not cast that insufferable old wretch back into the pit from whence he came?" Gunter the Third inquired of his elder brother with a puzzled expression. Gunter the First shook his head, stating, "Our primary purpose for this journey is to assist Downton, which is the foremost reason. The second reason is that I sense Minas Tirith's current strength has not waned with age. His presence eludes my comprehension entirely. Such a disparity in power is a rarity I have only perceived in a few individuals, our Dark Lord, Albus Dumbledore of Hogwarts, and Nick LeMay." Gunter the Second felt a jolt of alarm. "Brother, are you suggesting that this old fool's strength has reached the level of those 3? Gunter the First continued to shake his head. "That is not entirely accurate. To be more precise, Minas Tirith's capabilities have far surpassed my own, to the extent that I can no longer gauge his true level of strength." Upon hearing his brother's words, a chill surged through Gunter the Third, filling him with dread. As he inhaled the fresh air, he pondered why that old wretch did not simply eliminate them, but instead tolerated their insolence. Gunter the First shook his head once more. "I am uncertain about that as well." Danton interjected, "I know this. It is because Albus Dumbledore is not far from this graveyard. Thus, that old wretch refrains from acting, fearing that Dumbledore might be drawn here by the sounds of battle." Gunter the First seized the conversation. "So, you're implying that Minas Tirith's strength has not increased significantly? At least not to the extent that he could quietly dispose of us." Danton, startled by this assertion, turned to Gunter the First in disbelief. "What happened to the composed you from earlier? What does it matter that Dumbledore is nearby? Do you truly believe he will assist us? Would he not relish the sight of us, the Death Eaters, turning against one another? In such a scenario, where he can witness our internal strife without lifting a finger, he would intervene only to thwart our efforts, rather than merely spectate." Danton, observing the dawning realization on the faces of the Gunter brothers, sighed in exasperation. "Let us return. Remaining here serves no purpose. We should quickly find a luxurious hotel. I am in need of some relaxation. This accounts for 2 days' worth." So he. Near the edge of the Albanian forest, Minas Tirith walked ahead, stooped, with his hands clasped behind his back, and without turning, directly questioned Sane. "I now pose 3 inquiries. First, why is it that from the initial quartet, only you remain? What has become of Rooney and Logue?" he inquired. "Secondly, have we found the individuals we were searching for? And thirdly, who is this little bald fellow?" Sane, supported by Chilo, replied, "Rooney and Logue perished after we encountered an unidentified formidable foe upon our arrival in Grove City. As for the second question, I have not located the person. And regarding your third inquiry, his name is Chilo. He is also a Death Eater, but from a different faction." Upon hearing Sane's response and realizing the loss of 3 comrades, Minas Tirith exhibited no emotional response, as if the deceased Rooney and Logue were mere strangers to him. He continued with 3 more questions. First, with 3 lives lost and no one found, what have you been doing? Second, I recall that you are a recent addition. How is it that 3 seasoned members have perished while you remain unscathed? Third, how did you and Chilo come to meet? Sane pondered for a moment before answering. Firstly, that individual was far too powerful. It was not that we lacked the desire to complete our mission, but rather that it was simply beyond our capabilities. Secondly, the mysterious powerhouse seemed to find my abilities lacking and lost interest in me after dispatching Rooney and the others. Thirdly, it was fate. After Sane's remarks, Minas Tirith cast a glance at the bald Chilo, musing to himself about the notion of fate. Observing Minas Tirith's attention on Chilo, Sane felt indifferent. Yet Chilo's heart raced with apprehension. He was aware of Sane's three companions, having previously been informed that they had long been sent to hell, enjoying a lifetime membership in that infernal realm. Watching Sane maintain his composure while weaving falsehoods, Chilo felt a surge of anxiety for him. Despite the elders' complete trust in them, Chilo sensed that should the other party wish to, it would take mere moments for them to eliminate both him and Sane, given their power. In contrast to Chilo's caution, Sane lacked such awareness and boldly questioned, "I wonder, Old Man Minas, why did we not simply eliminate those 4 individuals? I believe such an endeavor would pose little challenge for you, would it not?" "Indeed, it could be accomplished," Minas Tirith replied. "However, in that location, I could distinctly sense a remarkably potent psychic force lingering in the vicinity. Should we create any significant commotion, we would undoubtedly attract their attention. Thus, engaging in combat is out of the question. Although none of them could match me, the battle would not conclude swiftly. It could very well alert the wondrous creatures of the forest, and most importantly, it would rouse the master of that enigmatic psychic presence. Therefore, our actions remain confined to mere verbal exchanges." "A powerful psychic force?" Sane murmured. As if recalling something, he addressed Minas Tirith. "Dumbledore is also within this forest. The spiritual energy you sensed earlier may very well be his." "What?" Minas Tirith abruptly turned around, his once murky gaze now ablaze with clarity. "Are you saying that Dumbledore is in the Albanian forest?" Sane nodded affirmatively. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Minas Tirith, now visibly agitated, spun on his heels and dashed toward the forest's edge, abandoning Sane and Chilo. Observing Minas Tirith's frantic escape, one could hardly discern any trace of his previous invincibility. Sane stood bewildered, finding the situation peculiar, and turned to Chilo, who supported him. "Has that old man lost his wits? Why is he running?" Chilo sighed, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "Sane, it's because that individual is Professor Dumbledore. Perhaps in recent years, Professor Dumbledore has maintained a lower profile, dedicating himself to teaching at Hogwarts. However, several decades ago, when he was younger, few dark wizards dared to challenge him. Is he truly that formidable?" Sane questioned, skeptical. Chilo nodded and explained, "Having studied at Hogwarts, I am privy to events from long ago. If you doubt my words, you might inquire at Azkaban about the dark wizards whom Professor Dumbledore once imprisoned. They would undoubtedly offer a clearer account. Of course, this assumes that any of them are still alive." Supported by Chilo, Sane trailed slowly behind Minas Tirith, reflecting, "I recall that most of the prisoners in Azkaban were likely sent there by Alastair Moody." Chilo refrained from clarifying, but retorted, "Although Moody and Professor Dumbledore are publicly regarded as friends, their relationship often resembles that of a superior and subordinate. So, do you believe that, as Alastair's superior, Professor Dumbledore would have captured fewer dark wizards than his subordinate?" Sane nodded, confirming the rationale. Indeed, Minas Tirith was genuinely frightened. Thus, the reason for the old man's rapid retreat stemmed from his past encounters with Dumbledore. Chilo also nodded, acknowledging that the terror instilled by the professor was well understood by the older generation of dark wizards. Meanwhile, as Sane and Chilo deliberated on Dumbledore's might, in the hollow of a tree, Patrick was engaged in a discussion with Dumbledore concerning his own strength. By the campfire, Patrick slyly inched closer to Dumbledore, glancing at Ophelia nearby, then cupped his hand around his mouth and leaned toward Dumbledore's ear, stating, "Professor, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. My strength should surpass that of Ophelia." Dumbledore cast a glance at the cheeky Patrick and declared, "In truth, your abilities surpass not only Ophelia's but also Cedric's. In fact, you are merely a fraction weaker than myself." Patrick's eyes widened in disbelief, shock evident in his expression as he stared at Dumbledore. Gradually, a glimmer of joy began to surface within him, astonished that his prowess was indeed so formidable and had garnered Dumbledore's recognition. He attempted to suppress his excitement, yet found it utterly impossible. However, disregarding his efforts, he exclaimed, "Professor, you cannot be jesting with me. Is my power truly that impressive?" Dumbledore regarded the somewhat dazed Patrick with a smile, saying, "My dear boy, it was you who initiated this jest with me. Thus, I merely reciprocated." A smile gradually solidified on Patrick's face, yet he felt as if he had been teased, deeply wounded by the implication. "Professor, you are indeed jesting, are you not? How could you toy with my emotions?" With a swift motion, Dumbledore delivered a light slap to the back of Patrick's head, retorting, "Toy with your emotions? With your affections, you have long since shared them with countless young ladies. If I had the time, I would rather visit Azkaban for afternoon tea with an old friend. Rubbing the back of his head, Patrick asked with a sense of grievance. Then, Professor, is it true that my abilities cannot match Ophelia's? I recall her talent being rather unimpressive. She took ages just to summon a flying broom. Dumbledore shook his white beard and cast a disdainful glance at Patrick. Yet she is more diligent, more earnest, more eager to learn, and possesses a clearer understanding of herself than you do. Do you truly believe you can compare yourself to her? Ophelia has long since left you in her wake. Dumbledore spoke without lowering his voice, allowing Ophelia, who sat nearby, to overhear their previous exchange. She regarded Patrick with an impassive expression and remarked, "If you are unsatisfied, we can have a contest." Her disdainful gaze and indifferent tone deeply pricked at Patrick's nascent sense of pride. Just as he was about to agree, the words caught in his throat. After a moment's contemplation, he altered his response. Competition is out of the question. The gentlemen of the Downton family never stoop to bullying young ladies. Yet, I refuse to concede. I firmly believe you cannot best me. Humph. Ophelia scoffed dismissively. You aren't having second thoughts. Are you, coward? Patrick, his fingers trembling uncontrollably, pointed accusatively at Ophelia, his words faltering in his frustration. Don't push me. If I inadvertently hurt you, Cedric will surely not let me off, and I might lose a brother in the process. Ophelia merely rolled her eyes in response, exclaiming, Do you truly possess such capability? Her words struck a chord with Patrick, igniting his wounded pride as he bellowed in fury. You really wish to challenge me, don't you? Do you genuinely believe you can best me? Let me tell you, had it not been for your gender, you would have been bested long ago. This remark incensed Ophelia further. How dare you look down upon us women? Do you honestly think that just because you've grown a few centimeters below, you can overpower me? With an accusatory finger pointed outside, Ophelia declared with grave intensity. If you have the guts, stop spouting nonsense and step outside for a duel. Allow me to teach you a lesson in respect. At that moment, her face flushed with indignation, radiating an assertive demeanor that starkly contrasted with the gentle charm that once captivated Diggory. Save for her unchanged visage, her current temperament was a world apart from the Ophelia he had once known. Patrick was taken aback by this unfamiliar side of Ophelia, prompting him to introspect whether his earlier words had indeed crossed a line. Yet, upon observing her silence, Ophelia smirked. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Surely, you're not lacking in courage? Patrick could no longer contain himself and turned to the previously silent Dumbledore, declaring, Professor, please bear witness. I am not the instigator here. It is Ophelia who insisted on this duel. Should I strike too hard, I trust you will vouch for me and clarify my position when Cedric awakens. He continued, I am not merely fighting for my dignity and honor, but also to impart the lesson of respect towards boys to Ophelia. Dumbledore remained non-committal to Patrick's fervent declaration, merely nodding in acknowledgement. With Dumbledore's assurance, Patrick felt a wave of relief wash over him. He turned back to Ophelia, flicking his hair with an air of arrogance. Let us proceed to the stream outside. Rest assured, I shall exercise restraint. After all, my gentlemanly demeanor ranks foremost in the Downton family. Ophelia, dismissive of Patrick's bravado, rolled her eyes and strode ahead. Patrick followed closely behind. Upon reaching the stream, they performed the customary rituals of a Hogwarts duel before retreating to their respective positions. Drawing their wands, the competition commenced. Both Ophelia and Patrick raised their hands simultaneously. A confident smile played on Patrick's lips, for he had been tutored by his grandfather since childhood, who had meticulously guided him in the art of spellcasting. Those unforgettable days were filled with diverse training sessions, often leaving him with arms too weary to lift and clothes soaked through. Yet, despite the trials of those times, they had forged the foundation of Patrick's current confidence. Thus, although his own speed could not compare to that of the enigmatic creature named Diggory, who seemed to have emerged from nowhere, Patrick believed he could certainly outpace Ophelia. With this thought in mind, he raised his wand, preparing to cast a spell aimed at Ophelia when an unforeseen event transpired. Ophelia's speed surpassed his, and her aim was far more precise. While he was still contemplating which incantation to employ, the tip of Ophelia's wand had already ignited with light. Patrick's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Yet, before he could fully react, that beam of light was hurtling toward him. The spell was upon him in an instant. Long hours of practice had trained Patrick's body to respond instinctively. He leapt back with all his might, creating a distance of a second, which was the absolute limit of his reaction time. Armor Charm. In this critical moment, Patrick invoked the spell he was most familiar with. He thought to himself, "First, I must deflect this attack." Boom. Ophelia's spell collided with the transparent barrier conjured by Patrick's armor charm, producing a resounding explosion that threatened to shatter the wall, which seemed on the verge of collapse. After executing a backflip upon landing, Patrick stared at the precarious defense he had erected, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Was this truly the girl who had been bullied during broomstick class, requiring his and Diggory's assistance? Was this the same girl who had mostly remained silent on their journey, prompting Diggory's instinctive desire to protect her? Such reaction speed, such ferocity in attack, and to cast spells without uttering a word. Could she possibly be a male? One who wielded a wand longer than both his and Diggory's combined? With this thought, Patrick no longer hesitated or held back. He could not afford to lose face as a boy in this situation. He swiftly waved his wand, casting a disarming charm aimed directly at Ophelia. It was his sole incantation that he could perform without verbalization, the fastest spell he could muster. However, he did not anticipate that Ophelia would still be quicker. In response to Patrick's assault, Ophelia simply bent her knees and lowered her body, effortlessly evading his disarming charm. Now, in Ophelia's perspective, the armor charm that stood between her and Patrick was nearing its breaking point due to her previous assault. And while Patrick opted to attack rather than reinforce the defensive barrier, the armor charm was now entirely susceptible to her spell-stopping incantation. At this very moment, Patrick, witnessing the utter ineffectiveness of his disarmament spell, found himself momentarily stunned. Ophelia seized this fleeting opportunity, deftly brandishing her wand and uttering an incantation. In a mere 2 seconds, a beam of white light erupted from the tip of her wand, resembling a white comet, crashing into the defensive barrier conjured by Patrick's armor spell. With a resounding bang, the translucent shield shattered into oblivion. Patrick barely had time to register the turn of events. It all transpired in a matter of seconds. Just as he was grappling with the realization that his disarmament spell had failed, Ophelia launched into action with astonishing swiftness, and in the blink of an eye, his protective barrier lay in ruins. Before his mind could even process the need to retaliate, Ophelia closed the distance with remarkable agility, her long legs propelling her toward him. No way, not this again. Patrick recalled vividly the earlier instance when Ophelia had executed a scissor kick, sending herself sprawling to the ground. As Ophelia approached once more, he instinctively raised his arms to shield his head. However, Patrick's instincts betrayed him. In response to his flurry of evasive maneuvers, Ophelia abruptly stomped her left foot, halting her advance. Then, utilizing the momentum from her turn, she unleashed a merciless kick with her right leg, landing a powerful blow to Patrick's abdomen. With a pained howl, Patrick was propelled backward, his wand lost to the chaos. He crashed into the shallow creek with a resounding splash, his landing quite undignified. Dumbledore, observing the scene, noted the apparent pain etched on Patrick's face. Fortunately, the creek was shallow, sparing him from any serious harm. Struggling to rise from the water, Patrick propped himself up, gazing at Ophelia without uttering a word. He hunched over, clutching his stomach, his expression resolute and defiant. Ophelia stood at the creek's edge, wand aimed at him, looking down with an air of nonchalance. "Given the circumstances, you might as well concede," she remarked lightly. With his damp hand, Patrick brushed back his hair defiantly. Surrender was not an option. He would never admit defeat. This was a matter of his masculine pride. He resolutely refused to capitulate. "I was merely going easy on you." "Did you truly believe you could best me?" Ophelia cast a disdainful glance at him. "You've lost your wand. What will you use to continue this fight?" Patrick fell silent, fully aware of the truth in her words. A wizard without a wand was stripped of all power, combat prowess, means of survival, even the right to speak. Yet, Patrick lifted his chin defiantly, proclaiming, "And what of it? I refuse to concede. I will not yield. You just ambushed me, taking advantage of my unpreparedness in combat to secure victory. If you possess true skill, refrain from using martial arts and pit your magic against mine." Ophelia scoffed, rolling her eyes. "And if you were to lose again, would you still refuse to accept it?" Patrick did not directly answer this question. He merely replied, "If you have the capability, then win against me first." This time, Ophelia could hardly be bothered to look at Patrick. With a simple levitation spell, she returned his wand, which had fallen a short distance away, while making her way back to her position, stating, "Let us try again. I shall teach you a lesson." Patrick promptly retrieved his wand, returning to his place, and declared earnestly, "This time, I shall not hold back." Ophelia removed her glasses and remarked, "Then I thank you. There will be no need for restraint." With those words, Ophelia waved her hand, casting a stunning spell that shot directly toward Patrick. Once again, she executed a spell without incantation. Coupled with her astonishing speed, she left Patrick nearly no time to react. Armor Charm. However, Patrick, not to be underestimated, swiftly countered with his signature Armor Charm, managing to block Ophelia's attack in a split second. Ophelia observed Patrick with a slight smile. "You must realize that the Armor Charm cannot withstand my onslaught. If that is your only strategy, you may as well concede." Unfazed by Ophelia's taunts, Patrick waved his wand confidently, stating, "Let us discuss such matters once you have shattered my defenses." Although Ophelia stood directly opposite Patrick, she paid little heed to the subtle movements of his wrist. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, standing to the side, narrowed his eyes in surprise as he noticed Patrick's small gesture. He had not anticipated that this young lad had already grasped a variation of the Armor Charm. However, while Dumbledore understood, Ophelia remained oblivious. Thus, after Patrick finished speaking, a smile graced Ophelia's lips as she reached into her magical cloak to retrieve another wand. Seeing this second wand, Patrick's once confident smile faded, and he asked, somewhat dazed, "What does having two wands signify? Are you not aware that a wizard can wield only one wand? Using two simultaneously could potentially cause them to explode. Are you attempting to lighten the serious atmosphere with such a tactic?" Ophelia gazed at the wand in her hand, her eyes reflecting a mix of emotions, sorrow intertwined with anger, attachment mingled with guilt. Yet, these feelings were deeply concealed, unexpressed. Upon hearing Patrick's words, Ophelia softly replied, "You shall soon find out." As her words faded, Ophelia suddenly struck a pose reminiscent of a dance's opening stance. Patrick, bewildered, was utterly perplexed by her intentions. Could it be that she sensed the atmosphere was rather somber and sought to enliven it with a dance? However, Dumbledore, concealed within a tree hollow, was visibly stirred for the first time. Was this truly the unique combat style of the enchanting tribe? To think it had been preserved through the ages. In that moment, Ophelia sprang into action. She gracefully raised her hands, balanced on her toes, and began to spin, tracing circles with each step. Her sleeves unfurled, fluttering like willow leaves or delicate petals swaying in the breeze. At that instant, Ophelia resembled a swan swirling through the air, or a peacock dancing elegantly upon the ground. Her youthful yet poised figure seemed to meld with nature, her movements beautiful yet not seductive, akin to an orchid blossoming in a quiet valley, pure as jade and crystal, captivating in its allure. As Patrick observed Ophelia's enchanting dance, he nodded and remarked, "You claim this ISNT to enliven the atmosphere? Just this? If you don't strike soon, I shall take action myself." Before he could finish his thought, he was taken aback as he noticed Ophelia's wand beginning to spin. What was her intention? Who plays with a spinning wand? A carousel perhaps, but certainly not a wand. Surely, such usage would render any spell ineffective. Yet, what transpired next astonished Patrick beyond belief. The two wands not only refrained from shattering, but instead unleashed spellbound attacks. However, they were not aimed at him. The spells surely could not reach his position. Patrick mused to himself. Indeed, Ophelia's wands were directed elsewhere, forming nearly a 90-degree angle with where he stood, rendering the spells seemingly incapable of striking him. Yet, it was evident that Ophelia would not engage in futile efforts. Then came the moment that shattered Patrick's lifelong understanding of magic. The two spells, as if possessing consciousness, traced arcs through the air, ultimately hurtling directly toward him. Their velocity increased astonishingly, and with a cunning angle, they deftly circumvented the protective barrier of his armor charm. Patrick had no time to defend himself, and the spell struck true. Seeing her two stunning spells reach their target, Ophelia instinctively attempted to halt her dance. But then, an odd occurrence unfolded. Patrick, struck by the stunning spells, did not succumb to unconsciousness. Rather, he raised his wand, poised to retaliate. How could this be? Only Dumbledore, watching from the sidelines, understood the unfolding events. Ophelia employed a unique combat technique passed down through her enchanting lineage, the waltz of crimson lips. The specifics of its application and the underlying principles remained a mystery even to Dumbledore. Only two individuals are privy to this knowledge. One being the high demands this dance piece imposes upon its practitioners. Merely wielding two wands without them clashing is a feat few can achieve. It is imperative to understand that the relationship between a wand and its wizard is not one of servitude, but rather of equality, akin to a marriage governed by monogamy. When one already possesses a wand and then employs another, it resembles a scenario where the household's principal banner remains steadfast while external flags flutter freely. You may utilize other wands. However, the caveat lies in the inability to wield your own wand concurrently. This is akin to disregarding the number of external flags, provided that none are brought into the sanctity of one's home. Should they be welcomed within, no mere washboard or durian shell could remedy the situation. The consequences may range from a loss of familial standing to the far graver risk of losing one's original wand. This principle is equally applicable to both genders. Regardless of whether the wizard is male or female, only one wand may be employed at any given stage. Yet, this fundamental tenet of the magical realm has been shattered today. Even Dumbledore, who had heard of it before, beheld it with his own eyes for the first time today. As for the second aspect of this waltz of scarlet lips, it allows for the spell's cast to deviate from a linear trajectory through the rotation of both the practitioner and the wand, enabling aerial curvatures in the attacks. While Dumbledore might grasp the first point to some extent and contemplate its implications, the second point leaves him utterly bewildered. The sole reason Patrick can withstand Ophelia's extraordinary assault is that, at the tender age of 11, he has mastered the second-level transformation of the shield charm. This adaptation, developed by the Downton family, is reserved solely for its members. The transformation, though it may sound straightforward, converting the shield charm's original barrier into a suit of armor worn upon the body, proves to be a vastly different endeavor in practice. The second-level transformation of the charm necessitates alterations in the incantation, corresponding changes in the internal magical supply, and varying degrees of mental exertion. A minor misstep in any of these stages could lead to catastrophic failure. Moreover, this error is not merely a typographical mistake on the paper that can be erased and redone upon discovery. When a mistake occurs in this process, both the magical essence and mental fortitude become chaotically intertwined within the individual. In such moments of confusion, one faces two fates. Either one becomes mute, or one succumbs to folly. There exists no third option. Of course, should an adult forcefully seek a third alternative, it would be self-destruction, an escape that simultaneously grants a semblance of honor to the family and the magical legacy. The timeline of when the Downton family first delved into the second-level transformation of the armor spell remains a mystery to all. Furthermore, not every member of the Downton family possesses this new armor spell. Only a select few, all of whom are core members of the family, are capable of wielding it. The fact that Patrick, at such a tender age, has already mastered this new armor spell compels Dumbledore to reassess his opinion of him. Without further ado, Dumbledore, whose heart was tumultuous with emotion, redirected the conversation back to the duel between the two. At this moment, Patrick, having gained an advantage from the new armor spell, found himself impervious to Ophelia's every move, regardless of how agile her dance or how cunning her attacks. To him, it was all in vain. Thus, Patrick wore a smug smile upon his face. At this moment, you may choose to surrender, though I cannot guarantee acceptance. Upon hearing this, Ophelia could hardly muster the energy to roll her eyes. Instead, she silently quickened her steps. Her movements became increasingly rapid, the wand in her hand spinning faster. While the barrage of spells emanating from both wands intensified, the spells flew forth, quickening in both speed and quantity, tracing arcs in the air as they ultimately rained down upon Patrick. Gradually, Patrick found himself engulfed by Ophelia's relentless assault. Each spell struck against the surface of his armor spell, igniting bursts of light. The brilliance of the spells, in tandem with her dance, quickened, creating a rhythm so tight that from a distance, it appeared as though a pillar of light had taken human form. At this juncture, Dumbledore could no longer discern Patrick's figure with the naked eye. However, he was unperturbed, for he recognized that Ophelia had not only mastered the unique combat style of her charming lineage, but had also attained the ability to cast the stunning spell without incantation. At this moment, she employed it in conjunction with her waltz to assault Patrick. Furthermore, to effectively utilize the rapid attack style of the Scarlet Waltz, one must possess the skill of incantation-free casting. I say, Patrick suddenly exclaimed, Ophelia, are you truly intending to drain our magical energies with this relentless frequency of attack? Do you wish to deplete my magic? With a cold smirk, Patrick continued, you ought to consider who will falter first. All I need to do is stand here. Given your current rate of attack, I could last at least another 15 minutes. But what of you? You are not merely expending magical energy simultaneously. Your dance is depleting your physical stamina. Do you truly believe that, under these circumstances, I would falter before you? although the surroundings have transformed into a blinding white haze. Rendering everything invisible, Patrick remains utterly unfazed. As he himself asserts, in a battle of endurance, Ophelia stands no chance against him. The peculiar nature of her attacks, coupled with their incessant frequency, renders her incapable of sustaining such exertion. Moreover, disregarding these two factors, the kind of assault Ophelia employs exacts a far greater toll on her mental fortitude. With the entirety of the night spent in wakefulness, the increased frequency of her attacks further drains her psychological energy. Thus, Patrick is confident that Ophelia cannot persist much longer. Indeed, reality aligns with Patrick's expectations. Ophelia's physical strength, magical reserves, and mental vigor are rapidly dwindling. A cascade of fine sweat beads emerges upon her forehead, only to be whisked away by the wind into the soil of the Albanian forest, vanishing without a trace, much like the unrecognized efforts she has expended behind the scenes. Is it truly the case that she is destined to lose? Have all her silent endeavors been in vain? Does the female sorceress truly lack the prowess of her male counterparts, forever unable to catch up despite her relentless efforts? At that moment, vivid memories from her childhood unfurl in Ophelia's consciousness, reminiscent of a film reel. The harrowing images of her grandfather and father perishing before her eyes, her mother, subjected to indignities, taking her own life, and her sister, who was dragged away like a mere dog, a bargaining chip for her protection. Furthermore, there was her grandmother, who, despite her frail state, gathered the last remnants of her dignity to provide Ophelia with the necessities for attending Hogwarts. Each of these memories flickers before Ophelia in rapid succession. Gradually, her gaze solidifies with determination, the tears that once clouded her vision retreating deep within her heart. This time, she resolves to embrace her self-confidence. She refuses to entertain the notion of defeat. She will not succumb to failure. The very word loss shall vanish from her life henceforth. In her moment of clarity, Ophelia recalls a piece of wisdom her grandmother once imparted. In the battles of life, one must leverage all available resources to achieve victory. She remembers the green potion Diggory had secretly given her, advising its use in times of trouble. Presently, Patrick's armor spell defends against magical assaults and a degree of physical attacks. Hurling the potion at him in its raw form would assuredly prove futile. However, what if she were to employ her grandmother's original mist spell to transform the potion into a vapor, and then propel it towards him with the wind? Upon formulating her thoughts, Ophelia quickened her dance steps, and in an instant, the radiance of the coma curse enveloped Patrick within a 5-meter radius. Dumbledore furrowed his brow. Momentarily perplexed by Ophelia's intent, he could distinctly sense that the child was rapidly depleting her energy. Such a sudden increase in the frequency of her attacks was simply unsustainable for Ophelia. She could hardly last 5 minutes. Yet, it soon dawned on Dumbledore why Ophelia acted in this manner. Not far from him, she abruptly halted her dance, and with the inertia of her body's rotation, a vial containing a luminous green liquid was flung from her sleeve, tracing a graceful arc as it soared toward Patrick, who had transformed into a pillar of human light. Dumbledore's gaze fixed upon the vial, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, he was reminded of Diggory's typical combat style, one that involved hurling potions mid-fight with a sudden flourish. While others relied on technique to secure victory, Diggory's triumphs were often attributed to an array of potions. As the bright green potion reached its zenith above Patrick, Ophelia raised her wand, aiming at the airborne vial, and uttered a spell, Cedric. A beam of light erupted from the tip of her wand, swiftly darting toward the potion. The vial shattered upon impact, releasing its verdant contents, which transformed into a thick green mist that gently cascaded down, enveloping Patrick entirely. Upon witnessing this, Dumbledore smacked his forehead, wearing an expression of distress. A perfectly good child had been led astray by Diggory. Who would believe that such an attack method was learned from Diggory? And that vial of luminous green potion, if it were not bestowed upon Ophelia by Diggory, then who else could it be attributed to? However, the child, oblivious to Dumbledore's dismay, was entirely focused on the green mist and the transformations occurring within it. Mere seconds later, a shrill scream pierced through the mist, akin to that of a pig being slaughtered. Ophelia, what have you done? What on earth did you use? Why am I so itchy? As the green mist descended, the potion, having been atomized, lost its magical potency. Consequently, even the second-level protective charm could not defend against such a peculiar assault. The potion seamlessly penetrated Patrick's armor charm and made intimate contact with his delicate skin. In that moment, Ophelia was treated to the delightful sight of Patrick stumbling from the mist, disheveled and in disarray. His cloak lay discarded on the ground, and his shirt had come undone, revealing his fair skin. However, his exposed arms and chest were marred with a plethora of scratches. Ophelia, what have you done to me? I'm itching all over. We were merely determining who was superior. There was no need for potions. Quickly, give me the antidote, or I shall turn hostile at this very moment. Ophelia remarked with a smile. Patrick stood frozen for a moment before bellowing, Fine, I concede. I admit that you are superior to me. Is that satisfactory? Not enough. She retorted. You once proclaimed that you were fighting for the dignity of men. Now that you have lost to me, it implies. Ophelia paused, regarding Patrick with a smirk that was both playful and mocking. Finally, a smile broke through her previously stern demeanor. If you wish for the antidote, you must first admit defeat. Upon hearing Ophelia's words, Patrick's fury ignited, causing his hair to bristle. You shameless creature. How can such a girl exist in this world? Truly, an angelic visage with a heart of a demon. I curse you to never marry. Ophelia rolled her eyes. If I never marry, so be it. Do you think I yearn to wed your kind? When it comes to shamelessness, men are far more egregious than women. Furthermore, they're lewd, despicable, beastly, insidious, treacherous, and irresponsible. Ahem. Dumbledore approached Ophelia, clearing his throat twice. My dear. Perhaps it would be wise to postpone your tirade against the irresponsible among men. First, you should save Patrick, and we can discuss the rest afterwards. He gestured towards Patrick, who was nearly clawing at himself in frustration, his expression dark and troubled. You are part of a small team. Disagreements can be resolved through communication. However, Ophelia lifted her gaze to Dumbledore and said, Professor, it is not that I wish to withhold the antidote. I simply do not possess it. Cedric provided me with this vial, and at that time, he did not give me the antidote. Thus, you may need to inquire with him. Indeed, Professor, this woman is undoubtedly doing this on purpose. Her heart is too dark, devoid of humanity. Patrick shouted in despair. Dumbledore, with no alternative, cleared his throat once more and addressed Patrick. From this moment forth, you must learn to respect women. Respect their thoughts, their choices, their actions, and the fruits of their labor. You must cultivate a deep-seated respect for every woman. Upon your return, I expect a 2,000-word reflection on this matter. Having said this, Dumbledore turned to Ophelia and inquired, How about this? Is my punishment for Patrick adequate? Does it bring you satisfaction? If not, we may continue to discuss further punitive measures. Ophelia hesitated but ultimately nodded. It is acceptable, I suppose. Acceptable? You say it is acceptable? You wretched woman, employing such despicable tricks. Patrick exclaimed, scratching at his skin in agitation, glaring at Ophelia. Has your conscience been devoured by a dog? Should you possess the capability, provide me with the antidote, and let us engage in a fair contest. I assure you, with an attitude like yours, you shall not come within proximity of me. Ophelia remarked with a cold smile, then turned to Dumbledore, shrugging her shoulders and spreading her hands. Professor, you see, I am not the one instigating trouble here. No sooner had she finished speaking than she turned back to scold. You say you cannot come within my reach? Even 10 of you would not be able to approach within 5 meters of me. Patrick's hair bristled with indignation at her words. What do you know? I am the foremost of the younger generation of the Downton family, the youngest master of second-level armor transformation. Ophelia rolled her eyes dismissively. Well, I am the leading figure of the younger generation of the Mua clan, the sole individual capable of mastering the Red Lips Waltz. Patrick retorted. I am invincible in my armor transformation defense. Ophelia chuckled, casting a scornful glance over the itching and uncomfortable Patrick from head to toe. Covering her cherry lips with one hand, she mocked. Oh my, invincible defense, is it? How impressive. Patrick's face flushed crimson, partly from embarrassment at Ophelia's words and partly from his own scratching. Dumbledore could no longer tolerate the scene. He stepped forward and declared, Cease your bickering. Henceforth, within your trio, Patrick's status shall forever remain inferior to Ophelia's, and this is final. No dissent shall be entertained. With that, Dumbledore silenced the still defiant Patrick with a glance. He then turned to Ophelia. Child, regarding this matter, I shall exercise my seniority and take your side. Given that Patrick is now in this predicament, he is still part of your team. Do lend him a hand. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Ophelia nodded. Cedric had mentioned that such a potion could simply be washed away with water afterward. Naturally, for someone like Patrick, soaking in water would suffice. As soon as Ophelia finished speaking, Patrick wasted no time, swiftly shedding all his garments before plunging into the water with a splash. Moments later, he let out a long, contented sigh. Finally relief. Had I known soaking in water would resolve this, I would have done so sooner. Patrick muttered while splashing the water in frustration. Seeing that Patrick was now fine, Dumbledore turned his attention back to Ophelia and inquired, "So, this potion merely requires washing it off with water to restore him?" "Indeed," Patrick chimed in from beneath the water. "Shouldn't Cedric's logic dictate that you ought to have a vial of potion that could incapacitate an entire crowd at once?" Ophelia rolled her eyes and chose to ignore Patrick's comment. Cedric had previously warned her that if given a dangerous potion, one might inadvertently harm oneself. Thus, it would be preferable to provide me with such a potion, one that does not require immense potency. As long as it grants me sufficient time to delay in moments of peril, that is sufficient. Is that all? Patrick continued to jest insistently, questioning how long a mere bath could possibly delay him. "It seems to me that your insignificance in Cedric's mind is the reason he did not furnish you with a more potent concoction." After uttering this, Patrick reclined comfortably in the water, buoyed by its support, feeling as if he were indulging in a spa treatment. Meanwhile, Ophelia, having overheard Patrick's remarks, chose to disregard them. She explained to Dumbledore, "Initially, Cedric informed me that the effects of this potion are quite formidable. Those afflicted must locate a water source swiftly, or the unbearable itching will render them incapable of any other actions, thereby diminishing their combat effectiveness. Furthermore, if the afflicted party fails to find water, they may resort to scratching the affected areas until they are raw, further incapacitating themselves." Dumbledore pondered this and inquired, "What is the duration of this potion's effect?" Ophelia replied, "Cedric mentioned that the duration is contingent upon the quantity of the potion I utilized. I just discarded an entire vial. It should last approximately 10 hours. 10 hours? Patrick exclaimed incredulously. Given that it was autumn and night, the water was far from the comfort of summer. It was bitterly cold. Suddenly, Patrick found the spa treatment far less enjoyable, feeling a chill run through him. The spa services at a facility demand payment, whereas this natural treatment seemed to be demanding his very life. In a surge of agitation, Patrick sprang to his feet, intent on rousing Diggory to devise a solution. However, the moment he stood, the exposed skin began to itch excruciatingly, compelling him to crouch back down. "Professor, you must devise a plan for me. In this weather, remaining in this water for 10 hours will surely lead to my demise," Patrick beseeched Dumbledore. Yet, the old wizard paid him no mind, producing a stone from seemingly nowhere and casting it into the water. In a short while, the stone began to bubble and vapor rose from the surface. At that moment, Patrick noticed the water's temperature rising. Observing this phenomenon, Dumbledore remarked to Patrick, "This stone I retrieved during my travels, plucked from the edge of a volcanic crater. I cast a spell upon it to maintain the internal heat of the volcano. Therefore, you shall soak here for now. When it becomes too warm, simply swim a bit further. 10 hours will pass swiftly, akin to a brief study session. Tomorrow, regardless of whether Cedric awakens, we shall return." Having spoken, Dumbledore led the somewhat disgruntled Ophelia back to the tree hollow. Patrick observed their departing figures, and as he gazed at the dry and warm sanctuary, a wave of sorrow washed over him. "Professor, you have changed. Men are indeed fickle. No, it seems I am a man as well." The following noon, Dumbledore, accompanied by Ophelia and the still unconscious Diggory, found Patrick, who had retreated far from the campsite due to the scalding water, near the edge of the forest at the lower stream. Ultimately, Patrick carried Diggory on his back, and the four of them embarked on their journey home. Their first stop was Devonshire, where they sought the aid of Nick LeMay to awaken Diggory. Dumbledore and Nick then engaged in a private conversation throughout the night, only emerging as the next day approached noon. The contents of their discussion remained a mystery to all, but neither Diggory nor the others were particularly interested. Patrick and Ophelia continued their mutual banter, while Diggory, still weak, spent his days resting in bed. However, he was, in fact, receiving his task rewards within the system space, enhancing the Shatter spell, Armor spell, and Sleep spell to a formless state of casting, while also experiencing the benefits of a 10-point increase in spell comprehension. What Diggory did not anticipate was that this enhancement in comprehension would not yield the significant benefits he had envisioned. Conversely, it felt akin to solving a problem. Where previously he had no thoughts at all, now he felt a slight haze. Though present, it proved to be of little assistance. Consequently, Diggory found himself in yet another quarrel with the Great Orange, believing that the system was deceiving his emotions and trampling upon his dignity as a host. However, the Great Orange responded with a nonchalant air, simply stating, "Rome was not built in a day. Do not expect to become a glutton in one bite." Unsatisfied with this response, Diggory was about to voice his complaints when the great orange playfully brought its paw to its mouth and emitted a soft mew. Before turning away and swatting Diggory's consciousness out of the system space. 10 days later, Dumbledore and the three companions finally returned to the quaint town of Hogsmeade. Oh, Hogsmeade. My beloved town, your Downton Lord has returned. After 10 arduous days on the road, Patrick, who had suppressed his natural exuberance, stood at the town's entrance. Arms outstretched to the sky in joyous cheer. Ophelia, unveiling her headscarf, turned to Dumbledore and inquired, Professor, why did we not use Transfiguration or the Flu Network to return? Instead opting for Muggle transportation? Dumbledore gestured towards the still troubled Diggory, remarking, Cedric has yet to recover from the lingering effects. Both Apparition and the Flu Network are spells of spatial manipulation, and his body may be at risk of further harm. Diego offered Ophelia an apologetic smile, expressing his regret for the inconvenience caused and acknowledging that he had indeed wasted her time. If possible, I would be willing to compensate you for your time in another manner, he added, raising an eyebrow suggestively. Ophelia rolled her eyes, remarking, though I lack evidence. I can't help but suspect that you are flirting with me. Diggory forced a smile, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. I am not that kind of person. Perhaps my choice of words was inappropriate. I shall refrain from such mistakes in the future. Hee. Patrick sauntered over, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Proving your innocence does not necessitate raising your hands, for by the time one does so, it is usually too late. Diggory gazed at Patrick in silence. At a loss for words, was this a sign of moral decline or merely a rebellion of the wingmen? Before he could ponder these questions further, Dumbledore suddenly addressed Diggory and the others. Today is the weekend, and there are no classes. Although you are first-year students, in terms of ability, Dumbledore mused, you possess skills that at least rival those of 4th to 6th-year students. At that moment, Patrick interjected, Professor, surely we are speaking of Cedric in 6th year. Myself in 5th, and Ophelia in 4th, correct? Since his defeat to Ophelia in the Albanian forest, Patrick had been brooding over the incident. In his view, her victory was solely attributable to the potion that Diggory had provided her. Had it not been for that potion, or if he had possessed a potion of his own, the outcome would have been different. On the return journey, Patrick had persistently sought to procure a few vials of potions from Diggory. However, Diggory remained tight-lipped, making excuses about running out, ensuring Patrick never even caught a glimpse of the potions. This left Patrick feeling quite disheartened throughout the journey and made him more unwilling to accept the outcome of their duel. Thus, he posed this query, hoping to elicit a response from Dumbledore that would align with his desires. Yet, old Dumbledore merely cast a sidelong glance at him before ignoring him entirely, turning his attention back to Diggory and Ophelia. Under normal circumstances, first-year students like yourselves are not permitted to venture out on weekends. However, given your exceptional abilities, I believe an exception can be made. I shall return to Hogwarts now. You may enjoy your time outside until 7 in the evening, but you must return to the school by that hour. You are aware of the consequences should I be compelled to personally seek you out at that time. Upon hearing the suggestion from Diggory, the trio readily nodded in enthusiastic agreement, their heads bobbing like garlic being crushed. It was merely a matter of returning to school on time. There was no cause for concern. Observing their compliant demeanor, Dumbledore prepared to take his leave. However, just as he turned away, a thought struck him. He pivoted back to Diggory and said, I almost forgot, Cedric. Due to your previous fainting spell, I informed your parents, and they have since arrived here at the Hog's Head Inn. Do make sure to pay them a visit. With that, Dumbledore departed. Diggory pondered for a moment and decided to pay a visit to his biological parents. Perhaps influenced by the essence of his original soul, Diggory's attitude towards his father and mother resembled that of a rebellious child. It was neither entirely dependence nor complete independence, for deep within, there existed an inexplicable affection that tethered him to them. Consequently, Diggory resolved to disregard these feelings. After all, they were the ones who had bestowed upon him this corporeal form, and addressing them as Mom and Dad was not unwarranted. Well, I shall first go see my parents. Would you like to join me? Diggory inquired of Patrick and the others. Ophelia immediately shook her head, stating, No, that seems rather peculiar to me. I shall head off to do some shopping. A shiver ran through Diego's heart. Was the fervor for shopping ingrained in women from an early age? Or had it become an intrinsic part of their very essence, woven into their genes? An inexplicable sense of dread enveloped him. In contrast, Patrick's thoughts were far simpler. He resolutely refused to venture where Ophelia would go. Thus, he accompanied Diego to meet his parents. Yet, for reasons unknown, Diego felt an odd discomfort, as though he were introducing a male companion to his family. The Pig's Head Tavern served a dual purpose, functioning both as a bar and a modest inn. Its location was conveniently accessible. One need only exit the post office on Central Avenue and turn into a nearby side street, where the small tavern awaited at the corner. A weathered wooden sign, hanging from a rusted bracket above the entrance, bore a sinister illustration of a severed pig's head, its bloodstains seeping through the white cloth that enveloped it. As Diggory pushed open the door, a cacophony of noise assailed his senses. "Did you hear? This morning, that man was thrown out by his wife, utterly humiliated." "What? My account differs from yours." It was said that the man had been ousted by his wife the previous night and attempted to return to their bed this morning, only to be met with her lingering ire, resulting in his ejection. Alas, how could his wife act so callously, showing no regard for our kind? Indeed, she could at least afford him a modicum of dignity. But do you know what provoked her wrath? Apparently, it was because he clandestinely sought the company of a courtesan yesterday afternoon, and his wife inadvertently discovered his indiscretion, leading to this debacle. "Ah, I heard it was due to his hidden stash of money being uncovered by her, prompting his expulsion. Another rumor suggests that she always awaits the return of their son, thus venting her frustrations on her husband." Patrick turned to Diggory and inquired, "Say, could they be speaking of your father?" Diggory himself remained uncertain, as he held no recollections of his parents and could only piece together memories from previous films and books regarding his family. After much contemplation, he could recall but two salient points. First, that his family was not particularly affluent, perhaps slightly better off than Ron's, and second, that the familial environment was likely quite nurturing, given that it had fostered Cedric Diggory, a character of commendable virtue. Although only Diggory's father appeared in the narratives, there were no indications of domestic violence upon his visage. Thus, Diggory concluded that the individuals in question were likely not his parents. Diego approached the counter and inquired of the bartender, "Good day. May I ask which room Mr. Amos Diego and his wife are residing in?" The young bartender looked up and replied, "I apologize, young man, but may I first ask who you are? Our establishment must, to some extent, safeguard the privacy of our patrons." "Oh, I am their son." Diego scratched his head and responded. Diego's voice was not particularly loud, yet the moment he spoke, an eerie silence enveloped the bar. All eyes were suddenly fixated on him, their gazes so intense they seemed capable of piercing through him. This scrutiny made Patrick, who merely stood by, feel a twinge of discomfort, causing him to unconsciously touch his nose in an attempt to mask his unease. The bartender's reaction was even more exaggerated. It was as though a person on the brink of apocalypse had finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. His eyes sparkled with fervor, his mouth agape in an O shape, emitting a series of incoherent sounds. To the uninformed observer, it might have appeared as if he were having a stroke, which startled Diego. He pointed towards the nearby staircase and instructed Diego, "Just take that staircase, proceed straight ahead. And the room at the end of the corridor on the right is where you need to go." Diego nodded and led Patrick upstairs, a nagging intuition stirring within him that the individuals in question might indeed be his parents. In his previous life, he had only known the appearance of his father, while his mother remained a mystery. As fate would have it, when Diego's gaze reached the second-floor corridor, he spotted a man seated at the far end, utterly oblivious to his surroundings. This man, with hair of the same dark brown hue as Diego's own, donned a pair of spectacles, and his once handsome figure had succumbed to the passage of time. The resemblance to his memories confirmed Diego's suspicions. This was indeed his estranged father. At that moment, Amos appeared lost in thought, staring blankly at the door before him, unaware of Diego and Patrick's approach. "Father," Diego crouched down and gently tapped Amos on the shoulder. As if awakening from a dream, Amos lifted his gaze, slowly focusing on Diego. Upon recognizing his son standing before him, the man sprang to his feet, his hands instinctively reaching out to touch Diego, as if to confirm his presence. "Oh, my son, are you unhurt?" he exclaimed, his voice laden with concern. "Professor Dumbledore wrote to inform us that you had collapsed in the Albanian forest. Do you realize how frantic your mother and I were upon reading that letter? How could you be so reckless? You mustn't wander off while following the professor." Diego felt the gentle caress of hands traversing various parts of his body, and his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He firmly grasped Amos's hands and said, "Father, there is no need for you to worry. I have returned safely. Everything is fine." Upon seeing Amos's reddened and glistening eyes, Diego experienced a surge of warmth enveloping his heart. He was grateful to the heavens, regardless of the world he found himself in. He had a father who cared for him deeply. Once Amos had gathered his composure, Diggory inquired, "Father, why are you outside? It is autumn. Let us go inside." At that moment, Amos's expression shifted to something peculiar. He shook his head and replied, "Well, I think I shall remain outside for now. I just woke up this early morning and was planning to take a stroll. You go ahead inside. Your mother has been quite worried about you. She hasn't had a restful night since she received the letter. So when you go in, make sure to say some comforting words to cheer her up first. Remember, it is crucial to make your mother happy." After saying this, Amos playfully winked at Diggory. Diggory understood immediately. He had encountered such a gaze before. In a past life, when his father had angered his mother and sought his intercession, he had worn that very expression. However, Diggory did not rush inside. Instead, he introduced Patrick to Amos. "Father, allow me to introduce you to my good friend from Hogwarts, Patrick." "Hello, Uncle." Patrick greeted with utmost politeness, displaying none of the irreverence one might expect. It must be said that when Patrick adopted a serious demeanor, he stood on par with Diggory as a charming young man. Amos, witnessing his son's camaraderie at school, beamed with paternal pride, exclaiming, "Splendid. Let us all retire to the room for a moment of respite and perhaps a glass of milk. And you can help shield my son from any criticism." What I intended to say is, before Amos could finish his sentence, Patrick casually flicked his hair and offered a knowing smile, saying, "Uncle, I completely understand. When my parents had their quarrels, I was often tasked with diverting attention from my father. I would usually bring along a cousin for support. I get it." Amos's smile faltered momentarily, but then widened with joy, reminiscent of someone who has found their tribe. "All right then, I shall step out for a bit. Is half an hour sufficient?" Diego twirled his fingers thoughtfully and remarked, "Father, it seems that this matter is not entirely in our hands. The duration required should surely depend on the magnitude of the trouble you have caused." Amos smiled awkwardly, at a loss for words. Seeing his father in such a state, Diggory felt an ominous premonition. Could it be that you were out all night, succumbing to a hangover? No, that cannot be. You have never been one to lose control over your drinking. Or perhaps, as some of those people suggest, you ventured out seeking something else? But that doesn't add up, for your wages are tightly controlled by mother. You wouldn't have the means. Diggory turned to Amos and inquired, "Father, have you been secretly stashing away money? How much have you saved? Do share some with me." Amos shook his head in exasperation, struggling to cope with his son's whimsical thoughts. "My salary at the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures is quite modest, and your mother keeps a close watch on it. I wish I could save a little, but I simply never have the chance. Your mother has never granted me such an opportunity. In the past, I even thought of creating opportunities where none existed, yet I always met with failure. Your mother seems to have set traps for me. Now, even when opportunities arise, I am too intimidated to act, having been frightened by her schemes. I dare not show my anger, for when I do, your mother ignores me, leaving me to spend the night alone. Now, I am reluctant to even speak to her loudly, fearing she might abandon me." Diggory twirled his fingers, letting out a sigh on behalf of his father. This instance of being under his wife's thumb was undeniably evident. Moreover, it was rather thorough. The abundance of dog food suggested a concern for my breakfast, as if they feared I might be left hungry. "Since it wasn't a matter of hiding spare cash, what on earth did you do, father, to provoke mother into sending you away?" Diggory inquired. In truth, Amos felt quite embarrassed. He found it difficult to voice such matters in front of his son and his friend. "Uncle, if you don't share your thoughts, it will be challenging for us to assist you," Patrick remarked. Sighing, Amos relented. "All right, I shall confide in you. Last night, your mother and I went out for dinner, and at the table next to us sat two gentlemen. One of them posed a question to the other. What are some things that women believe are quite commendable, yet we men find rather superfluous?" Upon hearing the conversation, Diego immediately discerned that his father must have uttered something he ought not to have. However, it was a private exchange between others. What right did he have to interject? "Father, do confess what you said." Amos sighed deeply at that moment. "My words slipped out instinctively, without the filter of thought, and now I am beset by a tide of regret." Another man had been struggling to recall a particular matter, and suddenly the one who had posed the question turned to me, prompting my inadvertent response. "What did you say?" Diego could not restrain his curiosity, noticing his father's hesitant demeanor. "About dressing." Upon hearing this response, Diggory gasped in astonishment. "Incredible." Patrick also widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at Amos, both astonished by the imaginative prowess of his friend's father and admiring Amos's audacity. Truly, he had the courage to speak such words. However, he discerned that Amos was more talk than action. Otherwise, with his restless spirit, he would have long since transformed into a person akin to his father. Diego furrowed his brow, suffering from a considerable headache. He turned to Patrick and inquired, "How do you usually advise your family when faced with such a situation?" Patrick ran his fingers through his hair, reminiscing as he replied, "It seems that I don't need to persuade much. I merely utter a few kind words. And once my mother's anger subsides a bit, she is willing to allow my father back into the room, after which he can take matters into his own hands." "Oh, do you really think my father requires my assistance? He is quite capable on his own. In his prime, he is a master with unparalleled experience. He often claims that when it comes to charming women, he ranks second, and no one dares to assert they are first. Back in those days, as long as my mother was willing to let him enter the room, I could make my exit, and within half an hour at most, my father would have won her over, emerging afterwards as the sweet couple they once were." Diego turned to Amos, lifting his chin slightly and inquiring, "Father, are you all right?" Amos shrugged his shoulders and replied, "If I were fine, would I have spent the entire night locked outside?" With a sense of helplessness, Diggory contemplated the impossibility of transforming his earnest father into a suave seducer. At that moment, Patrick began to tug at his hair in deep thought and addressed Diggory, saying, "You should enter first. I will devise a plan for your uncle, but let us first synchronize our narrative. Your uncle has spent the night outside, without anywhere to go, merely waiting at this door to sleep. He was awakened in the middle of the night by the cold, but did not knock, fearing he might disturb your mother. It was only in the morning, when he believed your mother had calmed down, that he sought to enter. Moreover, having spent the night outdoors, he caught a chill and has now come down with a cold." Amos found himself in a predicament, replying, "But I am not actually ill." Patrick, with utmost seriousness, declared, "From this moment onward, you are indeed unwell." Amos expressed his concern, "You do not understand. If my wife discovers that I have deceived her, the consequences would be quite dire." Patrick shook his head, a mischievous grin appearing on his lips, and said, "The intention was never for you to deceive your wife. It's merely a cold, easily managed. It all depends on your willingness." Amos nodded in agreement, "As long as it keeps my wife from being angry with me, a cold is hardly a problem." Patrick, reassured, smiled and tousled his hair before turning to Diggory, stating, "You should head inside first. I will assist your uncle, and we shall return in no more than 5 minutes. If your mother is still upset by then, you must be sure to let us in." Diggory nodded slightly, and then Patrick departed with Amos, leaving him standing alone in the corridor. Gazing at the door handle before him, Diggory felt a wave of hesitation. He was uncertain about the nature of his mother, her appearance, her personality, her preferred attire, and her culinary tastes. How would he respond if she greeted him with warmth, despite no longer being her son? Conversely, what would he do if her demeanor were one of indifference? Diego nervously twisted his fingers, his palms slick with perspiration. Just then, the doorknob in front of him suddenly clicked. The door swung open from within, and before he could see anyone, Diego caught a faint whiff of lavender. "Cedric, is that you?" Diego stared intently at the woman before him. Her amber eyes shone brightly, framed by cascading golden locks that fell gracefully around her shoulders. Her features were strikingly defined, with lips that were somewhat thin, and the corners of her eyes bore the delicate traces of crow's feet, a testament to the passage of time. She exuded an air of shrewdness, sharpness, and resilience. This face was both familiar and foreign to him. A sudden wave of emotion surged within Diggory, compelling him to speak. "Mom, I am back." The woman lowered her gaze to the boy, who barely reached her waist, her eyes lingering on him with an unwavering intensity. To her, though only a few seconds had elapsed since he entered, it felt as if an eternity had passed, long enough to recall the bittersweet moment a month prior when she had reluctantly bid farewell to him at the train station. Diego gazed into his mother's increasingly tear-filled eyes, feeling utterly at a loss. Though he was intimately familiar with this corporeal form, it was indeed the first encounter with the woman before him. Yet, before he could utter any clumsy words of consolation, he was abruptly enveloped in his mother's embrace. In that moment, her face was awash with tears. "You rascal, venturing so far with Professor Dumbledore, without even a letter to your mother. Do you have any idea how worried I've been?" she exclaimed. "It's one thing for you to gallivant about, and I could overlook the lack of correspondence. But in that perilous jungle, you must take care of yourself. Regardless of the circumstances, stay close to Professor Dumbledore. Why must you wander aimlessly? You nearly scared me into a frenzy. Has your conscience been devoured by a dog? Hurry, let me see how you are." Diego's mother first tenderly examined him, her hands moving over his body, and upon confirming he was whole, she cradled his small head, scrutinizing him with utmost care. Diego, with a pouting expression, said, "Mother, I am perfectly fine. The professor has cured me. Look at me now. I am lively and full of energy." Dimu cast a reproachful glance at Diggory, exclaiming, "What has happened to you? Look at how thin you've become. You must not have eaten well or slept properly over there. That place is so perilous. You must have been on edge every single day." "Mom, it's actually not that bad." Diggory, somewhat overwhelmed by Dimu's incessant nagging, endeavored to break free from her concerns. "The professor has taken excellent care of us, although the journey had its share of challenges. I have also gained invaluable growth from the experience." After saying this, Dimu finally released her grip on Diggory and, taking his hand, led him into the room. She poured him a glass of water and, once he was seated beside her, suddenly inquired, "Is that girl beautiful?" Caught off guard while holding the glass of water, Diggory paused, bewildered. "Girl? What girl?" A gentle smile of a nurturing aunt graced Dimu's face. Professor Dumbledore had mentioned in his letter that there were 3 children accompanying him on this journey, including you, among whom was a girl. Diggo carefully took a sip of water, struggling to keep pace with his mother's erratic train of thought. Just a moment ago, she was concerned about his well-being, and now, in a heartbeat, she was inquiring about his emotional matters. The most perplexing aspect was that he had no idea how to respond. Diggory cast a furtive glance at his mother's expression and observed that her countenance was rather ordinary, devoid of any discernible emotion as she regarded him with a steady gaze. Witnessing this, Diggory shivered. Something was amiss. When a woman inquires about gossip yet displays no spark of excitement in her eyes, it signifies that the subject of her curiosity holds little significance. Rather, the manner in which you respond bears utmost importance. Diego smiled awkwardly, suddenly struck by the idea of changing the subject. "Hey, Mom, when I arrived here, I noticed Dad was just outside the door. Wasn't he sleeping in the room?" Indeed, upon mentioning this, Diego's mother instantly turned cold, her mood shifting abruptly. "Did you not think to ask him what was going on when you saw him at the door?" Diggory touched his nose and candidly stated, "Father mentioned that it was because he misspoke at that moment, which subsequently upset you." Dimu struck the bedboard, merely having uttered a single incorrect phrase. Diego paused for a moment, then cautiously inquired, "Are there a few more lines?" Dimu let out a cold chuckle. "Humph. Did he not mention to you that he had quite the enjoyable conversation with those individuals?" After a few drinks, he completely let himself go. Diego fell silent, realizing that his father had completely let loose. What could he possibly say? He had just managed to steer the conversation away. And if he inadvertently allowed his mother to revert the topic, he would find himself in a troublesome predicament once more. Thus, he chose to remain quiet, embracing the role of a mere listener. At that moment, someone inquired whether, having acquired a sum of money, one should first purchase a flashy flying broom or invest in a piece of land to build a house and marry. "Do you know what your father replied?" Diggory honestly shook his head. His father surprisingly remarked that if one were to first encounter a benefactor, one should purchase a flying broom for convenience in commuting. However, if one were to first meet a virtuous lady, one ought to acquire a house, as it facilitates marriage. Upon reflecting on this, I found little fault in his reasoning, as there is indeed some merit to it. Diego nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of the statement. "However, are you aware of what your father subsequently proclaimed?" He astonishingly suggested that if one were to encounter a wealthy woman, one should then proceed to purchase a car and a house. Diego had to cover his mouth with his hand, nearly bursting into laughter. Moreover, this was not the end. Diego's mother continued to speak. Diego widened his eyes in astonishment. Was there more to the story? Those individuals inquired about your father, asking why girls are so devoted to skincare. Some suggested it was for the sake of maintaining healthy skin, while others claimed it was to appear more vibrant. However, when it came to your father's turn to respond, he astonishingly said. Diggo leaned slightly forward, anxiously imploring, "What on earth did my father say?" "Mother, do speak up." To my astonishment, he claimed it was for the sake of a better tactile experience. Diego was momentarily taken aback, then he sharply inhaled, realizing the gravity of the situation. This truly was a masterfully orchestrated demise. However, just as Diego was lost in thought, he suddenly felt the piercing gaze of his mother, laden with lethal intent, fixed squarely upon his face. Dimu gazed intently at Diggory and spoke slowly, word by word. "Cedric, how is it that you, an 11-year-old child, can comprehend matters that only adults can grasp?" Diego sat on the edge of the bed, suddenly at a loss as to why the mattress, which had felt so soft and comfortable moments ago, now seemed utterly uncomfortable no matter how he positioned himself. The gaze of Dee's mother grew increasingly intense, and within Diggory, a profound sense of anxiety began to swell. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his cheek as his mind raced, desperately attempting to conjure a plausible excuse. Yet, before he could formulate a response, Dee's mother abruptly redirected the conversation, asking, "Have you yet told me whether you find that young lady in your team to be attractive?" At this moment, Diggory was utterly flustered, his eyelid twitching involuntarily. Should he speak the truth? After all, a mother knows her child best. Upon witnessing Diego's demeanor, Dimu immediately harbored unwholesome thoughts. She inquired, "Have you fallen in love too early?" "I have not," he replied. Diego felt a sense of injustice. Did he have a crush? Certainly not. He wished he did. But alas, Ophelia paid him no mind. Demi squinted her eyes, fixing her gaze upon him, as though her eyes concealed sharp needles, making Diggory reluctant to meet his mother's stare. Is that so? Demi regarded Diggory's words with skepticism. Then why did Professor Dumbledore explicitly state in his letter to us that you are always so attentive to that girl? Goodness, after all this time. It turns out old Dumbledore has been whispering secrets to my mother, unjustly accusing me of early romance. Old Dumbledore, so this is the kind of person you truly are. Diego instinctively twisted his fingers, and after organizing his thoughts, he explained, "Mom, please allow me to clarify this matter. I assure you, I am not involved in any premature romance." Dimu crossed her arms and took a seat on a nearby stool, awaiting an explanation from Diggory. What I truly wanted was to pursue, but I simply couldn't catch up. As soon as the words left his mouth, Diggory felt an abrupt drop in the room's atmosphere. In a moment of panic, he looked up to find his mother's furious visage. Her face twisted with anger as she exclaimed, "You're hopeless. Chasing after them when you can't even keep up, just like your father, and you've brought shame upon me." As Dimu spoke, she began to search the room, seeking an appropriate implement to administer a lesson of love to Diggory. At this moment, Diggory was thoroughly panicked, entirely inexperienced in the face of such a scene. In his previous life, whenever there was a need for action at home, it was always his father who took up a weapon, while he merely fled, seeking refuge with his mother. However, now the roles were reversed. It was his mother who was preparing to take action, and his father was absent. He was still attempting to escape, yet uncertain of where to go, merely circling around the table in a futile attempt. Just then, as if summoned by fate, a knock resounded at the door like the tolling of a morning bell. "Darling, open the door. Cedric's friend has come to see him." Upon hearing his father's voice, Diggory exhaled in relief. The timing could not have been more perfect. His father was indeed his lifeline. DG hurriedly dashed to the door, eager to let his father, the straw dad, in. Upon the entrance of Amos and Patrick, DG was taken aback, exclaiming, "Father, it appears that your cold is rather severe." Amos stepped inside, his nose crimsoned and dripping, his expression dazed, breath somewhat labored, and his complexion notably pallid. Diggo's eyelids twitched, questioning whether this was merely an act. Could his father truly possess such remarkable talent? Patrick followed closely behind Amos as he entered, exchanging a subtle glance with Diggory. He had intended to greet Diggo's mother as well, but upon raising his hand, he realized she was far too preoccupied to acknowledge him, prompting Patrick to reluctantly lower his hand. Observing her husband's disheveled appearance, Diggo's mother felt a mix of concern and anger. With furrowed brows, she exclaimed, "You wretched man. After disappearing all night, you return looking like this. Where have you been wandering?" Amos, shrinking his neck as if in fear, stammered, "My dear, I assure you, I did not stray. I spent the entire night sitting by the door, and, upon seeing the beautiful flowers outside, I thought to pick some for you." With that, Amos revealed from behind his back a bouquet of vibrant roses in shades of red, pink, and white. "I realized that due to my work commitments, I was unable to celebrate our 15th anniversary together, and I upset you yesterday. Thus, I wish to make amends. I spotted someone selling these lovely tricolored roses and thought they would be a fitting tribute to our beautiful love." As he spoke, Amos gazed tenderly at Diggo's mother, reminiscent of the profound affection from the moment they first met 15 years ago, a sentiment that had remained unchanged. Meanwhile, two children stood outside. Patrick, feeling the pangs of hunger, remarked to Diggory, "Look, your parents still regard us as children. They have to send us away before engaging in their affairs, as if we are oblivious to everything." Moments earlier, after Amos had skillfully articulated the words Patrick had taught him, Diggo's mother had, as expected, fallen under the spell of his gentle words. Consequently, the tension between the couple dissipated, transforming into a tender, affectionate exchange. As their emotions swelled, rationality faded. And soon Diggo and Patrick found themselves ushered out. Before leaving, Patrick hadn't the chance to utter a single word, though it hardly mattered. The couple inside was too engrossed in their own world to notice their absence. "Shall we venture out to find something to eat?" Patrick proposed, both being children. Their appetites were voracious, particularly as lunchtime had arrived, leaving them famished and longing for sustenance. Diego pondered for a moment and remarked, "There is no need for that. Let us simply order some refreshments at the Pig Head Tavern below and call it a day. You may place the order here while I step out to fetch Ophelia for our meal." Patrick reached out to grasp Diego, who was about to exit. His eyes twinkling with a knowing gleam and a smile that only men could comprehend. "What shall we order? Who are you going to find? The professor has granted us half a day off, and I have other plans for this rare holiday." Diggory furrowed his brow, expressing his concern. "We must return by 7 this evening. Please refrain from causing any trouble." Nonetheless, he followed Patrick outside, aware that they could not stray far, as his parents would undoubtedly seek him out once their engagement concluded. "Do not worry, it will be swift." In the midst of their conversation, the two exited the bar. And Patrick candidly remarked, "For a novice like you, even 5 minutes is a rare occurrence." If Diggory failed to comprehend this, it would be a disservice to the seasoned spirit residing within him. This seems rather inappropriate, considering it is still broad daylight. Despite his words, he resolutely trailed behind Patrick, his eyes betraying a glimmer of anticipation. Under Patrick's guidance, they first entered an alley, delving further into its depths. They took a left turn, then proceeded down the path until they made another right turn, continuing deeper still. Upon reaching a junction, they turned right once more. After traversing a considerable distance, they finally arrived before an ornately adorned door, at which point Patrick came to a halt. They had now reached the innermost part of the town, where the houses on either side of the alley were so towering that even the midday sun struggled to penetrate their shadows. Digger gazed at the resplendent gate before him, swallowing hard in a daze. Was he truly about to bid farewell to the precious first experience of this body? Patrick, with a playful flick of his hair, chuckled. "Remember our promise in the forest? I said I would bring you here to experience it. While this place may not rival that upscale club, it certainly holds its own." He draped an arm around Digger's shoulders and leaned in closer, whispering, "Rest assured, their skills are exceptional. I have tried them myself." Upon reaching the threshold, it seemed that even if he wished to retreat now, his legs could not comply. Digger's breaths grew heavier as he declared, "Then let us knock." With that, both shared a solemn smile. However, just as Patrick was about to raise his hand to knock, a derisive snicker echoed from behind them. "Humph, as expected. No man is worth a dime." Both were taken aback, their smiles frozen in place. Diego sensed something was amiss. This sound seemed rather familiar. As Diego turned his head and caught sight of the person behind him, he was utterly flabbergasted. "Ophelia, what on earth are you doing here?" he exclaimed. This situation was indeed absurd. Here he was, accompanied by 2 minors, mere 11-year-olds, yearning to engage in activities typically favored by adult men. Yet, before they could even embark on their escapade, they found themselves apprehended. And to add to the irony, it was by none other than someone he held dear. Could there be a more melodramatic turn of events? Diggo's heart is filled with uncertainty and anxiety, leaving him in a state of helplessness. What should he do now? If he claims to have come here shopping with Patrick, would Ophelia believe him? Has anyone ever witnessed 2 men strolling arm in arm while shopping? Ophelia did not respond to his question. Instead, she countered with one of her own. "How is it that you find yourself here?" Diggory swallowed hard. "I said that we had come here to shop, but had lost our way and now wished to knock on the door to ask for directions. Do you believe that?" Ophelia looked at Diggory with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking. "Can you guess whether I believe you or not?" Diego offered an awkward smile. As if the answer was self-evident, one could discern disbelief merely from his expression. It was then that Patrick unexpectedly interjected, inquiring why they were present, while simultaneously questioning Diego's own presence. Ophelia shot a glare at Patrick, retorting, "I did not ask you." Remained silent. With that, her gaze fixed intently on Diego. Under the intense scrutiny of her eyes, Diego instinctively averted his gaze, confessing, "I admit, our intentions for being here were far from noble. However, your timely appearance has allowed us to reconsider our path, averting a descent into peril." "Humph." Ophelia crossed her arms and let out a scoff, asserting that not a single man could be trusted. Diego, feeling the weight of the moment, fidgeted with his fingers, conceding, "I acknowledge my misguided thoughts." having betrayed the organization's trust and your expectations. I shall reflect deeply upon this. Therefore, let us return. Upon finishing his statement, Diego suddenly recalled that his purpose for venturing out was indeed to retrieve Ophelia for their meal. In fact, another motive for his excursion was to invite you to join him for lunch. Let us return now. Wait a moment. Patrick interjected abruptly. He approached, resting his right hand on Diego's shoulder, casting a playful smirk at Ophelia. You have yet to answer my question. What brings you here? In this narrow alley. Aside from the establishment behind us, there are no other residents or shops in sight. Contemplate your response before divulging it to us. Ophelia, with an impassive glance at Patrick, chose to disregard him and instead turned her attention to Diego, inquiring, Are you curious as well? At that moment, Diego could not help but grasp the underlying reason for Patrick's inquiry. This location, devoid of any other commercial establishments aside from the one behind them, was indeed peculiar for Ophelia's unexpected appearance. Diego yearned to express his thoughts, yet refrained, for he wished to trust Ophelia without reservation. He longed to utter, I believe in you, but the words remained trapped in his throat at that moment. Ophelia, perceiving the evasion in Diego's gaze and the hesitation in his demeanor, felt a particular spark in her eyes gradually fade, replaced by a self-mocking smile at the corners of her lips. Very well. I shall show you the reason for my presence here. With that, Ophelia turned and walked away, indifferent to whether the two behind her followed, resolutely leading the way ahead. Diego silently followed behind Ophelia. Her voice had transformed from what it was on the journey to Hogsmeade. Diggory could discern the change. Along the journey, she no longer engaged in the sparse conversation she once had with herself. Instead, she began to converse with her own voice, which inexplicably took on a gentler tone. However, that gentleness has since evaporated, replaced by an air of detachment and indifference. It was as if they had transformed from friends into strangers. This was the most terrifying prospect. When two individuals transition from friendship to estrangement, the chasm between them becomes more profound than that which exists between mere acquaintances. The journey was steeped in silence, with only Patrick, blissfully unaware of the unspoken thoughts shared between the two, rambling on aimlessly. Yet, as the trio continued their descent, the architecture lining the alley began to shift. The imposing walls and grand courtyards gave way to flat-roofed houses, which in turn became dilapidated and aged. The surroundings were increasingly dismal, with stagnant sewage flowing freely, the refuse of various animals and humans littering the ground, and the air thick with an intricate emlaying of unpleasant odors. All of this bore testament to Diggory and Patrick that they had arrived in the impoverished quarters of Hogsmeade. Casting a glance at Ophelia, who strode ahead, Patrick turned to Diggory and remarked, What is her purpose in bringing us here? Surely she does not expect us to engage in charitable endeavors? I have no interest in such pursuits. Wouldn't it be more delightful to indulge my pockets at a club? Or perhaps to procure the latest model of a flying broom? Even treating my pet to some delectable treats seems far more meaningful than this so-called charity. Diego turned to look at the loquacious Patrick, furrowing his brow, sensing that this dear friend before him had, at this moment, become rather unfamiliar. Do you truly believe that allocating your resources to assist those in need is futile? Patrick's words faltered as he realized that Diego's gaze seemed to radiate indifference. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to convey disdain and contempt. Had he misspoken in some way? Patrick brushed a hand through his hair. However, before he could elaborate, Ophelia halted in front of a dilapidated, lowly abode, turning back to the two behind her more precisely. Fixing her gaze on Diego. Aren't you curious as to why I am here? Step inside with me, and you shall uncover the truth. Diego surveyed his surroundings, realizing that this was indeed the filthiest corner of the entire slum. The house lay at the lowest point of the impoverished area, adjacent to an uncovered pit where a foul, murky mixture of waste and refuse festered, emanating a nauseating stench. Behind him, Patrick tugged at Diggo's sleeve, pinching his nose and shaking his head in a gesture that urged him to leave this wretched place immediately. In front of them, Ophelia observed their actions, turning her head with a hint of self-mockery and sorrow in her eyes. Since the upheaval that had marred her childhood, she had been devoid of friends, and for various reasons, no one dared to approach her. Thus, Diggo and Patrick were the first two boys her age to draw near her. Diggo's feelings for her were unmistakably transparent, and as a girl who matured faster than her male counterparts, she could discern the significance behind his every action. Throughout this exchange, Diggo had no intention of concealing his thoughts. He simply had not yet voiced them. Ophelia was acutely aware of Diggo's affections. Yet, this very awareness rendered her hesitant to embrace his feelings. for she knew that the individuals responsible for the devastation of her once happy family had not ceased their pursuit of her and her grandmother. Had it not been for her admission to Hogwarts and her grandmother's relocation to the quaint village of Hogsmeade, where they found sanctuary under Professor Dumbledore's protection, they might have long since vanished into obscurity. Moreover, Ophelia remained uncertain whether Diggory could continue to harbor such feelings for her upon learning the truth of her family's plight. Most importantly, her grandmother had imparted a cautionary truth: no man is to be trusted. Beneath their surfaces lies a reservoir of desires far more abundant than those of women. When these desires are unleashed, they become indistinguishable from demons. Ophelia concurred with this sentiment, having witnessed firsthand the madness that could arise from such unchecked desires, culminating in the ruin of once harmonious families. Consequently, she had harbored a wariness towards all men from a young age, Diggory included. In truth, only two individuals in the world could quell her guarded heart: her grandmother and Professor Dumbledore. Though a man, Dumbledore was the sole figure who had selflessly extended a helping hand in their time of need, possessing the power to safeguard both of them. Observing the concealed emotions within Ophelia's gaze, Diggory felt a pang of guilt for his hesitation. He stepped forward to stand beside her, declaring, "I shall accompany you wherever you wish to go." Ophelia lifted her cold eyes to meet his, inquiring, "Do you not find this place repugnant?" Diego looked at her with a heart full of remorse and gently said, "I will go wherever you wish. There is no need for that. You are overthinking it," Ophelia replied, before striding directly into the dilapidated and filthy little dwelling. Diggory followed closely behind as he entered. The moment he stepped inside, he was immediately overwhelmed by the confined and oppressive atmosphere of the space. The inadequate lighting rendered visibility surprisingly low, despite it being midday. Suddenly, an aged voice resonated ahead of them. "Ophelia, have you returned with someone? Did you not just leave?" A stooped figure emerged from within, moving with an unsteady gait. Due to the dimness, Diggory struggled to discern the person's features. Ophelia hurried forward to support the elderly individual, guiding her into the faint light, where Diggory finally caught a glimpse of her visage. At that moment, Diggory's eyes widened in disbelief as he inhaled sharply. Before him, supported by Ophelia, stood an elderly woman, diminutive in stature with hair as white as snow. Yet, it was not her age that astonished Diggory. Rather, it was the multitude of intersecting scars that marred her face. It appeared as though someone had recklessly used a blade to etch chaotic patterns upon her skin, evoking a sense of horror and dismay. As if that were not enough, one of her eye sockets was disturbingly empty, surrounded by a network of scars, as though someone had forcibly extracted her eye while it still resided in its orbit. Suppressing the tumultuous thoughts within, Diggory took a deep breath, bent slightly, and addressed the elderly gentleman before him. "Greetings, sir. I am a classmate of Ophelia, and my name is Cedric Diggory. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Regrettably, I come bearing no gift, but I assure you I shall make amends upon my next visit." The elder remained silent, merely stepping forward with his right foot to position himself slightly in front of Ophelia, casting a glance towards her as if to beckon her to elucidate the situation. Diego's identity and name, as well as whether he bears gifts, are of no concern to her. What truly matters to her is the nature of Ophelia's relationship with the boy. Ophelia lowers her head, gently biting her lip, her eyes momentarily filled with turmoil. Yet, when she raises her gaze once more, that turmoil transforms into resolve. She has resolutely reaffirmed her stance regarding her relationship with Diego. Hogwarts is set to host the Triwizard Tournament again, likely at the conclusion of this semester, and I, along with him and another, shall form the competing team. Upon hearing these words, Diggory's eyes dimmed slightly. He realized that his relationship with Ophelia had reverted to its former state. The elderly woman gazed into Ophelia's eyes, listened attentively as she spoke, and finally nodded, saying, "You have mentioned the Triad Championship to me. So this child is one of your two teammates?" "Indeed," Ophelia affirmed with a nod. "Ah, I see." The elderly woman sighed in relief and addressed Diggory. "You are planning to return to school for lunch. I have nothing to offer you here, so I shall not keep you." Upon hearing this, Diggory was struck with an idea. "I can cook, if you permit. I would be delighted to prepare a meal for you." Diggory perceived this as an opportunity, a chance to slightly ease the current impasse between himself and Ophelia. Opposite him, Ophelia neither rejected nor accepted the proposition. She cast a fleeting glance at Diggory before lowering her head, uncertain of how to respond. A voice within her urged her to agree swiftly, for this boy did not appear to be one who trifled with a girl's affections. Yet, another voice cautioned her, asserting that this boy was not virtuous. He had previously followed Patrick to the club and had just hesitated at the entrance, reluctant to enter. Such a person could not be deemed a good man, nor was he worthy of her. Ophelia's grandmother discerned the indecision reflected in her granddaughter's eyes, and her expression abruptly turned cold. Yet, in a mere moment, her demeanor returned to normal, though her gaze remained frosty. The grandmother addressed Diggory, saying, "Child, you should return to school. I wish to have a conversation with my granddaughter, so I kindly ask you to leave." This was an unmistakable dismissal, one that Diggory could neither refuse nor contest. He could only nod and, after exiting, took along Patrick, who still covered his nose, unwilling to step inside. Once Diggory and Patrick had distanced themselves, the grandmother shut the door, enveloping the modest dwelling in darkness, her single eye flickering with a ghostly light. "Let us clarify. What is this boy to you, and where does he stand in your heart?" Ophelia stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts, seemingly fearful of her grandmother. Observing her granddaughter's timid demeanor, the grandmother's eye lost its spectral glimmer, replaced by a look of concern. "I have told you countless times. Men are not to be trusted. Their motives are often selfish. They are either enamored by your beauty or seek to exploit you for their own covert purposes. In truth, none will ever be genuinely devoted to you." Reflecting on her time in the Albanian forest, Ophelia recalled how Diggory had cared for her, fiercely confronting Leonardo, who was several years her senior and more formidable, out of jealousy. Even when injured and constrained in movement, he had prepared meals for her. And when facing the Raven, he had shielded her from the cold-blooded assassin, bravely confronting danger alone. Though he sometimes exhibited timidity, he consistently rose to the occasion when she needed him. "He cannot be that sort of person," Ophelia softly countered. "How can you be so certain he is not?" Her grandmother lamented, each word heavy with sorrow. "In our lineage, we may encounter many things, yet true, unwavering love is a rarity beyond our reach. I wish for you to find a boy who will wholeheartedly cherish and protect you, but such hope is but a faint whisper. Our beauty, a divine gift, is also a curse, one that condemns us to struggle in our quest for love." As the poignant moment unfolded, tears cascaded down my grandmother's scarred face. "You know all too well why my visage has transformed thus," she lamented. "It was to escape those who sought to harm us, my dear grandchild. I have marred my own beauty." The elderly woman spoke with a heavy heart, her words resonating deeply within Ophelia, who was equally overcome with emotion. How could she forget her grandmother's suffering? After the passing of her grandfather and father, those wretched souls had seized the opportunity to abduct her sister while they were vulnerable. Their vile countenance was a stark reminder of the threats they posed, leveraging her grandmother's beauty against her, desiring to possess the once unparalleled allure of her youth. Ultimately, her grandmother was left with no choice but to disfigure herself to protect them both. These memories remained etched in Ophelia's mind, never to be forgotten. With her solitary eye fixed intently on Ophelia, her grandmother imparted a crucial lesson. "Child, remember that beauty is your most formidable weapon. You must wield it to control that boy, but never surrender your heart. For him, men are not worth it. You must be strong, everything a man can achieve. You can as well. We need not rely on them for our existence." Ophelia nodded sorrowfully, recognizing the truth in her words. Men were indeed foolish creatures. She vowed to tread carefully in the future. In the narrow alleys of the impoverished district, two foolish lads ambled along their way home. "Cedric," inquired Patrick, "should we head directly to the Pig's Head Tavern to find your parents, or would you prefer to return to that lounge, indulge a bit, and then depart?" Diego did not respond. Instead, he turned to Patrick and let out a cold snort. "No wonder Ophelia always claims that men are no good. It's because of individuals like you who tarnish those of us who strive to be better. A single rat dropping can spoil an entire pot of porridge." Patrick widened his eyes in disbelief. "What? I led you astray? Do you truly need my influence to go astray? Have the courage to speak again with a clear conscience." Upon hearing this, Diggory was instantly enraged. He instinctively placed his right hand over his heart, intending to seek solace in his conscience, only to find it ensnared by something sticky. Curiously, he cast his gaze downward, and what met his eyes was a bloodied silk handkerchief. A tremor flickered at the corner of Diggory's eye as he cast a grave glance towards Patrick. "Did you just see where that silk scarf drifted in from?" Patrick appeared equally perplexed, yet he was unwilling to forego such a splendid opportunity to mock Diggory. "Though I cannot ascertain its origin, I wager that this scarf likely belongs to an innocent young lady whom you have unwittingly wronged at some point," he added with a sly grin. "And the blood upon this scarf signifies her invaluable first experience." With a mischievous gleam in his eye, Patrick continued, "Moreover, the fabric is exquisite, and the design is rather refined. It must belong to a lady of a prestigious family. You possess quite an eye, my friend. You seem to be steadfastly devoted to Ophelia. Yet in secret, I must respectfully refer to you as Big Brother. Damn you, brother. Diggory's nostrils flared in indignation, tempted to hurl the scarf directly at Patrick's face. Curse it. I haven't acted alone for over a month. Where would I find the time? Where would I find the opportunity? Besides, even if I had both, I'm not that kind of person. However, before Diggory could fling the scarf, both men heard a cacophony of footsteps approaching rapidly. Shortly thereafter, two ruffians, brazenly exposing their chests, entered their line of sight. Before Diggory and Patrick could react, one of the thugs, clad in a leather jacket, pointed an accusatory finger at Diggory and bellowed, "Hey, you two kids, have you seen a woman pass by here?" Patrick leaned in and whispered to Diggory. "This area is quite chaotic. Black-on-black crimes occur frequently. It would be wise for us to steer clear. Involvement leads to a cascade of troubles." Had he uttered those words before their encounter with Ophelia, Diggory would have readily agreed. After all, it was hardly worth their time to engage with two scoundrels over a stranger. Yet, the issue lay in Diggory's current discontent, the recollection of Ophelia's previous demeanor. The way she had looked at him left him with an uncomfortable knot in his chest. The reason for the earlier restraint lay in the fact that the opponent was Patrick, a comrade in arms with whom he had shared the crucible of battle. It was unacceptable to use him as a mere outlet for frustration. However, the circumstances had shifted, as the adversaries now consisted of two ruffians. Engaging them could be perceived as a benevolent act, purging the slums of their detritus. Consequently, Diggory disregarded Patrick's warning entirely, allowing a sardonic smile to escape his lips as he subtly flicked his wrist, summoning his wand into hand. The two ruffians, upon witnessing the audacity of this impudent youth attempting to confront them, exchanged glances, each recognizing the malevolence reflected in the other's eyes. The one clad in a leather jacket approached Diggory with a menacing grin, cracking his knuckles while the sharp sounds of tendons and bone shifting echoed ominously. Rather than launching an attack, he spread his arms wide, adopting a posture reminiscent of an embrace. This was a psychological tactic designed to intimidate his opponent, leveraging his thuggish persona and formidable physique to instill fear, thereby achieving a victory without conflict. In the past, this strategy had effectively subdued many of his rivals. Often, before a single blow was struck, his adversaries would hesitate to even draw their wands, their spirits crushed and resolve evaporated. According to our cultural references, this could be likened to Zhuge Liang's empty city ruse. Yet today, his ploy would prove futile, for he found himself face to face with a decidedly displeased Diggory. Diego was indifferent to whether the leather-jacketed ruffian before him was employing a feigned retreat or some other trick. He was certain that this scoundrel had nefarious intentions, as evidenced by the bloodied scarf that dangled at his chest. Furthermore, he had no desire to resort to potions. He wished instead to wield spells with honorable intent and impart a lesson to these two rogues without mercy. Just as Diego prepared for a duel with the leather-clad miscreant, he suddenly collapsed, overwhelmed by a flash of crimson light that erupted from behind the ruffian. There, shrouded in a trench coat, another thug brandished a wand and cast a stunning spell aimed directly at Diego. This stunning incantation was an essential tool in any brawl among ruffians. The spell itself was neither complex nor difficult to master, making it a favored choice for those accustomed to combat. Yet, just as the incantation resonated, Diego's mind barely registered the threat before his body could react, and the spell seemed poised to strike him. However, Diego remained unperturbed. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind him, "Armor of protection." Patrick had intervened. The second-tier transformation spell enveloped Diego in a transparent armor, rendering the stunning spell ineffective, as it merely flickered with a hint of red light before vanishing entirely. This unexpected turn left both the leather-jacketed man and the trench-coated thug momentarily stunned. Had they not agreed upon a one-on-one duel? How dare they intervene in such a manner? Such audacity! They were rapidly descending to their level of shamelessness. While the ruffians could afford to be brazen, being rogues themselves, the same could not be said for others. How could one stoop to their level? Seizing the moment when the trench-coated thug had just completed his attack, the leather-clad ruffian assumed that Diego's focus would waver. He surged forward, eschewing any magical assault, and swung his massive fist, akin to a cauldron, towards Diego's head. Yet, the leather-clad rogue underestimated Diego. More precisely, he underestimated the soul within Diego that hailed from another realm. Do you fancy using your fists? Diego preferred it. 5,000 years before his era, his ancestors had never shied away from using their fists. Confronted by the formidable punch of the leather-jacketed man, Diego suddenly crouched low and charged directly into his embrace. Yet, this was not an act of affection. Almost immediately, Diego forcefully lifted his knee, delivering a merciless strike that struck the leather jacket's groin with a brutal impact. The sheer force of the blow resonated, causing both Patrick and the trench-coated man, who stood behind them, to simultaneously hear the unmistakable sound akin to an egg shattering. The two men staggered apart. The leather-jacketed fellow bowed his head, his feet awkwardly turned inwards. One hand clutched his groin while the other pointed accusingly at Diego. His gaze was fixated on Diego, desperately trying to speak, but words failed him, and his face flushed crimson. Eventually, he lost his balance and collapsed to the ground, arching his back. Emitting a series of elongated, peculiar sounds, his eyes filled with agony. The trench-coated man, with his murky eyes, leaned against the alley wall, his mouth agape in disbelief as he beheld the 10-year-old boy before him, astonished by the remarkable prowess that seemed entirely incongruous with his tender age. At that moment, Diego suddenly glanced in his direction, and the trench-coated man knelt, casting aside his wand, prostrating himself before Diego in apology. "Forgive us, we were wrong to be here. Consider us like the foul wind of a skunk. Let us disperse into the breeze." However, Diego shook his head and replied, "No, I still have matters to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, the trench-coated man immediately raised his head. "Brother, whatever you require, just say the word. As long as it is within our capacity, we shall promptly attend to your request without delay." Diego nodded, then produced the bloodied silk scarf, inquiring, "What is the meaning of this? Whose is it?" The man in the trench coat, without a moment's hesitation, divulged all that he knew, as if pouring out beans. The tale unfolded thus. That day, our leader was originally bathing at his mistress's residence when suddenly, a man burst in unannounced. At first, our leader believed. Impatiently, Diggory drew his wand and pointed it at the man in the trench coat, exclaiming, "Get to the point. Do not squander my time." All right. The man, trembling with fear, clasped his hands over his head and hastily bypassed the introduction. "Our boss instructed us to find a woman. She possesses long, golden hair, stands approximately 1.70 meters tall, with a slender figure and an oval face, clad in a beige trench coat. It is said she has fled to this impoverished district, and a reward of 1,000 galleons awaits us upon our capture. As fortune would have it, we managed to locate the woman and, after a confrontation, even injured her. Yet, our luck faltered as she ultimately escaped from us. This scarf belongs to her. We pursued her here but lost track of her, only to discover you holding her scarf. You are already aware of what transpired next." Diego twirled his fingers, sensing that this matter was far from simple. Becoming involved would lead to considerable trouble. Furthermore, he had no desire to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. Just as his anger began to dissipate, he resolved to let the two ruffians go, granting them an opportunity for redemption. However, at that moment, the voice of the great orange cat echoed in his mind. "Meow. Host, please pay attention. A new task has been issued. The details are as follows. Within 3 days, locate and ensure the safety of Alice, a member of the Phoenix Society, escorting her securely to Dumbledore. Penalties for task failure, should the task be deemed unsuccessful. Harry Potter will lose the protective benefits of the Bloodkin spell. A friendly reminder, these ruffians fall within the realm of dark wizards, and the items they possess can be exchanged for magical energy." By the heavens, Diggory silently cursed within himself. It appears that this exemplary student system has brazenly embarked on an audacious path, charging forth without restraint. This time, the punishment for the task, although not as frivolous as before, where one could easily be transformed into a sissy or a pervert, holds a greater significance for Diggory. It is essential to understand that the reason Harry Potter was able to navigate his childhood unscathed under the watchful eyes of the Death Eaters was solely due to the ancient love spell cast by his mother just before her demise. This enchantment ensured that as long as Harry remained in the presence of his relatives, he would remain hidden from the Death Eaters. Furthermore, even if they were to find him, they would not inflict harm. However, if the spell were to vanish, Harry would be faced with the relentless onslaught of the Death Eaters, infiltrating every corner. Diggory pondered that Harry Potter's aunt and uncle were mere muggles, incapable of providing any substantial protection for Harry. It was evident that even when confronted with Hagrid, a wizard whose spells were less than formidable, the aunt and uncle had already crumbled under the pressure. To imagine facing the Death Eaters was a grim prospect. It would likely be a matter of mere moments before the entire family was obliterated. This realization left Diggory in a state of dismay. Failure to complete his mission meant he could not return, a predicament that felt akin to a death sentence. Sighing deeply, Patrick noticed Diggory's sudden despondency and found it peculiar. What could possibly trouble him? After all, he had just vanquished both adversaries. Diggory crouched down, his hands wandering over his leather jacket as he remarked, "I am not unhappy. I merely find the situation somewhat troublesome. After all, there are so many of them. If we do not eliminate them all at once, we will face continuous difficulties in the future. Therefore, I was contemplating that perhaps it would be more prudent to take advantage of this moment and eradicate all these scoundrels in one fell swoop." Patrick, taken aback by Diggory's unexpected words, felt a sense of astonishment. Ever since he had come to know Diggory, he had observed that in any confrontation, Diggory might retaliate without hesitation, yet he typically chose to cease hostilities before pushing the adversary to a point of no return. Often, he would refrain from further action once the opponent conceded or ceased to pose a threat. With a flick of his hair, Patrick inquired, "Can you truly bear such resolve? When you faced Leonardo in that one-on-one encounter, I noticed that you never struck with lethal intent. I had always believed you to be a pacifist." "Peace, my foot," Diego exclaimed, his tone laced with disdain. "I merely refrained from employing lethal force due to the presence of Dumbledore and Ophelia. Should I have unleashed a potent magical artifact, such as an agility potion, Dumbledore would undoubtedly intervene. My slender arm cannot hope to match the might of his formidable stature. Moreover, given Ophelia's infatuation with Leonardo at that moment, she would surely scorn me." Patrick nodded with satisfaction. Being a privileged youth himself, he had always enjoyed a life of ease. Witnessing Diego's plight stirred a sense of injustice within him. He held little regard for Diego's cautious approach, believing that when one possesses the strength to vanquish an adversary, one ought to do so decisively. The thrill of overpowering all through sheer force was what he craved. Thus, Patrick cast a perplexed glance at Diego. Unable to comprehend his current actions, what could he possibly be doing, rummaging through that leather jacket? In the brief moment of his distraction, Diego had already stripped away a significant portion of the clothing from the jacket. Now, he was even unwilling to spare the socks, his hands reaching towards the jacket's undergarments. What on earth was happening? Had Diego always harbored such peculiar tendencies? And was today the day Patrick finally uncovered this hidden facet of his character? Diego awkwardly halted, his hand hovering just above the leather jacket of his companion. "If I were to say I'm short on pocket money and wish to strip this fellow of his attire for a profit, would you believe me?" Patrick grimaced inwardly, thinking, "I wouldn't believe a word of it." Now, he refrained from even tousling his hair, fearing that Diego might misconstrue his actions as flirtation. Brad, an Auror from the Ministry of Magic, was primarily tasked with ensuring the safety of Hogsmeade. However, due to the town's proximity to Hogwarts and the influence of Dumbledore, his responsibilities had become rather leisurely. Each day in the office consisted of sipping tea, perusing newspapers, and tending to flowers, living a life akin to that of a retired gentleman, in stark contrast to other Aurors who frequently ventured into perilous locales to undertake various high-stakes missions. His station resembled a retirement home for civil servants. On this particular day, as he sat in his office indulging in tea and reading, he pondered where he might enjoy a drink after work. Just then, the door to his office was rudely flung open, and his subordinate, Braca, rushed in, breathless. "Boss, we have a situation. A brawl has erupted in Hogsmeade, and there are injuries." Brad paused for 3 seconds, then, with a look of dismay, set down his newspaper. "A brawl? Are dark wizards involved?" Braca quickly steadied his breath and replied, "The details were not clear. They only mentioned numerous people fighting and getting hurt." Brad rose, his belly protruding, and declared, "Then let us not waste any time. We must depart." Glancing at the clock on the wall, he realized that an evening drink was out of the question. If he could make it home by 8, it would be a stroke of luck indeed. Grabbing his wand, he and Braca traversed the Floo network, arriving in Hogsmeade. Stepping from the fireplace, they strolled a few paces to the town's central street. The mayor, Peter, spotted Brad and hurried over, his handlebar mustache bobbing. "Oh, Brad, you finally arrived. We've been waiting for you to resolve this troublesome issue." Brad shook Peter's hand and inquired, "Mr. Peter, we're short on time and have yet to grasp the specifics. Could you kindly elaborate?" "Of course," Peter readily agreed, then sighed as he led Brad and Braca toward the town's infirmary. "To be honest, our initial reaction was one of utter confusion." "Confusion?" Braca asked, diligently jotting notes with a pen and notepad in hand. It was his duty to comprehend and document the entire affair. Having rushed over without a full understanding of the situation, was it the work of that person's underlings? They have a penchant for staging events to demonstrate that they remain active. You see, What I mean is, Peter nodded slightly and gestured, I understand your point. Yet I am nearly certain that this incident was not orchestrated by those individuals. Brad shifted his gaze from a strikingly beautiful woman back to Peter, frowning as he replied. Some matters cannot simply be left to underground decisions. Peter slightly bowed, acknowledging, of course, I comprehend your words. However, my confidence in this assertion is grounded in two reasons. Brad, resting a hand on his beer belly, nodded for Peter to continue. The first reason is that, as you know, Mr. Brad, Hogsmeade is situated right beside Hogwarts. And those individuals lack the audacity to wreak havoc here, Peter remarked with a hint of pride. Brad concurred. For his current physique and leisurely lifestyle were indeed gifts from the esteemed institution of Hogwarts. As for the second reason, Peter hesitated, his expression morphing into one of discomfort. Akin to someone struggling with constipation, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Brad, swiftly jotting notes, urged, come on, spit it out. If you have something to say, just say it. Our work cannot proceed with your hesitations. Ah, yes. Brad's encouragement resonated deeply with him. He yearned to finish work early and not squander time here. Seeing both Brad and the other pressing him, Peter steeled himself and stated directly, the second reason is that the injured individuals are merely the ruffians of Hogsmeade. If they were truly responsible, they would not possess such altruistic intentions. Brad nodded in agreement, acknowledging that those scoundrels typically engaged in theft and destruction, particularly in Diagon Alley. And there's more. Peter continued, these ruffians were not just injured and unconscious, they were stripped of all their belongings, from wands to clothing, even down to their undergarments. At that moment, Brad stumbled slightly, almost losing his balance, and looked up at Peter in disbelief, his eyes behind his glasses pleading. What are you saying? Please repeat that. Peter, forcing a wry smile, affirmed, I did not misspeak, nor did you mishear. In fact, I owe gratitude to this peculiar individual, for he has inadvertently improved the safety of Hogsmeade. However, upon reflecting that these ruffians were also residents of Hogsmeade, Peter felt compelled to summon Mr. Brad. What is required? Brad grumbled, his impatience evident as he clutched his belly. Since the injured parties were merely ruffians, he believed the matter should be dismissed. It was clearly a case of vigilantism, where a righteous wizard, upon encountering these unscrupulous individuals, resolved to impart a lesson they would not soon forget. Although it may be inappropriate to strip someone of their garments, I believe this serves as a lesson for the rogues akin to this wizard. Hence the action was taken. It is not a matter of great significance, and our presence here is rather unnecessary. Shortly, Mayor Peter, you shall take notes from those rascals, and that will suffice. Once completed, have someone deliver them to the Ministry of Magic for us. Remember, do not delve too deeply into the matter, lest we wound the hero's heart. Since this incident did not result in any fatalities, let us consider it concluded. Having spoken, Brad, accompanied by his subordinate Braca, swaggered back with a pot-bellied gait, disregarding Peter's attempts to retain him, ultimately vanishing into the fireplace. This call to duty lasted less than 20 minutes, although it extended slightly beyond the regular hours. There was still time for a drink afterward. As Peter watched Brad's figure dissipate into the hearth, he murmured to himself, it is one thing for you to shirk responsibility, but at least you could have left that diligent young man behind to take notes. This would spare me the trouble of seeking someone else to record the account. With a sigh, Peter shook his head and departed, intent on finding his assistant to manage the ensuing matters. Of course, this was not due to Peter's reluctance to handle the situation himself. Rather, Hogsmeade had enjoyed such tranquility for years that he lacked experience with such incidents. It was more prudent to entrust the task to his assistant and return to the comforts of home with his wife and children. However, unbeknownst to Peter, the two instigators of this affair had been observing the entire episode unfold from the sidelines. Diego and Patrick, each cradling a cup of juice, crouched at the corner of the street, observing Brad's arrival, his antics, and ultimately his departure. They remained as composed as ever. Patrick turned to glance at him. Aren't you concerned about being discovered? After all, that ruffian leader has already laid eyes on you. Diggory took a sip of juice, exhaling contentedly. The juice of this era is indeed pure. Unlike the later versions that claim to be 100% juice, but are actually diluted with who knows how much artificial concentrate. Upon hearing Patrick's question, Diggory remained unperturbed. It is not that I look down upon them. Rather, a few individuals devoid of any sense of responsibility believing they must capture me is, in itself, a revelation of their conscience. But just observe them. Do they truly appear conscientious? If they had any integrity, could they still occupy their current positions? Patrick chuckled, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Are you not concerned about that bespectacled Oro? He certainly seems to possess a sense of responsibility. Diggory calmly shook his head once more. With that beer belly weighing him down, those small eyes would never rise to prominence. Moreover, even if those small eyes sought to investigate, they would find no trace of me. With a smug smile, Diggory remarked that he had given a certain ruffian leader a drink. As long as the leader desired the antidote, he would certainly remain tight-lipped. Upon hearing this, Patrick recalled the moment he was bested by Ophelia, realizing that he had suffered the consequences of that very potion. He was about to inquire of Diggory what sort of concoction he had administered to the ruffian leader when, just then, Peter happened to pass by them. He cast a glance their way, admiring the two delightful children who were quietly enjoying their juice, not causing any commotion. Surely, parents of such well-behaved children must find great solace. With this thought, Peter bestowed upon Diggory and Patrick a warm, benevolent smile before continuing on his way. Patrick watched Peter's retreating figure, a shiver running down his spine as he wiped the sweat from his brow, when the middle-aged man had looked their way. He had nearly feared an impending confrontation. Yet, upon turning back to see Diggory still calmly sipping his juice, he felt a profound sense of admiration. I had previously jested about your carefree nature, but now I truly perceive the extent of your composure. Diggory sipped his juice and rose to leave. Throughout the afternoon, he dedicated his time to locating thugs, confronting them, stripping them of their garments, and inquiring about the whereabouts of a certain woman. The first 3 endeavors were executed with commendable success. However, the final inquiry regarding that woman remained unresolved. Thus, he addressed Patrick, saying, "Patrick, you may return with Ophelia. I have matters to attend to and shall require an additional couple of days before I can return. Furthermore, please refrain from disclosing my activities to my parents. Just concoct a plausible story to appease them." After uttering these words, Diggory turned and sprinted away, disappearing into a narrow alley. Patrick was left standing in solitude, feeling the chill of the wind. Is he truly leaving just like that? Will he tell his parents? What if Ophelia inquires about his absence? Who will provide an explanation? Although it was uncertain whether she would indeed ask. Taking a sip of juice to steady himself, Patrick contemplated the situation, only to find himself overwhelmed by a headache, prompting him to abandon his thoughts. With lunch still unconsumed, he decided it would be wiser to seek out something to eat. With this in mind, Patrick meandered off in search of sustenance. He had no desire to visit the Pig's Head Tavern, as it was frequented by Diggory's parents, and he was unprepared to answer any questions regarding their son's whereabouts. Meanwhile, in the alley, Diggory returned to the spot where he had discovered the bloodstained scarf. The task was limited to 3 days, and while he had just crouched by the wall, engrossed in the unfolding scene, he had seized the opportunity, unnoticed by Patrick, to consult with the orange cat once more. Today was essentially a gift of time, leaving him with 3 days ahead. Although 3 days seemed ample, Diggory felt no inclination to relax. Previously, after robbing the gang of thugs, he had failed to ascertain the woman's hiding place. Should he exceed the time limit without success, he would lose the protection afforded by the blood relative spell, a consequence that would be utterly catastrophic for him. Resolving to focus, Diggory began to meticulously search the alley for any additional clues that might lead him to the woman. He distinctly recalled that there had been no wind at that time, allowing the scarf to drift to his chest, suggesting that the blonde woman was likely positioned at a height. If that were the case, Diggory lifted his gaze and noticed that on the eaves of the house to his left, there was a section where the tiles had become dislodged from their original positions, creating a stark contrast with the surrounding architecture. A clue had been uncovered. Diggory promptly ascended onto a wooden plank and cast a levitation spell upon it. As the plank gradually rose, within mere seconds, he found himself perched upon the eaves of the roof. Upon closer inspection, he discerned bloodstains trickling down the tiles, which ultimately vanished before the attic window of a nearby 3-story building. Through the somewhat obscured window, Diggory caught a glimpse inside and murmured, "I've found you." He quietly opened the window and slipped in. Crouching before the blonde woman, he sensed that the situation had become rather precarious. The woman lay in a faint, half reclining on a tattered sofa in the attic, her disheveled hair clinging to her face, presenting a rather distressing sight. Her white shirt was stained with blood, and she was burning with fever. Her brow was furrowed tightly, as if she were enduring an unspeakable agony. As Diggory gazed at the golden-haired woman with her alluring S-shaped figure, his heart raced like a drummer fervently playing rock music. He found himself utterly at a loss regarding where to direct his gaze. The woman's figure was undeniably captivating, and although Diggory had accumulated over 30 years in 2 lifetimes, he remained a novice in matters of the heart. What should I do? He instinctively diverted his attention to his own toes, pondering the question. He thought of Big Orange. "Hey, Big Orange, come out quickly and help me figure this out." Responding to the call, the increasingly rotund figure of Big Orange appeared on Diggory's shoulder, draping itself comfortably. "Why have you summoned me again? Let me tell you. I won't assist you unless you offer me 500 fish treats." Before he could finish, Big Orange's eyes fixated intently on the golden-haired woman reclining on the sofa, its tongue flicking in anticipation. "Cedric, you are still young. Your physical body is merely 11 years old. You cannot behave like this. You would ruin your own body. Leave it to me. Leave it to you." Diggory regarded Big Orange with newfound enlightenment. "You are a cat. Shouldn't your affections be directed toward other cats? Moreover, you are male." This statement incited Big Orange's indignation, and its pudgy form leaped with astonishing agility to land on Diggory's face, its paws flailing. "I am male. I am male. And you, uncultured fool, true beauty transcends species. Do you not understand?" Diggo removed the assailant, the large orange cat, from his face and pointed at the blonde woman, saying, "All right, I understand. I apologize for my misunderstanding regarding your gender. However, our immediate priority is to find a way to save her. You see, she is my mission, and my mission is my life." The large orange cat leaped from Diggo's shoulder to the blonde woman's thigh, staring intently at the wound on her chest for quite some time, even sniffing it before swallowing hard and turning to Diggo. "Her wound is poisoned. I just detected it. It's wolfsbane. This plant is lethal in all its parts. And it's truly a miracle she has survived this long." Diggo, filled with urgency, exclaimed, "But how do we save her? If the blonde woman succumbs, the consequences would be dire." Yet the orange cat remained composed, finding a comfortable spot on the woman's thigh and settling down. "Why the panic? The system contains a universal antidote, 5,000 mana points for a vial. That will resolve the issue. Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Diggory seemed to have grasped the only lifeline, desperately exchanging his resources for a universal antidote. Although it cost 5,000 points of magical power per vial, he deemed it a worthy investment in this dire situation. Furthermore, after stripping those ruffians bare, he had indeed amassed a considerable sum. Once he administered the antidote to the blonde woman, witnessing her complexion shift from pallid to gradually regaining its rosy hue, he finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, he noticed the plump orange cat lounging on the woman's lap, basking in sheer delight, and he couldn't help but chuckle. What purpose does a cat serve when sprawled across a lady's thigh? Does lying there grant you any privileges? The orange cat cast a sidelong glance at Diggory, its feline visage radiating contentment. "You understand nothing. My presence here is driven by the instincts inherent to my male nature. Yet, my inaction is not due to inability, but rather a matter of decorum. Do you comprehend the distinction between a rogue and a gentleman? It lies in this very quality of decorum. Utterly absurd decorum. Can decorum be consumed as sustenance? If it were paper, I would find it too coarse even for such menial tasks." Within the upscale establishment in Hogsmeade, in the innermost room, a man sporting a brazen appearance with a shaved head adorned by a large gecko tattoo paced restlessly. "I tell you, the next time I embark on a mission, I shall insist my father never allow me to team up with you again. It's merely a pretty girl. Must we coddle her and refrain from being ruthless? Were it not for my sudden inspiration to use the extract of wolfsbane, that girl would likely have already been whisked away to Hogwarts." Opposite the bald man sat an elegant gentleman with long hair, possessing captivating phoenix-like eyes and fair skin, whose smile could ensnare hearts. Of course, it was the hearts of women he captivated. The gentlemen of the Kidman family do not harbor a penchant for being harsh towards graceful ladies. If you find this disagreeable, feel free to take your leave. I shall not hinder you. The suave man leisurely sipped his red wine, swirling the glass as he addressed the bald man. "The most crucial aspect of our mission is to prevent her from entering Hogwarts and to ensure she does not meet with Dumbledore. Secondly, we must retrieve the list from her. Neither of these tasks necessitates lethal force, so there is no need for you to perpetually contemplate murder. Should you truly eliminate her, Dumbledore would undoubtedly intervene." The irate bald man glared at the suave man's nonchalant demeanor, feeling a strong urge to crush him underfoot. Yet, considering the man's superior prowess, he could only huff in frustration. "What do you propose we do next? We still have yet to locate her. And the ruffians we initially summoned for assistance have proven unreliable. What now? Should we not seize this opportunity while she is poisoned to find her? Or shall we simply allow events to unfold? What if she manages to detoxify herself and makes her way to Hogwarts?" The elegant man gazed at the red wine in his hand, his eyes gradually becoming hazy. "Why the rush? Most of the restaurants and inns in the town are under our control, and we shall be promptly informed once any news arises. There are also guards stationed along the path to Hogwarts. Should that woman make an appearance, we shall immediately take action to capture her. All we need to do is wait here for news." The elegant man's voice diminished to a whisper, and he ultimately succumbed to intoxication, collapsing onto the sofa. The bald man observed this scene and scoffed, deeming him nothing more than a worthless drunkard, indulging in pleasure without purpose. He exited the room, eager to instruct his subordinates outside. "You must find 12 individuals, all skilled, and form them into 4 groups of 3. Ensure that the girl is located by the day after tomorrow at the latest, and then bring her before me." The subordinate nodded solemnly and set out to gather the men. The bald man returned to the room, casting a disdainful glance at the inebriated elegant man before turning away, disappearing into the unknown. However, once the bald man departed, the elegant man, who had seemingly drifted into sleep, cracked open his eyes slightly. And upon confirming that the bald man had indeed left, he smiled. This matter, entwined with the Order of the Phoenix and Dumbledore, was nothing short of a hot potato, troublesome for anyone who dared to take it on. "Since you are so willing to intervene, let it all be entrusted to you, sparing me the hassle." With that, the elegant man truly fell into slumber, and soon the faint sound of snoring began to resonate. At that moment, had he not immediately succumbed to sleep but instead stepped out to take a look, he would have discovered the bald man, who had seemingly left, standing quietly outside the door, listening intently to the sounds within. As the snoring grew louder, the bald man too smiled. He made his way downstairs, where a lone figure awaited him at the foot of the staircase. It was the same subordinate who had gone out to gather men. "You must wear the Kidman family crest when you go out to find them. Regardless of what chaos ensues, we shall place all the blame squarely on their family's shoulders." The bald man's lips curled into a sinister smile as he watched the subordinate depart, his large gecko tattoo on his head adding an unsettling aura to his demeanor. Diego gazed at the dagger, poised perilously close to his most vital region, a chill of trepidation coursing through him. "What are your intentions? Is this how one treats their savior?" Diggo confronted the blonde woman, who had just awakened on the sofa, with a scolding tone. The house was a deserted 3-story building that had remained uninhabited for quite some time, allowing the blonde to lie there unscathed when Diggo discovered her. Now, under the cloak of night, after administering the antidote, he brought up a kerosene lamp and sealed the attic window with planks to shield the light from prying eyes outside. While waiting for the blonde to regain consciousness, Diggo exchanged for a steaming plate of kung pao chicken, sauerkraut fish, and beef ramen from his supplies, sitting across from her, savoring his meal as he waited. However, just as Diggo was relishing the invigorating spiciness of the sauerkraut fish, a flash of silver suddenly pierced the air, sending a wave of alarm through him. He stood abruptly from his crouched position, but his legs, having fallen asleep, betrayed him, causing him to stumble and drop his bowl of beef ramen. In that instant, Diggo lamented his misfortune, fearing that his end was near. Yet, unexpectedly, his fall turned fortuitous. The bowl of beef ramen he had dropped fortuitously deflected the weapon aimed at him. With a sharp clang, the deadly object embedded itself into the floorboards, mere millimeters from Diggo's most vulnerable point. As the bowl clattered to the ground, Diggo exhaled a sigh of relief, still shaken by the narrow escape. Across from him, the blonde's expression was grim. Part of her discomfort stemmed from her injuries, but it was also due to her inability to subdue Diggo, the villain before her. Diggo, feeling unjustly wronged, likened his plight to a scenario where he had once aided a fallen elderly woman only to be accused of wrongdoing. "I am your savior, not your foe. Could you not have taken a moment to observe your surroundings with those large, expressive eyes before resorting to violence? Have you ever encountered a kidnapper like me, one so brazenly unguarded while dining right in front of you? A mere child, no less." After his tirade, Diggo stood, still feeling aggrieved, and moved to retrieve the fallen beef ramen, now dust-covered and inedible. With his meal ruined, he cast a reproachful glance at the blonde, intent on voicing his discontent through his gaze. The blonde, feeling a twinge of guilt, took the opportunity to assess her injuries while Diggo had been vocally expressing his grievances. Indeed, the medication had taken effect, the pain had subsided, and her fever had broken. In her eyes, Diggo's self-righteous outburst appeared more akin to the impotent rage of a small puppy than the fierce villain he believed himself to be. Consequently, her gaze softened, resembling that of a girl looking fondly at her pet, filled with affection. Diggory was puzzled. Was there truly nothing amiss with this woman? He had just reprimanded her and had shown no kindness, yet the peculiar gaze she directed towards him was perplexing. Had her mind been affected by previous events? "Are you all right?" Out of a sense of humanitarian concern and in pursuit of completing his task smoothly, Diggory exhibited a modicum of care. The blonde woman smiled. And despite Diggory having sealed the window earlier, he now beheld a glimmer of hope. "Greetings, my name is Nico." Dumbledore had not even managed to have his dinner. As he prepared to head to the hall for his meal, Sprout, accompanied by McGonagall and Flitwick, approached him. The trio stood before his desk, yet none dared to speak first. Consequently, Dumbledore turned to Flitwick, his eyes silently inquiring about the situation and their purpose for gathering. Flitwick, lacking sufficient height, failed to catch Dumbledore's gaze. Thus, Dumbledore shifted his attention to McGonagall, hoping this old ally could shed light on the matter. However, today she was unusually serious. Her eyes fixed intently upon him, leaving Dumbledore somewhat bewildered. Finally, Sprout hesitated momentarily before stomping her foot and breaking the silence. "Professor, may I inquire about Cedric from our house? Why has he not yet returned? You took the 3 children out, and while the other 2 have come back, Cedric is still missing. I am quite worried about him." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore relaxed his posture and leaned back, responding, It appears Patrick has already come to me on his behalf, stating that Cedric would be delayed by a couple of days. I approved it. You approved it." McGonagall's voice rose dramatically. "Pardon my impertinence, Professor Dumbledore, but I truly cannot comprehend why you would grant Cedric's leave, especially when he did not request it himself. Indeed, I too find it incomprehensible. What if something were to happen to the boy while he is away? How shall we explain it to his parents?" Sprout added. Dumbledore rubbed his forehead, feeling a slight headache coming on. He had already been informed of the situation through other channels and, after contemplation, deemed it an opportune moment to allow Diggory some experience. He had also arranged for someone to keep watch to prevent any mishaps. However, while matters were calm on that front, complications arose here. Dumbledore glanced at the visibly agitated McGonagall and Sprout, discreetly giving Flitwick a look, hoping he might intercede on his behalf. Ideally, he wished to see these 2 individuals depart. However, Flitwick, due to his stature, failed to perceive Dumbledore's subtle signal. Instead, it was McGonagall who noticed Dumbledore's slight movement and shot a glare at Flitwick. Under the weight of McGonagall's fierce demeanor, Flitwick finally grasped her unspoken message. He stepped back 2 paces and gazed upward at Dumbledore, pondering the predicament. What if something unfortunate befell the child outside? The sole individual of the same gender, whom he thought could assist him, had instead come seeking retribution. Dumbledore felt a headache brewing, pressing his hand to his forehead as if a flower might bloom from the floor beneath him. Yet, as he contemplated, a memory surfaced of a conversation with Diggory, wherein, when posed with questions he wished to evade, the young boy had simply replied, "Don't ask. Asking is a secret." In that moment, Dumbledore found the phrase quite applicable. He lifted his gaze, adopting a serious expression as he addressed the 3 before him. "Don't ask. Asking is a secret." The very utterance reeked of insincerity. McGonagall pursed her lips, her brows furrowing in indignation, ready to explode. Dumbledore hastily added, "Rest assured, I have this matter well in hand. Do you truly believe I am an unreliable person?" Upon hearing this, McGonagall and the others fell silent. Indeed, Dumbledore was undeniably a leader one could trust. However, it was the concern for Diggory that had led to McGonagall and Sprout's impromptu blockade. McGonagall patted Sprout's shoulder, suggesting, "Let us return, since the professor has assured us Cedric should be in no peril." In truth, it was Sprout who had insisted on bringing McGonagall and Flitwick along. Feeling guilt for having devoted so much time to magical plants that she had scarcely paid attention to Diggory. Upon hearing that Diggory had yet to return, she immediately rushed to inquire. As for her decision to involve McGonagall and Flitwick, it stemmed from her apprehension that Dumbledore might dismiss her concerns. Surprising, isn't it? Unexpected, perhaps? Are there flowers? In the attic, Diggory paced back and forth on the floor, a visage etched with profound sorrow. He cast a glance at the blissful Nico, indulging in her meal, which only deepened his discontent. Initially, he had perceived the task as seemingly uncomplicated, although the penalties for failure were daunting. The simplicity of the task's nature was compelling. Moreover, the reward for the endeavor was the elevation of his fragmented abilities to the realm of spellcasting without incantations. A reward that seemed modest. Hence, by all accounts, this mission appeared to be the simplest he had ever encountered. However, after conferring with Nico about the situation, Diggory's frustration mounted. To his dismay, it turned out they were being pursued. The assailants were formidable, comprising 5 intermediate spellcasters and 2 advanced ones, while Nico had only just attained the intermediate level. Consequently, her only recourse was to flee, as any attempt at retaliation would be met with devastating magical assaults. It could be said that Diggory had unwittingly engaged in a battle of staggering odds. With a heavy sigh, he lamented, I knew this situation wouldn't be so straightforward. This is a 1-against-7 confrontation. At this, Nico looked up, her large, sparkling eyes awaiting his response, and remarked, Though I am uncertain why you agreed to protect me on our journey to Hogwarts, I must say, your arithmetic seems lacking, with my inclusion. Shouldn't it be 2 against 7? Upon witnessing her adorably dazed expression, Diggory could not help but sigh. I almost forgot. With you included, it becomes 0. 5 to 7. With a sausage in her mouth, Nico replied indistinctly, Do not underestimate me. I am quite formidable. Formidable? Diggory cast a sidelong glance at Nico. Are you planning to engage in close combat and then use your petite dagger to sever your opponent's most sensitive parts? Just as you did when you ambushed me before? Nico, feeling quite indignant, retorted, I was merely caught off guard at that time, and I had no knowledge of your true identity. I thought you were a villain. It certainly was not intentional. Besides, my spell, Stopping Curse, is truly impressive. In Diego's expressionless demeanor, a sense of apathy has settled, rendering him disinclined to articulate further thoughts. He remains oblivious to how, at the tender age of 11, he may appear villainous to others. Are you still harboring resentment towards me? No, I am not. Diggory found a place to sit and pondered how to bring Nico to Hogwarts. Having learned that someone was pursuing her, he realized that escorting her there brazenly would be tantamount to courting death. Perhaps he could seek out the proprietor of the Hog's Head Inn, Aberforth Dumbledore, and use the secret passage from his establishment to reach Hogwarts. Upon this revelation, Diggory felt a surge of cleverness. The entire mission suddenly appeared much more manageable, leaving him with a hint of embarrassment. Just then, however, a sudden sound of sobbing broke the silence. Diggory felt a peculiar sensation and turned to see Nico gazing at him with tear-filled eyes, resembling a pitiful young wife who had endured great grievances. Not particularly skilled at comforting a girl he did not favor, Diggory was at a loss. What troubles you? Is the food unpalatable? Yet, the meal she was consuming was her own, so it was hardly his fault if it did not meet her expectations. Are you still blaming me? Nico asked, her voice trembling. Diggo was utterly bewildered. What? I haven't done anything. He had been preoccupied with how to accomplish his task, hardly having the time to dwell on such trivial matters. After all, his own younger brother was still dependent on him. With an air of impatience, he waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was nothing to blame. He had long ceased to hold any grievances, recognizing that it was not done intentionally. Upon seeing Diggo's expression, Nico chose to disregard his words and burst into tears, exclaiming, You're blaming me. In that instant, Diggo was transported back to his childhood days in the countryside, vividly recalling the times he helped his grandmother herd ducks. It was a cacophony of incessant noise. What was more concerning was that her voice could potentially expose their location. Who knows if there were pursuers lurking in the slums? If so, it was a miracle that she had made it this far. Like relentless waves, her cries surged, causing the veins on Diggo's forehead to throb. He yearned to silence Nico, but feared that his attempt would only exacerbate her weeping. Struggling to maintain his composure, he gently urged, Please stop crying. I swear on my conscience that I truly do not blame you. Really? Though unfamiliar with such a form of oath, Nico found Diggo's earnest demeanor convincing. Absolutely. If I were to lie, may the heavens strike me down. Thunderous echoes followed his proclamation. As soon as Diggory's words fell, a resounding clap of thunder echoed from outside, rendering him instantly embarrassed. The slap in the face came too swiftly. What should he do now? Did you hear that? Someone just set off fireworks. Diggory stated with feigned seriousness. Fireworks? Nico regarded Diggory with suspicion, then glanced at the sealed windows and sighed. What a pity. The windows are boarded up. Otherwise, we could have enjoyed the fireworks. Diego did not share this sentiment. Fortunately, the window had been sealed. However, at that moment, a sudden sound of shattered tiles echoed from outside. Diggory's expression changed instantaneously as he swiftly extinguished the flames, plunging the attic into darkness. Nico's reaction lagged slightly. It was only when Diggory sprang to her side and covered her mouth that she comprehended the situation. Just as she was about to resist, Diggory whispered urgently in her ear, Silence, there are people outside. Nico remained mute, though a flush of warmth crept to her cheeks. Understanding the gravity of the situation, she obediently refrained from making a sound, clutching her wand tightly in her hand. Creaking sounds began to emerge as someone attempted to pry open the wooden boards sealing the window, albeit with deliberate slowness. This was partly due to Diggory's precaution of reinforcing the barriers with an extra layer of nails to obscure the light from within, and also because the intruders seemed intent on avoiding alarming those inside. However, unbeknownst to them, the occupants had already been stirred. Diggory and Nico's eyes swiftly acclimated to the darkness, prompting him to gesture towards the nearby staircase, signaling for them to descend quietly. Nico nodded in agreement. However, just as they approached the staircase, they were suddenly startled by the sound of footsteps emanating from below. Their adversaries appeared to be divided into two groups. One force was breaking through the windows while the other ascended from below, effectively blocking their escape route. Fear gripped Nico as her trembling hands clutched tightly to Diggory's wizard robe. She was still recovering from her injuries, with remnants of toxins lingering in her body, leaving her devoid of any combat prowess. In her current state, she could only place her hopes in the young boy before her. This was not a case of desperation, but rather a realization from Diggory's earlier actions that indicated he was no ordinary child, potentially capable of delivering unexpected assistance. Whether Diggory felt astonished was uncertain. All he knew was that he was plagued by a throbbing headache. The girl was indeed audacious. Yet, irrespective of Nico's boldness, the pressing concern was to devise a solution to confront the two groups. The individuals below, judging by the sound of their footsteps, numbered more than 2 but fewer than 4. They lingered on the lower level, and given the confined space on the second floor, it was likely they would soon discover their hiding place in the attic. As for the window, Diggory was uncertain of the situation. He had previously nailed 6 wooden planks, and from the sounds, it seemed only the 4th plank had been removed. The attic offered no alternative exits, leaving them with 2 grim options: either wait for their pursuers to find them, leading to an inevitable confrontation with a high probability of defeat, or devise a plan to break free. However, as Diggory gazed at Nico, he found himself in a quandary. Regardless of the approach taken, a direct confrontation was unavoidable. And considering Nico's fragile condition, it would be a stroke of luck if she did not hinder him. A strategy was imperative, one that, if not capable of neutralizing both factions, at the very least ensured that Nico would not impede their efforts when the time came to engage. Just then, the individuals below began dismantling the 3rd wooden plank, while the footsteps of the group downstairs grew ever closer to the staircase, preparing to ascend. Diggory's gaze swiftly scanned the attic before finally settling upon the tattered sofa. He gestured towards it, silently mouthing to Nicole, "You, hide behind that sofa, and whatever you do, remain silent." Nicole nodded obediently, but just as she intended to move, she felt an unexpected lightness wash over her, nearly causing her to cry out in alarm. Turning back, she discovered that Diggory had indeed cast a levitation spell on her. Concerned about the sound of her footsteps, he had promptly decided to employ the enchantment, allowing her to float over. Unfortunately, she had turned back too soon, missing the sight of Diggory's lips forming the words for the spell, which almost startled him into a gasp when she nearly cried out. Fortunately, Diggory successfully concealed Nicole behind the sofa. At that moment, the 3rd wooden plank of the window had been removed, and the 2nd was halfway dismantled. Below, their adversaries were nearing the central platform, poised to turn and catch sight of the stairway leading up to them. What should they do? Should they confront them head-on? The opposing force was far too numerous, and their own strength was insufficient. Time was too short. There was no opportunity to arrange anything. Yet, in that instant, it felt as though time had slowed. Diggory could suddenly hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat, alongside the cautious breaths of the 2 outside and the 4 ascending the stairs. Additionally, he could discern the faint sound of a spider weaving its web in the western corner of the attic, as well as the barely audible breaths of Nicole behind the sofa and the sound of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Everything seemed to decelerate, although time remained urgent. Diggory now felt a newfound clarity, allowing him to compose his plans amid the chaos. With a flick of his wrist, the last few vials of potion he had stored fell into his palm: 2 vials of an aphrodisiac, 1 vial of basilisk venom, and Diggo widened his eyes. Chili powder and cumin? Diggory suddenly recalled that this was the barbecue he had intended to arrange during his previous visit. However, time was of the essence, and he had to make do with whatever seasonings were available. With 2 vials of an aphrodisiac and 1 of basilisk venom in hand, he hurled them down the stairs just as the 4 individuals were about to turn around. As they pivoted, a gust of wind heralded the impending chaos. Before they could comprehend what was happening, 3 bottles shattered right before their eyes. In an instant, the foremost individual emitted a blood-curdling scream unlike any they had ever heard, an agonizing wail reminiscent of a man giving birth, encountering a ghost in daylight, or having his bones crushed slowly while remaining painfully aware of it. The trio behind him, paralyzed by fear, instinctively recoiled, but it was too late. They narrowly evaded the excruciating dark liquid, yet could not escape the unknown pink mist. In a fleeting moment, they found themselves enveloped by the pink haze. And before they could react, an inexplicable sensation surged through their bodies, despite the presence of their same gender and their heterosexuality. They were overwhelmed by an irresistible urge to embrace one another tenderly, to cherish and adore. Soon, reason abandoned them, and the scene descended into utter chaos. Diggory had neither the desire nor the time to watch, as he cast the shatter spell, causing the love potion and venom to explode. He swiftly turned around and hurled the chili powder and cumin he held towards the window. Employing the same tactic, 2 bottles of intensely aromatic condiments, illuminated by the moonlight, were thoroughly savored by 2 individuals just as they were about to break through the window. A cough, cough, cough. In an instant, the 2 who shattered the glass could no longer keep their eyes open, and as they opened their mouths to wail, they were assaulted by the lingering chili powder and cumin in the air. Consequently, both collapsed on the ground, gasping in anguish. "Run!" Diggory shouted towards Nico, who was peering over the sofa, anxiously assessing the battle. "What are you waiting for? Are you going to wait for their reinforcements to arrive? Or for these individuals to recover, only to seek vengeance for their grievances?" With a swift motion, he seized Nico's bewildered wrist and fled through the window. The 2 coughing figures, unable to articulate a spell, attempted to grasp Nico's legs, but Diggory retaliated by hurling a shard of tile at their heads, not striking the crown, but the nape of their necks. In an instant, they fell silent, collapsing onto the rooftop, rendered unconscious. Upon awakening, they would likely find themselves suffering from severe concussions. Under the moonlight, Nico found herself grasped by Diggory, leaping from one rooftop to another. In her gaze, the stars and moon intertwined. Yet, the hurried Diggory, focused solely on escape, paid no heed to Nico's presence behind him. The wind held past as he ran, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Upon realizing that no one pursued them, he brought Nico to a halt behind a clock tower. Initially, he intended to run farther for safety, but in his frantic escape, he had lost all sense of the environment and no longer recognized the surroundings. "Do you know these buildings? I seem to be lost." Diego leaned on his knees, carefully catching his breath as he inquired. Nico, also breathless from their recent sprint, struggled to regulate her breathing and was unable to respond to Diego's question. Instead, she placed a hand on his shoulder and shook her head, indicating that she too was at a loss. Diego furrowed his brow. Well? The difficulty of this task had inexplicably escalated. Meanwhile, Nico glanced around at their surroundings and suggested that they should perhaps find a place to conceal themselves, waiting until dawn to devise a plan. Otherwise, proceeding in darkness might lead them to the enemy's lair without any understanding of the situation. Diego gazed at Nico with astonishment, astonished that her intellect had suddenly become so astute. Had he misjudged her from the very beginning, believing her to be unreliable, which subsequently led to a flawed perception of her character? In truth, Nico was a remarkably dependable strategic ally. Nevertheless, Diego shook his head and explained, "No. The individuals pursuing you are already aware that we are within this impoverished district. If we do not swiftly escape under the cover of night, by dawn, they may very well have encircled this area. At that point, our chances of escape will be utterly diminished." With a pained expression, Nico inquired, "Then how shall we depart from here? Both of us are lost, and without anyone to guide us, we are certain to be discovered by them." Diego contemplated. "Recalling your previous statement that there were 2 high-level sorcerers and 5 mid-level sorcerers among those pursuing us, I have already dispatched 6 of them in that loft, thus we shall remain untroubled for the foreseeable future. We shall have ample time to make our escape." My apologies for that." Diego gazed at the suddenly shy and speechless Nicole, a sense of foreboding inexplicably creeping into his heart. "What is it you wish to say?" Nicole fidgeted, her fingertips tapping against each other in front of her chest, her face flushed like an apple, though Diego could not discern this clearly. "The 6 individuals you dealt with previously, I have a feeling they are not the ones pursuing me." "A feeling?" Diego's face displayed confusion. "Please, let us not jest. This is quite serious." Despite his verbal skepticism, Diego's heart was candid, harboring an undeniable sense that Nicole might indeed be correct. "It's true," Nicole insisted, her fingers still tapping away as she strived to recall. "Throughout this journey, I have encountered them numerous times, and each time I managed to evade them thanks to my instincts. However, this time, I possess no such intuition. Thus, I wonder if they are not the same group." Intuition leading to evasion? Diego was taken aback. Such a notion was foreign to him. Nicole nodded, and at that moment, Diego could not shake the impression that she appeared rather naive innocent. Even Diggory gazed at Nico, incredulity etched across his face as he murmured, "I can't believe you've managed to survive until now. How did you achieve this?" Are you some sort of lucky charm? Nico shook her head, indicating her own uncertainty. I often possess a premonition whenever danger approaches, which enables me to evade most threats. Upon hearing this, Diggory glanced at the injured area on Nico's chest. Then back at her, the unspoken meaning clear. This is because I was unwell those past few days, allowing them to exploit my vulnerability. Otherwise, do you truly believe they could have harmed me? Nico hastily clarified. Diego rolled his eyes, indicating his reluctant belief. However, he soon seemed to recall something. Turning his gaze towards Nico with eyes full of eager anticipation. If he could harness such premonitions now, he could effortlessly evade his pursuers. Alas, Nico dashed his hopes, lamenting. I am injured at the moment, and with it, my foresight has vanished. I suspect it will only return once I have fully healed. Diggory let out a sigh and gently patted Nico's shoulder, saying, It's all right. It's merely a return to Hogwarts. I refuse to believe that two vibrant souls like us cannot devise a solution. After all, the living cannot perish from a mere urge. Nico gazed at the 11-year-old Diggory. Reflecting on his recent words, and furrowed her brow as she replied, You know, ever since I met you, I increasingly sense that you are not a child at all. Rather, you resemble a mature adult who has weathered many storms. Diggory's eyelid twitched, and as he twirled his fingers, he marveled inwardly at the woman's uncanny intuition. No wonder she could repeatedly evade her pursuers based solely on her instincts. Whoever marries her would certainly find it impossible to stray. Even concealing a stash of secret money would be a formidable challenge. He shook his head, realizing that it wasn't his maturity but rather her naivety that stood out. The two of them were concealed behind the clock tower, surrounded by an impenetrable darkness. Diggory surveyed the surroundings, lost in contemplation. The hour was late, and the locals had succumbed to slumber. Should he venture out now to seek an ally to guide him? Any sign of resistance could easily betray his whereabouts to those in pursuit. Yet, what if he were to take an entirely different approach? Diggo glanced at the grand clock behind him, then turned his gaze to Nico. Meeting Diggo's eyes, Nico inquired, Have you found a solution? Diego was taken aback. Huh? How did you know I found a solution? My sixth sense informed me, Nico replied nonchalantly. By the way, you are truly remarkable. You devised a solution so swiftly. Diggory. Oh, the wonders you claim. You are the true marvel here. What an incredible sixth sense you possess. Can't you spare a thought for your future boyfriend and husband? With flowers, more updates, not far from the clock tower. Moody took a sip from his flask of tequila. After dawdling for a while, accomplishing nothing, he realized it was probably futile. But rest assured, in light of Dumbledore's favor, I shall lend you a hand. Moody murmured, casting his gaze toward the distant Diggory. Yet, scarcely had he uttered these words when Diggory, accompanied by Nico, leaped from the clock tower's rooftop and vanished from sight. Moody blinked, muttering to himself, didn't he expect him to possess such agility? He bears half my flair. In the shadows, Diggory guided Nico to a building with a small courtyard adorned with white sheets hanging out to dry, and a red cross painted on the wall. Nico tilted her head, questioning, Why have you brought me to a hospital? This will only make us easier to discover. No, Diggory replied, shaking his head, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Once we enter, I'll find an unoccupied room for you to hide in. Then, I shall seek out an old friend. An old friend? Nico felt a bit perplexed, but recalling Diggory's assurance of having a plan. She chose not to dwell on it. After all, she was currently injured. Overthinking would only exhaust her and lead to a headache. The hospital resembled a modest town clinic, with a simple lock securing the iron gates that connected the iron bars on either side. Diggory picked up a slender branch from the ground and began to probe inside, poking and prodding with persistence. Minutes seemed to pass, though perhaps it was less. The scant bark on the delicate twig had come off, and beads of sweat formed on Diggory's forehead. Wasn't it always depicted so effortlessly on television when it came to unlocking doors? Just a simple insertion, a poke, a twist, and the lock would yield. Why was it proving so challenging for him? Nico, observing the increasingly contorted expressions on Diggory's face, was reminded of the time her father struggled to relieve himself in the morning and had requested her to fetch him a laxative. She gently tapped Diggory on the shoulder, signaling him to step aside. Drawing forth her wand, she felt a slight resurgence of her strength, although she could not yet wield powerful spells. A basic incantation was well within her grasp. With a soft chant directed at the lock, she intoned, Alohamara. With a click, the lock sprang open. Fortunately, the darkness cloaked Diggory's flushed face, rendering it indistinguishable, even though it resembled that of a blushing monkey. Disregarding whether Nico could comprehend his intentions, Diggory gestured to her. You quietly enter first, and I shall secure the door." Miraculously, Nico understood. She nodded and stealthily slipped into the small courtyard, dutifully standing behind the door to await Diggory's return. When Diggory had securely locked the door and turned back, Nico obediently signaled to him, "Which direction shall we take next?" Diego was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation fully. However, he surmised its general meaning. He took Nicole's hand and whispered, "Do not overthink it. Just follow my lead." Nicole lowered her gaze to conceal her blush and softly murmured in agreement. She too struggled to understand why she felt an affinity for a mere 11-year-old boy. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the child holding her hand housed a 25-year-old soul within. While Nicole believed she was grasping a child's hand, only Diego understood the true softness of the hands belonging to a 26-year-old lady. In the hushed corridor, Diego searched each room meticulously, determined to locate one that was sufficiently inconspicuous, ensuring that even if they were discovered, those pursuing them would not easily find Nicole. Trailing behind him, Nicole observed Diego, her thoughts caught between words, until she could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Why are you so powerful yet still unable to cast even the most basic spell, Alahodung?" With a flush of embarrassment, Diggory turned around and pretended to speak sternly. "Don't ask. If you do, it's a secret." Ultimately, he discovered a suitable storage room. It was sufficiently secluded, located at the end of the corridor, but not entirely at the farthest point. Most importantly, it was spacious, almost the size of a basketball court, with 3 doors, front, back, and center, facilitating a quick escape. The room was filled with various items, bed linens, mops, syringes, and an assortment of medications, neatly arranged on shelves. After settling Nico, Diggory ascended the stairs, consulting the hospital's floor plan to locate the large ward while deftly avoiding the night nurse on patrol. Just then, as he stood in a corner near the ward, observing the nurse's rounds, a sudden inquiry pierced the silence from behind, startling him to the core. His hand, clutching the wand, turned white from tension. In that fleeting moment, countless excuses raced through his mind. Upon finally turning to face the stern nurse in her 50s, Diggory had formulated a response. "Ma'am, I'm here to find my uncle. I heard he was admitted to the hospital after being assaulted, and I am concerned for his well-being." "Ma'am?" The nurse's laughter erupted, echoing down the empty corridor. Laura, stifling her amusement, couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of this 11-year-old boy addressing her as such. The sound of her laughter reverberated through the halls in the dead of night. Had Diggory not known its source, he might have fled in terror. Nonetheless, he was left with goosebumps, half from fear and half from his own distaste at the situation. "Ah, little brother." Laura laughed heartily, her eyes crinkling with mirth. "You are quite filial and honest. Although I am unsure of which uncle you refer to, I know precisely whom you mean. Come. They are in the large ward just around the left corner, a total of 13 individuals. I shall lead you to them." With that, Laura took Diggory's hand, guiding him forward. Along the way, she playfully squeezed his hand, her delight evident. Poor Diggory trailed behind, reminiscing about the time he held Nico's hand, only to find himself in a rather awkward position now, grasped by Laura. However, there was little he could do. He had been discovered. As the night deepened, Diggory followed Laura to the large ward, where the patients lay in peaceful slumber. In the room, only 2 dim yellow lamps illuminated the space, one on each side. There were over 40 ruffians in total, with 25 beds in the large ward, while some of the miscreants had been allocated to another large room. By the soft glow of those 2 lamps, Diggory meticulously searched each bed. Initially, he harbored concerns that the ruffian leader, Tom, might not be in this ward. However, his worries were unfounded. By the time he reached the 5th bed, he was greeted by the familiar visage. Indeed, the imprint of a shoe still lingered on his face, leaving no room for doubt. After confirming with Diggory, Laura departed eagerly to the office area, eager to boast to her colleagues. Meanwhile, Diggory cast a glance at the peacefully slumbering Tom, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It was a beautiful dream. In that moment, Tom wielded a wand, triumphantly standing over the boy who had once humiliated him. This was his moment of vindication, a glorious display of power. He intended to let the entire village of Hogsmeade know that he, Tom, was the mightiest man. Even Dumbledore would have to step aside. He himself was the true king of this world. He could laugh heartily in his own realm. Thus, Tom laughed until he awoke. The most lamentable thing in the world is the absence of even the right to dream. It was already tragic enough to be deprived of sweet dreams. But even worse was the nightmarish reality standing before him at that very moment. Ah! With a piercing scream, Tom fainted once more. Diggory gently caressed his face, pondering if he had become even more handsome. Could a mere glance evoke such overwhelming excitement? Tom's loud shriek startled Laura, who was outside boasting to her colleague about the exquisite delicacy of Diggory's hands. What happened? Laura exclaimed as she forcefully pushed open the door to the ward and rushed to Diggory's side, seizing his hand with concern. Are you all right? I just heard a scream outside. If Tom, lying in bed and fainted once more, were to regain consciousness, he would likely weep and insist that he was the one truly terrified. Diggory struggled to withdraw his hand from Laura's robust grasp, revealing an innocuous smile. It's nothing. My uncle was simply overjoyed to see me and shouted in excitement, but he has fainted again now. As he spoke, a hint of regret and melancholy crossed his features. Upon witnessing Diggory's expression, Laura felt her heart soften. It's all right, she declared, thumping her broad chest, and then, from within her nurse's uniform, she produced an exceptionally thick syringe. Diggory estimated that the syringe was roughly the thickness of his own arm. With a sharp sound, the needle emerged, dripping with liquid medicine. Laura turned to Diggory and said, "Step aside, dear brother. I shall administer this dose to your rogue uncle. One jab, and he shall awaken instantly. The effects will be immediate." Diego had long since evaded the situation. The mere thought of such a thick needle piercing through was enough to rattle anyone awake. A sudden sound followed, one that made Diego wince in sympathy. It was the unmistakable noise of the medicine being forcefully injected into Tom's backside. Diego could not help but observe a moment of silence for Tom. The injection's effect was indeed instantaneous, as Tom groaned softly and gradually stirred from his slumber. Gazing blearily at Laura by his bedside, Tom murmured, "Oh, my dear Laura, do you know? I just beheld a devil." Laura, dismissing Tom's frivolity, merely roused him before casting a flirtatious glance at Diego and then departing. With a smile, Diggory watched Laura depart before turning back to Tom. "Hello." Tom offered no response, merely gazing blankly at Diggory. After a moment, his right hand began to move slowly. Had Patrick been present, he would have cautiously cast an armor spell for protection upon witnessing this scene. However, Diggory was different. He smiled gently and said, "If your hand dares to reach for your wand, I assure you, you will regret such an action." Tom paused, then continued his ascent, ultimately pressing his hand against the shoe print on his face, tears of grievance welling in his eyes. "Why are you here again? What do you truly want?" "I've already divulged everything I know. There are no more secrets left." Diego cast a glance at the moonlight outside, mentally calculating the passage of time. Earlier, he had successfully evaded those 6 individuals, but with the prolonged silence, only 2 possibilities remained. Either they had gathered additional reinforcements, surrounding the entire slum in a trap, ready to ensnare him like a fish in a net while patiently waiting for their prey. Should they capture him, it would be splendid. If not, they could bide their time for those outside. Alternatively, they might have amassed a larger group, stealthily scouring the area under the cover of night, making it nearly impossible for Diego to escape once he became aware of their presence. Thus, regardless of the scenario, they would be engaged in a battle of a different magnitude, and the longer the delay, the more perilous his situation would become. Consequently, Diego stepped closer, affectionately patting Tom on the shoulder, and inquired, "Tom, what occupies your thoughts? Would I ever lead you astray? I merely seek a small favor from you this time. I trust you shall not refuse, correct?" Tom contemplated defiantly turning away, determined to reject the devil standing before him. Yet, recalling the inhuman methods of this fiend, he resignedly nodded in compliance. This only prompted Diego to smile even more radiantly. "Uncle, you truly are a discerning gentleman of the times." Tom, feeling somewhat aggrieved, lifted his gaze and asked, "Wasn't it just a moment ago that I was Tom? How have I now become uncle?" Diego narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within them. He patted Tom's bearded face and said, "Have I given you face? Do you remember the slaps but forget the lessons? Shall we revisit the 18 styles of a Y? And what about that little pill? Would you care for another?" Tom's face turned ashen as he recalled those bizarre and uncontestable moves, along with the mysterious pill that had caused him such abdominal agony. It was a disgrace. He perceived this child as a devil. Even Satan would be reduced to a mere servant in his presence. "Speak your mind, whatever you desire. As long as it does not cost me my life, I will comply." Tom stammered, his lips quivering. Diggory nodded with satisfaction. Unbeknownst to Tom, what Diggory had given him was merely a wax ball encasing a roundworm. Given the current state of medical knowledge in the magical realm, roundworms posed little threat. However, Diggory was acutely aware that disclosing this information to Tom, along with revealing the entirety of his plans, might incite unforeseen thoughts in him. With this in mind, Diggory leaned closer to Tom's ear, selectively divulging his intentions. In the storeroom, initially, Nico sat in a corner, idly awaiting Diggory's return. However, upon hearing a chilling laughter echoing down the corridor above, fear gripped her, causing her to shudder, and the wound on her chest, which Diggory had tended to, throbbed anew. Consequently, she rummaged through a nearby shelf, gathering various medicinal supplies to tend to her injuries herself, just as she finished and was about to don her clothing. The sound of the doorknob turning interrupted her, followed by the door swinging open. The individual outside, eager to save time, entered without knocking, only to be met with the sight of Nico in the midst of dressing. Caught off guard, she froze momentarily, her shirt left unbuttoned. "I'm sorry." Diego immediately turned around to close the door, his face flushed to the roots of his ears, his wide eyes fixated on the corridor wall as he exhaled deeply. Goodness! How delightful! Yet, guilt soon enveloped him, realizing that it was improper to indulge in both the dish he had and the one he coveted, although he had yet to savor a single bite from his own bowl. Shortly thereafter, Nico emerged, her cheeks tinted with crimson as she inquired of Diego. "Have you already prepared your plans so swiftly?" Diggory dared not look into her eyes, lowering his head and offering a faint murmur in response. "What shall we do next?" Nicole inquired once more. She observed the deep crimson hue of Diggory's ears and chuckled, finding the little adult before her quite intriguing, distinctly different from the other children. Since their initial encounter in the attic, he had consistently transformed peril into safety, and as she ventured to trust him just once, she discovered that this small shoulder was remarkably dependable. He resembled a seasoned member of the Phoenix Society, formidable in strength, yet he was unlike any of them. After all, none of those veteran members aligned with Nicole's aesthetic. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks at the door abruptly shattered her reverie. Diggory rushed to the window and glanced towards the door, then immediately returned, exclaiming, "Let us head to the back entrance, shortly. A little thug I sent to the hospital will be descending. However, do not take action, for that little rogue will guide us out of the slums. Along the way, there may be some minor disturbances, but those are all part of my plan. At that time, remain silent and simply follow my lead." As night fell, the once tranquil slums began to buzz with commotion. Hey, open the door. The Ministry of Magic is conducting a routine inspection." "What inspection? Why are you checking at midnight?" "It matters not why. If you do not open the door, it implies you have something to hide. And we shall force our way in." Wait. My wife and I are not yet dressed. Grant us 2 more minutes." The individual knocking exchanged a glance with his companion, then shamelessly grinned, kicking the door open. "We want it just as you are. If we gave you time, what would we be inspecting?" Meanwhile, in another location, "Who are you? What do you want? Why have you barged in? We have no money. This is the Kidman family's business. Cooperate, and we shall speak amicably. Resist, and we will find ways to make you comply. What can the Kidman family do? Clarify your intentions. You are disturbing our sleep. If you do not leave, I shall not be courteous." Hey, brother, let us speak civilly. Feel free to look at whatever you wish. I have no objections." Such occurrences unfolded incessantly in the slums, the entire region resembling a stage where hundreds of tragic dramas were simultaneously performed. The long-haired man and the bald man from the Kidman family were present, directing the scene. Upon hearing the repeated declarations of the Kidman family's involvement, the long-haired man's expression darkened. His face turned ashen, and all notions of grace vanished. He glared at the casually composed bald man, his eyes ablaze with the fury of an erupting volcano. "Let us speak plainly. No need for veiled insinuations. What is your intent?" The bald man pondered with a suppressed smile, feigning surprise as he turned to his subordinates. "What is happening? Why are the individuals inside invoking my brother's family name? This is utterly preposterous." His subordinates, grasping the bald man's intent, feigned ignorance and expressed their grievances, stating, "Master Woody, I am unaware. I did not instruct this." "Then hurry and investigate. Why are you standing idly by?" Woody, the bald man, bellowed, "For heaven's sake, go investigate. If I cannot ascertain the reason, I will ensure you understand." His subordinates, with forced smiles, turned to depart, though the long-haired man remained oblivious to their actual course of action. He regarded Woody with a cold stare, realizing that this seemingly guileless individual was, in fact, a cunning predator cloaked in innocence. Fixating intently on Woody, he understood that unless he successfully captured the woman, there would be dire consequences to pay. The flute was no longer played, and with a cold snort, I remained unperturbed. After all, I had no reason to rush. Those who entered to capture were all members of the Kidman family. If the target eluded capture, it would not be my fault. The long-haired man was infuriated, cursing silently at the shamelessness around him. He regretted not being more vigilant at that moment, for otherwise, he would not have found himself in this predicament. However, continuing to squabble with this unscrupulous character was futile. He needed to seek out a trustworthy ally to lead the charge into the fray. The clamor from the slums grew increasingly louder as Diggory and Nicole crouched in a small dwelling, alongside a diminutive, scruffy man sporting a scraggly beard. This lecherous individual was a lackey of Tom's, having witnessed firsthand Diggory's formidable prowess during the one-sided brawl that had transpired earlier that afternoon. Now, standing beside Diggory, he hunched over, hesitant to even breathe audibly. As Nicole listened to the ruckus nearby, her palms began to sweat. When would your plan commence? We cannot allow ourselves to be captured. Diggory reassured her. Do not fret. Just wait a moment longer, and I believe everyone will soon be in position. However, Nico felt a sense of urgency. The list she possessed was of utmost significance, and she was determined to deliver it into Dumbledore's hands. Thus, despite Diggorion's comforting words, her anxiety persisted. At that moment, a crimson firework suddenly erupted in a section of the impoverished district. With a smile, Diggory said to Nico, "Get ready to run." The lewd man darted out first, agile as a baboon, leading the way for Diggory and his companion. Behind them, Nico felt Diggory grasp her wrist, propelling her forward as they swiftly navigated the labyrinthine slums. "What are we doing? If we just run like this, we'll easily be discovered," Nico exclaimed anxiously. If this was Diggory's plan, she desperately wished to slap him into silence. However, as her words fell, Diggory turned back and smiled at her, his radiant grin accompanied by a burst of brilliant fireworks that ascended into the night sky, blooming freely. In that moment, Nico realized the brilliance of his strategy, to use the fireworks to divert attention and buy them time for their escape. The plan was indeed successful. At that instant, all those searching for Diggory were captivated by the display, even the rough individuals who had been unceremoniously dragged from their beds. Yet, amidst the spectacle, a discordant voice pierced through. "Still watching the fireworks? Are you all out of your minds? Clearly, this is that woman's trap. She's trying to escape now," roared the subordinate dispatched by Wu Di to the slums. He felt fortunate that his young master had the foresight to send him in. Otherwise, relying on this motley crew devoid of common sense might have allowed that woman to slip away. The temporary workers, upon seeing their leader arrive, immediately shifted their focus, abandoning the fireworks overhead to resume their search. At that moment, Diggory and Nico were merely a street away from the temporary workers and in the slums. A street spanned only 5 or 6 meters. If someone were to let out a loud noise here, it would be clearly heard there. What should they do now? Nico looked at Diggory with mounting urgency. The three of them crouched behind a low wall, with Nico clutching Diggory's arm tightly. It was her only source of comfort and security. Diego did not respond to her, merely offering a reassuring glance. He then turned to Tom's lecherous accomplice and nodded slightly in his direction. Nico felt a surge of anger, even at this moment. He was exchanging furtive glances with that lascivious man. The recipient of the glance turned back and barked like a dog into a nearby alley. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air as a building in the slums collapsed, burying several temporary workers beneath its rubble. Diego's subordinate was taken aback. What was happening? Before he could discern whether this was mere coincidence or a calculated act, another structure fell in the distance, crushing numerous individuals. Just as he turned his head, yet another building gave way. It was as if a chain reaction had been set off. The surrounding houses began to topple in an erratic sequence, leaving him utterly bewildered. At that moment, he noticed a temporary worker frantically waving his arms, seemingly urging him to flee the area. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he looked up. A partially collapsed wall became the last sight he would ever see. Meanwhile, Tom anxiously awaited beneath a small bridge, far removed from the slums. Beyond the bridge lay the path to Hogwarts. The little demon's plan was utterly incomprehensible to him, bordering on madness. In the past, he had considered himself quite wicked for extorting the elderly, collecting protection fees, and pilfering trinkets. Yet he never anticipated that the seemingly innocuous little demon could casually utter words that sent chills down his spine. If the splendor of fireworks could not compel them to cease, then let explosions teach them the virtue of humility. This was Diego's scheme. At this moment, Tom was filled with frustration and anxiety. He lamented that if this plan were ever traced back to him, he could not bear the consequences. But what troubled him more was the pill that Diego had forcibly administered to him, which the little demon claimed contained a lively, adorable little worm. Was this even rational? How could he possibly disobey? Tom swore that had it not been for Diego's threats, he would never have consented to assist in executing this plan. Just as Tom silently cursed Diego to the depths of hell, the main figure arrived. under the guidance of the lecherous man. Diego and Nico successfully evaded the gaze of the temporary workers and reached their destination without incident. Tom rushed forward, extending his hand and demanding, "Where is the antidote?" "I need the antidote." The mere thought of a little worm wriggling within him made Tom feel utterly uncomfortable. His mind filled with images of the creature burrowing from one part of his body to another, while his body catered to its every need as if it were a five-star hotel. Diggory chuckled mischievously, holding a pill containing a living roundworm and a tower-shaped candy, which together amounted to a total of 10 points of magical energy. Reflecting on it now, he realized that his impulsive decision had turned out to be remarkably advantageous and serendipitous. He tossed the tower candy to Tom and said, "Consume it. And after a few hours, you will feel the urge to visit the restroom, where you shall witness the worm with your own eyes." Tom cautiously caught the tower candy, gazing at the yellow antidote resting in his palm, feeling a twinge of apprehension. "How can I be certain this is truly the antidote? What if you were deceiving me?" Diggo shrugged and said, "What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? Moreover, consider this. Have I ever lied to you? Is there any necessity for me to do so?" Tom pondered for a moment and found this reasoning to be quite valid. Diggory observed Tom's belief and managed a restrained smile. How naive. Indeed. It was merely that singular insect, yet countless eggs remained unspoken of. One candy would suffice for a single bug, but facing such a multitude of eggs would be insufficient. As the local authority in Hogsmeade, Diggory recognized Tom's commendable abilities and straightforward nature through this plan. Such talent was not to be overlooked. However, Tom, in his innocence, waved his hand, allowing Diggory and his companions to pass. In that fleeting moment, as their figures intertwined, Tom addressed Diggory, stating, "Demon, we shall not meet again." Diego responded with a simple and kind smile. "You devil, it is you who embodies the true essence of malevolence." The ironclad Tom shuddered violently, as Diego's words thoroughly repulsed him. Along the quaint path connecting Hogsmeade and Hogwarts, Diggory expressed his intention to seek a secluded spot for some private matters, enlisting Nico's assistance to keep watch. After uttering these words, he swiftly disappeared behind a large tree. Nico assumed he intended to relieve himself, but after waiting for an extended period without hearing the gentle trickle of water, her curiosity piqued. Just then, Diggory emerged, each hand grasping a flying broomstick. Nico's eyes widened in astonishment. Diggory's calm demeanor and his extraordinary abilities, so incongruous with his age, had already left her in awe. Yet, she now realized that her understanding of Diggory was merely the tip of the iceberg. Having previously witnessed the Muggle world's magic shows, she was now witnessing a wondrous transformation of a broomstick in the magical realm. A questioning expression flickered in Nico's eyes, while Diggory, straightforward and unassuming, replied with a look that conveyed, "Don't ask, it's a secret." Nico pouted, feeling that Diggory was rather stingy. However, her amusement quickly returned when she observed Diggory attempting to mount the broomstick, only to find himself unable to take flight. With a playful grin, she teased, "Surely you haven't yet mastered the art of flying a broomstick? Perhaps you weren't paying attention during Madame Hooch's flying lessons?" Diggory remained silent, casting a curious glance at the enchanted broomstick beneath him, his expression tinged with skepticism. Undoubtedly, he possessed the skill to wield such a broom. It was, after all, one he had previously exchanged and subsequently stored within the confines of the system's space. Logically, one would assume that a product of the system would be of the highest quality, devoid of any flaws. So, what could possibly be the reason he was unable to take flight now? Diego said to Nico, "Why don't you give flying a try?" With a confident smile, Nico pushed off the ground with her legs. Bang! She landed directly back on the earth, stirring up a small cloud of dust, barely reaching a height of 10 centimeters. Nico cast a doubtful glance at Diego, remarking, "What kind of flying broomstick is this? It seems to have some serious quality issues." As Diego observed that Nicole had not taken flight, he began to grasp the situation. He rested his broom upon his shoulder and gazed towards the dense forest by the path, sighing, "This is neither a matter of quality nor of our capabilities. Rather, it is that certain individuals do not wish for us to soar." Upon hearing this, Nicole's face blanched in shock. After all this turmoil, was it still not over? Suddenly, a burst of laughter echoed from the nearby thicket and a group emerged, led by a long-haired man. "Is that Carl Kidman?" Nicole recognized this familiar face, who had relentlessly pursued her. Cautiously, she approached Diego and whispered, "He is the pride of the Kidman family, merely 27 years of age, yet already a high-ranking sorcerer. With his impeccable lineage, he is practically destined to become the next clan leader." Carl stepped forward, casting an initial glance at Nicole, a fleeting glimmer of something inscrutable flashing in his eyes. before turning his attention to Diego. With an air of courtesy, he smiled and remarked, "You must be Cedric Diego. I have heard of you." His tone was laced with arrogance, as if the mere fact that someone of his stature would remember Diego was a tremendous honor for him. This irked Diego greatly, especially considering Carl's earlier gaze upon Nicole. While others may have overlooked it, Diego perceived it all too clearly. That scoundrel harbored intentions towards Nicole, and such intentions were base, shameless, despicable, beastly, and perverse. This only intensified Diego's displeasure. "Who are you?" Diego, feigning ignorance, posed a question he already knew the answer to. Just moments ago, Nico had uttered Carl's name. Yet, Diego persisted in his inquiry. "You know my name, yet I remain unaware of yours." To put it plainly, he questioned Digo's true nature, implying an air of superiority. Carl's expression darkened slightly, taken aback by Digo's unexpected reaction. However, he swiftly composed himself and, with impeccable poise, offered a slight smile as he declared, "My name is Carl Kidman. Remember it well, for it shall resonate throughout the magical realm in the times to come." In the Digo, devoid of expression, one inquired whether his family was affluent. Nico softly clarified, "His family is not merely wealthy, they are exceedingly rich. They belong to one of the 28 pure-blood families." Digo nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "Indeed, your name shall resonate throughout the entire magical realm in the future." Carl, with a smug smile, secretly mused, "What does it matter if he possesses the greatest talent? He must now concede that I am superior to him. When your day of demise arrives, I am certain the entire magical community will gather to mourn you. At that moment, it will be impossible for your name not to echo throughout the magical world." Nico erupted into laughter, then feigned a look of indignation toward Digo, indicating her inability to contain herself. The triumphant grin on Carl's face froze as he began to scrutinize the 11-year-old child seriously. "You must realize that the combined strength of the two of you is insufficient for even a single round against me. Why then, does your tongue remain so reckless?" Diggory let out a cold snort, asserting that it was not his fault for speaking out, but rather that sometimes, a person's dignity is something they willingly compromise. Carl's expression had darkened to the color of a burnt pot. He struggled to take deep breaths, managing to suppress the anger that simmered within him. "If you wish to claim that the Pompeo family is the reason you cannot return to Hogwarts, then I shall accept that as your past. However, if you choose not to, do not blame me for being unsympathetic. The Pompeo family was the same group that had previously pursued me, another bald man among them." Fearing that Diggory might be unaware of the Pompeo family, Nico stood by to clarify. Digo lifted an eyebrow and smiled. Indeed, these individuals were not united by a common purpose. He vaguely recalled that when he had escaped from the slums, those people had claimed to be acting on behalf of the Kidman family. It now appeared that they were, in fact, affiliated with the Pompeo family. And Carl had unwittingly suffered a setback. It was time to retaliate, and with even greater ferocity. "Very well, I wholeheartedly accept," Digo replied with enthusiasm. "I must ensure this, or I cannot place my trust in you." Carl stepped forward and asserted, "What about the fundamental trust between individuals?" Digo's expression turned stern. "Do you see me worrying that you might ambush us during our passage? I do not. That is trust. I trust that you will indeed allow us to pass. And you should trust that we will not betray you. Only then can we entertain the possibility of future collaboration. In this line of work, integrity is paramount." Carl was momentarily taken aback by Digo's fervent words. He observed Digo's impassioned demeanor and murmured to himself, "Could it be that I have been overthinking this?" He then looked into Digo's eyes, which were clear, earnest, and unpretentious. "Very well, I believe you." Carl clapped his hands, finally making this pivotal decision. He then waved his hand, and slowly, a group of individuals emerged from the dense thicket. This scoundrel, attempting to deceive me. Digo was filled with a mix of dread and anger, relieved that he had managed to deceive Carl. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a precarious situation, utterly outnumbered. As he made his way back, Digo cautiously surveyed his surroundings. However, until they reached the gates of Hogwarts, nothing untoward occurred. Standing at the entrance, Digo exhaled with relief. Finally back home, noticing that Nico frequently glanced over her shoulder, he inquired, "What is the matter? Is someone behind us?" Nico shook her head, a look of confusion gracing her features. "I don't know, but I can't shake the feeling that something isn't quite right." Diego's expression suddenly changed. He was well aware of Nico's sixth sense, although he was currently injured and had not yet fully recovered. It was better to trust in its existence than to dismiss it. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Nico. Just as he was about to instruct her to signal, he noticed a movement in the darkness ahead. Digo immediately drew his wand and pointed it ahead. feeling a sense of astonishment. They had reached the very gates of Hogwarts, yet someone dared to pursue them. Did they think that Dumbledore was non-existent within the school? Even at the height of his power, Voldemort would not have acted so recklessly. Who endowed them with such audacity? Was it Liang Jingru? As Diggory mused to himself. Nico approached from behind and said, "Do not be anxious. I sense no imminent danger." No imminent danger? The figures in the shadows drew ever closer, and slowly. A limping figure, leaning on a cane, emerged into Diggory's line of sight. Though the face remained obscured, he recognized the unmistakable silhouette. It could only be Moody. Among all the wizards in the magical realm, there was none other with such a distinctive appearance. Mad-Eye Moody. A formidable presence within the top echelons of the Order of the Phoenix. The first would surely be Dumbledore, followed closely by McGonagall, should she fully unleash her prowess. In terms of actual combat ability, Moody might even surpass McGonagall. Before long, despite his limp, the ever-eager Moody approached the two. He cast a curious glance at Diggory. His expression a mix of sternness, and his voice genuinely severe. "What are you two doing here? Come inside with me." Thus, Diggory and Nico followed Moody, and by now, it was around 4 o'clock in the morning. The trio made their way directly to Dumbledore's office, where to their surprise, the old wizard had yet to retire for the night. Dumbledore scrutinized Diggory and Nico carefully, ensuring their well-being before turning his attention to Moody and inquiring about Diggory. "How is the boy?" Moody took a sip from his flask and replied, "Quite impressive. He remains composed in the face of adversity, and most importantly, he is unyielding." Diggory was momentarily taken aback, pondering how it came to be that Moody had followed him all this way. When had this begun? Dumbledore, in deep contemplation, recalled the most significant part of Moody's recent statement, the insistence on courage. This was precisely what he required. Observing the silence, Nico extracted a neatly folded piece of parchment from her robes and placed it upon Dumbledore's desk. "Professor, this is the list of Death Eaters from pureblood families." Dumbledore, regaining his focus, picked up the document before him, murmuring, "Yes, it aligns closely with what I am already aware of." Moody, with a hint of impatience, inquired, "When shall we take action against them?" Dumbledore shook his head, deeming it inappropriate. "If we initiate an attack, they control the majority of resources within the magical world. Should we provoke them, we would find ourselves devoid of support." Moody, growing increasingly agitated, retorted, "So, we are to do nothing with this list? Why then did we even go to such lengths to acquire it?" Dumbledore sighed heavily, appearing considerably aged in that moment. He lifted his gaze to Moody. "This list signifies that we possess leverage over them. In the future, when we wish to act, they will be compelled to consider their actions carefully, affording us greater ease. At the very least, incidents like this pursuit will not recur." Diggory was originally engrossed in listening from below, but upon hearing those words, he was instantly taken aback. What on earth was happening? Did old Dame possess such knowledge? If so, why did he not take matters into his own hands? With his capabilities, the Pompeo family and the Kidman family would be mere trifles beneath his notice. Previously, there were updates, but due to certain matters, I was unable to add more. This serves as a supplement to the last. I will provide the additional updates from the two esteemed readers at the end. Diggory fixed his piercing gaze upon Dumbledore. However, Dumbledore, having weathered countless storms, was unfazed by such a stare. At that moment, Nico tugged at the hem of Diggory's cloak and said, "Stop glaring at the professor. He must remain at Hogwarts. His whereabouts must be kept confidential. If the professor were free to roam the world without the need to protect the students, many Death Eaters would have already been dealt with." Diggory turned around, gazing at Nico with disbelief, feeling a profound admiration, such elevated consciousness. When did the Westerners attain such awareness? Were it not for Nico's golden hair and blue eyes, Diggory might genuinely mistake her for someone of authentic Eastern descent. Moody, perceiving Diggory's gaze clearly, took a sip of his drink and remarked, "Do not regard Nico with such eyes. She is a considerate and admirable child, and her parents are equally commendable." Upon hearing these words, Diggory immediately sensed that there was a tale to be told. However, upon observing the seemingly sorrowful expression on Nick's face, he surmised that this story was likely a tragic one. Thus, Diggory resolved to change the subject. The previous individual, a long-haired fellow named Carl Kidman, had instructed him to shift the blame for the pursuit of Nick onto another person entirely. Diego turned to Moody and inquired, "Are you aware of this matter?" Moody nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Indeed. I was trailing behind you at that time, and I am fully cognizant of everything he said." Diego was intrigued. "Did you record their words in the scene at that time?" he inquired. "What purpose does it serve? Isn't it merely a matter of mutual grievances?" Nico questioned. Diggo waved his hands excitedly, exclaiming, "No, no, no, Nico, you are still far too young and innocent. It would be a grave misfortune not to take advantage of that scene. That is the leverage that could tear apart the Kidman and Pompeo families." Nico and Moody exchanged bewildered glances at Diggo, a mere 11-year-old, who was assuming the demeanor of a seasoned elder, declaring that someone in their 20s was too young. Does he not grasp his own age? Only Dumbledore was privy to Diggo's secret. Although Moody found Diggo's behavior somewhat exasperating, it did not diminish his admiration for the boy. The look in Moody's eyes shifted from sternness to a tranquil acceptance, a recognition of having found a kindred spirit. "I am not alone on this path." He retrieved a memory orb from his coat pocket, an object capable of capturing spoken words in the circumstances surrounding them. "How could I possibly overlook something like this?" Moody remarked with a hint of pride. He raised an eyebrow at Diggo, causing the boy to shudder with excitement. Had he just earned the acknowledgement of this esteemed figure upon their very first meeting? How exhilarating! As Diggory and Moody exchanged glances, Dumbledore interjected, somewhat displeased, "Cedric, you may return for now. I shall grant you leave today. Come back tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Diggory was suddenly overwhelmed by an intense wave of fatigue. Although his spirit was that of a remarkable being capable of enduring 5 sleepless nights, his physical form was merely that of an 11-year-old child, unable to withstand such exhaustion. Thus, he bowed respectfully to Dumbledore and turned to depart. The darkness before dawn is the most profound. However, within the opulent establishment of Hogsmeade, the atmosphere was vibrant with light. In a lavishly adorned room, Lucius and a few elderly gentlemen, whose hair had nearly vanished with age, reclined on leather sofas, silently observing the figures of Woody and Carl before them. The heirs of 2 pure-blood families were jointly pursuing a woman, accompanied by their respective retinues. Leveraging all available familial resources along the way, yet they still allowed her to escape. What did this signify? The expressions of the 2 patriarchs were grim. After devoting over 20 years to nurturing their most promising descendants, this was the outcome? The elder of the Kidman family, distinguished by his long, flowing white hair, stood out among the elderly men as the only one still possessing a full head of hair. "Carl, with your capabilities, it's inconceivable that you could not apprehend a mid-level sorceress. How did she manage to flee?" Before Carl could respond, the elder of the Pompeo family, sporting a shiny bald head and a long, grotesque scar across his right eye, interjected with a sardonic grin, "Isn't it obvious? Your dear grandson is infatuated with that woman and hesitated to act." The Kidman elder chose to ignore him and continued to gaze at Carl. Carl stepped forward, asserting, "Elder, this incident is entirely due to the actions of the Pompeo family, which enabled her escape. They invaded the impoverished district with great fanfare, disturbing the peace while masquerading under the banner of our Kidman family. Most critically, despite their numbers, they failed to locate the woman, ultimately allowing her to slip away." "Nonsense!" thundered the elder of the Pompeo family. "You are spewing vile accusations, a disgraceful slander." Carl, undeterred by the elder's wrath, pointed at his plump visage and retorted, "If you doubt my words, you may investigate yourself. Everyone in the impoverished district knows what transpired that night. Your grandson is as shameless as aged refuse and a cesspool, offensive, and yet audaciously repugnant." The elder of the Pompeo family slammed his cane against the floor, leaving a series of distinct imprints. "How can we trust your claims? What if you have already bribed the residents of the impoverished district?" The elder Kidman, unwilling to yield, raised his voice in defense of his grandson, exclaiming, "You speak nonsense with your eyes closed. How can you bribe so many people in the slums with such grand gestures? How could you possibly remain oblivious?" At this moment, the previously silent Woody let out a cold snort, retorting, "This is uncertain. Isn't your Kidman family most adept at clandestinely engaging in unsavory dealings?" The elder Kidman shot a piercing glance, huffing, "Who invited you to speak?" Pompeo immediately came to his grandson's defense, challenging, "So your grandson was just spouting nonsense?" Such a remark was indeed incisive. If the elder Kidman conceded, then Carl's words would be reduced to mere folly. If he denied it, Woody would seize the opportunity to counter, rendering the elder Kidman's statement absurd. Lucius, seated nearby, remained silent, yet couldn't suppress a smirk, inwardly wishing for a brawl to erupt, leading to a conflict between the 2 families, allowing him to reap the rewards from the chaos. Carl did not disappoint his expectations. In response to Pompeo's verbal assault, he sneered, "Ha! Nonsense indeed." The room fell silent in the wake of his words, which were truly self-destructive, wounding himself while striking at the enemy. Lucius's excitement grew as he anticipated the impending clash. Woody, upon hearing this, clenched his fists, embodying the adage that actions speak louder than words, and delivered a punch directly to Carl's eye. Do you even know what it means to be a man? Tonight, I'll show you. The force of the blow left Carl momentarily dazed, clutching his eye in disbelief at what had just transpired. However, Woody's next words snapped him back to reality. You dare to call me a sissy? Carl had never endured such humiliation. He swiftly turned to grapple with Woody, the two tumbling to the ground, exchanging blows in a fierce back-and-forth. At that moment, titles of first heirs to pureblood families and noble wizards were rendered insignificant. Their singular focus was to incapacitate one another. Well played. Lucius silently cheered for both, his gaze drifting toward the two elder gentlemen, hoping they too would join the fray. Yet, his hopes were dashed, though their expressions were grim. The two elders refrained from intervening. With a resounding thud, one elder declared, Enough. You have brought disgrace upon the pureblood families. The atmosphere grew still, all eyes turning to the elder at the center, adorned with a prominent mustache and marked by age spots. The solid hardwood floor bore the brunt of his cane, now reduced to splinters. Is this the time for fighting? Will brawling resolve our issues? Old Donald declared. Hurry up and separate. Upon hearing this, both Woody and Carl discreetly retreated from each other. Their separation was not solely due to the fact that Donald was the patriarch of the most esteemed pureblood family, but also because this venerable figure possessed the greatest power within their ranks. Old Donald, upon observing the two, felt a surge of irritation. He turned to Lucius and inquired, What is your perspective on this matter? Lucius, no longer reclining casually, leaned forward with respect and replied, The paramount concern now is to devise a strategy to reclaim that list from Dumbledore. We must also prepare for the eventuality that, should we fail, the list may be disclosed. Disclosed? That is inconceivable. Dumbledore is not prepared to confront us. Old Pompeo interjected. Lucius shook his head, suppressing his disdain for Pompeo, and responded, Though Dumbledore may not be ready at this moment, he has been making preparations all along. You may consider how many students have graduated from Hogwarts over the years. How many within our Ministry of Magic are not pureblood wizards? At Lucius's words, the group exchanged solemn glances. Unbeknownst to them, the number of pureblood wizards had long since been surpassed by that of Muggleborns. Observing the understanding dawning on their faces, Lucius continued, These wizards span the magical world, north and south. If it were true that our 28 pureblood families once constituted the very framework of the magical realm, then, to put it bluntly, we are left with little more than a title. If Dumbledore so desires, in his capacity as the headmaster of Hogwarts and the greatest white wizard in history, with all of his accolades, he could easily amass sufficient power to supplant us. This, indeed, is precisely why we were compelled to join the Death Eaters. Old Donald's expression darkened. The reputation of the 28 pureblood families must never be tarnished or allowed to vanish. He looked at Lucius and spoke firmly. I care not what methods you employ, but you must retrieve that list. Lucius smiled slightly, a hint of conspiratorial triumph in his demeanor. Of course, the disclosure of the list serves no benefit to any of us. However, the cost. Old Donald snorted coldly. Proceed as you see fit. Any losses will be compensated by us. Lucius smiled, maintaining an air of decorum and elegance. Rest assured, retrieving it will not be difficult. With less than 2 months until the Triwizard Tournament begins, we can devise a plan at that time. In the early morning, a refreshing and pristine ray of dawn gently illuminated Diego's face. Beneath his closed eyelids, his eyes fluttered slightly as he gradually awakened. He rose and glanced at the dormitory door beside him, which remained shut. Thus, he reclined once more. However, he was not lying upon the soft and comfortable single bed within the dormitory, but rather on the sofa outside. Diggory stared blankly at the ceiling, contemplating when he might retire to bed and whether the dormitory mattress was still clean. The reason for his thoughts and for spending the night on the sofa stemmed from his return the previous evening. As he approached the door, he was suddenly enveloped by a series of remarkably harmonious sounds emanating from within the room. He was all too familiar with such sounds. They reminded him of the singular scenes encountered in certain island-themed films from a bygone era. Without a doubt, it was Patrick who had, in his absence, managed to invite a young woman to the dormitory under mysterious circumstances. The encounter was akin to a gentle breeze meeting the dewdrops of autumn, surpassing countless earthly delights. At that moment, Diggory had awkwardly retreated, his fingers nervously fidgeting, for the young lady's voice had been rather exuberant. Moreover, one could not help but commend Patrick's vitality. It was noteworthy that when Diggory returned at 4:30 in the morning, Patrick was still energetically engaged, a true testament to his prowess. Alas, the toll of that night weighed heavily upon Diggory's back. Diego rose from the sofa, pounded his lower back, and resolved that he could no longer continue in this manner. Snap! Diego turned his gaze in the direction of the sound and beheld Patrick's head emerging, scanning the surroundings. Soon enough, he spotted Diego. A complex smile initially graced Patrick's face, followed by a questioning glance directed at Diego, inquiring whether there were others present in the lounge besides himself. Diego shook his head. Had someone emerged earlier, he would have sought solace in that individual's bed. Patrick retreated slightly, and then the door swung open, revealing a girl enveloped in a blanket, whom he swiftly escorted to the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room. After exchanging a hushed flurry of murmurs, Patrick bestowed a gentle kiss upon the girl, prompting her to depart thereafter. Diego watched intently, and after the girl departed, he finally inquired, "Which house does that girl belong to?" Patrick smirked with pride. "She's from Ravenclaw." "Impressive, isn't it?" Deep within, Diggory felt a twinge of envy, yet he refrained from expressing it, maintaining an air of indifference. "So, may I still sleep on my bed? I trust there will be no foul, viscous substances upon it? And the mattress is not sagging in the middle, is it?" Patrick waved his hand dismissively, assuring him, "Rest easy, I have not touched your bed." "Oh, that is a relief." With that, Diggory rose to return to his slumber, but was halted by Patrick's grip. "There is something I must discuss with you. Your failure to escort your mother home yesterday afternoon has left her quite upset, and it would be wise for you to reflect on this." At this, Diggory waved his hand, showing a lack of concern. "It's merely my mother being upset. Such feelings are fleeting and will dissipate with time. The worst that might happen is a bit of nagging upon my return. What more could ensue? If her anger persists, I can always utter a few soothing words to placate her." Observing Diggory's nonchalance, Patrick kindly cautioned, "My friend, we must take the ire of our mother seriously." Diggory felt indifferent, for he believed that the bond between mother and child deepens with absence and wanes with prolonged proximity. In his previous life, during his university days, he was often urged to return home before the holidays, with his mother expressing her longing and accusing him of being heartless. Yet, upon his return, it would take no less than 3 days and no more than 5 for her to grow weary of him. Thus, Diggory remained unperturbed. He simply chose not to return home for the holidays. Observing Diggory's nonchalant demeanor, Patrick grew anxious, cautioning him not to underestimate his mother's fury. When a woman decides to abandon reason and unleash her wrath, no one can intervene, not even Merlin himself. Diego cast a glance at him and inquired, "Is it because of your mother that you have been subjected to her wrath, leaving you with psychological scars?" Patrick appeared to be struck by the mention of a painful past, instinctively brushing his hair back as he replied, "I have not been physically punished, but I have certainly been schooled." From that moment on, I grasped a profound truth. Diego asked, "What reasoning is this?" "When you attempt to reason with a woman, she may choose to disregard your words. However, when a woman seeks to impart her reasoning to you, it is imperative that you lend her your ear." Diego squinted as he recalled the television dramas and various romance novels he had encountered in his past life, then nodded earnestly. "That makes sense. Hence, let us skip class today to pursue the company of young ladies." "Diego," Patrick raised an eyebrow. Diggory stifled a yawn, conceding to the weariness that enveloped him. Sleep was the only solace he desired, and none could deter him from that pursuit. "Wait," Patrick exclaimed, urgently restraining Diggory. "What if I arrange for Monica to invite Ophelia?" Diego's footsteps came to a halt. "Moreover, the two of us shall create opportunities for you to enjoy some private moments together." Patrick continued to raise the stakes. Diego wore a conflicted expression. His body urged him, "You are weary, it is time to retire to bed." Yet, his mind could not help but conjure images of solitary moments with Ophelia. "I shall inquire about Ophelia's preferences for Monica and relay all the details to you later." The tone in which Patrick spoke was as if he were enticing one towards temptation. "Did you not inquire whether Ravenclaw is heading to class shortly?" Diego questioned. "What leads you to believe that your Monica could persuade Ophelia to join her? Moreover, who exactly is your Monica?" With an ambiguous smile, Patrick remarked, "Isn't she the girl who just departed?" "I assure you, it is not particularly challenging for girls to arrange meetings among themselves, much like how we boys do." Before Patrick could finish his thought, the door to the Hufflepuff common room was abruptly flung open. As Diggory and Patrick glanced over, they discovered it was Moody. Moody's serious gaze swept over their faces, sending a shiver through both boys. He pointed at Patrick and declared, "You have 5 minutes to get dressed, and then come to me immediately." Turning his attention to Diggory, he added, "And you have 2 minutes to pull yourself together. Do not present yourself before me as though still ensnared in slumber." Though their plans had been abruptly interrupted and Moody's intrusion was decidedly rude, Patrick dared not express his anger. for he had recognized the identity of the hobbled man before him. The mad-eyed Moody was not someone to be trifled with. Consequently, he complied with Moody's demands without uttering a single complaint. With approximately half an hour remaining before class, Moody had forcibly brought Diggory and Patrick to this secluded spot beside the forbidden forest. He did not divulge his intentions, merely instructing them to wait. Thus, Diggory settled onto the ground, leaning against a great tree, feigning sleep. A soft carpet of fallen leaves lay beneath him, the crisp autumn air mingling with the golden rays of the morning sun, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled comfort. Just as Diggory began to drift into a hazy slumber, he was suddenly seized by an inability to breathe, his brain gasping for oxygen, as though held captive, rendering him breathless. Diego's immediate reaction was to suspect that someone had attempted to poison him. However, amidst his confusion, he quickly realized that he was in Hogwarts, where Moody was present. Who would dare to act so brazenly here? The lack of oxygen soon jolted Diego back to awareness, and he then beheld the culprit who had nearly left him breathless. Nico, although we share a certain familiarity, should you lay your hands upon me again, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Nico crouched before Diego, a playful smile illuminating her face. It was evident that she had been the one to play the prank, pinching his nose. Diggory shouted at Moody, "Aren't you going to intervene?" Moody was momentarily taken aback, evidently surprised by Diggory's tone, and shot him a glare in response, unable to fathom such a retort from him. However, Diggory was undeterred and glared back defiantly. Nico, observing from the side, found the exchange quite amusing, noting Diggory's uniqueness. Due to Moody's imposing appearance, he was perceived by the children as a figure of danger, someone to be cautiously avoided, much like Patrick, who now stood quietly, embodying the role of a reserved and obedient child, silently watching without uttering a word. Nico stepped in to halt the mutual glaring between Diggory and Moody. Smiling as she said, "All right, your recent expedition to the Albanian forest has caused you to fall behind in your studies. Therefore, we shall engage in special training shortly." Special training? Diggory pondered. Does this involve just myself, Patrick, and Ophelia? Nico nodded, her golden hair shimmering in the soft morning sunlight, casting a dreamy aura that left Patrick entranced. She gestured towards Ophelia, who stood at a distance, and it was only then that Diggory noticed her presence, having overlooked her earlier. "So, what is your role?" Diggory inquired. "Special guest instructor." Moody interjected, taking a swig from his flask and smacking his lips. "We must hurry. This morning we shall venture into the forbidden forest to capture a giant eight-eyed spider. You must complete this task before noon, or you will face the consequence of going without lunch." This declaration drew Patrick's discontent, and though he initially contemplated protesting vocally, the sight of Moody's fearsome visage and stern gaze diminished his resolve. Ultimately, his objection emerged as a mere buzzing whisper, "But we are just children." Moody shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, "Your behavior in the dormitory last night hardly resembled that of a child." Patrick could only respond with a silent exclamation of dismay. As soon as Moody uttered those words, the atmosphere fell into an immediate silence. A gentle autumn breeze swept down, dislodging a solitary withered leaf. Though it was autumn, the forbidden forest remained resplendently verdant. Diggory turned his face away, suddenly finding the scenery of the forbidden forest on the other side to be remarkably pleasant. Not far away, Ophelia approached, her brow furrowed as she observed the few individuals present, completely oblivious to the meaning behind Moody's words. Nico remained cheerful, glancing between the solemn Diggory and the dazed Patrick. At that moment, Patrick's mind was in turmoil. He recalled the first time he engaged in a clandestine act, which was approximately at the age of 6. On that occasion, he had inadvertently caught a glimpse of his father with his mistress. Intrigued, he decided to try it himself. His initial attempt was a dismal failure, not due to timing, but rather because his secrecy was poorly executed. He was discovered and subsequently brought before his mother, where he endured a 3-hour lecture. Emerging from that experience felt akin to being released from prison. However, the severity of the admonishment was insufficient, leading Patrick to resolve not to refrain from such activities in the future, but rather to ensure better discretion next time. Later, on a moonless night, he and a maid from his household found themselves in a seldom visited storage room, where he experienced his first encounter. Thus, at the age of 11, Patrick had become quite the seasoned participant. When he brought Monica back to his room, he had meticulously inspected the space, finding no secret passages or hidden chambers. He had securely locked the door, and upon opening it in the morning, he had detected nothing amiss. The windows were draped with curtains, completely shielding the interior from outside view. So, how did Moody come to know? Could it be Patrick abruptly turned to Diggory. You dare to suspect me? Diggory rolled his eyes, retorting, Do I really need to do that? I have no motive whatsoever. Patrick then glanced at Moody, his eyes filled with indignation and confusion. Yet Moody paid him no mind, simply stating, Since everyone is here, let us proceed. With that, he leaned on his cane and led the way towards the forbidden forest. Followed closely by Ophelia and Nico, Diego rose from the ground, gently patting Patrick on the shoulder. Come on, it is what it is. There's nothing more to be done. We can always change for the better in the future. Diego thought to himself that he was, in a way, facilitating a positive change for Patrick by helping him rectify this flaw. He felt as though he had salvaged a wayward soul, guiding him towards redemption and a fresh start. At the same time, he was safeguarding his own well-being. After all, indulging in such excesses at the tender age of 11 raised concerns for the future. What would become of him in his later years, left to wallow in regret? Above all, matters of the heart demand sincere attention. They are not to be trifled with casually. Patrick nodded in acknowledgement, affirming that he understood the necessity of exercising greater caution moving forward. Am I conveying my meaning correctly? Is the young man's ability to comprehend reading so poor? Diggory wished to reassemble his words to persuade Patrick once more. Yet the latter paid him no heed and strode ahead with haste. This left Diggory to trail behind in a state of frustration, pondering when he might inspire Patrick to amend his ways. Moody, who had been waiting for Diggory to catch up, grew increasingly impatient as the young lad lagged behind. In both the Ministry of Magic and the Order of the Phoenix, no one dared to keep him waiting in such a manner. At last, when Diggory managed to draw near, Moody cast him a disgruntled glance. Diego, what is the matter today? Is it possible that this old fellow still has something awaiting me? Diggory reflected for a moment, reassured that he had committed no heinous acts nor trifled with emotions, and thus he gazed back without fear. Moody's wild eye twitched, as it seemed the lad harbored no dread of him whatsoever. However, he preferred brevity and directly addressed Diggory, saying, Once we arrive over there, you shall go first. We will observe from behind. Diggory was taken aback. Was it when he was capturing the eight-eyed spider? Moody impatiently nodded. Why? Why should I be the one to go first? Logically, shouldn't it be you who takes action? This would save us a great deal of time, Diggory inquired. Moody's impatience grew. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to ask him so many questions. Within the Order of the Phoenix, and even more so in the Ministry of Magic, inquiries were seldom entertained. Those who questioned were often met with a torrent of his disdain. Mr. Diggory, I am currently the instructor for the three of you. Until the commencement of the Triwizard Tournament, I am your direct overseer. Until your safety is assured, you are to follow my orders without question. There is no room for debate. Do you understand? Moody breathed heavily, feeling inexplicably provoked by the young man before him, whose inquiries seemed to irk his patience. He sensed that if Diggory continued to press for reasons, his notorious temper might erupt. Who said that? Why has no one informed me? On what grounds must I heed your commands? A lethal triad from Diggory. Moody abruptly turned his head, fixing his gaze intently upon him, his breath heavy and labored. At this moment, he felt a dizzying sensation in his head, as if a volcano were on the verge of eruption within his eyes. This lad truly had a way of riling him up. Had he been on a mission with the Aurors, anyone daring to pose such questions would have been dealt with decisively. Yet, recalling Dumbledore's words to him, he could only exercise patience and elucidate to Diggory, I am not fully acquainted with the capabilities of your trio, hence I require you to demonstrate them. Me alone? Diggory questioned, pointing to himself in bewilderment. How can my individual prowess represent the strength of all three of us? At that moment, Moody seemed to have accepted Diggory's incessant inquiries, his demeanor having settled into calmness. Because you are the primary combatant, I am aware of Patrick's protective spells and know his skills are lacking, hence he will handle defense. In the later stages, I merely need to spar with him. As for Ophelia, during the Triwizard Tournament, her role was predominantly theoretical, so I am not in haste to gauge her combat abilities. Thus, it is solely your actual combat prowess that I urgently need to ascertain. Diego twirled his fingers thoughtfully. Shall you be the one to lure it out first? And then I shall take action? Moody's lips curled into a faint smile, though it faded quickly, unnoticed by those around. No, you must devise your own means. Diggory's eyes widened in alarm. Am I truly expected to venture into the lair of that swarm of eight-eyed spiders, risking my very life to draw one out and then eliminate it? I am but a child. Moody allowed a brief smile to flit across his lips before quickly resuming his serious demeanor. Fear not, you shall not perish. But what does that matter? Diggory stood his ground, refusing to move. He had always possessed a timid disposition, requiring time to acclimate to unfamiliar circumstances. When he had watched the Harry Potter film and witnessed the horde of eight-eyed spiders scuttling across the mountains, his fear of clusters had nearly overwhelmed him. Since arriving in this realm, he had engaged in several battles, yet they had all been one-on-one confrontations. The prospect of confronting an entire colony of magical creatures, particularly man-eating eight-eyed spiders, was beyond comprehension. What if one of them were to spray venom upon my face? My visage would be ruined, and even if saved, I would be unable to continue living. However, Moody paid him no mind. Observing Diggory rooted in place, he drew his wand and cast a petrification spell upon him. Diggory was taken aback, completely caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. Moody returned to Diggory's side and cast a levitation spell upon him before resuming their journey. Diggory was acutely aware of the dangers he faced. However, this particular mission was not one he had initiated. It was proposed by Dumbledore. Dumbledore had already discerned Diggory's prowess in one-on-one combat, evidenced by his remarkable performance in duels against Leonardo and his battle with the vampire, Corvus. What Dumbledore now sought to evaluate was Diggory's capability to confront multiple adversaries simultaneously. The significance of this was not lost on Moody, who glanced at Diggory. Tucked firmly under his arm, his eyes rich with meaning. Unbeknownst to Diggory, he could not decipher Moody's gaze. He merely recognized that, despite being subjected to a petrification curse, the spell only affected his body, leaving his senses intact. Presently, he detected a rather indescribable odor emanating from Moody's armpit. After approximately half an hour of traversing through the forest, Moody finally halted before a denser thicket. The group turned to glance back at the forbidden forest, feeling as though they had entered a forest within a forest. An overwhelming stench, reminiscent of a decaying carcass left in the sweltering heat for days, permeated the air. Moody set Diggory down and lifted the petrification curse. The instant he was freed, Diggory shot Moody a glare that could slay. In his mind, he embraced a spirit akin to that of AQ, convincing himself that if mere glances could kill, he would have already subdued Moody. Yet, to Moody, that expression resembled the gaze of a divorced woman from the Ministry's archives, filled with a haunting melancholy. He pointed towards the foul-smelling thicket and said, "You may enter alone. We shall wait here for you." Diggory's expression turned even more disconcerted. "What if I encounter danger inside?" Moody, without a moment's hesitation, replied, "Then you must use your wits and devise a solution." Diggory inquired once more, "What if I cannot devise a solution, or if time eludes me?" Moody adopted a serious demeanor, as though he were earnestly contemplating this dilemma. Although his expression had always been grave, at this moment, Diggory perceived that he was genuinely reflecting on his concern. He harbored a hope, yearning for the prospect of not having to face the situation alone. Moody pondered the question, murmuring, "We shall address it when the time comes." Diggory, exasperated, retorted, "What if I am left in despair by then?" Moody replied, "We shall address it when the time comes." Diggory had no choice but to turn away, casting one last lingering glance at Ophelia before he ventured into the dense forest without looking back. Patrick, witnessing his brother's bold entrance, felt a surge of anxiety. He turned to Nico, demanding, "Are you truly allowing him to go in like that? What if something goes wrong? This is utterly irresponsible. You are toying with lives. How can you act in such a manner?" Patrick's agitation intensified, fueled by anger. Yet, Moody merely glanced at Patrick with indifference before instructing Nico, "I shall proceed inside. Keep watch here, and signal if anything arises." Nico nodded, and Moody sauntered into the thicket, sipping his drink as he went. At that moment, Patrick turned back to Nico, realization dawning upon him. "So, you had planned this all along. But why deceive Cedric?" Nico gazed into the forest, now engulfing the silhouettes of both men, and replied slowly, "Because this is the most effective way to unlock Diggory's potential while ensuring his safety." Patrick nodded thoughtfully, then glanced at Ophelia, who was lost in contemplation, staring at the spot where Diggory had disappeared. A flicker of joy ignited within him. His brother's long-held aspirations were not in vain after all. Unbeknownst to Diggory, events were unfolding outside. He was acutely aware that he had entered alone, embarking on a solitary mission. The greatest peril of such an endeavor lay in impulsive actions, for no one would coordinate with him in battle. A moment's carelessness could expose him to the enemy, leading to a swift demise. Thus, as Diggory navigated through the underbrush, he formulated his strategy. The optimal approach would be to conceal himself at the entrance of a brown recluse spider's lair, patiently awaiting an opportunity for a solitary spider to wander by. If such a chance arose, it would be fortuitous. He had previously conversed with the orange cat and learned that external objects could be transported by touch directly into the system's space. Moreover, If a living entity was sent within, it would not perish but instead enter a state of suspended animation. Once retrieved from the system's realm, it would awaken. Therefore, if he moved swiftly enough, capturing a solitary brown recluse spider would be the ideal course of action. However, Diggory had also prepared for two contingencies. First, the possibility that no solitary spider would present itself, necessitating an alternative plan. Second, the eventuality of seizing a solitary spider only to be quickly surrounded by a swarm of its kin. Diggory stood in place, contemplating the possibility that if the two scenarios behind him were to materialize, he would indeed be in a precarious situation. Alas, he had forgotten to pay homage to the deities before venturing out. He was uncertain which formidable figure from the world of Harry Potter wielded the ultimate authority. Moreover, as Diggory ventured deeper into the thicket, the surrounding trees grew increasingly dense. Between two neighboring giants, numerous shrubs thrived, and the foliage of the towering trees cast a deepening gloom upon the area. Above the underbrush, a multitude of intricate spider webs interconnected, sending shivers down his spine. Observing this, Diggory let out a faint sigh, lamenting that the system did not allow for the exchange of modern weaponry. Otherwise, the dense forest and the 8-eyed spiders would be of little consequence. A grenade, C4 explosives, and high-powered landmines would suffice to obliterate any threat. In the face of such overwhelming firepower, magical creatures and formidable spells would amount to nothing more than mere trifles. Diego was momentarily stunned. Fire? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Of course, he could simply burn it. Diego surveyed his surroundings with exhilaration. Was this not an ideal location for arson? The dense thicket and the abundance of cobwebs suggested that a mere incantation of the fire-making spell would ignite this place in an instant. He could then stealthily conceal himself while the flames danced, and should he encounter the lurking acromantula or a fleeing one, he would have the opportunity to strike. The thought elicited a delighted chuckle from Diego, reveling in his own genius. Yet, there remained one predicament. He had yet to master the fire-making spell. Meanwhile, Moody, who had been shadowing him, witnessed Diego's sudden shift to a rather furtive demeanor. He glanced left and right, exploring his surroundings until he discovered a hidden hollow in a tree, into which he stealthily crawled. Moody furrowed his brow, took a swig from his flask, and muttered, "What mischief is that little rascal up to now?" 5 minutes later, he saw Diego re-emerge, brandishing an assortment of jars from seemingly nowhere, pouring various pigments onto his attire. Moody's eyes widened as he observed. Before long, Diego's coat had transformed to blend seamlessly with the surrounding foliage, rendering him nearly indistinguishable at a cursory glance. Ah, this lad possesses some ingenuity. In that moment, Moody contemplated the possibility of bringing Diego into the Auror office. With such talent, he was indeed a remarkable find. In Moody's estimation, Diego aimed to approach the Acromantula's lair to observe from a close vantage point, hoping to capture a solitary spider and accomplish his task. It was a clever strategy, albeit not entirely compliant with the requirements. He would still need to intervene to assess Diego's prowess in group combat. Such were Moody's thoughts. However, he had miscalculated. He had presumed Diego would continue on his path, but then, Moody slapped the tree trunk beside him, leaving a distinct handprint upon it. That impudent boy dared to set fire. Suddenly, he recalled Dumbledore's admonition. One must keep a close eye on Cedric, for he always had a knack for the unexpected. Indeed, this was true. But how could that lad conceive such a scheme? The Magical Creatures Protection Act explicitly forbids the careless destruction, including but not limited to permanent damage, of magical creatures' habitats. If caught, one could face dire consequences. Moody stared in shock at the arsonist not far away, torn between the decision to intervene or to remain a mere observer. Such a moral quandary. Yet, Diego was unperturbed, blissfully unaware of the stipulations of the Magical Creatures Protection Act. Even if he did know, he would dismiss it, feeling invincible under Dumbledore's protection. The crux was that no one was privy to his actions here. As long as he remained silent, no one would suspect. Who would believe that a mere first-year student from Hogwarts had already mastered the fire-making spell? Certainly not. At this moment, he transformed into an arsonist amidst the dense forest, contemplating whether to seize the opportunity for a barbecue of sorts. However, before he could decide between grilling chicken wings or preparing a beggar's chicken, a sudden telepathic sensation surged within him. Diggory's body quivered abruptly, the flames of his spell extinguishing in an instant, as his shoulder instinctively shifted to the right. Whoosh! A beam of white light shot past swiftly. Bang! Suddenly, a small hole appeared on the large tree behind Diggory, adorned with a delicate thread of white spider silk at its entrance. Diego's expression darkened as he recognized the delicate threads of spider silk. It was unmistakably the work of the eight-eyed spider. Yet, could such a formidable attack truly originate from an eight-eyed spider? The creature he had encountered in the Albanian forest possessed none of such terrifying combat prowess. Had it not been for the slight enhancement of his physical capabilities from that vial of agility potion, he would have certainly been unable to evade the recent assault. Suddenly, a cacophony of rustling sounds erupted from all directions within the dense forest. It was evident that a multitude of eight-eyed spiders were converging upon his location. Soon, the swarm of spiders came into view, their massive forms exhaling fresh strands of silk towards the raging flames. The moisture within the silk extinguished the fierce fire with remarkable swiftness. In a matter of moments, Diggory's creation was obliterated by the collective effort of these spiders. Wisps of smoke rose from the charred remnants, mingling with the thick spider silk, enveloping the forest in an ethereal haze. Diggory tightened his grip on the wand in his hand, feeling an unsettling sense of panic wash over him. It was akin to being caught in a compromising situation, unable to escape the piercing gaze of onlookers. This sensation was utterly torturous, reminiscent of being forcibly restrained in one's seat while listening to the grating sound of nails scraping against a chalkboard. At that moment, Diggory would have preferred to engage in a vigorous battle, for at least that would distract him from his tormenting thoughts. However, the eight-eyed spiders did not initiate an attack. Instead, a formation parted, revealing a towering red eight-eyed spider emerging from the rear. This formidable creature fixed its 8 piercing eyes upon Diggory, radiating an unmistakable fury that felt all too human. A cold sweat broke out on the back of Diggory's neck, a clear indication that things were not looking promising. Yet, a small solace could be found in the fact that the perspiration remained concealed at the nape of his neck, allowing his face to appear relatively composed. As a mobile male primate, Diggory recognized that he could not afford to cower before the imposing eight-eyed giant. Therefore, he steeled himself, returning the spider's glare with feigned bravado, while remaining vigilant against any potential ambush from the surrounding arachnids. The threads spun by these spiders were no trifling matter. They were imbued with venom capable of extinguishing flames and even claiming lives. In a surprising turn, the red eight-eyed giant spoke, its mandibles quivering as it demanded, "Who are you? Why have you trespassed into our territory without permission? Even worse, you have caused significant destruction. Are you aware that the law dictates that any wizard found to be damaging the habitat of magical creatures shall be imprisoned upon discovery?" "I am unaware," Diggory retorted defiantly. "Furthermore, I am still a minor, and you possess no evidence to implicate me." His assertion grew bolder with the latter part of his statement. After all, being a minor afforded him certain legal advantages, and importantly, these spiders had no evidence against him. These eight-eyed spiders, being mere creatures, lacked the means to document events through magical artifacts as humans could. Thus, what grounds did they have to convince others that the fire had been set by Diggory? Moreover, if word spread that this child, who had only been enrolled for a little over a month and had barely spent half a month in school, had already mastered the fiendfire curse, would anyone truly believe it? Certainly not, for they were devoid of such a concept and awareness. Most wizards were arrogant, disbelieving in that which they had not witnessed with their own eyes. Much like Voldemort of yore, had these wizards possessed the awareness and vigilance to recognize such possibilities. The noseless, bald figure would never have had the opportunity to rise to power. He would have been swiftly dealt with by the elite of the magical realm. Thus, Diggory now possesses the audacity to utter these words with great vigor. The crimson eight-eyed giant spider, incensed, glared with its 8 enormous eyes shimmering with a sinister green light. It yearned to devour this insufferably arrogant child before it. The spider, known for its ruthlessness, spoke little. It raised one of its forelegs high, then slashed downward like a razor-sharp blade. Instantly, all the gray eight-eyed spiders emitted a collective hissing sound, with some leaping down from above, charging directly at Diggory, while others shot out silk to obstruct his path. Diggo's heart raced with surprise. Could this creature be a magical beast? A magical beast of low intelligence? Surely it was not an army. But that was not all. The crimson eight-eyed giant spider suddenly leaped into the air, its rear end shooting a strand of silk that secured itself to a branch of a towering tree, allowing its body to swing in midair. It then opened its ghastly maw and unleashed a stream of venomous, aged phlegm toward Diggo. This scene left Diggo utterly astonished. Surely, Peter Parker must have been bitten by such a spider to become Spider-Man. In an instant, all attacks descended upon him. The silk and venom fell from above like an inverted bowl, threatening to ensnare Diggo within. Moody, hiding in the background, believed Diggo had no chance of evading such an assault and had already drawn his wand, poised to intervene. Yet, at that moment, Diggo's speed surpassed all expectations. Grasping his wand firmly in his right hand, he made a swift upward gesture, conjuring an invisible barrier that materialized before him, intercepting all the threads of silk. The venom from the red eight-eyed giant spider, having been launched secondarily, splattered harmlessly upon the webbing. Remarkably, he had withstood the attack, suspended in midair. The spider's 8 eyes widened in astonishment, resembling black saucers. It pondered in disbelief. Was this creature truly just a child? Could such a powerful child exist? Or had its kind become so estranged from humanity that they were unaware of the innate talents that humans had developed to such an astonishing degree? Little did it know. The one who was even more astonished was Moody, who had been ready to act. Moody was aware of Dumbledore's intention to nurture Diggo. When the topic arose in the office, he had assumed the reason was merely the Sorting Hat's assertion of the child's considerable talents. However, it became evident that this talent was not merely high, it was extraordinary. The Sorting Hat had proclaimed Diggo's abilities as unprecedented, even surpassing those of Dumbledore and Voldemort in their youth. This proclamation had spread throughout the night, yet few took it seriously. After all, Dumbledore and Voldemort were both formidable figures, one, the greatest white wizard in history, and the other, the second Dark Lord who had dominated the European magical realm for a decade. Such powerful individuals were rare enough, one from each side of the moral spectrum sufficed. Now, it was suddenly suggested that another would emerge, and a mere child at that. It was akin to an elderly man pointing at a young boy and proclaiming, "You shall achieve greatness in the future. You will either be a king or an emperor." But who would believe it? Most merely dismissed it as a jest. Moody is one among them, perhaps even surpassing others, for he has personally witnessed the formidable prowess of both Dumbledore and Voldemort. He fought alongside Dumbledore as a comrade and stood against Voldemort as an adversary. He is acutely aware of their respective strengths. Therefore, when the Sorting Hat proclaimed that a child was destined to surpass them, Moody dismissed it as nothing more than a jest, a statement lighter than air. This perception persisted until Dumbledore expressed his desire for Moody to train Diggory, prompting him to realize that the child's innate talent might indeed be exceptional. However, he truly did not anticipate that Diggory's gifts would be of such remarkable caliber. At merely 11 years of age, and after just over a month of schooling, he had already mastered 2 formidable spells, one offensive and one defensive, complementing each other seamlessly. Moody now began to take the situation seriously. He stowed away his flask, focusing intently on Diggory. Should the boy exhibit any hint of faltering against the swarm of spiders, Moody would spring into action immediately. The 8-eyed spiders charging at Diggory collided with the protective shield charm, yet the tremendous force of their assault, combined with previous attacks, proved too much for the transparent barrier, which ultimately shattered. As strands of webbing cascaded from above, the red 8-eyed giant spiders recognized their opportunity. Concealed by the webbing, they unleashed another swift strike, sending a torrent of filaments and venom hurtling toward Diggory's position in the blink of an eye. The location occupied by Diggory was entirely engulfed by the onslaught of the spiders. At that moment, unless he could burrow underground, his fate appeared exceedingly dire. The sound of silk strands cascading down onto the earth resonated. Thud, 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 thud. A sharp crack echoed as venom struck the web. This time, not only was the crimson 8-eyed giant spider bewildered, but even the gray 8-eyed spiders, lacking in intellect, were equally perplexed. Diggory has vanished. Where could he be? Has he truly burrowed underground? Certainly not. Moody, concealed in the shadows, observed with his enchanted eye that at the very moment the armored spell's translucent barrier shattered, Diggory had assumed an exceedingly undignified position, hiding in the tree hollow from earlier. Consequently, the subsequent onslaught from the spiders was merely a futile expenditure of their own ammunition. The rather unbecoming posture Diggory had adopted was reminiscent of a tactic he had employed during his student days to evade attacks while engaging in brawls, a remarkably effective maneuver akin to rolling like a donkey. Experience breeds wisdom. This technique had proven useful in the past, and it remained effective even now. Before the red, 8-eyed giant spider could fully comprehend the situation, it suddenly witnessed several indistinct objects emerging from the inconspicuous tree hollow. What on earth is that? The object's rapid velocity and fleeting appearance rendered them unidentifiable, even to the spiders with their 8 eyes. Only Moody, lurking in the background, could discern a rough outline with his magical eye. What are these things? Why are they pink? He muttered. Dumbledore had not elaborated on Diggory's common offensive tactics to Moody, believing that he would eventually discover them. Thus, upon witnessing Diggory abruptly hurl 6 vials containing a pink liquid, Moody found himself puzzled. However, clarity soon dawned upon him. Bang, 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 bang. The 6 vials shattered in succession. This was Diggory, utilizing his utmost speed to break them, releasing 6 puffs of pink smoke that swiftly coalesced into a voluminous cloud. The scent of the smoke wafted toward Moody, as it was a concoction Diggory typically employed in battle and, logically, should avoid. Yet, curiosity overwhelmed Moody. After all, he had traversed the world for many years and had ingested more poisons than Diggory had consumed meals. Thus, he leaned in cautiously to take a whiff. Good heavens! Is this an aphrodisiac? He hastily retrieved his flask and took several hearty swigs to quell the warmth surging in his abdomen. As he pulled out a damp cloth from his waistband to cover his mouth and nose, he cast a wary glance in Diggory's direction. This method of attack is rather extravagant. Who possesses the capability to suddenly produce 6 vials of love potions in the midst of a battle and toss them all at once? Such items are not inexpensive. While they aren't entirely beyond reach, they are not to be used frivolously. Moody, having lived a substantial portion of his life and served as an Auror for decades, had never encountered such a combat style before. It was the first time he realized that love potions could be employed in this manner. Truly, this was a revelation. Moody stood in awe, while the crimson 8-eyed giant spider struggled to suppress the overwhelming desire coursing through its being. Its entire form trembled, 6 legs quaking violently, its bristles standing on end. However, the other 8-eyed spiders lacked such self-restraint. One by one, they drooled uncontrollably. Those in proximity to a female spider rubbed against her, while those without a mate sought solace in their same-sex companions. The scene was utter chaos, the atmosphere thick with a palpable surge of hormones, a veritable mosaic of fervor. At that moment, a masked figure darted out from the tumultuous spectacle, dragging a spider behind, tethered by a rope. Perched atop this spider was another. As the two engaged in a passionate display, oblivious to the presence of Diggo glanced back at his masterpiece, unable to suppress his awe. This is not merely the autumn for storing provisions and fattening up for winter. It is evidently the arrival of spring upon the vast prairie. At that moment, the red 8-eyed giant spider, desperately attempting to escape the influence of the aphrodisiac, glared at Diggo's retreating figure, filled with seething resentment. Human, I shall remember you. Yet shortly after, its gaze grew clouded by the lingering effects of the potion. Outside the dense forest, Ophelia found herself increasingly restless. Since earlier, thick plumes of smoke had begun to rise from within, followed by a cacophony of sounds, and now the haunting roars of the 8-eyed spiders echoed incessantly. Concern for the individual within gnawed at her, but her grandmother's words echoed in her mind, leaving her in a state of indecision. Should she venture inside? Was Diggo truly worth her risking entry? Nico observed her anxiety and approached to offer reassurance. Do not fret. Diggo is accompanied by Mr. Moody. Nothing ill shall befall him. Ophelia furrowed her brow, casting a glance at Nico, yet remained silent. Instead, she turned to Patrick, suggesting, why don't you go in? Your armor spell should surely protect Cedric. Patrick, who had been idly lounging nearby, suddenly jolted at her words, his eyes widening in disbelief as he replied, Are you certain that if Alastair Moody and Cedric together could not handle the situation, I would fare any better? Do you really think I wouldn't just be a liability? Useless, Ophelia muttered. What if we all entered together to see? Patrick scoffed and dismissed her suggestion, feeling unjustly accused. After all, it was not he who had insisted Diggo enter. Yet, what rationale could one expect from women? Nico, observing Ophelia's growing anxiety for Diggo, narrowed her eyes slightly. Having had her wounds healed by the tears of Phoenix Fox earlier that morning, her sixth sense had fully returned. Initially, she too worried for Diggo, but upon calming her mind to sense the situation, she detected no imminent danger. Even during the earlier commotion in the forest, she only felt a slight flutter of unease. But no real threat lingered, hence her tranquility. However, she now sensed that this girl before her harbored feelings for Diggo that transcended mere camaraderie. Such a willingness to face peril for the sake of another hinted at deeper affections. A smile crept across Nico's face, realizing Diggo, her younger brother, possessed a remarkable charm. Patrick, upon witnessing Nico's smile, was momentarily taken aback. The allure of Nico, with her mature and captivating smile, was undeniably overwhelming for him. As Patrick was engrossed in thought, a shadow suddenly loomed above him. Intrigued, he glanced upward, only to be met with an abrupt cessation of events. Boom. Two colossal figures crashed down upon him, using his body as a cushion before plummeting to the ground, sending a flurry of fallen leaves and dust into the air. Ophelia and Nico stared in astonishment, only to be greeted by a resounding shout. Moody, I, Huan-san, have returned. A figure burst forth from the dense thicket, racing outward amidst a blaze of light and lightning. Without needing to look, Ophelia recognized the voice as that of Diggory. Diego excitedly ran up to Ophelia, a joyous expression illuminating his face as he asked, "How about it? Am I impressive? I managed to summon the eight-eyed spider so quickly." However, before Diego approached, Ophelia had already mastered cheerful demeanor, adopting a more indifferent attitude. Her grandmother had once remarked that men are inherently fickle. The more kindness one shows them, the less they are likely to cherish it in the future. Thus, Ophelia merely raised her gaze to glance at Diego, ensuring he was unharmed, before turning away in silence. Diggory glanced at Ophelia, who paid him no heed. He forced a smile, perplexed as to why he always seemed to be overlooked by her. As a straightforward man, he struggled to find a way to shift the conversation. Fortunately, at that moment, Nico approached and playfully tapped Diggory on the shoulder, cheerfully exclaiming, "What a remarkable young lad you are. Do your parents know how impressive you are?" Diggory smiled gratefully at Nico, thankful for her assistance in alleviating the awkward atmosphere. "It mattered not whether my parents were aware. What was important was that you all knew. I am indifferent to your conversations. But could you perhaps extricate me from this predicament?" At last, Diggory managed to rescue Patrick from beneath the bodies of two eight-eyed spiders. However, upon his emergence, Patrick found his face and mouth inexplicably smeared with a plethora of unidentified, viscous, and foul-smelling substances. This revelation triggered an explosive reaction from Patrick. As he was all too aware of what these substances entailed, his immediate desire was to strangle Diggory and then find a suitable place to wash his face thoroughly. Ultimately, it was only through Nico's persistent persuasion that Patrick's temper was tempered. Of course, the principal reason for his calmness was the presence of Moody, whose stern visage commanded silence. The other three, in attack, Diggory turned his head slightly, raising his chin as he pointed at the two eight-eyed spiders that had yet to recover from the effects of the love potion, and inquired of Moody, "So, have I passed the test?" Moody glanced at the two drooling eight-eyed spiders and, with a serious nod, affirmed, "You have indeed passed." At that moment, Diggory observed Moody's lips moving, as if he were speaking, yet he could not hear a single word. Bewildered, he dug at his ears, wondering if perhaps an accumulation of earwax was the culprit behind his inability to hear. However, the situation was far more complex than he had initially surmised. Gradually, his consciousness began to blur, and his eyelids grew increasingly heavy. Moody's figure transformed from one into three, and ultimately, everything faded into darkness. When he opened his eyes again, Diggory found himself lying on his back in the system's space, with a large orange cat perched on his belly, meticulously grooming its paws. "What has happened to me? Could this be a side effect of the system?" The orange cat cast him a sidelong glance and meowed, "You're overthinking it. There is merely a minor issue, which is why your consciousness was forcibly summoned by the system." "What?" Diggo is displeased. "What does it mean when things go awry? Why does my system constantly encounter issues?" Previously, it was stated that the disturbances caused by Dumbledore resulted in the incomplete system updates, culminating in only 95% completion. Now, you are facing difficulties once more. Diego swatted the large orange off his belly, his face a portrait of grievance and indignation. "Well then, what trouble has arisen this time?" The large orange, undeterred by Diego's slap, responded with a calm demeanor. "This time, it is not an issue with the system, but rather a complication beyond its confines." Digioli elucidated, "The system's coercive method of forcibly pulling the host's consciousness into itself occurs solely under a specific circumstance." Diego eagerly inquired, "What is the situation?" The orange cat responded, "It pertains to the destruction of Voldemort's Horcrux." Diggory twirled his fingers, pondering the destruction of the Horcrux. The diadem of Ravenclaw now resided with Dumbledore. And with the Horcrux obliterated, could it be that someone, unbeknownst to them, had inadvertently shattered Voldemort's Horcrux? Diego stood up in astonishment, incredulous that such benevolence still existed in the world. Glancing at Diego's expression of uncontainable excitement, the large orange cat sighed and remarked, "Do not let your imagination run wild. You were brought into this situation solely because Dumbledore has destroyed Ravenclaw's diadem." As the exhilaration within Diggory dissipated, he realized with a sense of disillusionment that it was yet another scheme orchestrated by Old Dang. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Diggory remarked, "Is there anything else? If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Honestly, there is no need to make such a grand affair out of trivial matters. You dragged my consciousness here abruptly, and I thought something monumental had occurred. Indeed, something significant was afoot. Otherwise, the system would not behave in such a manner. The orange cat continued its cryptic discourse. What exactly is happening? Diggory inquired. His tasks had consistently revolved around Voldemort's Horcruxes, and completing them would grant him passage home. Now, with hints of impending changes, could it possibly pertain to this matter? The orange cat met Diggory's gaze, articulating each word with gravity. The diadem of Ravenclaw has been destroyed prematurely, and the subsequent developments in the narrative will inevitably alter as well. As Diggory twirled his fingers, he pondered, was this not a matter that had been firmly established in the past? The most immediate alteration was the enhancement of Voldemort's power. The words of the orange cat struck Diggory like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily stunned, only to be followed by a chilling realization. What did this signify? The destruction of a Horcrux could lead to an increase in strength? Are you suggesting that once the Horcrux is obliterated, a fragment of the soul would automatically return to Voldemort's body? Then what is the purpose of destroying the Horcrux at all? The more Horcruxes I destroy, the more I inadvertently aid Voldemort. What is the point of this endeavor? The orange cat shook its head, refuting Diggory's assertion. It was not that the soul returned to Voldemort's body. Indeed, that fragment of the soul was destroyed, however, due to the premature destruction of the Horcrux. The narrative was altered, leading to a deviation in the unfolding events, ultimately resulting in this unforeseen occurrence. Diggory rose to his feet. His gaze fixed intently on Diggory, and inquired, "Are you suggesting that the system intervened to bolster Voldemort's power?" At that moment, Diggory's tone was perilously charged, conveying an implicit threat. Should Diggory confirm this, Diggory could very well lose his composure. Since traversing into this world, aside from the innate abilities of his own body, Diggory's progress had largely been facilitated by his extraordinary advantage. If Diggory were to reveal that this very advantage was also the source of his current predicament, exacerbating the challenges he faced in returning home, it was highly likely that Diggory would resort to extreme measures. Fortunately, Diggory shook his head, refuting Diggory's assertion. What are you thinking? That is simply impossible. The reason being that the innate laws of this world have detected the existence of this extraordinary advantage. More precisely, they have recognized the inherent imbalance of your existence. Consequently, they will automatically undergo transformation. Diego pondered for a moment and remarked, "Did you not once say that change is inevitable?" The orange cat nodded in agreement. Indeed, the kind of change I spoke of previously is a natural occurrence, much like the ripples that emerge upon tossing a stone into a river. However, now it feels as though, upon casting a stone, the river god has suddenly emerged, forcefully altering the entire course of the river. Diggory twisted his fingers with great force, the knuckles turning pale under the strain. Is there still a chance to minimize the potential for change? The large orange cat continuously shook its head, declaring emphatically no. Diego let out a deep sigh. Such words compelled him to exert himself with utmost fervor. The world had already transformed due to his actions, and if he did not take initiative, the slight prophetic advantage he once held over this realm would dissipate entirely. The frequency with which Diggory twirled his fingers increased, as he began to contemplate the locations of the remaining Horcruxes, devising ways to acquire them with utmost expediency. The Hufflepuff cup resided within Gringotts. The notebook still lingered in the Malfoy household. Gaunt's ring remained in the Gaunt manor. Nagini, the serpent, lurked in the shadows, unless it chose to reveal itself. Locating it would prove exceedingly challenging. Slytherin's locket had been concealed by Regulus Black, entrusted to a house elf, and placed within the Black family estate. The only remaining artifacts were the destroyed Ravenclaw diadem and the child of prophecy, Harry Potter himself. If one were to embark on the quest for these relics at this moment, Gaunt's ring would likely be the most accessible, as it was conveniently situated within Gaunt Manor and could easily be retrieved by Dumbledore. Following that, Diggory deemed the Hufflepuff cup and Slytherin's locket as the next most attainable. The former lay within Bellatrix Lestrange's vault in Gringotts. The challenge lay not in the cup's protective enchantments, but in the means of infiltrating Gringotts itself. The latter required access to the Black family estate. Diggory vividly recalls the time when the trio of Harry Potter embarked on a quest to locate the locket, only to find themselves thwarted in Regulus Black's chamber. It was ultimately the house elf creature who divulged that the locket had been absconded by Mundungus Fletcher. However, the circumstances surrounding how Mundungus discovered and retrieved the locket remain shrouded in mystery. What is abundantly clear is that the locket resides within the confines of the Black family estate, and the sole individual privy to its whereabouts is Creature. The initial step of Diggory's mission is to locate and destroy 3 Horcruxes before his own demise in the original timeline, ensuring his survival. by a twist of fate. The diadem has already been obliterated, leaving 3 promising Horcruxes: the gold cup, the ring, and the locket. The gaunt ring is a foregone conclusion. Yet one cannot dismiss the possibility that the increased difficulty may have led Dumbledore to the gaunt estate, only to leave empty-handed. Thus, Diggory thoughtfully twirled his fingers, contemplating that rather than selecting merely 2 Horcruxes to pursue, it would be far more prudent to tackle all 3 simultaneously. He resolved to seek out the ring, the gold cup, and the locket in tandem. "Have you devised a plan of action?" queried the orange tabby, noticing the growing determination in Diggory's gaze. Diggory nodded. Having roughly formulated a plan, he was now determined to undertake something grand. The Jew squinted his eyes and cautioned, "Remember to take it easy. Do not let it all fall apart." Diggory agreed, and then his consciousness withdrew from the space. Now, he urgently needed to rendezvous with Dumbledore to arrange the movement of personnel. The sooner this was accomplished, the better, for no one knew how much the unfolding narrative might deviate. Outside the dense forest, Moody's already stern demeanor appeared even more unyielding due to Diggory's sudden fainting spell, exuding an air of impending eruption. His piercing gaze swept across the others present, leaving no one unexamined, not even Nico. Each individual was under his suspicion. Had Diggory not still been breathing, seemingly merely asleep, Moody would have exploded with fury long ago. A sudden cough broke the tension, and immediately, Moody's glare turned sharp as a knife, repeatedly scrutinizing Patrick's face. Unable to withstand the intensity of Moody's stare, Patrick ventured, "Could you refrain from looking at me like that? My vocalization is not born of guilt, but rather a suggestion that we should prioritize Cedric's immediate care before questioning him. Otherwise, this mutual suspicion is futile." Nico concurred with Patrick, glancing at Moody before crossing over to Diggory, ignoring Moody's unwavering gaze. She drew her wand and cast a restoration spell on Diggory, yet after a while, there was no response. She turned to Moody, her brows furrowing in concern. Could it be poisoning? Moody's artificial eye scanned Diggory for any signs of injury, but found none, leading him to suspect poisoning was indeed a possibility. He produced his flask and forcefully poured its contents down Diggory's throat, recalling Dumbledore's fervent instructions to ensure his protection. Just one day out of Hogwarts, and such calamity had befallen this talented individual. Without Dumbledore's intervention, Moody himself felt a profound sorrow. Nico observed Moody's actions, her brow knitted in disapproval. "Is this truly effective?" Without lifting his head, Moody replied, "This brew is my own concoction. It is not merely alcohol, but a remedy." After emptying the flask and waiting a considerable time, Diggory still remained unresponsive. Growing frantic, Ophelia knelt and placed her fingers near Diggory's nose to check for breath. Upon confirming that his breathing was neither ceased nor weakened, she felt a measure of relief. Patrick, witnessing Ophelia's anxious demeanor, silently commended his dear friend. Then he remarked, "Actually, I've heard that Muggles have a medical practice known as first aid. A solitary figure pressed down on the chest of an unconscious person while administering mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, perhaps hoping to revive him." After uttering these words, Patrick fell silent, casting an obvious glance towards Ophelia, who was crouched beside Diggory. He had executed his duties as Diggory's wingman with commendable precision. "Brother, I can only assist you to this extent. If you wish to indulge in the experience, do not awaken." Ophelia's complexion shifted slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed by his words. At that moment, Nico interjected, "Shall I take over? After all, Cedric previously saved me, so it is only right that I return the favor." Ophelia rolled her eyes invisibly, feeling a tad uncomfortable with Nico's suggestion. She was about to offer her assistance when Moody suddenly spoke. He pointed at Patrick and remarked, "I have heard of this method you mentioned, and I also understand that gender is inconsequential in the realm of first aid. Therefore, rather than allowing these 2 young women to take part, why not let you handle it personally?" Patrick was taken aback. What did this mean? How had his intention to benefit his wingman inadvertently involved him? Noticing the smirk on Moody's face, Patrick realized this fellow harbored no good intentions. Ophelia stepped aside, and Nico remained silent. Reluctantly, Patrick shuffled closer, casting another glance at Moody. "This seems inappropriate. I prefer women, and so does Cedric. Engaging in such proximity is quite disconcerting." Moody said nothing, merely regarding him with a cold stare. Resigned, Patrick crouched down, half leaning over Diggory's chest, fixating on his mouth. It lacked the desired hue and luster, and most critically, it appeared a bit too large. He contemplated rising, but as he exerted his back, he felt 2 eager gazes and one stern, threatening stare piercing through him from behind. as if an immense weight had been added to his burden, forcing him to bend again. Resignation set in. So be it. Patrick closed his eyes, envisioning that the figure lying on the ground was not Diggory, but his new girlfriend, Monica. With unwavering determination, he leaned in for the kiss. Smack. What on earth do you think you're doing? This is just the first part. The narrative will continue tomorrow with 2 more chapters. Diego awkwardly gazed at Patrick, feeling quite embarrassed. I apologize. I was taken by surprise when a man's lips suddenly came so close to mine. It truly startled me. Patrick, not holding Diego accountable, reassured him. It's all right. As long as you are awake and unharmed, I understand this is not your fault. After speaking, he cast a sorrowful glance towards Moody, his eyes filled with an unspoken demand for accountability. However, Moody paid him no heed, instead clearing his throat with a serious demeanor and inquired of Diego what just transpired. Digger did not provide a direct response. Instead, he retorted with a question. Has Professor Dumbledore spoken to you about my circumstances? He has shared quite a bit. What exactly do you wish to convey? Moody inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Diggory recalled how old D had once perceived him, believing that he had amalgamated with a soul from the future. With this thought in mind, he turned to Moody and said, You ought to understand that within my soul, however. Before Diggory could complete his sentence, Moody abruptly interrupted him, glancing at Ophelia and Patrick as he stated, We have a matter to discuss. You both should step aside for a moment. Paying no heed to the peculiar looks from the 2 children, he pointed towards a nearby grand tree and added, Let us convene over there. We will return as soon as we conclude our discussion. And remember, do not wander off before we come back. Ophelia was the first to rise and head towards the tree, while Patrick cast Moody a lingering, resentful glance before following suit. Now, you may speak, Moody said after casting a soundproofing spell around them. Diggory, unwilling to waste any more time, directly inquired, Has Professor Dumbledore informed you that Voldemort will soon return? Nico displayed a look of shock, while Moody remained unfazed, clearly indicating that one was aware while the other was not. However, Moody's ability to keep Nico here suggested that she was undoubtedly an ally, and thus, he felt reassured. Diggory continued, There has been an unforeseen development. One of Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes, the diadem of Ravenclaw, has been destroyed. Typically, the destruction of a Horcrux should diminish Voldemort's power, yet here lies the conundrum. Following the destruction of the diadem, Voldemort's strength has not waned but rather intensified. Moody's artificial eye whirled with fervor as he exclaimed, This is impossible. His voice trembled, for the destruction of a Horcrux meant a fragment of Voldemort's soul had been obliterated. Under such circumstances, how could his power possibly increase? Diggory gazed at him with a subtle expression, understanding Moody's turmoil. Having been one of the few Aurors brave enough to defy Voldemort and his forces, he had witnessed far too many comrades perish before his eyes. Upon learning of Voldemort's impending resurrection, Moody's emotions became a tumultuous blend of confusion and despair. How could the sacrifices of his fallen companions be rendered utterly meaningless? This was compounded by a sense of devastation. Why had those who fought for freedom, for family, and for the justice they believed in all sacrificed themselves, only for this fiend to remain unvanquished? Nevertheless, after much persuasion from Dumbledore, he accepted this grim reality. He could not allow the sacrifices of his past comrades to become futile. Thus, he arrived, fueled by a fervent rage towards Voldemort and a resolute determination to consign him to the depths of hell. Moreover, upon his arrival, he was greeted with exhilarating news. One of Voldemort's Horcruxes, the diadem of Ravenclaw, had been found. Now, while Voldemort had yet to be resurrected, they must gather all the Horcruxes. Even if he returned, he would wield no power against them. At that moment, Voldemort's fate would rest entirely in their hands. However, Diggory now informed him that the destruction of more Horcruxes would only serve to strengthen Voldemort. How could Moody not be overwhelmed with emotion upon hearing this revelation? It was as if his faith had been shattered. His eyes burned with a fierce intensity. He could not accept that the sacrifices of his comrades were in vain. Nico was equally astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief. How could this be? Yet, at this moment, she exhibited a remarkable composure, and after overcoming her initial shock, she promptly inquired, Diggory, are you certain of this matter? Diggory nodded earnestly, casting his gaze upon Moody as he spoke. It was for this reason that I fainted. Moody, his frail body leaning wearily against his cane, wore a look of bewildered sorrow, a solitary tear cascading down his scarred visage. We must act swiftly, otherwise, the sacrifices of those once part of the Order of the Phoenix will truly be rendered meaningless. Diggory gazed at Nico in astonishment, utterly unprepared for her unexpected declaration. During their escapade in Hogsmeade, evading the relentless pursuit of pureblood families, he had always perceived Nico as a somewhat scatterbrained yet endearing girl, fortunate in her endeavors. To his surprise, she exhibited such decisiveness. Turning his attention to Moody, the latter quickly composed himself and addressed Diggory. "Let us not squander any more time. We shall return at once." With that, he dispelled the silencing charm and led the still bewildered Ophelia and Patrick back. Before departing, Diggory cast 2 eight-eyed spiders into the system space, initially believing they would yield merely a few thousand points of magical energy. However, to his astonishment, as the spiders were still alive, the usable parts within them remained remarkably fresh, resulting in a staggering gain of 50,000 points of magical energy. This unexpected windfall brought a broad smile to Diggory's face. Although he had previously exchanged the clothing of Tom and his companions for some magical energy, the extensive use of potions, particularly the alluring elixir, had drained his reserves almost as swiftly as water flows. The resources at his disposal were dwindling, making the timely arrival of 50,000 points a true blessing, revitalizing his nearly depleted stock. Their return journey was notably swift. While the outward trip had taken nearly half an hour, they made it back to Hogwarts in just 20 minutes. Moody escorted Ophelia and Patrick to their classes, while he took Diggory and Nico to meet Dumbledore. Upon entering the office and encountering the venerable wizard, Moody wasted no time in conveying the entirety of Diggory's account from the Forbidden Forest before Dumbledore could utter a word. With a solemn expression, Dumbledore turned his gaze towards Diggory and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Diego was momentarily taken aback, feeling an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. To his surprise, old Dumbledore did not suspect him. It is worth noting that previously, Dumbledore had been a solitary figure in his battle against Voldemort. No one could keep pace with him. Both Moody and McGonagall, lacking in either character or ability, often left Dumbledore to confront many challenges alone. Although Snape possessed the capability and strength, he was ultimately a romantic, preoccupied solely with his Lily and Harry Potter. Beyond these two, it was challenging to find anyone who could capture his undivided attention. As for the others, they often lacked the courage to resist Voldemort, exemplified by Horace Slughorn. Initially, Slughorn had evaded Voldemort's influence, hiding away. And it was only through Dumbledore's persistent invitations and appeals, even invoking Lily's name, that he ultimately participated in the final battle at Hogwarts. In truth, the Dark Era instigated by Voldemort pales in comparison to that of the first Dark Lord, Grindelwald. First, in terms of scope, Grindelwald's era affected all of Europe, while Voldemort's dominion was confined to Britain. Secondly, regarding their respective powers, Grindelwald had a loyal following, whereas Voldemort's true adherents numbered merely 3, young Barty Crouch, Bellatrix, and Peter Pettigrew. Yet, despite this stark comparison, why did Voldemort's reign of darkness evoke greater terror than that of Grindelwald? The answer lies in the fact that Grindelwald's dark age resembled a revolution led by him. He aspired to unite wizards, both pureblood and half-blood, to dismantle the barriers separating them from the Muggle world. Grindelwald envisioned a future where wizards could live freely, unafraid of Muggles, and be accepted by society without constraints. In stark contrast, Voldemort was shaped by the psychological scars inflicted upon him during childhood. His insecurities regarding his identity, a mere byproduct of a love potion, left him bereft of his father's blessing and rejected by his maternal relatives, fostering a deep sense of neglect. Even his name was bestowed upon him only by his mother moments before her demise. The myriad experiences of his youth sowed the seeds for the twisted psyche he would later embody. Subsequently, when he rallied a band of followers under the banner of pureblood supremacy, his actions became alarmingly extreme and terrifying. Thus, prior to this, individuals dared to resist Grindelwald because they recognized that he was merely an idealist striving to fulfill his vision. He had not yet descended into madness. However, Voldemort was an entirely different entity, a psychological aberration. Those who fell into his grasp endured a fate worse than death, subjected to the egregious misuse of the 3 unforgivable curses or, worse still, treated as mere sustenance for his pet Nagini. The crux of the matter lay in his formidable power. This extreme ideologue, both powerful and deranged, instilled such fear that, apart from the members of the Order of the Phoenix, no one dared to oppose him. When Voldemort observed someone daring to resist, his reaction was one of incredulity. Although he refrained from confronting Dumbledore, he showed no such hesitation towards others. Thus, after capturing and torturing Neville's parents to death, a pall of terror descended upon the Order. Even with Dumbledore's presence, no one was willing to join their ranks. Meanwhile, The Death Eaters, emboldened by Voldemort's prowess, eagerly aligned themselves with him, unleashing chaos under his name. Consequently, the era of darkness ushered in by Voldemort was far more harrowing than that of Grindelwald. The populace, faced with Voldemort's brutal tactics, often relinquished any thoughts of resistance. Yet, regardless of the darkness that prevailed, Dumbledore steadfastly bore the banner of justice. During Grindelwald's reign, he confronted him single-handedly, ultimately vanquishing him and bringing an end to the First Dark Lord's era. In Voldemort's time, it was the centenarian Dumbledore who once again emerged, founding the Order of the Phoenix and standing resolutely at the forefront of the battle against malevolent forces. However, this path of righteousness was fraught with solitude. From confronting Grindelwald alone to bearing the weight of the world single-handedly, devising the means to vanquish Voldemort, Dumbledore's journey was marked by profound loneliness. No one possessed the capacity to share his burdens, not Minerva, Severus, nor Mad-Eye, nor any other members of the Order could match his abilities, until the arrival of Diggory, who brought a glimmer of hope to Dumbledore. His unparalleled talent, recognized by the Sorting Hat, shone brightly even at the tender age of 11. While other children struggled to memorize the components of basic potions, Diggory was already tossing amortentia like pebbles, while his peers were mastering the levitation charm. Diggory had already acquired multiple intermediate and even advanced spells, as others learned the defense against the dark arts under the guidance of their teachers. Diggory had begun to confront the likes of Leonardo, the Raven, the thugs of Hogsmeade, and the influence of pure blood families. At times, Dumbledore mused that Diggory was a gift from Merlin, a companion to alleviate his solitude in battle. Thus, he now sought the counsel of this promising young boy, hoping that he would not let him down. Unbeknownst to Dumbledore, he had unwittingly placed immense expectations upon Diggory's shoulders. My intention is to locate all the soul artifacts that can be found and to possess them firmly within our grasp, Diggory asserted resolutely. Although we now understand that the destruction of Horcruxes would enhance Voldemort's power, there remains one certainty. If the Horcruxes are under Voldemort's control, our predicament would only worsen. Upon hearing this, Moody nodded in agreement, affirming Cedric's perspective. Afterward, he glanced at Diggory, who stood nearby. Though he said nothing, he was genuinely impressed by Diggory's analysis. Dumbledore rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table with his right hand, and after a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "I concur with your assessment, however. We are unaware of the locations of the other Horcruxes. How do you intend to locate them?" Diego lowered his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, for he was already aware of all this. Yet, he found himself in a predicament, burdened with numerous attachments, leaving him with no choice. Diggory yearned for a life of modesty, yet his prowess would not permit it. Dumbledore's fingers, which had been rhythmically tapping the table, abruptly halted, and a sudden spasm seized his hand. Moody, who had intended to take a sip of liquor to calm his nerves, found himself choking on the very words he heard, now coughing as if his heart were being torn asunder. Yet, disregarding his own discomfort, he grasped Diggory's shoulder with fervent urgency and declared, "No matter the cost. Take me there at once." Diggory winced in pain as he was grasped tightly, but it was Nico who intervened, prying Moody's hand away and rescuing Diggory from his predicament. "Whether we go or not is not our primary concern. What we must focus on now is how to divert their attention," Nico asserted. Within the realms of Hogwarts and the village of Hogsmeade, there existed spies from both sides. If we do not devise a method to circumvent their watchful eyes, our actions are likely to be discovered. Upon reflection, Dumbledore and the others nodded in agreement. Diego gazed in astonishment at Nico, his mind racing through the myriad of books and films he had consumed in his past life, realizing that the character of Nico had never emerged in any of them. However, he quickly came to terms with the fact that this world was replete with characters, and it was impossible for every individual to be chronicled in literature, let alone in cinema. Yet, it was entirely plausible that he might be acquainted with an extra from a film and subsequently find himself embroiled in various events. Much like Tom from Hogsmeade, who served as a prime example, Dumbledore rapped the table and declared, "Since we aim to divert their attention, let us utilize the list we acquired earlier." Moody tentatively inquired, "Are we to secretly deliver the list to the Ministry of Magic?" Diego opposed this notion, asserting that although many ordinary wizards had been employed at the ministry for quite some time, the influence of pureblood families remained substantial. Moreover, Diego refrained from mentioning that Fudge, due to Dumbledore's involvement, might not necessarily lend them assistance. "Let us hand the list directly to the Kidman family," Dumbledore suddenly proclaimed. The assembly stared at him, for this suggestion at first glance seemed to offer their hard-won insight directly into the hands of their adversaries. Dumbledore chuckled softly and winked, exuding a sense of youthful mischief. The list would be directly entrusted to the Kidman family, with the caveat that all references to the Pompeo family must be expunged. Oh, now Diego comprehended the strategy. This was a ploy to incite discord among the adversaries. He turned to Nico, who looked at him with a perplexed expression, and explained. This is essentially an exploitation of the rift between the two families. Previously, the Kidman family sought to frame us, attempting to redirect the professor's ire towards the Pompeo family, correct? This maneuver is a message to the Kidman family, indicating that the Pompeo family has already ingratiated themselves with me, leaving them without hope. Nico was taken aback, pondering the implications of such intrigue. In that case, when the Kidman family receives this list and rejoices only to discover that the names of the Pompeo family are conspicuously absent, what conclusions might they draw? With a smile, Diggory remarked. At that moment, Nicole comprehended the gravity of the situation. It was a calculated strike aimed at the core. This maneuver unequivocally signified that the Pompeo family had aligned themselves with our cause, rendering your slander not only futile but also known to the adversary. Yet, the crux of the matter lies beyond this. When the Kidman family disseminates this information to the other pureblood families, how will they react? Undoubtedly, it will drive a wedge between them and the Pompeo family, and this is merely the mild outcome. Families harboring past grievances against the Pompeo family might seize this opportunity to take decisive action against them. Nicole perceived a substantial likelihood of this occurring. What would transpire if, upon our departure, we disclosed the previous intentions of Carl Kidman to frame the Pompeo family? With a grin, Diggory stoked the flames further. At this moment, not only did Nico feel the heat, but Moody also gazed contemplatively at Diggory before shifting his gaze to Dumbledore. In that fleeting instant, he could not help but perceive the striking resemblance between the two. Both were filled with mischief. Meanwhile, Dumbledore regarded Diggory, observing his carefree laughter, and suddenly, with an unexpected seriousness, inquired, Cedric, would you be willing to become my student? My sole apprentice? Diggory was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Dumbledore would pose such a question at this moment, completely catching him off guard. A smile gradually spread across his face, uncontrollable, as the corners of his mouth stretched back to his ears. Of course, I would agree. To refuse would be a sign of madness. In the realm of Harry Potter, Dumbledore possessed the most formidable of legs, without exception. Had it not been for the treachery of the Gaunt Ring, the Dumbledore of this world would not have met his untimely demise so hastily. It could even be said that Dumbledore was unceremoniously written off by Aunt Rowling. His immense power and high renown posed a dilemma. Had he continued to thrive until Harry matured, how would matters be resolved? There would be no feasible resolution. At that juncture, Voldemort would not need to initiate the final battle at Hogwarts, for who would dare to approach with Dumbledore presiding over the fortress? To approach would be tantamount to death. Even Voldemort himself would not dare to undertake such an endeavor. After all, it was only after Dumbledore's passing that he wielded the Elder Wand and dared to assault Hogwarts. Thus, it is evident that Dumbledore was akin to a nuclear weapon in this world, even though the Order of the Phoenix was exceedingly weak in comparison to the Death Eaters. Its existence endured for so long precisely because Dumbledore was at its helm. Therefore, Diggory had no reason to decline Dumbledore's overture of mentorship. Consequently, both Dumbledore and Diggory found themselves smiling with great delight, one believing he had secured a powerful ally, the other feeling he had discovered a worthy successor. At that moment, Moody could no longer tolerate the greasy smiles plastered across their faces and interjected, since you are aware of the Horcrux's exact location, speak up quickly and let us act without delay. After speaking, Moody turned his gaze towards Diggory, internally sighing. He too had contemplated taking Diggory on as a student, but had intended to observe a while longer, not anticipating that Dumbledore would seize the opportunity first. Diggory was unaware of Moody's inner thoughts. He organized his words and stated, there are 3 relatively accessible Horcruxes remaining, the Gaunt Ring in the Gaunt Manor, the Slytherin Locket in the Black Family Estate, and the Hufflepuff Cup in Gringotts. Among these 3, others would likely deem the Gaunt Ring the easiest to obtain, especially since there is currently no one in Gaunt Manor to impede our efforts. The most challenging, however, is the Slytherin Locket, as Creature is reluctant to take orders from anyone outside the Black family. Therefore, Diggory has been contemplating a grand endeavor, to devise a plan to rescue Sirius Black from Azkaban. As a member of the Black family, Creature would heed his command. Thus, once Sirius is liberated, acquiring the Slytherin Locket would be akin to securing it outright. Yet, he could not broach this matter directly, for Sirius's reputation had soured due to the machinations of Wormtail, leading most to believe he was the mastermind behind the deaths of James and Lily Potter. Moreover, And most critically, should he divulge the truth surrounding the demise of James Potter and his companions, who could predict the ensuing ramifications? It might even restore a significant portion of Voldemort's power. The truth, in such dire circumstances, should remain unspoken unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, it must be contained within a select circle to minimize the likelihood of altering the course of events. Thus, his current objective is to guide others in rescuing Sirius. Upon hearing this, Moody furrowed his brow. Both Gringotts and the Black family estate pose challenges. The former is the domain of goblins, and most of us have become familiar faces at Gringotts, making it somewhat troublesome to operate unnoticed. The latter is one of the oldest pureblood families, with house elves present, and those not of the Black lineage cannot enter. Indeed, it is no simple task. Diggory feigned a troubled expression. Indeed, it's not easy, Nico echoed. Only Dumbledore, with a mysterious glint in his eyes behind his glasses, regarded Diggory with an amused smile. Moody's words resonated with authenticity, and Dumbledore sensed the sincerity behind them. However, upon hearing Diggory's proclamation, Dumbledore sensed something amiss. The young man was merely putting on an act. Diggory felt a twinge of embarrassment under Dumbledore's gaze, hesitantly exclaiming, "Ah, I believe I may have found a solution." Dumbledore's hand, which rested upon the table, moved restlessly, his eyes fixated on the back of Diggory's head. A strong urge to touch overwhelming him. All we need to do is locate a member of the Black family. Diggory remained oblivious to Dumbledore's subtle maneuvers, feigning as though he had just conceived a plan. However, the members of the Black family had either been imprisoned in Azkaban, perished, or married into other families, rendering them no longer true members of the Black lineage, as Nico pointed out. If one were truly to seek a member of the Black family, they would have to turn to Azkaban. Nico's timely insight could only be deemed an MVP moment, as Diggory internally cheered her on. Yet he maintained his facade of ignorance and inquired of Moody, "Are there members of the Black family in Azkaban?" Moody nodded, utterly unaware of Diggory's ulterior motives. Evidently, this individual had devoted all his talents exclusively to combat. In Azkaban, there resides Sirius, the direct heir of the Black family. Then it shall be simple. Diggory exclaimed with a beaming smile. "Let us release him to assist in locating the locket." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, realizing this was indeed the true objective of his student. However, he chose to remain silent, intending to observe further. He had resolved that until Diggory caused a significant upheaval, he would not intervene, desiring to afford him the greatest possible freedom for growth. "No," Moody interjected vehemently, "do you comprehend the nature of Sirius? He is treacherous. He betrayed his friends, capitulated to the vile Voldemort, and became his lackey, utterly devoid of the pride and standards befitting a pure-blood wizard. To release such an individual would be an act of irresponsibility towards the entire magical world." Diggory twirled his fingers thoughtfully, refraining from an immediate rebuttal, and instead smiled as he posed a question to Moody. "One is Sirius Black, and the other is a Horcrux of Voldemort. Which would you choose?" Moody was taken aback for a moment. The weight of these two options became abundantly clear to him the instant Diggory articulated the query. This decision required no deliberation whatsoever. "Leave the matter of releasing him to me," Moody asserted, confidently taking charge of the situation. Diggory smiled subtly, as he had anticipated a daring rescue mission to Azkaban. Should such an audacious plan come to fruition, the next day's headlines would undoubtedly read as follows: "Either Azkaban breached for the first time in history, or Azkaban welcomes its youngest inmate, Cedric Diggory." If the latter were to occur, Diggory cast a glance at Dumbledore, pondering whether his rather indulgent mentor would attempt to orchestrate his rescue. Just as his gaze drifted, he caught Dumbledore's enigmatic smile directed at him, prompting Diggory to instantly adopt a serious demeanor, as though he were not the one who had just been caught glancing. Noticing that the Slytherin locket was nearly secured, Nico inquired, "What about the golden cup and the ring? Who will retrieve them?" Diego twirled his fingers thoughtfully and remarked, "It's not a significant issue. There are solutions." Moody, lacking patience at this moment, urged him to speak swiftly. "If there is a solution, do not waste time." Diggory chuckled, proposing to seek a significant client from Gringotts, claiming the need to withdraw some funds. Once inside, he suggested bribing the guiding goblin to lead them to procure the coveted gold cup. After a moment's reflection, Nico shook her head, sensing the impracticality of the plan. The goblins, driven by avarice, were notoriously parsimonious. Persuading them to assist in retrieving money seemed a near impossibility. If they were to encounter a stubborn goblin who mistook them for thieves attempting to pilfer with the aid of Polyjuice potion, they would undoubtedly alert the authorities, leaving their group trapped with no means of escape. No, 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 Diggory replied, a hint of scorn dancing at the corners of his mouth. Any so-called stubbornness or principled stance is merely a reflection of the inadequate incentives you provide. While it was true that goblins were indeed miserly, it was essential to remember that they guarded the wealth of others. Would they truly mourn the loss of riches that did not belong to them? He scoffed. I doubt they would feel any sorrow. Nico bowed her head, contemplating the viability of Diggory's scheme. Dumbledore remained silent, his hands once resting on the table now concealed within his robes. Moody, too, offered no words, quietly sipping from his flask. His mind perplexed by the unsettling maturity and somewhat sinister inclinations exhibited by the young Diggory. Diggory continued with unwavering confidence, in fact, we have individuals here who are exceedingly wealthy. Moody nearly choked on his drink. His eyes widened as he witnessed Dumbledore, with an agility and swiftness he had never before seen, vault over his desk in a single fluid motion. In the blink of an eye, he was at Diggory's side, extending his hand with practiced precision in a graceful flourish. Diggory held his head, feeling a bit dazed. Dumbledore rubbed his palm, relishing the comfort that followed. This young lad actually dared to suggest that he shoulder the blame. Such was his attitude towards his mentor? Old Dumbledore could hardly contain himself, already feeling vexed. He found Diggory's reckless insistence intolerable, and thus he felt no qualms about easing his own tension. He leisurely returned to his chair and advised Diggory. Since you are so resolute in your intentions, I shall entrust Gringotts to you alone. Diggory clutched the back of his head, grimacing as he exclaimed, Teacher, this seems rather inappropriate. I am impoverished. I have no money. Beside him, Moody and Nico simultaneously expressed their disbelief. How could someone who could hurl various potions like pebbles possibly lack such a trifling sum? Where did those potions originate? Did they simply descend from the heavens? Even if they were not purchased, it stands to reason that Diggory must have concocted them himself. Thus, he is of greater value in his own right. For a skilled alchemist, earning money is but a matter of moments. Moreover, Dumbledore had unwavering confidence in this particular student, for he consistently performed the unexpected. Most importantly, Dumbledore wholeheartedly believed that allowing his student to face certain challenges alone would be beneficial for his growth, rather than detrimental. But what if I encounter a danger I cannot handle? Diggory still hesitated to relinquish his position. Dumbledore waved his hand reassuringly, rest assured. I will ensure that Leonardo accompanies you. This is not a matter for you to worry about. Leonardo? That somewhat attractive man who has been courting Ophelia? Diggory's expression darkened instantly. No, I do not wish to accompany him. He vehemently declined. However, the decision was not his to make. Dumbledore had already resolved the matter. With a grand flourish of his robes, he proclaimed, I shall take care of the Gunter estate, while Moody will handle Azkaban. Nico, you shall remain at the school to tutor Ophelia and Patrick. We shall return by the end of this month. Initially, Dumbledore had no intention of retrieving the gaunt ring. After all, in the original narrative, the venerable Dumbledore met his demise due to the ring. Now, with the destruction of Ravenclaw's diadem, the plot has inadvertently escalated in complexity. Should anything befall Dumbledore during this endeavor, the repercussions would be truly dire. Yet, unexpectedly, after much contemplation, it was ultimately Dumbledore who ventured to the gaunt ancestral home. As Diggory departed from the office, he addressed Dumbledore privately, saying, Professor, remember not to hastily destroy the ring after acquiring it. Let us deliberate upon it upon my return. Observing the earnest demeanor of Diggory, Dumbledore appeared to grasp the underlying sentiment. He chuckled. We had indeed agreed that the ring would merely be retrieved for the time being. The matter of its destruction can be discussed later. Rest assured. As Diggory observed Dumbledore's acknowledgement, he felt reassured and departed with ease. Meanwhile, Ophelia and Patrick made their way to the hall, where it was precisely lunchtime, although they had merely taken a stroll that morning as children. Their appetites were quick to return. Upon entering the hall, they discovered that most of the students had already finished their meals and departed, leaving behind only a few clusters of lingering diners. Ophelia headed directly to the Ravenclaw table, followed closely by Patrick. She served herself a plate of vegetable salad and cast a sidelong glance at Patrick, silently inquiring if he had something to say. Patrick, casually grasping a large chicken leg, bit into it while asking, Ophelia, the three of us have endured quite a bit together. Wouldn't you say we share a bond akin to life and death? Ophelia remained unmoved, merely taking a bite of her salad and uttering not a word. Noticing her silence, Patrick decided to be forthright, voicing his true thoughts. What are your feelings towards Cedric? He undoubtedly has affections for you, and in this world where declarations of love flow freely, he expresses his sentiments with sincerity. His feelings for you are the most heartfelt confession. Patrick continued earnestly. Cedric is different from me. I am carefree while he is earnest. As a brother, I do not wish for his first confession to be left in limbo. If you share feelings for him, please communicate that to him. Do not allow him to languish in uncertainty. Conversely, if your feelings do not align, it would be kinder to tell him outright. After all, a short pain is preferable to prolonged suffering. Ophelia paused her mixing of the salad, taken aback as she pondered aloud. How can I trust that he genuinely likes me and isn't merely speaking empty words? Patrick furrowed his brow, his tone growing somewhat rigid. You doubt that Cedric's affections are genuine? If they were insincere, would he have so unhesitatingly defended you against that ugly girl in class? If his feelings were superficial, would he feel jealousy over you and Leonardo? If they were mere words, would he have risked himself to lead that monster away when he saw you in danger? He thinks of you constantly, secretly providing you with potions and protective cloaks. You are the first girl he has ever liked, and he is clumsily yet earnestly striving to express his feelings for you. His emotions have never been concealed. If you feel the same, just give a sign, offer a clear stance, and do not keep him in a state of uncertainty. The last words Patrick nearly shouted. Slamming the chicken leg onto the table, flattened the meat in his grasp as he raised his hand. His furious outburst successfully captured the attention of the few students scattered throughout the hall. Eyes began to converge toward him, yet Ophelia continued to quietly enjoy her vegetable salad, offering not a single word in response to Patrick. I am aware of your background, Patrick resumed, gnawing on his chicken leg. You belong to the Maiwa lineage. Having been uprooted from your home during childhood, now living with your grandmother, I comprehend the wariness you harbor towards men. The Maiwa bloodline has bestowed upon you beauty that you scarcely value, alongside a tragic childhood and a life of relentless upheaval. Your past experiences and your grandmother's teachings have undoubtedly instilled in you a profound skepticism of men. To be candid, I understand your perspective. However, those individuals are merely that, individuals. There exists a multitude of men, and your grandmother, along with all the men you have encountered, represents but a fraction of them. Moreover, the men your grandmother has encountered predominantly belong to a singular type. Cedric, however, is not of that ilk, so I implore you to reconsider your treatment of him. With that, disregarding Ophelia's reaction, Patrick stormed out. He returned to the lounge in a huff, and upon entering, was greeted by an unfamiliar yet enticing aroma. This scent, subtle yet compelling, inexplicably stimulated his salivary glands, and his stomach, having just consumed a chicken leg, began to rumble. Following the delectable scent, he spotted Diggory lounging on a sofa in the corner of the lounge, cradling a small red package bucket. He was using a fork to extract the curled noodles within, slurping them with evident satisfaction. Master Kang's bucket of braised beef noodles. What a classic, unforgettable flavor, Patrick thought, noting the substantial portions of beef and noodles in the system-exchanged bucket, promising a thoroughly enjoyable meal. Swallowing hard, he approached Diggory. Cedric, what is it that you are eating? Diggory glanced at Patrick, and upon noticing the longing glint in his eyes as he fixated on the instant noodles, he instinctively guarded his meal. Swiftly, he used his fork to pick up the enticing noodles from the bowl, savoring a mouthful that filled his palate with immediate gratification. After contentedly swallowing the noodles, Diggory let out a satisfied sigh and proclaimed, "This is my homemade, delicious noodles, and I have now devoured every last bit." Patrick gazed at the rich, glossy broth, its alluring color and tempting aroma causing more saliva to pool in his mouth. Impossible, Diggory firmly rejected. The essence of braised beef noodles lies in this broth. During his university days, a single bowl of instant noodles could sustain him for an entire day. He would have half for breakfast, the leftovers for lunch, and merely sip the broth for dinner. To him, braised beef noodles represented not just a meal, but a nostalgic echo of an irretrievable youth. With a sly grin, Patrick proposed, "What if I exchange the reason why Ophelia won't accept you?" "Deal," Diggory replied. Diggory decisively relinquished his youth. Upon receiving the soup, Patrick eagerly took a generous sip. With a contented sigh, he exclaimed, "Oh ho ho ho, this flavor is more fragrant than the sin of a maiden." Hearing Patrick's exclamation, Diggory displayed a knowing smile, relishing the naive wonder on their faces. "What is the reason, you ask?" "Oh ho ho. The essence of this soup is none other than a sense of security." "A sense of security?" "Indeed. Oh ho ho, this soup embodies that very notion." Diggory scratched his head, a look of bewilderment etched across his face. He pondered over Ophelia's impoverished upbringing. Could her lack of security stem from her family's circumstances? It was not solely that. Patrick lifted his head from the bucket and remarked, "It is also due to her grandmother's upbringing, which has left Ophelia with a profound aversion to men. Thus, The notion of security is nothing but a rare commodity for her. Security? Diggo mused, twirling his fingers as he inquired, does being publicly acknowledged count as providing her with a sense of security? Indeed. Patrick reflected on his own experiences of juggling multiple relationships, fearing that one of his girlfriends might unexpectedly ask him to introduce her to his friends. Many girls experience insecurity when the boy they admire fails to acknowledge their relationship publicly. Often, it is the absence of a defined status from their boyfriends that breeds this insecurity. Paradoxically, the boys who are willing to provide them with a label are often not the ones they desire, while those who capture their affection are reluctant to offer such recognition. Consequently, their sense of security remains perpetually elusive. Diego cast a glance at the increasingly sentimental Patrick and inquired, "You and your father belong to those who are unable to offer others a sense of belonging, do you not?" "Yes," Patrick replied, nodding despondently. "It is precisely because I am reluctant to part with this extravagant lifestyle that I have missed out on a girl who genuinely seemed to capture my heart." "Who?" "Mingri Hua." Diggory recalled that this girl was the one Patrick had pranked with a voice changer. The same girl he had brought back to the dormitory for some indiscreet antics. However, he was taken aback to discover that Patrick had developed genuine feelings for her. "Do you truly like her?" Diggory inquired tentatively. "I don't know," Patrick lamented, tugging at his hair in despair. "All I know is that after we parted ways, I find myself thinking of her at the most unexpected moments, when I am flirting with other girls." The smile of the girl before me suddenly morphs into that of Ming Rihua. During meals, I am reminded that Ming Rihua's favorite is the Kobe beef steak. Even when preparing surprises for other girls, the joy on their faces brings to mind that Ming Rihua cherished the starry sky as her favorite gift. "It seems you are truly smitten." Diggory sighed, feeling a pang of guilt. "So do you still keep in touch?" Patrick's eyes brimmed with tears. "No. Ever since that aloof lady, whom I have never even met, drove Ming Rihua away, she has not contacted me at all. There are times when I genuinely miss her. Just the other day, while arguing with Ophelia in the hall, I suddenly thought how wonderful it would be if Ming Rihua had been there to have a squabble with me." "You had a dispute with Ophelia?" Diggory's focus was evidently different from Patrick's. "What was the argument about?" Patrick wiped his nose and pondered before responding. "It was because I didn't want her to keep you dangling, so I approached her for a conversation, but her attitude infuriated me. Alas, there was really no need for a quarrel." Initially, Diggory felt a twinge of anger upon hearing Patrick argue with Ophelia. Yet the realization that Patrick acted out of concern for him, coupled with Ophelia's irritation, soothed his vexation. He retrieved a bucket of braised beef noodles from beneath the sofa and handed it to Patrick, saying, "You should eat this for now. I must check on Ophelia before I leave for an errand." Given the commotion caused by Patrick, he was uncertain about Ophelia's situation and felt compelled to investigate. After all, with his impending trip, it would be utterly unjust to return only to find the girl he admired completely ignoring him. Ophelia wandered through the corridors of Hogwarts. The school was abundant in corridors, a characteristic of its castle-like structure. In its inception, Ravenclaw had designed numerous hallways and staircases for the safety of its students, ostensibly to thwart intruders. However, considering the intricate layout, it appeared that Ravenclaw's motivations were multifaceted. Perhaps she sought to underscore her intellectual superiority within the school. Ophelia walked silently, her head bowed in contemplation, approaching the tower that housed the Ravenclaw common room. Ravenclaw students sat scattered along the corridors, either on the ground or leaning against the walls, engaged in discussions about afternoon classes or the star players of the Quidditch matches. Yet their joviality seemed irrelevant to Ophelia. Since the incident during flying class, where Diggory had intervened on her behalf against another girl, the students had adopted a subtle distance from her, while most maintained a polite distance. There was an unmistakable chill in the air, an unspoken agreement that if she did not greet them, they would not acknowledge her presence. Some, however, were overtly antagonistic towards Ophelia. The girl who had been knocked down by Diggory seized the moment when Ophelia was distracted, exchanging a conspiratorial glance with her companion. She stealthily approached Ophelia from behind, attempting to trip her. Yet, after a recent outing with Dumbledore that had honed her reflexes, combined with her naturally good physical condition, Ophelia not only avoided the stumble but caused the girl to fall face-first to the ground instead. "Hey, she is attacking me. Everyone, come look," the girl's accomplice exclaimed, quickly recovering from her initial surprise. This was a classic case of the aggressor crying foul, but the onlookers were unaware of the true circumstances. As they turned to investigate, they saw Ophelia frowning at the fallen girl, Ruth. "Goodness, how could Ophelia act this way?" one exclaimed. "You don't know?" It's because of Cedric from Hufflepuff. Cedric? Oh, I know him, the handsome blonde. But what does he have to do with this? Are you truly unaware of this? Nearly a month ago, during our inaugural flying lesson, Cedric could not tolerate Ruth's bullying of Ophelia, and thus took it upon himself to admonish Ruth. Yet therein lies the dilemma. Ruth harbors affections for Cedric. Oh, a girl, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, her delicate freckles shimmering with delight. And then, what transpired next? The young man who had spoken previously, with an air of self-satisfaction, elaborated. Yet now, who is oblivious to Cedric's preference for Ophelia? Is this not the genuine girlfriend chastising the interloper? The freckled girl adeptly played the role of the comic relief. Huh, scoffed the young man dismissively. How could that be? Cedric must be blind if he finds Ruth appealing. He only has eyes for Ophelia, indeed. One must concede that Cedric possesses commendable taste. Just look at Ophelia, she is breathtakingly beautiful, with her flowing locks and skin as fair as snow. While others may diminish in allure when adorned with spectacles, Ophelia, in her glasses, exudes an aura of elegance. The freckled girl gazed longingly at Ophelia's visage. Recognizing her undeniable beauty, she lowered her gaze, contemplating her own reflection, feeling as though she fell short in comparison. Wait, that is not right. The freckled girl glanced at her own chest, touched it gently, then looked back at Ophelia, ultimately revealing a smug smile. Perhaps she wasn't entirely overshadowed. Noticing her classmates' attention drawn towards her, Ruth, who had kept her head bowed, managed a smile. At this moment, she lifted her head, her pockmarked face awash with tears. Cedric has done so much for you. He cherishes you deeply, yet has never received even a hint of reciprocation. During that flying lesson, because of my actions, he disregarded the potential punishment from Madame Hooch, and in his eagerness to save you, he directly cast a spell against me. But did you ever acknowledge him? No. When you departed, you merely expressed gratitude to Patrick, completely overlooking Cedric. Ophelia cast her eyes downward, yearning to retreat, yet Ruth obstructed her path. You shall not escape. Ruth seized Ophelia by the ankle. Furthermore, there is the matter inadvertently revealed by Patrick regarding your shared adventures. Cedric concocted numerous potions for your protection and even gifted you a spell-resistant cloak. Did you ever show your appreciation to Cedric when you received these items? Still nothing. As soon as Ruth uttered her words, a stir erupted in the corridor. Everyone began to murmur among themselves. They were aware that the expedition undertaken by Diggory and his companions was a rarity, with most of the information confined to the internal circle of Hufflepuff. However, the Badgers were not the sort to gossip, thus the matter remained known to only a select few. Now, with Ruth laying everything bare, the Ravenclaw students lamented their lack of snacks. How delightful it would have been to indulge in treats while savoring the latest gossip during their break. What intrigued them the most was Cedric's gift of potions and a cloak to Ophelia. A protective cloak was not inexpensive. Even the simplest one could cost over 1,000 galleons, not to mention the custom-made variants that would command an even higher price. A sum of 1,000 galleons could sustain an ordinary family for an entire year. This exemplified Cedric's generosity, leaving the Ravenclaw students in awe. Moreover, the most astonishing revelation was that Cedric could brew potions. All of them were in their first year at the tender age of 11, diligently learning levitation spells while struggling with the most basic potions that often resulted in explosions. Yet here was Cedric, proficient in various spells and capable of successfully concocting potions. Show off. We all endure such hardships. Have you ever considered our feelings? They mused. Is your brilliance a trait of Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw? For a moment, the Ravenclaw eaglets felt a wave of despondency. However, it was only the girls who were disheartened. The boys, conversely, were unaffected, more concerned with the fact that such an exceptional Cedric had yet to win over Ophelia. Suddenly, all of Cedric's admirable qualities seemed insignificant. Youthful wealth was of no consequence, and his potion brewing skills mattered little. What did it matter how remarkable he was or how much he surpassed them? He still had not captured Ophelia's heart. Thus, the corridor became polarized. The girls wore expressions of gloom, while the boys remained placid. Ruth, undeterred, noticed Ophelia's continued silence and felt emboldened, determined to further tarnish Ophelia's image. And while you were all out adventuring, you encountered a perilous vampire that had already injured you, rendering you defenseless. Yet Cedric bravely stepped forward, diverting the vampire away from you, confronting danger alone to ensure your safety. This revelation sent shockwaves through Ravenclaw. The boys pondered the implications. If Ruth was truthful, just how formidable was Cedric? Meanwhile, the girls envied Ophelia for having such a tall, handsome, and powerful boy pursuing her. How splendid it would be if Cedric were pursuing his own heart. Ophelia found herself obstructed by Ruth at the staircase, uncertain of her next move. The gaze of the crowd converged upon her, some with envy, others with admiration, a few with curiosity, and some with disdain. Faced with such scrutiny, she felt a mix of confusion and trepidation, both from her current predicament and Ruth's words weighing heavily on her mind. Indeed, how should she respond to her feelings for Diggory? He was the first to awaken a sense of warmth within her, which made her reluctant to dismiss him. Yet, he shared a close bond with Patrick. And as her grandmother once remarked, birds of a feather flock together. The strength of Diggory's friendship with Patrick made her wonder if he too might be prone to fickleness in matters of the heart. Consequently, Ophelia chose to maintain a distance from Diggory. Although there were moments when she nearly acquiesced to his affections, unforeseen circumstances always thwarted her from articulating her willingness. Perhaps deep within Ophelia's heart, she had never truly contemplated Diggory in a romantic light, yet her yearning for the warmth he provided led her to withhold a definitive rejection. Now, compelled by Ruth's insistence, Ophelia found herself reflecting upon her feelings for him. She realized that her sentiments were devoid of romantic inclination. Rather, she cherished the kindness he showed her and was willing to regard him as a dear friend. Thus, perhaps they were merely friends after all. You ought to provide him with an answer rather than leaving him in suspense. Offer him closure, a response. Ruth persisted. Ophelia raised her gaze calmly to Ruth below, her tranquil expression seemingly mocking the girl. If you seek an answer for Cedric, then allow me to clarify. Everything Diggory has done for me stems from our friendship. For I am willing. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed from the far end of the corridor, cutting off Ophelia's forthcoming words. The crowd turned in astonishment to behold Diggory. Adorned in a pristine, gold-trimmed wizard's robe, his golden hair illuminated by the sunlight, creating a captivating tableau. In truth, Diggory had arrived long before. Yet he had refrained from making his presence known, eager to discern what role he occupied in Ophelia's heart. Was he merely a friend? Or something more, perhaps a companion on the precipice of romance? He longed to know. However, as the moment approached for Ophelia to speak her truth, Diggory felt a surge of panic. An instinctive dread washed over him. He sensed that the words about to escape Ophelia's lips were far from what he wished to hear. Thus, seizing the moment before she could articulate her thoughts, he stepped forward. Diggory gazed at Ophelia at the far end of the corridor. Though the distance between them was less than 20 meters, it felt like an insurmountable chasm he had never before experienced. He glanced at the narrow passage separating them and resolutely strode toward her. Step by step, with each stride, Diggory's eyes remained tenderly fixed upon Ophelia. Love is love. It is a pure sentiment, unencumbered by consequences, indifferent to the possibility of reciprocation. I simply adore Ophelia. My affection for her blossomed the moment she turned in class, when I deliberately averted my flustered gaze. I cherish her, as I reminisce about the fleeting sunlight that danced upon her hair during our flight lessons. I admire her. Even amidst the admonitions from our teachers, my restless heart continues to whisper its truths. This is my affection for her. As Diego's voice fell silent, the entire corridor was enveloped in stillness, the only sound being the gentle, chilly autumn breeze brushing against the gathered crowd. At that moment, everyone was taken aback by Diego's words, staring blankly as he steadily approached the elegant and poised Ophelia. Their minds echoing his proclamation, to like someone is simply to like them. This affection was untainted by consequences, unaffected by the possibility of reciprocation. The girls gazed at Diego with twinkling eyes, pondering why he could not be their boyfriend. Meanwhile, the boys were unsettled, realizing that their companions were scrutinizing them with a discerning gaze. It was evident they were being compared to Diego. Equally perturbed was Furchi, who had been trimming the flowers just outside the corridor. His bulbous eyes widened as he peeked at the two approaching figures, his lips silently forming a string of curses. Surely, these two children should not be engaging in early romance, blatantly flouting school rules. They ought to be punished by scrubbing toilets for 10 days. Having devised his punitive measures, Furchi immediately dropped the pruning shears and hurried towards Sprout's office. Meanwhile, Diego reached Ophelia's side, observing the disheveled Ruth sprawled on the ground, and disdainfully remarked, "Feelings are quite simple. They need not always be reciprocated. When unrequited, it is a solitary joy. When mutual, it becomes a shared happiness." Just as Ruth attempted to interject, Diego halted her, stating, "I witnessed what transpired. Your fall was not caused by Ophelia, but was rather a deliberate act on your part." Attempting to implicate her, "No, I did not," Ruth gasped in shock, yet stubbornly retorted, Cedric, you cannot defame me simply because you have feelings for Ophelia. Defame? Diego scoffed. I observed your misdeed in its entirety. You exchanged a knowing glance with your friend before extending your left leg towards Ophelia, only to trip yourself due to your hasty action, ultimately falling as a result of your own clumsiness. The onlooking students, hearing Diego's detailed account, found their loyalty swaying in his favor. If it were a mere accusation, he could not possibly recount the events with such precision, for the time frame was too brief to fabricate. Ruth's complexion darkened. She had not anticipated Diego's recollection would be so vivid. Even more disheartening was the look of furious disdain he cast upon her, akin to the sharpest knife piercing her heart. She was merely advocating for Diego, feeling that he deserved better. At that moment, Ruth's friend abruptly intervened, asserting, "This is merely your imagination. Without any evidence, any unfounded accusation is slander." Diggory gazed at the girl before him, her short hair and bulbous nose causing him to furrow his brow. It seemed that the adage about unattractive women causing trouble held some truth. He was astounded by her utter audacity. Yet, she had inadvertently struck a nerve, for he indeed lacked evidence. As Diggory pondered how to extract the truth from these two girls, a voice, echoing with an almost theatrical resonance, suddenly emerged in the corridor. I can attest that the young boy speaks only the truth. Turning towards the source of the voice, the onlookers beheld Ms. Gray, suspended from the ceiling of the corridor. Gazing down at Diggory, clad in an elegant gown, her demeanor serene, she affirmed that Cedric had not spoken falsely. Filch's running style was peculiar. In the initial stretch, he lifted his legs high, but as fatigue set in, he resorted to a waddling gait. Overall, it was neither graceful nor normal, yet no one paid it any mind. However, the distance from the corridor to Professor Sprout's office was considerable, and when he pushed open the door, his breathless state startled those inside. Gasping for air, Filch looked up to see a surprised smile on his face. Initially, he had intended to deliver a minor report to Professor Sprout, but to his astonishment, Professor Flitwick from Ravenclaw and Professor McGonagall from Gryffindor were also present. What a delightful surprise. Professor Flitwick needed no introduction. Ophelia and Ruth were both Ravenclaw students, so he would undoubtedly take charge of the matter. As for Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, known for her unwavering sternness, her presence assured that the issue would not fade into obscurity. McGonagall frowned, clearly displeased by Filch's disheveled entrance and perplexed by his demeanor. "Filch, what on earth has transpired? Is there a significant issue at hand?" Striving to steady his breath, Filch eagerly addressed Professor McGonagall. "Professor, you must intervene, otherwise our school's regulations will be disregarded by the students. Mind your tone." McGonagall was unimpressed by Filch's brusqueness. He trembled slightly but spoke earnestly. "Cedric Diggory is pursuing a romance. He has declared his feelings for Ophelia Harris of Ravenclaw in the corridor beneath the Eagle House common room." Professor Sprout clapped her thighs, seemingly unfazed as she sided with Diggory. "I do not see the issue here. I shall have a proper conversation with Cedric when time permits." Filch could bear it no longer. Trembling, he thought to himself that this was hardly a punishment, and what did she mean by communication? Would they converse while tending to the flowers in the greenhouse? Perhaps over afternoon tea? How utterly absurd. McGonagall shook her head, contemplating thoughtfully as she caught sight of Filch's eager expression. "That would not be quite appropriate. You were too accommodating. I fear you might not withstand Cedric's appeals on your own. We shall accompany you." Filch responded hesitantly. "Yes, indeed. It is essential to have a serious discussion with Cedric. To admonish where necessary and impose penalties. Wouldn't you agree, Professor Flitwick?" Noticing McGonagall's demeanor, Filch sensed something amiss and turned to Flitwick. He thought to himself, after all, Ophelia is a student of your house. You cannot simply disregard this matter. Flitwick, taken aback by Filch's unexpected reference to him, paused in surprise, wondering if such matters were indeed within his purview. He stroked his beard and pondered aloud. "It is indeed imperative to manage this situation properly. Our conversation must be conducted with utmost seriousness." Filch was utterly astonished, his already prominent eyes widening to the size of saucers. "A serious conversation? Is that your form of punishment? What about corporal discipline? Cleaning the toilets? Sweeping the corridors? Students engaging in early romances are merely subjected to discussions now? Were your previous crackdowns on such matters all a faute?" Seeing Filch's despondent expression, McGonagall, along with the others, exchanged knowing glances, fully understanding each other's thoughts. What can be said about a child like Diggory? Is he truly manageable? When other children engage in early romance, their academic performance plummets, leaving teachers in a state of shock and regret for not having enforced stricter discipline. In the past, those who succumbed to early love not only failed to master spells, but struggled even with the recitation of magical history. Yet what of Diggory? Dumbledore has already recounted the events that transpired on the journey through the Albanian forest. Can one find another child in the world with such extraordinary talent? The answer is a resounding no. His proficiency in spells is remarkable, producing them with effortless grace. His potion-making skills are equally impressive, conjuring potions with ease. This child is the sole apprentice of the great alchemist Nick LeMay, and even the illustrious Leonardo has privately commended him as a prodigious talent. What guidance can one offer him? Should we advise him to diligently practice spells or to focus on potion brewing? Frankly, this child's abilities have long surpassed those typical for his age. Within the walls of Hogwarts, only the 6th and 7th year students could rival him. As for magical history, it holds little relevance. If one were to ask Flitwick to recount the significant events of Merlin's life, it would likely leave him at a loss. For Flitwick, this task would be less burdensome than engaging in a duel against 10 opponents. Such knowledge is merely a formality. Who truly lives their life through the lens of magical history? Have you not noticed that the professors teaching magical history at Hogwarts are but phantoms? As for the other protagonist, Ophelia, she too possesses considerable skill and has received high praise from Dumbledore. It can be said that as long as the academic performance of these two does not experience a significant decline, many of the professors intend to turn a blind eye to the situation. Moreover, it is only Diggory who seems overly enthusiastic at present. However, Filch remains unsatisfied and wishes to pursue the matter further. If the punishment for breaking school rules regarding early romance is merely a conversation, how will other students perceive it? This very notion struck a chord with McGonagall, who found it quite reasonable. Sprout, noticing McGonagall's disapproving expression, instinctively patted her thigh and was about to speak when McGonagall interrupted her. McGonagall addressed Filch, saying, "You make a valid point. Therefore, I suggest you immediately seek out Assistant Leonardo and have him bring Cedric here so we can discuss appropriate disciplinary measures." Upon hearing those words, Filch instantly erupted into a fit of laughter, his face creasing with delight. His previously fatigued body was now suddenly invigorated with energy as he turned and exuberantly strode away, forgetting to close the office door behind him. When he and Leonardo eagerly arrived at Ravenclaw's vicinity, they coincidentally found Ms. Grey assisting Diggory with his proof. Ruth, upon spotting Filch, despite her aversion to his taciturn demeanor, felt as though she had grasped a lifeline and called out to him, "Mr. Filch, you must intervene. There are those here who are engaging in early romantic entanglements." The moment her words echoed in the corridor, all the nearby students instinctively shuffled aside, each one harboring a guilty conscience. Filch, brimming with pride, rolled up his sleeves, ready to showcase his prowess. However, Leonardo was not inclined to grant him that opportunity. "You are to accompany us for a moment. The professors wish to discuss the matter of your early romance," Leonardo coldly addressed Diggory. Diego furrowed his brow, feeling quite displeased. Ever since this fellow had appeared, Ophelia's gaze had been entirely fixated on him. What troubled him most was Leonardo's icy demeanor when conversing with him, as if he owed him a considerable debt. Diego felt indignant. He had not engaged in early romance. He was becoming increasingly agitated, especially after witnessing Leonardo share a smile with Ophelia. This sight was unbearable for him, piercing his heart like a needle pricking a voodoo doll of Leonardo. How shameless could a man in his 20s be, grinning so lasciviously at an 11-year-old girl? Yet, in harboring such thoughts, Diego failed to recognize that he was not much better himself. How could you claim you haven't experienced early romance? Leonardo's expression grew even colder. Diggory let out a cold snort. Love requires the participation of two individuals. Where, pray tell, is my girlfriend? I have yet to catch a glimpse of her. He cast a sidelong glance at Ophelia and remarked with a smile, "Of course, if you could orchestrate a romance between us, I would wholeheartedly admit to having had a youthful infatuation, and I would be immensely grateful to you." Leonardo, amused yet exasperated, responded, "Very well. It seems your capacity for sophistry is quite commendable. My ability to articulate is even more remarkable. Care to test it? Is your prowess merely verbal? Humph. My talents extend far beyond that. Would you care to find out?" Leonardo retorted, "Are you in need of another lesson?" He brandished his wand, casting a provocative glance at Diggory, the implication unmistakable. Diggory cast a serious glance at the wand held by Leonardo and drew forth his own. He felt no trepidation regarding this duel, and the unresolved issue of not having chastised Leonardo in front of Ophelia lingered in his heart like a persistent thorn. This preoccupation clouded his thoughts, and to those devoted to the path of cultivation, it would be deemed a manifestation of inner demons. Diggory and Leonardo exchanged a knowing smile, tinged with mockery. Meanwhile, Felch felt a surge of desperation, his bulbous eyes fervently signaling to Leonardo, "You are the specially appointed assistant to Headmaster Dumbledore, a teacher, and cannot engage in a duel with students." However, Leonardo remained impervious to Felch's silent plea, instead choosing to accompany Diggory in search of a suitable venue. Felch, nearly on the verge of tears, was bewildered by Leonardo's indifference to his warning. How could someone who usually appeared so amiable and refined be so obstinate now? With no other choice, he turned and hurriedly made his way to Professor Sprout's office, knowing that this situation could only be resolved by informing them. Diego and Leonardo arrived at the grassy area beside the corridor. This was to be the venue for their one-on-one duel. Diggory touched the vial of agility potion concealed within his cloak, a newfound confidence blossoming within him. This potion had been obtained during a previous exchange for instant noodles in his dormitory. Following the events in Hogsmeade, he had come to a profound realization. Despite his considerable advantages over his peers, he remained woefully inadequate when confronted with the likes of pure-blood families or Death Eaters. The figure before him, Leonardo, was a formidable wizard, proficient in various advanced spells. To presume he could match him as he had before would be nothing short of folly. Last time, it was Dumbledore's timely intervention that had spared him. Otherwise, given the state he had been in, having already lost the use of one hand, he would have been thoroughly overpowered and humiliated by Leonardo. "Are you prepared?" Leonardo inquired, his hand stroking his chin, exuding an air of sophistication. This gesture could be interpreted as a friendly overture, a signal that he would not take unfair advantage. However, Diggory dismissed this display of camaraderie entirely. "If you possess the skill, then launch a sneak attack," he retorted, a hint of defiance in his tone. Such a lack of grace, how petty. Ophelia's voice was barely a whisper, yet it reached Diggory's ears. Leonardo also caught her remark, eliciting a derisive chuckle in response. Diagoly's expression darkened instantly. "Let us commence. Do not squander time." Leonardo, too, offered no pleasantries to Diagoly. Upon seeing Diagoly take his stance, he swiftly cast a levitation charm, aiming to subdue his opponent. In that critical moment, Diagoly sprang into action. With a vigorous flick of his wand, the protective barrier conjured by the armor charm deflected the levitation spell, and then he reached into his pocket, retrieving 5 vials of various potions. Without hesitation, he dismantled the armor charm and hurled the potions towards his adversary. A throng of students observed with keen interest, for one combatant was hailed as the most gifted student in Hogwarts history, while the other, youthful yet already a formidable sorcerer, had been personally recruited by Dumbledore as an assistant. Moreover, both were strikingly handsome. Yet, the most captivating aspect for all, particularly the females, was the enchanting Ophelia, who drew furtive glances from the crowd. To witness such a riveting spectacle was an opportunity no one would decline. As Diagoly launched those bottles, the enthusiasm of the spectators surged to a new height. This was a combat style they had never witnessed before. It was truly extravagant. To use potions as concealed weapons in such a manner showcased Diagoly's immense wealth. However, some students, aware of Diagoly's modest background, found themselves puzzled. They knew his family led a frugal life, so how could he afford such lavish expenditures? Could it be that these potions were of his own concoction? A collective gasp echoed among them. Diggo was oblivious to the inner thoughts of the onlookers, and he had no time to ponder their sentiments. After hurling the potion, he swiftly leaped aside, and an immediate disarming spell was cast towards Leonardo. The trajectories of the two attacks diverged entirely. Guarding one flank left the other vulnerable. It was a dilemma. If he opted for the defensive potion, Leonardo's wand would be disarmed, culminating the duel. Conversely, if he chose to counter the spell, the potion contained both a love potion and an itch elixir. Surely, the ensuing events on that verdant meadow would be nothing short of spectacular. Yet, before Diggo's smile could fully bloom, he witnessed Leonardo conjuring a reinforced shield charm, erecting a broad, transparent barrier that successfully thwarted Diggo's assault. Alas, the anticipated spectacle had vanished. Seizing the opportunity, Leonardo promptly dispelled the shield charm and retaliated with a gust of wind from his wand, directing the smoke from the potion's explosion towards Diggo. This was a masterful application of his opponent's tactics against him. Diego had no alternative but to evade Leonardo's move. Fortunately, there was no one behind him. Otherwise, the confrontation between Diego and Leonardo would have taken a different turn, one far less captivating. Diggory dashed towards the nearby thicket, seeking an opportunity to resume his assault. However, Leonardo had no intention of granting him such a chance. With a mere flick of his wand, spells akin to a barrage from a submachine gun erupted from its tip, disarming Diggory in rapid succession. Diego felt an immediate sense of foreboding. It was evident that this time, Leonardo intended not merely to maintain a semblance of restraint. He had concealed his true strength and was now here to reclaim his pride. What a treacherous individual! Diego cursed under his breath and swiftly lifted his protective charm cloak. The sound of impacts echoed like raindrops falling upon verdant grass. The feeble assault of the disarmament spell was clearly insufficient to breach the defenses of the charm cloak. Since you initiated this conflict, do not blame me for escalating it, Diego murmured to himself. Leonardo had hidden his capabilities, and in turn, Diego employed a financial prowess that his adversary lacked. Witnessing Diego's actions, Leonardo seethed with indignation, exclaiming, "Shameless!" Diego let out a cold snort, questioning how one could conceal their true strength. Furthermore, he asserted that it was his own prowess that enabled him to purchase a protective cloak against spells. What was so shameless about that? Leonardo was momentarily taken aback. There was a semblance of logic in those words. Seizing the opportunity as Leonardo appeared momentarily dazed, Diego swiftly crouched and slipped into a nearby thicket. With no one to witness, he promptly retrieved a vial of agility potion. This potion was unlike the one he had consumed in the forest previously. It was a top-tier agility elixir, costing him a staggering 40,000 points of magical energy, which had completely depleted his gains from Hogsmeade. He had lamented over it for quite some time. Yet now, the thought of pinning Leonardo to the ground in a show of dominance made Diego feel it was worth every bit. Outside, Leonardo regained his composure, only to notice Diego's absence. He touched his nose, jesting, "What is this? Are you afraid of me? Have you lost your fighting spirit? Are you fleeing from the battle?" Once again, the familiar sensation of thick energy enveloped him. It was a density he had not felt in ages, far surpassing his previous encounters. If Diego had felt as though he were wading through a river last time, this moment was akin to being mired in a swamp, rendering him nearly immobile. Breathing seemed to become a laborious task. However, this near-asphyxiating sensation gradually began to dissipate, while the oppressive density seemed to permeate Diego's skin, burrowing into his flesh and tightly entwining itself around his bones. Strangely, this binding did not evoke discomfort. It felt merely like an embrace. As the external density transformed entirely into an internal sensation of constriction, Diego suddenly realized that his physical capabilities had significantly amplified. Even the fatigue from his prior battle with Leonardo had vanished in an instant. At that moment, he overheard Leonardo's taunt about fleeing from the battle. Diggory chuckled, hoping that you wouldn't flee at the last moment. No sooner had he spoken than he dashed out, catching the crowd off guard. They had barely registered the rustling from the bushes when a shadow darted out, moving so swiftly it was nearly imperceptible. In the blink of an eye, the onlookers lost sight of the figure, leaving them astonished. Leonardo had not seen Diggory enter the thicket, but the others had, leading them to conclude that the shadow could only belong to him. The sudden increase in Diego's speed puzzled them, leaving them in awe. Leonardo was equally taken aback. When Diggory charged at him, he had no time to react and was struck squarely in the abdomen by a powerful uppercut. The force sent him reeling, a wave of pain surging through his gut, rendering him incapable of coherent thought. Yet, Diggory was not finished. As Leonardo was propelled backward, Diggory seized his wrist, yanked him forward, and delivered another elbow strike to his midsection. The impact was catastrophic. Having just enjoyed a meal, Leonardo's stomach had barely begun to digest his food, with remnants of a nearly intact chicken leg still lingering. All that nourishment was rendered futile in an instant. Consequently, Leonardo was sent flying. His already pale complexion now even more ghostly, his lips drained of color. The spectators held their breath in disbelief. Wasn't this supposed to be a magical duel? What was happening? And how could it be so formidable? Diggory stood motionless, gazing coldly at him, and icily remarked, "I can offer you a chance to flee before the battle begins. The consequences of your actions come swiftly." Leonardo paid him no mind, merely wiping the remnants of vomit from his lips, grasping his wand tightly, and rising once more. "Your style of combat is utterly unscrupulous." Leonardo's words struck true, voicing the unspoken thoughts of the onlookers present. Moreover, there was something peculiar. Once one's body became infused with magic, dire consequences ensued, ranging from severe injury to death. Yet, you appear completely unscathed. Leonardo analyzed the situation with remarkable composure. Despite his own body suffering grave injuries, his mind remained clear. Perhaps this was why he had caught Nicolame's attention. "What is going on?" Leonardo asked straightforwardly. "None of your business," Diggory retorted bluntly. "For reasons unknown." Leonardo felt no anger. Instead, his gaze towards Diggory grew increasingly fervent, as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary treasure. "Heh, I shall defeat you with my strength, and then take my time to study you." Diggory chuckled. "Indeed, it seems you have yet to fully awaken." As soon as the words left his lips, Diggory's figure vanished once more, leaving the onlookers struggling to catch even a glimpse of his shadow, only occasionally catching a fleeting silhouette. In the fleeting moment that Diego's figure vanished, Leonardo instinctively raised his wand. However, before he could utter a spell, Diego's fist had already reached him. This time, the blow did not land on his abdomen but instead struck his nose. With a sharp crack, Leonardo's sturdy nose shattered, a splash of crimson erupting forth. Thud, thud, thud. His shoulder, chest, cheek, back, and arms bore the brunt of Diego's relentless assault. This was their second encounter, and Diego was determined not to lose face before Ophelia this time. He was even willing to resort to potions to gain the upper hand. Leonardo's upper body endured a barrage of indiscriminate strikes, with Diego's speed rendering him nearly invisible. The corridor was filled with onlookers, their mouths agape as they beheld the spectacle. They could only see a dark figure swirling around Leonardo, accompanied by the sound of fists meeting flesh. Eloise had just exited the Ravenclaw common room when she stumbled upon this scene, initially perplexed by who could possibly dominate Leonardo in such a manner. Her curiosity deepened when she overheard a student mutter the name Cedric. What baffled her more was the realization that the one besting Leonardo was merely a child of her own age. She approached Ophelia from behind, unable to contain her excitement as she whispered, "What is happening? Why is Professor Leonardo fighting Cedric? How has he become so powerful, able to best Professor Leonardo, who is a disciple of Nicolae and a formidable wizard in his own right? Has Cedric taken a potion? How astonishing!" What began as a mere conjecture from Eloise sparked a recollection in Ophelia of Diego's inexplicable victory over a vampire in the forest. No one knew the details of that battle, nor how Diego had triumphed. Yet, upon hearing Eloise's words, Ophelia connected the dots. Given Diego's penchant for consuming potions during combat, it was highly probable that, like last time, he had imbibed a potion, allowing him to achieve such a remarkable surge in power in a short span. Professor Leonardo. Cedric must have taken a potion, which is why he possesses such formidable strength now. But potions have a time limit, just endure a little longer, and you will outlast it. Ophelia's voice sliced through the darkness enveloping Leonardo like a flash of lightning. However, for Diego, it felt more like a heavy blow. A keen blade. His rhythm of attack abruptly halted. He swung and missed, stumbling forward and crashing to the ground. Diggory lifted his gaze towards Ophelia, his eyes filled with heart-wrenching confusion and unexpectedness. He had not anticipated that Ophelia would suddenly draw Leonardo's attention, nor could he fathom the reason behind her action. Meanwhile, Leonardo, seizing this rare opportunity despite the agony coursing through his body, hastily made his escape. Upon reaching the other side of the grassy expanse, he leaned against the wall and cast an armor spell, enveloping himself within a transparent barrier. This barrier, combined with the wall behind him, formed a protective circle, ensuring his safety. Resolute in his decision to avoid any recklessness, he opted to utilize this absolute defense to buy himself time. It is often the case that the more potent the potion, the more formidable the side effects. Thus, Leonardo's strategy was simply to delay, for in the end, he would emerge victorious. However, after completing all his defensive preparations, he found himself still waiting for Diggory's attack, which never came. Puzzled, he looked up only to discover that Diggory was utterly indifferent to his movements, remaining prostrate on the ground, his gaze fixed on Ophelia, silent and still. The students in the corridor also fell into a hushed silence, for they could distinctly perceive the unspeakable anguish and sorrow reflected in Diggory's eyes. What depth of heartbreak could elicit such a profoundly sorrowful expression? Eloise, too, covered her mouth, realizing the consequences of the words she had just spoken. Diego rose from the ground, and within his gaze, everything radiated with ripples, Ophelia included. Previously, he had perceived the ripples emanating from Ophelia as more enchanting than those of others. Her chestnut locks resembled the chocolate bars he cherished in his childhood, and the pale blue eyes behind her silver-rimmed glasses mirrored the carefree sky of his youth. Just gazing at her brought an end to all his troubles. Yet now, for the first time, Diego found this sky to be utterly alien. The same face, the same lips, the same enchanting gaze that haunted his dreams now felt so unfamiliar. Ophelia regarded Diego coldly, declaring, "I have made up my mind. We are not suited for one another. I am grateful for your care all this time, and I shall repay this kindness in the future." Diggory yearned to inquire about the reasons behind his turmoil, yet the questions lingered unvoiced on the tip of his tongue. At that moment, any inquiry seemed futile. Rather than seeking clarity, it was imperative for Diggory to release the pent-up frustration that weighed heavily on his chest. Leaning against the wall, Leonardo was momentarily taken aback, suddenly sensing the unsettling intensity in Diggory's gaze, which filled him with an ominous premonition. In an instant, the onlookers were startled. Diggory had vanished without a trace. With wide eyes, Leonardo stared at the wall formed by the armored spell before him, swearing he had never witnessed anyone capable of shattering a wall into a spiderweb of cracks with mere fists. Yet, he could distinctly see the fresh blood seeping from those still youthful hands. Diego seemed oblivious to pain as he launched a frenzied assault, his fury directed entirely at the man before him. At that moment, all he desired was to unleash this pent-up rage. The fissures in the armor spell visibly expanded, rapidly spreading outward and becoming increasingly dense, as if on the brink of shattering at any instant. Meanwhile, Leonardo's magical energy surged forth like a torrent, desperately flooding into the walls of the armor spell in a futile attempt to mend the cracks. Yet, his efforts paled in comparison, barely reaching one-third of Diego's relentless assault speed. The onlookers glanced at Diego, who had rendered Leonardo utterly defenseless, then shifted their gaze to the silent Ophelia. And an overwhelming sense of affirmation washed over them. Attending Hogwarts was undeniably the right choice. What other institution could possibly offer such a captivating spectacle? Certainly none. Diggo was too preoccupied to notice the increasingly bright eyes of the students. He could distinctly feel that the effect of the potion was nearing its end. The viscous sensation that clung to his bones was diminishing, and although he could not ascertain the exact time, Diggo was acutely aware that it was imminent. Despite the crumbling state of the armor spell's barrier, it still held firm. Leonardo, being a high-ranking sorcerer, undoubtedly possessed an abundance of magical energy. If he were to pursue the notion of shattering the armor spell as before, he risked exhausting himself entirely. At that moment, Diggo's gaze fell upon the wall against which Leonardo leaned, and a smile crept across his face. In an instant, he teleported to the opposite side of the wall. His fist coiled with tremendous force and struck down with all his might. The sound of a resounding crash echoed as the wall, hewn from a solid block of granite, shattered beneath Diggo's blow. The onlookers gaped in astonishment, their perceptions of reality being repeatedly challenged by Diggo's feats. They had initially believed that duels were solely conducted through spell casting. Yet Diggo demonstrated that potions could also play a pivotal role. They had assumed that at the age of 11, their focus should be on the fundamentals of magic. But Diggo enlightened them to the fact that such a notion stemmed from their own inadequacies. They had thought that a sorcerer's might lay primarily in spell attacks. But Diggo's actions revealed that a sorcerer could wield even greater power without the use of spells. The students looked up at the sky, which remained unchanged. They glanced down at the ground, which still bore the same earth. Yet, what had transformed were the individuals inhabiting this world. Leonardo's expression shifted dramatically. But before he could react, he was struck by Diggo's foot and sent flying, the sound of the wind exploding in his ears. Whether intentional or not, Diggo's kick met Leonardo's face, causing him to scrape against the stone floor, his visage turning crimson. The spectators winced. Leonardo's left cheek was a sight to behold, prompting some timid girls to cover their eyes. However, Leonardo showed no sign of anger, or at least, it was not evident on the surface. He quickly rolled over and sprang to his feet, producing 2 vials which he smashed upon the ground. In the blink of an eye, the once solid stone floor transformed into a swamp-like terrain, spanning approximately 10 square meters. Concurrently, a thick white mist began to envelop the area surrounding Leonardo. Diggory was utterly indifferent. Ophelia's choice had eroded his rationality to a mere whisper, even upon witnessing the completion of the opponent's defenses. Diggory charged forward without a moment's hesitation. The potency of the potion was on the verge of dissipating, with scarcely 10 seconds remaining, leaving him no time for doubt. With the effects of the top-tier agility elixir surging through him, he leaped into the air before the marshland, raising his fist high and bringing it down with tremendous force towards the location of Leonardo etched in his memory. The onlookers first heard a cacophony of fierce combat and the sound of splintering floorboards emerging from the mist, which gradually subsided, revealing a dwindling clamor as the fog began to lift. Everyone craned their necks in anticipation of the outcome, just as the mist was on the brink of dispersing. Eloise turned to Ophelia and inquired, "Whom do you wish to win?" Ophelia shook her head and replied coolly, I harbor no preference regarding their victory. It bears no relevance to me. I merely hope they will not involve me in their affairs henceforth. Eloise sighed, casting her gaze downward, and remarked, You truly are devoid of warmth. As the fog cleared, the students gasped in shock. Diggory's body was submerged in the marshland from the waist down, while the upper half lay sprawled on the stone floor, appearing unscathed yet exhibiting signs of suffocation. In stark contrast, Leonardo, panting heavily and covered in wounds, knelt before Diggory, the ground beneath him shattered and stained crimson from head to toe. Who could elucidate this bewildering scene? At the corridor's end, Dumbledore strode purposefully towards the commotion. Originally, Filch had sought out McGonagall and her companions, but, upon failing to locate them, had no choice but to fetch Dumbledore from his office. Dreadful. Dumbledore arrived, seething with anger. He had been enjoying his lunch in the office when Filch had burst through the door, stumbling in to announce that Diggory and Leonardo were embroiled in a brawl over at Ravenclaw. How outrageous. One was his own student, the other a newly appointed assistant. The fact that they had resorted to fighting was inconsequential compared to the sheer affront they presented to him. In the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey had just stepped out, leaving Dumbledore seated between two beds in deep contemplation. To his left lay Leonardo, nearly disfigured and unconscious from exhaustion, while to his right was Cedric, whose antics had nearly driven him to madness. The sight of this young man filled him with ire. Just moments prior, he had taken Cedric under his wing as a protege, only for this impudent boy to embroil him in chaos, to declare his affections publicly, only to be spurned and then stubbornly assert that he was not engaging in a premature romance. Clearly, the path of nurturing this young man would be fraught with challenges ahead. Old Dumbledore pressed his forehead, feeling an all too familiar sense of exhaustion. Yet, the lively chatter of the students recounting their battles lifted his spirit somewhat, at least. Diego's abilities had seen an enhancement. Utilizing that particular potion, Dumbledore remained in the dark regarding the exact nature of the elixir that Diego had ingested. Despite perusing numerous texts and consulting Slughorn and Nick, he found no clarity. They too were oblivious. It was Snape who mentioned having glimpsed the potion in some tome on potion making, though he couldn't recall the title or the context. Thus, Dumbledore could only allow him to search gradually. Whether or not he would succeed was of little consequence, for Diego was one of their own. Naturally, had Diego been aware that Dumbledore had divulged his information to Snape, he might have reacted with considerable agitation. It is well known that Snape's world revolves solely around two individuals, his first love, Lily, and Harry Potter. All others are of little significance to him. One can only imagine the scenario where a Death Eater manipulates Harry Potter to extract Diego's secrets from Snape. He would undoubtedly reveal the potion without a moment's hesitation. Yet, presently, Diego lay in his hospital bed, sleeping more soundly than Leonardo, blissfully unaware of Dumbledore's commendable actions. Mr. Dumbledore, do you have a moment? Without needing to turn, Dumbledore recognized the voice. In all of Hogwarts, the only person who still referred to him as Mr. was the enigmatic Miss Grey. Miss Grey, what brings you to me? Dumbledore inquired, puzzled by why this ethereal figure would seek out a living soul. Renowned for her aloof demeanor, she seldom initiated conversations with the living. Miss Grey floated gracefully. Yet she hesitated to engage Dumbledore, instead scrutinizing the unconscious Diego with keen interest. Mr. Dumbledore, are you aware of this child's origins? I possess a general understanding. All of it. I have allowed him to retain certain secrets. The secrets you allowed him to keep are no trifling matter. Dumbledore smiled gently. I am not overly concerned. As long as the oaths are intact, even if Diego were to ascend to the heavens, he would merely express admiration for the youth's potential. I believe you should be concerned, Ms. Grey countered, levitating to gaze through the expansive window at the autumn scenery outside. I understand your confidence is rooted in those three oaths, but what if I were to tell you that they may not necessarily bind this child? Dumbledore's gaze sharpened, piercing like a hawk's, as he focused intently on Ms. Grey's translucent form through his crescent-shaped spectacles. Are you suggesting that I should doubt my own student? Ms. Grey shook her head slightly, facing Dumbledore's suppressed anger with remarkable composure. I am a spiritual entity, capable of perceiving that which remains invisible to the living. This child harbors more than one soul within. Dumbledore abruptly rose, his mind a tempest of thoughts, yet his demeanor remained tranquil as he replied. You know this is utterly impossible. Ms. Grey continued to gaze out at the scenery, asserting, believe it or not, I am also acting in the interest of Hogwarts. After all, if that individual were to use a person as a Horcrux, it is indeed conceivable for two souls to coexist within a single body. Dumbledore fell silent, recalling how Diggory always seemed to know the precise location of the Horcruxes. Although Diggory had explained this phenomenon as a result of merging with a soul from the future, the concept of merging implies a unity of two souls. Furthermore, Dumbledore could not ascertain the veracity of Diggory's words, as his soul-sensing abilities could not penetrate Diggory's mind. Reflecting on these matters now, they were fraught with uncertainties. Many explanations seemed satisfactory at first glance, but from another perspective, they transformed entirely. That individual fills me with loathing. Ms. Grey descended, declaring, "We must not overlook any possibility. It is better to err on the side of caution." Her soul's anger caused the temperature in the room to plummet. Although the sun shone brightly outside, the interior visibly darkened, as if all light had been barred from entering. Dumbledore closed his eyes, deep in contemplation and decision. However, he soon reopened them, his gaze returning to calmness. He turned to Ms. Grey and said, "The Horcrux itself is not inherently evil, much like your mother's crown. Cedric is a good boy. If he were truly influenced by Voldemort, why would he collaborate with us to devise a plan for locating the Horcrux? Perhaps what he said was, in fact, a ruse." Ms. Grey remained undeterred. Dumbledore did not rush to respond. Instead, he turned to observe the slumbering Diggory. Studying his features and recalling the moment he donned the sorting hat and was placed in Hufflepuff, he reminisced about the clarity in Diggory's eyes when he made an oath in his office, witnessed by Fawkes. Gradually, a smile graced Dumbledore's face. Despite the many secrets the boy withheld, he sensed that Diggory had never deceived him. He preferred to say, "Do not ask. To ask is to uncover a secret," rather than fabricate a plausible excuse to mislead him. He had always believed in Dumbledore and willingly accepted the role of his student. Dumbledore then turned to Ms. Grey, asking, "Have you ever encountered a teacher who doubts their own student? What if he truly betrays us?" Ms. Grey pressed, "Then it is I, as his teacher, who shall bear the responsibility." Dumbledore's voice was calm and low, careful not to awaken the sleeping Diggory, yet it resonated with conviction. Ms. Grey gazed into Dumbledore's gentle yet resolute eyes, surrendering her stance, hoping for the fulfillment of his words. The intensity of his gaze stirred something within her. Once, someone had looked at her in precisely the same manner. Although Ms. Grey drifted away, a hint of disarray lingered about her. Dumbledore resumed his seat, awaiting Diggory's awakening. However, before he could settle, the door to the infirmary swung open, revealing Nico. "Professor, I just heard." "Heard what?" Dumbledore inquired. Nico gestured towards the two figures on the bed. "I heard about them. Are they all right?" "They're fine," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "Madame Pomfrey possesses exceptional medical skills. Her knowledge of herbology and potion-making surpasses my own. I initially feared for Leonardo's visage, yet under Madame Pomfrey's care, he shall recover in a mere 10 days or so. It seems fortune favors him." Nico, without casting a glance at Leonardo, focused solely on Diggory's serene countenance. "What I meant to convey is unrelated to that. I've just returned from Ophelia and learned something else." "What else?" Dumbledore queried. "Diggory has been rejected by Ophelia." Dumbledore paused, taken aback, for this was news to him. He turned his gaze toward Diggory, a wave of sympathy washing over him as he sighed. The essence of love encompasses more than mere sweetness. He is simply unfortunate. There are still many days ahead of him. "Should we still allow Leonardo and Diggory to venture to Gringotts?" Nico asked. "Indeed," Dumbledore replied. "Leonardo has substantial deposits at Gringotts, rendering him a valued client. His presence will provide them with a legitimate reason to access the vault." Nico hesitated. "Yet, I still perceive this as inappropriate." "You are aware of their current relationship. Are you certain they won come to blows en route?" "Not anymore," Dumbledore clarified. Leonardo mentioned before his unconsciousness that their previous conflict stemmed solely from his desire to reclaim his pride. Now that his honor has been restored, he will refrain from further hostilities. After all, in his eyes, Cedric is merely a child, and Leonardo will be accommodating. Seeing Dumbledore's unwavering stance, Nico refrained from further protest, merely nodding in agreement while silently branding Leonardo as a petty, immature individual. "Perhaps you should rest. I can keep watch here," Nico suggested. Dumbledore gently stroked Diggory's forehead and paused before responding. "Very well, but should they awaken, ensure you notify Madame Pomfrey immediately. I shall return post-dinner." With that, he departed, leaving Nico alone in the room. She settled beside Diggory's bed, observing his slumbering form, and found herself smiling. "Oh, dear brother, I never anticipated you were fond of such a girl. Rejected in such a manner, even your sister feels anguish for you." After uttering these words, she leaned down and placed a gentle kiss upon Diggory's forehead, leaving no further comment. Unbeknownst to Diggory, he remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside. At this moment, his consciousness resided within the realm of the system, having been drawn in by the large orange cat immediately upon his fainting. Although his body lay in unconsciousness, his soul remained alert within the system. The side effects of the top-tier agility potion could affect not only the body but also the spirit. At this juncture, Diggory lay on the ground in an exceedingly contorted position, his limbs unnaturally oriented in various directions. His eyes were tightly shut, his complexion pale, and beads of sweat the size of peas cascaded from his forehead as he endured indescribable agony. The large orange cat lay beside Diggory, munching on dried fish while musing. What is love but a torment that compels one to risk life and death? Oh, naive Cedric, how does the taste of heartbreak strike you? Quite exhilarating, I presume. With that, it stuffed another handful of dried fish into its mouth, reveling in the youthful ability to savor the bittersweet essence of love. Diego gritted his teeth, struggling to open his eyes, fixating his gaze upon the hefty orange cat, emitting muffled sounds of distress. The orange cat queried, reclining casually with its plump paws propping up its round head. What are you mumbling about? I cannot comprehend your utterances. Could you perhaps converse in a more feline manner? Is it pain that you feel? A pain reliever, perhaps? The orange cat ventured cautiously. Diego felt relieved that the orange cat's guess was indeed correct, nodding vigorously. However, at that moment, his nodding resembled a slow-motion replay, exaggerated and drawn out. The orange cat chuckled, a mischievous and cunning grin spreading across its face. Clutching a small dried fish in its paw, it casually remarked, I do have painkillers available, but do you possess the magical energy to purchase them? Diego was taken aback. His bloodshot eyes fixated on the small dried fish nestled within the large orange paw, which was indeed the last remnants of his magical energy. The shameless feline. Diego recalled that when he first entered this predicament, the side effects of the supreme agility potion had yet to manifest, and at that time, the cat had persistently demanded the dried fish. Unbeknownst to Diego, he would find himself in such a situation, and thus he had exchanged his final vestiges of magical power for it. Yet now, this cat had brazenly turned its back on him. How heartless. Diego truly wishes to pin this cat down and rub it against the ground. Diego was seated cross-legged on the ground, savoring the delectable dried fish offered by Diggory. The exquisite flavor unfolded upon his palate. Just 3 minutes prior, under Diggo's nearly feline gaze that could slay, Diggory had finally experienced a pang of conscience and fetched him some pain relief. However, what Diggory did not anticipate was that the remedy was, in fact, dried fish. How can your dried fish alleviate the side effects I endure? He mused, as the discomfort from the agility potion gradually vanished without a trace. Diggory marveled at the efficacy of the fish and inquired further. It is simply because the burdens in your heart are so numerous that a mere morsel of dried fish brings you satisfaction. Diggory retorted, rolling his eyes. Speak plainly, Diggory urged. Diggory smirked, lacking any sense of decorum. As the administrator of this realm, I have the liberty to infuse a touch of my essence into my dried fish. However, this relief is solely for pain. For other injuries, you must devise your own solutions. Diggory nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. He then fell silent, quietly nibbling on dried fish. It was the first time Big Orange had witnessed such a state of silence from Diggory. He understood the reason, when one person invests so much of themselves into another, only to be met with silence in return, it is undoubtedly a painful experience. Although Big Orange often seemed to tease Diggory, witnessing him in this manner stirred a sense of discomfort within. Thus, he inquired of Diggory, do you not wish to know why I took the initiative to draw your consciousness in? Diego quietly gazed at the large orange cat, wearing an expression that seemed to say, I am listening to you. This left the orange cat feeling quite helpless. With a resigned sigh, the orange cat meowed and said, there is a task at hand, and with that demeanor of yours, you wouldn't even hear the prompt for it. Thus, I have no choice but to bring you along. Diggory showed little reaction, merely gazing calmly at the large orange creature. Alas, in the Valley of Godric, a small band of Death Eaters was up to no good. Comprising 4 individuals, 1 advanced wizard, 2 intermediates, and 1 novice. Your task is to eliminate them. Upon success, your reward will be the privilege to elevate 2 spells to the level of wandless magic. However, should you fail, before the large orange creature could finish speaking, Diggory suddenly raised his hand, signaling that it was enough. I understand. There is no need to elaborate further. Simply convey the crucial information regarding the mission. As for the consequences of failure, I have no desire to hear about them. It is of no consequence to me. The large orange creature looked at Diggo, who seemed to have matured in an instant, feeling a pang of sympathy. Only those who are utterly alone would dismiss such matters so lightly. In truth, what you disregard is not the punishment for the task, but something else entirely. Is it not? This is a topic I wish to avoid, and I believe it holds little significance for you as well. Diggo forced a superficial smile. The large orange creature, incensed by this remark, grabbed a handful of dried fish and hurled it at Diggo's face, exclaiming, "You heartless one. My concern for you is a privilege." Diego smiled as he popped the small dried fish into his mouth, expressing his gratitude. The orange tabby, with a hint of irritation, shot Diego a glance and remarked, "You need not thank me. I merely care for you," with a touch of concern. However, the woman outside is genuinely worried. Who is outside? Diego inquired, a bit perplexed, uncertain of who it could be. Could it be his mother? Nico. What? Who? Diggo was somewhat bewildered. How could this scatterbrained older sister, Nico, feel concern for him? After all, they had only spent one night together. Yet, upon reflection, despite the brevity of their acquaintance, one could indeed say they had forged a bond akin to that of sworn friends. It was only natural for her to express concern. That night, under a moonlight as luminous as water, the ground was adorned with a myriad of lights. Nico, seated at the edge of the bed, nodded heavily, rousing herself from slumber. Awake? Upon lifting her gaze, she noticed Leonardo sitting beside her, observing her intently. His face was swathed in layers of bandages, leaving only his features exposed. The left side of his face, covered in a plethora of herbal concoctions, resembled an underdeveloped, genetically mutated white tomato. He held a cup of murky green liquid. Taking a sip that immediately drew a grimace, the taste was decidedly unpalatable, akin to that of dung, and he had to endure it to avoid scarring. Nico harbored little fondness for Leonardo, merely acknowledging him with a non-committal grunt to indicate she had heard him. Observing her reaction, Leonardo awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling an inexplicable embarrassment, pondering where he had possibly offended her. At that moment, the door to the infirmary swung open abruptly, and Dumbledore strode in with purpose, followed closely by Madame Pomfrey. Upon entering, the elder wizard cast a glance at the still recumbent Diggo, his expression shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. He then turned his attention to Leonardo, inquiring, "How are you faring? All well?" Leonardo nodded cautiously, suppressing any expression of discomfort lest he aggravate his wounds, and ventured, "Is it possible to forego this medicine? The taste is dreadful, like donkey dung." Madame Pomfrey, her face stern, retorted, "What do you mean by nodding? To prevent infection. You must take this medicine, and you'll need to drink it for a full fortnight." Leonardo's expression faltered as he immediately turned to Dumbledore for support. However, before Dumbledore could interject, Madame Pomfrey huffed coldly, asserting, "No one else's opinion matters. You must drink this medicine, I insist." Dumbledore remained silent, his countenance impassive. Realizing he had no choice but to acquiesce, Leonardo resigned himself, grimacing as he resumed his reluctant consumption of the potion. At that juncture, Dumbledore turned once more to glance at Diggo, addressing Madame Pomfrey. "Cedric has yet to awaken. Do you think it prudent to administer an injection?" Suddenly, Diggory's foot twitched unnaturally beneath the blankets. Madame Pomfrey entered and touched Diggory's forehead, feeling somewhat perplexed. He had been feverish earlier. Yet now his temperature had normalized after such a prolonged slumber. Why had he not awakened? Administer an injection. Use the thickest syringe available. He should recover promptly. Dumbledore stated decisively, oblivious to the fleeting glint of mischief in his eyes. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey also recognized Diggory's condition and added, "Kindly assist me, Miss Kidman, in uncovering Cedric's blanket while I fetch the syringe in preparation for the injection." Only Nico, in her confusion, murmured, "Do we really need to administer an injection?" Indeed. The thickest syringe, the very one Hagrid used to inject his adorable Fluffy. Dumbledore interjected. Diggory's foot twitched once more. He was familiar with Fluffy, the massive three-headed dog. In the first film, Hagrid had lent Fluffy to Dumbledore to guard the Philosopher's Stone, despite falling asleep at the sound of music. Fluffy had certainly captivated audiences at the time. However, this dog was anything but cute. It appeared rather endearing when gazing at humans. "There's no need. I am awake," Diggory proclaimed calmly as he opened his eyes to Nico's astonished gaze. Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of affirmation. Diego wished to rise from his bed. Yet as he endeavored to exert force with his elbow, a sudden crack echoed through the joint, accompanied by an acute pain that coursed through both the joint and the muscles surrounding his elbow. Diggory collapsed onto the bed once more, gasping for breath. It was at this moment that he recalled the words of the orange cat, who had informed him that the little fish snacks merely offered temporary relief from his pain, yet could not alter the nature of his injuries. Madame Pomfrey gently pressed her hand against Diggory's chest, stating, "You have sustained severe and peculiar injuries. Approximately 95% of your muscles are strained, and your bones exhibit signs of osteoporosis. I nearly mistook you for an octogenarian cloaked in the guise of a child. I shall administer medication to you now, and for the next 3 months, you must refrain from getting out of bed." Diggory was taken aback. "What? 3 months? Impossible." Madame Pomfrey's previously softened expression turned serious once more. "If you are a patient in the infirmary at Hogwarts, then you must heed my words." Diggory sought help from Dumbledore, but the old man feigned ignorance and turned a blind eye. Madame Pomfrey was usually amenable in other matters, yet when it came to healing, no one's words seemed to carry any weight. Diggo lowered his head, recalling that before he awoke, the big orange cat had informed him that the deadline for this mission was set within a month. Should he fail to complete it, he would henceforth be compelled to scavenge for food alongside dogs. What do dogs eat? Excrement. At that moment, Diggory's face turned a shade of green. This system was utterly unworthy. Therefore, he had to venture into Godric's Hollow. No one else would suffice. Diggory glanced at Leonardo beside him, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Well, if you allow me to go to the room of requirement, I can restore my body at the quickest pace." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, and before Madame Pomfrey could utter a word, he interjected with a question, "Is that truly the case?" Diggory nodded. Old Deng turned to Madame Pomfrey, yet she maintained a stern expression. "No, I am well aware of your condition. I have visited the House of Requests, and there is no miraculous elixir within that can remedy your ailment." Desperation overtook Diggory. "Truly, I assure you, if I were to deceive you, I would never find a wife." With a sharp clap, Dumbledore brushed his palm, feeling as though his long-neglected skills had returned with renewed vigor. It is unwise to speak recklessly or to make hasty oaths. Dumbledore lowered his stance and proposed to Madame Pomfrey, "What if I take him to the room of requirement? If his condition does not improve, I shall bring him back. What do you think?" Initially reluctant, Madame Pomfrey was swayed by Diggory's expression, which conveyed that he would not cooperate with his treatment otherwise. "Very well, but we must act swiftly. The boy's injuries are quite severe and must not be trifled with." Dumbledore exhaled with relief, finally securing her consent. He gently patted Diggory on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not worry, I shall levitate him there. He will not need to walk a step." Upon hearing this, Madame Pomfrey nodded and stepped aside. Thus, clad in a hospital gown, Diggory was levitated by Dumbledore, drawing the attention of numerous Hogwarts students as he was escorted to the room of requirement. Upon arrival, Diggory's face was as dark as the bottom of a cauldron. He had never felt such humiliation. It was akin to a prisoner being led to the gallows. Behind him, Nico was doubled over with laughter. Today, 200,000 people kissed. 600,000 embraced. And here I am, laboring in solitude. After placing Diggory amidst a pile of supplies, Dumbledore stood by, observing him. Diggory cast a glance at Old Dung, and then discreetly directed his gaze towards Nico. Dumbledore nodded, signifying that all was well. Upon witnessing this gesture, Diggory felt a sense of relief. Regardless of whether the magical items vanished from his possession or he retrieved something from the space, it would remain a closely guarded secret. Although he had previously showcased the transformation of a broomstick behind a tree while departing from Hogsmeade, Nico had not witnessed it firsthand. Diggory cleared his throat and stretched his limbs, only to be met with a sharp pang of pain from a strained muscle. What followed was an event more astonishing than a broomstick flying through the air. It simply vanished. With a mere touch of his hand upon the magical object, it disappeared as if it had never existed. Nico, her wide, shimmering eyes filled with confusion, turned to Dumbledore in search of an explanation. Yet, the venerable professor merely offered her a calm glance, signaling her to remain composed and observe. The magical items within the room of requirement visibly diminished, and soon enough, Diggory had cleared a space of 20 square meters, all the items within it having been absorbed into the void, transformed into magical energy. "Is this enough?" Diggory muttered to himself. "Big Orange, how much magical energy is required for the potion you mentioned that can heal my injuries?" he inquired mentally. 1,500 points. "You have already converted 16,000. You are more than sufficient," replied Big Orange. "However, as you will be venturing out again soon, it would be wise to store some for unforeseen circumstances." Diggory nodded, deciding to restore the restorative potion first. Otherwise, enduring the painful jolts with every movement was simply unbearable. Nico observed Diggory standing there, seemingly in a daze. Just as she pondered his strange behavior, she suddenly saw his head tilt to the side, his eyes rolling back, and drool escaping the corner of his mouth, presenting a comically vacant expression as if his brain had momentarily crashed. Startled, Nico immediately glanced at Dumbledore. "Professor, please don't worry." Dumbledore remained composed. He had witnessed such antics countless times before. Sure enough, after a brief interval, Diggory returned to his usual self, inexplicably holding an additional vial of potion. The confusion in Nico's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a flicker of brilliance. She recalled how, shortly after Diggory had disappeared behind a tree, he re-emerged with 2 flying brooms in hand. What was happening? Nico gazed intently into Diggory's eyes, which sparkled with intrigue, as if he had uncovered a profound secret waiting for her to unveil. Yet, Diggory remained oblivious to Nico's expression. He eagerly drank the restorative potion. The liquid was sweet with a hint of bitterness, yet overall quite palatable. As the potion coursed down his throat, Diggory felt a warm sensation gradually enveloping his entire being, akin to the comfort of a perfectly tempered bath. It was a feeling reminiscent of sipping a glass of fine wine, savoring the bliss of a leisurely afternoon. A profound expression of astonishment crossed Diggory's face, as a thunderous reprimand reverberated in his ears. "What on earth are you thinking, you rascal?" Feeling wronged, Diggory rubbed the back of his head, contemplating that if this continued, he would inevitably be reduced to a fool, or perhaps suffer a severe concussion before reaching that state. Dumbledore, in a fit of exasperation, trembled as he pointed towards the blushing Nico, who was too embarrassed to meet their gaze. "Just look at yourself. See how flustered you are. Even Miss Kidman is too shy to look your way." Diego was truly astonished. He had not entertained any unwholesome thoughts at all. Dumbledore cast a glance at Diego's now agile hand and inquired, "Have you recovered? With that potion?" "Indeed," Diego replied with a proud smile. "What do you think? This potion is magnificent." With a sharp clap, old Dumbledore struck Diego's head, leaving him dazed. "In the future, be mindful of your speech. Do not boast at such a young age. If you continue like this, you may find yourself in trouble." Dumbledore gently patted Diego's shoulder, confirming his recovery before preparing to leave. "Take care of the things here. I do not wish to feel sorrow upon my next visit." With that, he departed without a backward glance, leaving Nico and Diego alone. Nico, with her enchanting emerald eyes, stared intently at Diego. "Can you, perhaps, inquire about the secret?" With a pout and a huff, Nico turned and left to seek Dumbledore. Before arriving in this world, Diego had always believed that wizards preferred flip-powder for long-distance travel rather than apparition. After all, flip-powder was far more convenient. One merely needed to find a location covered by the flu network, locate a fireplace, and toss in a handful of powder. A blink later, one would arrive at their destination. Moreover, flip-powder did not require passing an examination from the Ministry of Magic, whereas apparition did. Most crucially, apparition was rather unforgiving for novices, often resulting in nausea or, in severe cases, unconsciousness. Thus, at present, Diego found himself leaning against a tree trunk, bent over in a fit of retching. Nico stood beside him, gently patting his back to help ease his discomfort. "I apologize. It is my first time using apparition, and I did not gauge it properly. I assure you, it will not happen again. Besides, you should bear some blame for insisting on coming out." Disregarding Professor Dumbledore's advice, "If you were to emerge, at least choose a closer spot. Why come all the way to Godric's Hollow? It is so far." "Oh, do you wish for another attempt?" Nico went to find Dumbledore, hoping to persuade him to allow Diego to accompany her, so she could tend to her younger companion. At that moment, Diego weakly turned his head and remarked, "Alas, it is all my fault. Next time, unless my brain is kicked by a donkey." Diggory's voice abruptly ceased, and a flush crept across his cheeks. Nico, bending slightly to assist him, wore a low-cut garment that accentuated her exquisite figure. "It's all right. If there's another opportunity, we can continue. After all, no one is a master from the very beginning." Diggory's attitude underwent a silent transformation, turning a full 180 degrees. "Perhaps it's best to reconsider. You're still a child, and I must think of your well-being. What if you were to vomit again next time?" Nico expressed with a hint of guilt. However, Diggory waved dismissively, assuring her, "Rest assured. Next time I definitely won't be sick." How absurd. Thus, the matter was set aside as Nico supported Diggory into Godric's Hollow. Godric's Hollow resembled a larger version of Hogsmeade, albeit with less densely clustered residences. The area was more expansive, with houses more widely dispersed. It was now late autumn, and although the sun blazed overhead at noon, Its warmth was futile against the chill breeze that brushed against Diggory's face, causing him to shiver. "Shall we find somewhere to eat first?" Diggory suggested. Having traveled since morning and now feeling the protest of his stomach after expelling his breakfast. "No need to search," Nico replied. "There is a member of the Order of the Phoenix here in Godric's Hollow. We can go directly to him, as the professor has already made arrangements." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go," Diggory exclaimed, eager to proceed. Approximately 15 minutes later, the pair arrived at a quaint two-story house. The exterior and architectural style of the building revealed its age, suggesting that its owner might belong to the same era as Dumbledore. Nico approached and knocked on the door. Moments later, it swung open, revealing a gray triangular hat peeking out. "Who is it?" "Ah, it's you, little Nico." Beneath the hat, an elderly face, deeply wrinkled and smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum, appeared. "It's been so long, Grandpa Afiadogo." Nico greeted warmly, stepping aside to reveal Diggory behind her. "This is Cedric Diggory, the one Professor Dumbledore mentioned to you." Diggory stepped forward, bowing respectfully in greeting. Ephra emerged completely, revealing a stooped old man. He regarded Diggory with a gentle gaze and, with a slightly wheezy voice, remarked, "Dumbledore has informed me about your impending arrival and mentioned that you are his student, possessing unparalleled talent. Upon hearing this, I must confess that I sometimes find myself a bit envious of you." Diggory chuckled, unsure of how to respond. To acknowledge his considerable talent might come across as somewhat conceited. Yet, to adopt a more modest stance and utter phrases like "you flatter me" could seem equally pretentious. Thus, he could only manage an awkward laugh, scratching the back of his head, at a loss for words. Inaiko, observing from the side, stifled a giggle. Surprised to discover the shy side of Diggory, she interjected into Ifeya's incessant chatter with a smile, "Mr. Duoch, we've been traveling all morning and are quite hungry." Ifeya slapped his forehead, apologizing, "Forgive me, my age makes me prone to rambling when in company. Please, come inside. I just baked an apple pie this morning." The elderly man guided the two inside, where the decor was starkly simple, almost to the point of austerity, with few pieces of furniture hinting at a solitary existence. It was evident that Ifeya had been living alone for many years, seated at the modest dining table, which was merely a simple wooden board supported by 4 legs. Diggory and his companion found themselves in a rather unpretentious setting. The stools, crafted from raw timber with only the slightest planing, complemented the simplicity of their surroundings. Before long, an apple pie was brought forth. Diggory glanced at the humble combination of crust and apple, closed his eyes, and took a bite. The taste was so profoundly moving that he nearly shed tears. However, he restrained his emotions, mindful of the elderly gentleman's kindness. Such a display would have been rather unbecoming. It was inappropriate to produce food from his own secret stash, as that belonged to a realm known only to a select few. Thus, Diggory compelled himself to eat while deftly diverting the conversation. "Mr. Dogo, how has the Godric's Hollow been of late?" he inquired. Ifeya, who had been sipping her tea, responded to Diggory's question, "Nothing of note. It has been quite tranquil. Ever since Voldemort's defeat, the extremist pureblood advocates have vanished without a trace, and hardly anyone dares to cause trouble here anymore." Nico looked at Diggory with a puzzled expression, unsure of his motives for such inquiries. "Is there anything unusual occurring?" Diggory persisted. Ifeya tilted her head toward the sky, pondering, and confirmed, "No. There have been no anomalies in the valley recently. Everyone seems to be at peace, and all remains calm." "Why do you ask such questions?" she retorted. Diggory did not take the time to respond, but was instead engulfed in confusion. The system would certainly not act without reason. Since it indicated that Death Eaters were up to something, it was evident that someone was present. Consequently, there existed 2 possibilities. 1, that Ephra was lying, or 2, that the Death Eaters had yet to be discovered. Diggory reminisced about his memories of Harry Potter. Euphoria Dogo could undoubtedly be described as a devoted follower and staunch supporter of Dumbledore, regardless of the slanderous accusations leveled against Dumbledore by Umbridge and Fudge, or the widespread deception wrought by Rita Skeeter's reports that led the public to doubt the venerable wizard. Euphoria steadfastly aligned herself with Dumbledore, willing to lend her voice in his defense. Crucially, Dumbledore reciprocated her loyalty, confiding his insights to her, which gave Diggory ample reason to trust that this veteran of the Order of the Phoenix would not deceive him. Thus, only one possibility remained. The Death Eaters had yet to be discovered. However, if they were indeed still at large, the situation would be dire. Not to mention that the constraints of time left Diggory no room for hesitation. After all, one cannot expect to guard against a thief indefinitely when they themselves have committed the act for a mere 1,000 days. with a furrowed brow. Diggory pondered what treasures the Death Eaters might covet within Godric's Hollow. This renowned haven for half-blood wizards is the birthplace of the illustrious wizard Godric Gryffindor, founder of the esteemed Gryffindor Academy. It is also the site where the wizarding goldsmith, Bowmanwright, crafted the very first golden snitch. The cemetery is adorned with the ancestral names of ancient wizarding families. In this valley, muggles and wizards coexist, and apart from the magically enchanted monument in the central square, the surroundings appear rather unremarkable. If one were to identify a distinct feature, it would be that the valley's cemetery is both more numerous and more renowned. Within Godric's Hollow lies a quaint church, behind which rests a graveyard accessed through a narrow gate, where rows of gravestones stand upon a pale blue silken carpet, inscribed with the names of venerable wizarding families. Here lie the remains of Dumbledore's mother and sister, as well as Harry Potter's parents, and it is rumored to be haunted. Wait a moment. Diggory suddenly felt a chill, not due to the rumors of haunting, but rather because the remains of Harry Potter's parents lay interred here. If one were to ponder what treasures the Death Eaters might covet in this valley, it would undoubtedly be the bones of their enemies, for they are essential for Voldemort's resurrection. It is no wonder that the living experience tranquility. The valley remains remarkably serene, for those Death Eaters seek only the troubles of the deceased. With this realization, even though the apple pie was rather unpalatable, Diggory nonetheless swallowed a large piece. Diggory remarked to Ephra, "Mr. Doggo, is it not said that the graveyard behind the church is haunted? I am quite eager to pay it a visit." Ephra, utterly perplexed by Diggory's notion, found herself at a loss to comprehend his thoughts. "What do you intend to do there? Such hauntings are merely the musings of muggles. In the eyes of us wizards, they are nothing more than the mischievous antics of a few spirits. What is there to behold?" Diego shook his head. "No. I sense that something is amiss over there, so I wish to investigate." "Amiss?" Nicole's interest was piqued. "What seems to be out of place?" Diggory suddenly recalled that Nico had once mentioned her exceptionally strong intuition. He pondered whether bringing Nico along would render the process of capturing the Death Eaters somewhat easier. There were 4 adversaries. The presence of a novice wizard was negligible in terms of combat prowess. The real concern lay with the advanced wizard and the 2 intermediate wizards, as these 3 posed a significant challenge. In terms of combat ability, Diggory was roughly on par with the intermediate wizards. However, when faced with an advanced wizard, he would likely find himself at a distinct disadvantage. This was evident from his previous encounter with Leonardo. Diggo contemplated for a moment and resolved to take Nico and Ifia along with him. "I shall escort you both there this evening, if all goes according to plan. We shall encounter unexpected treasures," Diggo proclaimed. Ifia, panting heavily, inquired, "What unexpected treasures? At my age, I can hardly endure anything too exhilarating." Diggory raised an eyebrow. As long as his fighting spirit remained intact, Ephra was taken aback by this remark, thinking, this young man has quite a peculiar taste. Does Dumbledore know about this? Moreover, we are bringing little Nico along. Is this truly appropriate? "Mr. Doggo, I am not a child anymore," Nico protested. Although she did not fully comprehend what Ephra was saying, it did not hinder her from asserting her maturity. Diggory twirled his fingers, his expression somewhat stiff. He sensed that the elder gentleman before him was rather wild, completely misinterpreting his intentions. Diego awkwardly waved his hand and said, "We are merely seeking something, nothing more." Euphoria and Nico both sighed in relief. As evening approached, the warm red sun adorned the horizon, accompanied by a captivating display of fiery clouds, embellishing this late autumn. Before setting off, Diggory and his companions felt that dining in a graveyard was somewhat inappropriate, so they had already enjoyed their evening meal. The dinner, prepared by Diggory, consisted of an ample supply of beef, lamb, and leeks exchanged from the ether, resulting in an exceptionally delightful barbecue that left the trio thoroughly satisfied. Although Ephra was unaware of how Diggory conjured such sustenance, he refrained from inquiring further. Assuming that Diggory had flouted the Ministry of Magic's regulations by possessing a bag enhanced with the undetectable extension charm, with plenty of time before their capture, Diggory and his companion strolled leisurely in the square before the church to aid digestion. Here stood a monument that, to the eyes of muggles, was merely a structure of remembrance. Yet, to the wizarding gaze, this monument transformed into the likenesses of 3 individuals, a man with disheveled hair and spectacles, a beautiful woman with long hair and a kind demeanor, and an infant nestled in his mother's embrace. Diggory gazed at the statue with a sense of wonder. And no matter how he looked at it, he felt an uncanny resemblance to the family of Harry Potter. Yet, alas, it was not. Nico cast a glance at Diggory, who had been fixated on the statue, and then stole a look at the church on the other side, her heart racing with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. "Diggory, when shall we enter?" she inquired. Diggory did not rush to respond. He pursed his lips and leisurely cleared the remnants of mutton and beef from between his teeth with his tongue before he spoke. "There's no need for haste. In this quaint little town, muggles and wizards coexist, and we must wait until the sun sets and the church is deserted before we can proceed. Will we not be too late?" Nico inquired, a hint of impatience in her voice. "Not at all," Effia interjected, gesturing grandly with her hands, her demeanor exuding confidence as she panted. "Do not fret. There is a considerable number of wizards here. Regardless of any unforeseen circumstances, they would undoubtedly refrain from being too conspicuous. If a commotion were to arise, they would certainly be unable to escape the consequences. In a little while, once you enter, follow my lead. As a seasoned high-ranking wizard and an esteemed member of the Order of the Phoenix, it is my duty to ensure your safety." Diggo was taken aback, pondering that it was Nick who was anxious, not himself. He then glanced at Effia, whose silver hair peeked out from beneath a triangular hat, silently praying that this gentleman might possess a prowess akin to that of Dumbledore, growing more formidable with each passing moment. Unbeknownst to Diggo, Effia was oblivious to his thoughts. He looked at the sun, realizing that they wouldn't be descending the mountain for some time. Pointing towards a nearby tavern, he suggested to Diggo, "It's still early. Shall we indulge in a drink?" Before Diggo could respond, Nick swiftly pulled him behind her, her gaze sternly fixed on Effia as she declared with righteous fervor, "Mr. Dogo, I hope you do not forget that Diggo is still a child. How can he venture to such a place?" Effia, having just burped, suddenly recalled that, indeed, Diggo was but a child. How could he have made such a suggestion? He scratched his belly in agitation, feeling an inexplicable sensation. Initially, all seemed well. Yet the more time he spent with Diggo, the more he sensed that this child was not merely a child. However, observing Diggo's current demeanor, he was undeniably a child. The more he pondered, the more his head throbbed. Ultimately, he decided to dismiss the thought, reasoning that Diggo was Dumbledore's student, not his. Thus, Effia waved goodbye to Nick and Diggo, heading off to the tavern, instructing them to seek him out when they arrived. Time passed swiftly. Before long, night enveloped the square, leaving only a few streetlights aglow. On a nearby bench, Nick turned to Diggo, her eyes silently inquiring whether it was time to commence their actions. Diego nodded at her. At that moment, Effia, without waiting for them to find her, sauntered out of the bar. Diggory gazed at the black line, finally comprehending why. In the previous world of literature, the Order of the Phoenix, led by Dumbledore, was perpetually besieged by the Death Eaters. The evidence was apparent in Ephra's demeanor. Action was imminent, yet here he was, intoxicated to the point of unsteadiness. How could he possibly articulate spells without faltering in his pronunciation? A glimpse into the past revealed the tragic injustice of Dumbledore's defeats. It was not a lack of strength to vanquish Voldemort, but rather the incompetence of his allies, ill-equipped not only in power but also in thought. As Ephra approached, an overwhelming scent of alcohol assailed Diggory's senses. How many shots of vodka had she consumed to arrive at such a state? He watched as she belched and, with slurred speech, inquired, "So, have the muggles departed? Shall we proceed?" With that, she staggered towards the church, swaying precariously, as if she might collapse at any moment. Upon entering the cemetery behind the church, they concealed themselves behind a large tree. Diggory, feeling a twinge of concern, turned to Ephra and extended a finger. "Mr. Dogo, how many fingers do you see?" "1. And now? 2. And now? 6 fingers?" "Cedric, how do you have 6 fingers on your fist? Have you mutated?" "Goddamn mutation." Diggory gazed at the 3 fingers before him, a visage of regret etched upon his face. He should never have allowed Effia to venture to the bar for a drink. Inika, feeling anxious, exclaimed, "What shall we do now? Perhaps we should return. I have a foreboding feeling." Diego's expression grew grave. Nico's sixth sense was remarkably accurate, and her ominous premonition suggested that the forthcoming circumstances might indeed be dire. "Very well. Let us return for the night." Diego felt a sense of helplessness, lamenting the wasted effort. However, in light of the potential peril that awaited the 3 of them, retreating seemed to be a prudent choice. But how could they possibly turn back? Effia had already begun to struggle with her speech. Diego sighed, just as he was about to rise and assist Effia outside, when suddenly, Nico beside him anxiously grasped his arm. "Something is amiss. My heart races. We must find a place to hide." Diego immediately pulled Effia back into hiding, covering his mouth with one hand. He cautiously peeked toward the entrance of the cemetery, his gaze traversing the somber gray-black tombstones as he observed intently. At that moment, a voice echoed from the entrance. "Pompeo, we must locate James Potter's remains tonight. Otherwise, our activities here will be exposed." Exposed? Umph. If only you frequented the tavern less and avoided flirtations with the barmaids, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Oh, you bald fool? Are you blaming me for this? What? Is it not your fault? Bald fool. It is clearly your inadequate leadership that has prevented us from locating James Potter and his wife's graves. Otherwise, why would we still be lingering here? Exactly. I concur. Under the moonlight, a group of 4 or 5 individuals appeared within Diego's line of sight. Among them stood a prominent bald figure. The woman named Nico leaned closer, resting her head on Diego's shoulder, and whispered, "Is this unexpected discovery what you were referring to?" Diogo nodded earnestly. Nico, in a fit of anger, struck Diogo's shoulder and, in a hushed tone, lamented, "Why didn't you speak up sooner? Do you have any idea that the bald man leading the way is another Death Eater leader who once cornered me in Hogsmeade? He is a ruthless and formidable intermediate wizard. At that time, his squad of Death Eaters nearly captured me on several occasions." Diggo nodded cautiously, suggesting that they should wait until their pursuers passed before making their escape. However, before he could finish his thought, Effia, who had been silenced by Diggo's hand, suddenly tore it away, raising her wand and shouting, "In the name of the Order of the Phoenix and Dumbledore, let us fight." This unexpected proclamation startled both Diggo and Nico, leaving them momentarily speechless. Hadn't they agreed to enter the village quietly, without drawing attention? Effia's cry successfully captured the attention of Pompeo and his 3 companions. Upon spotting Nico and Effia, as well as a child hiding behind the trees, Pompeo's expression darkened, and he roared in fury, "You!" He turned to the senior wizard accompanying them and declared, "That woman is the one who delivered the list to Dumbledore." The senior wizard, Gauss, who had previously suggested one, cast a calculating glance at Nico, his thin lips curling into a sinister smile. Without uttering a word, he gestured sharply, commanding, "Seize her." Instantly, he, along with Pompeo and the other 2, charged toward Nico like ravenous wolves. To them, it was merely a trio of an underage girl, a mid-level support wizard, and an elderly man. Although the elder was a high-ranking wizard, it was evident that Effia was inebriated, her mind clouded. They believed that such a wizard, in her current state, would struggle to cast spells, so why should they be concerned? Diego's expression was as grim as a continuous losing streak in a competitive match. The best course of action was to retreat. "We must depart." "We cannot retreat," Effia shouted in confusion. "There are only 4 enemies. We cannot disgrace the Phoenix Society. Follow me." However, Effia, before even engaging in battle, met an untimely end. The opposing high sorcerer, Gauss, observed the commotion caused by Effia, and with a subtle flick of his wand, he cast a silent spell that rendered Effia unconscious. In an instant, Gauss's incantation struck Effia with precision. It was unfortunate that this once formidable elder now lay helpless on the ground. "What shall we do?" Nico asked in a panic. Effia had urged them to engage. Yet before they could even strike, he was the first to fall. The critical issue was that with his collapse, their escape was now impossible. A mere child and a woman could hardly lift him. Diggory was equally perplexed about what to do. This time, it had escalated beyond mere failure, reaching at least 20 consecutive defeats. "You hold one, and I shall take care of the other 3, Diggory decisively proclaimed. A sudden chill ran through Nico's heart. She had intended to inquire whether Diggory was capable, but Pompeo, with his gleaming bald head that reflected the silvery moonlight, was already approaching. She had no choice but to rise and dash aside, hoping to divert Pompeo's attention. "Hey, bald head, you've grown even uglier after a few days. What happened to the last few strands of hair on your head?" Pompeo's face twisted with rage, completely disregarding the more manageable Diggory and charging after Nico instead. "You little impudent wretch. This time, I shall bind you to my bed." Another intermediate mage, witnessing Pompeo's pursuit of Nico, glanced at the youthful Diggory and remarked to the nearby junior mage, "This child shall be entrusted to you. I will cover our rear. 5 minutes should suffice, correct?" The junior mage, a young man of 20, grinned maliciously at Diggory upon hearing the intermediate mage's words. "Rest assured, 2 minutes will be more than adequate." A child of such tender age, like Diggory, is evidently just beginning his journey in school. What combat prowess could such a youth possess? He gazed at Diggory with an air of arrogance and declared, "I shall grant you a choice. You may select your own manner of demise." Diggory feigned a lack of confidence and shouted at the young man, still youthful in demeanor, "Leave a line for future encounters. Given our age difference, If you possess any capability, let me strike first. The young man, accustomed to being at the bottom of the food chain among the Death Eaters, was elated at the prospect of finally having the opportunity to bully someone else. He eagerly accepted Diggory's challenge without a moment's hesitation. Could a mere child truly turn the tide? A typical child, indeed, could not. Yet, Diggory was no ordinary child. Could a normal child master the art of casting a stunning spell without incantation? Certainly not. Thus, the intermediate mage gazed in disbelief at the young man sprawled on the ground, rendered speechless by the spectacle before him. What had he just witnessed? This child had merely waved his wand lightly, and a mage had collapsed at his feet, though the fallen one was merely a novice mage. Could someone of such a youthful stature truly vanquish him? In a flurry, he fumbled for his wand, aiming it at Diggory. But his frantic movements prolonged the time it took to draw it. This rare opportunity was not one Diggory intended to squander. Before the adversary could even raise his wand, Diggory cast another stunning spell, and another adult body thudded to the ground. In less than 2 minutes, Diggory had dispatched both an intermediate and a novice mage. At last, Gauss, finally grasping the gravity of the situation, wore a dark expression. Since the inception of the Death Eaters, he had never encountered such an extraordinary and humiliating incident. 2 adult mages had been effortlessly subdued by a mere child. Diggory observed the approaching figures, acutely aware that his ability to swiftly dispatch the 2 had been facilitated by their underestimation of him. It was evident that such an opportunity had now evaporated. Gauss positioned himself before Diggory, his expression one of keen interest, and inquired, "Before my arrival, I heard whispers of an exceptionally gifted student emerging from Hogwarts. That student is you, is it not?" Diggory remained unfazed, shaking his head and asserting, "No, you are mistaken." "Really? I find that hard to believe," Gauss retorted, harboring skepticism towards Diggory's words. "Indeed, the boy you describe, endowed with remarkable talent, strikingly handsome, and adored by countless girls, is named Patrick. I am not he." Gauss's lips twitched in disbelief, perceiving the child as brazen, fabricating tales without a hint of subtlety. Such lies were palpable. "I do not believe you. If you disbelieve, why utter so much?" Diggory interjected, raising his hand and aiming at the gravestone beside Gauss, unleashing a shattering explosion that sent fragments and dust flying, obscuring their line of sight. Seizing the opportunity, a vial of premium agility potion appeared in Diggory's palm, which he swiftly consumed in one gulp. When Gauss's vision cleared, he was met with Diggory's intense gaze, his eyes ablaze with red. Uncertain whether it was fear or something else, Gauss instinctively took 2 steps back, an ominous premonition stirring within him. With a scoff, Gauss declared, "Now, no tricks will avail you. I shall not afford you the opportunity, as I did the 2 fools before." Diggory remained silent, a cold smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. He mused that he had faced high-level sorcerers before. He had clashed with Leonardo on 2 occasions. Although he had not emerged victorious, he had garnered experience. And as long as he diligently utilized potions during the battle, he would not fear even 10 Leonardos. Gauss observed the reticent Diggory before him, a sense of unease creeping into his heart, just as he prepared to cast a sleeping spell on Diggory, much like he had done with Effia earlier. The latter suddenly sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by a swift sound, Diggory vanished from sight. Gauss was instantly drenched in cold sweat, an ominous feeling engulfing him. Without a moment's hesitation, he conjured an armor spell, encircling himself in a protective barrier. At that very instant, just as the armor spell was forming, a small fist loomed larger in Gauss's vision, culminating in a resounding bang as it struck the transparent wall of the armor spell before him. Gauss stared blankly at the fist, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Diggory furrowed his brow slightly, acutely aware that the strength of his opponent's armor enchantment was considerably inferior to that of Leonardo, although it possessed a degree of rigidity. It felt somewhat softer in comparison to Leonardo's formidable defenses. Diggory nodded slightly, contemplating inwardly. It appears that even among high-ranking sorcerers, there exists a disparity in strength. This individual pales in comparison to Leonardo. Conversely, Gauss's heart was far from tranquil. Suddenly, Diggory appeared before him, nearly landing a punch squarely on his face. Were they not all magicians? How had their methods of attack transformed so abruptly and become so ferocious? Gauss's heart raced, almost leaping from his chest, as Diggory's unwavering momentum held him in a state of awe. Diego was unaware of the tumultuous psychological turmoil within Gauss. Yet this moment of distraction was a rare and invaluable opportunity. Diggory seized the opportunity, drawing his wand with his left hand, and aimed it at Gauss. Casting the spell Immobulus, The walls of the protective enchantment vanished in an instant. Gauss muttered in disbelief. What on earth? Bang! With a swift whip kick from Diggory, Gauss was sent flying, his face scraping against the ground as he hurtled 10 meters away. The excruciating pain caused him to lose consciousness instantly. Diggory approached and gave a gentle kick, confirming that Gauss had indeed lost consciousness. He shook his head in disbelief. The disparity among high-ranking sorcerers was simply too vast. Reflecting on Leonardo, who could withstand the potion with sheer resolve, he mused that, despite the steep price he had to pay, he could at least engage in a few rounds of combat. In stark contrast, Gauss lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, and with the two unfortunate souls, the battle was resolved in a mere 3 minutes, a complete rout. Diggory disdainfully shook his head at the ground and swiftly turned to pursue the direction in which Nico had departed. Meanwhile, Pompeo, panting heavily, glared at Nico from a distance, his face contorted with impatience and rage. You little nuisance, can you refrain from using the stopping charm? At that moment, Nico was also drenched in fragrant sweat, clearly exhausted. With her wand raised defiantly towards Pompeo, she retorted, What gives you the right to stop me? If you have the ability, refrain from attacking with spells. Have you mastered the stopping charm at school? Pompeo, exasperated, shouted back. Since their skirmish began, every spell he cast had been thwarted by her use of the stopping charm. During this time, he attempted disarming spells while Nico countered with stopping charms. He tried shattering spells, only for Nico to respond with her own stopping charm. He cast stunning spells, yet she met them with her stopping charm. As he advanced, she retreated, effectively neutralizing all his attacks and maintaining a considerable distance between them. Never before had Pompeo felt so stifled. He now regretted not diligently studying the 3 unforgivable curses during his time with his family. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so utterly frustrated by a mere stopping charm. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The most pressing concern was that once Gauss dealt with that child, if he returned only to find that he had failed to subdue Nico, he would undoubtedly face significant backlash. At that point, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Although, truth be told, his reputation was already in shambles. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Pompeo cast a glance towards Diggory and Gauss, silently hoping they would take their time, ideally encountering a troublesome child who could delay them further. However, when he turned to look, he spotted a small figure hastening towards him from that direction. Narrowing his eyes, he realized that the figure did not resemble Gauss, nor did it resemble the other two. Who could it be? Wait a moment. As the small figure drew closer, Pompeo's eyes widened in disbelief. Just moments ago, the figure had been a mere silhouette in the distance, but in the blink of an eye, it had darted forward, covering a significant distance. To Pompeo's astonishment, it was the very child they had all presumed would be an easy target. He glanced behind Diggory. No one was there. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He feared that his troubles were only just beginning. What was happening? Where were Gauss and the others? Pompeo scanned the surroundings in bewilderment, yet he could not find the individuals he sought. He was alarmed. Diego did not have the opportunity to widen his eyes at Pompeo. Instead, he hurried to Nicole's side, scrutinizing her intently before inquiring, Are you hurt? Upon meeting Diego's gaze and recalling his battle alongside Leonardo at Hogwarts, Nicole understood that he had resorted to potions. She shook her head at Diego, reassuring him, Do not worry, I am fine. Though she was equally astonished as Pompeo. Her prior experiences fighting alongside Diego allowed her to process the situation with greater composure. Where are Gauss and the others? Pompeo, seeing that Diego was ignoring him, furiously pointed his wand at Diego and demanded answers. Diggory cast a glance at him. This individual was the heir of the Pompeo pureblood family, a mid-level mage skilled in various offensive spells. However, he had yet to master the 3 unforgivable curses. His offensive power was present, yet constrained. Before Diego could finish his sentence, Nico understood his intent and promptly provided him with a comprehensive analysis of all pertinent information regarding Pompeo, ensuring he was well informed. Very well. I shall render him unconscious and then interrogate him alongside that esteemed sorcerer. Diggory finally turned to face Pompeo. Approximately 4 minutes remained for the top-tier agility potion. Ample time indeed. Diggory cracked his knuckles, listening to the sound of his bones creaking within his fists, feeling an inexplicable inclination towards utilizing his physical prowess rather than resorting to his wand. Yet, such musings were of little consequence at this moment. Seeing that Diggory was utterly disregarding his intentions, Pompeo was consumed by a mix of rage and humiliation. Very well, you leave me no choice. Incendio. A torrent of flames erupted from Pompeo's wand, manifesting into a grotesque, colossal serpent of fire, its merciless, slitted pupils reflecting the two before it. Before it opened its gaping maw and surged forth, a wave of heat, sharp enough to sting the skin, enveloped them. Nico felt a surge of terror. This spell was far beyond what a simple freezing charm could contain. Had he initially opted for the fire spell against her? Diggory, run! Nico shouted anxiously upon noticing Diggory's immobility. Yet Diggory remained undeterred, merely lifting his gaze to regard the fiery serpent before swiftly making his move. He brushed past the massive creature, and just as Nico was about to be exposed to the inferno, he seized Pompeo's wand with his right hand and grasped him firmly by the waist with his left. Initially, Diggory intended to grip his throat, but alas, his stature proved inadequate. Cease the incendio, or else, Diggory threatened. Feeling the urgency beneath his grasp and recognizing that Diggory's hand was firmly placed upon his wand, Pompeo chose compliance, reluctantly halting the spell. The fiery serpent dissipated into thin air, and Nico, whose hair was nearly singed, looked on in confusion, only to discover Diggory had gained control over Pompeo. She hurried towards Diggory, praising him. "Diggory, you're incredible." "Diggory? Cedric Diggory?" Pompeo murmured, suddenly enlightened. "You are the Cedric Diggory, the most gifted student in the history of Hogwarts." He stared incredulously at Diggory, redefining his understanding of talent. Simultaneously, a sense of glee welled up within him. If he could bring such information back, it would surely earn him significant recognition. Diggory fixed his gaze on Pompeo, whose expression shifted like the tides, ultimately revealing a hint of amusement in his eyes. With a cold smirk, Diggory remained undeterred, fully prepared to ensure that his adversary would not have an easy time. Diggory swiftly snatched Pompeo's wand away. Before he could react, a powerful punch struck him in the abdomen. Pompeo immediately curled up, resembling a large shrimp. Yet, the assault was far from over. Diggory unleashed a flurry of combination punches, each one landing with affectionate precision upon Pompeo's soft belly. By the time the onslaught concluded, Pompeo lay sprawled on the ground, frothing at the mouth and unconscious. After completing his task, Diggory took a breath, estimating that the effects of the potion would last approximately 2 more minutes before the side effects would manifest. He handed the restorative potion he had previously exchanged to Nico, saying, "You are aware of this potion's properties. The side effects will soon arrive, and I will be in excruciating pain. At that moment, I will need your assistance in administering the restorative potion." "Understood. What is your plan now?" Nico inquired. Diego seized Pompeo's foot, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Now, of course, we must bind this man and that esteemed sorcerer together for a thorough interrogation." With that, he dragged Pompeo's foot through the graveyard, utterly indifferent to the state of his upper body being dragged behind. Poor Pompeo had just endured a fierce beating from Diego, and now he was subjected to this new torment. Nico hastened to keep up, yet her physical abilities paled in comparison to the drug-enhanced prowess of Diego. By the time she arrived, she could only witness that both Gauss and Pompeo had been thoroughly stripped by Diego. "Ah," Nico gasped, turning away to cover her face. Her cheeks flushed. "Diego, what on earth are you doing?" Diego, pressed for time, could only hastily bind the 2 unconscious individuals while succinctly stating, "The efficacy of my potion is nearing its end. If we do not restrain their movements now, I shall be uneasy. Isn't it sufficient to simply take away their wands?" However, as Nico turned back, she was taken aback to see Diego beginning to tug at the trousers of the 2. It was utterly shocking. "Surely, you aren't intending to strip them entirely?" Nico exclaimed, not daring to turn around fully, overwhelmed by a sense of embarrassment. Diego continued his task without pause, unbeknownst to which grave he had stumbled upon to procure a sturdy hemp rope. As he bound the individuals, he responded, "This is done primarily for precaution. One can never be certain what they may conceal within their garments." Diego, influenced by his own apprehensions, harbored concerns that others might conceal various potions within their garments. The thought of inadvertently triggering a chaotic situation was indeed alarming. He vividly recalled the confrontation he had with Leonardo at Hogwarts, during which Leonardo had unexpectedly produced 2 vials of potions from seemingly nowhere. Furthermore, this strategy was devised to dismantle their psychological defenses, thereby facilitating the revelation of information we sought. After binding the 2 individuals to a towering tombstone and arranging them in a formation akin to the character tie, the plan was finally accomplished. Diggory clapped his hands, only to be suddenly engulfed by a wave of dizziness, accompanied by excruciating pain that emanated from his very bones. He collapsed to the ground, his complexion turning ashen, his body drenched in a cold sweat. In mere seconds, He appeared as if he had been pulled from the depths of a watery abyss. Upon witnessing this, Nico immediately recognized that the side effects Diggory had mentioned had come to fruition. She hurriedly retrieved a restorative potion, eager to administer it to him. However, Diggory's body began to convulse violently, making it impossible for him to lie there peacefully for her to feed him the potion. As the vial approached his lips, Diggory's mouth collided with it, nearly toppling the container. Nico hesitated, pondering her next course of action. The conventional method of administering the potion was clearly futile. Should she resort to using her own mouth? Yet, Diggory's condition was deteriorating rapidly, leaving her no time for further contemplation. At last, Nico resolved to take action. She leaned down, drawing forth her wand and casting the petrification spell. This incantation proved effective, as Diggory's body became completely immobilized, ensnared in stone. However, Nico soon found herself in another predicament. Diggory's mouth remained tightly shut, rendering her unable to administer the potion. Was she truly left with no choice but to resort to her own mouth? Nico blushed deeply, her cheeks glowing like the evening sky, complemented by the pure luminescence of the moonlight, creating a scene of unparalleled beauty. Although Diggory had succumbed to the petrifying curse, anguish sounds still emanated from his throat as the pain he endured multiplied exponentially. Unable to bear it any longer, Nico resolved to take action. The silvery moonlight gently blanketed the ground, and the wind turned tender at that moment, while a delicate flower quietly blossomed nearby. The taste of the restorative potion exceeded Nico's expectations. It was somewhat sweet, with a rich flavor reminiscent of peanut butter, intermingled with a hint of tartness. Once she had administered the potion, Nico retrieved a bottle of water from her enchanted pocket, which she had enhanced with a subtle stretching charm, and rinsed her mouth vigorously several times. However, Diggory's condition improved, his body ceased to convulse, and he settled into a peaceful slumber. Nico glanced back at the slumbering Diggory. Pursing her lips in discontent, her first kiss was lost. Now that Diggory was asleep, it was uncertain when he would awaken, leaving her as his sole guardian. She watched over Diggory and Euphoria, as well as the stripped Gauss and Pompeo. Returning to Diggory's side, Nico laid down a thick mat beneath him for a more comfortable rest. She then sat beside him, illuminated by the moonlight, studying Diggory's face while musing. What makes you so remarkably unique? Meanwhile, Moody had hurriedly arrived at Azkaban, employing a combination of flue powder and disillusionment charms. Azkaban, situated on the North Sea, was a towering, square edifice largely devoid of human guards, with the Dementors serving as its primary sentinels. Most inmates, upon their entry into this prison, would find all semblance of joy and happiness drained by the Dementors, often descending into madness within weeks. Thus, the air within Azkaban was perpetually filled with the sounds of various agonized screams. After all, the environment within was hardly suitable for human habitation. Amidst the filth and decay, the Dementors, exuding a stench of rot, would bestow a chilling kiss upon those in a good or normal mood, ensuring that any positive thoughts vanished entirely. Consequently, it must be acknowledged that Sirius, Bellatrix, Barty Crouch Jr., and Dolohov were individuals of formidable mental strength. Having endured such a lengthy imprisonment in Azkaban, they not only retained their sanity but also resumed their previous lives upon release, seemingly unaffected. Moody approached Azkaban with a grave demeanor, and the floating Dementors outside sensed his approach, drifting closer. However, upon recognizing the familiar aura emanating from Moody, they glided away once more. He entered the office of the internal wizard at Azkaban, where a clean-shaven Ministry of Magic staff member greeted him. "Esteemed Mr. Moody, how may I assist you today? Have you apprehended more Death Eaters?" It was no surprise that the staff member posed such a question, given that most of the prisoners had been captured by this formidable figure. Moody shook his head and, noticing he was alone in the office, inquired, "Where is everyone?" Previously, a newcomer inadvertently approached a Dementor. As you know, these creatures bring misfortune to anyone who draws near. The newcomer was nearly drained of life on the spot. To avoid lingering near the Dementor, others used the pretext of caring for the newcomer to retreat to their dormitory. After all, no one wishes to remain in the company of such a dark entity. Moody nodded in understanding, contemplating that a larger crowd would hinder his ability to escort individuals away. "Well, I am merely here to observe. Given the number of heinous individuals confined within, it is wise to exercise caution." Upon hearing Moody's insightful remark, the young man with the crew cut promptly produced a notebook from seemingly nowhere, diligently recording Moody's words verbatim. After all, this was invaluable wisdom from a legendary auror of the Ministry of Magic, and memorizing such advice might very well save his life in a critical moment. Noting the young man's actions, Moody's lips twitched slightly, though he chose not to comment. After exchanging a few brief words, he departed. Once outside, the sea breeze from the North Sea fluttered the edges of his cloak. As the crew-cut young man turned back after accompanying him, a faint smile graced Moody's lips. 2 hours later, the shift change arrived. The young man lifted his gaze from a captivating book adorned with exquisite illustrations, surveying the still empty office, and could not help but curse under his breath. A shameless bunch. Are they not coming to work? They remain holed up in the dormitory, leaving me to guard this place alone. Have their consciences been devoured by dogs? Just as he was about to head to the dormitory in search of someone to relieve him, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted. Boom. The young man's heart raced. What on earth was that sound? Should he venture outside to investigate? He took a few steps forward but paused, recalling Moody's prior warning. One must always exercise caution. He hesitated, pondering whether he should indeed step outside. In a place like Azkaban, there exist only 3 types of creatures: dementors, prisoners, and the Ministry of Magic personnel. Nothing else. If something were to transpire here, it would most likely be a prison break. The thought struck him with clarity. Would those daring enough to attempt a prison break be amiable? The answer was decidedly no. Firstly, the inmates housed here are all criminals, many of whom have committed grave offenses. Those who would come to rescue them would undoubtedly be their accomplices, no good people among them. Secondly, the guards at Azkaban are comprised of Ministry employees and dementors. While their defensive capabilities may not withstand a top-tier wizard, they can hold out for a considerable time, enough for reinforcements to arrive. However, if the assailants still dared to attempt a prison break under such circumstances, it implied that they either possessed strength sufficient to disregard these defenses or were simply fools. However, how could a fool possibly be an accomplice to the prisoner of Azkaban? Do you truly believe that a prisoner would be a fool? Would a fool ever be captured? Thus, dismissing all impossibilities, we are left with the truth. The short-haired man took a deep breath, observing the dementors outside who were beginning to take their positions, and returned to his workstation, leisurely pouring himself a cup of red tea and savoring a sip. He needed to calm himself for a moment. Meanwhile, in the upper levels of the imposing structure of Azkaban, someone else sought a moment of tranquility in the wake of the explosion. Sirius gazed in disbelief at the gaping hole in the wall behind him. Was this not the very path to freedom he had yearned for all these years? He inhaled greedily, the briny sea breeze bringing with it the scent of liberation. Yet, he remained immobile, fully aware that his cell was situated 30 meters above ground. Jumping from such a height without a wand would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, the dementors would soon arrive. If he behaved himself, he might be fine. But any hint of recklessness would surely lead to the kiss of a dementor. That ghastly fate was one Sirius had grown weary of enduring. Just as he prepared to sit down, the debris from the blasted wall began to levitate, forming a single line of words. Jump down. A spark of hope ignited in Sirius's eyes. Who was it that came to rescue him? Remus? Although he was unaware of who awaited him below, he was determined not to squander this rare opportunity. The shrill cries of the dementors grew ever closer, their shadows seemingly materializing before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Sirius summoned his weakened legs and made a desperate sprint toward the edge of the gaping hole. Then he leaped. In the graveyard, the 4 previously slumbering figures awoke, each with differing emotions. 2 of them, stripped bare, were consumed with indignation, weeping profusely, alternating between curses and quiet pleas for mercy. Their commotion infused the graveyard with unexpected life in the dead of night. The elder 2 remained silent, their faces flushed with embarrassment, while the younger child, brimming with excitement, busied himself with an array of tools before him: ropes, sticks, whips, candles, a cage of snakes, and a cage of mice, even digging a pit. This left Nico standing nearby, utterly perplexed. The ropes and sticks were within her comprehension, but the whips, candles, snakes, mice. And are those 2 robust thighs truly within your reach to embrace at will? Diggory spoke with utmost reason, and Pompeo's threats were utterly futile, which sent him into a state of panic. The true horror of torture instruments lies not in their lethal capabilities, but rather in the realm of the unknown. Much like a sniper, who is most terrifying before he pulls the trigger, for until that moment, one is oblivious to his location, the weapon he wields, or the specific part of the body he may strike. It is the uncertainty that breeds the greatest fear. In this instance, Pompeo found himself bewildered by the snakes and mice that Diggory had produced. What need had he for such implements of coercion? He cast a trembling glance at Gauss beside him, only to find his companion wearing a despondent expression, one that conveyed a resignation to defeat. Gauss had been severely provoked by Diggory. Facing off against a mere child, he not only lost but was unable to withstand even a single encounter. The dignity of the esteemed circle of high sorcerers, along with his own, lay in tatters. Gauss lamented to the heavens. "Oh, why must you treat me thus? Could you not grant me a glimmer of hope?" Meanwhile, Ephra, equally stirred, glanced up, scoffing at the notion of seeking light in the late hours. He turned his gaze toward Diggory, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, silently grateful that Cedric was on their side. Otherwise, it might have been he questioning the very essence of life. Diggory rose to his feet, having finally completed the excavation of a rectangular pit, meticulously lined with wooden planks, its dimensions perfectly accommodating an adult. Dusting off the soil from his hands, he turned to Gauss and Pompeo, inquiring who would step forward first. Pompeo wore a stoic expression, his silence a facade of bravado, while Gauss remained ensnared in the aftermath of the blow delivered by Diggory, still grappling with the shock. Thus, with a benevolent smile directed at Pompeo, Diggory declared, "Then let it be you." Without regard for Pompeo's struggles and protests, Diggory swiftly employed a petrification spell, rendering Pompeo immobile, and subsequently cast a levitation charm to control him, lowering him into the pit. Finally, before his very eyes, he unceremoniously tipped an entire cage of rats into the void. Pompeo emitted a series of frantic sounds, filled with dread, acutely aware of his complete vulnerability. The mere thought of the rodents scuttling across his bare skin nearly sent him into a frenzy. As a scion of a noble pure-blood wizarding family, he had never endured such humiliation. With wide, furious eyes, Pompeo glared at Diggory, mentally condemning him to countless deaths through his piercing gaze. Nearby, onlookers Ifia and Nico gasped in astonishment, exchanging glances that conveyed disbelief and a shared relief that Diggory was on their side. Observing the cessation of Diggory's actions, Ifia quietly exhaled, sighing, "Is it finally over? My aging heart cannot withstand such excitement any longer." This innovative method of interrogation, though devoid of bloodshed, was unbearable for anyone to endure. The agony reflected in Pompeo's eyes offered a glimpse into the depths of his torment. Yet, had it truly come to an end? Diggory turned to Effia and Nico with a smile, exclaiming, "Old man, this is merely the beginning." Immediately afterward, he feigned remorse as he addressed Pompeo, saying, "I sincerely apologize. It seems my hand slipped." What a preposterous notion of a mere slip. Could such an accident truly result in an entire cage of mice, situated 2 meters from the pit, being toppled into it? No one present could possibly believe such a claim. Thus, in an effort to make amends, "I am willing to pour an entire cage of snakes into the pit to assist you in catching the mice. What do you think?" "No." Pompeo swore that every organ in his body, even every pore, vehemently rejected the idea. But was Diggory genuinely seeking his opinion? Clearly not, since he remained silent. "I shall take that as your acquiescence," Diggory said with a gentle tone. That inflection sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. Subsequently, with a benevolent and innocent smile, Diggory emptied a cage full of snakes into the pit as well. Afterward, he covered the pit with a wooden board that had a round hole in the center, allowing Pompeo's head to protrude through. At that moment, the pit resonated with the pitiful squeaks of mice, the restless hissing of snakes, and the cacophony of their frantic chase. Pompeo wept. Diggory's actions repeatedly shattered his understanding of a person's limits. At this moment, he perceived Diggory as a being devoid of any semblance of mercy. Pompeo, with tear-filled eyes, gazed at Diggory in a plea for compassion, hoping for his reprieve. Yet, Diggory paid him no heed. Diggo turned around, grasping the whip and the candle, and leisurely approached Gauss, murmuring as if to himself, "What do you think? Where would be the most appropriate spot for the wax to drip? And when the whip is inserted later, what would be the suitable amount?" Diggory seemed to be in distress as he looked up and asked Gauss, "What do you think I should do to you?" Gauss faltered, even losing control of himself. A puddle of pungent yellow liquid flowed from beneath him, startling Diggory, who immediately moved to a safer position. "Feel free to ask anything. I will divulge everything," Gauss exclaimed, bursting into tears. It was pitiful that he had never encountered such a situation throughout his life. Despite being a Death Eater, Gauss had indeed committed numerous heinous acts. Yet he had never witnessed such an unrestrained method of interrogation. Typically, the Death Eaters employed curses such as the Cruciatus Curse, the Soul Extraction Curse, or Truth Serums, often resorting to threats of death. In essence, while their methods were brutal, they still fell within the realm of his understanding. Until this night, Gauss had never imagined that interrogation could take such an insidious form, attacking the very psyche of the victim. Thus, he was frightened. Gauss simply could not dare to wager his own body against Diggory's limits. Diggory reluctantly set down the whip and candle in his hand. Lamenting why Gauss could not be a bit more resolute. He had prepared everything, even removed his trousers, yet Gauss had chosen to capitulate. Nico wrinkled her delicate nose, urging him not to wear such a regretful expression, as it made him appear like a juvenile deviant. Is that so? Diggory touched his face, apologizing. I lost control for a moment. I assure you, I am not that kind of person. You must have misjudged me. Nico, with a hint of irony, protested Diggory's shamelessness. Are you truly not planning to resist any further? Diggory inquired, a tinge of dissatisfaction in his tone. Gauss shook his head, looking pitiful like a quail. In that very instant, a voice echoed in Diggory's mind. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Please choose to enhance your abilities to nonverbal spellcasting. Hold on. There are matters at hand. I shall address nonverbal casting later. Diggory mentally responded to the voice. He then turned his gaze to Gauss. Very well, do tell. What are the four of you doing here? Gauss trembled as he replied. The Dark Lord was rescued by our internal members, Sane and Shiloh. We now require materials for his resurrection. One of the most crucial materials is the bones of James Potter. Hence, we are here. What? As soon as Gauss finished speaking, Effia exclaimed, her voice rising in pitch from shock. It was impossible for him to remain calm. The news of Voldemort's survival was simply too explosive. For those of their era, the terror of Voldemort remained vividly etched in their memories. No one wished to relive that dreadful time. Nico felt similarly. During Voldemort's reign of terror, she was but a child. Although she did not face him directly, she too experienced the pervasive dread he instigated. This revelation also left Diggory reeling. Until now, he had only located and destroyed a single Horcrux. Now, with Voldemort's return, even if he had not fully resurrected, he could still communicate, and with the destruction of Ravenclaw's diadem, Voldemort was undoubtedly aware. If he had arranged for someone to alter the locations of the Horcruxes, Diggory might very well fail to complete his first task, thus necessitating an early farewell to this world. Without a moment's hesitation, Diggory raised his wand and aimed it at Gauss's subordinate, simultaneously retrieving a vial of Veritaserum. With a grave tone, he threatened, Now, you will obediently consume this potion. I demand the truth. Should you refuse, I shall ensure you can never be a man again. Gauss exhibited neither hesitation nor resistance, willingly approaching to gulp down the entire vial of Veritaserum. His will to survive evident. After a series of inquiries, Diggory and the others ultimately confirmed that Gauss had indeed spoken truthfully. This revelation indicated that Voldemort had genuinely returned. However, a troubling thought surfaced. If he had truly returned, why had there been no whispers of his presence? Effia, trembling, inquired, her unwavering loyalty to Dumbledore wavering under the weight of fear. She desperately sought flaws in Gauss's words. The Dark Lord resides within the Malfoy family, but I cannot specify his exact location within their domain. We departed from the Malfoy estate. Lucius himself informed us and sent us forth. Furthermore, he has shrouded all information regarding the Dark Lord. Not only are you outsiders oblivious, but even many within our ranks remain unaware of this matter. Effia fell silent. Gauss's words shattered her last flicker of hope. Diggory, what shall we do next? Nico instinctively turned to Diggory, not realizing that, in the face of such grave circumstances, her first instinct had shifted from seeking Dumbledore's counsel to relying on Diggory. Diggory twisted his fingers, furrowing his brow, and remarked, What else can we do? First, we must deal with these two individuals, and then return to Hogwarts to consult the professors on a strategy. Upon hearing Diggory's intention to eliminate him, Gauss began to lose control of himself, exclaiming, No, no. I still have things to say. Speak quickly. Diggory shouted, his mind in disarray and his patience waning. We received news that Moody intends to go to Azkaban alone. And there is another team consisting of 5 senior wizards and 10 intermediate wizards who plan to ambush Moody there. This revelation struck Diggory and his companions like a thunderclap, rendering their minds blank for a moment. After a brief pause, they regained their composure. Among the trio, Effia remained somewhat composed, primarily concerned for Moody's safety. However, Nico and Diggory were preoccupied with deeper thoughts. They understood that very few were aware of Moody's trip to Azkaban. How had this information leaked? Moreover, Moody was one of the Phoenix Order's elite combatants, second only to Dumbledore himself. Should anything happen to him, it would deal a significant blow to Diggory's side. Nico anxiously turned to Diggory, hoping he could devise a solution. The agitation within Diggory intensified, prompting him to take several deep breaths in a bid to regain a semblance of clarity. Once composed, he approached Gauss once more, producing a vial of truth serum. This time, there was no need for Diggory to utter a word. Gauss, displaying a remarkable sense of compliance, consumed the potion in its entirety, divulging every detail he knew with unreserved candor. After absorbing the information, Diggory pressed his throbbing temples, striving to organize his thoughts before instructing, "Mr. Dogo, I would like you to inform the teacher of this matter, if you please." "Of course, this is precisely my responsibility," Ephia responded without hesitation. Given Ephia's age, he felt more suited to serve as a strategist from the rear rather than confronting the Death Eaters head-on on the front lines. A sentiment shaped by the realities of age and experience, rather than a reflection of cowardice. Diggo looked back at Nico and suggested, "Shall we take a trip to Azkaban? With you guiding the way?" Upon witnessing Diggo's composed demeanor and making arrangements, Nico felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. With a playful smile, she replied, "Of course. I'll lead the way. You are unfamiliar with the route." However, she then gestured towards Gauss and Pompeo, pondering their fate. Gauss now exhibited a complete lack of resistance, appearing utterly resigned to whatever fate Diggo chose for him. As long as his life was spared, everything else seemed negotiable. Pompeo, on the other hand, presented a stark contrast. Although his current situation was 100 times more dire than Gauss's, he had somehow adapted entirely to his surroundings. The mice within the pit had been devoured by the non-venomous snakes that slithered around, causing a slight discomfort, but posing no real threat. Pompeo even dared to exchange glances with Diggo, as if to openly challenge him, implying, "Is that all you are capable of?" Diagoly's expression immediately turned cold. Already in a foul mood, he found Pompeo's audacity to further provoke him intolerable. He felt compelled to make Pompeo wish for death. As befit a soul from the 21st century, he rushed behind a gravestone and exchanged for 10 vials of potion within his space. Emerging, he poured all the potions before Pompeo. Instantly, everyone present gasped in horror. What lay within the pit? Snakes. With such an abundance of potion poured into the pit, what would become of the serpents? No one dared to imagine. The scene was too vivid and gory. Pompeo, overwhelmed with fear, lost control, for he had heard that snakes, when aroused, sought out holes to dwell in. With his body riddled with openings, he emitted frantic whimpers of regret. Yet, Diagoly paid no heed to his reaction. Instead, he turned and handed the wands of Gauss and Pompeo to Ephia before departing with Nico. This left Ephia, an elderly gentleman, bewildered in the graveyard. It was night, and all the locations linked to the Flu network had shut their doors, rendering them useless. Relying solely on apparition was impractical, as Nico's magical strength could not sustain it. Thus, the two shared a single broomstick, racing towards Azkaban. However, this journey would take 5 days. Hopefully, they would arrive in time. Nico piloted the broom, while Diagoly leaned against her back, his consciousness slipping into the system space. Within the system space, Diagoly had just spent 5,000 points of magical energy and drawn the unforgivable curses, the Cruciatus Curse and the Killing Curse. Are you truly resolved to proceed? This venture will be perilous. With your current combat prowess at an intermediate level of a wizard, yet your magical capacity not matching, the odds are high that you may not survive Azkaban. From a long-term perspective, I do not advise your undertaking, urged the large orange cat as it sat beside Diagoly. Diggory sighed, expressing his understanding of the situation. However, upon deeper reflection, it became evident that rescuing Moody was an imperative. Moody was a pivotal member of the Order of the Phoenix, ranking second in combat prowess, only beneath my mentor. Allowing such a formidable force to be lost in Azkaban without making any effort to intervene would weigh heavily on my conscience, both rationally and emotionally. In simpler terms, it is essential for you to go. Diggory, patting his increasingly rotund belly, remarked with a hint of resignation. Indeed, Diggory nodded in agreement. From a rational and objective standpoint, the opposing side boasts 5 powerful wizards, and considering your status as an intermediate sorcerer, should you attempt to confront them, it is highly likely you would merely be offering yourself as a sacrifice. Are you truly willing to charge in recklessly, leaving no avenue for retreat? Diggory inquired. I have considered this, replied Diggory. Firstly, Moody's abilities have not yet diminished significantly. One must remember he is an extraordinary wizard, unmatched by any mere advanced sorcerer. Secondly, this matter has already been communicated to my mentor through Ephia. With the aid of Phoenix Fox, my mentor's arrival may not be immediate, but it will be swift. Thus, rather than viewing our endeavor as reinforcement, it would be more accurate to describe it as a means to buy time, once my mentor arrives. Facing not just 15 but even double that number of wizards would be futile. Diggo's confidence in Dumbledore's prowess bordered on the blind. As a legendary sorcerer of unparalleled might, there existed no one in this magical realm capable of vanquishing, or indeed threatening, Dumbledore, who wielded the Elder Wand. Having said this, Diggo turned to the large orange cat and requested, "Please elevate these two unforgivable curses to the level of nonverbal incantation." The large orange cat, realizing that persuasion was futile, reluctantly extended its claws. Subsequently, a beam of white light descended from above, enveloping Diggo, only to vanish moments later. "Has it begun?" Diggo inquired, feeling no sensation from the light, leaving him uncertain whether the outcome was favorable. "No, it has already concluded," the large orange cat replied, retracting its claws, adding simply, "Return alive." The cat understood that Diggo's earlier analysis was less about convincing it and more about persuading himself. Whether Moody could hold out until Diggo arrived remained an uncertainty. Likewise, the timeliness of Dumbledore's arrival was also unknown. The cat recognized that Diggo's motivations for rushing to the scene, beyond his own words, stemmed from his humanity and innate goodness, which forbade him from turning a blind eye to Moody's peril. Simultaneously, his steadfast loyalty to his companions compelled Diggo to make such a resolute decision. Diggory withdrew his consciousness from the realm of space, awakening to find that he and Nicole had already arrived in the North Sea region. In approximately 15 minutes, they would reach Azkaban. "Are you awake?" Nicole, sensing Diggory's movements behind her, inquired without turning around. "Yes." Diego straightened his posture and suddenly noticed a dark mark on Nico's back. Leaning in closer, he detected the familiar scent of his own saliva. Diego felt a twinge of embarrassment as he placed his hand on Nico's back, feigning the need to find a point of support on the broom soaring at 100 meters above the ground, when in truth, he merely sought to discreetly wipe away his saliva. Sensing Diego's movements behind her, Nico smiled gently and remarked, "That's enough. There's no need to wipe. Your efforts won't accomplish anything and may even hinder my control of the broom." Diego retracted his hand with a sheepish smile, apologizing, "I'm sorry. I dozed off and couldn't help myself." Nico shook her head, showing no sign of concern. Instead, she gently inquired, "Diego, do you have confidence in this operation?" Diego remained silent, a sense of inadequacy lingering in his heart. Nico, sensing the stillness behind her, suddenly reached back with her right hand and grasped Diego's arm. The night was still cloaked in darkness, around 3 or 4 in the morning. A gentle night breeze caressed the tips of Nico's hair, infusing the air with her delicate fragrance that wafted into Diego's senses. Nico spoke softly, "Though our time together has been brief and the challenges we have faced few, I invariably perceive an inexplicable sense of security emanating from you, one that belies your years. This assurance springs from your exceptional strength that transcends your age, as well as your unwavering ability to navigate perilous situations, regardless of the number or prowess of those opposing us. You possess a remarkable capacity to steer us away from danger. No matter how adverse the circumstances may be, you never utter words of defeat. Instead, you remain composed, devising solutions to the obstacles before us. This profound sense of security has fostered a dependence on you, instilling in me the belief that no matter how formidable the challenges we encounter, you will undoubtedly find a way to surmount them, for you are, without a doubt, the most gifted individual in the history of Hogwarts." Diggory felt the warmth emanating from Enika's hand and smiled. He never anticipated that he would be perceived as such a dependable figure in the hearts of others. With a pounding heart, Diggory declared with fervor, "Nico, based solely on your words, I shall undoubtedly return with you and Moody." "And Sirius," Nico quietly added. "Yes, and Sirius." Not far from Azkaban, in a small ravine, a few barren trees stood solitary atop a desolate mountain. Perhaps due to the proximity to the Dementors of Azkaban, the flora here struggled to thrive. Consequently, as the cold night wind swept through, the 15 Death Eaters huddled behind the ravine instinctively tightened their wizarding robes. However, robes alone were insufficient for warmth, and not all Death Eaters could afford the luxury of insulated attire. One short-statured Death Eater, unable to afford a warm robe, shivered as he adjusted his thin clothing and leaned toward the leader, a man with a golden beard, nervously inquired, "Boss, when can we expect that guy Moody to arrive? If he doesn't show up soon, I fear I won't last much longer." The golden-bearded leader cast a sidelong glance at him and replied nonchalantly, "No rush. We've received word that Moody is attempting to break Sirius out. You all heard the explosion earlier. It drew the Ministry's attention. So, whether Moody can even bring Sirius out is uncertain. We shall wait a while longer." The short Death Eater returned to the group with a forlorn expression. The night wind chilled him to the bone, forcing him to squeeze in closer to his companions. In his youth, Sirius had been tall, with dark hair and the inherent nobility of a pure-blood lineage, embodying the essence of a wealthy and handsome man. After graduating from Hogwarts, he joined the Order of the Phoenix. In light of the prophecy of 1980, James and Lily's son found himself pursued by Voldemort. Aware of his close ties with the Potters, Sirius persuaded them to let Wormtail serve as their secret keeper in his stead. This decision became Sirius's greatest regret. He had never anticipated that Wormtail was a spy for Voldemort, who would betray the Potters' location, leading to their tragic demise at Voldemort's hands on October 31st, 1981. Upon learning of the Potters' fate, Sirius rushed to Wormtail's home, only to find it empty. Assuming Wormtail had fallen victim to the Death Eaters, he was perplexed to discover no signs of a struggle within the house. It was then that the painful realization struck him. It was Wormtail, the very one he had trusted, who had betrayed the Potters. However, just as Sirius Black pursued Peter Pettigrew, cornering him, the latter bit back, accusing Sirius of betraying James and Lily, and frightened the surrounding muggles away, transforming into a rat and fleeing. Ultimately, Sirius bore the blame for the murder of 12 muggles, and Pettigrew was apprehended and imprisoned in Azkaban. At that time, he was merely 22 years of age. Not far from a small ravine, there lay a modest cave upon a hill. After enduring the prolonged torment of incarceration in Azkaban, a gaunt and weary Sirius sat upon a stone within the cave, nibbling on bread against the backdrop of night, while vigilantly watching Moody by his side. He could not fathom why Moody had come to his rescue. The outside world had not vindicated him. He remained a loathed murderer. Who had ever witnessed a police officer venture into a prison to personally rescue a criminal? After being liberated, he was provided with sustenance yet remained in silence. This was unbearable. Speak. Sirius could no longer contain himself. I implore you to converse. I have nothing to say. Would you at least turn your gaze towards me while you speak? I can see you perfectly well. Moody abruptly turned, pointing to his false eye. This eye of mine can observe 360 degrees without obstruction. Did you not know that? Sirius's beard twitched awkwardly. My apologies. I had forgotten. Why did you come to save me? When you return, inquire with a boy named Cedric. He knows the most, Moody replied. Sirius looked utterly bewildered. Such a significant matter as a prison break, and he was being told to consult a child? What are you adults doing? This seemed quite peculiar. Sirius picked up a nearby stone, gripping it tightly, and scrutinized Moody. Who exactly are you? Are you an imposter? A Death Eater disguised as Moody after consuming a polyjuice potion? Nonsense. Moody's response was succinct. How will you prove it? Do I need to prove anything to you? Moody retorted. Sirius's beard twitched again. This brash demeanor indeed resembled the Moody he remembered. If you do not prove it, how can I trust you? Sirius remained skeptical. Then you should drink Veritaserum. An ingenious idea struck Sirius. Moody stared at him impassively and said, If you continue to make such absurd demands, I shall hand you over to Snape when we return. Very well, I believe you now. Sirius wiped the sweat from his brow. Although Moody had shown no reaction during their earlier confrontation, he was undeniably on edge. The reason for his belief stemmed from an incident when he was in his first year, having played a nearly fatal prank on Snape, which nearly cost the latter his life. Since that fateful event, Snape had harbored a bitter enmity towards him, constantly seeking revenge. Few were aware of this incident, and Moody was one of them. Thus he had every reason to trust that the man before him was indeed Moody. What shall we do next? Sirius inquired. At that time, Moody had blasted a hole in Azkaban, using disapparition to rescue him, and they had evaded wave after wave of searching Dementors, ultimately hiding here. Moody turned his back to Sirius, leaving him with only a silhouette, and said, No questions. It's a secret. Taken aback, Sirius responded, Who taught you to speak like that? After another 10 minutes, feeling sufficiently recovered, Sirius stood and addressed Moody. Let us depart. My strength has returned. To his surprise, Moody shook his head and replied, Not yet. Someone is here. Someone. Sirius exclaimed, immediately turning to scan their surroundings. Where? I see nothing unusual. Moody raised a hand, pointing towards a nearby hollow. There. All concealed behind the ridge, thinking I wouldn't notice, as if my magical eye is merely for show. It offers a complete view, and it can see through obstacles. Back in the Ministry's bathhouse, I relied on this very eye. How many are there? What shall we do? I have no wand. I cannot assist. Sirius said earnestly, filtering out the latter part of Moody's comment. This was primarily due to the fact that he had never been able to engage with Moody's humor in the past, leaving him uncertain of how to respond now. Moody chuckled, though the scars on his face rendered the smile somewhat sinister. You need not worry. There are only 15 in total, and merely 5 of them are skilled wizards. They underestimate you. Sirius recalled Moody's prowess in battle, finding humor in their overconfidence. Stay here. I will go ahead and return shortly. With that, Moody vanished into the darkness, disappearing from Sirius's sight. As the night deepened, Sirius murmured, "Dawn is approaching." On the other side of the hollow, the once fierce wind that had caused everyone to shiver had inexplicably ceased, replaced by a delicate mist. A short Death Eater leaned closer to their leader. "Boss, when shall we move?" The Ministry's people just left the hollow. Without Moody, he should still be over there. The elder with a golden beard stroked his dense whiskers, contemplating before he spoke. "Since you long to venture forth, why not go ahead and scout the situation for us?" The diminutive Death Eater immediately shook his head vigorously, his neck swiveling as if wound by a spring, rendering his face indistinguishable in the night. "What? Unwilling?" The elder's expression grew stern. "But that is Alastair, Moody. If I go alone, it would be akin to delivering a meal." The little Death Eater stammered, his words faltering in fear. If one were to inquire which wizard from the Order of the Phoenix instilled the most trepidation among the Death Eaters, it would undoubtedly not be the formidable Dumbledore, but rather the strongest Auror, Moody. Though Dumbledore's prowess surpassed Moody's in many respects, there existed one aspect in which Dumbledore could not compete: Moody's intense loathing for Death Eaters and other dark wizards. He was known to engage in combat upon sight, incapacitating foes before sending them off to Azkaban. This behavior was undeniably audacious. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in Moody's capabilities, which afforded him the audacity to act thus. Should one dare to voice dissent or resist, they would find themselves sorely mistaken. Moody's formidable strength and extensive combat experience rendered any confrontation futile without exceptional prowess. Venturing forth alone would merely equate to delivering oneself to slaughter. Thus, this necessitated a collective endeavor. Lucius deemed a solitary advanced wizard insufficient. 5 should suffice, and he even supplemented the group with 10 additional intermediate wizards. This assembly was undeniably opulent. However, now the elder insisted that the diminutive one venture forth alone, and fear gripped him. His own abilities were merely those of an intermediate wizard. Would Moody not crush him as easily as one squishes an ant? He would barely serve as a warm-up. The elder slapped the little Death Eater atop his head, muttering, "You know full well that is Alastair, Moody, and you acknowledge his strength. Why the haste to go forth? If we refrain from departing, we may only face failure in our task. But should we proceed and falter, do you not believe Moody would send us straight to Azkaban?" "I believe it." The diminutive one nodded fervently. "Then what shall we do next?" This inquiry fell upon the golden-bearded elder. He stroked his beard in deep contemplation, and finally, hesitantly proposed, "Let us wait 10 more minutes. If Moody has not arrived by then, we shall proceed to investigate. Should we locate him, we will engage. If victorious, we shall capture him. If not, we shall retreat. At that moment, you will follow my commands. Do you all concur?" The final query was directed at all present. In an instant, every individual in the ravine nodded vigorously in agreement. Only one voice dared to dissent. "I disagree. I believe we should confront him head-on. We are numerous, and it should not be us who show fear." "Who spoke that?" "Step forward." The elder's fury ignited. For someone had the audacity to voice opposition before him. Had they a death wish? A limping figure emerged from the shadows, one foot rising higher than the other. "I mean it. You are all too cowardly. Have the Death Eaters become so ineffectual?" The darkness before dawn was truly a moment of utmost despair. The magical eye on the left side of Moody's face flickered with an icy glow. In the instant he appeared, he instilled fear in the 15 Death Eaters present. "Alastair, Moody!" A startled cry from one of the Death Eaters pierced the air, startling everyone except Moody. The leader with the golden beard twitched at the corner of his mouth. Without a single blow struck, their momentum had already faltered, losing half the battle before it began. "No retreat. Attack him!" the leader bellowed. Though he longed to flee, he understood that running from Moody would only hasten their demise. Instead, Unity offered a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing their leader's command, the others regained their senses and hastily drew their wands to launch an assault on Moody. One individual, the swiftest among them, reacted almost instantaneously. Within mere moments, he grasped his wand and unleashed a vicious Cruciatus curse aimed directly at Moody's chest. This attack was undeniably too swift to evade. The golden-bearded leader watched with excitement as his subordinate acted. He recognized this quick-witted wizard as a proficient spellcaster, though he did not know his name. That, however, did not deter the leader from contemplating how to reward him after defeating Moody. Yet, in the next moment, the Death Eaters were met with a blinding flash. Moody effortlessly redirected the Cruciatus curse with a mere flick of his wand, as if waving away a mere garment. The once confident assault was dismissed with a casual gesture, redirecting the curse towards another Death Eater. The unfortunate soul, merely a mid-level wizard, barely had time to scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A chilling dread spread through the spines of the Death Eaters, causing them to shudder. Several glanced nervously at their leader, silently inquiring what their next move should be. Should they continue the assault? They wished to flee. However, the golden-bearded leader raised his wand high and shouted, "Together, unleash your spells. Let us clash our magics." He understood all too well that a one-on-one confrontation was futile and a chaotic melee was unrealistic. Both strategies paled in comparison to the battle-hardened Moody. Thus, they resorted to the simplest form of combat, a direct exchange of spells. Eschewing all flamboyant tactics and intricate maneuvers, they would pit their magic against Moody's raw power. It must be said, this was indeed their best option. None among the Death Eaters could hope to best Moody in a duel. Yet surely the combined magical might of so many would surpass his alone. Avada Kedavra, the golden-bearded leader bellowed, urging the remaining followers to unleash the killing curse. Instantly, the curses from the Death Eaters' wands converged in the air, forming a formidable crimson lightning bolt that surged towards Moody. The distance between the two factions was pitifully short. The Death Eater's spell onslaught was imminent, and the bright red flash illuminated Moody's face amidst the darkness. A gleeful smile spread across the faces of the Death Eaters. For Moody had yet to make a move, death awaited him. The mere thought that the Ministry of Magic's strongest aura would perish at their hands sent each Death Eater's heart racing with exhilaration. How thrilling! Bang! Crack! A solitary barren tree on the opposite side of the gully splintered under the impact. The expressions of excitement on the Death Eaters' faces morphed into terror. The golden-bearded leader trembled, pointing at Moody, his words faltering. Their earlier assault had been effortlessly deflected by him. Moody surveyed the panicked Death Eaters before him, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Against the backdrop of the night, his already menacing grin appeared even more terrifying. When Voldemort fell, my prowess had already reached the pinnacle of advanced wizardry. Could it be that my strength has not grown over the years? Moody mused nonchalantly, I see you all as mere trash that Lucius wished to dispose of. Merely a means to an end. Without waiting to see if they comprehended his words, he swiftly wielded his wand, casting spell after spell in rapid succession. It was as if a dance of fingers unfolded in a mere 5 seconds. When the moment passed, none of the Death Eaters remained standing. On the distant horizon, a beam of golden sunlight sliced through the darkness like a blade, gracefully illuminating the earth. With a crimson sun adorning the skyline, a sleek, streamlined broomstick crafted from exquisite white ashwood sped towards them, carrying 2 individuals, swiftly approaching from afar. Clearly, they were in rapid flight. Once we near Azkaban, we shall use apparition, allowing us to approach our destination quickly and without detection. What do you think? Asked Nico, who sat at the front of the broom. Not looking back. Though her lack of eye contact seemed somewhat disrespectful, it was not due to her unwillingness. They were nearing Azkaban, surrounded by towering trees, and careless navigation could easily lead to disaster. Meanwhile, Diggory, seated behind her, fiddled with various vials and potions within his wizard's cloak pocket, replying, None of that is particularly significant. The important question, Nico, is whether you are feeling unwell at all. This matter holds great significance. As an exceptionally accurate humanoid radar, Diggory intends for Nico to fully harness her innate talent on this endeavor. Nico shook her head, asserting that there was nothing amiss, and even felt a sense of ease. Ease. Diggory mused, twirling his fingers, pondering aloud. Is it because the Death Eaters have yet to arrive? I'm not sure, Nico replied. Never mind. Diggory decided to dismiss the thought, glancing at his pocket watch, noting that it was 4:30 in the morning. The dawn over the North Sea arrived earlier than that of the Scottish Highlands. Let us proceed quietly and swiftly. Once we locate the others, we shall flee. Let's ensure the Death Eaters do not catch a whiff of our presence. Miss Nico nodded earnestly, wholeheartedly agreeing with Diggory's resolution. However, as they soared over a small grove and approached a little valley, Nico suddenly came to a halt. Diggory, seated behind her, looked at her in confusion and inquired, What is the matter? Nico stared intently at the valley below, murmuring, I don't know why, but I sense a certain danger down there. No. It's not that there's an actual threat, but it simply evokes an unsettling feeling within me. Diggory furrowed his brow as he gazed at the small ravine. They were on a mission to rescue someone, and neglecting the peculiarities of the ravine could lead to unforeseen complications on their return journey. Regret would come too late. However, descending to investigate the anomaly would undoubtedly squander precious time, jeopardizing their rescue efforts. After much contemplation, Diggory shook his head, exclaiming, "Enough of this. Let us first attend to the rescue. If we encounter issues upon our return, we shall address them then." Yet, Nico remained unmoved. Her brow still furrowed in concern as she stared at the ravine. After several moments of hesitation, she turned her gaze toward Azkaban. Her voice tinged with uncertainty as she remarked, "Something feels amiss. It seems as though Azkaban is not our destination, but rather this small ravine holds greater significance." What? Diggory was incredulous. Moody and Sirius were still at Azkaban. How could they not proceed there? Could it be that this ravine was the true Azkaban? Unthinkable. Diggory cast a skeptical glance at Nico, pondering whether Nico's sixth sense had indeed faltered. Unaware of Diggory's inner musings, Nico piloted the glider 2001 down towards the small ravine below. It was only upon their arrival at the ground that they discovered the battleground behind the ravine. The tree, which had suffered an undeserved calamity, and the lingering magical fluctuations clearly indicated to Diggory and Nico that a fierce battle had transpired not long ago. Moreover, it was highly probable that this conflict involved Moody and the 15 Death Eaters. Nico murmured to Diggory, inquiring whether Moody and his companions had emerged victorious, though she left her sentence unfinished. Nonetheless, Diggory understood the implication of her unspoken words. Diego, suppressing his emotions, said to Nico without concern for whether she understood, "We haven't even begun to scratch the surface. Let us refrain from jumping to conclusions." Nico craned her neck, inhaling deeply into the air, her expression growing more despondent. "I sense a potent aura of dark magic," she remarked. "Although I do not comprehend the meaning of your phrase about having not even begun, I feel as though I do now." Diegoly's complexion began to waver, yet he managed to maintain his composure, reasoning that nothing was truly concluded until he had laid eyes on Moody and the others. Just as he was preparing to offer Nico some comforting words, she suddenly gazed in astonishment towards a massive boulder. Two figures emerged from behind it, none other than Moody and Sirius Black. Nico covered her mouth with one hand, both weeping and laughing. Just as she was about to rush over, Diagoly grasped her arm firmly. "Wait, are you certain these two are not merely impersonating them after consuming a polyjuice potion?" It was a thought Diagoly could not dismiss. In tales from his past life, young Barty Crouch had infiltrated Hogwarts using such a ruse, masquerading as a defense against the dark arts instructor right under Dumbledore's nose for an entire term. What if he himself were to let down his guard? However, Nico shook her head, asserting, "I sense no danger from them. They are indeed Moody and Sirius." Diggory remained unyielding, drawing his wand and directing it toward Moody, exclaiming, "The password." "Password? There is no password." Nico furrowed her brow slightly. Across from her, Moody's lips twitched, and with a grave expression, he stated, "Do not presume that just because you have become one of Dumbledore's students, you can act with impunity. I do not care which wire in your brain is crossed. Return it immediately, or I shall teach you the true meaning of respecting one's elders and cherishing the young." Diggory retracted his wand and exhaled with a sense of relief. Indeed, it was Moody. Nico gently tapped Diggory's nose, laughing, "You little rascal." Diggory scrutinized Moody and Sirius, observing that both appeared to be in good health. He then inquired of Moody, "We received word in Godric's Hollow that there were plans for an attempt on your life at Azkaban. Have those individuals arrived?" Moody scoffed dismissively. "You mean those ineffectual fools? I've dealt with them long ago." Diggo was momentarily taken aback. "All resolved? So many people? When did this happen?" Moody leaned on his cane, a subtle smirk gracing his face. "It was dealt with long ago, quite effortlessly, and the trouble it caused me was no greater than that of 15 pigs." "Oh my goodness!" Diggo exclaimed with admiration. "Is it truly that impressive?" Moody chose not to respond, merely narrowing his eyes and humming contentedly, evidently susceptible to flattery. At that moment, the young Sirius, standing nearby, interjected, "It's not as exaggerated as he claims. It was merely taken care of at sunrise, when you arrived. We had just finished burying them all." He turned to Diggo with a smile. "You must be the child who asked for my assistance, correct?" Previously, Moody had mentioned that his primary reason for coming was the words of a child. Now, observing Diggo engaging in light-hearted banter with Moody, Sirius could easily surmise that he was indeed that very child. Diggory's gaze roamed over Sirius with a discerning intensity. Although he had languished in Azkaban for several years, It must be said that Sirius embodies the quintessential handsome figure that Aunt Rowling has so lavishly detailed, even in his current state of dishevelment. Clad in a tattered and filthy prison uniform, he could not conceal the innate air of nobility that radiated from him. This elicited a twinge of envy in Diggory. Possessing such elegance must surely render him irresistible in the pursuit of romantic endeavors. I implore you to visit your ancestral home and assist me in locating Voldemort's Horcrux. Diggory spoke directly and candidly to Sirius. He felt there was no need to deceive the man before him. Horcrux? My ancestral home? Sirius gazed at Diggory in bewilderment. Unable to comprehend how the Black family estate could possibly harbor a Horcrux of Voldemort. It was inconceivable. Diggory nodded earnestly and said, "If you harbor any doubts, you may return to the old residence and consult your family's house elf, Creature. It possesses the most accurate knowledge." Creature? No, I have no desire to seek him out. Sirius departed from the Black family long ago, and now almost entirely refuses to engage with anything related to his lineage. After a moment of serious contemplation, Diggory lifted his head and said to him, "You should go after all. Not only will you acquire the soul artifact, but you will also discover certain truths that elude your knowledge." Truths that I am unaware of? Old Leatherface squinted, scrutinizing Diggory's expression. Are you suggesting that you possess knowledge that I do not? His demeanor and tone unmistakably conveyed disbelief and suspicion towards Diggory. At that moment, Moody interjected. You can trust him. We all do. To be precise, the very reason I was persuaded by Diggory to rescue you is due to the soul artifact residing in your ancestral home. And as the sole heir of the Black family, you are the most likely individual to locate it. Old Leatherface wore an incredulous expression, feeling as though these individuals were treating him as a fool. Although I departed from home at an early age, I am not devoid of intellect. What you propose is simply too implausible. To put it plainly, Sirius has just emerged from Azkaban. To be informed upon his release that a child orchestrated his rescue is somewhat acceptable. However, to then learn that a soul artifact belonging to Voldemort is hidden in his house is akin to waking up one morning to discover a nuclear missile concealed beneath his estate. Utterly unbelievable. There is no question of acceptance in this matter. Seeing old Leatherface persist in his disbelief, Moody's already scant patience evaporated entirely. He pointed directly at Diggory and said, "Come now, perform a grand spectacle with a flying broomstick, or concoct a potion. Transform whatever you can, and let him behold it, expanding his horizons. When comprehension lags behind, the best course of action is to allow him to witness the extraordinary firsthand." Without further ado, Diggory directly immersed himself in the system space, disregarding Moody's request for a flying broomstick. Instead, he exchanged for a vial of restorative potion before emerging once more. Outside, the old man observed Diggory suddenly tilt his head, momentarily resembling a drooling fool. Just as anxiety began to swell within him, he noticed that both Moody and Nicole remained utterly unfazed. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Diggory returned to his normal state, now holding an additional vial of potion. He distinctly recalled that Diggory had possessed nothing in his hands just moments prior. Diggory handed the restorative potion to Sirius Black, remarking, "Having just emerged from Azkaban, your body has yet to fully recuperate. Consume this, and you shall witness a miracle." Sirius appeared somewhat bewildered, glancing at Moody, then at Nico, before finally settling his gaze on Diggory. After a moment of hesitation, he resolutely tilted his head back and drank the potion. As the potion coursed down his throat, Sirius was immediately enveloped by a warm sensation that radiated throughout his entire being. The exhaustion that had burdened his body, and even the weariness that weighed upon his heart, vanished in an instant. A miracle indeed. He had never before encountered such a potent restorative elixir. At this moment, Sirius began to entertain a newfound belief in Diggory's words. "Are you certain the Horcrux is in my ancestral home?" Sirius inquired. "Absolutely," Diggory affirmed with a nod. "Shall we proceed directly to find Creature, then?" "Yes." "Will I learn other things from Creature?" "Indeed." "What kind of things?" "You will discover in due course. Can't you divulge anything beforehand?" "My knowledge is not so detailed." "Then please share a general overview. Otherwise, I remain restless with anticipation." "That is of no concern to me." "It's not my restlessness," Diggory retorted. "Just speak." Diggory turned to Moody and inquired, "Are you capable of departing? Shall we perhaps indulge in a picnic here, taking the time to converse leisurely? I still have to return." Moody looked at him and replied, "Do not return just yet. Join us in retrieving the soul vessel." Diggory shook his head, unwilling to comply. Leonardo's injury had come at a great cost, and he was determined to cherish this time and enjoy it to the fullest. However, Could Moody be the type to compromise? Clearly, he was not. Primarily, Diggory lacked the influence to sway him. You will either come with us willingly, or I shall bind you and take you by force, Moody declared, issuing an ultimatum. How dare you? Diggory exclaimed. My teacher is Dumbledore, not you. By what right do you command me? Yet, Moody remained unmoved. Instead, retrieving a letter from his pocket and presenting it to Diggory. Upon opening it, he found a single line inscribed. If you accompany Moody, he shall temporarily assume the role of your instructor. Diggo is reluctant. What is going on? Since his arrival in this world, he has yet to truly enjoy himself. After finally obtaining an opportunity, is it really slipping away just like that? Diggory felt akin to a free-range chick, attending classes only when the teacher remembered, and being neglected whenever the teacher wished to take a break. Most crucially, his thigh had abruptly been replaced by a new one, slender and lacking the robustness of its predecessor, which left him feeling quite insecure. Am I truly being raised in such a haphazard manner? Diggory turned around, looking rather distressed as he questioned Nick. One must admit, youth possesses its own advantages. The adorable little boy, with his impeccable charm, effortlessly melted Nick's heart in an instant. Nick embraced Diggory, assuring him that it was all right, for Mr. Moody was exceptionally skilled. By following him, you will acquire numerous practical combat techniques. Enough, enough, Moody interjected, gently pulling Diggory from Nick's embrace. Come along, we must move. Someone may arrive shortly. Moody guided Diggory and Nick behind a massive stone, revealing a neat arrangement of 15 graves. I will use the art of shadow shifting to lead you, Diggory. You shall go first, Moody instructed. No, Diggory declined outright. I want the last one. Moody said nothing, merely casting a curious glance at him before departing with Sirius. After Sirius's departure, Nico turned to Diggory and inquired, Do you wish to disturb the grave? A sudden jolt of surprise coursed through Diggory. How could Nicodemus possibly discern the thoughts hidden within his heart? Upon witnessing the 15 graves, this notion took root within him. It was not that the magical artifacts within the room of requirement had lost their allure, but rather that a deep-seated miserly inclination stirred within him. The sight of the 15 Death Eaters' graves struck him as an intolerable waste. Just as Diggory was contemplating a convenient excuse to brush the matter aside, Nicodemus spoke again. Are you attempting to deceive me? Diego was truly astonished. How could she possibly know? Nico, as if fully aware of his thoughts, chuckled and said, Do you believe that your trivial musings could hold any significance in the presence of my sixth sense? Diego was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he had resolved to excavate this grave today, and not even Jesus could dissuade him. Don't you feel any remorse for doing this? They are already dead, Nicole remarked. Diggory nodded, reflecting that in life, one must strive to act in accordance with one's conscience. Should one encounter matters of guilt, it is imperative to ensure one remains blameless. Upon hearing the first part of his statement, Enika felt a glimmer of hope that Diggory had absorbed her words. However, with the latter part, she realized her words had fallen on deaf ears. Moody soon returned, taking Enika away once more. Before departing, Enika cast a glance at Diggory. Though she uttered no words, he understood that she wished for him to refrain from such actions. Diggory hesitated for a moment, pondering deeply before ultimately deciding to excavate the grave. This decision was not driven by his innate miserly nature, but rather from an objective standpoint. He needed to return home. In order to do so, he required the accumulation of strength, and the most expedient and reliable method to enhance his abilities was through the conversion of magical energy, which could then be exchanged for spells and various magical artifacts. Seizing the opportunity while Moody had yet to return, Diggory swiftly commenced his work, meticulously unearthing the magical artifacts of the Death Eaters, converting them all into magical energy. It must be noted that although there were only 15 individuals, the quality of the magical items was exceptional, amounting to over 20,000 units of magical energy in total. After restoring the burial mound to its former glory, Diggory let out a relaxed sigh, feeling a weight lift from his heart. He had sensed considerable pressure earlier, but now that the task was complete, he felt much better. Just as he was brushing off the dust from his clothes, Moody reappeared, but instead of hastily ushering Diggory away, he fixed his gaze upon him and inquired, What were you doing here earlier? Diego appeared somewhat uneasy when questioned, insisting that he had done nothing at all. Moody, clearly skeptical of Diego's claims, disregarded him and began to scrutinize the surroundings with his magical gaze, ultimately fixating on the 15 mounds of earth. Have you tampered with them? Diggory nervously fidgeted with his fingers. As soon as he finished answering, he inwardly berated himself. He had been completely unflinching when conversing with Dumbledore, yet here he was, feeling like a mouse confronted by a cat in the presence of Moody. No, it was more akin to a lion facing a tiger. A flamboyant individual could hardly compete with one adorned in tattoos. Regardless, he resolved that he could not possibly be the mouse in this scenario. Moody's eyes sparkled with an intense gleam, the source of which remained a mystery, yet it did not diminish the growing assertiveness of his gaze, which intimidated Diggory to the point where he dared not meet his gaze. "You don't have any undesirable habits, do you?" Moody inquired. "Huh, undesirable habits?" Diggory responded. "What do you mean?" Moody replied, "Necrophilia, along with a penchant for men." Diggory let out a sigh of relief, realizing that was all there was to it. "Of course not," he exclaimed with a light-hearted smile. "Do I seem like that kind of person?" Moody remained serious, replying, "The soil of this grave has been disturbed, indicating that you have meddled with the corpse within. Those who take liberties with the dead are often prone to necrophilia. To prevent any peculiarities from infiltrating the Phoenix Society, I must inquire further." "Relax, relax." Diggory waved his hand dismissively. "I am not that sort of person. I have no interest in corpses or men. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal." "So you did have an encounter with Nico?" Moody's question caught Diggory off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless due to the significant leap in the conversation's context. "An encounter? What do you mean? In what way?" Diggory asked, bewildered. Seeing Diggory's reaction, Moody sighed internally. "After I escorted Nico to that location, she left me there, saying she would come back after a while because you had matters to attend to. It is evident now that she was stalling for your sake. Moreover, her tone and demeanor at that time were rather unusual." "Unusual? In what way?" Diggory inquired. "Sirius informed me, based on his years of experience with women, that there is definitely something between you two, whether it be on a physical or emotional level," Moody responded. Diego raised his hands in exasperation, exclaiming about the absurdity of combining flesh and spirit, asserting the purity of his relationship with Nico. To his surprise, Moody displayed no hint of astonishment. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, the nature of which was curious given his magical eye. Sirius had once mentioned that such a reaction was to be expected. Moreover, the mere manifestation of such a response indicated either a lack of intention or the presence of thoughts yet to be acted upon. Diggory was truly at a loss. With a look of despair etched upon his face, he inquired of Moody, "Do you believe it?" Moody replied, "It seems I have no reason not to believe. What can I say to make you believe that there is nothing between me and Sister Nico?" "I am not sure. Perhaps you could give it a try?" Diggo lightly tapped his forehead, gazing helplessly at the sky. He understood that no matter what he said, Moody would remain unconvinced. After all, a person is more inclined to relish tantalizing gossip rather than earnest explanations. Moody would undoubtedly favor the intriguing tidbits discerned by Sirius. At the very least, Moody would deem the latter far more engaging. He patted Diggo on the head and remarked, "All right, I comprehend that there is nothing between you two, given the evident age difference. However, I must admit, I have never witnessed Nico actively covering for anyone before. It seems she truly cares for you." "Of course," Diggo replied, removing Moody's hand from his head. "We have shared a bond forged in the crucible of life and death, a camaraderie that allows us to entrust our backs to one another, akin to siblings." Fine, fine." Moody placed his hand on Diggo's shoulder and stated, "Prepare yourself. I am about to disapparate." After the last time when Nico had transported him, Diggory found himself haunted by shadows of uncertainty. A gentle sigh escaped him, as only the remnants of his unfinished words lingered behind the great stone, accompanied by the faint echoes of the magical transition. A gust of wind swept through, erasing all traces of existence. Apart from the 15 silent mounds nearby, which quietly informed future visitors of a battle that had once transpired here, a lopsided confrontation. The Black family, one of the largest, oldest, and wealthiest pureblood wizarding families in Britain, is also one of the sacred 28. Many wizarding households in England share varying degrees of blood ties with them. Like the Malfoys and the Lestranges, the Blacks epitomize status and wealth. Their lineage can be traced back to the medieval era, claiming that all their ancestors were wizards, ranking among the top 3 in overall family prowess. As for their wealth, the last surviving male heir, Sirius, inherited a considerable fortune in gold from his father and uncle, along with the family estate at number 12, Grimmauld Place. The exact amount of gold remains a mystery, yet the house itself is tangible and real. It is a 5-story-old villa that was once quite opulent, though by the time Sirius inherited it, it had fallen into disrepair. While it may not rival the grandeur of the Malfoy estate, Its prime location in the valuable northwest of London speaks volumes. The house represents a wealth sufficient for 2 or even 3 generations to squander. Moreover, the villa houses numerous antiques, such as rusted short swords, animal claws, coiled snake skins, and various magical creatures, including a kneazle, a boggart, and a puffskein. For a wizard. Number 12. Grimmauld Place is a treasure trove. Any wizard arriving for the first time would inevitably be captivated by the antiques within, without exception. Just like Diggory, who was drooling at the sight of a suit of medieval armor, perceiving the entire collection as a vast reservoir of magical potential. To understand why Diggory found himself here, one must appreciate Moody's mastery of apparition, which was worlds apart from Nico's abilities. Not only was the distance considerable, but the journey from the North Sea to Grimmauld Place in London was undertaken without a single breathlessness or bout of motion sickness. This detail alone warranted countless internal praises from Diggory. Behind him, Nico gently patted Diggory on the shoulder, signaling him to compose himself. As he was indeed on the verge of drooling, Diggory casually wiped his mouth with his hand and inquired, "Sister Nico, is the big wolf dog still in the room with Click?" Nico nodded, noting that it had been quite a while, and she was uncertain when they would emerge. Diego had arrived at the Black residence for nearly 3 hours. Initially, Creature had served them some refreshments before following Sirius upstairs to the room. Diggory was acutely aware that Sirius had ventured forth to inquire about the whereabouts of the Horcruxes. However, with the revelation of their location came the undeniable truth of his own brother, Regulus Black's, demise. This knowledge would irrevocably alter his perception of his sibling. In the original timeline, Sirius remained oblivious to the fact that his brother was, in truth, a hero and unsung champion, battling in solitude. Had Regulus managed to establish a connection with Sirius and the Order of the Phoenix, perhaps both Dumbledore and he would have evaded death. In Sirius's former understanding, Regulus had merely joined the Death Eaters and subsequently succumbed to fear. Yet he had sacrificed his life solely to eradicate a fragment of Voldemort's soul, paving the way for future triumphs. He was even unaware of who would ultimately vanquish Voldemort. If the defeat of Voldemort could be likened to a revolution, then Regulus emerged as the most magnificent, anonymous benefactor. He exchanged his existence for a Horcrux, resolute in his decision, untroubled by his youth or the prospect of a long life ahead, devoid of lamentation and indifferent to whether anyone would remember him. He acted upon what he deemed to be right, with unwavering determination and relentless resolve. Upon uncovering this truth, Diggory could only imagine the depths of guilt and remorse that would engulf this emotionally attuned brother. An hour later, as Diggory sat idly in the living room chair, swinging his legs in boredom, footsteps echoed from the staircase. It was Sirius, accompanied by Creature. However, Creature's gaze bore an inexplicable animosity towards Diggory. As anticipated, Sirius's eyes were red-rimmed, clearly indicative of having just endured a tumultuous emotional upheaval. Diggory wished to offer some words of comfort to Sirius, yet as he opened his mouth, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, he had neither a brother nor had he ever experienced the loss of a sibling. Nico also noticed the melancholic demeanor of Sirius, remaining silent in her observations. Of course, Moody was the exception. Perhaps he failed to perceive the gravity of the situation, or perhaps he simply chose to disregard it. He directly inquired of Sirius, "Have you found the Horcrux?" Fortunately, Sirius was unfazed by Moody's demeanor. He nodded towards Creature, who promptly snapped his fingers, causing the Slytherin locket to materialize upon the table in the living room. The moment the locket appeared, it captivated everyone's attention. Moody cast a glance at Diggory, questioning, "Is this it?" The silver chain, the golden-hued box adorned with ancient patterns, it was unmistakable. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination, but as Diggory beheld the locket, an unsettling sensation washed over him, as if the very essence of dark magic lingered upon it. Diggory nodded, affirming, "Indeed, that is it." The discovery of yet another Horcrux instilled a sense of relief within the trio. Just as they were preparing to return to Hogwarts, Sirius suddenly interjected, gazing intently at Diggory. He inquired, "Now, I am curious to know how you came to learn that this Horcrux was located in my ancestral home. Creature has informed me that, aside from him, there should be no other soul privy to this information." Diggory suddenly realized why Creature had initially regarded him with such hostility. It was for this reason. Before Diggory could utter a word, Moody spoke on his behalf, stating, "This matter is not suited for discussion here. There is no need to inquire with him. You may directly consult Professor Dumbledore." "Is this a secret?" Sirius inquired. "No, it is classified." Moody cast a glance at Creature as he spoke. A hint of disdain flickered in Creature's eyes, though he dared not express it overtly. Sirius lowered his gaze, enveloped in both sorrow and rage. He could not comprehend why his friends were departing one by one, even betraying him. Recently emerging from Azkaban, he had just learned the true cause of his brother's demise. He felt he had misunderstood him for so long, perhaps never truly knowing his brother at all. In that moment, Sirius felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. Indeed, after the tragic deaths of James and Lily, Sirius's life had been shrouded in darkness. His vibrant years between 20 and 30 were wholly sacrificed to Azkaban. The betrayal by Wormtail, Remus's misjudgment of him, all left him utterly alone. After his release from Azkaban, he found himself perpetually on the run, with Harry Potter being his sole comfort amidst the distance that grew between them. Unfortunately, not long after, Sirius met his end at the hands of his cousin Bellatrix during a battle against the Death Eaters, ceasing his life at the age of 36. His life could be deemed fortunate in its earlier years. Apart from not being understood by his parents, he had the camaraderie of friends like James and Remus, and the carefree existence at Hogwarts. However, the latter part of his life was a tragic tale: James's brutal death, the rift with Remus, the treachery of Wormtail that led to his wrongful imprisonment. Yet now, things were different. Diggory observed the man before him, a figure of deep loyalty and affection, and resolved that such tragedies would not be permitted to recur. Since I cannot pose that question now, I wish to visit Godric's Hollow, Sirius stated after a moment of silence. Moody shook his head. You are still a wanted man. Roaming freely outside could lead to peril. I wish to see James and the others I have scarcely visited. I have been a most inadequate brother, Sirius said, his tone somber. No. Moody's refusal was always resolute. It must be noted that often, Moody appeared rather unsympathetic. However, his apparent coldness stemmed from a place of concern for Sirius's well-being. Sirius furrowed his brow, his emotions beginning to waver. At that moment, Diggory's mind was suddenly filled with the voice of the orange cat. Meow. New mission. Persuade Moody to agree to Sirius's visit to Godric's Hollow. Mission completion reward. 20 increase in the proficiency of the killing curse. Mission failure penalty. Publicly sing 2 tigers. Diggory was left speechless. What on earth was singing 2 tigers? Was he not concerned about his dignity, singing in public like that? However, setting aside the task's penalties, the rewards were undeniably enticing. After all, mastering the 3 unforgivable curses is not only challenging to learn but also arduous to practice. The practitioner must harbor a profound anger or a genuine desire to kill in their heart. Otherwise, invoking these spells is simply impossible. Until now, Diggory had never experienced any circumstance that stirred such violent emotions within him. Thus, the opportunity to enhance his proficiency in the 3 unforgivable curses through the system was indeed a fortuitous prospect. As Moody and Sirius exchanged glances, barely containing their rage, Diggory finally spoke up. I believe we should proceed. Moody shot him a glance, retorting, I don't care what you think. I want to know what I think. Good grief. Did he consider himself a domineering CEO? Diggory, unperturbed by Moody's presence, pointed towards Klitsch and remarked, with a house elf in attendance. If we embark on our mission under the cover of night and obscure our identities, who would recognize us? Besides, he merely seeks to pay homage to his brother. What is the harm in that? Surely, you cannot be so cold-hearted. Moody fell silent, and after a lengthy pause, he conceded, Very well, you may proceed. But it must be at night, solely for the purpose of the tribute. No other activities are permitted, and you must not reveal yourselves. Afterward, return immediately to Hogwarts. Upon witnessing Moody relent, Sirius cast a grateful glance at Diggory. Diggory, in turn, felt a surge of joy, for the instant Moody acquiesced. The system granted him a 20 proficiency in the killing curse. He could distinctly sense an enhancement in his mastery of this most lethal of the unforgivable curses. That evening, Diggory and his companions departed from the ancestral home of the Black family, each setting off on their own path. Diggory, Nico, and Moody returned to Hogwarts, while Sirius, veiled, instructed Creature to guide him to Godric's Hollow. Before parting, Sirius earnestly expressed his gratitude to Diggory, gifting him an ancient pendant. Beneath the pendant lay a purple crystal, radiating an ethereal hue in the glow of the street lamp. Initially, Sirius had contemplated presenting a monetary gift as a token of appreciation but deemed such an offering too mundane, a disservice to Diggory, and thus opted for the pendant instead. This pendant was rumored to date back to pre-medieval times, a true antiquity. Though the nature of the purple crystal remained a mystery, certainly incapable of functioning within the realms of magic. Yet, Diggory yearned to convey that he was far from noble. He would have gladly accepted any monetary gift. However, with others present, all acquaintances, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, as it would have been rather embarrassing and would severely tarnish the illustrious image he had cultivated. So he held his tongue. After bestowing the pendant, Sirius departed with Creature. Observing the instantaneous disappearance of Sirius and Creature, Diggory mused, how pitiable he is. Those around him have either perished, betrayed him, or misunderstood him, ultimately leaving his side. Not a single soul remains. Contemplating this, Diggory suddenly paused, pondering if Sirius was fated to be a tragic lone star. He wondered whether Westerners subscribed to such beliefs. Yet, he quickly reconsidered. Sirius? A tragic lone star? It seemed rather unwise for the Black family to have named him so. However, reflecting on the fact that the Black family had a penchant for naming their sons after celestial phenomena, it appeared that the eventual extinction of the Black lineage could not be attributed to anyone else. House elves proved to be exceedingly convenient, their loyalty was unshakable, and their mastery of magic far surpassed that of humans. Each house elf could perform nonverbal and wandless magic effortlessly, making the journey from 12 Grimmauld Place to Godric's Hollow merely a matter of Creature snapping his fingers. Upon arrival, the veiled Sirius slowly approached the massive stone monument in the center of the small square, surveying the surrounding structures with a gaze filled with melancholy and reflection. He had not anticipated that upon his return, he would encounter such a scene. Where are James and Lily's graves? Sirius inquired of Creature. Creature rubbed his hands nervously and replied cautiously, I am not certain, but there is a member of the order here, Ephialtes. I believe he should know. Sirius Black murmured to himself, rummaging through his memories until he finally unearthed a long-forgotten character from the depths of his mind, a minor role, scarcely worthy of mention. Shaking his head to dispel the unwelcome intrusion, he turned to Creature and said, It is night now. I wonder if he is asleep. Regardless, let us seek him out. If we awaken him, so be it. I doubt he will mind. Fortuitously, when Sirius and Creature arrived at Ephra's residence, the lights were still aglow, and faint voices could be discerned within. Old man, I offer you a chance. Reveal the location of James and Lily's grave, or face dire consequences. Indeed. Do you see this stick in my hand? I trust you do not wish for it to be thrust into your nether regions. No, please, stop. I am an elderly man. You cannot treat me this way. Outside, Sirius and Creature exchanged apprehensive glances, instantly aware that trouble was afoot. Just as Sirius contemplated whether to forcefully breach the door or create a commotion to divert their attention, Creature interjected, Master, I have observed that the two individuals inside are unarmed. Creature's bulbous eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. He had just employed his unique method to perceive the interior of the house. Pleased, Sirius patted his shoulder, offering him praise for the first time in history. Well done. This ignited a wave of excitement in Creature, who, fueled by adrenaline, led Sirius through the wall into the dwelling. Before the three occupants could react, Creature snapped his fingers, and with a resounding crack, Gauss and Pompeo found themselves bound and kneeling on the ground. If Diggory were present, he would surely have them sing We Are the Champions. Sirius? Ephra, having initially startled, now finally grasped the situation. However, upon seeing the visitor, her shock morphed into sheer terror. How did you escape? She inquired. For she believed Sirius had betrayed James and Lily, aligning himself with Voldemort and committing heinous acts against Muggles. He was now a veritable menace to society. Long story short, Sirius replied nonchalantly as he seated himself in a chair. Let us first deal with the immediate predicament. With that, he cast his gaze upon the kneeling Gauss and Pompeo. Gauss appeared relatively unscathed, though his attire was rather scant. In stark contrast, Pompeo seemed to bear numerous visible injuries upon his exposed skin. Sirius turned to Ephra, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Who would have thought, old Mordecai, that you harbored such peculiar tastes? What tastes? Ephra took a few fearful steps back, her expression one of confusion. This, precisely. Sirius paid no heed to Ephra's demeanor, gesturing towards Pompeo with an increasingly ambiguous smile. Oh, Ephra suddenly realized it was not my doing, but Cedric's. Cedric, whom you do not know, is merely a child. Sirius remarked, I am acquainted with him, but how could he possess such peculiar inclinations? Old Dogo. Why do you not counsel him? Oh dear, you misunderstand. Ephra clarified. It was Cedric, that child, who employed some rather extraordinary, and to my knowledge, unprecedented interrogation methods to render this individual in such a state. Ephra then recounted the events that transpired in the graveyard the previous night. After listening, Sirius fell silent. And after a moment, He struck both Gauss and Pompeo across the face, then solemnly declared, "I owe him a life." To him, saving Diggory, who safeguarded James and Lily's grave, was tantamount to saving himself. By the way, how did you come to be in this predicament at the hands of these two? Were they not quaking like quails when Cedric departed? Sirius inquired of Ephra. Embarrassed, Ephra adjusted his hat and replied, "It was due to my earlier inebriation. They seized the opportunity while I was asleep to free themselves from their bindings." Sirius rolled his eyes at this revelation and instructed Creature, "Destroy their wands and restrain them. Keep a close watch. Old Dogo and I shall step out for a while." Creature bowed humbly, assuring his commitment to the task. However, Ephra grew agitated. "Are you planning to lure me away to a secluded spot to do me harm? We bear no animosity. We were colleagues before your imprisonment. Why would you seek to harm me now?" Sirius sighed in exasperation. He was in no mood to explain himself to Ephra. He simply stated, "Rest assured. If I wish to harm you, I need not venture outside. I could easily act within your own abode. I merely wish for you to guide me to James and Lily's grave." "Really?" Ephra pondered, finding some merit in Sirius's words, yet still feeling uneasy. "Indeed," Sirius affirmed earnestly. Then posed a counter-question. "And do you believe you possess any other options at this moment?" It appeared that he did not. That night, draped in a cloak of silvery moonlight, Sirius finally arrived at the grave of James and Lily. Gazing at the familiar names etched upon the gravestone, memories surged forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming him. Those were the days he spent with James, Remus, and Wormtail, the days of mischief and carefree moments in their youthful school years. Each of their smiles had been so genuine. With Professor Dumbledore's protection, Hogwarts stood as the last Eden of the magical world, shielding them from all external darkness. Within the confines of the school, they were free to ignore the troubling matters beyond, reveling in playful antics and shared jest. Whistling at beautiful girls and joking with familiar classmates, James was still alive then. Lupin had not yet departed, and Wormtail had not yet betrayed them. Those were truly splendid times. Sirius gently placed wildflowers picked along the way on the graves of James and Lily, whispering softly, "May there be no Voldemort in heaven." Standing nearby, Ephra hesitated to interrupt Sirius until he concluded his moment of silence, mustering the courage to ask, "What do you plan to do next?" He genuinely wished to inquire whether Sirius would turn against him, and if not, how he had managed to escape Azkaban. Yet, fearing that such questions might provoke him, he altered his inquiry at the last moment. However, Sirius offered no response, silently returning to Ephra's home. Ephra followed closely behind, uncertain of Sirius's intentions, too apprehensive to ask. Creature opened the door for Sirius. As soon as they entered, Gauss impatiently exclaimed, "What must I do to be released?" Sirius, in a rather foul mood, snorted at Gauss's words, contemplating before retorting, "Why don't you just stick that rod up yourself? If you can't manage it, let your companions assist you." Gauss and Pompeo were momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the audacity of the suggestion. Following closely behind Sirius, Ephra was overwhelmed with emotion, feeling a surge of vindication. "Go for it," Pompeo encouraged. "Rest assured, if you can't do it yourself, I'll help you. My technique is excellent, and I guarantee you won't feel a thing." "Of course you'd say it won't hurt. You're not the one being penetrated." Gauss fumed, his face flushed with indignation, turning to Sirius with a plea. "Can we switch to someone else?" "What do you mean?" Pompeo snapped. "It's clearly your turn. There is no changing now." Sirius turned to Ephra. "It's your call. Should we switch?" In that moment, Ephra felt an immense stroke of fortune fall upon him. Yes, it was Pompeo who suggested the rod. Creature snapped his fingers, and Gauss was immediately untied. He picked up the nearby rod and slowly approached Pompeo. The rod was rather thick, akin to a baby's arm, with a rough surface and splinters. One could only imagine the torment it would inflict. "Don't come any closer." Pompeo's composure began to unravel. The terror he had experienced the night he was tormented by Diggory resurfaced, and the mere thought of the rats and snakes in that pit made him shiver uncontrollably. He had anticipated regaining his freedom tonight, taking advantage of Ephra's inebriation. However, freedom had come, only to nearly transfer his own suffering onto another. And just as he had tasted freedom, it slipped away once more. Was this truly a jest of fate? Adhering to the fundamental principle of "if my friend must perish, let it not be I," Gauss spoke softly and soothingly. "Rest assured, my skills are quite proficient. I can ensure a smooth experience, and I assure you, it will not be painful. Of course, it will not be painful for you. You are not the one being filled." Pompeo bellowed. "Ah, that phrase sounds rather familiar," thought the three spectators nearby. Just as Gauss and Pompeo were embroiled in a heated exchange, Sirius gestured for Ephra to step outside with him. Once outside, under a sky adorned with stars, Sirius remarked, "I suggest you inform Professor Dumbledore about these two. It would be prudent to have him send assistance your way. I know Moody is currently with him." "Oh, is that so? Moody is there as well," Effia replied, adjusting his hat. "In fact, when I accompanied you to the graveyard, I had already dispatched a message to Professor Dumbledore, and he has sent someone." Sirius nodded, choosing not to dwell on why Effia had chosen that moment to inform Dumbledore. In his view, he lacked the emotional bandwidth to invest in others' concerns. "Do you know where Lupin is?" he inquired. Effia shook his head, genuinely unaware. Ever since learning of Lupin's transformation into a werewolf, he had instinctively distanced himself from him, hardly inclined to monitor his whereabouts actively. Not surprised by Effia's response, Sirius composed himself and smiled. "Then I shall take a brief trip to the Muggle world. You can handle these two Death Eaters, can't you? I hope you won't find yourself overpowered by them before help arrives." Effia chuckled lightly. No, that won't happen. I had a bit too much to drink before. This time, I assure you, it will be different. But what do you intend to do in the Muggle world? It hardly seems appropriate for you to be wandering about alone. And don't you plan to return to the professor? It would be wiser for you to remain by his side, given your current circumstances. If anything were to happen, he could protect you. Ultimately, Effia remained under the misapprehension that Sirius was a potential threat, believing that only in Dumbledore's proximity could he feel secure. Sirius understood Effia's mindset but was disinclined to clarify his intentions, as he was indifferent to Effia's concerns. "Perhaps it is best to leave," Sirius stated. "I wish to check on my godson and see how he is faring. Then, I will seek out Lupin. There are matters I wish to discuss with him." Presently, the individuals Sirius cared about most were indeed these two. Previously, Lupin was under the misapprehension that he had slain the Wormtail and betrayed James. A misunderstanding he must clarify. Furthermore, there is Harry Potter, the son of his brother. He feels compelled to check on the boy's well-being. At this moment, already back at Hogwarts and frantically rummaging through the room of requirement, Diggory suddenly hears the familiar prompt of a mission in his mind. Meow. The host is requested to promptly proceed to 4 Privet Drive to rendezvous with Sirius and prevent him from losing his temper. Completion reward: increase in physical strength by 1. Failure penalty: the host will experience incontinence for a month. Diggory raised his head from a heap of magical artifacts, his expression a mixture of bewilderment and confusion. What was happening? Why had Sirius Black come to Privet Drive? Was he there to visit Harry Potter? And what fury was he meant to be preventing? What did it mean that his physical strength had increased by 1? Furthermore, what was this nonsense about incontinence? Had the system's integrity diminished once more? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Diggory suddenly realized that Harry Potter was not faring well at his aunt's home. If Sirius were to witness Harry's living conditions, which could only be described as akin to residing in a cupboard, it would surely provoke a furious reaction. The crux of the matter was that if Sirius lost control and inadvertently sent Harry's aunt to the hospital, it could very likely nullify Lily's protective charm. In such a scenario, Harry would be left exposed to the gaze of the Death Eaters. Furthermore, Voldemort had already returned. Harry's exposure would only exacerbate his perilous situation. With this realization, Diggory felt an urgent need to act. It was certainly not merely out of concern for potential incontinence that he felt compelled to hurry. There was another, far more critical issue at hand. Sirius had just emerged from Azkaban, and he was unaware of the love spell that Lily had cast upon her son. Thus, Harry's aunt was not only at risk of being hospitalized, but could very well find herself in the morgue. With this dreadful thought, Diggory found the magical items before him suddenly unappealing. He promptly turned and made his way to Dumbledore's office. After reporting the situation, Dumbledore lent him Fawkes the Phoenix. At that moment, Diggory was no longer merely acting on his own behalf, but was also representing Dumbledore. Before departing, Diggory considered it prudent to summon Patrick, who had been intending to enjoy a night of rest with his girlfriend. He requested Patrick's company, for the family legacy of armor spells might prove invaluable in a critical moment. Thus, the two grasped Fawkes' talents, allowing the Phoenix to transport them to Privet Drive. It must be said that Fawkes, as a mode of transportation, was nearly flawless, equipped with built-in navigation and spatial travel capabilities. Diggory felt as though the scenery around him shifted rapidly. In no time, they arrived at Privet Drive, the entire journey taking no more than 10 seconds and covering nearly half the distance of the map. As for fuel consumption, Diggory was unaware of what sustenance Fawkes required, but he knew that Dumbledore was the one feeding him, meaning the costs were not his concern. However, there were other equally effective means of transportation, such as house elves. Diggory had believed himself to be sufficiently swift to arrive before Sirius. Yet, As they disembarked, they saw Sirius standing outside number 4, Privet Drive, his face a mask of fury as he glared inside. Had it not been for Creature blocking his path, he would have already stormed in. Diggory positioned himself firmly in front of Sirius and implored, "Uncle, please remain calm. I understand that seeing Harry resting in the shoe cupboard is rather disconcerting, but allowing him to stay here is undoubtedly the best decision for him." At that moment, Sirius was no longer the disheveled figure he had been in Azkaban. He was impeccably dressed, having taken the time to groom his hair and face, exuding the allure of a mature and undeniably handsome man. Yet, even this dashing figure was struggling to maintain his composure amidst a tempest of fury. His expression twisted with indignation. "The best decision?" Sirius exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with rage. "You had better provide me with a compelling reason, otherwise no one will be able to stop me today." Diggory quietly breathed a sigh of relief, for as long as one could still heed the words of others, there remained hope. Aunt Lily had once employed an ancient love charm on Harry. With this spell in place, as long as he was near his blood relatives, he would be safeguarded. Diggory explained, "Thus we chose to have Harry reside with his aunt, despite the fact that this choice brought him an unhappy childhood. It undeniably stood as the best decision for his well-being." Diggory elucidated the intricate entanglements to Sirius in a single breath. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could discern the underlying truths. As far as Harry is concerned, he is indeed regarded as a hero within the magical realm. However, this does not imply that others are willing to sacrifice their lives to shield him from the persecution of the Death Eaters. It is one thing to extol a hero, yet it is an entirely different matter to devote oneself wholly to his protection. Few, if any, possess the fortitude to undertake the latter. In the future, when the Dursleys relocate, how many would be inclined to assist Harry during his retreat? Only the members of the Order of the Phoenix. More specifically, it is the Weasley family, along with Moody, Tonks, Lupin, and a handful of others. This number is minuscule in comparison to the entirety of the magical community. Not to mention, there exists a traitor among them, Mundungus. Therefore, having experienced the vicissitudes of life, Sirius surely comprehended the true nature of those wizards in the magical world. And he would recognize that allowing Harry to remain with his aunt was a reluctant yet prudent decision made with his best interests in mind. Gradually, Sirius fell silent, and Creature felt the weight of pressure lift. The large dog retreated a few steps and slumped to the ground, gazing despondently at the house before him, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of helplessness. "I am truly a worthless being." Diggory was acutely aware that Sirius reprimanded him as worthless for 3 reasons. He had placed his trust in a brother who was unworthy. He had inadvertently caused the demise of another brother, and he had failed to safeguard the child of the deceased brother. These 3 transgressions plunged him into a profound abyss of self-reproach. Diggory stood nearby and let out a deep sigh, opening his mouth, yet finding himself at a loss for words. Although he had not personally endured such hardships, the mere thought of it was overwhelming. Wormtail and James had once been brothers to Sirius, companions who had shared the trials of youth and the tribulations of battle. The profound friendship forged during their formative years had blossomed into a trust so deep that it seemed irreplaceable in adulthood. They had all believed they would support one another through the trials of life until death parted them. Alas, reality delivered a harsh lesson. Not all bonds endure the test of time. Wormtail's betrayal struck at the very heart of their brotherhood, inflicting the most grievous wound upon their tight-knit circle. In a different timeline, Remus, harboring misunderstandings about Sirius, had once remarked, "I know Sirius, or rather, I thought I knew him." Before these misunderstandings were resolved, Remus had subjected himself to a period of self-imposed exile, only to find solace when he returned to Hogwarts to teach defense against the dark arts and finally reconciled with Sirius. In reflection, Diggory concluded that aside from Wormtail, the members of that original circle were all individuals of loyalty and honor. Sirius rose once more, approaching the window of the house. Gazing through it toward the shoe cabinet within. Utilizing Creature's magic, he was able to see through barriers and behold the sleeping Harry inside. "Is there any way," Sirius asked Diggory, "to ensure he has a better life?" Diggory blinked, spreading his hands in confusion. "I have no idea. Perhaps we could regularly send a bit of money from the Muggle world each month and then use magic to warn the Dursleys to behave themselves?" This was merely a passing thought, a rather poor solution. While this might improve Harry's future circumstances, fundamentally, the Dursleys' dismissive attitude towards him was unlikely to change. It was a classic case of misdiagnosis. For the moment, Diggory could not conceive of a better alternative. Surely, one cannot threaten the Dursleys with wands, compelling them to treat Harry decently. Sirius lowered his head, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of this approach. After a while, he remarked, "What do you think about us going up there right now, threatening the Dursleys with our wands to ensure they treat Harry well? Are you serious?" Diggory stared at him, bewildered. "Is that inappropriate?" Sirius inquired. "Of course it is." Diggory shook his head vigorously. "If you go up there, should I draw my wand as well? What if I do and the Ministry discovers it? Previously, we evaded detection thanks to Dumbledore's magic obscuring our traces, and mostly, I was still within the magical realm where the Ministry would turn a blind eye. But now, using magic would surely lead to discovery and punishment. So, what should we do?" Sirius sat on the steps before the door, deep in thought, clearly unwilling to leave without devising a solution. Upon witnessing the situation, Diggory realized that without addressing the matter, he would be unable to depart. He pondered, the Dursleys hold a particular affection for their son. Could it be possible that threatening them with their child would yield more effective results? Sirius's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. Indeed, this is a splendid idea. "Cedric, you are truly astute." "Diggo, what? What is this? What did I just say? I haven't uttered a word. Such unscrupulous and outrageous matters are beyond my imagination. The subsequent tasks are rather straightforward. Cleach has enveloped the entire house in a soundproof barrier. Even if a rock concert were taking place inside, no sound would escape to the outside world." Then, Sirius ventured inside with a casual demeanor. Approximately 10 minutes later, he emerged from the house, wearing a relaxed expression, and proclaimed, "It's all taken care of." Diggory carefully observed Sirius and noted the absence of any bloodstains. The latter appeared composed, neither flushed nor breathless, indicating he had not resorted to violence. In truth, Diggory was overthinking. His penchant for physical confrontation led him to assume others shared this inclination. However, thus far, among the wizards, he was the sole individual prone to resolving conflicts with his fists. Everyone else engaged in civilized magical duels. After all, at that moment, the system's notification of task completion resonated within Diggory's mind. Physical strength increased by 1. Diggory immediately sensed that the muscles in his body had suddenly become somewhat more pronounced. His hands, concealed beneath his robe, quietly clenched into fists, and he indeed felt an increase in strength. This prompted him to recall Leonardo, who was still in the Hogwarts infirmary. If he continued to augment his power, it would not be long before he could easily strike him down with a single blow. For instance, during a conversation, he could suddenly deliver a powerful slap. However, upon reflection, the likelihood of him and Leonardo standing together for a pleasant exchange seemed almost non-existent. Yet, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that as his strength continued to grow, the destructive potential unleashed when consuming agility potions would far surpass what it was now. "Where are you planning to go next?" Diggory inquired, noting that Sirius appeared to be in high spirits. After a moment of contemplation, Sirius replied, "I intend to seek out Lupin, although I am still unaware of his whereabouts." "You can accompany us back to the castle. My professor knows where he is," Diggory suggested. "Your professor?" Sirius asked, casting a puzzled glance at Diggory, who had yet to inform him of Dumbledore's mentorship. "Diggory, my teacher is Professor Dumbledore." "What?" Sirius gasped in astonishment. Not only he, but Patrick and Creature beside him also widened their eyes in disbelief at Diggory's words. However, Diggory had no intention of taking the time to explain himself to Patrick and Creature. He turned to Sirius and said, "You can inquire about this matter when you ask about Lupin's whereabouts. Moody is also aware of it." Sirius looked at Diggory in disbelief. Although he recognized that the boy was somewhat exceptional, he never anticipated the depths of his significance. This young lad, standing before him, was a student of Professor Dumbledore? It seemed to be the first student the professor had taken in many years, perhaps even the only one. But why? Why would Professor Dumbledore choose you as a student? Sirius inquired, perplexed. This was precisely the source of his confusion. Throughout the years, amidst numerous outstanding students, Dumbledore had never expressed an inclination to take on a pupil. Why? After being imprisoned for 8 years and emerging, did he suddenly acquire a student? Talent, Patrick interjected, answering on behalf of Diggory. Cedric's talent is unparalleled since the establishment of Hogwarts, without exception, more formidable than both Voldemort and Professor Dumbledore during their time. Sirius immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Indeed, Patrick nodded emphatically. The sorting had declared this before the entire school during the sorting ceremony. Sirius inhaled sharply. He glanced at the phoenix fox perched upon Diggory's shoulder, then back at the composed Diggory, and suddenly, everything clicked into place. No wonder Cedric was able to leave the school in the dead of night, accompanied by Fawkes to expedite his journey. It is well known that Fawkes is Dumbledore's sole pet, and given his species' uniqueness and extraordinary abilities, Fawkes often serves as a representation of Dumbledore himself. Diggory's words, corroborated by Fawkes and Sirius's own imagination, had led him to a firm belief. Very well. Let us return to the academy. By the time they arrived back at Hogwarts, it was already deep into the night. Dumbledore was still awake, waiting for Diggory and his companions, primarily for Sirius. As for Diggory, Dumbledore found him to be a student who perpetually surprised him, which was quite a headache. Thus, as long as Diggory remained safe, Dumbledore adopted a hands-off approach, occasionally summoning him for guidance when he remembered and becoming preoccupied otherwise. What? You say I have a student? Who? Ah, yes, I do have a student. When Diggory and his group appeared in the office, Dumbledore discreetly kept Sirius back, waving off the others, signaling them to return to their respective places. Upon realizing he had no further role to play, Patrick swiftly made his exit, for he had someone awaiting him in his bed. As for Diggory, he was indifferent. If Dumbledore truly wished to retain him for discussion, he would consider it a waste of his time to exchange for magical items. Upon exiting Dumbledore's office, Diggory intended to head back to the Hufflepuff dormitory. Yet, whether by design or happenstance, his path had veered. The Hufflepuff dormitory was in the direction of the dining hall, while Diggory now found himself on the western side of Hogwarts, gazing with a complex expression at the distant Ravenclaw tower. After a long pause, he murmured softly, I wonder if you are asleep? I suppose you are. Damn it. Who? Me. I couldn't care less who you are. Disregarding all else, Diggory swiftly delivered a resounding slap in the direction of the voice emanating from the shadows. Anyone roaming the castle at such a late hour, refusing to succumb to sleep, could hardly be deemed a person of virtue, myself excluded, of course. Yet, the figure cloaked in darkness appeared to anticipate Diggory's sudden action, deftly catching his hand with remarkable poise. With a leisurely demeanor, the figure inquired. In moments of utmost tension, one instinctively calls out the name of their closest companion. So, who might that be for you? To which I retorted, I care not who it is. Diego swiftly withdrew his hand, exerting force in his waist as he pivoted sharply, delivering a fierce whip kick towards his adversary. The voice that emerged from the shadows felt vaguely familiar. However, in the haste of the moment, Diego could discern only that it belonged to a man, failing to identify him. Yet, despite the uncertainty surrounding his opponent's identity, the sound instinctively irked Diego, prompting him to respond with a swift kick. The adversary, unable to withstand the blow, cried out in pain. In that instant, Diego recognized who it was, Leonardo. Indeed, the exquisitely handsome Leonardo emerged from the darkness, standing under the moonlight like a princely elf stepping forth from the depths of the forest. Diego cast a frigid gaze upon him. It was evident that engaging in a cordial conversation with this individual was utterly impossible. In this brief moment, he had already contemplated at least 19 methods to bring Leonardo crashing to the ground. Why do I feel as though your legs are even more formidable than before? Leonardo inquired, rubbing his arm that had just been struck by Diego's kick. Diego said with irritation, I can be even more formidable. Do you wish to test that? Leonardo waved his hand dismissively and replied, No, I did not come here to fight you. I am here to discuss matters. How about we depart for Gringotts tonight? Why the urgency? Is your little lover awaiting you at Gringotts? Diego's tone remained harsh. However, Leonardo appeared unfazed by Diego's demeanor. Or perhaps he had simply grown accustomed to it. Earlier this morning, the professor had received news that several Death Eaters had unexpectedly emerged from their hideouts and were heading towards Gringotts. Diggory's gaze sharpened, and his expression darkened. It appears you comprehend the situation, Leonardo remarked. We must act before our adversaries. That evening, Diggory set out with the ever-irksome Leonardo. However, as they departed from Hogwarts, they discovered Nico waiting for them at the entrance. What brings you here? Diggory inquired. The professor anticipated your early departure, Nico replied with a subtle smile, and thus, I was instructed to await your arrival. He assured me that my sixth sense would undoubtedly prove beneficial to you. Diggory suddenly smacked his forehead, realizing the gravity of their perilous journey, questioning the appropriateness of her accompanying them. No, it is indeed suitable. Leonardo, standing nearby, found himself momentarily entranced by Nico, as if his very soul had been captured. Her resplendent eyes, reflecting the silvery moonlight, her gentle smiles akin to a spring breeze, and her flowing hair reminiscent of rippling waters, all profoundly imprinted themselves upon Leonardo's heart. Was she an angel? Indeed, she was nothing less than an angel. I can protect her closely. Diego regarded him with suspicion for a moment before saying, No, you should keep your distance from her. Nico affectionately crouched down, wrapping her arms around Diego's neck, and smiled. There's really no need. My junior is quite impressive. Leonardo swallowed hard. The moon shone brightly that night, providing ample visibility, allowing him to clearly see Nico's alluring figure accentuated by her shirt. The angel was undeniably captivating. It was overwhelming. Blood rushed to his nose uncontrollably. I told you to keep your distance. Diggory promptly instructed Nick to rise, pushing Leonardo away to maintain distance from her. He then retrieved a flying broom from his space and, disregarding Leonardo's attempts to catch up, soared away with Nick. Upon reaching their destination, just as Diggory and his companions retracted the broom, they spotted Leonardo emerging from an alley, evidently having utilized the portkey. Let us proceed to Gringotts, Leonardo remarked as he approached. The Death Eaters should not have arrived yet. We must act swiftly. Had he not been fixated on Nick while speaking, Diggory might have believed that Leonardo was genuinely concerned about the Horcruxes. Diggory stood in front of Nico, yet he was unable to shield her from Leonardo's gaze. He was simply too short. Nevertheless, he endeavored to maintain a distance between them, preventing Leonardo from drawing too close to Nico. You may go ahead if you wish. We plan to find a place to rest for a while and catch some sleep before resuming our endeavors tomorrow morning, Diggory stated. Why? Leonardo inquired. Shouldn't we seize the moment? My teacher mentioned the number of Death Eaters in this region, didn't he? Diggory refrained from answering Leonardo's question directly, opting instead to pose another. Upon hearing Diggory's inquiry, a flicker of complexity crossed Leonardo's features. Even he felt a twinge of envy towards Dumbledore's students. Professor Dumbledore indicated there are 15, which is precisely why we must act swiftly to retrieve the Horcrux before they arrive, Leonardo replied. Now that we have arrived here, have the Death Eaters made their appearance? Diggory pressed on. Given their obsession with the Horcrux, they will undoubtedly be swifter than us. Moreover, those who come at this juncture to claim the Horcrux are assuredly Voldemort's most trusted confidants. They are certainly not to be compared with the pure-blooded buffoons. Facing them without a meticulous plan would be perilous. What, then, shall we do? Leonardo asked. Diego still did not respond to his question, instead turning to Nickel. It was time to employ the human radar. The moon had seemingly concealed itself behind the clouds, perhaps to facilitate Diego and the others' movements. In the darkness, in a deserted alley of Diagon Alley, Nickel stood with her eyes closed, sensing something. Diego and Leonardo flanked her protectively. The 4 two-story buildings of Gringotts surrounding them exuded an unsettling aura, while the rest of the surroundings felt unremarkable. After approximately 5 minutes, Nickel opened her eyes and spoke. Leonardo, standing behind her, gazed at Nickel with eyes gleaming as if he had discovered a precious gem of exquisite rarity, unaware of its true worth. What were they planning? Nickel, unfazed by the gaze behind her, turned to Diego and inquired. Diego pondered deeply. It is indeed a question worthy of contemplation. Nico, what shall we do tomorrow? Diggory, this is a thought-provoking question. Nico, so, what do we need to prepare for tomorrow? Leonardo, this is indeed a question worthy of contemplation. Diggory fell silent, his lines having been usurped. After a lengthy pause, he finally articulated, the adversary comprises 15 individuals, yet they reside in 4 distinct houses, which suggests that they are likely not of the same faction. What does that mean? Aren't they all Death Eaters? Nico furrowed her brow in inquiry. Leonardo, standing behind, wore a foolish expression. Even with a frown, the angel remained captivating. You have overlooked a crucial point, Diggory continued. Among the Death Eaters, there exist various families and factions. Given the nature of these individuals, there is bound to be some degree of discord among the factions, which we can exploit to sow division and create advantageous conditions. Nico praised, you are truly astute. Leonardo chimed in, the angel's expression when complimenting others is truly enchanting. Now, we must first ascertain the affiliations of each individual before devising targeted strategies, Diggory elaborated. Therefore, we need someone to take a risk. With that, he turned his gaze towards Leonardo. Nico followed suit, looking at Leonardo as well. Upon meeting Nico's gaze, Leonardo's eyes sparkled with delight. My angel, if this is your request, then it is not a risk, but rather my heartfelt willingness. With that, he stepped outside, vanishing into the night. Diego also instructed him not to let anyone find out, though he was uncertain whether the advice was heeded. Diego watched as Leonardo vanished in the direction of Diagon Alley and turned to Nico, saying, Sister Nico, how is it that I never noticed your captivating charm? Nico replied, Indeed, how could you not? She too felt a sense of nostalgia. But such musings were of little consequence now. What truly mattered was how you intended to exploit the sordid relationship that existed between them. In simpler terms, We shall create chaos from their entanglements, diverting their attention so that they have no time to focus on the Horcruxes. It's akin to cutting off the source of a fire, Diego explained. Cutting off the source of a fire? Nico was perplexed by Diego's new vocabulary and admitted her confusion. Allow me to illustrate with an example, Diego elaborated. Once upon a time, in a quaint little town, there resided a fearsome dragon atop a nearby mountain, which feasted upon the maidens of the town. The townsfolk realized that such a predicament could not persist. Thus they elected a hero to slay the beast. However, the hero felt ill-equipped to confront the dragon. So he devised a different strategy. He transformed all the maidens into matrons. Ultimately, the dragon starved to death. This, my dear, is what we call cutting off the source of a fire. Diego concluded, applied to our current situation, it means we must incite disorder among these 15 Death Eaters, ensuring they lack the time to retrieve the Horcruxes, thus allowing us the opportunity to seize them. The best pretext for instigating their discord lies within their own sordid affairs. Oh, Miko began to comprehend, the narrative's vividness rendering it accessible. However, she soon fell into contemplation, pondering who might have shared such a tale with Diego. This train of thought consumed her for 20 minutes until Leonardo returned, yet she could not fathom who could have possibly recounted that story to Diego. Leonardo's investigation proceeded smoothly, effortlessly uncovering the identities of the 15 Death Eaters. Among them were 4 from the Pompey family residing in the houses west of Diagon Alley, 2 rogue Death Eaters living to the south, 5 from the Kidman family located to the east, and 4 significant individuals, the likes of Barty Crouch Jr. and Bellatrix, accompanied by 2 other Death Eater henchmen. Following Sirius's recent escape, Barty Crouch and Bellatrix had also emerged from that great chasm, returning to Voldemort's side. The Hufflepuff cup is securely stored within Bellatrix's vault. With this woman involved, we are truly in a predicament, Diego said, his expression darkening. The vault is her private domain. She can enter at will and take whatever she desires. This complicates matters considerably. Do you have any plans? Nico inquired of Diego. She had intended for the 3 of them to confer, but Leonardo remained entranced, gazing at her with an expression that suggested his intellect had momentarily vacated his mind. After a moment of contemplation, Diggory mused, there are indeed methods available, though I am uncertain of their efficacy. Nico, intrigued, expressed her relief at having a reliable ally. What is your proposal? She inquired. Do you recall the list we initially returned? Diggory replied. That document could serve to sow discord between the Pompeo family and the Kidman family. How shall we utilize that list? Nico questioned. Well, Diggory pondered, twirling his fingers. We could send individuals to each family's residence. For the Pompeo family, we would slip an envelope inside, inscribed with, all those on this list have been betrayed to Dumbledore by the Kidman family. They are preparing to launch a surprise attack against you. As a testament of their allegiance to Dumbledore, Nico furrowed her brow gently. Will they believe it? Certainly not, Diggory replied decisively. They are not so foolish as to suspect others based solely on an anonymous letter. Moreover, they may not even venture out at all. Thus, we require an additional step. Turning to Leonardo, Diggory continued, I possess 3 vials of a love potion and 2 vials of a corrosive toxin. If they do not emerge, you shall toss these inside. Leonardo accepted the 5 vials, muttering, where did you acquire such a plethora of potions? Did you concoct them all yourself? That is of no concern to you. Diggory waved his hand dismissively. The crux lies in what follows. I shall stealthily infiltrate the Kidman family residence and discreetly hide several vials. If, that very night, the Pompeo family members rage forth to seek retribution, discovering the potions I have concealed within the Kidman estate, the members of the Kidman family will find themselves in a most compromising predicament. At that point, our endeavor would be halfway successful. Is the other half related to Bellatrix? Nico inquired. Diego nodded, affirming that indeed, she was the most crucial element. As long as she remained occupied, time would be on their side. Yet, what if she chose to disregard these 2 families and was not ensnared? Leonardo inquired. Diggory gazed at him, realizing that there was only one final move left. He retrieved 5 vials of potions from his pocket, all filled with love elixirs. You must hurl these 5 vials into their abode. Leonardo cast a peculiar glance at Diggory. How is it that at such a tender age, your thoughts are so depraved? How shameless. Inside Bellatrix's residence, with 1 woman and 3 men, it was evident what the outcome would be once those 5 vials of love elixirs were unleashed. Are you not afraid that they might eventually perceive your mischief through the faintest traces? Not at all. Diggory responded fearlessly. What is there to fear? After all, I have been their sworn enemy from the very beginning, When we cross paths, it is either their demise or mine. So what if they discover my involvement? The acquisition of the Horcrux is what truly matters. We have secured the essence, and thus the Fade becomes far less significant. Leonardo nodded thoughtfully. During his studies with Nico Lamé, he had focused primarily on spells and alchemy, rendering his thoughts relatively simpler than those of his peers. Now, he found it quite astonishing that a child could possess a more intricate mindset than his own, which only deepened his perplexity. At such a young age, you certainly comprehend a great deal. A brief aside, I have undergone surgery, and the situation is somewhat troubling. Consequently, my energy is limited, and I find myself in discomfort almost constantly. Therefore, during this period, I can only manage to update once a day. Of course, if there comes a day without an update, I hope for your understanding. Thank you. Having made their decision, the three of them set off to carry out their respective plans. Diego made his way to the residence of the Kidman family, concealing both an aphrodisiac and venom. Meanwhile, Leonardo journeyed to the Pompeo family's estate to deliver a letter. As for Nico, she remained in place, poised to assist the two with her unique ability as a humanoid radar, sensing impending danger. Should the situation become untenable, regardless of which party encountered trouble, a signal for retreat would be promptly sent. It was a night shrouded in darkness, with the wind howling ominously. Diggory stealthily approached the residence of the Kidman family, taking refuge in a shadowy corner to eavesdrop on the commotion within. Kidman A, A3. Kidman B, just right, a 6. Kidman C, a little king. Kidman D, oh, little king, you think you're quite impressive, don't you? The big king. Kidman C, are you out of your mind? Why would you play the big king when I'm not even the landlord? Kidman D, I warn you, you can insult me, but do not speak ill of my mother. Kidman E, enough of this nonsense, it's merely a game of landlord. Must you escalate matters? Let's all prioritize harmony. It's just your mother. What does it matter if we jest about it? We are all brothers here. The only one excluded from the table, Kidman E, felt no qualms as he stoked the flames of discord. Why should you all play landlord without me? Isn't playing Jajin better? As it turned out, Kidman E's words ignited a quarrel between D and C, resulting in a cacophony of chaos in the room, with A and B attempting to mediate. While he continued to fan the flames, Diego, filled with excitement, nervously twirled his fingers. Initially, he pondered how to surreptitiously introduce the potion. To his astonishment, the group began to brawl amongst themselves. What a fortuitous opportunity. Without delay, he stealthily scaled the wall and entered the courtyard. The gaming area was situated in the hall on the first floor. Peering through the window, he caught sight of a bald man straddling another individual, mercilessly pummeling him. Diggory was marveling at the scene. Why resort to such flamboyant posturing when simply fighting would suffice? It was bound to lead to misunderstandings. Yet, such trivialities were inconsequential. Seizing the opportunity, Diggory cast a levitation spell upon himself, ascending to the window on the second floor, where he opened the window and entered the room. Meanwhile, the skirmish below seemed to reach a fever pitch as Kidman Wu's sinister winds were uncovered. Consequently, Bing and Ding ceased their skirmish, joining forces to confront Wu. As they engaged him, their movements grew more exaggerated, inadvertently pulling the mediators, Jia and E, into the fray. In an instant, the scene transformed into a chaotic melee. As Diggory listened to the commotion from downstairs, he felt a surge of delight and thought, let them fight. The longer the better. He quickly concealed the potion beneath his bed and stealthily slipped away, executing the entire process with remarkable speed and silence, completely unnoticed. Just as he was preparing to retreat, he suddenly heard a flurry of footsteps nearby, accompanied by heavy, rapid breaths. The Pompey family had arrived. Leonardo was remarkably swift as well. Leading the charge for his family was a formidable figure, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches. With a crew cut as sharp as a needle and a scar that bisected his face from the left corner of his forehead to the right corner of his chin, creating a strikingly divided visage. His eyes were serious and piercing, exuding an intense aura of pressure even in silence. Hidden in the shadows, Diggory swallowed hard as he observed the imposing figure before him. All you effeminate members of the Kidman family, step forward. The man with the crew cut stood confidently in front of the Kidman residence, bellowing with authority, radiating an intimidating presence. The ruckus of battle that had previously echoed within the house abruptly ceased, as the battered members of the Kidman family burst through the door, their tempers flaring. What? Feeling itchy in the sewers? Do you want me to clear them out for you? One of the Kidman members shouted excitedly. The crew cut's commanding presence faltered momentarily. You dare provoke me? You think you can come here while I'm furious? The Kidman member retorted, Let me tell you, the troublemakers are you. And this matter will not be resolved today. His voice resonated in the night sky. The crew cut glared, feeling his honor challenged. It had always been the Pompey family that acted arrogantly. Never had anyone dared to disrespect them like this. And honor, for a man, especially one who leads a band of followers, was paramount at this moment. Anyone who dared to disrespect him would face his wrath. The crew cut's expression darkened ominously, as if the scar on his face had come alive. Are you suggesting that we settle this tonight? He stated, each word deliberate. The Kidman member was not one to cower either. As the leader of this operation for the Kidman family, did he not possess followers and honor as well? Enraged, the Kidman member declared, I care not for honor. He patted his bald head and stepped forward boldly. What, afraid? The moment those words left his lips, the atmosphere of confrontation ignited, as if the air itself had caught fire. The unrestrained fury between the Pompey and Kidman families was palpable. The crew cut's temper could no longer be contained, and he roared, damn them. The henchmen behind him simultaneously shouted in rage and charged forward, while the Kidman family showed no signs of retreat. Kidman A bellowed, let them through the sewer. Following closely, Kidman B, C, D. And he raised their voices to the heavens, exclaiming, Ollie give. They surged forward, their eyes ablaze with determination. The scene descended into chaos. At the forefront, Steel Needle stood resolutely, embodying the spirit of a lone warrior facing an army. With a powerful extension of his arms, he halted Kidman A and B in their tracks. Clearly taken aback by Steel Needle's unexpected maneuver, the two men, standing at a height of 1.7 meters, collided with his massive, unyielding arms, akin to crashing into a solid iron block. Fortunately, Kidman C swiftly intervened, not with his hands, but with a well-placed kick that caught his opponents off guard, delivering a blow to their groin. This kick was imbued with ferocity, momentum, and a hint of vulgarity. It rendered Steel Needle momentarily incapacitated, regardless of his formidable physique. That particular area remained an undeniable vulnerability. Steel Needle felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, accompanied by a heart-wrenching, silent agony. His face flushed, eyes bulging. He emitted a series of meaningless, suppressed groans. Ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, his once mighty frame curling into the shape of a boiled shrimp. Kidman A, clutching his forehead, laughed triumphantly. You're so arrogant. You're so impressive. You're a tower of iron. You can block all you want, but look at you now. Yet, just as he reveled in his victory, a member of the Pompeo family surged forward from behind Steel Needle and landed a punch squarely on Kidman A's forehead. Thus, Kidman A too found himself sprawled on the ground. With their leader down, the question arose, what now? Diego was somewhat apprehensive about the possibility of a confrontation not materializing. However, the subsequent events proved that his concerns were unfounded. Kidman B, being quite the formidable leader, had been contemplating a coup, and with a now incapacitated, it presented an extraordinary opportunity for him. As for the Pompeo family, the remaining members were solely focused on avenging their fallen leader. Thus, the scene experienced only a fleeting pause before the conflict reignited, even more fervently than before. In the cacophony of the night, where should my heart find its solace? After the embrace, where should my hands be placed? Diggory was in high spirits, humming a tune as he stealthily withdrew from the scene enveloped in darkness. Although he was perplexed as to why the two magical families chose to engage in combat without their wands, this did not deter him from his objective. The outcome had been achieved. At that moment, he was making his way through the shadows toward Leonardo, uncertain whether he had successfully diverted Bellatrix's attention this way. Just as Diggory pondered Leonardo's success, Leonardo himself was facing 4 individuals, his expression grim. The plan had been to discreetly toss a love potion into Bellatrix in her companion's quarters, but upon his arrival, an unforeseen complication arose. Instead of ignoring the clash between the Kidman and Pompeo families, Bellatrix and her cohort intended to personally intervene and suppress the conflict. To them, nothing held greater significance than obtaining Voldemort's Horcrux. Given that the Kidman and Pompeo families were pivotal to this operation, their focus was understandable. Thus, Diggory's initial assessment had been flawed. He had not anticipated that 2 merciless Death Eaters would unite for Voldemort's sake. Bellatrix, with her wild hair, smoky eye makeup, and dark lipstick, regarded Leonardo from a distance with a mixture of interest and malice in her eyes. What a striking young man you are, she teased, her tone sending shivers down Leonardo's spine. He had no doubt that this woman would prove to be ruthless in a confrontation. Leonardo couldn't help but feel unfortunate. Initially, everything had gone smoothly during his mission at the Pompeo family's location, and he had felt quite fortunate. However, that stroke of luck dissipated within mere minutes, vanishing just as he arrived here. It was as if he was on the verge of a triumphant resurgence, only to find himself thwarted unexpectedly. The dismay he felt was profound, and the frustration was palpable. Simultaneously, he understood that his primary task was to buy time. At the very outset of these events, he had received a magical communication from Yulu, informing him to delay, assuring him that she and Diggory would arrive promptly. Upon hearing that Diggory was on his way, Leonardo, though reluctant to admit it, felt a sense of relief wash over him. The young lad, Diggory, though not of considerable age, possessed a formidable strength. Whenever he arrived, despite the prevailing circumstances, fleeing was assuredly not an arduous task. Who is this young lady? She appears somewhat wan, Leonardo remarked. Whether she is wan or not is of little consequence. The pertinent question is, why do you find yourself here at such an hour? Young brother? Leonardo felt a tightening in his chest, aware that an ill-considered response could lead to dire consequences. I am merely here to admire the moonlight. Leonardo replied, Indeed. It appears the moonlight pales in comparison to the beauty before me. A chilling laughter reminiscent of a night owl erupted from Beatrix, sending shivers down the spine of every individual present. You certainly have a way with words, young brother. You make me almost reluctant to end your life. But do you truly believe we are fools? At that moment, Beatrix abandoned her casual demeanor, fixing her gaze on Leonardo, her eyes gleaming with malice. Barty Crouch, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward, his eyes akin to a venomous serpent, fixated on the concealed pocket from which an inconspicuous spell had been cast. Hand over what you possess, and I may grant you a death that is not too undignified. Leonardo remained silent, calculating how much chance he had to endure until Diggory and his companions arrived. Suddenly, amidst the tense standoff, a small vial arced through the moonlight, shattering before Beatrix and her cohorts. Accompanying it was a youthful, urgent shout. Attack! The newcomer was none other than Diggory. He had just withdrawn from the battlefield between the Pompeo and Kidman families when he received a telepathic message from Nico, indicating that something was amiss with Leonardo. She sensed the gravity and danger of the situation and was en route. At this juncture, despite any grievances he might hold against Leonardo, Diggory set them aside and hastened towards the dwelling of Beatrix and her associates. Upon arrival, he beheld the scene before him. Barty Crouch and Beatrix radiated a palpable aura of high-level sorcery, while the two followers trailing behind were of intermediate magical prowess. Diggory swiftly assessed the strengths of both adversaries and allies, ultimately concluding that there was no need for calculation, based on sheer numbers and overall prowess. The opposition was undoubtedly overwhelming. Thus, he concealed himself in the shadows, allowing his consciousness to quietly enter the system space. When he emerged a minute later, his face bore an unmistakable expression of anguish, yet his eyes shimmered with newfound confidence. Seizing the opportunity presented by Leonardo's delay, he suddenly hurled the potion he had exchanged for within the space. What a stroke of surprise! Upon hearing Diggory's voice, Leonardo wasted no time. He immediately drew his wand and aimed a petrification spell at Bellatrix. Although Bellatrix had spent considerable time imprisoned in Azkaban, her combat instincts remained sharp, and she swiftly raised her hand to deflect Leonardo's attack. Simultaneously, young Barty Crouch acted with remarkable speed. Upon hearing Diggory's voice, he instinctively raised his hand, his wand already in grip, and unleashed a killing curse aimed directly at Diggory. This exemplifies the fundamental distinction between dark wizards and light wizards. Did one truly believe the opponent would hold back? A Death Eater, hands stained with blood, would show no mercy, especially when faced with an enemy. The blinding, sickly green light pulsated from the tip of Barty's wand, a harbinger of death, racing towards Diggory. However, Diggory had anticipated this very maneuver as he emerged from the alley. At the instant Barty raised his hand, Diggory had already conjured a protective wall with a shield charm before him. Barty's attack missed entirely. In the face of such a beast capable of slaying his own father, Diggory had made the utmost preparations. Yet, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. After Diggory successfully thwarted Barty's assault, the vial he had thrown shattered between Bellatrix and Barty, causing no harm to anyone. Even the two intermediate wizards who had been merely hanging around remained unscathed. Leonardo gazed incredulously at Diggory, his disbelief evident. Are you jesting with me? Is this truly your idea of taking action? Diego rushed to Leonardo's side, feigning a cough with an air of pretentiousness to allow time to pass. Upon hearing Diego's words and witnessing his ostentatious demeanor, Leonardo's golden brows involuntarily arched. His figure hunched slightly as he stealthily retreated. preparing to flee at the slightest hint of trouble, cradling the little legs beside him. Beatrix observed the two with unabashed amusement, laughing heartily. "Is that all?" Beatrix remarked. At that moment, a heavy cloud drifted across the sky, obscuring the moonlight and plunging the area into darkness. A faint smile graced the corners of Diggory's lips. Was he afraid when he emerged to save the day? Undoubtedly, not to mention the deranged and formidable young Barty Crouch, who had the capability to kill his own father. But simply considering Bellatrix, she was already a figure of immense notoriety. One of Voldemort's most loyal Death Eaters and the cousin of Sirius Black, she was ferocious and ruthless. Having personally slain Sirius, in the original timeline, after being rescued from Azkaban by Voldemort's forces, she had become even more unhinged and devoted to him, engaging in combat with her men, facing relentless dark magic attacks, as though she had never studied any other form of magic. Moreover, she was a maniacal arsonist, wreaking havoc in both the magical and Muggle worlds, resulting in catastrophic casualties and destruction. Alongside the brutal Greyback and other Death Eaters, she instilled terror nationwide, even reducing beloved Diagon Alley to ruins. Her loyalty lay solely with Voldemort. Faced with such a mad and powerful adversary, Diggory felt a sense of trepidation from the very beginning. Thus, he utilized that potion, the one that the large orange figure had informed him about, which was 100 times more effective than a love potion. The moonlight was obscured by dark clouds, plunging the street into shadows. Diggory was tense, his wand slick with sweat in his grip. The moment the vague silhouette of his opponent made any move, he would instantly cast the shield charm. The shattered potion on the ground began to evaporate, and soon, Bellatrix and her companions caught a whiff of a peculiar scent. This aroma swiftly infiltrated their nostrils, permeating their bodies and flowing through their lungs to spread throughout. Before long, an idea took root in their minds, an instinctual and overpowering desire. "What have you just done?" Bellatrix shrieked at Diggory in a frenzy. Yet, was Diggory the type to allow his adversaries to comprehend their defeat? Clearly not. He gracefully performed a bow and, meeting Bellatrix's gaze, remarked, "Surely, your years at Azkaban have been both dull and torturous. But fret not, for in the time that lies ahead, do indulge in the pleasures that exist between man and woman." With that, he swiftly turned and fled, disregarding Leonardo. If he lacked even this modicum of wit, he would not have become a pupil of Nicholas Flamel. Upon witnessing Diggory's retreat, Leonardo immediately followed suit, though he was perplexed. What exactly had Diggory thrown? Why did Bellatrix and her cohorts merely watch as he and Diggory escaped? As he ran, he inquired, "What was that potion you just threw? Why aren't Bellatrix and the others pursuing us? There has even been an attack." Diggory cast a fleeting glance at him, and without inquiry, it remained a secret. Would he jest that Leonardo had just hurled an upgraded version of an aphrodisiac? When he first learned of this potion from the mouth of the orange tabby, he was utterly astounded. Firstly, he had not anticipated that the system possessed such a concoction. Secondly, he was unprepared for the overwhelming potency of the aphrodisiac. Those who inhaled its essence, regardless of their own prowess or level, would succumb to a primal and fervent urge. Consequently, the situation would spiral uncontrollably. The onset of this effect required a certain duration, which varied according to the strength of the afflicted individual. Suddenly, Diggory felt an intense surge of magical energy erupting behind him, prompting him to swiftly dart aside. Boom! A wall in the direction of Diggory was suddenly obliterated. It was the shatter spell. As Diego turned around, he beheld little Barty Crouch. Close behind him, lagging half a step, was Bellatrix, both of them with bloodshot eyes and heavy breaths. Witnessing Barty's failed attempt, Bellatrix let out a frenzied scream and raised her hand to cast a piercing curse. Diggory once again demonstrated his remarkable physical prowess, deftly evading the assault. "Little mouse, don't you dare run!" Bellatrix shrieked, her voice tinged with an unsettling quality. It was a tone that conveyed both petulance and seduction, an almost bewitching allure. Were it not for the frenzied onslaught of vicious dark magic she unleashed upon Diggory, one might have misconstrued her intentions as flirtatious. Leonardo cast a peculiar glance at Diggory, his expression revealing a mix of bewilderment. He had observed the changes in Bellatrix from behind, and he was astounded that a potion could yield such effects in such a brief span of time. With over a decade of experience shadowing his mentor, he had never encountered any mention of a potion possessing such capabilities. To him, it seemed as though Diggory had concocted it himself. However, he found it implausible that a child who had only recently begun his magical studies could possess the ability to create such a potion. "Where did you acquire this potion?" Leonardo shouted to Diggory as he ran, his curiosity piqued. Diggory continued to lower his head, evading the onslaught of little Batty. his heart burning with indignation at the relentless targeting by the two behind him. At that moment, upon hearing Leonardo's words, Diggory exclaimed, "What? This potion was concocted specifically for this operation? An upgraded version of an aphrodisiac, capable of rendering both men and women senseless within 30 seconds, plunging them into their most primal desires?" With that, Diggory raised his thumb towards the astonished Leonardo, proclaiming, "Leonardo, you are truly remarkable. I, Patrick, shall declare you the strongest." "Is your name Patrick?" Beatrix behind him seethed with a fiery excitement, her eyes narrowing menacingly at Diggory. "Patrick, you shall bear our wrath." Undeterred, Diggory maintained his speed, quickly propelling his legs forward while defiantly gesturing with his middle finger towards the rear. "Little baddie crouch, you will endure Beatrix's fiery vengeance." At Diggory's words, Beatrix felt a jolt of concern. She glanced at little baddie, noticing his gaze becoming increasingly unfocused. Furthermore, due to Diggory's declaration, he turned to Beatrix, and her once tormented visage from Azkaban transformed into one of unexpected allure. Her square face appeared charming, her parched black lips became enticing. Her harsh voice transformed into a melodic sound, and her once pungent breath exuded a fragrant aroma. Perhaps, indeed, beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. "Crouch. Snap out of it." Beatrix could clearly sense something was amiss with him and shouted in fury. Little baddie struggled to force a word from his throat. "Petrification spell." Beatrix acted decisively, catching little baddie off guard, causing him to collapse instantly. From the initial feeling of something being wrong to the present moment, roughly 15 seconds had elapsed. With time running short, Beatrix turned her gaze towards Leonardo. Her expression transcended mere anger. It was a look that could only be described as one of impending doom. "Oh no, this woman has set her sights on me." Leonardo felt a chilling sensation racing from his tailbone to the back of his head, raising goosebumps across his skin. He instinctively quickened his pace. Shouting back, he insisted, "You are mistaken. I did not concoct this potion. It was this child beside me who did." However, Beatrix remained unfazed, her face stone cold and utterly disbelieving. "Do you think I would believe that an 11-year-old child could brew a potion potent enough to affect high-level wizards?" Leonardo shot a glare at Diggory, desperately searching for a solution. Diggory met the gaze with unwavering defiance. After all, he possessed the prowess of a high-level sorcerer. Why then did he not dare to turn around and confront the challenge head-on? Diggo glanced back at Beatrice, who was relentlessly pursuing him, and with a subtle gesture of his lips, he remarked, "It is not necessary for you to engage in a protracted battle with that woman. Simply holding her off for the next 15 seconds will suffice." "That is out of the question," Leonardo exclaimed, an inexplicable fervor igniting within him. "What if she casts a petrification spell on me as well? When her time is up and she turns her strength against me, what shall I do then?" Diggory shrugged his shoulders, embracing the situation with a sense of resignation. What else could he do? Leonardo remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Diggory. At that moment, Beatrix, positioned behind them, was on the verge of losing her sanity. She unleashed a barrage of the 3 unforgivable curses towards the retreating figures of Diggory and Leonardo. A plethora of dark magic surged forth as if it required no magical energy, careening towards the two with reckless abandon. On several occasions, they narrowly evaded disaster. "In just 10 seconds, I fear we may not survive this," Leonardo shouted to Diggory, desperately evading the onslaught from behind. Diggo remained silent, feeling relatively at ease, as it seemed that Beatrix had shifted her primary focus of assault onto Leonardo. Thus, Diggo expressed that he was now able to run with greater ease, even feeling a hint of amusement. "Are you attempting to use me as a shield?" Leonardo discerned Diggo's thoughts. Diggory did not deny it. He openly acknowledged, "My teammates sacrificed themselves, wielding boundless magic." Yet, scarcely had he uttered these words when a piercing curse shot past his face. Diego was drenched in a cold sweat, every hair on his body standing on end, as the terrifying aura of the unforgivable curse seemed to linger upon his visage, causing a subtle ache in the skin of his face. "This woman seeks to have it all. By the heavens, woman, your name is greed." Diego cast a fierce glare back at Bellatrix and said to Leonardo, "Let us join forces. Let us vanquish this woman." "Do you have a plan?" Leonardo inquired. Diggory pulled a handful of love potions from his pocket, the sheer number of vials overwhelming, and shoved them all into Leonardo's hands. "Throw them. Enchanter," he urged. "Why didn't you bring them out sooner?" Leonardo exclaimed, cradling the potions in disbelief. "But wait, that's not the crux of the matter. Cedric, why aren't you the one throwing them?" Leonardo finally grasped the situation. However, Before Diggory could conjure a plausible excuse, the onslaught from Bellatrix intensified. With each passing moment, the adversary grew ever more frenzied. "Throw them," Diggory bellowed. "If you don't act soon, we might both be finished." A terrifying curse was perilously close to Leonardo, nearly causing him to recoil in fright. At that moment, he ceased to quarrel with Diggory, hastily seizing a vial and flinging it behind him. The sound of shattering glass resonating in the air. Bang, bang, bang. As night fell, a mist of pink, symbolizing love, enveloped the broad central street of Diagon Alley. A woman, appearing somewhat deranged, rushed into the haze, only to emerge moments later with a mixture of complexity, mirth, and disarray in her eyes. Bellatrix gazed at Leonardo, who had not turned back, her expression gradually softening. In a narrow alley beside Ollivander's wont shop, Leonardo and Diggory leaned against opposing walls, panting heavily. Yet, as they caught their breath, their mutual disdain became palpable. Suddenly, Leonardo seemed to recall something, and with a scoff, he turned to Diggory and said, "Do you know why Ophelia ultimately rejected you?" Diggory's expression suddenly darkened, bewildered as to why Leonardo would choose this moment to expose his wounds. He recalled their shared journey to the Albanian forest and the subsequent altercation at Hogwarts, both instigated by Ophelia. Thus, Diggory instinctively perceived Leonardo's words as an act of retribution for the earlier betrayal. "What do you wish to convey?" Diggory replied in a subdued tone. Those who truly understood him would recognize that he was, at this moment, easily ignited. Unfazed by Diggory's current state, Leonardo continued unabated. "I have come to realize that although you possess exceptional abilities in various aspects, you are afflicted by a significant flaw, a lack of responsibility." Diggory's countenance grew increasingly grim. Being chastised by his rival was hardly a pleasant experience. "What do you mean by that?" he asked, narrowing his eyes, feeling an overwhelming surge of frustration that threatened to manifest in a clenched fist. "Ophelia had once confided in me about her tumultuous past. A chapter shrouded in pain and fear, yet more profoundly, it was steeped in hatred." Leonardo observed Diggory with quiet intensity. Aware that Ophelia's grandmother had burdened her with the weight of vengeance, a responsibility that set her apart from others, she was far more mature. "To you, Hogwarts is merely an institution of learning, but to her, it is a sanctuary for honing her abilities and cultivating connections. In matters of romance, she seeks a partner capable of alleviating her burdens, while it is evident that you lack such potential." "How do you know this so well?" Diggory inquired, his voice laced with a bitter acidity, as though he had consumed an entire vat of vinegar and found himself steeped in its essence. His mind spiraled with uncontrollable imaginings, each more disheartening than the last. Soon, Diggory emanated an unmistakable aura of hostility towards others. "She came to me seeking assistance," Leonardo remarked with a knowing smile. Observing the visibly distressed Diggory, Diego closed his eyes, his heart pounding with a weight of 5 tons of jealousy. "Yet, I stood my ground and refused. How dare you reject me?" Diego found himself engulfed in a tumult of emotions, uncertain whether to feel joy or anger. The joy stemmed from Leonardo's words, which clearly indicated that he would not vie with him for Ophelia's affection. Yet, the thought of Ophelia having sought Leonardo's attention, only to be spurned, left a bitter taste in his heart. After all, she was still a child, while he had already crossed into his 20s. Moreover, he sensed that there were unspoken sentiments lingering within her, a subtle implication that there was more to her story. Leonardo continued, articulating with fervor, "The crux of the matter is that the person she associates with painful memories is none other than the Malfoy family. In Eagle Country, what forces could possibly stand against the Malfoy family and the pure-blood lineage it represents?" Thus, summing it all up, Leonardo passionately declared, "I prefer Nick. No, I unequivocally favor Nick." Diego's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, as he himself was, in fact, a person in his 20s, or more accurately, in his 30s. Now, he found himself in the presence of a mere child. Diego let out a faint sigh, surprised to find that he was indeed a lover of youthful charm. However, as night descended, Leonardo remained oblivious to the subtle changes within Diego. Upon learning the reason for Ophelia's rejection, Diego understood the course of action he needed to take. In truth, she sought a refuge, a sanctuary to shield her from life's storms. With this realization, Diego tightened his grip on the wand in his hand and abruptly stepped out of the alley. "Where are you headed?" Leonardo inquired, perplexed. Without a backward glance, Diggory resolved to utilize Bellatrix as they advanced towards Gringotts. Initially, Diggory's plan involved infiltrating Gringotts through Leonardo, bribing the Goblin Guy to procure the Hufflepuff Cup. Should the Goblin refuse the bribe, he intended to resort to potions, the rack, pepper juice, or chastity belts. However, after hearing Leonardo's counsel, Diggory's perspective shifted. He opted for a more effortless yet ostentatious approach by employing the Cruciatus Curse on Bellatrix. This method not only aimed to obtain the cup, but also declared war against Lucius and Voldemort, asserting that he, too, was a contender. Henceforth, he resolved to abandon pretense. If the peril that Ophelia faced resembled a vast ocean, he would be her vessel, guiding her through the tempest. The potency of the lust potion was beyond Bellatrix's comprehension. In truth, she was unaware of its very name. Yet, this did not hinder her from experiencing its overwhelming effects, akin to a torrential flood, rendering her incapable of any thoughts beyond passive submission. She collapsed in a filthy alley, her body contorted and writhing on the ground, her hands finding no refuge upon her form, as she emitted sounds that flushed her cheeks with embarrassment, her entire being exuding the sin of hormones. Crucially, whether her eyes were open or closed, Leonardo's visage perpetually materialized before her. His striking features seemed to be meticulously etched into her heart, as if sculpted by an artist's chisel. When Diggory and Leonardo returned to Bellatrix, she had completely lost consciousness, murmuring, "Where are you?" Who was she inquiring about? Leonardo pondered. Diggo twisted his fingers thoughtfully, initially convinced that Bellatrix's thoughts were solely occupied by Voldemort. However, at this moment, his gaze was fixed intently on Leonardo, who seemed oblivious to the meaning behind Diggo's penetrating stare. Diggo, undeterred by Leonardo's lack of comprehension, believed that Bellatrix's current state was most suitable for him to employ the Cruciatus Curse. "Who taught you the Cruciatus Curse?" Leonardo inquired, his curiosity piqued. He knew that Professor Dumbledore was not one to dabble in dark magic, let alone the 3 unforgivable curses. Thus, it was inconceivable for his student, a mere child newly introduced to the magical realm, to have learned the unforgivable curses from him. Yet, Diggo had no intention of answering. Secrets were meant to remain undisclosed. With that, he directed the Cruciatus Curse at Bellatrix. Once cast upon an individual, the Cruciatus Curse rendered the victim's mind blank and enveloped them in an overwhelming sense of euphoria, compelling them to obey the commands of the caster. However, there were 2 scenarios in which the curse could fail. First, if the target had been subjected to the curse repeatedly, thus developing a resistance to it. Second, if the target possessed a willpower strong enough to withstand the curse's invasion. It was evident that Bellatrix belonged to the latter category. Were it not for her current state of disorientation, Diggo would not have had the confidence to cast the curse upon her. The use of the Cruciatus Curse inevitably led to imprisonment in Azkaban for the caster. To evade such a fate, one would either need influential allies or rely on the absence of informants. In the year Harry reached adulthood, he had used the curse on a goblin named Bogrod and Death Eater Travers, justified by the rampant tyranny of Voldemort and Umbridge, which rendered punishment for such acts unlikely, a form of having powerful connections. Indeed, in Diggo's present situation, he found himself casting the Cruciatus Curse on Bellatrix while Leonardo kept watch at the alley's entrance, unaware that 2 pairs of eyes were fixated upon them from a shadowy corner atop a 5-story building across the way, particularly focused on Diggo as he wielded the curse. Is this the prowess of a Hogwarts prodigy? Within less than a week of enrollment, he has already mastered the Cruciatus Curse, truly astonishing. Sane, in comparison to you. He still falls short, does he not? After all, you possess the ability to create spells of your own. Sane shook his head, unwilling to disguise his own shortcomings. It is different, Quirrell. I am acutely aware of my own limitations. At his age, even with guidance, I could not have learned the Cruciatus Curse. Yet, he not only learned it but successfully executed it. Did you witness that just now? As he cast the soul-snatching spell, there was not a trace of awkwardness in his demeanor. This indicated that the boy named Cedric had either utilized the spell on multiple occasions or possessed such extraordinary talent that he could execute it flawlessly even for the first time. Regardless of which scenario was true, it was evident that this child was exceptional. Should we consider collaborating with him? A peculiar glimmer flickered in Kiro's eyes as he inquired. Collaboration? Sane mused over the term, and after a moment's reflection, he chuckled. Only those with comparable strength can truly collaborate. If we were to seek him out, would we be pursuing Cedric or the formidable Dumbledore lurking behind him? If your intention is to find Cedric, then there is no need. I do not regard him highly yet. A genius who has yet to mature is not a genius at all. However, if you wish to ally with Dumbledore, that would surely lead us to ruin. Kiro's expression shifted to one of sudden enlightenment. Ah, how did I not realize this sooner? Sane, you are remarkably astute. Sane gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, a wistful expression upon his face. It is not that you lack intelligence. Rather, you have yet to encounter the true perils of society. His tone, imbued with a sense of profound experience, captivated Kiro further. Sane is indeed a man of stories and depth. Sane, sensing the fervent admiration emanating from Kiro, shivered involuntarily. He resolved that the two individuals below were clearly inexperienced in the harsh realities of life. He would descend and enlighten them. Without waiting for Kiro's reaction, Sane vanished in an instant. Were this scene to be witnessed by Diggory, he might exclaim in astonishment, "Teleportation?" He vanished without a trace. Time passed, though its measure was indeterminate, until Diggory gradually lowered his wand. The incantation of the soul-snatching spell had finally concluded. Fortunately, thanks to the system's bestowed 10% proficiency. Along with Diggory's repeated practice, the casting had proceeded remarkably smoothly. Now everything was in order. He merely needed to wait for Bellatrix to awaken. And then they could journey to Gringotts. This would allow them to discreetly retrieve the goblet while young Barty remained under the effects of the love potion. And the Pompey family and the Kidman family were likely still engaged in their conflict. Upon hearing movement behind him, Leonardo turned to see Diggory standing. "All done?" he inquired. Diego nodded. "Has Sister Nico arrived?" The mere mention of Nico brought a smile to Leonardo's face. "I have just sent a message to my goddess, informing her of our location. She should be here shortly." Diggory twirled his fingers and remarked, "There is no hurry. Bellatrix has yet to awaken, and it will likely take her some time. Let us hope this interval passes without incident." Leonardo nodded in agreement. It was the dead of night, and despite the commotion we had just caused, no one had emerged. Surely, there would be no issues now. However, before Leonardo could finish his sentence, Diggory and the others suddenly heard a cacophony of footsteps approaching from a distance. DG glanced at Leonardo with a peculiar expression, pondering whether his lips had been consecrated. At that moment, a voice echoed in DG's mind, belonging to the great orange cat, meowed. "A new mission awaits. Defeat the 7 members of the Pompeo and Kidman families who have arrived." Originally, there were to be 9 individuals, but due to the incapacitation of Needle and Kidman A, only 7 have made their presence known. Mission reward: 1 vial of agility potion. Failure penalty: a day of incontinence. Diggory twitched his lips, lamenting the absurdity of this wretched punishment. It always seemed as if the system's integrity had been devoured by a ravenous beast. Meanwhile, Leonardo shrank back slightly, casting a grin at Diggory behind him, assuring, "These individuals may not necessarily be seeking us. Let us conceal ourselves and patiently await the arrival of my goddess." Diagonally cast a peculiar glance at Leonardo, for the system task had already been dispatched, leaving little room for alternative possibilities. Indeed, the footsteps grew increasingly nearer, accompanied by faint voices, identifying both themselves and Leonardo. Diagonally patted Leonardo on the shoulder and said, "Let us proceed. After all, there are no formidable adversaries here, so let us resolve this swiftly. Judging by the task's rewards, the strength of the approaching individuals would not be formidable. Otherwise, they would not possess merely a vial of agility potion. Furthermore, Diagonally realized that predicting the difficulty of a task should not be based on the penalties for failure, as the repercussions are invariably intolerable, regardless of the task's challenges. However, Diagonally completely overlooked how much he had cherished the first vial of agility potion when he had used it before. It seems that the hearts of old acquaintances are prone to change. Men are often fickle and easily swayed. Sane followed behind the Pompeo and Kidman families, only to suddenly veer off course and slip into a nearby alley. From that point onward, he would no longer trail them. Previously, it was he who had intervened to separate the 2 feuding families, informing them of the unfolding events, such as the treacherous nature of society. Diggory and his companions, believing they had resolved their issues, swiftly turned around to find themselves confronted with new problems, such as life, where unforeseen circumstances lie in wait at every turn. If the matter is trivial, it may simply be regarded as an experience. However, if it is significant, it transcends mere experience and becomes a pivotal moment in life, albeit one that can be either favorable or adverse. Nevertheless, in the twilight years, while basking in the warmth of the sun and reminiscing, these events will merely elicit a sigh. Though Sane found Diggory uncooperative, he perceived an intriguing essence within him. Based on his clandestine observations, Diggory exhibited behaviors that belied his 11 years, particularly evident in his unconventional combat style involving the throwing of potions, which captivated Sane's attention. Were it not for his lack of funds to procure such potions or the capability to concoct them, he too would have been inclined to adopt this approach. He was particularly curious about how Diggory would respond to the wrath of the two families. Would he continue to hurl potions? However, it soon became evident that Sane had overestimated the situation, devoid of extravagant potions. The members of the Pompey family and the Kidman family were now faced with a resolute Diggory, who had resolved to no longer endure their provocations. Leading the charge was the Pompey family. Previously, they had believed themselves to be victims of the Kidman family's deceit and were eager to settle the score. Yet they underestimated the audacity of their adversaries. Their initial assault ended before it began, as their leader was shamelessly ambushed. Although a scuffle ensued, they remained seething with anger, questioning why misfortune had befallen them from start to finish. Crucially, it was only when Sane approached them that they realized they had been duped and were further humiliated by a white-skinned adversary, all while remaining blissfully unaware of the true circumstances. This realization was deeply unsettling. Thus, as they proceeded, the Pompey family's members were consumed by a burning anger, far exceeding that of the Kidman family, and they were eager to find an outlet for their frustration. Sane's mention of an alleyway was imminent, and the leading member of the Pompey family took a bold stride forward, a cruel smile already etched upon his face. He was determined to pin down those who dared to deceive them and rub their faces in the dirt. He had even envisioned the incantation he would employ, the words he would utter upon their defeat, and whether or not to don a small umbrella while atop them. Every detail had been meticulously planned. He merely awaited the opportune moment. Yet, with a resounding thud, there was no favorable wind, only an unexpected fist crashing into his face, sending a cool trickle from his nostrils and leaving his head spinning, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Diego seized the opportunity and swiftly delivered a decisive blow. A cruel expression lingered on his visage, yet it soon transformed into a countenance reflecting an incomprehensible anguish, a suffering that could only be passively endured. Devoid of any capacity for resistance, Diego expressionlessly retracted his leg. The audacity of this individual to stride boldly in front of him was bewildering. Had he mastered the art of iron groin techniques, or was he impervious to harm? Was he inviting a confrontation? Furthermore, Diego had astutely secured an iron rod around his calf, thus amplifying the potency of his low kick, which was preliminarily estimated to be tenfold that of an ordinary strike. The member of the Pompeo family gaped in vain, unable to utter a sound due to the excruciating pain, his eyes rolling back as he clutched his groin. Already numb to the sensation of his manhood, he yearned to collapse quietly, but Diego had other intentions. Diggory seized his opponent's body, using it as a human shield before him. With a swift motion, he brandished his wand and aimed it at another eager assailant behind him, casting a precisely targeted petrification spell. The individual had no time to react and was instantly ensnared by the curse. Remarkably, this entire sequence unfolded in mere moments. Within less than 10 seconds, 2 of the 7 adversaries had been vanquished, leaving 5 remaining. Leonardo, observing from the rear, was taken aback by Diggory's evident escalation in combat prowess, which was markedly superior to his previous solo encounters. Initially poised to intervene, he hesitated and lowered his wand. Taking a step back, he wished to ascertain whether these remaining foes could compel Diggory to unleash his full potential. After successfully dispatching the second opponent, Diggory found himself under assault. One of the adversaries opposite him drew forth their wand and unleashed a fierce fire spell, disregarding the human shield in front of Diggory. This must be another faction, Diggory mused. Yet, such considerations were of little consequence. A fire spell was not something that could be easily thwarted by a mere shield. Diggory immediately abandoned his role as a shield, his leg muscles swiftly engaging, and thanks to the enhancements from the agility potion, he vanished from his original position in an instant. The assailant behind him, hindered by the blinding flames, misinterpreted the sound of the shield's fall as a sign of his own successful strike. However, before the smugness could fully spread across his face, he was abruptly aware of a sudden rush of wind above him. Startled, he looked up, only to behold a fist enlarging before his eyes. With a resounding thud, the fist mercilessly struck his head, and in an instant, he closed his eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. With 3 adversaries remaining, the quartet fortuitously found themselves closely positioned. Diggory, having landed, leapt once more, harnessing the power of his waist to propel his legs into a fierce horizontal sweep, his heel ruthlessly impacting the temple of one Death Eater. A dull thud echoed as the Death Eater crumpled to the ground, his head striking the unforgiving surface with a resounding thump. His eye on the same side now marred by a crimson hue, breathing becoming increasingly labored. Yet, this did not burden Diggory's conscience. The unhesitating aggression displayed by these Death Eaters, their grotesque visages, only served to affirm that none among them possessed any redeeming qualities. Each was drenched in the blood of their victims. Such ruthless beings, devoid of humanity, would never elicit from Diggory any sense of guilt or remorse. Now, only 3 remained. Witnessing the ease with which their companion was dispatched instilled a sudden fear in the remaining trio, their instincts for survival compelling them to flee. The notion of avenging their fallen comrade was a mere joke. In the adult world, loyalty often dissipates in the face of peril. At least, that was the belief of these 3 Death Eaters. However, would Diggory allow them to escape? Clearly, he would not. If they were to flee, who would claim the agility potion? The notion of losing control for an entire day was trivial compared to the importance of the agility potion. Their panicked retreat, however, had inadvertently exposed their backs to Diggory, granting him a prime opportunity for attack. Diggory swiftly executed a rapid succession of 6 spells, disarming 3 opponents and rendering the other 3 immobile with petrification curses, effectively neutralizing the threat posed by 7 assailants in a mere 3 minutes. This astonishing display of prowess left Leonardo, who had been hidden in a nearby alley, utterly astounded, while Sane, who had been covertly observing from a distance, could hardly contain his disbelief. In that moment, both men redefined their understanding of genius. Leonardo felt a pang of shame as he reflected on his own status as a mere senior wizard at nearly 30 years of age. Meanwhile, Sane pondered whether his own modest achievements could truly compare, regretting his missed opportunity to engage with Diggory, whose potential might have been invaluable in his endeavors. Alas, the chance had slipped away. He could have forewarned Diggory about the imminent threat posed by the assailants, but he had misjudged the situation and squandered his opportunity. Now, it was too late. Sane retreated into the shadows, as if seeking an escape through an unseen door. Emerging from the alley, Leonardo beheld Diggory, who exuded an aura of solitude akin to Snow's quiet beauty, and contemplated his words. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Diggory abruptly seemed to recall something significant, crouching down to begin stripping the Death Eaters of their garments. Initially, Leonardo understood Diggory's removal of their wands. Without them, the wizards were rendered powerless. However, the subsequent stripping of clothing baffled him. While removing their outerwear could be seen as a means to restrict their movement, the fact that Diggory did not even spare their undergarments raised suspicions. Leonardo discreetly shifted to the side, questioning Diggory's sanity, now armed with undeniable evidence of his peculiar behavior. As dawn broke, Bellatrix, bound and gagged alongside little Barty, awoke to find herself in an unfamiliar, dilapidated shack. Upon surveying her surroundings, her gaze first fell upon Diggory, prompting an instinctual reaction to draw her wand in aggression. Yet, her attention soon shifted to Leonardo, who was attentively catering to Nico, causing her to settle down under Diggory's watchful eye. Diggory cast a glance back at the infatuated Leonardo, feeling a pang of sorrow within. How tragic. Yet, a flicker of confusion lingered in his mind. Could one ensnared by the soul-binding curse still harbor unrelenting affection for another? Nonetheless, such musings seemed trivial now. Lead us to Gringotts, and procure the Hufflepuff cup, Diggory commanded without any pretense of politeness towards Bellatrix. She fell silent, her eyes betraying the evident strife within her. Diggory nervously twisted his fingers, his other hand gripping the wand tightly, prepared to strike at the slightest sign of trouble. He couldn't help but marvel internally at Bellatrix's formidable willpower. Even under the effects of the soul-binding curse, she managed to retain a flicker of her self-awareness. At that moment, Nico, catching a glimpse out of the corner of her eye, noticed Bellatrix's condition and Diggory's unease. She shot a glare at Leonardo before approaching Diggory and inquired, "This woman is resisting your soul-binding curse. Is there any way to counteract it?" Diggory and Leonardo had not concealed from Nico the matter of Diggory employing the soul-binding curse on Bellatrix, so she was already aware of the situation. Nico refrained from questioning Diggory about his use of such a powerful dark magic, believing it unnecessary. After all, who among them lacked their own little secrets? Diggory twirled his fingers, contemplating that if the situation proved dire, he would resort to the soul snare once more. "You must be cautious of her psyche," Nicole interjected. A person's mental state can easily shatter when confronted with excessive external pressures, especially from formidable mental assaults such as the soul snare, a dark magic of the highest order. "Is that so?" Diggo felt a throbbing headache. He was still not well versed in the soul-binding curse, and the system's rewards did not enhance his proficiency in spellcasting. He dreaded the possibility of inadvertently exerting too much force and rendering Bellatrix a fool, which would undoubtedly lead to further complications at Gringotts. With dawn already breaking, time was of the essence. as unforeseen circumstances could arise. After all, the only adversaries he had bested the previous night were the Pompey and Kidman families, along with Bellatrix and young Barty. Outside, two unknown figures lingered, and should they detect something amiss and relay the information. The well-developed flow network of Diagon Alley could swiftly obliterate the hard-won advantage Diggo and his companions had secured. The mere thought of being encircled by a throng of Death Eaters filled Diggo with dismay. "We must devise a plan and act swiftly," Leonardo approached and stated. However, before Leonardo could finish his sentence, Bellatrix ceased her struggles, her demeanor shifting to one of unsettling calm. Diggo and Nico gazed at Leonardo in astonishment. Diggo was genuinely surprised by the potency of the potion. Leonardo had merely spoken, yet he had managed to handle the formidable Beatrix with such ease. As for Nico, she merely cast a bewildered glance, her thoughts devoid of any particular significance. However, her intuition suggested that Beatrix exhibited a peculiar dependency on Leonardo. But how could these two be connected? Nico found herself momentarily perplexed. Nevertheless, such musings were of little consequence now. Upon hearing Leonardo's voice, Beatrix complied without any resistance, agreeing to Diggo's command to escort them to Gringotts to retrieve the Hufflepuff cup. Without further ado, they set off for Gringotts. Matters of such gravity required prompt resolution to ease their minds. Before departing, they clothed Beatrix in a hooded wizard's robe, ensuring her appearance remained concealed. After all, she was still a fugitive from Azkaban, and her blatant presence in Nocturne Alley would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. As for young Barty and the others, Diggo employed a binding technique he had learned from action films in his previous life, securing them tightly, silencing their mouths, and confiscating their wands. Thus, all was well. Along the way, Diggo found solace in the absence of unforeseen incidents, indicating that the two Death Eaters had yet to discover what transpired the previous night. At the very least, the reinforcements had not yet arrived, which was indeed good news. Gringotts, the bank of the wizarding world, also served as a place to deposit money or rent safety deposit boxes. While not the sole bank in the magical realm, it was undoubtedly the safest, unrivaled in its security. Certain vaults could only be accessed by the goblins of Gringotts, thus, one would need to exercise caution when attempting to claim possessions that did not belong to them, as such actions could lead to dire consequences. Although Diggo was not particularly concerned about this, with Beatrix now at their disposal, there was no need for him to take unnecessary risks. Upon reaching the entrance of Gringotts, Diggo looked up at the imposing white edifice of the Wizarding Bank, standing tall in Diagon Alley, London. The entrance featured gleaming bronze doors, flanked by goblin guards adorned in scarlet and gold uniforms, who bowed respectfully to the patrons. "You may enter first. I have a matter to attend to." Leonardo suddenly spoke just as Diggo and the others were about to step inside. Diggory turned around and glanced at the passers-by. Noticing that no one was paying attention to them, he softly inquired, "Now that we have arrived at the entrance, what matter could possibly hold more significance than Voldemort's Horcrux?" Leonardo lowered his voice as well and replied, "Last night, while you were using the soul-snatching curse, I sensed two individuals lurking in the shadows, their presence reminiscent of those solitary Death Eaters. Initially, I chose to disregard it, but I have just detected their presence once more, trailing closely behind us. Moreover, upon reflection, if they were to alert others after we enter, they could ambush us upon our exit." Leonardo's words trailed off, yet both Diggory and Nicole comprehended his implication. As a skilled sorcerer who had not participated in the battle at that moment, Leonardo had perceived what Diggory had overlooked. Diego nodded and inquired, "Are you capable?" Leonardo chuckled softly. "Is that even a question? Rephrase it as a statement." Once distanced from Nico, Leonardo would revert to the exceptional individual whom Nico LeMay could not resist taking under his wing. Moreover, Leonardo possessed his own pride. Would he allow himself to be outmatched by two timid rats that dared not show their faces? The mere thought made Leonardo smile to himself. It was utterly implausible. Diggory, unwilling to squander time, observed Leonardo's confident demeanor and proceeded into Gringotts with Bellatrix. However, Nico, lagging half a step behind, cast a puzzled glance at Leonardo's retreating figure. Sensing something amiss, she had felt no hint of danger moments prior. Could it be that this man's sixth sense surpassed her own? With Bellatrix leading the way, Diggory and Nico's actions unfolded remarkably smoothly. The goblins did not suspect that Bellatrix had fallen under the influence of the Imperious Curse, as they were incapable of discerning even Hermione, who had consumed the Polyjuice potion. Yet, the goblin's inherent miserly nature was vividly on display. When Bellatrix expressed her intent to retrieve items from the vault, the elderly goblin behind the counter immediately donned a sorrowful expression, akin to a husband who had been cuckolded. My dear Mrs. Lestrange, from a professional standpoint, your decision appears rather unwise, he began. But before he could finish, Diggory, growing impatient, rapped the table. I do not require your opinion. I demand my own. Is this money entirely yours or Bellatrix's? Why do you bicker when someone seeks their own funds? Diggory felt a sense of urgency, causing his words to emerge rather brusquely. However, the old fairy merely cast a fleeting glance at Diggory before disregarding him entirely, treating his utterances as inconsequential. In her eyes, only the words of the vault's master held any significance. With her slightly reddened and misty gaze, the old fairy looked at Bellatrix with a pitiable expression, hoping to sway her decision through mere eye contact, attempting to leverage her age to garner sympathy. Alas, the woman before her was already ensnared by the soul-stealing curse. Please escort us to the vault, Bellatrix declared, her expression devoid of emotion, as she remained under Diggory's influence. The old fairy sighed in resignation and gestured to another fairy behind her. The fairy stepped forward, bowed to Bellatrix, and said, Please, follow me, Mrs. Lestrange. My name is La Huang, and should you require anything during our time together, do not hesitate to let me know. Diggory reflected on the past. Was this not the very goblin, Griphook, who allied with the trio in the 7th installment? He aided Harry Potter in gaining access to Gringotts' wizarding bank, where they unearthed Voldemort's Horcrux, the Hufflepuff cup, from Bellatrix's vault. His demand was that Harry return the goblin-forged sword of Gryffindor to him. Yet, as the saying goes, those not of our kind will have different intentions. In a world of magic that ostensibly prioritizes humanity, even wizards are subjected to the stratification imposed by those with ulterior motives, and the goblins are no exception. Since the Goblin rebellions of 1612 and the 18th century, relations between humans and goblins, as well as with all magical creatures, have become increasingly strained. Among these, the goblins stand out as the most organized and disciplined of their kind. Humans have always harbored a sense of wariness towards them, and the feeling is mutual. Thus, Harry and his companions were rather spectacularly betrayed. Griphook merely facilitated their entry into the vault, offering no assistance for their safe exit. Instead, he seized the sword within the vault and promptly alerted his fellow goblins and the guards. This incident can be regarded as the swiftest act of betrayal in the annals of the magical world. Diggory walked behind R.A. Juan and Beatrice, squinting his eyes and quietly remaining on guard. It must be said that the prejudices harbored within the human heart are akin to a formidable mountain, even now. Diggory found himself uncertain whether R.A. Juan had indeed transformed into a duplicitous scoundrel. Nevertheless, he had begun to harbor doubts about R.A. Juan deep within his soul. He discreetly retrieved 2 vials of Felix Felicis from his pocket, one for himself and the other he subtly passed to Nico, signaling her to consume it. As a qualified apothecary, albeit a false one, it is imperative to learn the judicious application of the potions at one's disposal. Felix Felicis, having been personally tested by Slughorn, undoubtedly possesses some efficacy. At the very least, during the final battle for Hogwarts, after imbibing the potion, he had survived the confrontation with Voldemort alongside his companions. At the very least, its psychological effects cannot be dismissed. R.A. Juan, oblivious to Diggory's furtive actions, soon led them to the second door of Gringotts. Beyond this threshold lay the direct passage to the underground vaults. The second door of Gringotts was silver, inscribed with a cautionary message, Enter, stranger, but beware. The fate of greed is dire. To seek without toil, to take without merit, shall incur the most severe punishment. Thus, if you wish to extract from our vaults a treasure that never belonged to you, thief, you have been warned. What you summon may not be treasure, but retribution. Diggory disdainfully curled his lip, dismissing it as mere child's play. The vault lay deep underground, accessible through a silver door that led into a narrow stone corridor. Below, a small railway awaited, where clients, guided by fairies, rode on little carts through the labyrinthine twists and turns of the passageways. Along the way, they encountered an underground lake adorned with magnificent stalactites and stalagmites. Upon reaching the designated vault, clients would unlock the door with a tiny golden key. Diggo and his 2 companions followed closely behind the ring, boarding a small cart that hurried towards Beatrix's treasury. Along the way, they passed the waterfall, which had the power to render the composite potion ineffective. Diggory sat at the back, his gaze distinctly capturing the slight backward glance of the bell ringer at the front, who was ensuring that none among the trio, including Diggory, had employed any deceptive concoctions. Soon, the little cart arrived before Beatrix's treasury. During this time, Diggory also caught sight of the captive dragon. This creature was not described in the book, merely referred to by the term dragon. However, it was likely an iron belly. One cannot help but feel sympathy for such a majestic creature, destined to soar across the skies yet confined by chains, reduced to the role of a mere guard. This is a poignant tragedy, highlighting the formidable power of the fairies. At least they possess wealth. At that moment, Diggory pondered quietly whether these fairies might engage in self-dealing. After all, with a significant client like Beatrix and the multitude of treasures within the vault, a few missing coins or a couple of inconspicuous items might easily go unnoticed. Especially considering some prisoners, condemned to a life sentence in Azkaban, when the Ministry of Magic seizes assets. The fairies could undoubtedly orchestrate a scheme to siphon off a portion alongside the Ministry officials, subsequently sharing the spoils. The more Diggory pondered, the more plausible it seemed. The thought of so many affluent heirs, such as young Barty Crouch and Death Eaters within Azkaban, their amassed wealth was staggering. Furthermore, when the escaped Bellatrix appeared in Gringotts, the goblins who beheld her exhibited not a flicker of surprise. This alone suggested that the goblins involved were indeed quite formidable. The goblin, Griphook, unlatched the vault door and then stepped back 2 paces, bowing slightly to Bellatrix. At that moment, Diggory exchanged a glance with Nico. Stay outside and keep an eye on Griphook. Nico understood the silent cue, refraining from entering with Bellatrix and Diggory, instead positioning herself alongside Griphook at the entrance, maintaining a distance of 1 meter to allow for a reaction if necessary. Diggory and Beatrice successfully entered the treasury. Previously, Diggory had failed to discern the splendor within, but at this moment, he beheld the resplendent scene before him, an opulent display of gold and treasures. The gold galore strewn carelessly upon the floor, alongside exquisite antiques with no designated place. Each singular item, if placed in a shop on Diagonal Alley, would undoubtedly be a prized possession. Although the scale of this treasury cannot compare to that of the Room of Requirement, the quality of the treasures here is unparalleled. Most of the items within the Room of Requirement are merely discarded magical artifacts, unwanted by their former owners. Yet here, only the finest treasures abound. Diggory began to swallow discreetly, his fingers stirring restlessly beneath his robe. At that moment, he couldn't help but ponder whether he should take a little more or a little more still. Ultimately, he concluded that taking a bit more was indeed the wiser choice. In life, adhering to one's true desires is paramount. Moreover, his actions could be seen as consuming the enemy's resources to fortify his own. This was not theft, but a noble endeavor to vanquish the formidable Voldemort. With this realization, Diggory exhaled deeply and said to Bellatrix, this, and that, those. Along with the Hufflepuff cup, we shall take them all. Under the influence of the Cruciatus curse, Bellatrix was rendered incapable of resistance. Not that she was aware of any need to resist. Lacking self-awareness, she would acquiesce to whatever Diggory dictated. The ensuing moments were fraught with tension for Larkin. Standing outside the door, he could only watch helplessly as Diggory collected one antique after another, filling bag after bag with golden galleons. His heart felt as though it were bleeding. Each piece represented potential earnings. The more money clients deposited in Gringotts, the greater the fees they could accrue. Now, with Diggory extracting such a substantial amount of valuables and currency, it signified a considerable loss for Gringotts. And money was Larkin's heart, his passion, his very essence. At that moment, Diggory had transformed in Larkin's eyes into an irreconcilable enemy, one who bore a grudge for the murder of a father and the usurpation of a wife. As Diggory busied himself transporting magical treasures, he suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck. Instinctively, he reached for it, only to find no discomfort at all. Perhaps he had simply been overworked lately, straining his neck from the stress. A good rest would surely remedy that, he mused. Amid the crisp clinking of galleons scattered across the floor, Bellatrix approached, stepping delicately along the golden path, and placed the goblet she held into Diggory's hands. Diggory took a deep breath, accepting the golden cup from Hufflepuff, and lifted it to examine it closely. The cup featured 2 exquisitely crafted pure gold handles, and its body was adorned with intricate engravings depicting a badger, the emblem of Hufflepuff House. This vessel once served as the first container at Hogwarts to assist house elves in the magical transportation of food. It remained within Hufflepuff's domain until Helga's passing. It is said to possess wondrous and unique magic, though Diggory has always been unaware of its extraordinary nature, disregarding the incessant temptations of the large orange cat echoing in his mind, which whispered of a golden cup worth 500,000 points of magical energy. Diggory resolutely placed the coveted cup into the inner pocket of his protective cloak, a pocket enchanted with an undetectable stretching charm. After all, Thanks to his recent frenzied accumulation of wealth, he had already exchanged for over 400,000 points of magical energy. Had it not been for the desperate gaze of the doorman outside, teetering on the brink of collapse, Diggory would have relished the opportunity to empty the entire treasury. Ideally, he aspired to amass a full 1 million points of magical energy, enabling him to acquire the wand he had long desired. Yet, Diggory was a man content with his lot. Although 400,000 and 1 million were worlds apart, he deemed his current fortune quite satisfactory. With a sense of satisfaction, Diggory emerged alongside Beatrix. While the ring let out a sigh of relief, had it continued any longer, its performance for the year would have been compromised. However, the moment Diggory's first foot stepped out of the vault, he caught a glimpse of the relaxed ring from the corner of his eye and swiftly and silently made off with a crown adorned with diamonds and various gemstones. The instant it was exchanged for the system's space, the orange cat announced the magical value: 56,000 points. Diggory's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness as he gazed at the relieved, yet somewhat forced smile of La Juan, a joyful laugh escaping his lips. However, he refrained from uttering a word, for the true protagonist in this moment was Bellatrix. Diggory has consistently played the role of a devoted servant to Bellatrix. At this moment, Bellatrix strides with an air of haughty superiority into the midst of the crowd, akin to a queen surrounded by her loyal subjects. "Come, little Diggory, assist me in returning to the palace." Nico, taken aback, cast a bewildered glance at Diggory, pondering the peculiar behavior of Bellatrix. Dior smiled faintly, harboring a secret known only to himself. The clock struck 10 in the morning, and Diagon Alley was beginning to bustle with activity, though it was not the back-to-school season. The end of term was approaching, prompting wizarding parents to emerge in search of supplies to welcome their magical creatures home for Christmas. Shopping, it seemed, was an endeavor that naturally excited women more than men, resulting in a street teeming with ladies. However, today's women were different from yesterday, for Leonardo was present. With his strikingly defined brows and captivating features, Leonardo possessed a somewhat youthful yet exquisitely refined visage. His age lent an intriguing maturity to his face, which, despite its incongruity, bestowed upon him an irresistible charm that captivated the attention of the ladies. Unable to contain her restless heart, an older, divorced woman boldly placed her hand on Leonardo's chest, halting him. "Good sir, are you in search of a companion for your shopping excursion? If so, I would be more than willing to oblige. Are you unaware that I am already taken?" Leonardo furrowed his brow, dismissing her advances as he brushed aside her unwelcome touch and continued on his way. The two Death Eaters ahead demonstrated a remarkably poor ability to conceal their whereabouts, particularly in a locale where nearly 90% of the populace was female and men were scarce. Leonardo found it impossible to lose track of them. He quickened his pace as the pair suddenly turned into a shop connected to the Flu network. By the time Leonardo arrived, the two Death Eaters had vanished without a trace. "Excuse me, sir, could you tell me where those two went? Which direction did they take through the Flu network?" Leonardo inquired anxiously. Traveling via the Flu network was already swift, and without precise information, pursuit would be futile. To complicate matters, once they left the network, they might employ apparition to hasten their escape, leaving no hope of catching up. The shopkeeper behind the counter, ruggedly bearded yet disturbingly sleazy, rubbed his fingers together, index, middle, and thumb. Leonardo, growing impatient, produced 2 gold galleons. He was unwilling and unable to squander any more time. However, the proprietor discerned this and, with a sly grin, accepted the 2 gold galleons while simultaneously opening his palm to reveal 5 fingers, which he waved provocatively in front of Leonardo. Leonardo's eyes narrowed, a flicker of anger passing through them. Yet, the proprietor remained unfazed. Those who manage establishments in Diagon Alley typically possess a certain acumen, and the area boasts commendable security. Save for the Death Eaters, few would dare to cause a ruckus here. Most crucially, the proprietor had already perceived that Leonardo was pressed for time, and his recent haste in retrieving money along with his subtle habits indicated that he was not financially constrained. Indeed, Leonardo produced another 5 gold galleons from his pocket and tossed them onto the counter with a resounding clink. This time, the proprietor refrained from being greedy, collecting the coins while remarking, "They have gone to Hogsmeade." Upon hearing this, Leonardo prepared to depart, but the proprietor seized his sleeve. "Wait. This 7 galleons is merely for directions. Should you wish to utilize the Flu network, it will require an additional 3 galleons." The proprietor chuckled, his demeanor that of a shrewd merchant. Leonardo could no longer contain his frustration, raising an eyebrow and exclaiming, 3 galleons. Other locations offering the Flu network only charged 3 sickles. The proprietor, undeterred, stroked his rugged beard and replied, "Is it not evident that your urgency and affluence warrant such a fee? Otherwise, I would not demand so much." At this juncture, Leonardo, wishing to avoid further delay, reluctantly extracted 3 more gold galleons and flung them at the proprietor's face, which promptly vanished into the depths of his pocket. As Leonardo turned to leave, the proprietor again grasped his sleeve. "Hold on, how about an additional 5 galleons? Then I shall refrain from disclosing your whereabouts to others." Leonardo scoffed disdainfully at the notion of silencing the man with gold. Setting aside his skepticism regarding the proprietor's integrity, he pondered the consequences should he pay, only to have Diggory and his associates track him down and discover the trail had gone cold. Most importantly, Leonardo had no desire to enrich this unscrupulous proprietor any further. He feared he might lose control of his wand. Get lost, he thought, suppressing the urge to give the proprietor a thrashing, and turned to leave via the Flu network. A flash of green light enveloped him as he emerged from the fireplace. This was a dim and slightly oppressive locale. In stark contrast, Diagon Alley basked in the warm glow of the sun, but here it was entirely different. The sky was chillingly bleak. It seemed as though this place belonged to another world. Numerous tables were arranged somewhat haphazardly throughout the spacious room, yet it was devoid of any occupants. Coupled with the peculiar natural ambience, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the space, causing an unsettling shiver to run down one's spine. Leonardo surveyed the surroundings, noting the dust and stains scattered across the floor, along with a multitude of footprints. These prints varied in size and were predominantly concentrated near the desks, while those near the fireplace were scant. 2 distinct tracks were evident, leading from the fireplace toward the partially ajar door of the room. Gripping his wand tightly, Leonardo felt an instinctive discomfort in this place, reminiscent of venturing into the sunless depths of the Amazon rainforest. He envisioned the sudden emergence of a venomous snake from an unnoticed corner, poised to strike at his throat. Amused by his own trepidation, he chuckled to himself, realizing he had yet to encounter anything tangible, merely conjuring fears from within. Resolutely, he steeled his nerves and began to exit. Upon stepping outside, he discovered he was at the police station in Hargenton, though it perplexed him that the station was completely deserted. Checking his exquisite silver pocket watch, he noted the time. It was merely 10:30 in the morning. Was it customary for the police to take their lunch this early? He pondered. Suddenly, a sharp, menacing energy surged from a shadowy alley to his left. It was an offensive spell, unlike any he had encountered before. It sliced through the air with the precision of a sword, intent on piercing through all. The spell targeted his left temple, a lethal assault. In that life-threatening moment, Leonardo reacted with unprecedented swiftness, tilting his head back just in time. The lethal force grazed his forehead, narrowly missing him, a mere hair's breadth away from calamity. Who could it be? Leonardo turned his head to glance but saw no figure in sight. The assailant lurked deep within the obscurity of the alley, offering him no respite. At that instant, 3 more menacing energies surged forth from the alley, each aimed at Leonardo's feet, left elbow, and head, respectively. The precision of these attacks was astonishingly devious. At that moment, Leonardo's balance was precarious due to the backward tilt of his head, and an assault on his foot would certainly compromise his stability further. Risking a fall that, while as for the attack on the elbow, it merely serves as a feint, designed to heighten the pressure on the assailed. Were Diggory present, he would undoubtedly discern the concealed assailant, well aware of the adage that villains often perish from excessive verbosity. From the outset, the ambusher harbored no intention of engaging Leonardo in idle chatter or inquiring about his presence. Instead, the aim was to deliver a lethal strike without hesitation. The speed of the curse's assault was astonishing, leaving Leonardo with scarcely a moment to react. Armor spell. The sound of 3 resounding impacts echoed, bang, 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 as the attack was successfully thwarted. Yet, accompanied by a final thud, Leonardo found himself sprawled on the ground, a transparent barrier materializing beside him, adorned with 3 web-like fissures. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Leonardo swiftly regained his footing, grateful for his quick reflexes. The relentless ferocity of the attack was unlike any adversary he had previously encountered. This decisive and merciless onslaught sent chills down Leonardo's spine. As he sensed every hair on his body stand on end, he was faced with an unprecedented foe. The formidable armor spell was indeed formidable. The figure cloaked in darkness finally broke the silence, inquiring if he hailed from the Downton family, renowned in the magical realm for their impenetrable defense. The Downton family was synonymous with the legendary armor spell. Often, when a wizard encounters an unfamiliar yet exceptionally skilled user of the armor spell. They instinctively assume the individual belongs to the Downton lineage. No, Leonardo replied, shaking his head. I have no connection to them. Ah, then there is nothing to hold back, came the voice from the shadows. Almost immediately, 2 spells were cast in succession. The first was a stopping spell, capable of dispelling Leonardo's armor spell. The second was yet another swift and lethal attack. At that moment, Leonardo cursed inwardly, lamenting, if only I had pretended to be from the Downton family. The opponent's assault was upon him in an instant, leaving Leonardo no time for defense, his situation perilous. Suddenly, a memory flashed through his mind, the last encounter with Diggory, where he had evaded his opponent's spells. Instinctively, he mimicked that action. Roll like a donkey. The familiar technique, the familiar sensation. At last, he evaded the attack from the shadows, letting out a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, a fire ignited within him. Do you truly believe I am merely a pile of kindling, waiting to be burnt? The counterattack begins. Leonardo raised both hands simultaneously. With his right hand, he silently cast the firefly charm, while his left hand swiftly hurled 3 vials filled with poison. The emphasis here is not on the poison vials, but rather on the firefly charm. Should he allow his opponent to remain shrouded in darkness while he basked in light, he would forever relinquish the initiative. At this moment, it was paramount for Leonardo to discern his adversary's location, otherwise, he would be unable to identify a target for his assault. However, his opponent anticipated Leonardo's intentions and, employing a similar armor charm, effortlessly deflected both the firefly charm and the poison vials. The figure in the darkness granted no opportunity for reprieve. Leonardo frowned slightly. Sensing the predicament had become rather intricate. Yet, he could not afford to halt. To do so would invite a counterattack. He immediately brandished his wand, casting spells in utter silence. With a remarkable swiftness, 3 spells erupted almost instantaneously from his wand. It became evident that in his previous encounters with Diggory, he had not unleashed his full potential. The first spell was a stopping charm, aimed to shatter his opponent's armor charm defense head-on, followed by another firefly charm. Yet, this was not the crux. The true final assault spell lay concealed behind the firefly charm. These 2 spells were executed in such proximity that without formidable magical control and extensive practice, it would have been impossible to achieve. Furthermore, the spell that trailed behind was a swamp charm, capable of transforming a specified area into marshland depending on the caster's magical energy expended. Once he restricted his opponent, Leonardo would seize the initiative and launch a fierce attack with the fire charm. However, his adversary was swifter. The moment Leonardo's incantation departed from his wand, his opponent's attack surged forth from the alley, hurtling directly toward him. It was a dual onslaught of spells. The one radiating a crimson glow was unmistakably the killing curse. The other spell, still exuding a menacing aura, retained the chilling sensation of apprehension. The assault arrived with such velocity that Leonardo scarcely had time to react. All he could perceive was the instant the killing curse illuminated, revealing its caster to be a bald figure. Boom! The spell detonated, engulfing the vicinity in a cloud of dust. There was no evading this attack. Witnessing the success of their strike, Chilo in the alley grinned broadly and remarked to his companion Sane, "What a splendid opponent we have encountered." Within the alley stood Chilo and Sane, the very individuals whom Leonardo had been tracking. Chilo brimmed with confidence regarding his attack. One was his own killing curse, while the other was Sane's invisible blade. The merits of the killing curse need not be elaborated. Being struck by it meant certain death, with no alternative. Of course, exceptions existed in the peculiar relationship between Voldemort and Harry Potter. Conversely, while the invisible blade might lack the terrifying lethality of the killing curse, it proved far more insidious and difficult to defend against. Unlike other spells, the invisible blade did not emit a flickering light upon casting. Merely relying on one's sight renders everything invisible. While magical fluctuations are inevitable, their velocity is astonishing, transforming into a razor-sharp blade that is unparalleled in ambush. Apart from witnessing Sane wield the spell of Shadow Blade in Grove City, Chilo once observed him effortlessly sever the neck of a fire dragon during their joint venture. If he could so easily slice through the neck of a dragon, how trivial would it be to cut through flesh and bone? As Chilo sheathed his wand and prepared to depart, Sane suddenly grasped his arm. No, that individual is not yet deceased. Chilo turned in shock. How is that possible? He had no time to defend against our assault. He could only endure it with his body. Our spells are beyond the resilience of mere flesh. Sane shot a glance at Chilo. Do you doubt me? Fine, pursue your demise if you wish. I will not hinder you. Rather than feeling angered by Sane's provocation, Chilo gazed at him with a sense of melancholy, as if he bore an immense grievance. "You insufferable wretch, always so obnoxious." Upon hearing Chilo's tone, Sane felt a chill run down his spine. He delivered a sharp slap to Chilo's bald head. "Speak to me in that manner again, and I shall pin you to the ground." With that, Sane disregarded Chilo's reaction, his gaze fixated on the dust cloud surrounding Leonardo. As the smoke from the previous spell gradually dissipated, the figure standing within became discernible. "Impossible!" Chilo could not suppress his exclamation. Leonardo appeared utterly unscathed. "Observe his hands," Sane urged. In Leonardo's grip lay an exquisitely crafted silver pocket watch, though it was now damaged, as if crushed by a hammer. This magnificent protective magical artifact had withstood both my death curse and your shadow blade, signifying its exceptional quality. Chilo's expression darkened. Could he be a scion of some illustrious family? "It seems we have provoked a formidable entity." Sane furrowed his brow. "There is nothing to fear. Just leave him be." "It will amount to nothing. Eliminate him directly?" Chilo gasped, alarmed. A descendant of a family possessing such high-quality protective magical artifacts could lead to relentless pursuit if they discovered our involvement in his demise. How could Sane dare? Yet Sane merely smiled nonchalantly. "What is there that cannot be slain? Let us not forget, we now bear the title of Death Eaters. In the present Or office of the Ministry of Magic, aside from Moody, who would dare handle cases involving Death Eaters? Moreover," Sane narrowed his eyes as he gazed at Leonardo. "With such formidable strength, if they did not eliminate him now, what would happen if he turned against them in the future? To eradicate the roots of a problem, one must be ruthless. Without decisiveness, one cannot stand firm." As soon as the words left his lips, Sane dashed out of the dark alley, raising his hand to wield not one, but two wands simultaneously. Launching an assault on Leonardo, the dark blades were formless, shattering with a vengeance. This silver pocket watch was a gift from Nico LeMay to Leonardo just before his departure. It held a special significance that the elder had never voiced. Leonardo's parents were ordinary individuals, and when he first exhibited his magical talents at a tender age, their reaction left him heartbroken. Both were doctors, staunch materialists under the banner of capitalism. Upon witnessing this inexplicable phenomenon manifest in their son, they were momentarily paralyzed. They subjected Leonardo to various medical examinations, and when no reasonable explanation could be found, they fell silent. The reality they had always believed in was utterly shattered by their son, leading to a collapse of their faith and, subsequently, to their resentment. From that moment on, they became convinced that demons existed in the world, and they deemed their son, Leonardo, to be a veritable demon. In that dark hour, they contemplated using a surgical knife from their home to end Leonardo's life. Yet, at that time, Leonardo was merely a child just beginning to understand the world. Just as the sharp blade was about to slice through his tender neck, fate intervened. Nico, having failed at a spatial magic attempt, fortuitously appeared before Leonardo and saved him. The image of Nico LeMay, with his silver hair and slightly stooped elderly frame, left an indelible mark on Leonardo's heart. Thereafter, Leonardo resided in Nico's home. A bond that transcended mere teacher and student, it was akin to that of father and son. This pocket watch symbolized an unspoken longing and care from a father to his son. Yet now, the watch lay broken. Leonardo's eyes reddened, ablaze with fury. Even when confronted by his parents wielding a knife against him, he had never felt such rage. A gentleman is merely one who has yet to reach his breaking point. And now, for the first time in his life, Leonardo yearned to kill. He cast a cold glance at Sane's assault, feeling an unprecedented surge of magical and mental energy within him as he suddenly entered a unique state of heightened awareness. The once swift spells appeared to slow down in his perception, allowing Leonardo to discern the nearly transparent blade of the shadowy incantation. A smirk crossed his lips. He had initially intended to emulate Diggory's combat style, dodging the attack before countering, only to realize that his physical capabilities fell short. Nevertheless, with a swift motion, Leonardo conjured a robust armor spell before him, effortlessly deflecting Sane's onslaught. He then immediately dissipated the armor enchantment, unleashing a torrent of searing flames from the tip of his wand, coalescing into a magnificent fire unicorn. The inferno, soaring through the air, dispelled the darkness surrounding the precinct, radiating an unbearable brilliance and heat as it charged toward Sane with a deafening roar. Anyone standing a kilometer away would clearly witness the conflagration erupting from this locale. His Chilo gasped in astonishment, marveling at the sheer ferocity of Leonardo's fire spell. In the midst of the chaos, Sane, facing the full force of Leonardo's fiery incantation, felt the intensity even more acutely. While Chilo perceived the might of the spell, he recognized the intricate mastery of magical control wielded by Leonardo. In terms of such skill, few could rival him, not even Chilo himself. Sane was acutely aware of this fact. "Too bad you have crossed paths with me," he sneered, revealing a cruel smile toward Leonardo, who stood behind the fire unicorn. With both wands raised, Sane declared, "Since you wield flames, I shall counter with ice. Let us see if my freezing spell can extinguish your steed." No sooner had he spoken than Chilo felt as if the entire precinct had been plunged into an Arctic abyss. As a frigid storm erupted from the tip of one of Sane's wands, a visible torrent of icy air howled through the space, rapidly coalescing before Sane into a massive blue anaconda. The serpent's bloated form shimmered under the glow of the flames, its slithering body adorned with glistening scales, while its vertical pupils gleamed with a chilling intent. His Chilo gasped again, recognizing the enhanced magical control displayed by Sane. The colossal fire unicorn reared its front hooves high, aiming a crushing stomp at the anaconda's head. However, despite its bulk, the serpent exhibited astonishing agility, deftly evading the unicorn's attack with a series of fluid movements. In a mere blink, it coiled beneath the fire unicorn, swiftly rearing up and ensnaring its opponent in a vice-like grip. The anaconda's combat style relied on its formidable physique to constrict and suffocate its adversaries. The emerald python possesses an exceptionally resilient physique, coiling around its prey and gradually exerting pressure, ultimately causing internal devastation or, at times, inducing suffocation. Upon the demise of its victim, the python begins its consumption from the head, swallowing the entire creature whole. However, both the flame unicorn and the frigid python are products of enchantments. Thus, Sane merely exerts control over the frigid python to subdue the flame unicorn, rendering consumption impossible. At this juncture, the contest is one of whose magical prowess is more formidable and whose control more intricate. The frigid python entwines itself around the flame unicorn, an interplay of ice and fire, enveloping the precinct in a dense mist. Presently, Sane holds a slight advantage as the frigid python's grip elicits signs of distress from the flame unicorn. Leonardo, channeling his magical energy through his wand, desperately strives to break free from the opponent's grasp, yet regardless of his efforts, he finds himself unable to escape the control. As time passes, a growing sense of helplessness begins to emerge within him. With a furrowed brow, Leonardo clutches his pocket watch, resolute in his determination not to be defeated here. Suddenly, the flame unicorn, previously on the verge of collapse, begins to coalesce once more under the influence of his will. Sane observes the unfolding scene with indifference. Courageous indeed. But have you forgotten? I possess another wand. At that moment, Sane raises a second wand. Leonardo's complexion turns ashen. He realizes he cannot contend with this additional wand. Simultaneously, he grapples with the perplexity of how Sane can wield two wands simultaneously. In this world, it is the wand that chooses the wizard, not the other way around. Furthermore, it is an established principle that no wizard may be chosen by more than one wand at a time. In essence, a wizard cannot simultaneously possess two or more wands that acknowledge him as their master. Thus, to Leonardo, Sane appears to be employing his own wand while simultaneously wielding another's to attack him. However, using another's wand is not as simple as one might assume. It is akin to trying on someone else's perfectly fitted clothing. Either it is too large or too small, leaving no room for a third option, unless one overcomes the owner. Yet, even in such a scenario, that one would not be a perfect match, lacking the efficacy of one's own. It is comparable to preferring cotton garments while being forced to wear linen. A forced connection might yield disastrous consequences akin to that of Voldemort and the Elder Wand, resulting in mutual ruin. Contemplating this, Leonardo inquires, "Are you not afraid of the repercussions when wielding a wand that does not belong to you?" Sane chuckles, a smirk laced with charm and disdain. "Who told you this wand does not belong to me?" Leonardo shudders in shock. To possess two wands that rightfully belong to oneself? Such a notion seems impossible. However, Sane responded to Leonardo's inquiry with a stark reality. He raised his wand and pointed it at Leonardo from a distance, channeling his magical energy to the tip of the wand. Invisible blade. With a swift sound, a piercing force surged forth, erupting a spray of crimson from Leonardo's chest, the wound extending from his left shoulder down to the lower right side of his abdomen. His clothing was instantaneously soaked in blood, and the fiery unicorn, which had been grappling with the cold current of the serpent, suddenly dissipated, leaving behind only a trace of warmth lingering in the air. Yet, this remnant of warmth soon vanished under the chilling presence of the serpentine frost. Leonardo's eyes widened in realization. He understood unmistakably that Sane had not deceived him. The wand in his adversary's hand operated without a hint of recoil in the flow of magic, just like another wand. This man possessed two wands simultaneously. He had lost. It was precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, typically the hottest period of the day. However, in the town of Haggington, the sun was ruthlessly obscured by dark clouds, failing to penetrate the gloom, rendering the small town perpetually stifling. In the police station, the dust of the battle finally settled. With the fight concluded, Sane stowed away his 2 wands, a secret not meant for others to see. Thus far, the only person privy to this secret and still alive was Chilo. At that moment, Chilo kicked the unconscious Leonardo on the ground, exclaiming in admiration, "This fellow is quite handsome. Such looks should surely attract the ladies. Yet his strength is commendable as well, managing to push you to the point of wielding a second wand. It seems he is not merely a pretty face." Leonardo, kicked and barely stirring, exhibited only the faint rise and fall of his chest. Blood not only stained his clothing, but pooled beneath him, a glaring crimson. His complexion was as pale as a blank sheet of paper, clearly a victim of excessive blood loss, aside from the subtle movement of his chest. He bore a striking resemblance to a corpse. Sane knelt down to scrutinize him closely, noting that this was indeed the case. Near death, having lost so much blood, yet somehow still more handsome than me? Sane swiftly closed his eyes, banishing the thought from his mind. Nonsense. I am the most handsome in the world. Glancing at Chilo beside him, Sane felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, his charm attracted not only women but men alike. With this thought, Sane felt a surge of comfort and raised his wand to deliver a final blow to Leonardo. After all, he was a worthy opponent. Sane was acutely aware that during the confrontation, Leonardo's heart was tumultuous with rage. Consequently, his prowess was swayed by his emotions. Although he appeared to be more ferocious in battle, Sane understood that had his opponent retained his composure, this skirmish would not have concluded so swiftly. Just as he was poised to act, Chilo abruptly interjected with a grin, saying, "Allow me to handle this matter, lest your hands become sullied." Sane, indifferent, nodded and withdrew. However, just as he was about to turn away, Chilo had already drawn his wand, ready to incant. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through the precinct's courtyard. While a breeze was not unusual, one infused with a hint of scorching warmth was decidedly peculiar. In a town like Haggington, where sunlight was a rare visitor, how could there be a breath of heat? The two exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes following the direction from which the breeze emanated. Chilo's pupils dilated in shock. How could it be? How could both Moody and Dumbledore appear here simultaneously? Indeed, the newcomers were none other than Dumbledore and Moody. Not only was Chilo astounded, but Sane also found it incomprehensible. He could not fathom why these two eminent figures would converge in this location. Wasn't Dumbledore meant to safeguard Hogwarts? Wasn't Moody scheduled to work at the Ministry of Magic today? Why were they both seemingly so free at this moment? Chilo, it has been a while. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore likely still remembered the students who graduated during his tenure. You would do well to lower your wand. Otherwise, it is death for both him and you. Dumbledore spoke with an unsettling calmness. Chilo remained steadfast, his wand still trained on the unconscious Leonardo. Even in the face of Dumbledore's threat, Chilo had no intention of retreating, for this individual was privy to Sane's secret of wielding 2 wands. Should that information spread, the repercussions for Sane would be catastrophic. Being captured and subjected to dissection for research would be a mere light punishment in comparison. As Chilo regarded Dumbledore and Moody before him, his heart raced with trepidation. He had no desire to confront either of them. Yet, the thought of Sane behind him instilled a semblance of courage. Thus, one must admit, the power of love is indeed formidable. However, the presence of these two figures exerted immense pressure on him, particularly Moody, whose solitary eye bore into him devoid of emotion, causing the legs hidden beneath his robes to tremble involuntarily. At that moment, Sane unexpectedly placed a hand on Chilo's shoulder, saying, "You go ahead, I shall cover you." Chilo, overwhelmed with emotion, felt tears welling in his eyes as Sane's figure appeared almost ethereal in his peripheral vision. "What compels you to make such a decision? Is it love?" Chilo gently inquired. Sane's lips twitched. Why did this bald-headed fellow always draw such conclusions? "My strength surpasses yours. How long can you hold them off? Once Moody makes his move, you will be unable to withstand it, and I too shall be left behind. There will be no escape for anyone. I can linger a little longer at the rear. As long as you manage to flee, there remains a glimmer of hope." Sane remarked with a hint of irritation. "Do you know which way to run?" Sane asked, his concern evident. Chilo nodded and promptly turned to dash towards the room with the fireplace. His tears were shed in vain moments ago, yet he felt no regret, for he had grown accustomed to it. Dumbledore and the others did not attempt to stop Chilo's departure. Rather, they stood silently in place, offering no reaction. As he observed Chilo's retreating figure, he sighed. Recalling the boy's initial days at school, so small and endearing, how had more than a decade passed, transforming him into this? Moody held no particular memory of Chilo. Yet allowing the perpetrator to escape so openly was decidedly not his style. He merely sipped his drink, feigning ignorance. Glancing at Leonardo, sprawled upon the ground, he remarked. Leonardo is in a rather unfortunate position. Dumbledore withdrew his gaze, recognizing the limitations of his own abilities. All he could do was strive for improvement in the future. What to do about this young man before them? Should you attempt to reform him, or shall I send him to Azkaban? Moody glanced at Sane, speaking nonchalantly. Dumbledore contemplated for a moment, then finally turned his full attention to Sane. I believe you are a good child who, in youthful ignorance, has strayed from the right path. If you are willing to forsake the darkness for the light, I am prepared to guide you personally. He chuckled. Sane remained silent, merely offering Dumbledore a simple gesture, a raised middle finger. Reform? What constitutes darkness? What defines light? Sane was profoundly irritated by Dumbledore's rhetoric, along with his disdain for the man himself. Without understanding the experiences of others or the reasons for joining the Death Eaters, Dumbledore blindly urged others to abandon the darkness. How can you know what light I have experienced? How comfortable is one in darkness? Dumbledore, puzzled by Sane's gesture, directed a questioning look at Moody. Moody was taken aback. Why are you looking at me? I have no idea. The generational gap was palpable. Dumbledore sighed, lamenting the passage of time. Yet, he refrained from inquiring further of Sane, for he had already discerned from the boy's expression that the gesture held a rather unflattering implication. This indicated his rejection. However, Dumbledore was not angered. Instead, he calmly addressed Sane. Take some time to reflect. Should you change your mind in the future, you are welcome to seek me out at Hogwarts. This left Sane momentarily stunned. Was he being granted clemency? You may leave now. Sane stood frozen in place, while Moody, with an impassive expression, offered a reminder. He was apprehensive that if Sane did not depart soon, he might be compelled to take action. Sane, observing Moody's demeanor, felt an increased sense of perplexity. Yet, the urgency of his own safety prevailed. Facing Dumbledore and Moody, he dared not exhale, cautiously retreating step by step. Should either of them make a move, he would unleash his full power in an instant. However, until Sane found himself beside the fireplace, gazing at them through the door. Dumbledore and Moody showed no inclination to act. Taking a deep breath, Sane swallowed hard, contemplating a hasty escape through the fireplace, yet fearing that the moment he stepped in, the two formidable figures outside might strike. Although he was confident he could utilize the Flu network to flee within a second, he was acutely aware that those two could also prevent his escape in that very moment. He dared not gamble with his life. Thus, before Dumbledore and Moody, Sane cast several layers of defensive spells throughout the room. Moody, observing his actions, took a swig from his flask and disdainfully curled his lip. Such defensive charms seemed as flimsy as paper before him, essentially ineffectual. To Dumbledore, they were hardly even that. At best, they resembled a thin veil of mist. Sane recognized that these spells would not deter the two masters, yet they provided him with a semblance of psychological comfort. At the very least, they might serve as a warning, granting him a fleeting moment of reaction time. Perhaps he could escape on the strength of that brief interval. However, reality proved Sane's hopes to be in vain. Until he had completely vacated the premises and the green flames in the fireplace extinguished, neither Dumbledore nor Moody made a move. Rather, after his departure, Dumbledore's Phoenix, Fawkes, suddenly appeared, shedding a few tears upon the nearly lifeless Leonardo. Pulling him back from the brink of death, Moody stowed the now empty flask into an inner pocket, remarking, I didn't expect this Death Eater to possess such strength, capable of inflicting such harm upon Leonardo. Had we not arrived promptly from Little Hangleton, he might have perished here. Dumbledore approached Fawkes, then lifted the slumbering Leonardo, addressing Moody. The Death Eaters pursuing us are likely nearing this location. You handle things on the Diggory front. I shall escort Leonardo back. Moody nodded. They had set out together to retrieve the Horcrux ring from the Gaunt residence in Little Hangleton. Due to Diggory's warning to Dumbledore to exercise utmost caution when obtaining the Gaunt ring, Dumbledore had brought Moody along. Yet upon reaching Little Hangleton, they discovered a multitude of Death Eaters had gathered within the Gaunt house. What was most alarming was that they had received no prior warning of such a massive congregation of Death Eaters. The two elderly gentlemen exchanged knowing glances, instantly aware that the situation was far from simple. It was highly likely that this was the handiwork of Voldemort, who had gathered a multitude of Death Eaters to safeguard his Horcruxes. Yet, no matter how many there were in front of Dumbledore and Moody, it was futile. Their intentions were not to show off, but their formidable power compelled them to act with confidence. The reality was evident. There was not a single capable opponent among the throng. However, Dumbledore was not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent. Thus he refrained from lethal force against the Death Eaters. Moody, with even greater principles, preferred to imprison them in Azkaban for reformative labor rather than annihilate them. Consequently, a large number of Death Eaters survived at the hands of these two formidable figures, mistakenly believing that their numbers could intimidate Dumbledore and Moody into inaction. Their overinflated confidence led them to pursue the two esteemed wizards. Moody could hardly contain himself. He had never endured such indignity. Just as he was about to draw his wand to teach these Death Eaters a lesson, Dumbledore intervened, signaling that the Horcrux was of paramount importance, and everything else was trivial. Subsequently, the two wizards obtained the Gaunt Ring, casually casting a few widespread destructive spells at the Death Eaters before departing. The Death Eaters were powerless to stop them. The disparity in their capabilities was simply too vast. As Dumbledore and Moody emerged, they were met with the sight of flames soaring into the sky from Hogsmeade, prompting them to investigate the commotion, leading to the unfolding events that followed. After Dumbledore's departure, Moody entered the room, observing the defensive enchantments left by Sane. With a flick of his wand, he easily dismantled them. However, just as he was about to leap into the fireplace to connect to the internet, he paused, glancing at the empty police station outside. He felt a twinge of discomfort for having been chased by those Death Eaters for so long without presenting them with a token of his appreciation. In a flash of inspiration, he recalled Diggory's unique combat style and rummaged through all his pockets, ultimately discovering 6 vials of potions. This quantity paled in comparison to Diggory's impressive arsenal. The thought of how effortlessly Diggory tossed potions during battles filled him with a sense of inadequacy. He lamented his age, feeling as if he had squandered his later years. Were it not for Diggory being a student of Dumbledore, and thus one of his own, Moody might have entertained thoughts of robbing him. Among the vials were 3 antidotes, 1 sleeping potion, and 2 vials of acromantula venom. The latter 2 had been procured during a recent mission, initially intended for sale, but now he felt a pang of regret at the prospect of using them. Nevertheless, the grotesque visages of the Death Eaters made it seem worthwhile, especially since he had heard that Diggory had a penchant for collecting magical items, if need be. He could always trade items he no longer required for potions. If Diggory refused, then a good beating and theft would suffice. Regardless, he had always been half a mentor to him, and Dumbledore could hardly say anything. With this thought, Moody felt a wave of comfort wash over him. After setting the traps, he cheerfully made his way to Diagon Alley. 5 minutes later, a plume of black smoke swept across the sky above Hogsmeade's police station. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed a group of Death Eaters clad in long black robes. "We're late. Dumbledore and Moody have already departed," remarked a visibly irate lead Death Eater. At this moment, a bald Death Eater scoffed. "Isn't it because you're too cowardly? You merely watched them leave and didn't dare to pursue until 10 minutes had passed, allowing them to escape." The lead Death Eater whirled around, his gaze sharp and piercing as he fixed it upon the bald one. "Cassius Pompeo, just because you remain silent doesn't mean you're mute. You speak so boldly now. Yet why didn't you object when I suggested we wait 10 minutes before chasing? When Moody drew his wand ready for action, why did you linger at the back? If you had the guts, you should have confronted them then. Now that they've fled, you pretend to be a big shot. If you're so capable, why not pursue them online?" Cassius Pompeo's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling utterly exposed as his private thoughts were laid bare before all. Moreover, he sensed the eyes of the surrounding Death Eaters upon him, eagerly anticipating his next move. How dare they? Who among the Death Eaters would be brave enough to chase after those 2 powerful figures? Were they here merely to witness his humiliation? Did they truly consider Cassius Pompeo to be an easy target? As he glared at the lead Death Eater, Cassius felt an urge to overturn the table. Yet, at that moment, he caught a glimmer of mockery in the lead Death Eater's eyes. This wretched creature was undoubtedly attempting to undermine him. Cassius's mind raced with thoughts. Initially, by not ordering a pursuit when Dumbledore and Moody departed, he had garnered a favor from everyone present. Though, in the eyes of the Death Eaters, such a favor might not amount to much. However, should he fall out with the lead Death Eater and escalate the matter, he knew these individuals would not support him. In fact, they might feign a favor, only to belittle him further, and Cassius was certain they would relish such an opportunity. The very thought filled him with a sense of pervasive malice. Thus, he promptly made a decision. If we're to chase, Then I shan't back down. Cassius shouted at the lead Death Eater. I have the courage to pursue. Do you dare to follow? The lead Death Eater gestured towards the room, his intent unmistakable. If you have the guts, then step forward instead of making excuses. In that moment, Poseidon felt his pride and courage challenged. With a surge of impulsiveness, he seized his wand and stepped inside. What was it but a pursuit of Dumbledore and Moody? Even if he were to follow them, there was no guarantee he would catch up, and even if he did, they might not attack him, and should they strike, he might still evade their grasp. Ultimately, they had long since departed, and the likelihood of catching up was exceedingly slim, almost negligible. Thus, there was little to fear. At that moment, Poseidon was imbued with an inexplicable confidence, entirely oblivious to the vast disparity in strength between himself and Dumbledore, as well as Moody's customary treatment of Death Eaters. Encountering them would surely grant him a lifelong tour of Azkaban. It is often said that life is fraught with three great illusions: the belief that one can still showcase their prowess, the hope of a counterattack, and the conviction that victory is still within reach. For Poseidon, this was no mere illusion. He was lost in a dream. Had Moody not been inclined to hold back, Poseidon might have emerged unscathed. Yet, alas, it was not to be. As he stepped into what appeared to be an unremarkable room devoid of any figures, a small vial suddenly materialized before him, erupting with a resounding explosion. Bang! A thick black smoke instantly engulfed the entire chamber, gradually seeping outward. The lead Death Eater gasped, exclaiming, "It's the venom of an acromantula. Everyone, retreat immediately." After issuing the warning, he swiftly brandished his wand, conjuring a fierce wind that dispersed the noxious mist, revealing Poseidon's silhouette within. Observing from a distance, it seemed that Poseidon maintained his forward stride, his clothing intact, appearing none the worse for wear. A Death Eater, who shared a somewhat amicable rapport with Poseidon, tentatively approached to ascertain his condition, only to be yanked back by the lead Death Eater. "If you wish to perish, then by all means, proceed. That vial of acromantula venom, if diluted in sufficient water, possesses enough potency to claim the lives of thousands. Moreover, the confined space of the explosion means that the air over there is still saturated with vaporized venom. If you desire to meet an untimely demise at such a young age, then go ahead." Upon hearing of the potential danger to life, the individual halted in his tracks. They were all Death Eaters, after all, and the bonds among them were tenuous at best. It was hardly likely that anyone would risk their own safety to rescue another. "What about Poseidon?" The man hesitantly inquired of the lead Death Eater. The lead, belonging to the Kidman family and harboring grievances against the Pompeo lineage, seized the opportunity to suggest, "The situation in that room is far too perilous. We shall refrain from proceeding further. Let us first notify the authorities and return. Then explore other locations in the town. Should we find a spot amenable to the flu network, we can rest briefly before setting off again." This pronouncement, delivered in an appropriately detached tone, served to imply to the other Death Eaters, "We are up against Dumbledore and Moody." Poseidon, in his arrogance, disregarded orders and ultimately brought this upon himself. It is of no concern to the rest of us. Silence enveloped the room as all present tacitly acquiesced to the words of the leading Death Eater, turning away without a second glance at the now lifeless Cassie. By the time the officers returned to the precinct, evening had descended, though from above, it was impossible to discern the passage of time in Hargenton. The toxins in the room had dissipated, yet Cassie's body lay ravaged by their effects, leaving only a few garments strewn across the floor. The chief of police wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting on the precise timing of the events that had unfolded. Diggory sat atop the rooftop of the Pig's Head Tavern, gazing vacantly at the sunset on the horizon. In his mind, an inexplicable image emerged of a solitary plume of smoke rising in the vast desert, accompanied by the sight of the sun setting over the long river. Soon after, the figure of Ophelia gradually materialized from the crimson clouds, her smile gentle as she gazed at him. Lost in thought, Diggory found himself chuckling foolishly. The mere contemplation of that scene filled him with a sense of beauty. "What on earth are you doing, laughing like a simpleton?" Moody exclaimed. Having hurried from Hangman's Town to Angle Alley, and after much effort, finally locating the Pig's Head Tavern. From Nico, he had learned that Diggory was on the rooftop. Yet, as he climbed up, he was met with the sight of Diggory grinning foolishly at the sunset, appearing to possess an IQ that barely reached 50. Diego cast an annoyed glance at Moody and remarked, "Why do you walk so silently? This habit of yours is quite troubling, don't you realize?" Moody, with an impassive expression, retorted, "Is this really a matter of my habits? Don't you possess any self-awareness?" Diggory felt a twinge of embarrassment, clearing his throat to inquire, "Can we return now?" We have acquired everything. Upon hearing that Diggory and his companions had succeeded in their endeavor, even Moody, a stalwart figure unflinching in the face of adversity, could not suppress the excitement bubbling within him. The collection of Horcruxes was already more than halfway complete. Voldemort possessed a total of 7 Horcruxes: the Gaunt Ring, Harry Potter, the Diary, the Diadem, the Serpent Nagini, the Golden Cup, and the Locket. From the moment Diggory arrived in this world with none, they had now gathered 4. Moody seemed to envision the impending demise of Voldemort. Let us return. Moody rarely displayed a hint of a smile, yet his once fearsome visage appeared somewhat more amiable. Leonardo had sustained injuries and could take this time to recuperate. As for you, it would be prudent to use this interval to catch up on studies in preparation for the forthcoming final examinations and the imminent Triwizard Tournament. Leonardo is injured? Diggory's gaze sharpened as he hardly registered the latter part of Moody's statement. When they parted in the morning, Leonardo had mentioned attending to a minor matter. He had even asked if he was confident, to which Leonardo had assured him there was no issue. How could he be injured now, despite their previous misunderstandings? They had reconciled, transforming their relationship from rivals to comrades, sharing a mutual respect. Moody waved dismissively, saying, "There is no cause for alarm. I arrived just in time with Dumbledore. His injuries were largely healed by Fawkes' tears, and he has already returned to Hogwarts. A good night's rest will see him well." Arrived just in time? Diggory mused, fidgeting with his fingers, tilting his head to ask, "Where exactly did he sustain his injuries to cross paths with you?" "Godric's Hollow." Moody replied. "We went a little Hangleton. The Gaunt Ring is in our possession?" Diggory's heart raced with excitement. Moody nodded with restraint. Yet his countenance grew serious as he remarked, "However, the number of guards at the Gaunt residence has significantly increased. While it poses little challenge for us, it does complicate matters, a likely arrangement orchestrated by Voldemort." Diggory rolled his eyes at Ophelia, dismissing her words. "Nonsense. Who on the side of the Death Eaters could possibly withstand both you and Dumbledore simultaneously? Even if Voldemort were to fully regain his strength, it would be an impossible feat." Diggory, recalling Bellatrix, chuckled and remarked, "Voldemort dispatched Bellatrix and young Barty Crouch to Gringotts in an attempt to seize the Hufflepuff Cup. But we thwarted their efforts. Furthermore, additional personnel were deployed to the Gaunt residence, seeking to protect the Gaunt Ring. Yet now it is all lost." Diego smiled joyfully at the thought. Surely Voldemort must be feeling quite miserable now. "Bellatrix?" Moody's expression shifted dramatically. "How did you and Nico, both intermediate sorcerers, manage to seize the Golden Cup from Bellatrix's grasp?" Diggory's smile faltered, leaving him at a loss for words. He realized that he was not yet prepared to divulge the matter of the soul-stealing curse to Moody. Ultimately, Diggory could not provide Moody with an answer. Furthermore, Moody posed another inquiry regarding the whereabouts of Bellatrix. This left Diggory in a state of distress, as he had sent Bellatrix back to the Death Eater organization to gather information. However, could he reveal this to Moody? Absolutely not. If he did, and Moody were to ask, "How did you manage that?" it would inevitably circle back to the initial question. How did you wrest the cup from Bellatrix? Thus, the wisest course of action was silence. No matter how many times he was questioned, he resolved to remain steadfast and say nothing. The trio traversed through the fireplace of the Leaky Cauldron, arriving in the quaint village of Hogsmeade adjacent to Hogwarts. The 2 younger companions insisted that Moody treat them to a sumptuous dinner. After their meal, they strolled leisurely to aid digestion on their way back to Hogwarts. At that moment, Moody, unsteadily leading the way, turned to Diggory and remarked, "Those 2 questions, even if you choose not to address them now, Dumbledore will inquire upon our return. Will you choose to answer then?" Diggory fell into silence, feigning ignorance as he traced his fingers along his neck, his gaze darting about in an unnatural manner, deliberately avoiding meeting Moody's eyes. Moody narrowed the one eye that remained whole and spoke with grave intensity, as a seasoned orer. "Your furtive glances and reluctance to meet my gaze reveal to me that you harbor a secret, one that you cannot divulge. Furthermore, this secret likely touches upon my own boundaries, and perhaps even those of Dumbledore. Am I correct?" Upon hearing Moody's vague yet astute deduction, Diggory was instantly beset by a headache. He recalled the experts from his past life, those specialists in micro-expressions who could uncover myriad secrets with naught but a few questions and keen observations. Though Moody did not possess the formal training of such professionals, his extensive career as an orer had honed his perceptive abilities to an extraordinary degree. He could discern a criminal's thoughts with a mere glance, as if he could predict their every move. Wait a moment, Diggory froze. This realization struck him. Did it not mean that he was, in fact, the very criminal in question? A sense of discomfort washed over Diggory as he glared at Moody. However, Moody remained utterly unfazed by Diggory's piercing gaze. With an impassive expression, he remarked, "You must choose now whether to be forthright with me or wait until Dumbledore inquires after your return. Consider your options wisely. I offer this friendly warning. Dumbledore's scrutiny is far more penetrating than mine, and your clandestine thoughts will be utterly defenseless before him. Furthermore, do not provoke Dumbledore unnecessarily. Should he be pushed to his limits, he can become quite formidable, potentially even unrecognizable to those closest to him." Diggo curled his lips in disdain, asserting that old Dang was indeed formidable, given his evident strength. However, to claim that he would turn his back on his own kin, Diggo would not believe a single punctuation mark of it. Dumbledore had lived for over a century. What scenes had he not witnessed? Moody's words were clearly an attempt to deceive and intimidate him. Yet, the fabrication was devoid of any finesse. It lacked sincerity and even the slightest trace of credibility. Diego's expression profoundly provoked Moody. He was, after all, scorned by an 11-year-old child. In that moment, all his patience evaporated. Moody gritted his teeth menacingly and declared, "If you do not obediently reveal the truth, you can forget any future with Ophelia." Diego inhaled sharply, a testament to the severity of the words spoken. The lengthy discourse preceding this moment had failed to sway him, yet this singular remark struck him to the core. It was no surprise that a seasoned, albeit limping, bachelor possessed such adeptness in dealing with youthful rivals. Nicolette observed the two in silence, a gentle smile gracing her lips, her silence speaking volumes. She had faith that Diego was acutely aware of the situation and believed that even if Moody were to uncover the truth, he would not retaliate against Diego. "I have employed the soul captivation spell." Diego let out a sigh and ultimately confessed. The anticipated stern reprimands and interrogations never materialized. Diggory looked up curiously, only to find Moody wearing an expressionless face, exuding an air of calmness. "Aren't you surprised? Don't you wish to inquire how I mastered this curse?" Diggory asked. "You must be curious about how I acquired such a formidable dark spell as one of the 3 unforgivable curses. And most importantly," Moody's demeanor seemed to suggest he accepted Diggory's command over these dark arts. "What is there to ask? You will inevitably learn it in due time," Moody replied nonchalantly. During his covert protection of Diggory and Nico in Hogsmeade, he had already discerned Diggory's extraordinary nature. The series of maneuvers, the cunning displayed, and the responses to adversaries were far beyond what an 11-year-old child could typically exhibit. To echo Dumbledore's words to him, "Do not underestimate Diggory.